The apocalypse has descended upon us. If given a choice, would you prefer to be a hoarder, frantically stockpiling supplies, a radical who believes in hoarding food while arming oneself, or a carefree individual who simply goes with the flow, living each day as it comes? Chapter 1. The Passenger. On the 12th day of the 12th lunar month, at precisely 4:44 p.m., the scene unfolds at the passenger terminal in Yang City. The sky is overcast, and the perceived temperature is a mild 16 degrees. Qinglai, 135 yuan per person. Anyone heading to Qinglai? Power Bank. Shunfeng Inn, 80 yuan a night, with air conditioning and hot water. Tea eggs, 2 yuan each. At the entrance of the provincial passenger terminal, vendors of all sorts line the sides of the access road, some brandishing paper advertisements, others wielding loudspeakers in a relentless loop, beckoning to passers-by. Over the past decade, high-speed rail stations have sprouted throughout the city, and private vehicles have become increasingly prevalent, leading to a decline in the number of people willing to use public transport. Only during holidays, and among those accustomed to riding buses, do some still opt for this mode of transportation that evokes memories of a bygone era. Can I get it for 120? A voice tinged with dialect calls out. The bus ticket seller turns at the sound, spotting a young man in his mid-20s, standing approximately 1.78 meters tall, with a buzz cut. The young man is dressed in faded denim jeans and a black leather jacket, carrying a black leather handbag. At first glance, he resembles a recent graduate, stirring a sense of unease in the ticket seller. The leather jacket and handbag, reminiscent of the attire worn by many would-be robbers posing as passengers a decade ago. However, upon noticing the snakeskin bag and red plastic bucket behind the young man, the seller relaxes slightly, deducing that he is likely another laborer avoiding the peak travel period by fleeing with his belongings just days before the spring festival. Sure, you know the rules, right? Yes. The young man nods slightly, then proceeds to the passenger bus exit, dragging his filled snakeskin bag along. The so-called rules entail not purchasing tickets at the station, but rather waiting at the corner for the bus to arrive, then boarding and handing the fare to the seller. Another year has passed. Whether rich or poor, we all return home for the new year. The young man's name is Su Wanli. In his second year of high school, he lost both parents in a tragic car accident, leaving behind a 2-story self-built house and a modest sum of savings. He spent half of his inheritance on funeral expenses, then dropped out of school and moved south, working in factories in both Shenzhen and Yang City. Initially, restricted by his age, the first 2 years were fraught with challenges, often having his wages withheld by intermediaries under various pretenses. By the end of the year, he barely managed to save a few yuan. Upon reaching adulthood and gaining some experience, he could finally save around 20 to 30,000 yuan annually, with good fortune allowing him to exceed 40,000. Nearly a decade has passed. Now, with savings exceeding 200,000 yuan, Su Wanli plans to return to his rural hometown, purchase a small truck, and sell goods to neighbors in the mountains, aspiring to create a mobile convenience store. He envisions a life where he drives his truck while relishing the beauty of nature, eventually stabilizing his life enough to adopt a couple of country dogs for companionship. Such a life would bring him contentment. Suddenly, the harsh sound of a loudspeaker pierces the air. A blue air-conditioned bus stands parked by the roadside. The ticket seller, carrying a worn-out shoulder bag, descends and opens the side luggage compartment, signaling Su Wanli to quickly place his snakeskin bag and plastic bucket inside. This place prohibits parking. Are there quite a few passengers? Su Wanli inquired, somewhat surprised. The coach possessed 2.5 cargo compartments, one nearly filled with luggage, while the other was half full. Spring festival travel had yet to commence surely. High-speed train tickets should be plentiful. He opted for the bus due to the inconvenience of carrying pots and pans through security. There are over a dozen university students wishing to experience life. They say that in a few years, they may no longer have the chance to ride long-distance buses, so they want to seize the opportunity before these buses are completely phased out. There are also 2 accompanying family members seeking medical attention in Guangzhou. The ticket seller replied with a hint of melancholy. The wheels of time roll ever forward, raising dust that settles upon individuals, each grain representing a mountain. Those relics, unable to keep pace with the times, are destined for abandonment. Medical attention? Su Wanli pondered, slightly puzzled, but refrained from further inquiry, swiftly moving to handle the luggage. Together, they lifted the pots and pans into the cargo hold in less than 30 seconds. The fare, please. Su Wanli retrieved the prepared 120 yuan and handed it to the ticket seller. The ticket seller accepted the money, waved to the driver, and proceeded toward the passenger terminal, not accompanying the passengers. Su Wanli, carrying a black handbag, boarded the bus in search of an empty seat. Upon entering, he noticed a cluster of university students, clad in short sleeves, animatedly gathered at the rear. Both males and females filled the space with lively chatter. In the front sat a pale-faced woman. Next to her, a middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses, peeling a tea egg for her. The remaining passengers were scattered throughout the bus. With 52 seats available, there were a few vacant spots. The interior resonated with intermittent coughs. It was evident that more than one passenger was unwell. A cursory glance revealed 3 or 4 individuals suffering from colds, with the woman in the front displaying the most severe symptoms, coughing incessantly. Each bout of coughing caused her veins to bulge on her pale skin, resembling writhing earthworms, appearing quite grotesque. Strangely, despite her severe coughing, the woman's expression remained unchanged. The middle-aged man beside her seemed accustomed to the situation. Oblivious to her discomfort as he continued to consume the tea egg she was reluctant to eat. "Please take your seats," the bus driver urged impatiently. Su Wanli averted his gaze and made his way to an empty seat by the window in the back. The bus commenced its journey, gradually departing from the passenger terminal. It navigated through several long traffic lights before merging onto the highway. The towering buildings alongside the expressway grew increasingly sparse, and the cacophony within the bus began to diminish. The university students in the back were either listening to music or watching videos with headphones, maintaining a relatively quiet atmosphere. Meanwhile, the woman's coughing subsided to the point where the man next to her finished the tea egg, closed his eyes, and drifted into a peaceful slumber. As if departing from the steel and concrete jungle, the passengers' spirits seemed to settle, their restlessness fading away. Su Wanli, in a drowsy state, was jolted awake by a sudden blare of a horn. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed a gentle drizzle outside. The sky completely darkened, and the mountain forests on either side appeared shadowy and silent, devoid of any glimmer of light. Street lights lining the median flickered on, warding off the encroaching darkness and illuminating the road ahead, shrouded in thick fog. That a dense fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring visibility layer by layer. At a distance of merely 10 meters, one could scarcely discern anything. "What an immense fog," observed one, as the mountainous southern region was accustomed to such misty nights. However, fog that curtailed visibility to less than 10 meters was indeed a rarity. The fog is truly thick. It is indeed a rare sight, albeit a tad chilly. The morning news reported a typhoon making landfall, traversing the Guangdong provinces, accompanied by torrential rain and winds of up to 17 levels. In the depths of winter, heavy rain and fierce winds are bound to bring about a drop in temperature. Torrential rain and a typhoon? This sounds ominous. Just look at the thick fog outside. It evokes a sense of an apocalyptic atmosphere. Strangely enough, it does impart a slight feeling of doom. "This won't do. Fetch my blanket. At once I must wrap myself in a protective cocoon." "Your blanket is in the suitcase." "Then I shall borrow your overcoat." "Not a chance." A group of university students, similarly awakened by the blaring horn, playfully recorded the scene before them with their phones, interspersed with a few soft coughs that went largely unnoticed. Outside, the rain intensified. The cold wind bore droplets that pelted all in their path, creating splashes everywhere. Su Wanli tightened his leather coat around himself, curling up against the car window to fend off the chill that seemed to creep in from nowhere. At the upcoming service area, all passengers may disembark for a rest, the driver announced, casting a glance in the rearview mirror, his voice neither too loud nor too soft. Whether the passengers required a break was uncertain, but he himself certainly needed to recharge with a couple of cans of Red Bull. This sudden onset of thick fog could easily precipitate accidents. As the driver, he knew better than to let his guard down. He remained vigilant, focusing intently on the road ahead to navigate any unforeseen circumstances, which soon led to a creeping sense of fatigue. Chapter 2. Milei Mountain. The Milei Mountain Service Area. In front lies a road accompanied by steep cliffs, while behind stretches a deep ravine overgrown with dense shrubs and weeds. This modest service area, devoid of nearby villages or shops, offers only the most basic amenities: fuel, water, a convenience store, dining options, drinking water, and restrooms. Upon arrival, the driver brought the bus to a halt, switched on the interior lights, and stood up to address the passengers with a loud voice. "Wake up, everyone. Please disembark for a 30-minute break. We shall regroup in half an hour, so do not miss the departure time. Ensure that all valuables are kept with you." Having said this, the driver opened his umbrella and stepped outside. He positioned himself in a nearby corner, smoking a cigarette as he awaited the passenger's descent. As soon as the bus doors swung open, an icy gust rushed in, immediately invigorating the passengers. They hastily donned their outerwear, murmuring about the stark contrast between the summer warmth inside the bus and the winter chill outside. The temperature difference in the mountains can be quite significant. Some university students clad in short sleeves shivered uncontrollably, feeling too embarrassed to ask the driver to retrieve their luggage for warmer clothing. They pressed on toward the service area to escape the biting wind. Without an umbrella, they settled for hats. Sue Wanley rummaged through his bag, the sound of clinking items echoing softly. Soon, he unearthed the black cap, pulling it down over his head to shield himself from the wind. He grasped his bag and stepped outside. Just as he reached the bus door, a fierce gust slipped down his collar, sending a shiver coursing through him, prompting him to quicken his pace. Before exiting, he unconsciously glanced back at the woman. She had awakened, her complexion still pale, yet her coughing had notably lessened, and the blue veins on her forehead were no longer visible. Her condition seemed to be improving. However, in the next instant, thud, the woman attempted to rise and step outside. But whether due to misstep or weakness, she collapsed forward, her face hitting the ground with a resounding thump, as if she had struck something hard. Sis, honey, two middle-aged men, who were tidying up food wrappers, were startled into action, hastily dropping their belongings to help the woman to her feet. The bus seats were elevated by a small step, and her forehead struck it, causing blood to flow profusely. I'm fine, she assured. Looking up at her husband and brother, her expression calm as she brushed off her clothing, devoid of any sign of pain. However, as she tilted her head back, blood trickled into her eyes, casting her vision in a crimson hue. What? The woman instinctively reached up to wipe her eyes. Once her sight cleared, she was taken aback to see the bright red stains on her hand, as if bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Sis, you're bleeding, exclaimed a dark-skinned man, frantically rummaging through his backpack for tissues to clean the blood from her face. His rough hands, likely accustomed to labor, were somewhat clumsy, inadvertently brushing against her raw wound. The woman's expression remained utterly unchanged, as if the blood being wiped away was mere sweat, her demeanor serene. The juxtaposition of her impassive face and the grotesque, unceasing flow of blood created a rather eerie tableau. Let us take her to the service area hall, came a soft, gentle voice from the back of the bus. The service area has water and hemostatic agents. Let us clean her wounds and assess the severity of her injuries. Based on that, we can decide whether to call an ambulance or wait until we reach the station to take her to the hospital. Sue Wanley turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. His view was obstructed, revealing only a girl of about 1.7 meters, clad in a mask and a winter hat, obscuring her features. Yes, let us stop the bleeding at the service area first. I'll carry Showy, you gather our things. All right. Upon hearing this, the two men quickly formulated a plan and set their intentions into motion. Sue Wanley briskly moved to the driver's seat, clearing the way. Moments later, the bespectacled man carefully carried the woman on his back, hastening down the steps of the bus despite the pouring rain. Wait a moment, brother-in-law. I'll bring you an umbrella, said a dark-skinned man, balancing an umbrella in one hand while grasping two backpacks and a bag of trash in the other. Finding the refuse cumbersome, he carelessly tossed it toward a nearby bin, yet unfortunately missed the mark. The unknotted bag spilled its contents, food scraps and blood-stained tissues, scattering across the ground. Such a lack of decorum. Unwilling to walk 2 steps, someone muttered. Let us not talk too much. They're in a hurry to care for the injured. It's so cold. Hurry up. Once we reach the service area hall, it will be warmer. The other passengers began to disembark one after another. Some couldn't resist commenting on the dark-skinned man's littering, but soon succumbed to the damp chill, tightening their clothing and hastening toward the warmth of the service area. The last to descend were a group of university students seeking new experiences. Sue Wanley noticed the girl who had spoken earlier among them. She wore light blue jeans that showcased her long, slender legs, paired with a loose white sweatshirt adorned with black lettering, topped with a dark green coat that lent a somewhat androgynous air. Yet her figure was anything but neutral. The coat's south zipper could barely close. How alarming. Regrettably, the girl's mask obscured her features, but such a physique rendered her appearance irrelevant. Do you need assistance? She inquired, noticing Sue Wanley without an umbrella, but immediately regretted her words. The young man's gaze bore an oppressive weight. With his cap pulled low and a black handbag in hand, he scrutinized them unmoving. Reminiscent of a lurking wolf eyeing its prey, especially with his retro attire, quite intimidating. Thank you, but it's unnecessary, Sue Wanley replied, slightly taken aback. He hadn't anticipated her initiating conversation and promptly declined. Over the years, he had cultivated a habit of refraining from inconveniencing others. You Sahan, hurry up, it's freezing. Several companions clad in light attire urged loudly. Xiaohao. Upon hearing her full name, the girl rolled her eyes, secretly relieved, and turned to sprint towards her friends. If you dare call me by my full name again, do you believe I will drag Xiaoling to sleep with me every night from now on? Please, please. Sister Han, I was wrong. Begging one tea help. Tonight I'm sleeping with Xiaoling tonight? That's inconsequential, after all. Who knows if we'll even reach Qinglai City. Then tomorrow night, I'll sleep with Xiaoling as well. Don't be like that. Sister Han. Just say what you want to eat, and I'll go buy it for you right away. How about some snail noodles? Don't forget Xiaoling's portion. Rest assured. The voices gradually faded into the distance. Su Wanli gazed enviously at the retreating figures. Whenever he watched videos featuring young couples, he felt a yearning for the vibrant university life, where one could attend classes with someone they cherished, linger on the campus, travel, and engage in any enjoyable activity without a care in the world, free from other considerations. Alas, he realized he would never have the chance to experience university life himself. Let us strive to ensure my child attends university, Su Wanli thought resolutely. He then lowered his head and plunged into the rain, heading straight for the restroom in the service area. The driver took a long drag from his cigarette, flicked the butt away, locked the door, and departed. The parking lot gradually returned to tranquility. The blood-stained tissue on the ground was washed by the rain, with tendrils of blood seeping outward. A shadow darted from a dark corner, scuttling towards the trash can, bowing its head to gnaw on the discarded food stained with blood. Chapter 3. The accident. A multitude of bus passengers surged into the service area, instantly transforming the once quiet hall into a bustling scene. Su Wanli strolled past several dining establishments, casting a curious glance at the prices, contemplating a warm meal. To his dismay, he exclaimed in disbelief. A modest serving of snail noodles cost 18 yuan, while a fried egg was an additional 5, combined, that exceeded 20 yuan. Who could afford such extravagance? With just over 200,000 yuan in savings, he couldn't justify the expense. Snail noodles are here. The voice that reached Su Wanli's ears caused his expression to stiffen. Turning his head, he caught sight of a man named Xiao Hao, cheerfully distributing 2 steaming bowls of snail noodles to 2 young women, each adorned with an egg, one poached, one fried. Indeed, the value of a product is determined by the consumer's wallet rather than the vendor's pricing. In my next life, if I am wealthy, I shall indulge in snail noodles devoid of snails, Su Wanli thought bitterly. He had a fondness for snail noodles, particularly in winter. Savoring a bowl of spicy, fragrant noodles was an undeniable pleasure. However, 2 years prior, he had ordered a 10 yuan serving at the factory canteen only to discover actual snails within, stainless steel ones. No less, resulting in a dental disaster that he still could not afford to remedy. Absurd. Consequently, he had sworn off the canteen entirely. Sighing, he decided it was time to relieve himself. He recalled the words of some seasoned colleagues at the factory, who warned that holding in urine was detrimental to the kidneys. The kidneys, the repository of essence and vitality, are the very source of life's activities. When the essence within the kidneys is robust, one's teeth remain strong, hair abundant, and eyes bright. Conversely, kidney deficiency leads to weakness in the lower back and knees, irritability, and difficulty concentrating, much like those 30-somethings at the factory who, upon receiving their meager paychecks, would scurry into the alleys, appearing listless, unable to even pitch a tent in the mornings. Such a loss of masculine vigor was indeed lamentable. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the highway just as he reached the restroom entrance. A series of violent collisions? Su Wanli's mind flooded with unwelcome memories as he instinctively took 2 steps back and craned his neck to look outside. The fog was thick, obscuring visibility even from a distance. He ventured to the door, braving the rain to walk forward for about 40 meters, only to catch a glimpse of a large truck with its hazard lights flashing, overturned and sprawled across the road. Cargo lay scattered about, and astonishingly, a wheel weighing 60 to 70 kilograms had detached, rolling down the highway and into the service area parking lot, colliding with several parked cars before finally coming to a halt. The entire parking lot erupted in a cacophony of honking. Good heavens, that truck has blocked the service area exit. Oh no, my newly purchased Panamera. Quick, call an ambulance. Ha ha ha, finally encountering some excitement? The tremendous commotion roused everyone in the service area, causing them to abandon their tasks and rush outside. Several seasoned middle-aged men, upon hearing of the accident, dashed towards the truck without an umbrella, eager to ascertain the driver's condition. Meanwhile, anxious women frantically dialed emergency services on their phones, and a few young men, giggling, aimed their phones at the truck, murmuring phrases like "Mile Mountain accident. Stop filming. We need to save lives." The bus driver, incensed, berated a group of young onlookers, then hurriedly rushed to retrieve the hazard warning sign. As a driver himself, he deeply empathized with the difficulties of long, exhausting nights on the road. Thus, witnessing individuals mock a vehicular accident for amusement, he could no longer contain his fury. How dare they? He mused that perhaps the young man had lost his parents to a similar tragedy and was now seeking attention as an orphan. The chastised youths, visibly displeased, were self-media practitioners who, regardless of the situation's gravity or their own stance, clung to the hope of riding the coattails of trending events in pursuit of overnight fame and financial freedom. Such behavior easily offends others, yet they remain undeterred. What does it matter if they offend someone? It merely becomes a race of who types faster. After all, who would dare confront them in reality? Upon hearing the mention of his parents' demise, Su Wanli's expression hardened, and he turned to glare at the young man speaking. Due to his own family's tragedy, he had an intense aversion to such remarks. What are you looking at? TCH. The young man, already irked, noticed Su's unwavering gaze and instinctively prepared to retort. But upon realizing the latter's imposing height of nearly 6 feet, he opted instead to mutter a silent curse and discreetly sidled back to his companions, redirecting his attention elsewhere. Among Southerners, a height of 6 feet is indeed a rarity, and Su, though appearing slender from years of manual labor, possessed solid muscle beneath. Coupled with his somewhat refined appearance, he was not someone the average person would dare provoke. Humph. Su Wanli snorted softly, dismissing the need to waste time with them, and proceeded to assist with the overturned truck. The vehicle lay on its side, the driver's seat facing downward. Inside, the driver was conscious but unable to unbuckle his seatbelt due to a broken arm. He attempted to crawl to the passenger side, but the door was deformed and wouldn't budge. The only option left was to break a window, which required tools. Noticing that the driver's injuries were not severe, the men grew less frantic and stood in the rain discussing solutions, joined by some passengers who had come to offer umbrellas. Allow me, Su Wanli stated calmly. The others turned to regard him. Unfazed by their attention, he set his handbag down, then retrieved a pair of white work gloves from his leather jacket pocket to protect his hands from glass shards. He squatted to unzip his bag. Rummaging through it for tools, screwdrivers, wrenches, and other essentials were plentiful. Soon, he found a suitable tool, a claw hammer. Step back. With a swift motion, Su brandished the hammer, prompting those around him to instinctively retreat a few paces. In this day and age, who would carry a claw hammer? A watermelon knife or a baseball bat might evoke some comfort, but a claw hammer was an entirely different matter. The crux of the matter lies in Su Wanli's deft movements, clad in gloves, complemented by a low-brimmed cap, a gleaming leather jacket, and his distinctive appearance, which evokes unsettling memories for certain individuals. Most of them are in their 40s or 50s. In bygone days, those who dressed in such a manner were often ruthless and taciturn, quick to resort to violence over the slightest disagreement. Truly, a psychological shadow looms. Only a few younger individuals, oblivious to the implications, exuberantly praised him, exuding an innate innocence. Su Wanli, however, had no desire to waste breath on explanations. Grasping a claw hammer, he nimbly ascended to the passenger side of the truck. After greeting the driver and confirming their acknowledgement, he proceeded to strike each corner of the window with precision. Bang, 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 bang. Swiftly shattering the glass, Su Wanli leapt down to gather the scattered items, delegating the remaining tasks to others, as he was in urgent need of a restroom. No sooner had he traversed a few meters when a jarring screech of brakes pierced the air. A black sedan, reversing like a specter through thick fog, hurtled directly towards the wave-shaped crash barrier. By sheer coincidence, the bus driver had emerged with a malfunction warning sign, intending to position it beyond the barrier and retreat a couple of 100 meters to place the notice. Unfortunately, his location was precisely in the path of the oncoming vehicle. Thud. The unsuspecting bus driver was flung several meters away upon impact with the sedan. The unexpected scene left everyone momentarily stunned. Before they could regain their composure, two beams of light emerged ominously from the dense fog behind them, gradually advancing. In that moment, a singular thought consumed the minds of all present. It is over. Chapter 4. The blockade. More than half an hour later, the number of accident vehicles outside had risen to over 20. In the service area hall, a dozen injured passengers were either lying or sitting. Fortunately, most of those involved in the accident did not suffer severe injuries and could be treated with basic first aid. The most critically injured was the bus driver, who had lost consciousness. He had been struck by a car, thrown off the road, and rolled down a rocky cliff for several meters. His ribs and left leg were fractured, and a branch had pierced through his abdomen, leaving a gaping wound. Numerous abrasions and lacerations marred his body, necessitating immediate transport to a hospital for treatment. Why had the ambulance not yet arrived? A truck had overturned ahead, while dozens of cars were jammed behind, rendering the situation so dire that even a tow truck would shake its head in disbelief. What could be done? We couldn't simply watch him die, could we? Should we find a few men to carry him to a place where transportation was possible? That was not feasible. The outside temperature had likely plummeted below freezing, and with the rain falling, his chances of succumbing to hypothermia were high if he were exposed for too long. This won't do. What do you think we should do? The truck lay across the road, obstructing vehicles from moving forward or backward. The nearest urban area was over 30 kilometers away from the Miley Mountain service area, requiring several hours for a person to traverse on foot. Transporting the bus driver to the city on foot would take even longer. Moreover, the weather outside posed a significant challenge. What if we went to the opposite side to flag down a vehicle? A college student suggested. His reasoning was straightforward. If the road on this side was impassable, then the road on the other side must be accessible, as there was no accident there. Don't be foolish, another retorted. Do you really think you could flag down a vehicle in this weather? What if no cars stop and we end up with even more injured people? Why not place more warning signs further out? Another proposed. Do you not understand? Came the exasperated response. Only visible warning signs serve their purpose. Invisible warnings are, in themselves, failures. In conditions of extreme fog with visibility reduced to less than 10 meters, drivers were either pulling over to the emergency lane or relying solely on instinct and experience to navigate. Any miscalculation could result in yet another horrific accident. This was no longer merely a question of how many warning signs to place or where to position them. Look closely, a voice interjected, disrupting the tense atmosphere. Everyone fell silent, casting dissatisfied glances towards the edge of the hall. There, a few young individuals engaged in self-media were lounging with their legs crossed, smoking and engrossed in videos, heedless of their surroundings. The sound blared loudly, utterly disregarding the feelings of those nearby. Indeed, a boy named Xiao Hao exclaimed, slapping his thigh. He rose with excitement and exclaimed, "We can seek assistance online." The speed at which information spreads on short video platforms now surpasses that of the news. Let us browse through nearby short videos. Perhaps we might come across footage of those who have halted in the emergency lane ahead. If that fails, we could consult online doctors for their guidance in saving lives. This statement offered a fresh perspective to the group, previously confined to official rescue efforts. They had overlooked those drivers and passengers immobilized by the dense fog. Those gathered in the service area must have felt the fog was too thick, prompting them to pause and rest. Similarly, there were others who had just departed the service area only to encounter the fog and had no choice but to stop. Even if no vehicles were stationed ahead, help could still be sought from doctors online. Let us give it a try. This method may appear somewhat unreliable, yet it remains a viable option in times of need. The group took out their phones to edit videos or browse local content. I came across an official alert. Not long after, a woman, visibly anxious, raised her phone and trembled as she spoke. The authorities have just issued a red fog warning, stating that the highway is temporarily closed. Fearing disbelief from others, she turned her phone screen toward the crowd, replaying the latest news announcement. The screen displayed a presenter, disheveled and seemingly hastily awakened, reading from a script. The announcement stated that numerous regions were experiencing extreme fog conditions, with meteorological agencies having issued red fog alerts. According to the International Meteorological Agency, the fog encountered does not fit existing classifications. Drivers must adhere to fog driving regulations, implement preventive measures, adjust their driving methods according to environmental conditions, and promptly seek safe parking areas. Airports have suspended flights, highways are temporarily closed, and ferry services are halted. The news continued for over 10 minutes. The crowd had not finished listening, but the phrase highway closed echoed incessantly in their ears. The entrance was blocked, and the service area exit was obstructed by an overturned truck. This signified that until the fog lifted, they would be unable to depart from the service area. Additionally, there was another piece of information. The news reported multiple alerts, not merely warnings, indicating that the fog-affected area extended beyond the highway, encompassing other regions as well. The dreadful news of the road closures had yet to sink in when yet another university student expressed her disbelief. She pointed to her phone and exclaimed, "This is an international short video app, where we can view videos posted by individuals from various countries. Look, this video is from South Korea." The uploader filmed from below his apartment building, claiming he lives on the 5th floor, yet the footage reveals nothing but fog, rendering the ground completely invisible. Moreover, this blogger hails from the land of cherry blossoms, a high school student who shares videos from an all-girls school. This is a free nation. Due to the varying time zones across different countries, some videos are captured during the day, while others depict the night or twilight, dawn, and other distinct periods. Yet, the visuals remain shrouded in a blanket of white mist, accompanied by an incomprehensible yet fervent voiceover. A global haze? The atmosphere grows increasingly silent. Initially, they assumed it was merely the dense fog of a mountainous night, not giving it much thought. However, the situation now appears unusually peculiar. Su Wanli has never been one to impose difficulties upon himself. With limited academic credentials, he struggles to grasp profound issues. He pushes through the crowd encircling the bus driver, reaching to search the driver's clothing for the keys. His left pocket is devoid of them, and the right pocket yields nothing as well. prompting him to unzip the driver's outer jacket and rummage through the internal pockets. "Mate, this is rather inappropriate," someone murmurs, unable to bear the scene. Su Wanli, puzzled, looks up and notices the peculiar gazes of the crowd, particularly a heavily muscled individual whose eyes gleam with excitement, as if he has found a kindred spirit. His expression turning awkward. A chill runs down Su Wanli's spine as he points to his drenched clothing. "I need to return and change into a clean outfit." Upon speaking, he discovers the keys hidden within the inner pocket. Ignoring the others, he strides toward the direction where the bus is parked. Su Wanli has experienced the discomfort of cold showers in winter, yet today he realizes that being drenched by rain is an entirely different ordeal. The cold makes him shiver uncontrollably. The group first focuses on rescuing those in need. The highway closure affects ordinary vehicles, but ambulances remain unaffected. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses reassures the crowd. The fog occurs when external temperatures drop to the dew point, causing the water vapor in the air to condense. Once the temperature rises tomorrow, the fog will dissipate, and rescue personnel will arrive as swiftly as possible, so please remain calm. His words prove effective, instilling a sense of calm among those present. They can afford to wait through the night. However, one woman at the periphery, her complexion as pale as paper, remains oblivious. She sits at a dining table, completely disregarding the delectable food before her. Her gaze is fixated on the carotid artery of the man seated beside her. Her eyes gradually revealing traces of bloodshot intensity as her throat moves up and down several times. Chapter 5. Anomaly outside the hall. The fog seemed to thicken, and the temperature dropped further. A delicate layer of transparent ice coated the stone floor beneath the eaves. Stepping upon it produced a faint cracking sound. Mixed with the rain that fell from the sky were tiny ice particles, gradually forming freezing rain. Su Wanli hurriedly opened the luggage compartment of the bus and dragged a snakeskin bag back inside. However, after rummaging through the red and white striped bag, he could only find 3 long-sleeved shirts and a black down jacket, no thermal pants in sight. Su Wanli felt a bit bewildered. How had he endured the winters in the past? Oh, wait. There had been no winter in Yangqing or Shinshan before. That down jacket was a spontaneous purchase made during his return home for the new year. With no other choice, Su Wanli donned all 3 long-sleeved shirts, layered the down jacket over them to fend off the frigid temperatures outside, and still felt somewhat insufficient. He added 2 pairs of cotton socks, feeling his body and limbs gradually regain warmth, before finally zipping up the luggage bag. "Excuse me, could you please wait a moment before closing the luggage compartment?" A soft, melodious voice emerged from behind him. Turning around, he saw 2 girls huddled under a single umbrella. One was Yusahan, wearing a mask and possessing an alluring figure, and the other was her roommate and close friend, Lin Xiaoling. It was Yusahan who spoke. Initially, she had felt a bit intimidated by Su Wanli, but after witnessing him braving the heavy rain to rescue the truck driver, her fear dissipated, replaced by a flicker of fondness. This fondness was not of a romantic nature, but rather an admiration for someone capable of actions she felt unable or too timid to undertake. "We are also passengers on the bus," Yusahan volunteered. Their attire was inadequate for the plummeting cold, having previously considered the bus driver's unconsciousness. They were prepared to wait for him to awaken before retrieving the keys to the luggage compartment. However, Su Wanli had directly searched for the keys, much to their surprise, prompting them to follow along. The blue button at the bottom right of the dial. Su Wanli handed the keys to her and turned to head back to the service area for the restroom. Under normal circumstances, when storing luggage at a bus station, the ticket agent would provide a numbered ticket to the person depositing the luggage. Upon reaching the destination, the driver would unlock the luggage compartment, allowing passengers to retrieve their belongings using the ticket number to prevent mix-ups or theft. However, given the extraordinary circumstances, no one knew if the driver would awaken. Thus, they opted for self-service in retrieving their luggage. Returning to the hall, everyone was engrossed in their phones, occasionally exchanging a few words. Meanwhile, the bus driver lay slumped against the table, his injuries attended to by several attentive women who had hastily bandaged his wounds and draped 2 heavy coats over him. Yet no one paid him any further mind. With the highways blocked, even if someone were willing to take the risk of carrying the bus driver to the toll station, it would be exceedingly difficult to flag down a vehicle heading to the city hospital. Most importantly, with the fierce wind and pouring rain outside, coupled with the sub-zero temperatures, none of them could feasibly trek dozens of kilometers, let alone carry an injured person along. What if the bus driver were to perish midway? They might still face accountability. Amidst various apprehensions, they tacitly chose to feign ignorance. "Huh? Where am I?" The bus driver, who lay on his side, groggily opened his eyes. He surveyed his surroundings in a daze, taking a good half-minute to recall the incident of being struck by a vehicle. Just as he intended to rise and assess his condition, a shrill scream pierced his ears. A woman, who had been facing the bus driver, abruptly stood up, slamming her phone onto the table with force, pointing at the bus driver's pallid face, and incoherently exclaimed, He is awake. He is awake. Awake? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads in unison towards the bus driver. When they beheld his drooping eyelids, an unspoken sigh of relief swept through them. The guilt that had festered within them for hesitating to take the bus driver to the hospital considerably diminished. One by one, they gathered around him, expressing genuine concern. Do you feel any discomfort? Would you like some water? Are you cold? Do you need a jacket? Can you hear us? The bus driver stared blankly at the enthusiastic crowd, seemingly bewildered by the situation. After a prolonged silence, he lifted his gaze to the vaguely familiar faces surrounding him and weakly spoke. It seems I won't be able to leave the highway tonight. Could you inform everyone about the overtime fee and suggest that we share the cost? What? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, thinking they had misheard. Overtime fee? At such a time, you're discussing an overtime fee? Staying overnight at the service area would incur a modest fee, perhaps a few hundred. But certainly not at the expense of one's life. Moreover, given the unusual circumstances outside, the overtime fee might not even be applicable. Don't you feel any pain? A slightly plump girl meekly inquired. Sir, there's a branch embedded in you, roughly the thickness of a finger and a half. It was indeed unbearable just to behold her expression. Pain? The bus driver appeared bewildered. Following the gazes of those around him, he lowered his head, and a branch, still attached to flesh, came into view. Instantly, his pupils dilated in horror. A look of sheer dread crossed his pale face as he reached out to touch the branch, yet hesitated, gripped by fear. He felt no pain whatsoever. However, the visual shock far exceeded his psychological capacity to endure. Beyond the visible branch, he could distinctly sense its presence within him, which filled him with an extraordinary sense of dread and unease. Don't move. Rest assured, you're fine. Just lie still. Don't move. Take a deep breath. Feeling pain is normal. Relax. Several men restrained the bus driver, fearing he might inadvertently succumb. The bus driver looked at them, his eyes brimming with terror. Have you all sedated me? No, a young man bluntly retorted. Where could the anesthetics come from in the service area? Then, why do I feel no pain at all? The bus driver murmured, his gaze gradually losing focus. He would rather endure excruciating pain, to the point of fainting, than feel nothing at all, like a lifeless corpse. No, perhaps the scene before him is not real but a figment of his unconsciousness, a fabricated, non-existent world. This could indeed explain everything. Surely, this is not real at all. The bus driver muttered to himself as he closed his eyes. His complexion slowly settled, and his breathing became increasingly steady. Has he fallen asleep? A group of people exchanged glances, the scene evoking an indescribable strangeness. Passing by, Sue Wanley overheard the conversation and was inexplicably reminded of the woman who had traveled with him. In the observation hall, the woman and her family had seemingly departed without notice. He sensed something was amiss, yet upon reflection, he could not pinpoint what was wrong. He shook his head and quickened his pace to distance himself from the crowd. Sue Wanley was not fond of crowded places. Otherwise, he would not be contemplating a return to his hometown in Qinglai, driving a truck to sell miscellaneous goods in the mountains. Chapter 6. Shadows exhaling contentedly, Sue Wanley, feeling invigorated after relieving himself, approached the hot water station. He opened his bag and retrieved the only remaining cup of Baixiang spicy beef noodles, skillfully tearing open the thin film to access the seasoning. On such a frigid day, devoid of luocefen, a steaming bowl of instant noodles would suffice. Regrettably, he lacked both marinated eggs and sausages. Carrying the steaming cup of noodles to a sheltered table, Sue settled down, gazing at the pitch-black sky and the raindrops cascading beneath the street lamp. His thoughts began to drift aimlessly, unconcerned about the nature of his musings. He allowed time to flow by, feeling utterly relaxed. Suddenly, a figure emerged in the vacant lot a few meters from the gas station. Sue's focus sharpened, and he squinted towards the gas station, furrowing his brows slightly. The silhouette appeared vaguely familiar, reminiscent of the woman he had shared a ride with. The dense fog obscured his view, leaving him unsure whether the figure faced or turned away from the service area. All he could discern was that the individual stood exposed to the rain without an umbrella, motionless and unsettlingly drenched. Hello, may I entrust this key to you? At that moment, two young women approached. Yu Sahan wore an additional purple sweater beneath a cream-colored wool coat, exuding a mature charm. She slid the key across the table toward him. Are you from Qilai? She inquired. Yes, Sue Wanley replied, retracting his gaze and nodding in acknowledgement. Turning back to the gas station, he noticed the figure had vanished, as if it had never existed, slipping away silently. Was it merely an illusion? A sense of unease began to creep over Sue Wanley. He removed the plastic fork from his noodles, stirred them a few times, and commenced his meal, eager to finish swiftly and return to the bus. Henin, It's freezing outside. Let us hurry, Lin Xiaoling urged, tugging at her friend's arm. Her eyes conveying her reluctance to engage with Su Wanli. Though she spoke of the cold, her true intent was to avoid any interaction with him. To her, Su's act of rescuing the truck driver in the rain was trivial, something she deemed expected. Yu Sahan possessed a keen emotional intelligence. She quickly grasped her friend's desire to distance themselves from Su Wanli and recognized that his action of tearing open the noodle package and diving straight into the meal was a deliberate gesture to maintain a distance between them, as though they inhabited entirely different worlds. Are you staying overnight on the bus? Su Wanli inquired. Without waiting for a response, he glanced at his phone on the table. Noting the time, 11:11 p.m. If they planned to stay the night, they needed to return before midnight, as the doors would close thereafter. Why do you care? How annoying, Lin Xiaoling murmured under her breath, pulling her friend toward the gathering of classmates, joining them in a lively discussion while planning for the night. Appearing cheerful and animated. I'm still hungry. Su Wanli lifted his gaze, peering through the thick fog toward the faint glow of the gas station, where a budget convenience store awaited, offering the possibility of purchasing another cup of noodles to satiate his hunger. As the thoughts swirled in his mind, he decided to abandon the notion. 2 packets of instant noodles were too much to consume entirely, yet one was insufficient to satiate his hunger, creating a mild sense of discomfort. Most importantly, the figure he had just encountered left him with an unsettling feeling. Perhaps it was best to retire for the night. Su Wanli tidied up the litter on the table, took the keys, and returned to the lobby. His gaze swept across the room, landing on a few somewhat familiar faces. And he called out loudly, passengers traveling from Yanqing to Qilai, please take note. If you wish to return to the bus for an overnight stay, you may do so now. The doors will be locked and the lights turned off after midnight. After repeating this several times, he turned and made his way toward the bus parking area. The bus doors were not equipped with automatic sensors. Those outside could only enter through the driver's button or by using a key. Su Wanli preferred not to be disturbed by noise during his sleep, so he made his intentions known in advance. Whether the passengers heeded his words was of no concern to him. The choice of whether to return or at what hour was entirely theirs, just as the decision to open the door was his prerogative. Regarding the matter of opening the door for sleep, who would be responsible if a passenger's belongings were stolen? Was the weather cold enough to warrant concern at sub-zero temperatures? Locking the door would suffice. At 11:59, Su Wanli, seated in the driver's seat, felt a chill in his hands and feet. The frigid wind outside seemed to have a mind of its own, seeping through every gap in his clothing. Standing up, he glanced around the bus. The university students in the back were quietly curled up, and a few scattered passengers in the middle were resting their eyes. The woman with the forehead injury and her family had yet to return. He decided to wait for another 2 minutes. Su Wanli settled back into his seat, searching for a comfortable position, and took out his phone to select a few videos to watch before sleep. He was accustomed to watching a soothing video, which effectively hastened his journey into slumber. Ding. The Winter Apocalypse Tunton mouse space has been activated. Would you like to bind it? What was that? Su Wanli heard an odd sound and stood up to look around. The bus was filled only with the faint sounds of snoring. No one was speaking. Ding. The Winter Apocalypse Tunton mouse has been activated. Would you like to bind it? The voice echoed again. And this time Su Wanli realized the sound was not emanating from his surroundings but resonating within his mind. Bind, he tentatively replied. Binding successful. Welcome to use the Tunton mouse. Tunton mouse? Su Wanli's expression was one of confusion. His education was not extensive, yet he understood the implications of the term apocalypse. The films 2012 and The Day After Tomorrow were among his favorite sci-fi masterpieces, particularly the latter, which he revisited every couple of years. Yet this Tunton mouse was. Tunton mouse space. Gain returns by storing items. The longer the storage duration, the greater the return multiplier. Storage returns? A spark of interest ignited within Su Wanli. He quietly retrieved 500 yuan in cash from his pocket. Could this be stored? 500 yuan detected. The return multiplier is 1 per minute. Would you like to store it? Store. Storage successful. It vanished. Su Wanli's eyes widened in astonishment as he watched the notes disappear into thin air. In the next moment, he activated the calculator function on his phone, doubling every minute, tenfold in 10 minutes, and in 1 hour. That would be 60 times, amounting to 30,000 yuan. 30,000 yuan. After a year of diligent saving and frugality, that was nearly all he could accumulate, a sum equivalent to a year's worth of savings. But how could he withdraw cash? He wouldn't even need to wait an hour. In less than 2 minutes, Su Wanli was eager to withdraw the cash and verify its authenticity. If it proved to be genuine, he could simply withdraw the balance and enjoy a few days of financial freedom, couldn't he? Storage completed in 1 minute, returning 500 yuan bills. As the announcement completed, a stack of cash appeared in Su Wanli's hands, totaling 10 bills with the 5 he had deposited. all in 100 yuan denominations. He randomly selected one bill, confirming its authenticity, and then drew two more, both of which were genuine as well. However, after a fleeting moment of exhilaration, Su Wanli felt a sense of confusion wash over him. He was uncertain how to spend the money. 3 meals a day of snail noodles, accompanied by fried eggs and pig trotters, seemed insufficient to exhaust his balance. Perhaps he could buy a decent car or a commercial apartment. But wait, that seemed off. It felt as though an apocalyptic winter was approaching. In such a scenario, cash would lose its value, rendering even the largest sums futile. Contemplating this, Su Wanli experienced a sudden clarity. It was indeed perplexing for someone so accustomed to poverty to ponder how to spend money. What do you mean by an apocalyptic winter? He pondered aloud. The planet on which the host resides is entering an extreme ice age, leading to species alternation and civilization iteration. An ice age? Su Wanli's expression turned to one of shock. No wonder the temperature outside had plummeted so drastically. A new ice age had arrived. He had limited knowledge about ice ages, only aware that they could last a few million years at a minimum, and at their longest, several 100 million years. During this period, the entire planet would be enveloped in ice, and existing species would either face extinction or evolve into new forms capable of adapting to the frigid conditions. Were those who had lost their sense of pain somehow connected to this ice age? A sudden loud bang interrupted Su Wanli's thoughts, startling him. He turned to look outside, where a swaying figure was repeatedly banging its head against the driver's side window. Chapter 7. The tragedy of persistent knocking echoed through the air. Bang, bang, bang. Outside stood a drunken man, clutching a half-empty bottle of liquor, his clothes soaked by the rain, shivering as he pounded on the doors and windows. If left unattended, it was likely that he would succumb to the cold by morning. Su Wanli recognized this inebriated figure. He remembered the man's backpack, laden with several pounds of cucumbers, citrus fruits, a large box of cold pig ears, and marinated beef, accompanied by various peanuts meant for snacking. Throughout the journey, he had incessantly consumed alcohol and food, leaving the vehicle reeking of spirits and cuisine, truly a nuisance. With a resigned shake of his head, Su Wanli stood to exit the vehicle and pull the man inside. Suddenly, from the dense fog behind the bus, a disheveled silhouette lunged forth. Like a leopard hunting its prey, the figure pounced on the drunken man, dragging him several meters away and pinning him to the ground. Mouth open in a savage bite, the excruciating pain jolted the drunkard into awareness. Instinctively, he struggled against the woman who held him down, raising his right hand in a futile attempt to fend off her gnawing. Desperately, he turned his head towards Su Wanli in the driver's seat, seeking help. Yet his throat was torn, rendering him voiceless, and a chunk of flesh was ripped from his face, exposing his bloodied gums, with stark white bone visible beneath the skin. The horrid sound of flesh being chewed filled the air. In less than 10 seconds, the man's half-raised arm, cheek, and throat became the target of the woman's relentless assault. Vivid crimson blood quickly soaked the ground, mingling with the rainwater to form small puddles that spread through the earth. The drunkard spat out frothy blood, his throat emitting raspy sounds. His carotid artery had been severed, blood gushing forth, and his right arm lost the strength to resist, falling limply to his side. Before Su Wanli could fully process the horror unfolding before him, his fingers frantically pressed the door lock button. Uncertain of the safety of remaining on the bus, he was nonetheless paralyzed by the gruesome scene, his mind devoid of any thoughts of escape. The soft click of the door closing startled the figure feasting on the man. She abruptly turned, her pupils dilating as she fixated on the bus, her body poised to spring into action. This sight sent a chill down Su Wanli's spine, prompting him to instinctively reach for his hammer. However, before he could act, the figure clamped her mouth around the drunkard's collarbone and dragged him into the depths of the fog, disappearing from sight. Breathe, stay calm. It took several minutes for Su Wanli to regain his composure, returning to his seat as he gasped for air. Feeling uneasy, he retrieved a wrench from his bag and secured the door. After multiple attempts to confirm it was locked, a semblance of safety washed over him. Witnessing a living man being brutally murdered, it was impossible not to feel fear. Moreover, the perpetrator had been a fellow passenger for several hours. She had been coughing violently, had injured her forehead upon disembarking, and displayed no change in expression. Su Wanli was bewildered. The woman's speed and strength far surpassed that of the drunken man, allowing her to commit her heinous act with overwhelming efficiency. Had the individual waiting outside been him, he likely would not have had time to react. This was, indeed, the root of his terror. Confronted with the threat of death and the paralyzing sense of helplessness that accompanies it, one is engulfed by profound despair. Call for help. Su Wanli, regaining some composure, pulled out his phone to dial for assistance. Yet, no matter how many times he attempted, the mechanical voice on the other end simply informed him that the line was busy. Was there a similar assault occurring elsewhere? He opened a short video application and searched for relevant keywords, but found no pertinent footage. It was unclear whether there had been no attacks or if uploads were restricted. What was the point of calling for help? The Ice Age was a global catastrophe. The need for rescue in densely populated areas would only exacerbate the situation. He needed to devise a means of self-preservation. Su Wanli set his phone down and pondered earnestly. He could not place his hopes in rescue. He must prepare for various crises. At present, apart from the plummeting temperature, the woman who preyed on humanity represented the greatest threat. Was she a zombie? Su Wanli recalled the sequence of events surrounding the drunken man's assault and the strange behavior of the woman dragging the corpse away, struggling to reconcile it with his preconceived notion of zombies. If she was not a zombie, then what could she be? The corpse of the drunken man had been taken, and he had no way of verifying whether the man might become infected. Should he remain uninfected, that would be fortunate. He would only need to contend with a single monster, which would allow for a foolproof plan of action. However, if infection were a possibility, then his situation would become perilous. Given the woman's demonstrated speed and strength, it was nearly impossible for anyone to escape her clutches. First, he needed to gather food and observe for 2 days. In the face of the unknown, it was wiser to remain still. Su Wanli resolved to endure for the time being. He made his way to the drunken man's seat, successfully locating the individual's backpack. Inside, he found only a few cucumbers. Hoarding resources, storing sustenance. Embracing the mindset that even a mosquito's leg is meat, he chose to stockpile. Ding. Fresh cucumbers detected. 3, yielding a return of double in 3 hours. Do you wish to store? Store. Storage complete. Watching the items in his hands vanish, Su Wanli felt a slight sense of relief. Though meager, this food would quench his thirst and stave off hunger, allowing him to survive a few more days. Should he inform the others? He glanced back at the remaining passengers. Yu Sahan lay sideways in the last row, draped in a wool coat. Lin Xiaoling and Xiao Hao were nestled together in the front seats, resting, while the others slept in their respective positions. Under the dual cover of rain and thick fog, they remained oblivious to the assault on the drunken man. Perhaps it was best to observe for now. The monster had dragged the corpse away, and the bloodstains were being washed away by the rain. Voicing such claims might not garner belief. Su Wanli preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. He chose a seat in the middle. This time, he chose to lie sideways in the aisle, away from the windows, resolving to forego sleep and stay awake throughout the night to observe whether the creature would emerge to assault others once more. The following day, shortly after 8, Su Wanli was roused by a gust of cold wind. Upon opening his eyes, he glimpsed several vibrant female university students outside, capturing photographs. They posed variously, some adorably, others seductively, and yet others playfully before the camera lens, while a girl by the car door was framing her shot. The sight of the ajar car door instantly extinguished Su Wanli's drowsiness. The haunting images of the drunken man's assault flooded back to him, a cheek missing a substantial portion of flesh, a neck gushing with blood, and a broken arm. Merely contemplating these horrors sent chills down his spine and quickened his heart. Chapter 8. The Purchase of Car Door Steps. As Lin Xiaoling was capturing photographs, her peripheral vision caught sight of Su Wanli brandishing a crowbar, his countenance fierce as he approached. Startled, she fell to the ground, her face as pale as a ghost. Stammering in fright, What are you doing? What time does the door open? Su Wanli's gaze remained vigilant, his left hand poised over the door's button, ready to press it at any moment. The previous night, he had kept a watchful eye outside the glass window. By 3 in the morning, exhaustion had overwhelmed him, rendering him more fatigued than during a night shift on the assembly line. He had inadvertently dozed off. Upon reopening his eyes, he noticed a layer of frost covering the leaves of several ornamental trees at the edge of the parking lot, and the wild grass on the ground was also lightly glazed with ice. A group of fashionably dressed university students had gathered beneath the trees, selecting suitable spots and angles, incessantly taking photographs. It seemed there was no immediate danger. We got up around 6, Lin Xiaoling replied obediently. She had no choice but to comply. The gleaming stainless steel crowbar was less than a meter from her forehead, seemingly poised to strike at any moment, tightly gripped in Su Wanli's hand. 6 o'clock? Su Wanli's brow furrowed. He glanced at the bus's LCD display, 8:18. More than 2 hours had passed without incident? Were you not attacked by any strange individuals? No. You were outside the entire time? Yes, we woke up at 6, first went to the restroom at the service area to freshen up, then returned to drop off our towels, and finally went back to have breakfast. Feeling bored, we came back to take pictures. Lin Xiaoling recounted the morning's activities in detail. They had consumed soy milk and fried dough sticks for 16 yuan. Her boyfriend had meat buns and savory porridge for 21 yuan, while her friend had brown sugar steamed buns and pumpkin porridge for 15 yuan. Her elaborate narration seemed a clumsy attempt to buy time. That shouldn't be the case, Su Wanli mused, his brow deeply furrowed. The previous night, a drunken man had been attacked by a monster within less than a minute of lingering outside. Yet these individuals had stayed for at least an hour without any injury or even a sighting of the creature. The bloodstains left on the ground had gone unnoticed. The blood was somewhat understandable. Everyone was aware of the woman who had bled profusely from her forehead and had been taken to the service area. Hence the blood on the ground was not unusual. But what about the monster? Were there too many people? Was it daytime? Su Wanli contemplated these possibilities. Yet he could not ascertain the truth. However, this information was of little consequence for now. As the last vestiges of winter descended, paper currency still held transactional value. While the significance of food had yet to dawn on the others, Su Wanli could seize the opportunity to procure essential supplies at the service area, relying on the return function of his storage space to endure until a method to combat the monster emerged online. Apologies. I dreamed of zombies swarming outside last night and was a bit disoriented, he said. You weren't frightened, were you? Allow me to treat you to some soy milk to ease your nerves. With that, he tucked the crowbar into his waistband, bent down to help Lin Xiaoling up from the ground, and as he passed by the bewildered Yusahan, he casually pulled her along as well. Su Wanli disregarded the reactions of the two individuals, firmly grasping their clothing as he hurried towards the convenience store in the service area. His apprehension of encountering that monstrous entity rendered him unwilling to venture alone. Ding dong, welcome. Upon entering the store, the automatic sensor chimed to greet them. The prices of the goods here were notably higher than those at the gas station's convenience store. However, during such extraordinary times, he preferred to spend a little more for the sake of peace of mind. Let me treat you to some coffee, he offered, retrieving a dozen bottles of Starbucks from the refrigerator and handing them to Yu Sahan after settling the bill. Just as he was about to proceed with his purchases, he suddenly realized the necessity of companionship in the coming days and opened his mouth to speak. Humph. Lin Xiaoling, having caught on, stormed off in a huff to confide in her boyfriend. Yu Sahan nodded at Su Wanli before hastily following her best friend's footsteps to prevent the situation from escalating. With a sense of amusement, Su Wanli embraced the chaos. Social interactions were not his forte. He grabbed a shopping basket at the checkout and made his way towards the shelves, selecting high-energy, high-calorie items. Chocolate bars, buckets of MMS, canned 8 treasure porridge, vacuum-sealed chicken wings and drumsticks. He took 2 of each, ensuring a source of sustenance for survival. For beverages, he opted for functional drinks such as coffee, Red Bull, and milk, while he chose the pricier bottled water. To his surprise, he discovered toothpaste and toothbrushes among the items for sale. Without hesitation, he tossed a couple into his basket. Given the normal travel time, they would arrive in Qinglai City around 5 in the morning, have breakfast, and then return home. Thus, he had not brought any toiletries. Now, he found a perfect solution for his personal hygiene dilemma. Why not procure one of each item? Su Wanli paused in contemplation. The return duration for items in the Tun Mouse space varied based on the nature of the goods. Cash returned at a rate of 1 fold per minute. Cucumbers at 3 hours per unit, while the return time for other items remained uncertain. Uncertain of what supplies he truly needed, he pondered the merit of purchasing a bit of everything, simultaneously testing the return durations of the Tun Mouse space. Let us buy one of everything, he resolved with determination. Su Wanli approached the front desk, placing down the primary food items he had gathered, then picked up an empty shopping basket. Methodically, he filled it with goods from the shelves until it was brimming before returning to the front desk, allowing the cashier to scan the items before continuing his shopping spree. The entire endeavor took a good 10 minutes. Wow, impressive, my dude, exclaimed 2 hunched, shoulder-slumped young men who had just entered the convenience store, marveling at the quantity of Su Wanli's acquisitions. That receipt is longer than my life. One young man in a denim jacket, swaying slightly, picked up the lengthy receipt that trailed to the floor, examining it briefly before carelessly setting it down. He turned to Su Wanli with a casual demeanor and said, how about treating us to a smoke? With all that you've bought, a couple of packs won't break the bank, right? He gestured towards the crowded counter with a sense of pride and speculated, you must be in the social media game. Huh? Which platform are you on? I can have my followers give you a little attention. By the way, my ID is Qilai Firesnake Bro, with 60,000 fans. What do you think? Enough to cover a couple of packs of cigarettes? As he spoke, he reached out and took 2 packs of cigarettes worth over 50 each. The man held up the 2 packs of cigarettes, gesturing with his chin towards Su Wanli, his intent unmistakable. The cashier glanced at Su Wanli, who replied nonchalantly, I do not know him. What's the matter, not giving face? The smile on Brother Firesnake's face instantly vanished, replaced by a sullen expression. He and his companion stepped forward, flanking Su Wanli, their gazes fixed on him, clearly ready to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. For someone less experienced, it would be easy to be intimidated. However, Su Wanli had long since developed immunity to such tactics. The personnel turnover in the factory was significant, leading to a culture where everyone expressed their tempers freely, with no one coddling anyone else. These two spirited young men were beneath his notice. Get lost, Su Wanli admonished without hesitation. Watch your mouth, the younger thug retorted, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront him. Brother Firesnake noticed the hammer at Su Wanli's waist and abruptly pulled his companion back, discarding the 2 packs of cigarettes and decisively retreating. Wait a moment. Su Wanli called out to them. What do you want? Brother Firesnake's voice rose a notch, a hint of fear creeping into his tone. This man was no ordinary individual who carries a hammer around casually. If it had been a baseball bat or a knife, he would have felt more emboldened. Those who often find themselves in fights understand that a few cuts from a knife or a few blows from a bat are unlikely to be fatal. But a hammer is different. A single strike could lead to catastrophic consequences. Who wouldn't he be afraid? Don't be anxious, Su Wanli said, patting the man's shoulder with a smile in his eyes. I would like to ask you for a favor. It's not trouble at all. Brother Firesnake felt a sense of relief. What kind of favor? Help me move some items. Once we're done, I'll give each of you a pack of cigarettes. How does that sound? All right. The 2 young men agreed without hesitation. The items at the cashier's counter appeared numerous, but in reality, they were not heavy. The parking lot was small, and making a few trips would barely cover a distance of a few hundred meters. Earning 2 packs of cigarettes for walking a few hundred meters was quite a bargain. How much is it? Hello. The total is 1,166.50 cents. Over 1,000? Su Wanli was somewhat surprised. He had expected it to be several thousand, but it turned out to be just over 1,000. This meant there was still a considerable surplus in his balance. He pointed towards the cigarettes and alcohol behind the cashier. I'll take one of those cigarettes and one of those drinks, and for the beverages, a case of each. Please. As for the mineral water, let us have 5 bottles. Are you sure? The cashier's mouth fell open slightly. Absolutely. All right, please hold on. The cashier turned to confirm the customer's purchasing intentions, then opened the lower cabinet to retrieve the cigarettes, followed by boxes of alcohol from the storage room. In addition to the cigarettes, alcohol, and water, Su Wanli also purchased a selection of items from the front desk, including chewing gum and small umbrellas, ensuring he took one of each. In any case, with labor at hand, it is prudent to procure everything in one go. Greetings. The total amounts to 50,211 yuan. Cigarettes constitute the bulk of the expense, approximately 25,000. 2 cases of Wuliangye and 2 cases of mitai account for over 20,000, alongside various other miscellaneous items, culminating in a total exceeding 50,000. Let us proceed with the card payment. Su Wan's expression is one of complexity. It is not so much a matter of reluctance as it is an unfamiliarity with such a manner of expenditure. Well, there is a tinge of regret. A year's salary is thus spent in its entirety. However, it matters little. In a few days, it will merely represent a string of meaningless numbers, having fulfilled its final purpose. Chapter 9. Selection. Upon exiting the service area hall, a gust of chilly air laden with moisture greeted them. The duo, Firesnake and his companion, were inadequately dressed. The wind prompted them to rub their hands together and exhale warmth, tightening their jackets around themselves. If not for the 2 packs of cigarettes they possessed, they would have retreated to the hall to chat online with the girls. Brother, why did you buy so much? This bottled water costs 10 yuan each, and you bought 5. Are you planning to bathe with it? Well, I have a cleanliness obsession. I can't sleep without a shower, Su Wanli fabricated casually. The 2 young men believed him wholeheartedly, having known another older brother with a severe cleanliness fixation, who, after every visit to the restroom, not only washed his hands, but also cleaned his shoes and trousers, leaving everything damp. Those unaware would think he had an accident. Damn. It's freezing. Let us hurry up and finish so we can get back to gaming. Agreed. The young men mustered all their strength. However, their bodies were too frail. They could only carry 1 case of 24 bottles of water at a time, resulting in a rather sluggish pace. What are those people doing? It seems they're buying quite a lot, one remarked. By afternoon the fog will clear. Are they really going to haul all that home just for it to gather dust? True. I'm a bit hungry. Let us see what snacks the convenience store has. By 8 in the morning, a considerable number of travelers had awoken in the hall. Drawn by Firesnake's earlier shouts, they noticed someone purchasing a large quantity of goods and gathered curiously around. Observing Su Wanli's eclectic assortment of purchases, they felt perplexed. Was he preparing gifts? But who would gift a small umbrella? It seemed unlikely. Some dismissed it as mere entertainment, while others sensed something peculiar and headed to the convenience store for snacks. A few remained indecisive, opting to observe and determine their course of action based on the afternoon fog changes. Cough, cough. In the parking lot, Firesnake and his companion leaned against the car, panting heavily, their hands and cheeks flushed from the cold. After several trips back and forth, They nearly compromised their previously impressive posture. Damn, we finally finished moving everything. What a struggle. Here, this is your reward. Su Wanli surveyed the corridor, brimming with goods, and felt a slight uplift in spirits. Initially intending to reward them with a pack of white Red River cigarettes, he instead opted for a pack of Red Double Happiness. A classic choice. He opened one to retrieve 2 packs as compensation for the duo. He was different from the factory manager. When he promised 2 packs, he delivered exactly that. Never shortchanging his employees even a single cent. Are you joking with us, brother? Fire Snake's expression soured as he regarded the 2 packs of Double Happiness before him. This brand cost 13 yuan a pack, totaling less than 30 for both. They had braved the rain, contended with the wind, and carried countless drinks and bottles of water back multiple times. Shouldn't they receive at least some huazi or fu ron wang? Who was he trying to fool with these cheap packs worth just over 10 yuan? Su Wanli showed no leniency. Did they truly believe money was easy to earn? Did they not know the saying, money is hard to make, just like dung is hard to eat? In less than half an hour, he earned nearly 30 yuan, which amounts to an hourly wage of almost 50. Yet, he remained unsatisfied, pondering over his desires. Fine, Brother Huashi grimaced, snatched the Double Happiness, and turned to leave. His subordinate understood the gravity of the situation. Brother Hua, she was genuinely furious this time. Upon returning to Qinglai, he would undoubtedly summon dozens of brothers to wait outside the bus station, intent on teaching Su Wanli a painful lesson. Oh, upon returning to Qilai, you shall see what awaits you. Su Wanli chuckled noncommittally. Returning to Qilai? Let's first ensure we leave the service area alive. However, he perceived that the 2 young men would struggle to survive. They lacked emotional control and were easily swayed by their feelings. In a world devoid of order, such individuals would merely serve as cannon fodder, destined for a short existence. Would they not be attacked during the day? Su Wanli watched as the 2 young men ventured further away. During the previous transport, Brother Huashi and his subordinate had not always coordinated their movements, with 2 or 3 instances of them acting independently. The back and forth took 3 to 4 minutes. Within that time frame, the monster could have hunted them several times over. He decided to observe further. Su Wanli withdrew his gaze. Matters concerning life and death permitted no negligence. After closing the car door, he inspected the interior seats and scrutinized the surrounding vehicles, confirming no one was present before beginning to store food. He began to hoard supplies. Detecting items for host storage. Detection complete. Items available for storage. Wrench, crowbar, down jacket, long-sleeve shirt, for pairs of underwear. There was no need to check the items on his person. He would check what he had purchased. Su Wanli felt a wave of frustration. Ding. Detected storable items. A case of 8th generation Wulianya. Returns double in 3 days. A case of coconut milk 8 treasure porridge. Returns double in 6 hours. A box of protective doo-doo. Returns double in 2 days. A pack of Red Bull. Returns double in 3 hours. Most food items required a return duration of over 3 hours. Why did the protective doo-doo take 2 days? What was going on? He tested each item individually. Among the foodstuffs, from Wulianya and Matai to peanuts and sunflower seeds, all required over 3 hours for returns. As for daily necessities, items like tissues, toothpaste, and doo-doo varied from 5 minutes to several days, particularly the perplexing 2-day return duration for doo-doo. No significant issue arose. He would store everything and retrieve what he needed later. Su Wanli was unable to discern the pattern of return durations for the stored items and chose not to dwell on it. After simplifying the durations for different products, he intended to store everything in the Tunton mouse space, retrieving items as needed. It was inconsequential. All items would be stored. Ding. The host can only store one type of item. No other items can be stored before the current one is retrieved. Only one type? Su Wanli was taken aback. This was beyond his comprehension. After some inquiries, he learned that the types of storable items were limited to one category, such as beverages, cigarettes, instant noodles, etc. Differentiated by category, and the retrieved supplies could not be stored again. The only piece of good news is that there are no limitations regarding quantity. Whatever can be stored in one go can be retained in its entirety. What should be stored first? Su Wanli found himself in a quandary while gazing at the array of goods before him. Storing food would prove inconvenient for retrieval, and even if he managed to take it out, he had no place to stockpile it, which would inevitably draw attention from others. The crux of the matter was that he intended to purchase in bulk. This food would suffice for him alone for a month or 2. By leaving behind a portion of each item, he could rely on the storage system to return the rest. Thus, there was no urgency in storing food. Instead, with the weather growing increasingly cold and no clothing available for sale at the service area, he decided to prioritize clothing storage. Su Wanli removed his outer jacket and then took off an autumn shirt, placing them on the seat before hastily putting the jacket back on. He then retrieved from his handbag his leather jacket, spare winter jeans, underwear, cotton socks, and so forth. He took out the cucumbers and proceeded to store the clothing. Storage complete. 6 fresh cucumbers returned. Ding. Detected storable items. Inexpensive clothing. Returns double after 2 hours. Note: the host may opt for quality returns, starting at tenfold. The longer the storage time, the better the quality of the return. Better quality clothing can be returned? Aside from receiving 9 cucumbers, there was an unexpected delight. Su Wanli smiled. Wearing an extra layer of clothing for warmth is certainly preferable to relying on a single, more effective garment. Hence, he would undoubtedly choose the latter option and select quality returns. Chapter 10. Death witnessing the sudden disappearance of the autumn attire on the seat. Su Wanli could not help but feel a sense of wonder. Without wasting any time, he began to examine the rows of seats. Eureka! Soon, he found himself at the entrance to the luggage compartment, situated towards the middle rear of the bus. Inside the vehicle, there was a row of emergency seats that allowed passengers direct access to the luggage compartment for the storage and retrieval of their belongings. At this moment, he dared not linger outside alone. Instead, he had to resort to this method, placing the food that had accumulated in the aisle into the luggage compartment, piece by piece. After a tedious 15 minutes of toppling seats and prying open the metal hatch, he finally began the laborious task of transporting box after box. It took him over half an hour to stow all the food away. Sighing with relief, Su Wanli returned to the driver's seat to rest. He opened a can of Red Bull to replenish his energy while contemplating his next plan. The dense fog outside showed no signs of dissipating, and the temperature continued to drop. The passengers who had parked on the emergency lane would soon begin to arrive one after another. With the increasing number of people and the lack of food supplies in the service area, a food crisis loomed imminent within a few days. However, the most pressing concern was not the water or food, but rather the creature lurking within the fog. Until that monster was dealt with, or if it possessed the ability to infect, they would not be able to leave the service area safely. Ah! Who threw trash on the hood of my Panamera? A clumsy voice interrupted Su Wanli's thoughts. He raised his head to glance at the parking space ahead. Across a half-meter-wide green belt, a brand-new sapphire blue coupe was parked. Is there a problem admitting it? He thought. Ah, what a disgrace. You lowly laborers. Are you even men? Beside the coupe stood a diminutive man, less than 7 meters tall, holding an umbrella as he shouted angrily towards the service area hall, intermittently cursing in a language from the land of pickled vegetables. From the passenger seat emerged a petite girl, around 6 meters tall, with an impressive demeanor. She glanced at the hood of the car and, seeing only a plastic bag soaked from the rain, couldn't help but feel exasperated. This boyfriend from the land of pickled vegetables treated her well, hailing from a wealthy family. Unfortunately, he often harbored negative prejudices against his fellow countrymen. That trash bag might have blown over. Don't get upset. Hey, darling, why aren't you using the umbrella? Hurry back to the car, it's cold outside. The man seemed quite fond of the girl. He promptly held the umbrella over her, speaking softly to comfort her. Then, abandoning his indiscriminate tirade, he wore a smile, playfully trying to amuse her as they headed towards the service area hall together. Were they heading to the service area? Su Wanli averted his gaze, quickly pressing the door button, leaping out of the vehicle, and jogging to catch up with the pair. He saw no issue with the girl choosing a boyfriend from the land of pickled vegetables. After all, during his years in Yangqing, he had encountered countless individuals who sought out men from Africa, and he had long developed an extraordinary immunity to such matters. Hearing the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from behind, the man from the pickled cabbage nation turned around, instinctively drawing the girl into his embrace. His face a mask of hostility directed at the newcomer. What do you want? He inquired. Su Wanli, donning a black baseball cap, rested one hand on the hammer at his waist, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Despite suspecting that the creature did not hunt during the day, he remained on high alert. However, his demeanor evoked memories of a murderous figure from a rainy night in the man from the pickled cabbage nation, instilling a sense of dread that made him step back, his hand that had been on the girl's shoulder now pressing against her back. Then don't keep your distance. Perhaps influenced by her boyfriend's values, the girl cast Su Wanli a look tinged with evident disdain. She held no prejudice against her male counterparts, provided their identities and statuses were relatively equal. Yet Su Wanli, with his attire costing no more than 500 yuan, clearly did not warrant her civility. You are right, Su Wanli replied, nodding in agreement. He glanced at the petite girl, whose beauty exceeded 80 points, and then at the frail, diminutive man from the pickled cabbage nation. Indeed, one should not get too close to animals. Su Wanli was not one to engage in verbal confrontations. To avert conflict, he preferred to first agree with whatever was said and then turn the derogatory remarks back upon the speaker or their kin, applying what he had learned. Having spoken, Su Wanli noticed someone stepping out of a car a few meters ahead and quickly maneuvered past the two, jogging to catch up. This time, he encountered no discrimination. He walked alongside the other person towards the hall, maintaining silence and avoiding any eye contact. This was satisfactory. However, the morning mist was denser. The 30-meter distance, devoid of neon lights to serve as navigational references, nearly led them astray. They made an unnecessary detour before finally spotting the service area building, which loomed faintly in the fog. Upon reaching the hall, Su Wanli, wrapped in his clothing, hurried to the snail noodle shop and ordered everything he desired in one breath. "Hey there, I'd like a bowl of 3 liang of snail noodles, add a fried egg, a poached egg, and a serving of braised pig trotters, along with some snail meat. How much would that be?" This time, he intended to indulge extravagantly. Simultaneously, he relished the experience of ordering without inquiring about prices. Delightful. "I'm sorry, but the braised pig trotters and snail meat sold out last night, and the fried egg hasn't been prepared yet. We only have the poached egg. Would that be acceptable?" The server's voice jolted Su Wanli back to reality. None at all. Su Wanli felt a surge of anger. After a rare indulgence without price consideration, he was met with such disappointing news. Only a poached egg? Isn't a poached egg a standard offering? Yet, he refrained from making things difficult for the server. "Did business go that well last night?" "Yes, I heard a new wave of customers arrived around 3 o'clock and bought everything that was left in the shop." The server explained, having heard it from her colleagues during her shift. It made sense. Among the various dining establishments in the service area, only the snail noodle shop served hot food around the clock. Those customers must have longed for a warm meal after braving the chilly night winds. "Another batch, you say?" Su Wanli turned his head and surveyed the hall. It was then that he noticed several unfamiliar faces sprawled in various corners, clad in their garments and slumbering, occupying most of the tables and chairs. "I shall have a serving with 2 fried eggs, please." "Certainly, please hold on for a moment." A few minutes later, Su Wanli found a vacant seat, carrying a steaming bowl of river snail rice noodles. While dining, he casually scrutinized the surrounding patrons. Many bore expressions of concern, several coughed. Some lightly, others more forcefully, displaying no appetite for food, slumped in their seats, lost in thought. The few individuals who appeared normal were incessantly scrolling through their phones, gathering and discussing the latest online news. Yet, none mentioned anything regarding the monster. Did that creature only attack the inebriated man? Su Wanli felt a slight sense of relief. Fewer monsters were advantageous for him. With the numerical superiority of the people in the hall, even the most formidable monster could be dealt with. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from a corner of the hall, where a kind-hearted woman was administering a hemostatic agent to the bus driver, only to be horrified to discover that he had ceased to breathe. "He is dead. Dead." Several older men swiftly gathered around, checking the bus driver's breath and pulse, emulating the doctors and films as they lifted his eyelids to assess his pupils. Ultimately, they confirmed the bus driver was indeed lifeless. The outcome elicited no surprise among them, yet their hearts and morals were tormented. Many pondered if the result would have differed had they dared to take the bus driver to the nearest city hospital the previous night. Were they, indirectly, the culprits? Let us await the arrival of the rescue personnel. A middle-aged man, his expression complex, withdrew his hand. He glanced at the 100 or so individuals in the service hall and solemnly stated, "As the temperature rises at noon, the fog shall dissipate. By then, the highway will be reopened, and the rescue personnel will arrive swiftly. For now, let us report to the authorities and follow their instructions." This decision garnered unanimous agreement among the crowd. A young woman spoke softly. "I attempted to call the police several times this morning, but the line kept indicating it was busy." Busy? The listeners were momentarily taken aback. They then hastily retrieved their phones to call, only to receive the same busy signal in response. Chapter 11. Oppression. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat oppressive. Everyone sensed an unusual tension, which instilled a sense of unease, leaving them at a loss for what to do, standing dazed in place. The fog was unlike anything previously categorized, defying conventional judgments based on past experiences. Su Wanli sighed inwardly. The fog outside was peculiar. It swirled and lingered, unaffected by the wind, and it was unlikely to dissipate with a rise in temperature. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether the temperature would rise or fall. He decided to purchase a couple of corns, 2 tea eggs, 2 hamburgers, and half a fried chicken for lunch, and find a spot to gather information. Su Wanli rose and headed to the hamburger shop to procure food. He resolved to remain in crowded areas during the day and to return to the bus with the university students at night, aiming to minimize his presence. For now, the service area had not experienced any water or power outages, and there was mobile network access, allowing for the reception of online information. Aside from the panic triggered by news of casualties, everyone retained a semblance of rationality, failing to correlate the external circumstances with an apocalyptic scenario. As the afternoon turned to evening, if the fog showed no signs of dissipating and the temperature continued to drop, panic would likely begin to spread. In 2 or 3 days, when negative emotions became increasingly difficult to suppress, irrational behaviors might ensue. It was also possible that such a timeline could be expedited. If the creature attacked a few more passengers or was discovered by others, the service area would descend into chaos. At that moment, the true test of human nature would commence. With this in mind, Su Wanli selected a seat with a clear view, refraining from using his phone. Instead, munching on corn while observing the outside world, watching those who had finished their meals return to their vehicles for rest, or those just awakening to dine in the hall. If the creature continued its relentless assaults on humanity, misfortune would inevitably befall some unsuspecting individuals. "Did you threaten my girlfriend this morning?" A group approached him. Xiao Hao, accompanied by several male classmates, glared at Su Wanli with a pallid expression. Threaten her? Su Wanli noticed Lin Xiaoling cowering behind them, her expression one of pitiful innocence, and immediately understood the situation. He looked up at Xiao Hao and sincerely replied, "This morning was a misunderstanding. I have already explained." To convey his earnestness, he retrieved the pickaxe from his lower back and placed it on the table. Disarming oneself is a gesture of good faith, akin to the scenes in films where rival gang leaders disarm their subordinates before negotiating. Su Wanli had no subordinates, thus he simply placed it on the table. Of course, the pickaxe remained within easy reach. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, Su Wanli would be able to respond swiftly. These details were all born of experience. Xiao Hao's expression froze. His companions suddenly tensed. This unfolding was quite different from the usual resolutions within the school dormitory. Shouldn't they have exchanged a few heated words first, then had a couple of people mediate, before everyone returned to their respective corners? Why did he pull out a pickaxe after just a single exchange? Xiao Hao, let it go. Let us not dwell on it. As Su Wanli brandished a claw hammer, Lin Xiaoling, unwilling to see her boyfriend come to harm, pulled him away. Their group arrived hastily and departed just as swiftly. Su Wanli, momentarily bewildered, pondered their intentions. Yet, he set aside his curiosity, prioritizing the imperative task of gathering information on the monsters. He secured the hammer at his waist and continued to observe the surroundings. Time elapsed unnoticed, and gradually, the sky darkened. The neon lights of the service area buildings flickered to life. Under the kaleidoscopic glow, the mist enveloped everything like a diaphanous veil, thickening rather than dissipating, creating an ethereal haze. It was bitterly cold. After a day of waiting idly, Su Wanli's hands and feet ached from the chill. The clothing stored in his Tuntuntious space had yet to reach the tenfold return period, rendering it inaccessible for the time being. He was clad in merely 2 thin long-sleeve shirts and a standard down jacket, insufficient to ward off the pervasive chill that seeped through, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. His fingers and toes throbbed painfully, while his calves and arms felt icy. Nevertheless, the day's surveillance had not been entirely fruitless. Su Wanli had roughly counted 17 individuals who had ventured out alone. Among them, the one who lingered outdoors the longest was a young girl, who spent 26 minutes chatting on the phone without encountering any threats. The remaining 16 individuals had varying durations of stay but similarly escaped unscathed. He resolved to reassess the situation later and decided to grab a quick meal first, as his body was ill-equipped to withstand the cold. Part of the reason was his inadequate clothing, but hunger also contributed to his discomfort. A hearty meal could alleviate most problems. At that moment, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly oppressive. A woman with a fragile psyche could no longer contain her frustration. Wasn't it said that as the daytime temperature rises, the mist would disperse? A whole day has passed, yet the fog remains. Her words struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of agitation through the crowd. Others began to voice their own insecurities and fears. Indeed, the ambulance has yet to arrive. If the mist persists, will we be trapped here indefinitely? What do we do? I assured my family I'd be home by tonight at the latest. Damn it, I had plans to meet a popular female streamer tonight. All arrangements were made, and now I can't fulfill them. It seems I may never get another chance. Despite the understanding that the weather was beyond anyone's control, an increasing number of individuals joined the chorus of blame, their tones growing more irritable. They sought an outlet for their pent-up negative emotions. How am I supposed to know why the mist won't clear? I'm not a deity. As the crowd's emotions teetered on the brink of chaos, a man intervened, raising his voice to interrupt their grievances. Did he not desire to return home as well? Yet, this situation was beyond his control. What could he do? He had attempted to soothe their spirits, but now he felt unjustly cast as the villain. Damn it, do whatever you wish from now on, just don't bother me, he exclaimed in frustration, turning away towards the fast food restaurant. He believed that one should refrain from speaking out in the morning. With over 100 individuals gathered in the hall, was it reasonable to assume they were devoid of intellect? While others remained silent, he foolishly chose to take the lead. inviting trouble upon himself. The body could not be left in the hall overnight. The oppressive fog had yet to dissipate. The pressing matter now became how to accommodate the bus driver's corpse. Initially, it was expected that as the daytime temperatures rose, the fog would lift, and the ambulance would promptly arrive to transport the body. Thus, placing it in the hall did not raise any objections among the service area staff. However, circumstances had changed. No one could predict when the fog would clear, and leaving the body in the hall indefinitely was not an option. Where else could it be placed? Some passengers voiced their dissent. The hall was the only shelter from the elements. Relocating the body to the parking lot was akin to abandoning it. It was proposed to place the body in the gas station or under the charging station canopy, but the hall was deemed off limits. The staff maintained a firm stance. Their employee dormitories were located on the second floor. It was inappropriate to have a body in the first floor. Not in the gas station, they exclaimed. Absolutely not under the charging station. As soon as the words were spoken, numerous voices arose in protest. In every corner of the parking lot, passengers had parked their vehicles, needing to return to them for rest during the night. Imagine stumbling out in the middle of the night only to confront a ghastly corpse. Would that not induce a heart attack? Consequently, both sides engaged in a heated argument. Everyone, please be quiet. Let us place the body in the corridor outside, covering it with cardboard and plastic. The outside temperature is low, and we need not worry about rain. Someone suggested relocating the body to the eaves outside the hall, covering it with cardboard. All other matters could wait until the highway was reopened. This was a compromise. Though both parties remained dissatisfied, the quarrel subsided. Thus, everyone pooled a little money together and enlisted 2 volunteers to carry the body to the eaves outside, covering it with cardboard to prevent alarming the unsuspecting, then layering it with plastic to shield it from the rain. For the moment, the situation was quelled. The cold wind rustled the plastic sheeting incessantly. While the plastic could guard against rain, it could not deter the insidious fog. Thick mist encroached, tendrils of fog creeping through the gaps in the cardboard, enveloping the body entirely, while the cardboard danced in the wind, giving the eerie illusion that the corpse within was stirring. Chapter 12. Shadows. Having resolved the predicament of how to dispose of the body, a considerable uproar ensued, allowing everyone to release some pent-up tension. Consequently, their emotions stabilized, and they resumed their respective activities. In a corner of the hall, a group of young individuals engaged in animated discussions about the news circulating online. Good heavens! Several passenger planes have veered off the runway due to adverse weather conditions, with 2 colliding into buildings and 1 crashing onto the highway. The visual spectacle was more terrifying than any special effects in a film, sending shivers down my spine. I can only imagine the casualties. Is it not possible for the signal tower to assist with landings? How utterly horrifying. The details remained unclear. In the north, it's snowing, while the south is experiencing hail. The severity of the weather is extraordinary. Indeed, speaking of hail, I have several videos showcasing the aftermath in the region south of the Yangtze River. Many individuals have succumbed to falling ice spikes or hailstones, and to this day, no one has retrieved the bodies. Just look at this, it's gruesome. The young man speaking displayed images on his phone to several women at the adjacent table. The photographs depicted a scene of considerable carnage. Please, do not show me that. It frightens me. The girls, more timid by nature, stole a quick glance before turning pale and averting their gazes. Afraid? The young man seemed to find amusement in their fear, and instead of backing down, he produced even more graphic images, standing up to thrust his phone closer to the young women. Take it away. The girls screamed, pushing the young man's phone away in a flurry of panic. In the midst of the commotion, some accidental physical contact occurred. This slight contact filled the young man with a sense of triumph. He found the spirited nature of factory girls rather dull compared to the bashful demeanor of university students, who often blushed at the slightest provocation. He escalated his teasing, chuckling with excitement. Are you out of your mind? A male companion, standing at an impressive height of over 6 feet, could no longer tolerate the spectacle and rose to confront the young man. We are here to enjoy ourselves. And if a female classmate is being harassed, it is only natural to defend her, especially in light of this young man's blatant misconduct. What is the issue? The young man's smile faded as he stepped forward defiantly. What business is it of yours if I am chatting with these lovely ladies? Do you want to fight? As soon as he spoke, several young men from the adjacent tables rose in a threatening manner, casting malevolent glances at the taller student. That is harassment, not conversation. They haven't engaged with you, yet you are the one being bothersome, aren't you? My classmate has declined your advances several times. When a girl says no, it means no. Do you not understand? If you don't, perhaps you should return home to your mother instead of causing trouble. The boy's face flushed crimson as he struggled to articulate his reasoning. However, none of his male peers chose to support him. They all kept their heads down, which only fueled his frustration. The numbers were nearly equal, and even though they had a few absent classmates, they were still in the right. Why should they be intimidated? It would be just a matter of a fight. What is going on? Yusahan returned from the restroom, sensing that the atmosphere had shifted uncomfortably. With a puzzled glance towards her best friend, she could not comprehend why the boy was confronting several young men. However, given the current circumstances, she preferred not to witness her companion embroiled in conflict with societal youths, so she seated herself at a distant table, beckoning other classmates to join her. It's nothing, Lin Xiaoling said, puffing her cheeks as she approached, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Her straightforward nature compelled her to voice her thoughts candidly. She looked up at the boy who had just spoken. We don't know when we'll be able to leave this service area. Let us try not to provoke any trouble, shall we? Who is causing trouble? The tall boy replied, his face a portrait of grievance. Clearly, he was merely standing up for the other girls, yet Lin Xiaoling had twisted it into an accusation against him. All right, you're not causing trouble, she replied dismissively, choosing not to engage further. With a sullen expression, she took out her phone to text her boyfriend, who had been in the restroom for half an hour without returning. Let me share something, Yusahan said, nodding slightly at the boy. We're all on this trip together, and we've surely gotten along well so far. The pressure has been high these past few days, which might have led to some heated words. I know you're not the type to stir up trouble. Nevertheless, she was unaware of the full context of the situation and found it inappropriate to elaborate. She turned to her classmates, seeking to shift the conversation. I just came across the latest official announcement. The school has suspended all classes, and all businesses are operating from home, with no specific date for resumption. It seems this situation is more severe than we initially anticipated. Do you think we should stock up on more food, just to be safe? Food and water are always humanity's primary needs. According to information shared online, there were reports of tragic fatalities on the streets, with no relevant authorities arriving to manage the scene for over 10 hours. If those trapped in the service area were to wait indefinitely for rescue, how would they address their sustenance needs if the situation worsened? The food at the service area was not available in infinite quantities. If they didn't buy supplies now, they might miss the opportunity when others finally recognize the severity of the issue. Let us avoid instant noodles and focus on snacks. Instant noodles aren't tea. Lin Xiaoling began to criticize the nutritional value of instant noodles when her words faltered, and she gazed curiously toward a figure outside the hall. That figure stood not beneath the eaves but in the rain, without an umbrella, motionless, staring intently at the people inside. What is that person doing at the entrance? Who is it? Yusahan followed her gaze. She couldn't discern the figure's exact appearance, yet an inexplicable sense of unease crept over her. Let us not worry about others for now. Let us head to the convenience store for supplies. Just wait a moment. How will be back soon. In love, couples often think of their partners in every situation, and Lin Xiaoling was no exception. She relished shopping for snacks and treats with her boyfriend. Yusahan, however, felt a wave of irritation. She truly wished to leave her friend behind. After a moment of contemplation, observing that there were not many customers at the convenience store, she ultimately decided to wait until everyone had gathered to purchase food together. During this interval, Yusahan engaged in a discussion with her classmates about which foods were nutritionally rich, capable of satiating hunger and providing lasting energy, so they could procure an ample supply later. Is it her? Su Wanli had been keenly monitoring the situation outside. The instant he caught sight of that figure by the door, his pupils dilated in shock, and his right hand instinctively reached for the hammer at his waist. Gradually, he rose to his feet, cautiously inching his way toward the center of the hall. At that moment, dozens of people congregated in the hall. If that monstrous being were to burst in and wreak havoc, he might seize the opportunity to eliminate the threat once and for all. Strangely, the creature remained motionless, seemingly selecting its prey. It stood still for 2 to 3 minutes until a woman noticed the silhouette outside and approached with an umbrella. Chapter 13. Wisdom. It is not uncommon to see another figure outside the hall. However, on a frigid, rainy day, standing there without an umbrella and remaining utterly motionless borders on the peculiar. A kind-hearted woman, holding an umbrella, approached to inquire about the situation. Yet, upon closer inspection, she was taken aback by the appearance of the person before her. The woman standing outside had a complexion as pale as parchment, her eyes were bloodshot, and the wound on her forehead was swollen and whitened from the rain. She resembled a corpse that had been submerged for 2 or 3 days, devoid of any semblance of life. Particularly unsettling were her blood-red eyes, which remained unblinking, fixated on the approaching woman, sending chills down her spine. Why you? The woman stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. The sight before her was utterly terrifying. Even the corpse of the bus driver she had seen earlier that morning had not evoked such dread. It was almost inconceivable that this woman was still alive. Damn it. A bowl of snail noodles costs 18 yuan. A disgruntled voice shattered the tense atmosphere. From the side door, A man carrying a takeout bag of snail noodles walked toward the parked vehicles, bringing dinner to his girlfriend, who was reluctant to leave the car due to the cold. With silent steps, the ominous woman retreated a few paces, matching the man's stride as she faded into the thickening fog. Within moments, she had completely vanished. Ha ha ha. The woman gasped for breath, having inhaled too much cold air, which triggered a fit of coughing. Just a few seconds of eye contact had left her feeling as though she were being stalked by a monster. So frightened that she held her breath until the figure moved away, allowing her to breathe again. Is it hunting those who leave the hall? In the center of the hall, Su Wanli furrowed his brow. Previously, the creature had made several attempts to pounce on the woman with the umbrella. Yet for some unknown reason, it hesitated. The departure of a solitary man provided it with a new target, redirecting its focus from the woman to him. He wondered if that man would return to the hall the following day. Su Wanli dared not pursue him hastily, gripping his hammer tightly. He sought a position with a clear view, his expression grave as he sat down. The creature had not attacked the woman with the umbrella but had instead followed the solitary man, which filled him with concern. This behavior of preying on the isolated and avoiding unnecessary alarm was indicative of cunning intelligence. How, I want to eat chips. Upon seeing her boyfriend return, Lin Xiaoling dashed into his embrace, playfully pouting. All right, Xiao Hao readily agreed, gently wrapping his arms around her, catching a whiff of a faint, delicate fragrance wafting from her collar. Unfortunately, the service area was not suitable. They would have to wait for the fog to lift and the highway to reopen. He eagerly anticipated the moment the mist would clear, allowing everyone to reach Chi Lai. They had been in a relationship for nearly 2 years and had long since played duo matches together, but it was limited to that. His girlfriend did not enjoy playing support, only agreeing to do so on special occasions. Damn it, that girl is really something. Huishego licked his lips. While Lin Xiaoling embodied the essence of an adorable girl, standing at approximately 1.60 meters, her complexion was fair and slightly round, effortlessly achieving a score of 70 or 80 without makeup. With a touch of light makeup, she transformed into a stunningly beautiful and pure. Though she appeared innocent on the surface, the reality was, it was difficult for them not to be entranced. I believe that taller girl is even more captivating. Agreed. The two young men gazed greedily at Yu Sahan's retreating figure. Although she wore a loose cream-colored wool coat that concealed her thighs and torso, it could not mask her alluring assets and graceful curves. One could not see her face, but it was likely unattractive. Does one need to see the face to appreciate such a figure? Haha. The remaining youths joined in the discussion, their words gradually descending into vulgarity, interspersed with lewd laughter. This was a topic they were particularly passionate about. In contrast, Yu Sahan and her companions, who had just arrived at the convenience store, were not in the best of moods. Don't you restock your shelves? Why is there no self-heating hot pot or instant noodles? They are all sold out, replied the cashier, rubbing her sore arms. I've scanned more items since last night than I usually do in half a year. Plus, my colleague who was supposed to take over this morning is on sick leave, coughing away in the dormitory. I've been managing the store and looking after her all by myself, making it impossible to even take a breather for a sip of water. You might want to check the convenience store at the gas station. They might still have self-heating hot pots and instant noodles. This suggestion made Yu Sahan's spirits sink a little more. It seemed that they were not the first to perceive the gravity of the situation. While they hesitated over whether to purchase more food, others had already taken action, securing ample supplies. I'll head to the gas station convenience store. What about you all? Yu Sahan inquired, glancing at her friends. Most nodded in agreement. They were not foolish. With so many people buying food in the absence of any news of rescue, did that not indicate the seriousness of the situation? Haha, I'll pass, Lin Xiaoling remarked, completely oblivious to the seriousness of the issue, raising the bags of snacks in her hand with a smile. This will suffice for me. Then let us go. Wait a moment. Xiao Hao released his girlfriend's wrist. I'll accompany you. I also want to buy more substantial food. While his girlfriend could consider snacks as a meal, he could not afford to be so casual. Otherwise, when night fell and she complained of hunger, he would have to rush out to buy more, so it was better to stock up now. Moreover, he sensed that something was amiss. How? Just as they had walked a few steps, Lin Xiaoling pouted and pulled him back, her expression one of grievance. You all stay here. I'll bring you back something. Yu Sahan felt a wave of agitation. Having said that, she swiftly led her other classmates towards the gas station. The thought of not securing food filled her with an intense unease. Hee, Sahan is so wonderful, Lin Xiaoling made a heart gesture. Afterward, she took her boyfriend by the hand and led him to an empty table, munching on snacks while waiting for the group to return. Xiao Hao felt a profound sense of helplessness. He understood the reason behind his girlfriend's behavior, stemming from past events. Initially, the person he wished to pursue was not Lin Xiaoling but Yu Sahan. In an attempt to get closer to Yu Sahan, Xiao Hao had added Lin Xiaoling's contact information, intending to bribe her to act as a bridge. However, As their daily interactions increased and he faced a series of rejections, they gradually found themselves together. Xiaoling, we have been together for 2 years. Do you still not trust me? No, I don't, Lin Xiaoling replied, blinking innocently as if unaware of the topic at hand. Habitually, she raised her leg and placed it on her boyfriend's thigh, turning to face him while playfully offering him a potato chip. Sighing, Xiaohao opened his mouth and accepted the chip. Despite his helplessness, he was ultimately the one who had confessed first. In truth, it was not entirely fair to blame Lin Xiaoling for her lack of confidence. Yu Sahan exuded an undeniable aura of first love. Although Xiaohao was also quite handsome and a well-known rich heir at school, he felt a certain pressure in Yu Sahan's presence. A sense of inferiority that only intensified when considering Lin Xiaoling's more modest background. Has Sahan returned? Did she manage to buy food? Yes, came the reply. Before long, the group returned, each person carrying large plastic bags. Yu Sahan placed one of the bags on the table. This is for the 2 of you. Is it all instant noodles? Lin Xiaoling inquired as she rummaged through the bag. Most of the contents were indeed instant noodles, packaged rather than in cups, accompanied by a few assorted snacks. She felt somewhat dissatisfied. Aren't there any self-heating hot pots? No, these instant noodles were among the last available. Yu Sahan shook her head. The convenience store at the gas station still offered instant noodles, but most passengers were unaware of its existence or that it sold noodles and drinks. They had indeed stumbled upon a hidden gem. Where's Fang Yuan? I wanted to treat him to some chocolate, a girl wondered aloud, scanning the group. Fang Yuan was the one who had previously spoken up for the girls. Apart from Lin Xiaoling, who thought he was trouble, the other girls had a favorable impression of him. He's probably just being stubborn. Lin Xiaoling dismissed the concern. Shall we return the food to the car? Sure. Let's go. We also bought a few bottles of beer, so we can enjoy some tonight. Should we play dice? Sounds good. As the group chatted, they made their way toward where the bus was parked, feeling a sense of relief after acquiring a decent amount of food. As for Fang Yuan, there was no need for concern. The gas station was merely a few dozen meters from the service area, and being an adult with a tall, sturdy build, it was unlikely he would get lost. Moreover, everyone knew he had a smoking habit, so he was probably hiding in some corner, smoking to relieve boredom. Chapter 14. Price increase at the service area exit. Standing beneath the billboard, Fang Yuan, who stood at a height of 1.82 meters, retrieved the last cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips, rummaging for his lighter. How did I get into this mess? He muttered in frustration, crumpling the empty cigarette pack and tossing it aside. He curved his palm to shield himself from the biting wind as he flicked the lighter. With a soft click, the flame ignited, and he inhaled deeply. The nicotine coursed down his throat into his lungs, imparting a slight numbness that, combined with the frigid air, alleviated his troubled spirit just a bit. Exhaling a cloud of white smoke, it felt as though his inner turmoil dissipated with it. On this cold winter night, the feeble warmth of the cigarette offered him a glimmer of comfort. Suddenly, rhythmic footsteps echoed behind him, peculiar in their cadence. At such an hour, the only one likely to seek him out would be his close dorm mate. The footsteps drew closer, yet Fang Yuan did not turn around. Instead, he opened a plastic bag to retrieve a newly purchased pack of Furong Wang cigarettes, unwrapping one and extending it behind him. Here, brother, no need for words. However, after waiting a dozen seconds, the cigarette remained unmoved in his hand. Normally, his housemate would have snatched it away, but today seemed different. A gentle breeze brushed against his neck, and an unfamiliar, raspy voice whispered ominously, "Why? Why did I get into this mess?" Startled, Fang Yuan turned to confront the source of the strange voice. What the? Before he could finish his exclamation, an assailant lunged at him, knocking him to the ground. Sinking their teeth into his carotid artery, tearing savagely. Warm blood gushed forth in torrents. Caught off guard, Fang Yuan had no time to resist. The artery was breached, and his life force ebbed away swiftly. He reached desperately toward the service area, opening his mouth to call for help, but only a strangled gasp escaped him. In the enveloping fog, no one witnessed the brutal assault, while freezing rain pattered down, washing away the bloodstains and carrying them into the nearby greenery along the roadside. Inside the hall, Su Wanli, upon seeing Yu Sahan and her group return safely, felt even more resolute about not venturing out alone. He turned to the fast food restaurant to gather meals, intending to return to the bus with Yu Sahan and the others. To his surprise, the transparent glass display of the fast food counter was filled with an array of home-cooked dishes, steaming and fragrant. Is no one dining today? Su Wanli pondered, perplexed. It shouldn't be the case. The convenience store had been nearly stripped bare by the travelers, so why was the restaurant so deserted? Ah, the prices have gone up, remarked the lady serving the dishes. Prices have increased? Su Wanli glanced at the small blackboard in the upper right corner, where it read, 1 meat and 1 vegetable. Originally 12, crossed out, now 50. The cost of a simple meal had soared to 50 yuan. Upon further inspection, the price of a meat and 2 vegetable dishes has surged from 18 to 70 yuan, while adding an extra vegetable dish incurs an additional 20 yuan. The cost of 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes has astonishingly breached the 3-digit mark, reaching a full 100. This price hike extends beyond just the meal sets. The previously unlimited rice has now been restricted, and should one desire more, an extra 5 yuan must be tendered for each serving. Is this madness? Su Wanli could not help but voice his frustration. This is not merely a price increase. It is blatant exploitation amidst chaos. The standard price for a meat and a vegetable dish was 12 yuan, yet even this had its fair share of patrons deeming it too steep. Now, the price has skyrocketed to 50. This is not the price we set. I know. I am referring to your boss's insanity. This is not our boss's pricing. Huh? Su Wanli was somewhat bewildered. If it is not the boss's pricing, then whose is it? Haha. A middle-aged man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses approached with a smile. He produced an unopened pack of black Furonwang cigarettes, unwrapped it in front of Su Wanli, and offered one. Brother, I have already packed up the fast food establishment along with its patrons. Packed up? Su Wanli accepted the cigarette, tucking it behind his ear. Occasionally, he would accompany his colleagues in sharing a smoke, though he himself did not partake, emphasizing companionship instead. Indeed, the middle-aged man retrieved another cigarette, lit it, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a plume of smoke. My surname is Liang, given name Yukai. You may address me as Boss Liang. He had invested a considerable sum to secure all the food from the fast food restaurant, not out of whimsy, but rather in response to the frenzy at convenience stores where people were frantically stockpiling provisions, coupled with the absence of any news regarding aid, leading him to perceive a lucrative opportunity. After thorough contemplation, he resolutely made his decision. Greetings, Boss Liang. Su Wanli casually acknowledged him, uncertain of the man's intentions. Brother. Liang Yukai took a couple of puffs, flicking the ash away. I would like to treat you to a few meals. Treat me to a meal? Indeed. Why? Su Wanli's guard was instantly up. He was no naive newcomer to society and certainly did not believe in opportunities that fell from the sky. When faced with such situations, one should never think of gaining an advantage without first considering whether they possess anything of value that might attract unwanted attention. Haha. I merely believe you are not an ordinary individual and wish to forge a friendship. In the event of any disturbances, I would hope you might lend your voice in support. Liang Yukai revealed his intent. Prior to securing the fast food establishment, he had inquired about the stock levels of other dining establishments. Given the current foot traffic and dining circumstances, other restaurants would deplete their supplies within a day or two, forcing them to declare a sellout. When that time comes, his fast food outlet would be the sole establishment with food for sale in the entire service area, compelling others to come, regardless of the price. However, should the prices be excessively high, it is inevitable that some patrons would cause a ruckus. Thus, Liang Yukai sought to enlist a few individuals to help maintain order. Dressed in a tailored outfit and carrying a crowbar, Su Wanli became his primary target for recruitment. If all goes smoothly, he might double the meal prices and reap substantial profits. With a new car and a new home, and a little darling in each hand, life would be affluent, rendering any insignificant complaints inconsequential. Upon hearing these words, Su Wanli let out a sigh of relief. It turned out they were seeking him as a pawn, a mere enforcer. However, he harbored no interest in such matters. At this juncture in his life, he merely wished to dine in peace, return to the bus, and recline as he awaited the return of supplies to the Tunton-Mouse space. Other affairs he resolutely chose to disregard. Brother, let us first discuss the remuneration. Liang Yukai, skilled in reading between the lines, noticed the subtle shift in Su Wanli's expression and swiftly accelerated the conversation, presenting his offer. 500 a day, covering 3 meals. What say you? Not a chance, came Su Wanli's curt reply. 600. Liang Yukai gritted his teeth, raising the stakes. This price exceeded his psychological threshold, and considering 3 meals a day, it edged toward 1,000. Nonetheless, he was eager to win Su Wanli over, imploring earnestly, brother, standing on the platform does not necessarily require violence. If you simply join us for a meal and linger a bit longer, you could earn 600. This is a fair deal. I have just emerged from a decade of study and wish to avoid any further entanglements, so let us not speak of this again, Su Wanli fabricated. Utilizing the perception that many of the drivers regarded him as a learned individual, thus shielding himself from any troublesome encounters. 10 years? An inner tempest erupted within Liang Yukai as his gaze instinctively averted. He adjusted his glasses, attempting to mask his inner turmoil while contemplating his response. 10 years. This was no trivial matter, and Su Wanli appeared rather youthful, perhaps merely 25 or 26. Subtracting a decade of study, the implications were chillingly profound. Chapter 15. Snowfall. Let us return after dinner and wait for Fong Yuan, one suggested. Sure. I would like some diced chicken, the Kung Pao chicken, please. Yu Sahan approached with Lin Xiaoling and several others, each carrying bulging plastic bags. A group of boys held 6 packs of 24 cans of beer, cluttering the small table with an array of food. Finding it inconvenient to dine, they placed the items on the floor, leaving 2 to guard them while the others ordered at the fast food counter. What the hell? $50 for a meat and a vegetable dish? Are you robbing us? What is this? A robbery. The group gaped at the prices listed on the small blackboard, momentarily taken aback. While they could manage to accept a few dollars increase, such a steep hike felt like an affront to their intelligence. Will you be dining in or taking out? Su Wanli inquired. If they were taking out, he would accompany them back to the bus to eat. If dining in, he would join them and return once everyone finished their meal. He preferred to follow the crowd. Haha, we plan to eat somewhere else, a boy chuckled, shaking his head. $50? Who wants to be the fool here? The group promptly headed to the nearby snail noodle shop without a second thought. Please visit us again, Liang Yukai called out to their departing figures. Exhibiting no disappointment at the loss of business, he had anticipated such a turn of events. Naturally, when faced with rising prices, even an increase of a few dollars evokes resistance, necessitating a process of acceptance. I'll have a set meal with 2 meats and 2 vegetables, Su Wanli said as he scanned the QR code with his phone. The students likely intended to dine in at the snail noodle shop, thus he saw no need to take out. After placing his order, he directly approached Liang Yukai to purchase 2 frozen whole chickens, 2 pounds of ribs, 5 pounds of pork, 10 pounds of rice, and some long-lasting vegetables. Just because others could not transform these ingredients into meals did not imply he could not. He was returning home equipped with pots and pans. Brother Su, enjoy your meal. If you need more, just ask Sister Wang for extra dishes or rice. Don't hesitate. Liang Yukai warmly addressed him. Sister Wang, please take good care of Brother Su and ensure he receives additional dishes without extra charge. Next, he headed to the convenience store to buy a few packs of cigarettes priced around 20. Then made his way directly towards a group of unruly young men in the corner of the hall. Are you looking for those young men? Su Wanli immediately discerned Liang Yotsai's intentions. Indeed, those young men, with their limited foresight, could be easily swayed with a bit of money and were at an age prone to impulsiveness, making them the most suitable candidates for the role of muscle. Aside from Su Wanli, other men, whether students or otherwise, harbored some reservations. Not suitable. Brother Yukai. Everyone, call him Brother Kai. Brother Kai, you're amazing. Within 2 minutes, the young men surrounded Liang Yukai, enthusiastically calling him brother. Regardless of their sincerity, they put on a show, warmly surrounding Liang Yukai, cleaning the tables and chairs, offering cigarettes and lighting them with evident fervor. Sister Wang, please serve these brothers some hot dishes. Liang Yukai, in high spirits, leisurely puffs on his cigarette. He has brought along 6 young men, with an agreed price of 200 per person per day, including lunch and dinner. It may seem a bit extravagant, yet the advantage lies in the numbers, facilitating matters. Just imagine, when a few rough and tumble youths settle into nearby chairs, those who contemplate causing trouble will think twice, won't they? You claim it affects business? Not at all. What Liang Yukai engages in is not typical commerce. He fears not the customer's reluctance to come, but rather the possibility of someone instigating trouble. Isn't that the brother who treated us to cigarettes last night? Goodness. 100 for 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, truly affluent. Ha ha ha, Brother Huishi, have you forgotten? We are not like others. They must pay for their meals, whereas we dine without cost. In fact, they owe us money. Brother Huishi, the leader, occupies a vacant table next to them, while waiting for their food. They notice Su, who is quietly dining, and begin to mock him in a teasing manner. However, their words lack severity, merely exchanging light banter. After all, one must earn their keep without offending customers. Su Wanli sets down his utensils, unhurriedly wipes his mouth with a napkin, and rises, taking his handbag from the adjacent chair. As he passes by Brother Huishi and his companions, a clattering of metal tools resonates from his bag, startling Brother Huishi, who feels an inexplicable chill at the back of his head. Meanwhile, at the snail noodle shop, Yu Sahan and her group have just finished their meal. Upon seeing Su Wanli exit, they nod slightly and then join their classmates to return to the bus. Due to the earlier incident, the group is somewhat discontented. Yet only Yu Sahan maintains a semblance of polite demeanor. Stepping out of the hall, a biting cold wind greets them. The air brims with humidity, and the frigid breeze seeps through the cracks of their collars and cuffs, causing involuntary shivers. Is it snowing? Su Wanli pauses, extending his palm to catch the freezing rain mixed with delicate snowflakes. This weather resembles a natural refrigeration system. Placing sealed meat on the bus roof would effectively prolong its edibility. He glances back at the hall, where Brother Huishi and his companions are clad in thin jackets, some even wearing just short sleeves. Yet they appear oblivious to the cold, chatting and laughing as usual. One must admit, these individuals have a remarkable resistance to the chill. How delightful. Tomorrow morning, we can take beautiful photographs. Be sure to include me. Yes, let us have a grand group photo. By the way, where's Fong Yuan? I wonder if he has delayed. The girls, led by Yu Sehan, chat and laugh along the way, showing little concern for the boy named Fong Yuan. A few boys who are close to Fong Yuan, however, make several attempts to reach him by phone. Away, do you have a history with Sugu? After Su Wanli departed, Yang Yotsai's countenance turned grave. What? Huashij was taken aback, unable to comprehend why the god of wealth bore such a serious demeanor. There is a point, but rest assured, Brother Kai, we understand the rules. They occasionally performed at bars and were aware of the owner's thresholds. As long as they did not breach these limits, other matters were negotiable. Heed my advice, it is best not to provoke that individual. Liang Yukai earnestly patted Huashij on the shoulder before turning to the kitchen to arrange for a price increase. He had invested heavily in the fast food establishment and hired several individuals for support, naturally not aiming to profit a mere 10 or 20,000. Such meager gains could hardly satiate his appetite. As night approached, around 9 o'clock, the fast food restaurant had only sold 2 meals. One was the 2 meat and 2 vegetable dish purchased by Su Wanli, and the other was a 1 meat and 1 vegetable meal bought by a mother for her child. The other patrons opted for instant noodles or bread. Unwilling to be taken advantage of, Awei, take 2 brothers and dispose of the leftover food, Liang Yukai commanded loudly. He intended to make a spectacle, ordering the remaining dishes to be dumped into the trash in front of everyone. Not buying, are we? Let's see who falters first. Damn it. Is that scoundrel truly so heartless? Would rather throw it away than lower the price? What a disgrace. This scene incited discontent among the patrons in the hall, with several hot-tempered individuals even resorting to foul language. Liang Yukai shielded a few young men in front of him, paying no heed to the curses that rang in his ears. His message was abundantly clear. He would rather discard unsold food than lower its price. Furthermore, he instructed the serving staff to change the meal prices daily, increasing them by 10 to 30 yuan each time, resolutely determined to hold his ground. Brother Kai, isn't this a loss? Huashij inquired curiously, more concerned with the absence of free food and daily earnings of 200 yuan than Liang Yotsai's potential losses. Worry not. We won't incur losses, Liang Yukai replied confidently with a smile. He had encountered similar situations before. A few winters ago, a severe car accident caused a traffic jam on the highway that lasted over 10 days, during which a bowl of instant noodles might not even be obtainable for 100 yuan. Presently, the external circumstances were even more dire. While the patrons shunned fast food in favor of snail noodles or burgers and fried chicken, it appeared to disadvantage the fast food restaurant. However, it merely expedited the inventory depletion of those eateries. Within days, those establishments would announce sold-out signs. At that time, he would only stand again. If it weren't for the rapid sales of instant noodles and self-heating hot pots in convenience stores, Liang Yukai would have bundled those up as well. Chapter 16. Warmth. The bus was quite lively tonight. Xiao Hao and his companions, armed with snacks and beer, gathered at the rear, engaging in a game of drinking. Although they felt a tinge of anxiety, it was minimal. They believed that with modern technology, the calamity outside could not last long. In just a few days, they would receive rescue and return to their normal lives. King, please reveal your identity. Yes, I am the king. Why is it you again? We have no experience with this game. Haha, it's all about luck. Hurry and give your command. Then let number 6 and number 9 take a bite of the chocolate bar. Who are number 6 and number 9? They were playing a game known as the King's Game, where the king's orders were absolute, and participants had to obey unconditionally. Those who refused faced the penalty of drinking. University life is truly wonderful, Su Wanli sighed. Curled up on 2 seats, covered by a small blanket he had brought, he took out his phone to watch some videos. With several hours remaining until the tenfold return, it was the perfect opportunity for a nap, after which he could change into fresh clothes. However, Su Wanli hesitated to sleep. He worried that the university students might drink too much beer and, in the middle of the night, fail to close the door while relieving themselves, creating a potential hazard. Thus, he stayed awake until past 2 in the morning, ensuring all passengers were soundly asleep before finally putting down his phone and drifting into a drowsy slumber. The following day, just after 5, before dawn had broken, Su Wanli awoke with eager anticipation, inquiring about the Tun Tun Mouse system. Can I retrieve the clothes stored yesterday? Storage complete, retrieval available at any time. The voice of the Tun Tun Mouse invigorated him. The duration for clothing return was set at 2 hours multiplied. And since storage began around 8 the previous morning, it had now surpassed 20 hours, meeting the standard for a tenfold transformation. As he prepared to say retrieve, Su Wanli paused. The likelihood of the other passengers being awake at this time was low. Yet, for safety's sake, he raised the blanket high, creating a makeshift tent-like space. before extracting the clothing returned by the Tun mouse. Beep. Clothing retrieval successful. Stab-resistant leather jacket. Beneath its rough exterior lies the capability to withstand 90 of knife slashes and stabs. However, its insulation is lacking and the texture is subpar. Winter-resistant denim pants. Durable and practical, offering wind and cold resistance. Thermal wear. Provides antibacterial properties, mite removal, moisture absorption, and warmth. Antibacterial boxer briefs. Quick-drying and moisture-wicking, creating a safe and comfortable environment for the little brother, allowing him to stretch freely without constraint. Su Wanli instinctively made a gesture of support with both hands. In the next moment, neatly folded garments appeared out of thin air, landing in his hands. He gazed at the clothing and read the descriptions provided by the Tun mouse, feeling increasingly satisfied. The wait of over 20 hours had not been in vain. Indeed, Su Wanli was very pleased. He unzipped the handbag on the ground and extracted its contents, carefully packing several new garments into clean plastic bags before stowing them away. He also stuffed the still-warm quilt along with his 2 autumn shirts and down jacket into the storage space of the Tun mouse. Beep. Storage complete. Detected overflow in the host's physical dimensional values. Strength 3, Agility 2, Stamina 4, Mentality 2. Would you like to store it? Does not occupy storage space? Overflow in physical dimensional values? Su Wanli gazed at the prompt provided by the Tun mouse, perplexed as to why his body exhibited such overflow. Could it be due to his recent habit of eating heartily and sleeping soundly? Tun mouse, can the returned dimensional values permanently enhance my physique? Dimensional values serve as a special medium, do not occupy storage space, and can be retrieved by the host when needed, if not required. They can remain stored until the limit is reached. Limit? Su Wanli grew increasingly bewildered. He decided to sit up straight and delve into a serious study of the matter. After half an hour, he finally grasped the concept of storing dimensional values. In simple terms, it was akin to possessing a power bank at peak condition, whenever he felt fatigued or drained. He could extract a portion of these values to replenish his state, maintaining his body in optimal condition to confront crises. However, these values could not permanently enhance his physique. The maximum of his own dimensional values would remain unchanged. Why can't they be permanently enhanced? Su Wanli murmured. Had he not discovered that the Tun mouse could store dimensional values, he would have had no further thoughts on the matter. But now that he was aware, his mind began to stir with possibilities. Tun mouse, you wouldn't want to lose your host and be left homeless, would you? He glanced outside at the dense fog, feeling a profound sense of unease. The creature lurking outside was far from ordinary. If it set its sights on him, his demise would be all but assured. Without an enhancement to his physical capabilities, he questioned how long he could endure. This was no exaggeration. In fact, since last night, Su Wanli had felt a distinct sensation of being watched. Even while walking with a group of over a dozen university students, he felt an overwhelming lack of security. No response. Su Wanli sighed. Storage. Regardless of whether it can provide a permanent enhancement, it does not occupy storage space, so I might as well store it. Beep. Storage complete. Returns double after 10 days. Detected initial storage of special medium. Returns permanent enhancement. Return duration shortened to 3 days. Su Wanli was momentarily taken aback, then elation coursed through him. The Tun mouse did not specify the multiplier of the return values, yet he felt exhilarated. In the face of the unknown and the other trapped individuals, an increase in strength would translate to a greater hope for survival. 3 days was a wait he could endure. Wow, there's snow outside. At around 7 o'clock, Lin Shaoling, peering through the car window, spotted the blanket of snow. Instantly invigorated, she roused her female companions and boyfriend, gathering their toiletries as they headed toward the service area hall. Of course, they needed to wash up and apply makeup before taking any photos. Have they finally gotten up? Upon hearing a commotion, Su Wanli swiftly threw aside his quilt, hastened to the car, opened the luggage compartment, and retrieved a plastic bucket, along with his handbag, as he made his way to the hall. Before donning his new attire, he felt compelled to take a shower. It was his personal ritual. Alas, the winter tap water was frigid, especially as it splashed incrementally over his body, leaving his scalp tingling and itchy, while his skin was enveloped in a slight sensation of warmth. Gritting his teeth, Su Wanli rinsed himself thoroughly before quickly donning his thermal clothing. The thermal wear fit him perfectly, enveloping him in a comforting warmth the moment it touched his skin. However, the piece of attire that brought him the utmost satisfaction was his antibacterial boxer shorts, akin to floating freely without any constraints, utterly comfortable. Outside, he no longer felt the biting cold. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but as Su Wanli stepped out of the hall, braving the gusts of cold wind, he felt no chill. His hands and feet remained pleasantly warm. A glance around the hall revealed others curled up in corners, seeking refuge from the cold. In that moment, a wave of happiness surged within him. Chapter 17. disappearance. The roadside landscape trees were adorned with a delicate layer of frost, and the shallow depressions of the road had frozen over. A few girls from the south arose early, eagerly taking their phones outside to capture the moment. However, their excitement quickly waned as they tightened their coats and returned to the bus, their lips quivering in the chill of below-freezing temperatures. Their attire was insufficient to fend off the cold. In the driver's seat, Sue Wanley scrolled through online information on his phone, his peripheral vision catching sight of a tall figure approaching with a playful demeanor. Curiosity piqued. He looked up. The girl was Yu Sahan, who had risen without applying any makeup that morning. Her complexion was evident, fair and blemish-free, adorned with small, beer bottle-shaped earrings. Her face, oval and slightly plump, did not strike one as stunning at first glance, yet exuded an inexplicable warmth and approachability. She possessed a charm that grew more appealing the longer one looked. It was quite cold. Yu Sahan remained oblivious to the boy's dazed gaze. Her cheeks were slightly flushed from the cold, and she periodically stomped her feet, exhaling warmth into her palms. She was rather endearing. Beer bottle-shaped earrings? Sue Wanley was slightly taken aback. In his recollection, such accessories were typically worn by girls who embraced a cool style. Good morning, Yu Sahan greeted politely with a nod, seemingly maintaining a basic courtesy towards strangers. Good morning, Sue Wanley replied, retracting his gaze to charge his phone, opening the browser to search for the latest news. Recently, due to the impact of heavy fog, various regions had witnessed numerous incidents of theft, robbery, and violence. According to related research reports, the pervasive fog contained an unknown substance that exhibited certain infectious properties. The basic reproduction number had yet to be determined, urging the public to take necessary precautions. Carriers of this unknown substance were reported to exhibit violent tendencies and extreme aggression. Such news captured the attention of many netizens. Infectious, violent tendencies, extreme aggression. Wasn't that reminiscent of zombies? The R0 value had not been statistically calculated. If the R0 value were less than or equal to 1, it would imply that the unknown substance could not spread widely and would gradually diminish over time until it vanished. Goodness, a virus lurking in the fog? Are we at risk of inhaling it? This phenomenon likely resembled the flu, where some individuals became infected while others remained unscathed. Ah, how delightful it is to skip class. The invincible wild king is seeking a melodious companion. Is anyone interested in teaming up? Thank you for the invitation, but I'm currently at the academy, playing duo with a senior offline. Image, is someone truly coming from upstairs? I'm 18. Please be sure to include me. Goodness. Am I the only one working overtime at the company? No, my dog is also putting in extra hours. Image. After perusing the news, Sue Wanley furrowed his brow. Was that woman transformed into a monster due to the influence of the unknown substance within the fog? The crux of the matter lies in the monster's infectious nature. This brought to his mind the assaulted drunkard. Could it be that the drunkard has transformed into a monster, much like the women, prowling relentlessly for victims among the patrons of the service area? If that were the case, the number of monsters would swell, while the number of survivors dwindled. As one side flourishes, the other withers, and their hope for survival grows increasingly bleak. He pondered the duration of the contagion. Sue Wanley's expression grew grave. He surmised that the infection period must be considerable. Otherwise, the individuals in the service area would have succumbed long ago, or worse, become part of the monstrous horde. A prolonged infection time would afford people the opportunity to devise strategies and maneuver. Let us go to the dining hall, he suggested. Noticing a group of well-dressed university students making their way outside, Sue Wanley dismissed his errant thoughts, swiftly grabbed his phone and crowbar, and followed them to the service area hall. Observing for another day should suffice to validate his hypothesis. If not, he would need to find another method to alert everyone. The hall was bustling with a plethora of patrons. The snail noodle shop and hamburger joint were overflowing with customers. The entrance was packed, while the breakfast stall had hung a sold-out sign, its 2 weary staff members engaged in closing duties. In stark contrast, the fast food establishment across the way stood desolate, with a few young men idly dozing. Brother Sue, good morning. Leon Yukai greeted him with a smile, his spirits evidently high. The patrons had sensed the impending food crisis, unwilling to deplete their hard-won instant noodles and self-heating hot pots, thus frantically flocking to various dining establishments, causing the depletion of stock to exceed his expectations. In the span of a single night, the breakfast stall had ceased operations. If all went as anticipated, other eateries would follow suit by tonight or tomorrow, leaving only his fast food joint as the sole survivor. Good morning, Boss Leon, Sue Wanley replied with a nod. He had little appetite for a hearty breakfast. He opted for a serving of snail noodles with 2 fried eggs from the adjacent shop, and, at the price of the eggs, purchased half a dozen raw ones from the server. Raw eggs? The server questioned, thinking she misheard. Yes, I have heard that raw eggs possess some miraculous benefits. I wish to try them, he explained. Sir, our raw eggs are not sterilized. We bear no responsibility for any issues that may arise. Are you certain you want them? Absolutely, Su Wanli affirmed with a decisive nod. He did not intend to consume them raw, as he was averse to uncooked food, save for certain vegetables. Very well. The server, with a peculiar expression, turned to fetch half a dozen raw eggs, inputting the price of 6 fried eggs into the register before gesturing for Su Wanli to make his payment. The price remained unchanged from the previous day. There was no increase. Having completed the transaction with his phone, Su Wanli took his 6 raw eggs and a steaming bowl of snail noodles to an empty table. He scanned the area but could not locate the man who had been targeted by the monster. He might have perished or perhaps simply not risen yet. It seemed everyone was in need of rest. His gaze swept over the customers in the hall. The countenance of these individuals was quite poor, each exhibiting conspicuous bags beneath their eyes, their noses tinged with a crimson hue, occasionally coughing or wiping their noses. Those bearing injuries were slumped in their seats, utterly devoid of appetite. However, no one dared to mention the matter of the monster. Where is Fang Yuan? In the corridor of the hall. A few university students wore expressions of concern. Last night, Fang Yuan had failed to return, and they assumed he had remained in the hall to rest, thus paying little heed to his absence. Yet, after searching several times without finding any trace of Fang Yuan, unease began to creep in. Fang Yuan, cease your calling. Fang Yuan is not in the hall. A dozen individuals congregated in the corridor, scanning their surroundings and calling out loudly, quickly attracting the attention of those nearby. Numerous passengers gathered, intrigued by the student's predicament. A woman of refined demeanor approached them. Are you also searching for a companion? Also? Yu Sahan furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding blossoming within her. Chapter 18. Search. The woman's tone was tinged with urgency. Last night, my boyfriend went to the dining hall for dinner, but he hasn't returned for over 2 hours. I started to worry, so I called him several times, but he didn't answer. I came out to look for him, but despite searching multiple times, I couldn't find him. He wasn't at the gas station either. She had brought only a few clothes, and the night was cold. She hadn't accompanied her boyfriend to the dining hall, instead allowing him to eat first and take a meal back for her. Little did she know that this separation would lead to his disappearance. Are you looking for someone? Before Yu Sahan and the others could respond, another anxious young man approached. He held a phone in his hand, displaying a photo of a woman. This is my girlfriend. She went out to the restroom last night and vanished. If you were searching for someone, could you please look for her as well? Inside the hall, aside from the 20 or so individuals who had arrived on foot and decided to stay overnight, most others had cars parked in the lot. These individuals dined in the hall during the day and returned to their vehicles to rest at night, where they could utilize air conditioning to ward off the cold. The only inconvenience was the restroom situation. Men could simply use a bottle or find a spot by the roadside, while women had to make their way to the service area. However, with the heavy fog and poor lighting at night, it sometimes took over an hour for a round trip, leading to a lack of concern about the missing persons initially. It wasn't until dawn, upon hearing about more than one person missing, that they began to realize the gravity of the situation. Why don't we create a group? Yu Sahan suggested. Within a few minutes, several individuals reported that they could not reach their companions, indicating that the number of missing persons was far greater than a few. Establishing a search group chat would facilitate communication and information exchange. All right, everyone, please send your photos to the group, and we'll search together. It would be best to invite others as well. The more people, the better. Soon, a group chat named Search for the Missing was established. They shared photos and basic information of the missing individuals in the chat and sought to recruit more participants. The men paired off to search, either progressing along the road ahead or retracing their steps, striving to widen their search radius. We have a classmate who is missing. All right, Su Wanli interjected, not waiting for Yu Sahan to finish. He pulled out his phone and scanned the QR code. He had been following the situation and, upon learning that a group chat had been created where missing persons' photos and information would be shared, he joined without hesitation. Thank you. Observing Su Wanli's earnestness as he perused the information about the missing individuals, Yu Sahan felt a surge of appreciation for him. She politely expressed her gratitude before turning to the others. Missing. Sitting by the window, Su Wanli flipped to a familiar photo, his expression sharpening. It was a picture of a couple, enhanced with beauty effects, yet he recognized the man immediately, the one who had been targeted by the monster last night. If the number of missing persons signifies the frequency of monster attacks, it is inconceivable that no one would have noticed. The parking lot, while not vast, accommodates around 100 individuals, which is neither insignificant nor trivial. If that creature were to assault drivers multiple times in a single night, even under the cover of thick fog and the sound of rain, it would be impossible to leave no trace. Someone must know, yet has chosen to remain silent. Su Wanli set down his phone and surveyed those remaining in the hall. given the knowledge of a monster lurking outside. It was evident that none would dare venture out. Before long, Su Wanli's gaze fell upon a figure nestled in the far corner of the hall. The individual wore a hat and coat, curled up with limbs drawn in, occasionally twitching in an unsettling manner. By 4 in the afternoon, the daylight began to wane. The search party returned, their faces etched with exhaustion, lips turned blue from the cold. Did you find anyone? Were they injured and unable to return? Before the search team could regain their footing, a throng of individuals surrounded them, inquiring eagerly. As questions were posed, some stood on tiptoe, peering into the fog in hopes of catching a glimpse of familiar figures. Alas, their hopes were dashed. We split into 2 teams. One heading 3 kilometers ahead along the road, the other 3 kilometers back. We scoured the vehicles on the road, the drainage ditches, and small groves. Yet found no trace of the living, stated the team leader in a grave tone. Their expedition had led them to explore every conceivable hiding place. They ventured through thickets and waded through ditches, drenched by the rain, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. Still, no signs of life were uncovered. Did you reach the tunnel? Inquired a balding middle-aged driver, lost in thought. I am well acquainted with the highways of the Guangdong region. Just a few kilometers ahead is a lengthy tunnel. Is it possible that the missing individuals sought refuge there? The mention of the tunnel sparked a flicker of hope in the eyes of those who had been despondent. The mountainous and watery terrain of the Guangdong region is dotted with tunnels at intervals along the highways. Signals are notoriously poor within tunnels. If those individuals took shelter from the rain there, it is indeed plausible that they could not receive calls. Wait, wasn't your brother-in-law with you when you left? Why hasn't he returned? A woman in her mid-20s asked, her lips trembling. Your brother-in-law? The crowd exchanged glances, realizing someone was unaccounted for. Why had no one noticed? The woman's voice quivered further, revealing signs of impending despair. He was wearing a yellow down jacket, approximately 1.67 meters tall, and sporting black-framed glasses. I remember him distinctly. Upon hearing the description, several members of the search party responded immediately. I was searching the drainage ditch with him. We had just returned to the corridor. And he was still behind me. We were chatting about the weather. How could he not have come back? Perhaps he went to the restroom? The restroom is empty. A man who had just exited the restroom shook his head in disbelief. At that moment, a shiver ran through the hearts of those gathered outside. Had someone truly vanished into thin air beneath their very noses? Could it be that they were lost? A woman spoke up, forcing herself to articulate the thought. Being lost is not the same as being bewitched. In the corner of the hall, a man clad in a hood, his body trembling intermittently, finally found his voice. You should send someone to search the ravine behind the parking lot. There might be a clue. The mention of the ravine darkened the faces of the crowd. They were searching for a person, not a corpse. Who, in their right mind, would venture down to a ravine for no reason? In the early hours of the previous night, the man disregarded the somber expressions around him and recounted his experience. Around 2 o'clock. I went to the restroom by the greenbelt behind the parking lot and faintly heard a woman screaming for help. At first, I thought it was just a couple playing a game, but the cries were too harrowing. He paused, visibly shuddering at the memory. The fog was so thick that I couldn't see clearly, so I turned on my phone's flashlight. What I saw was a figure contorted in a grotesque position, gnawing at a woman. It was akin to a scene from a horror film, where zombies feast on their victims. I was terrified. I switched off the flashlight and crawled under a car, remaining silent until dawn when someone finally passed by, allowing me to return. As he concluded his tale, the others noticed that his clothes were drenched, explaining his occasional tremors. Behind the parking lot, a man from the pickled nation could no longer contain himself. Springing to his feet with urgency. Are you referring to the area near the charging station canopy? His newly purchased Panamera was parked just beyond the lot, adjacent to the charging station. If there were indeed zombies, what would become of his car? Wait a moment. A woman trembled as she extended her hand toward the entrance. Is the twisted figure you mentioned, like that? Chapter 19, The Monster Outside the Hall. A figure crawled like an animal, drawing the attention of the crowd. The man in the hood instinctively turned his head. Upon seeing that silhouette, a scream of terror escaped his lips, and his body involuntarily recoiled. Perhaps overwhelmed by fear, he stumbled and fell to the ground, disregarding the pain in his knees and elbows as he scrambled away from the ominous figure. The others were not oblivious. Witnessing the hooded man's palpable fear, they too began to retreat, distancing themselves from the strange apparition outside. The sky darkened, and the fog thickened. The light from within the hall spilled through the glass door, casting a faint glow outside. In that dim illumination, they could barely discern the figure's posture, crawling on all fours, nearly silent, its head contorted at an unnatural angle, as if straining to hear the sounds within the hall. More than 100 occupants held their breath, their nerves taut, fixated on the monstrous entity outside. Confronted with the unknown, Their every move was dictated by primal instinct. Drip, drop, the rainwater fell from the eaves. The creature slowly ascended the steps, inching closer to the door. The tension in the hearts of the crowd tightened to an unbearable degree. As the monster emerged from the mist and into the light of the eaves, the onlookers finally beheld its true form. On its forehead, a patch of skin, washed pale and peeling by the rain, was visible. Its eyes rolled back, devoid of pupils, and the exposed skin bore no trace of color, rendering it utterly lifeless in appearance. A zombie. The crowd understood why the hooded man had likened it to a zombie. The creature's features undeniably resembled that of the undead. Yet, did not zombies attack indiscriminately? Hey! Just as the crowd held their breath, an incongruous voice shattered the silence. The sudden sound startled everyone. They stared in horror at the monstrous figure for what felt like an eternity. When they realized the creature remained undisturbed, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Many turned to glare at Guru Ajia, the speaker, their eyes filled with anger and resentment. How could she dare to speak so lightly when the lives of over 100 people were at stake? I'm talking to you. Guru Ajia paid no heed to their glares. She lifted her chin, addressing Su Wanli, who had retreated to the back, 1 foot hovering at the staircase leading to the second floor. Aren't you the one with the hammer? Go out and take a look. You want me to go out? Su Wanli exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, thinking he had misheard. The woman outside was clearly not of sound mind. At such a time, someone wanted him to venture out. Indeed, noticing that the creature had yet to enter, Guru Ajia exhaled heavily, her tone growing increasingly impatient. You often carry a hammer. You must be a repairman, right? I'll give you 10,000 if you drive that thing away from the door. Just moments ago, she had been gripped by fear. Unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere, she felt a creeping urge to speak, seeking distraction from the tension. Upon finishing her statement, Guru Ajia turned to the man from the land of pickled vegetables and uttered a phrase in a foreign tongue. The man immediately unzipped his wallet, hastily retrieving a small stack of banknotes and presenting them. Here, take the money and quickly drive her away. Su Wanli, disinterested in the two fools, retorted, What? Do you think the amount is insufficient? Park Hyun-young pulled out another wad of cash, estimating it to be around 20 to 30,000. Take the money and get on with it. The duo had their reasons for targeting Su Wanli. Earlier, a minor conflict had arisen in the parking lot, and they needed someone to step forward as bait. Be it a genuine zombie or a mere imitation, a trial would reveal the truth. Su Wanli narrowed his eyes, fixating on the nape of Guru Ajia's neck, his grip on the pickaxe tightening with resolve. Ahem, let us observe for now and refrain from reckless actions. Liang Yukai interjected with a light cough. The current predicament indeed necessitated someone to take the forefront and probe the creature, yet no one dared to propose it. Perhaps out of a desire to avoid offending others. Guru Ajia and Park Hyun-young, harboring disdain for their domestic compatriots, cared little for such considerations. Their primary concern was self-preservation, utterly indifferent to the fate of others. Suddenly, a voice pointed toward the right. A figure had appeared there, standing still amidst the fog without ascending the steps. There's another one. My goodness, how many zombies are there? A moment of realization struck. Wait, that seems to be my boyfriend. A woman of notable poise stared blankly at one of the figures, her eyes swiftly reddening. Having been in a relationship with her boyfriend for 4 years, they were at a juncture of discussing marriage. This trip back home was meant for her to meet his parents. Yet another creature emerged. The woman's sorrow went unnoticed by the others, who were preoccupied with the unfolding scene outside. At that moment, 6 or 7 monsters surrounded the area, with one blocking the entrance and others remaining motionless in the mist. Wait, that is not a zombie. An observant staff member exclaimed, his voice trembling. That's a person. He is heading toward the hall. A figure approached from the direction of the gas station, seemingly a staff member looking to use the restroom. However, before he could come closer, the crawling monster on the steps suddenly pivoted, leaping forward like a cheetah, lunging directly at the unsuspecting staff member. The other monsters, albeit slightly slower to react, took several seconds to turn and follow suit. In an instant, the staff member was overwhelmed by the creature, his screams abruptly silenced. Soon after, several monsters dragged his lifeless body into the dense fog. Quick, close the door. In the wake of brief astonishment, someone urgently shouted for the door to be shut. Yet, no one dared to step forward. Su only gazed at the open door, hesitating over whether to risk a dash back to the bus, but the thought was swiftly dismissed. In the hall, sustenance awaited, if they could endure just 2 more days. The dimensional values of the Tunton mouse space would be restored permanently. At that point, they could either return to the bus or trek to the nearest urban area, thereby enhancing their chances of survival. Time was of the essence. 2 choices lay before them, either seal the great door and reinforce the glass with cardboard, or face certain demise together. A moment's hesitation could spell greater peril. What shall we do? Liang Yikai ground his teeth in frustration. The fast food restaurant stood directly opposite the entrance. If it remained unsealed, they could very well be the first to perish. Yet, he felt too apprehensive to undertake the task alone. Moreover, this was not solely his responsibility. He was right. Indeed, the door must be closed immediately. Several men voiced their agreement. Consequently, everyone sprang into action. Su Wanli did not seek special treatment. He joined Liang Yikai in moving various objects to barricade the door. While the weaker women scoured the convenience store for cardboard, employing double-sided tape or clear adhesive to secure the glass. However, some lingered at a distance, cowering in the back. Damn it. Those individuals deserve to be thrown to the zombies. Liang Yikai muttered his displeasure. I stand with you, Su Wanli replied with a smile. His gaze swept over the group huddled in the rear, landing on the petite Guruejia, a glint of fierce resolve flashing in his eyes. He would not forget today's grievances. Chapter 20. Jealousy. Around 8 in the evening, a heavy silence enveloped the gathering as individuals sat in desolate corners. Witnessing the monstrous assault had cast a pall over their spirits. The prospect of rescue seemed increasingly distant, and the mounting challenges of food scarcity, frigid temperatures, and lurking monsters left them gasping for breath. The psychological defenses were on the verge of collapse. The only glimmer of hope lay in the belief that the monsters would not breach their sanctuary. As night fell, everyone sought refuge far from the entrance. A voice whispered a caution. The monsters lurked outside, rendering escape from the hall impossible. The limited space of the hall, barely accommodating over 100 individuals, compounded their discomfort. Most dishearteningly, the only resting spots were uncomfortable tables and chairs, devoid of heating or soft bedding. For them, it was a dual torment of body and mind. In need of relief, Su Wanli observed the day's events. With the main door firmly shut and the knowledge of the monsters widely acknowledged, there was little reason to remain vigilant. Upon entering the men's restroom, he unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. Su Wanli sauntered directly to the adjacent urinal. Park Hyun-young, preoccupied with his own business, was initially indifferent to the presence beside him. However, the sound of running water compelled him to glance over. The moment he did, he gasped in astonishment. What the hell? Park Hyun-young's expression was exaggerated, eyes wide as if witnessing the extraordinary. You must be of age to stand like that, right? His tone brimmed with envy. That fleeting glance sparked an unfamiliar sensation within the affluent Park Hyun-young, an emotion he had never experienced before, inferiority. Standing upright, he felt dwarfed by Su Wanli's height, and the disparity was painfully evident. Should be, Su Wanli replied nonchalantly, secretly reveling in the moment. During his time working at the factory, his colleagues had avoided him after a single trip to the restroom together, often keeping their distance at multiple urinals. Is that you? Park Hyun-young suddenly recognized Su Wanli, his expression morphing from inferiority to jealousy. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Su Wanli was without a girlfriend, while he himself was coupled with a petite, sweet-voiced beauty. The contrast brought immediate relief to his mood. Humph. Park Hyun-young scoffed arrogantly, retreating silently. The notion of sharing such a private moment was out of the question. He preferred to maintain a safe distance, turning sideways to shield his view before daring to unfasten his belt. Such a lowly creature, he thought, feeling unworthy to stand beside Su Wanli. With a sigh of relief, Su Wanli emerged from the restroom, invigorated. As he passed a diminutive man, he playfully patted his shoulder, grinning as he said, "Little buddy, remember to wash your hands after using the restroom." "Hey, you didn't wash your hands," came a flustered voice from behind. Su Wanli waved dismissively without turning back, exuding an air of nonchalance. Exiting the restroom, he serendipitously crossed paths with Guruejia. It must be said that aside from her personality flaws, Guruejia's physique and appearance are indeed exceptional. She possesses a petite stature complemented by an alluring figure, harmonizing with her delicate and fragile demeanor. The thought of holding her in one's arms evokes an unimaginable sense of comfort. "Get away," Guruejia admonished coldly. She despises the impolite gazes of others, particularly those from individuals labeled as lowly. In the past, if subjected to such appraisals, she would have undoubtedly returned home to soak in a bath for over half an hour until she felt cleansed in spirit. Huh. Su Wanli responded with a tranquil smile and turned to leave. He anticipated that when the service area faced a food crisis in a few days, and paper currency lost its value, he would relish the sight of those two maintaining their lofty airs. Otherwise, retaliation would lack much enjoyment. "Excuse me. Does your convenience store have employee dormitories?" In a corner of the hall, a man holding a child pulled the cashier aside to a less crowded area, lowering his voice in a plea. "Look at me, with a family to care for. I surely cannot sleep in the hall at night. Could you possibly spare some room for us in the dormitory?" "No." The cashier rejected without hesitation. That is absurd. She knew all too well how terrifying the creatures outside were. Allowing others into the employee dormitory at this time would be akin to opening the floodgates. Inviting even more people. Please, my son is only 5 years old. The man's voice quivered with desperation. He pulled out his phone, his tone nearly pleading. How about I pay for the stay? 1,000 per night? It's not about the money. 2,000. You. 5,000. The man seemed to lose all rationality, oblivious to the cashier's refusal as he continuously raised the price. The first floor was unsafe. His wife and child could not stay there. The hall provided no security, was cold and cramped, and sleeping would mean resting on the table far from adequate for proper recuperation. Moreover, they dared not relax. Enduring for a night or two was manageable, but prolonged exposure would be unbearable. The only viable solution was to seek a rental in the dormitory. The second floor was relatively safer, offering them a chance to rest a little. All right. The cashier, unable to resist the allure of cash, acquiesced. As of now, information regarding the monsters had not circulated online, and no one was aware that the creatures posed a global disaster. Even if some speculated about an apocalyptic scenario, such conjectures remained mere speculation. Faced with the prospect of immense wealth and the opportunity for financial freedom, these impoverished souls were more inclined to pursue tangible benefits rather than ethereal concerns. Thank you. Thank you. Upon hearing the cashier's agreement, the man was ecstatic and immediately transferred the funds, paying for 5 nights in one go. He expressed his intention to renew the lease upon expiration, hoping she wouldn't rent it to someone else. Rest assured, with 25,000 received, the cashier's face radiated genuine joy. This sum equated to nearly half a year's earnings. However, there was still a sick colleague who required accommodation, prompting her to issue a gentle reminder. I have a colleague who has caught a cold. It's nothing. Catching a cold in this weather is quite normal. The man dismissively waved his hand. Given the current circumstances, as long as there is a place to stay, one cannot afford to be choosy. Observing their agreement, several other drivers and passengers mimicked their actions, seeking out other staff members to rent the employee dormitory on the second floor at exorbitant prices. However, the other staff members were far more astute. Aware of the high demand for the dormitory, and directly quoted prices starting at 5,000, refusing to negotiate below that amount. 5,000 yuan could secure a stay in a 5-star hotel, yet here, they might not even manage to book a cramped employee dormitory. 10,000 for a night, declared Su-won at the counter of the hamburger shop, gazing at the server inside. With a balance exceeding 100,000. He could only afford to spend it on the dormitory. All right. The server did not haggle and readily agreed, pulling out her phone to display the payment code. Just as they were about to complete the transaction, a familiar haughty voice interrupted them. 50,000. We are offering 50,000 to secure the entire dormitory. Chapter 21. Leasing Guru Ajia seemed to have locked horns with Su Wanli. Striding directly to the counter, he addressed the hamburger shop attendant. 50,000 for the entire dormitory. 50,000? The figure caused the attendant's heart to race uncontrollably. 50,000. It exceeded his annual disposable income. He had just reached an agreement with Su Wanli, and now, to suddenly retract his decision, the attendant glanced furtively at the hammer hanging from Su Wanli's waist, rubbing the back of his head, contemplating whether wearing a helmet to sleep that night might help him withstand a few blows. Wait, that's not right. He wasn't wearing a helmet. Agree to her. A young colleague approached the attendant and whispered something in his ear, causing the attendant's eyes to brighten. All right, 50,000 for one night. Let us proceed with the transfer. Upon hearing this, Guru Ajia maintained a calm demeanor as he retrieved his phone, secretly sighing with relief. The living conditions on the second floor were safer than those on the first, and he preferred not to be crammed with some uncouth individuals from the lower strata. Spending a little more was inconsequential. Brother, please don't rush. As the attendant awaited the transfer, he caught sight of Su Wanli removing the hammer from his waist, sending a shiver down his spine. The hamburger shop was adjacent to a fast food restaurant. The words Su Wanli had exchanged with Liang Yukai on that day had inadvertently reached his ears and spread among others. 10 years of further education. It indicates a significant impact from the offenses committed. Brother, please follow me. The young attendant quickly stepped forward, gesturing for Su Wanli to move to a secluded corner for a discussion. Su Wanli remained silent, scratching his back with the hammer. He wasn't a psychopath. It was absurd to think he would strike someone without provocation. He had merely felt an itch on his back and used the hammer to alleviate it. Speak. It's not that we are unwilling to lease to you. Rather, there is a superior dormitory available on the second floor. The young man explained, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The Malay Mountain Service area was not expansive, and the lobby featured an open design, resulting in only 6 dormitories for staff. The dormitories included those for employees of the hamburger shop, snail noodle shop, fast food restaurant, breakfast shop, convenience store, and gas station. Among these, the gas station employee dormitory boasted the finest conditions. Nearly 40 square meters, the four-person room included a small balcony, an independent bathroom, and a toilet. The other 5 employee dormitories were predominantly 6-person accommodations, lacking private bathrooms, necessitating trips to the communal restroom on the second floor for bathing and other needs, rendering life far less convenient compared to that of the gas station employees. There are monsters outside. The gas station employees are surely unable to return. Brother, you can reside there without any cost. Why? Su Wanli raised an eyebrow. A bed space in the second-floor dormitory was priced at 5,000. Who would willingly forfeit such a lucrative opportunity? He was not naive enough to believe that the other party was fearful or felt guilty, prompting them to disclose the existence of the vacant dormitory. Brother, we wish to be associated with you. The young man spoke candidly. In the past, whenever I encountered someone like Su Wanli, I would certainly keep my distance, maintaining an attitude of non-discrimination and avoidance. However, the current situation is markedly different. The atmosphere in the hall, filled with over 100 individuals, hints at a potential loss of control. Should one person instigate chaos, the issue of factional alignment would inevitably arise. Presently, the fast food establishment staff, alongside a few associates of Huashigo, are evidently aligned with Liang Yukai. The drivers and passengers residing on the first floor also have a leading figure, Xie Zhongshu, who has been spearheading search efforts during the day. This faction is not only the largest but also the most troublesome. The staff members' attitudes are somewhat ambivalent. If they wish to rent out dormitory spaces at a premium, they cannot afford to associate with Xie Zhongshu. Conversely, Liang Yukai is notoriously avaricious, and collaborating with him would require relinquishing a portion, if not the majority, of their profits. Who would be willing to sacrifice that? Eliminating options, it becomes clear that Su Wanli shares minimal vested interests with them. Their apprehension regarding Su Wanli's intimidating presence is palpable. So, when Guru Ajia suggested that Su Wanli venture out for exploration, why did no one in the hall echo the sentiment? It was not due to a lack of desire. Rather, they feared incurring Su Wanli's wrath. In times of disarray, who would not be wary of attracting the attention of an individual suspected of murder? Join me? Su Wanli's eyes flickered momentarily. He was not truly a recluse. He had simply cultivated an aura of intimidation over the years through his fierce demeanor and frequent altercations, inadvertently establishing a reputation that served him well. However, should he take a few individuals along, it would provide an additional layer of security. Rest assured, we would never exploit your name to stir up trouble. Nor would we require your assistance in resolving any issues. We merely hope that when disputes arise over lodging, you might intervene. The young man felt increasingly uneasy under Su Wanli's scrutinizing gaze, a chill creeping down his spine. He was no fool. He had no intention of binding himself to Su Wanli or engaging in any deep interactions. This transaction, to put it plainly, was merely the exchange of a bed space for a shield. Intervene? Su Wanli felt a mix of regret and relief. He had indeed considered bringing along a few scapegoats, but the thought of involving those with whom he had no quarrel filled him with guilt. Unable to be the hero, yet unwilling to be entirely villainous, Su Wanli recognized that his approach to handling affairs was ill-suited for a post-apocalyptic world and sighed in resignation. He felt the need to learn from others. All right. But I have one condition, Su Wanli conceded. He required access to resources from his secret storage space, which was far more convenient than the dormitory. This storage space was his most significant secret for survival in this harsh new world, and he could not afford for anyone to discover it. What condition? The young man pondered anxiously. Could it be that Su Wanli was also eyeing the exorbitant rental fees, seeking to claim a share for himself? If that were the case, he would need to reconsider his choice of partner. I occupy the gas station staff dormitory alone. Alone? The young man paused, but soon relaxed. As long as it did not involve splitting profits, he was content. However, this matter was not solely within his purview to decide. He asked Su Wanli to wait briefly while he sought counsel from other staff members. The majority readily acquiesced. Yet, 2 employees from the gas station on their break expressed their dissent. You expect us to let others stay in our dormitory for free? Preposterous. Who wouldn't wish to seize the opportunity to earn a fortune? It's not free. Our staff will provide compensation. Then I demand 50,000 for one night. 50,000? Have you lost your mind? You could earn 50,000 from renting the entire dormitory, and our accommodation is larger and more desirable. Why shouldn't we charge 50,000? Do you presume all those individuals are wealthy? Then I shall approach them and ascertain if they would be willing to pay 50,000 for a room. Damn. One must have the means to earn, but also to spend. Whoever dares to obstruct my path to wealth shall face my wrath. Let us see whose fate prevails. With only 2 employees left at your gas station, dividing 50,000 means each would receive 25,000. Are you truly willing to gamble your life for a mere 20,000? Various staff members from different establishments gathered, engaging in hushed debates. When personal interests were at stake, no one was willing to yield. The youth from the hamburger restaurant felt utterly helpless. He finally comprehended why these individuals were confined to working in a service area. Chapter 22. The dormitory curious passers-by eavesdropped on the conversation. The young man refrained from raising his voice, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Thus, we will contribute 10,000 from the hamburger shop's dormitory, and the remaining 10,000 should be pooled together from your establishments to cover the rest. No way. It's not my dormitory. Why should I pay? The young man's emotions were on the verge of unraveling. They are willing to shoulder the majority of the costs. Why can't the rest of you contribute a mere 1,000 or 2,000 each? He posed the question with palpable frustration. How long do you think the dormitory can be rented out? 3 days? 5 days? What if those downstairs are also willing to pay a premium for lodging? Rent or not, we offend someone either way. What to do? Shall we resort to violence? Who will step up? Why is there silence? Let me suggest that the most prudent course of action is to appoint an individual to represent us. If someone wishes to rent, they can inquire with that person. Isn't that a simple solution? Why be so reluctant to part with a trifling profit? His words were candid. Although the staff members were not particularly astute, they were certainly not lacking in intelligence. The hall had enough space for makeshift sleeping arrangements, and renting out the dormitory for profit posed no issue. The crux of the matter lay in the inequity of the situation. Over 100 individuals were cramped in the hall, while merely a dozen occupied the second-floor dormitory, leading to stark disparities in living conditions. It was only a matter of time before unrest would arise. Among them, only one young man hailed from the hamburger shop. The rest were middle-aged individuals. If trouble were to ensue, who would bear the burden? If you are willing to contribute, then do so. I shall not spend a single cent, declared a middle-aged man from the breakfast shop nonchalantly. He turned to the young man, adopting a tone of mentorship. Xiaochun, you are still young and inexperienced, easily swayed by strangers. Do you truly believe that person can handle the situation? Perhaps not. It hardly seems wise to invest tens of thousands in insurance on him. And what about you? Shenbo was disinclined to waste further breath. He glanced at the others, urging them to voice their opinions. We stand with Uncle Dong. Yes, Xiaochun, we believe in you. Indeed, Xiaochun, I support you. Aside from the 4 staff members from the breakfast shop, the others chose to place their trust in Shenbo. The 2 individuals from the gas station remained silent, their previous conversation having awakened them to the lurking dangers outside. With thick fog and blocked highways, they preferred to avoid conflict in the hall to minimize the risk of injury, as medical attention was currently unattainable. 20,000. Shenbo looked at the 2 from the gas station, continuing his persuasion. Before the authorities managed to quell this disaster, we will compensate you with 20,000 for 1 night, and the hamburger shop will reserve a space for you to rest. How does that sound? All right. The 2 gas station employees exchanged glances and nodded in tacit agreement. 20,000 for a night meant they would each take home 10,000. They were quite satisfied with this arrangement, as it ensured them a place to stay without the concern of troublemakers. Should they refuse again, the opportunity might slip away entirely. We will contribute 15,000, and the remaining 5,000. There was a pause in the conversation as Shenbo glanced at the other staff members in the shop. The remaining 5,000 can be gathered from each of you. Is that acceptable? No problem. Everyone agrees with this plan. Shenbo is shouldering the majority of the cost and will still profit over 10,000. The others will share the 5,000, which comes down to just 200 or 300 each. This small sum pales in comparison to their earnings and is of little consequence. A greater gain. Truly, a fool with more money than sense. Bai Jidong scoffed, shaking his head in disapproval of Shenbo and his group, harboring a flicker of anger. Originally, the staff at the service area numbered over a dozen, united. Could they not safeguard the rental of the dormitory? Even if we take a step back, if they could not manage it collectively, could Su Wanli handle it alone? The sheep's horn hammer is hardly mjlner. When push comes to shove, anyone would dare to fight for survival. Let us return to the dormitory and gather our belongings. We'll sleep on the floor at the shop tonight. We must bring down the mattresses. Of course, otherwise, we would freeze overnight. The 4 staff members from the breakfast shop turned and departed. Those with divergent paths do not conspire together. While Shenbo and his companions sought to quietly pocket their earnings, the others aimed to rent out at a significantly higher price and make a considerable profit. In truth, if it were not for Gu Ruijia's extravagant expenditure of 50,000 to secure the dormitory, Bai Jidong would not have looked down upon the mere thousands for a night's rent. Yet, having just witnessed someone pay a hefty sum for a dormitory, it was rather unacceptable to expect them to rent it out for just a few thousand. Please hand me the keys to the dormitory. We'll head up together to gather our things. Shenbo requested the keys to the gas station staff dormitory, not just 1 set. He needed the keys carried by 2 employees, as well as the spare. Let us go, brother. Yes. The 2 ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor. The staff dormitory is located directly above the restroom, arranged in 2 rows with 3 beds each. The gas station staff's dormitory is the innermost room on the right side of the stairwell, diagonally across from the hamburger shop staff dormitory. And adjacent to the snail noodle shop, the remaining 3 dormitories are situated to the left of the stairwell. Let us go in and grab a few items. The 2 gas station employees entered the dormitory first, rummaging through their belongings. Su Wanli followed, surveying the surroundings and facilities. The dormitory resembled a single room in an urban village, featuring a large iron door, a wooden bunk bed. No, rather, 2 sets of wooden bunk beds. Outside, there is a small balcony for drying clothes, around 5 or 6 square meters in size, and the bathroom includes a water heater, while the toilet is somewhat hard to look at. Aside from the slightly unclean squat toilet, the rest is fairly decent. The remaining items belong to someone else. If you do not need them, you might as well throw them off the balcony. All right. The 2 dragged their suitcases and plastic bins downstairs. Brother, I left the keys on the bedboard. Shinbo, who had been waiting at the door, left the keys behind and went across to tidy up his clothes and bedding. 3 meters. Su Wanli stood on the balcony. Estimating the distance from the balcony to the charging station's canopy reveals a mere 3 meters, a short span indeed. In a moment of peril, one could take a running start from the entrance and leap towards the sanctuary of the charging station. Quite commendable, Su Wanli mused, growing increasingly satisfied with his surroundings. The sole drawback lies in the public restroom located at the end of the corridor on the 2nd floor. The soundproofing of the heavy iron door is rather inadequate. When someone uses the restroom or takes a shower in the dead of night, the various noises echo distinctly through the hallway, the sound of footsteps, the murmur of conversation, amplified manifold in the stillness of night. Even the gentle trickle of water from the communal shower can be distinctly heard. For those with light slumber, this could be a true torment. However, Su Wanli remained unfazed. His sleep has always been of good quality. If only he could manage to have food brought over, it would be nothing short of perfection. Chapter 23. The bidding. Around 9 in the evening, the hall's glass was plastered with various papers and plastic bags. These assorted sheets, haphazardly piled, formed a barrier that obscured the view. Occasionally, one could hear a piercing scream from outside. The chilling cries pierced through the barrier, striking at the heart, causing those within the hall to involuntarily shudder as an indescribable sense of dread and horror surged within them. The outside world remained unseen, as did the interior from the outside. This unsettling awareness of lurking monsters outside, coupled with the uncertainty of whether they would breach the premises, was a tormenting experience. One could not help but wonder if the glass doors and furniture could withstand the creatures. Alas, renting out the dormitory was a grave mistake. Did you not express your concerns when collecting the payment? Now that the money is in hand, are you fearful? Fear not. Our shop's rolling shutter is made of iron, quite sturdy. The staff huddled within the shop, their bodies curled up as the sounds from outside deterred them from sleep. At times, the haunting screams offered a strange sense of relief. In the absence of sound, however, their anxiety only intensified. In that moment, some regretted the decision to rent out the dormitory. To place oneself in such peril for a few thousand yuan seemed utterly unjustifiable. Yet, others held a different perspective, deeming the rate of a few thousand yuan per night far too cheap. It was time to raise the price. Damn it, I shall occupy the 2nd floor. If I cannot sleep in the dormitory, I shall rest in the corridor. I refuse to slumber in the hall. In the hall, a robust man, unable to endure the immense psychological pressure, rose and made his way towards the stairs. His movement prompted numerous equally fearful individuals to follow suit. With only a layer of glass separating them from the monsters outside, who could possibly sleep? The slightest rustle would rouse them, their nerves perpetually taut. Under such strain, it was impossible to endure for even a few days. Indeed, not even a single night, nor a moment. Moreover, why should others enjoy the 2nd floor while they were relegated to the 1st? They too could pay. Yes, if all else fails, we shall sleep in the corridor on the 2nd floor. Let us go. In less than half a minute, a group of 20 to 30 individuals had assembled. They ascended to the 2nd floor with great fervor, surveying the corridor before them. Some opted for the left side, others the right, while some simply sought a vacant spot to lie down or settled against the wall to rest, awaiting inquiries from others. Who has an extra bed or floor space for us to stay the night? Yes, we are willing to pay. As they vied for space, the leaders of the group lowered their voices, inquiring through the iron door. They initially intended to knock with force, but a fragment of rationality reminded them not to create too much noise. There are monsters outside. Sleep on the floor? How much are you offering? The residents of the dormitory, having heard the commotion, hesitated. Though the beds were single, they could accommodate 1 or 2 more with some squeezing. If the price is reasonable, negotiation is certainly possible. However, those willing to spend several thousand, nearly 10,000, On a dormitory bed on the first night are typically individuals who are not short of money, the kind of affluent people who do not care about trifles. They would rather not share a bed with strangers or accommodate someone else's sleeping habits, promptly locking the door behind them. Why all the commotion? In the breakfast joint dormitory, Lin Xiaoling was engaged in a conversation with her boyfriend downstairs. The raucous noise from the corridor made it impossible for her to concentrate, and with a puffed face, she opened the door, just as others attempted to stop her in vain. As soon as the door swung open, Lin Xiaoling was startled by the sight of a large group of unfamiliar adult men blocking her path, with even more pressing against the door from outside. Instinctively, she reached out to close the iron door, but the men outside were quick to react, wedging their feet into the gap to prevent it from shutting. What do you want? Don't be afraid. We are not bad people. We just want a place to sleep. That is not possible. Our dormitory is exclusively for girls, and it's inconvenient to let men in. At such a moment, who cares about gender? Their quarrel caught the attention of more onlookers. As soon as the door opened, people in the corridor rushed forward, desperately trying to squeeze inside, as if entering the dormitory would guarantee their safety. Disregarding the resistance of the few girls inside who were valiantly trying to push back, forcing the iron door open. Bang! The iron door collided with the wall, creating a thunderous noise. This loud crash momentarily restored a flicker of reason to the nearly frenzied men who stood frozen in place. After a tense half-minute, with no familiar screams emanating from downstairs, they gradually relaxed their bodies. You are not staff. You cannot go upstairs. Bai Jidong and a few others hurried up. On one hand, they feared that the raucous noise might alert the creatures outside, prompting them to break in. On the other hand, they were reluctant to have their source of income interrupted. Cutting off someone's livelihood is akin to killing their parents. Bai Jidong felt a surge of determination. He dragged a few of the men blocking the dormitory door into the corridor, furiously questioning them. People pay 30,000 for a dormitory. On what grounds do you force your way in? I'll pay 30,000 too. One man promptly pulled out his phone. I'll pay 40,000. 40,100. 41,000. The men incessantly raised their bids. At this point, their psychological defenses had crumbled, and they were no longer concerned about money. 40,000? Upon hearing the bid, Bai Jidong's heart raced. He was internally elated. 40,000 for a bed, with 4 beds in a dormitory. That amounts to 160,000. One night for 160,000, what more could one ask for? Bai Jidong did not immediately agree. He believed a bidding war would likely escalate the price further. The pursuit of wealth can lead to folly. They deserve to be made rich. 41,000. Is there a higher bid than 41,000? 50,000. 50,100. Damn, 100,000. A hoarse low growl echoed. In the corridor, the man's breath caught in his throat. A staggering 100,000 for a single night's bed? This was truly audacious. It was settled. Bai Jidong was indifferent to the madness of the other party. As long as the money was transferred, everything was negotiable. He pulled out his phone and requested the transfer. The short, stout, slightly balding middle-aged man wasted no time, swiftly transferring the funds in several installments, then gradually made his way past the throng gathered at the door. Heading towards the dormitory. Downstairs, some women huddled in the corners, their gazes vacant as they stared out at the parking lot. Qian, Tranqian. A faint, familiar voice echoed in her ears. The woman rose, turning towards the sound. Beneath the flickering neon lights, in the corner outside the side door, a figure stood silently. Brother-in-law? The woman was momentarily taken aback, then a surge of ecstatic joy washed over her. Her brother-in-law was alive. Chapter 24. The fight. The clattering of overturned tables and chairs against the glass door echoed painfully in the otherwise tranquil hall. Tension gripped everyone's hearts as they were startled, instinctively rising to survey their surroundings. Upon spotting the woman who had displaced the furniture, their pupils dilated in shock. Hey, what are you doing? Fear rippled through their minds. What was wrong with her? Had she lost her sanity? How could she dare to move the tables and chairs blocking the glass door? Her actions were unfathomable, especially with her brother-in-law outside. With unwavering certainty, the woman declared, I must let him in. There was no mistaking her brother-in-law's voice. Even though it was intermittent and somewhat distorted, it was undoubtedly him. Thus, she was resolute in her intention to open the door for him. Stop. Most of the onlookers stood rigid, attempting to prevent her but too apprehensive to approach, fearing that the door would swing open before they could reach her, making them the next victims. They shouted loudly, hoping to appeal to her reason. A few, however, fled upstairs without a backward glance, seeking refuge behind the fire door on the second floor, which offered at least a semblance of safety. Several decisive individuals charged forward, unhesitatingly tackling the woman. Let go of me. My brother-in-law is at the door. Quickly let him in. Be quiet. On the second floor, a group led by Xiao Hao rushed in, their faces grim. They had pooled their resources to rent a 4-person dormitory at a breakfast shop for $30,000 a night, paying $120,000 upfront for 4 days, and had arranged a schedule for the girls to sleep at night while the boys returned during the day. Now, the owner was brazenly auctioning off their living space to others. Was this not an outrageous affront? Xiao Hao. Upon seeing her boyfriend, Lin Xiaoling's eyes reddened, and she pouted pitifully. She had been frightened by several unfamiliar men moments before, and a short, balding, greasy man seemed intent on moving in with them. This was absolutely unacceptable. Don't worry. Xiao Hao comforted her, pulling her into his embrace before turning to confront the corpulent Bai Jidong, suppressing his anger. On what grounds do you allow him to move in? What gives you the right? Bai Jidong chuckled as if hearing a ridiculous joke. Because I am the owner. Is that not sufficient? And what of it? We have already secured the rights to the entire dormitory for 4 days. During this rental period, you have no authority to lease it to others. Then I will refund your money. Otherwise, you all must pay more. Damn. Xiao Hao felt stifled by Bai Jidong's unscrupulousness. This man exhibited no sense of contractual integrity, leaving him feeling like a scholar facing a soldier. However, Xiao Hao understood the necessity of avoiding conflict with the other tenants. Otherwise, the discord would shift, leading to a confrontation between them and the remaining renters, allowing Bai Jidong to profit from the chaos. Moreover, they simply could not afford to pay more. They were all university students on a trip, and each bringing along 10,000 was already quite ample. Even if a few more thousand could be scraped together, it is still unacceptable. Otherwise, Bai Jidong's appetite would only grow larger, to a point where they could no longer satisfy him, ultimately leading to their expulsion by any means he deems necessary. Then refund us. We shall not proceed with the rental. Yusahan managed to maintain her composure with difficulty. The notion of several vibrant young women sharing a dormitory with unfamiliar men? It is tantamount to releasing a wolf into a sheepfold and wagering on whether the wolf is herbivorous. Utterly absurd. Henin, we cannot concede defeat. Lin Xiaoling puffed her cheeks, looking indignant and eager to reason. Earlier, she had cowered in fright, oblivious to the avaricious glances of those men, eyes brimming with primal desire. Indeed, Xiao Hao concurred, though his rationale diverged from that of his girlfriend. She was naive, believing that reason could prevail. He, however, perceived the deeper, more sinister implications. In a chaotic environment, Yusahan was targeted by ill-intentioned men, placing her in a perilous predicament. None could fathom the depths to which these lawless individuals might descend. Currently, only the dormitory offered a semblance of safety. They could not relinquish it. Boss, Xiao Hao inhaled deeply, directing his gaze toward the corpulent Bai Jidong. You may rent out the dormitory, but you must wait 4 days. Otherwise, we will treat it as a unilateral breach of contract and demand triple compensation. Kid, you rented a bed. I'll refund you 10,000. The remaining 3 can squeeze together. Don't escalate matters, understand? Bai Jidong's expression darkened instantaneously. Compensation? Triple? What a farce. Even 10,000 would be a stroke of luck. If he weren't wary of the lurking beasts outside, he would hardly fear a few immature youths. Fine, Xiao Hao ceased his banter. He strode towards the dormitory entrance, flanked by 2 towering companions who blocked the iron gate, measuring over a meter in width. He then retrieved a baton concealed within his clothing, snapping it open with a swift motion. Fixing a fierce gaze on Bai Jidong, he declared, I shall see who you allow entry. Xiao Hao was astute. He did not outright forbid entry, but rather implied that anyone willing to serve as Bai Jidong's pawn should step forward. This matter had always been between them and Bai Jidong. If they remained oblivious to this, they deserved to be used as pawns. Damn it, you little brat. Do you wish to rebel? Bai Jidong, with a fiery temper, glanced around, gesturing for his dorm mates to join him. Meanwhile, several colleagues from the breakfast shop pretended not to notice. Approaching now would guarantee a beating. Should injury occur, it would transcend monetary concerns and become a matter of life and death. Moreover, whether it was the earlier 100,000 or Xiao Hao's 12,000, none had received even a fraction. They were being treated like children, promised to share once the ordeal concluded. You are a tenant. Seeing his colleagues remain unhelpful, Bai Jidong turned to the short, stout, balding man who had carelessly squandered 100,000. I have already rented you a bed. The rest is up to you to manage. Would you care to listen to your own words? The stout man was displeased. Spending 100,000 to merely observe? What was he supposed to do? Step forward to take a beating? You collect the money, yet refuse to fulfill your duties? I told you to let me move in. How can I do so when they are blocking the entrance? That is your dilemma. Damn it. The stout man glanced at the young individual wielding a baton, then at the burly middle-aged man, hesitating before ultimately choosing the latter. Unexpectedly, he swung a punch. Bang! It landed squarely on the face. Bai Jidong was completely unprepared. He had never anticipated that the stout man would strike at the mere suggestion, instinctively covering his profusely bleeding nose as his body recoiled. However, the throngs in the corridor made escape impossible. Bang! Another punch came straight at him. Bai Jidong felt slightly dazed, instinctively guarding his head. Despite his imposing physique, which often boasted of his readiness to brawl, he had only engaged in a few fights during elementary school, lacking any real experience in physical altercations. Fortunately, the stout man was similarly inexperienced. After throwing a few heavy punches, he was already gasping for breath. "Stop fighting. Please, cease this." Others in the corridor forcibly separated the two. It was not out of goodwill, but rather because the stout man's shouts in the dialect, coupled with Bai Jidong's desperate cries, created an uproar that caused concern about attracting unwanted attention. They had paid for 4 nights, and thus rightfully expected to stay the entire duration. If you wish to increase the price for lodging, you may discuss it after 4 days. Xie Zhangshu, who had arrived on the scene, stood in the middle, calming the crowd. Having previously identified himself as a retired boxer, his words held weight. In truth, there was no need for him to speak, as others were already losing interest in escalating the situation. They could pay a premium to stay, which meant others could also pay more to have them vacate the dormitory. It was futile. Damn it. There were vacant spots in those 2 dormitories. One had 4 beds occupied by 2 individuals, while the other housed just 1. A glimmer of resentment flickered in Bai Jidong's eyes. Why was his dormitory disrupted while the employees of other establishments were undisturbed? They were all renting, yet he was the sole victim of this injustice. A solitary occupant in a 4-person dormitory? The crowd's previously quelled thoughts began to stir once more. The breakfast shop's employee dormitory was overcrowded, filled entirely with females. Even if they harbored unsavory thoughts, they dared not cause a scene in public. Yet now, with surplus beds in other employee dormitories, the opportunity for accommodation had arisen. If a stunning beauty were to reside within, who could predict the sparks that might fly in the stillness of the night? Chapter 25. Fright. The group did not rush forward but turned to glance at Xie Zhangshu. Observing his expressionless silence, they roughly inferred his meaning. A few men exchanged glances and proceeded towards the dormitory at the end of the corridor. However, this time their demeanor was relatively amicable. They politely knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Hello? Could you please open the door? Get lost. The exasperated voice of Park Hyun-young echoed from within. Earlier that afternoon, he had been greatly unsettled by Su Wanli and was now desperately trying to engage in a duo match, seeking compliments from his girlfriend to regain his confidence. He had no inclination to deal with the disturbances outside. Let South try another place. Upon hearing the Korean language, the men immediately understood who resided inside. These 2 individuals were quite affluent. Their attempt to share the expenses for accommodation was clearly futile, and after a moment's hesitation, they turned and walked toward the employee dormitory of the gas station. Knock, knock. Could you please open the door? The occupants inside complied. Given their familiarity with their compatriots, the group's tone became far less polite. They clamored for the door to be opened, prepared to employ both soft and hard tactics to gain entry into the dormitory. Who is it? Su Wanli was in a foul mood. Inside the dormitory, a small table was laden with 2 hamburgers, some fries, several portions of Orlan-style chicken wings, fried wings, and a dozen chicken nuggets. These provisions had been generously provided by Chen Bo. As the fast food restaurant was closed in the afternoon, and the snail noodle shop and breakfast store had sold out, only the hamburger joint remained open. Chen Bo, knowing Su Wanli had not dined, had thoughtfully reserved a portion of food for him as a late-night snack. Such bad luck. Su Wanli had just finished showering and was about to enjoy his meal while scrolling through videos, uncertain if it was due to the sudden drop in temperature. The ketchup he purchased from the convenience store was nearly impossible to open. Fries without ketchup lacked soul. He resorted to prying it open with the sharp end of a crowbar. However, with a forceful thrust, he inadvertently spattered himself with ketchup. To make matters worse, the bottle seemed expired. The sauce was runny and splattered onto his clothes, jeans, and the table, creating a mess everywhere. Who could possibly be in good spirits? Knock, knock. Hurry up and open the door. Is there something you need? Su Wanli, irritated, opened the door. His face was clouded, and he held the ketchup-smeared crowbar, his gaze devoid of emotion as he stared at the men. Indeed, the ketchup was quite runny, and droplets occasionally fell from the crowbar onto the floor. The man outside had just begun to speak when his gaze fell upon Su Wanli, covered in ketchup, causing his expression to freeze. Is that blood? Looking further down, the stainless steel crowbar, a symbol of status, was equally stained with fresh blood, and the tip continued to drip ominously. Gasp. The man's heart raced. He repeatedly reassured himself in his mind. No, it cannot be. Who would kill someone for no reason? The gaze involuntarily traversed Su Wanli's figure, stealthily peering into the dormitory. Upon noticing a small table laden with food for 2 and the presence of crimson liquid scattered about, yet failing to spot any other individuals. His legs momentarily weakened, leaving him somewhat unsteady. The man recalled the rumors surrounding Su Wanli. 10 years. This individual had pursued further studies for a decade. He was not an ordinary person. It now appeared that those rumors were not merely fabrications. Let us get to the point, Su Wanli urged, sensing a chill against his instep. Glancing down, he observed tomato sauce dripping from the mallet onto his shoe. His mood soured further as he fished out several banknotes to wipe the mallet clean. A gulp involuntarily escaped the man's throat. He had already mentally cast Su Wanli in the role of a murderous fiend. Observing Su Wanli's meticulous cleaning of the mallet, he found the action disturbingly practiced. Compounded by the expressionless visage and the emotionless gaze, indeed, the resemblance was increasingly unsettling. The corridor was narrow, crowded with people, and the air stagnant. The scent of blood from the earlier altercation hung heavily, permeating the atmosphere. In that moment, the man found it difficult to discern whether the metallic tang originated from the corridor or from the dormitory behind Su Wanli. And no, it's nothing. I apologize for the intrusion, he stammered, bending slightly in a gesture of apology. He promptly turned on his heel, departing swiftly without a backward glance. Others, puzzled by the scene, noticed the man's pallor, trembling lips, and demeanor of fright. Glancing at Su Wanli as he wiped the mallet, the glaring red on the tissue prompted their imaginations to conjure images of brutal fights and murders. It was best not to linger. Soon, the group distanced themselves from Su Wanli's dormitory, retreating to the hall to find their own spaces to rest. How bizarre, Su Wanli muttered to himself. He closed the door, discarding his soiled clothing into the bin before taking the bucket to the bathroom for a much-needed shower, intending to wash his clothes as well. With a limited wardrobe, he seized the opportunity to clean what he could. The outside temperature was steadily dropping, and he possessed only 3 long-sleeved shirts, with 2 of them not due for return until the following morning. For now, he would have to make do with short sleeves. Knock, knock, knock. A few skeptical men returned to the dormitory door, resolute in their disbelief that Su Wanli had committed murder within. Did wielding a mallet make one a killer? If so, would they not be chainsaw murderers for carrying a chainsaw daily? Ridiculous, really. With a click, Su Wanli opened the iron door. One hand poised to close it at a moment's notice, the other gripping the mallet, his countenance dark as he regarded the group. What do you want? The men outside gaped in astonishment. Su Wanli stood bare-chested, revealing a physique with subtle muscle definition, not overly imposing, but certainly fit. However, what struck them with horror were the numerous scars, bruises, and cuts adorning his body, resembling a grotesque centipede writhing with each breath. Do you have something to say? Su Wanli's voice was sharp. He felt a twinge of insecurity, instinctively shielding his scars. These scars, a portion of which stem from a vehicular accident, while others are the result of occupational injuries. The accident requires little elaboration. The work-related injuries arose from a lack of educational qualifications, making it arduous to secure stable employment. Essentially, he was assigned to whichever position was in need of personnel. Such roles typically demand no specialized skills, yet they often entail a degree of peril. For instance, operating a machine for compressing shoe insoles poses a risk where a moment's inattention could result in the loss of fingers or even a hand. It's nothing. The man stepped back, forcing a stiff smile onto his face. Brother, do you need someone to warm your bed? Get lost. Su Wanli retorted irritably as he slammed the iron door shut and hurried back to the bathroom to bathe. He sensed the temperature outside had dropped significantly. This back and forth left him with an impression of plunging into icy waters. After finishing his shower, Su Wanli donned 2 short-sleeve shirts and layered on a leather jacket. He hung his freshly washed underwear and thermal wear on the balcony before closing the doors and returning to his bed, curling up as he opened a video. He indulged in a hamburger and fries while watching a film. It was not until 10:30 that he extinguished the lights and succumbed to sleep. Chapter 26. Weapons Ding Dong. Ding Dong. It was just past 1 in the morning. Su Wanli curled up in bed, shivering from the cold. The incessant notifications from his phone beside the pillow went unchecked, as he could not muster the energy to reach for it. Yesterday, he had stored his down jacket and comforter in the Tunton Mouse space, and the only warm clothing he had left had become soiled. Having changed it for cleaning left him with no choice but to don all his summer short-sleeved shirts for warmth. In temperatures plummeting below -10 degrees Celsius, a leather jacket with merely a few short sleeves was insufficient to withstand the chill. Tunton Mouse, can I retrieve my comforter and down jacket? Ding, storage complete. Items can be retrieved at any time. Retrieve, Su Wanli replied without hesitation. He had precisely timed his inquiry. Having stored his belongings just past 5 in the morning yesterday, and now it was just after 1, a full 20 hours had elapsed, meeting the minimum criteria for quality return. Ding, clothing has been retrieved. Natural goose down jacket, 250 grams of down filling, 550 loftiness, warm yet lightweight. best combined with a windproof outer layer. However, its warmth is significantly compromised when exposed to water. Tibetan long staple cotton comforter. Exquisite fabric, elevating lifestyle, soft and skin-friendly. Suitable for temperatures around -5 degrees. Winter denim pants. Warm clothing. Antibacterial boxer briefs. Splendid. Su Wanli sprang from the bed. Swiftly discarding his leather jacket and short sleeves, he donned the newly returned warm clothing. Instantly, he felt the gentle embrace of softness, accompanied by a wave of warmth that dispelled the chill from his arms and torso. After a few simple stretches to loosen his stiff body, he finally felt invigorated. He still needed a snow jacket. Indoors, a warm garment paired with a down jacket would suffice. Outdoors, however, an additional windproof snow jacket was essential. The temperatures were bound to drop to well below freezing. And to stay warm and avoid frostbite, he would need to wear 3 layers: the inner layer of warm clothing, the middle layer of down, and an outer layer of windproof and waterproof snow gear. Now, with the warm clothing and down jacket retrieved, he was merely lacking the outer snow jacket. The comforter was decent, though slightly small. As a bachelor, Su Wanli's bedding was all tailored for one person, a comforter measuring 1.5 by 2 meters. A mattress, and a single pillow. Originally, he had 2 pillows. But a well-connected worker at the factory had proclaimed that a single man did not deserve 2 pillows and had taken the unused one, leaving him with just one. At last, he could enjoy a good night's sleep. The past few nights had been spent on a bus. The constraints of the seating, compounded by the need to remain vigilant against monsters, had left him hardly able to close his eyes. Tonight, he had the opportunity to stay in a dormitory. Yet it lacked air conditioning, and with the mattress and comforter taken by other employees, the frigid temperatures made sleep elusive. Now, with the comforter and clothing returned from Tunton Mouse, he could finally rest soundly. Having resolved the matters of clothing and bedding, Su Wanli pondered what else he should store next while nestled warmly in his cocoon. Having stored food in the luggage compartment of the bus, he found himself with only 6 raw eggs purchased that morning, a crowbar, and a can of unopened yellow peaches that he had rummaged out from the dormitory in the afternoon. The canned peaches could serve as sustenance, while the crowbar functioned as a weapon. The question arose, how long would it take for the crowbar to yield a return in quality? Without much hesitation, Su Wanli resolved to procure a more formidable weapon for his defense. There was still food available at the fast food restaurant downstairs. The price was slightly elevated, but that was of little consequence. However, a reliable weapon was of paramount importance. It could significantly enhance his combat capability against the monsters outside and, consequently, increase his chances of survival. Notification: stainless steel crowbar detected. Returns double in 5 days. Quality return requires tenfold enhancement. First storage of a defensive weapon. Quality return duration shortened by 100-fold. Do you wish to store? This time, Su Wanli did not need to voice his inquiry. The storage system, Tunton Shu, proactively revealed the shortened return duration. Yet, he could not shake off a sense of unease. The last time his life had been endangered, Tunton Shu had withheld any information. Now, without prompting, it was divulging details. Did this signify that his current predicament was exceptionally perilous, to the extent that Tunton Shu felt compelled to provide him with additional weapons? He opted to store the crowbar. A tenfold enhancement was required for its quality return, and with the duration shortened 100-fold, he would be able to retrieve it in 12 hours. 12 hours. Su Wanli retrieved his phone from beneath his pillow, unlocked the screen, and noted the time, 1:42 a.m. By around 2 a.m., he would have access to the quality-enhanced crowbar, conveniently timed for after lunch, when he could enjoy a brief nap. Having noted the specific return time for the crowbar, he set his phone aside, placing the iron belt back under his pillow. The iron door appeared sturdy, however, its lock could be easily tampered with. He needed to remain vigilant. Click. The sound of the door lock turning resonated sharply in the stillness of the night. Su Wanli, who had just begun to drift off, abruptly opened his eyes, his heart seething with anger as his right hand instinctively reached for the iron belt beneath his pillow. Were these people relentless? But when he glanced at the iron door, he noticed no signs of tampering. Not my dormitory? Su Wanli quickly grasped the situation. The sound insulation in these employee dormitories was notoriously poor. Even a slightly heavier breath from someone in the corridor could filter into his room, making it difficult to discern the source of the noise. The sound of the door lock turning had not indicated an intrusion into his dormitory, but rather the clandestine activities of 2 individuals attempting to pick the lock of the neighboring dormitory housing the snail noodle shop. Who are you? Be quiet. Shut up. The commotion outside escalated, accompanied by the sharp sound of a slap. Soon, the disturbance attracted those restless passengers in the corridor who gathered around the door of the snail noodle dormitory, some even entering to investigate the situation. Su Wanli felt a sense of helplessness. These individuals truly lack discernment regarding the appropriateness of their surroundings. The corridor is narrow, yet outside. A gathering of 10 or so people has amassed, intermittently colliding with the iron door. The cacophony of footsteps running back and forth shatters his drowsiness. Nevertheless, Su Wanli is disinclined to venture out and invite trouble. At least until the return of the hammer from the Tunton rat, he must avoid conflict. He plays a natural rain sound sleep music. Extracting his phone, he opens his collection on the video streaming site, adjusting the volume to let the soothing rain sounds fill the air. This auditory ambience fosters relaxation and effectively alleviates stress. Su Wanli occasionally experiences inexplicable bouts of irritation, and thus heeding the advice of online acquaintances, he began to play rain sounds to soothe his emotions, which gradually evolved into a nightly ritual before sleep. Coupled with other hypnotic videos, he seldom suffers from insomnia, enjoying a high quality of slumber. In circumstances as noisy as this outside, the sound of rain is particularly conducive to restful sleep. Chapter 27. 2.5 messages the following day, shortly after 9. Su Wanli awoke naturally. He reached for his phone at the edge of the bed, a habit that had seemingly become ingrained. However, as soon as his arm left the warmth of the blankets, a chilling draft enveloped him. How cold it was! Su Wanli grasped his frigid phone and retreated beneath the covers, cocooning himself in the fabric to bask in its comforting warmth while unlocking the screen. A new group chat named Malay Mountain Service Area was incessantly refreshing with messages. Unread, 99. Had it been renamed? Su Wanli entered the chat. This was a group established by Yusahan for locating missing persons. When he joined yesterday, the group comprised around 20 members. Now, it had swelled to 136, likely encompassing nearly all the motorists stranded at the service area. The renaming to Malay Mountain Service Area implied a shift in purpose, no longer seeking the lost. The messages within bore no relation to finding anyone. The latest official news concerned the zombies outside. A member with a sports car avatar had posted a link. Zombie news. Su Wanli felt a stir of interest upon seeing the title and reached out to click it. Yet, the next moment, a spinning wheel interface popped up on his screen. Su Wanli was momentarily taken aback. Was someone attempting to be clever at such a time? Did they find it amusing? Just as he contemplated typing a retort, the group was already inundated with frantic messages from others who had been lured in by the title. That individual responded defiantly, but soon ceased messaging, seemingly having been removed from the chat. With the gestures silenced, the conversation turned serious. The morning's news indicated that the monsters were the result of an unknown substance inhaled from the mist, causing violent mutations. They attacked indiscriminately, akin to wild beasts, and were beyond communication. Thus, it was futile to hope to awaken their reason through love. Good grief. Were we not also inhaling the virus contained within that mist? Not a virus, but an unknown substance. On the surface, we seemed unaffected, yet when attacked by a monster, the unknown substance within us could be assimilated, transforming us into monsters. Wasn't that akin to becoming zombies? Not quite. Zombies are caused by a virus. Monsters arise from an unknown substance. Does that distinction matter to us? Certainly. Even if we are not bitten, the continuous inhalation could increase the unknown substance within us, potentially leading to our transformation into monsters. So, does that mean we are destined to become monsters? A heavy silence fell over the chat interface. No one dared to respond, clearly accepting the grim reality. Yusahan, however, shared a new video link and provided information regarding the unknown substance. She explained that prolonged outdoor exposure combined with injuries from monster attacks could lead to assimilation. Otherwise, the likelihood of a normal person transforming into a monster through mere respiration was minimal. Moreover, a certain quantity of the unknown substance could even be beneficial to the body. Beneficial to the body? Su Wanli, intrigued by this information, clicked on the video link without hesitation. The video presents an oddity, diverging from the typical app content, as it abruptly transitions to an unfamiliar website, exhibiting considerable lag before playback commences. Is it a foreign production? Within the footage, the speaker, a blue-eyed, fair-skinned individual clad in a lab coat, inhabits a backdrop reminiscent of a laboratory, where several frenzied creatures are securely bound. A cadre of similarly attired assistants conducts various experiments on these monsters. The ambience evokes a post-apocalyptic cinematic atmosphere right from the outset. Unfortunately, the absence of subtitles or translations leaves Su Wanli perplexed. However, the sight of the tightly restrained creatures in the laboratory instills in him an awareness of the formidable hidden powers possessed by nations, which should not be underestimated. The threat posed by these monsters to ordinary individuals is immense. Yet, when juxtaposed with national forces, they seem somewhat inadequate. Merely 2 days have elapsed, and the creatures have already been captured for research. Indeed, in the face of a global calamity, the technological prowess exhibited by various nations undoubtedly instills hope in the survivors. Are the individuals bound in the video those very monsters? They do not appear particularly formidable. Can the classics be easily emulated? Has anyone elucidated the dialogue within the video? The general gist is that they are extracting blood samples from the monsters for experimentation, successfully isolating an unknown substance, and currently investigating its composition and effects. Thus far, the laboratory has concluded that this unknown substance possesses the capacity to enhance physical capabilities. Enhance the body? Is it possible to augment specific areas? Su Wanli quickly surmises that the individual inquiring about enhancing particular regions is none other than the man from the pickled vegetable nation. How amusing. This fellow has evidently been significantly affected. Everyone, let us pause for a moment. Yusahan activates the group mute function. She refrains from typing, opting instead to send several voice messages and upload a few foreign videos. One such video hails from the dark web, its authority yet to be determined. However, moments ago, the military of the Curry Nation uploaded a recent experimental video wherein they utilized live animals as bait for multiple indoor trials. Remarkably, the creatures did not surge into the premises, they can only operate within areas thick with mist. This indicates that as long as we remain indoors, quietly situated in the hall, we shall face no peril. Simultaneously, by 8 o'clock in the morning, numerous netizens from various regions have shared videos of soldiers rescuing trapped individuals. Two pieces of good news: the monsters do not enter buildings, and the military is mobilizing. In this moment, Yusahan's soft, mellifluous voice resonates deeply with everyone, evoking a desire to embrace her fervently. They cannot penetrate indoors. In contrast to the joy of others, Su Wanli shakes his head inwardly. The Curry Nation possesses an enigmatic confidence. He remains skeptical of the information released regarding the monsters. The creature's ascent onto the steps yesterday afternoon was a harbinger, leading Su Wanli to believe that the inability of monsters to enter buildings is merely a temporary condition. As time progresses, the unknown substances in the air gradually intensify, and once a certain threshold is reached, those creatures will intrude indoors to hunt. Furthermore, he has observed that the time of their appearance is consistently advancing midnight, around 6 in the evening, then 4 in the afternoon. Su Wanli resolved to observe for another day. Should the monsters once again arrive earlier today, it would signify their adaptation to the daylight environment, enabling them to roam freely in the daytime. He also needed to return to the bus promptly to transport supplies or venture into the city to seek alternative routes. My dear siblings, it has been a day since any of us have eaten. I trust you are all feeling famished, with the knowledge that the monsters cannot breach the indoors. Let us ignite the stove at our fast food establishment and extend a warm invitation to all. Supplies are limited, so it will be first come, first served. After delivering this message, Yusahan lifted the ban on chatting, seizing the opportunity. Liang Yikai swiftly copied and pasted the prepared promotional text into the group chat to advertise his fast food business. He had inquired the previous night and learned that breakfast joints, burger shops, and snail noodle eateries were all closed, having declared themselves sold out. Moreover, he had just been informed that the military was engaged in rescuing trapped individuals, ensuring that assistance would arrive, whether sooner or later. This, indeed, presents a splendid opportunity for the fast food establishment to profit immensely. There has never been any doubt regarding the might of the military. Chapter 28. Open fire, Brother Kai. Are we truly going to open fire? The kitchen of the fast food restaurant was filled with uncertainty as the chef stood hesitantly at the door. Despite rumors circulating online that the monsters would not invade indoor spaces, he remained apprehensive that the noise from cooking might attract the creatures lurking outside. The thought of earning no money while risking his life was daunting. Wei, what do you think? Should we open for business? Liang Yukai posed the question to Brother Hoshi. He was eager to seize the opportunity for profit. Yet the safety of everyone was at stake. A single misstep could lead to conflict, or worse, loss of life. Such matters required consultation with the enforcers at the forefront. Brother Hoshi hesitated. Although he often confronted those he disliked, facing an insurmountable dilemma reminded him of his own childhood vulnerabilities. I understand. Liang Yikai sighed as he patted Brother Hoshi on the shoulder. The events of the previous afternoon, where everyone witnessed the terrifying assault of the monsters on humans, had left them shaken. A couple of online posts were insufficient to quell their deep-seated fears. They needed time or more compelling, authoritative reassurances. Brother Kai, rest assured, Brother Hoshi said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He thumped his chest and asserted, if we do not open today, we won't take our wages. Liang Yukai inwardly cursed. How could they expect to be paid for not working? Did they think money would simply fall from the sky? Nevertheless, he recognized the importance of maintaining harmony with Brother Hoshi and the others at this juncture. Waving his hand dismissively, he produced 2 packs of cigarettes to share among them. I am not someone who shirks responsibility. Your payments will be exact when the time comes. Now, smoke up. Thank you, Brother Kai, Brother Hoshi replied, visibly touched. What is the most challenging endeavor in this world? Extracting money from the wealthy. Yet Brother Kai was genuinely generous toward them. Don't worry, Brother Kai. Once the fast food restaurant opens, anyone who dares to cause trouble will face our wrath. I assure you, no one will disrupt your business. Excellent. That's the spirit. The group dispersed, smoking and conversing in hushed tones. Meanwhile, Liang Yukai took out his phone and silently began drafting a message. Before he could finish typing, he received a notification. Boss Liang, please reserve a 2-meat, 2-vegetable meal for me. I'll come down for dine-in 10 minutes. The message was from Su Wanli. Liang Yukai paused, his fingers halting mid-type. Something felt amiss. Last night, despite the ruckus from the fight upstairs, the monsters had not been attracted. Even a deranged woman's attempt to open the door had failed to lure them, leaving the glass door slightly ajar without incident. Could their mere cooking provoke the monsters? A sudden realization struck him as he smacked his forehead, muttering to himself. I must be losing my wits over these monsters. He deleted half of his message and stood up, turning toward Brother Huishi and the chef with renewed vigor. We shall operate as usual today. Huh? Brother Huishi and the others were taken aback, suddenly finding their cigarettes unappealing. Didn't we just say we weren't opening? How did we change our minds? Financial brother. Do not worry, Liang Yikai interrupted Brother Huishi. He looked at the group and inquired. You were aware of the commotion upstairs last night, correct? Indeed, those 2 rascals were howling so loud they nearly scared the wits out of me. One of them grumbled. It's infuriating. It wasn't a life and death situation, just a couple of punches thrown, and yet they screamed as if the world was ending, their cries echoing for miles. The group expressed their indignation. Last night, unable to sleep due to the cold, they had retreated to the fast food restaurant's kitchen to sip on some drinks and discuss the charming college student Lin Xiaoling, the petite housewife Guru Ajia, or the other attractive women in the hall, hoping to warm themselves. Just as their spirits were lifted, the outside was suddenly filled with the sound of hurried footsteps. Before they could grasp what was happening, the upstairs erupted with shouts and scuffles. Startled, they lost their buzz and huddled in a corner, too frightened to make a sound. It was not until dawn, when the sounds of patrons talking filled the hall, that they dared to raise the rolling shutter and inquire about the ruckus. Upon learning of Bai Jidong's foolish antics, their frustration boiled over. Had it not been for Liang Yotsai's insistence on avoiding trouble, they would have surely dealt with Bai Jidong themselves by now. Quite the ruckus upstairs last night, wasn't he it? Liang Yukai gently probed. Did any monsters come in? No. Then do you believe that cooking a meal could attract any monsters from outside? At this, Brother Washi quickly grasped Liang Yukai's money-making intentions. The current owner was driven by greed, seemingly valuing profit over safety. Unsure of how to respond, he pondered the dilemma. Could he accept the owner's money while simultaneously stifling his entrepreneurial spirit? All right, financial brother, if you say so, then let us get to work. Brother Huishi reluctantly agreed, though his heart was filled with resistance. What was the point of risking their lives for a mere 200 a day? Yet, having just promised to ensure the owner's business would not be disturbed, he knew retracting his commitment would cost them dearly, not just the income but also their free meals and drinks, given Liang Yotsai's insatiable greed for money. If Brother Huishi and the others refused, it would only lead to discord, and Liang would simply enlist others to oversee the operations, continuing his business as usual. In that case, their meals would no longer be complimentary. The combined wealth in Brother Huishi's group barely amounted to 10,000, hardly enough to cover extravagant meal expenses. It would be wiser to join in on the endeavor. Are we really going to cook? The chef and 2 kitchen assistants exchanged glances, a hint of resignation in their expressions. So, boss, how many servings shall we prepare? 100 servings. Young Yotsai's eyes sparkled with fervor. His urgency to commence operations stemmed from the official announcement of military mobilization. Though the location of the Malay Mountain Service area was remote, it was still a service station on the Guangxi Expressway. Those soldiers deployed for rescue missions might pass through or arrive at the station, potentially distributing disaster relief supplies to those in need, thus impacting the fast food restaurant's business. Liang Yukai was determined to seize the opportunity to profit before it slipped away. Otherwise, once the soldiers arrive, there will be no opportunity to earn. 100 portions? The chef hesitated momentarily. Having worked in the fast food establishment for many years, he was well aware of the food inventory. According to the standard for 100 portions, they could only sell for 3 or 4 days. Once the food was sold out, what would they eat? Do not worry, Liang Yikai reassured, noticing the concerns of several staff members with a smile. I will certainly reserve a few days' worth of food for us. It is impossible for all to be sold out. Very well, with the boss's assurance. The chef and the serving lady no longer hesitated and turned to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. In less than half an hour, the air in the enclosed hall was filled with an alluring aroma of food. How delightful! The passengers in the hall had spent a sleepless night and had not eaten dinner the previous day. At that moment, They were cold, hungry, and weary. Suddenly catching a whiff of the fragrant food, their stomachs immediately signaled intense hunger, prompting them to turn and gaze at the steaming fast food establishment. Freshly cooked braised pork with vermicelli. Liang Yukai called out in a tone neither too loud nor too soft, casually placing the newly adjusted price list in a prominent position. He did not forget to remind everyone, food is limited, first come, first served. Upon hearing this, a group of ravenous passengers stood up, tightening their coats around themselves. Their arms crossed tightly under their armpits, shivering as they made their way toward the fast food restaurant. The cold hastened the consumption of their body heat. Having endured the night in their thin clothing, they were already fatigued and cold, yearning for something warm to replenish their energy. However, the prices on the small blackboard left them agape. 500 for one meat and one vegetable. Have you gone mad with greed? An additional 50 for a serving of rice? Is there something extra in your rice? They could not help but curse vehemently. In such frigid weather, $50 for a warm meal was a price they could begrudgingly pay. But 500 for a single meat and vegetable portion, wasn't that a bit too dehumanizing? Is this business? This is robbery. Please do not be upset, Liang Yukai spoke with a smile. Running a business is about mutual consent. We do not wish to raise prices. However, due to the limited food supply, we must slightly increase the prices. If everyone is concerned about money, naturally they will not waste food, right? He was unafraid of their discontent. Nobody knew when the soldiers would arrive. However, the food in the fast food establishment was under his control. He declared that the stock was limited, so it indeed was. If they did not purchase now, they would not be able to buy later. Let us see who cracks first. Chapter 29, The Reckless in the Dormitory on the Second Floor. Su Wanli finished messaging Liang Yukai and set his phone aside to wash up. Initially, he had no intention of venturing outside until the return of the Tunton mouse and the crowbar. However, the two pieces of news provided by Yu Sahan significantly quelled the chaos among the group. The soldiers were on their way, and rescue was imminent. The moral and legal sensibilities within them began to re-establish their necessary constraints. They could no longer harm others so easily, and some even suggested terminating their lease to reclaim a portion of their hard-earned money. After a moment's hesitation, Su Wanli decided to swap his down jacket for a stab-resistant leather jacket. Although most had regained their rationality, many had committed unlawful acts the previous night. To prevent those individuals from spiraling further into recklessness, an additional layer of protection was prudent. With a creak, he opened the iron door. Just then, a weary-looking woman emerged from the adjacent snail noodle shop staff dormitory. Her eyes were red-rimmed, a handprint marred her cheek, and her clothes and hair were disheveled. Upon noticing Su Wanli's gaze, she instinctively shielded her face and collar, lowering her head as she made her way to the communal bathroom. Is it her? Su Wanli frowned. This woman was the one who had posted in the group yesterday, desperately seeking her boyfriend. Later, he had transformed into a monster, and she had wept in a corner of the hall. At that moment, everyone's attention had been riveted on the creature outside, leaving her unnoticed. It was unexpected that she had rented the adjacent dormitory. Given her current state, she likely had just endured a harrowing experience. Was it the staff dormitory of the snail noodle shop that had been broken into last night? Initially, Su Wanli had assumed it was the dormitory of the hamburger shop across the way that had been vandalized. Now, peering through the crack of the door, he realized it was indeed the adjacent snail noodle staff dormitory that had suffered the breach. In a space of less than 15 square meters, over a dozen individuals resided. 2 sets of single bunk beds accommodated nearly 10 people, with 2 or 3 individuals squeezed onto each bed. On the floor between the beds, 6 or 7 others curled up to rest, while a man lay alone on the lower bunk, clearly visible. He was of short stature but robust, evidently accustomed to physical labor. The man seemed to sense Su Wanli's presence and looked up, his gaze instinctively avoiding direct contact. However, he quickly regained his composure. Turning to continue watching a foreign language video on his phone, fully engrossed in his studies. Su Wanli silently noted the man's appearance before descending to the ground floor for a meal. This individual exuded a certain ferocity and warranted caution. Yet, it seemed he was unaware of the soldier's impending rescue mission. Otherwise, he would not be so calmly engrossed in his studies. Had that woman been bound? Upon reaching the first floor, Su Wanli spotted a woman tightly bound in a corner of the hall, surrounded by various containers obstructing the glass doors. A sense of confusion washed over him. In truth, no one had managed to sleep last night, and the group had extensively debated the incident involving the woman attempting to open the door, deliberating on how to prevent such occurrences in the future. No one believed her claims of having heard voices. As she opened the door, the others present did not hear anyone speaking outside. Why was she bound? Su Wanli casually inquired of a bystander. Last night, he had enjoyed the warmth of the freshly returned quilt, sleeping comfortably without any knowledge of the woman's actions. The multitude of messages in the group chat that morning was overwhelming, and he had little inclination to scroll through them. You don't know? The person he questioned replied, visibly astonished. They then recounted the woman's deeds in a manner reminiscent of a chatterbox. The mention of a voice? Su Wanli silently noted it down. After expressing his gratitude, he turned and headed towards the fast food restaurant. Su Gu is here. From a distance, he heard Liang Youcai's enthusiastic greeting. Su Wanli looked up. Standing at a height of 1.78 meters, he was among the taller individuals of his generation, easily spotting Liang Youcai at the restaurant entrance. Upon noticing Su Wanli's gaze, Liang Youcai stood on tiptoe, raising his hand in greeting through the crowd. Come on over. What's going on? Su Wanli scrutinized the approximately 100 people gathered around the fast food establishment. Why were these individuals loitering outside instead of eating? Did they think inhaling the aroma would suffice? Surely this was just a price hike. Liang Youcai spoke in a nonchalant tone. Su Wanli was skeptical, maneuvering through the throng. His eyes landed on the price list displayed on a small blackboard, and he inwardly gasped. You call this a price increase? Yesterday it was 50. Today it's 500. A tenfold surge. No wonder everyone is reluctant to dine. Had he not been aware of the impending great freeze, Su Wanli would have been loath to spend 500 on the most inexpensive meal, particularly after just receiving news of the soldier's imminent arrival. He would rather endure a couple of meals without food, tightening his belt, than allow himself to be seen as an easy target for exploitation. Haha. Just trying to make a living, Liang Youcai chuckled, warmly urging Su Wanli to come inside. He was in dire need of a customer willing to spend. Believing that if one person chose to buy, business would gradually improve. Come in, come in. We have freshly cooked dishes. I can't afford it. Su Wanli shook his head. It wasn't that he was particularly concerned about money. In truth, whether the meal cost 500 or 5,000 made little difference to him. However, this was not the right time to spend. Engaging in consumption during such a period would only cast him as a pariah in the eyes of others, tacitly transforming him into an accomplice in the price hike. Sometimes, an accomplice draws more ire than the actual perpetrator. Ah, Su Gu, you're being too formal. Liang Youcai remarked with a knowing glance. Unfortunately, he could not rouse someone who was pretending to be asleep. Now, he was genuinely anxious. If Su Wanli did not patronize the establishment, it would discourage others from doing so as well. If you can't afford it, then step aside, don't block the way. As Su Wanli passed, Guru Ajia, with a look of disdain, waved her hand dismissively at her nose. Ignoring Su Wanli, she raised her chin and addressed Liang Youcai. Are you the owner? Yes, I am the owner of the fast food restaurant. You can place an order here. Ordering is possible? Certainly. 3 meals a day, breakfast at 8, lunch at 12:30, and dinner at 6, delivered to the second floor, second to last dormitory on the right. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. Liang Youcai was unexpectedly elated. He was deeply impressed by these two individuals, having last night discussed Gu Ruijia's unpleasant temperament with brother Huoshi. Yet now, Gu Ruijia appeared to him as a veritable deity of wealth. I have transferred the funds. Gu Ruijia opened her handbag and retrieved her phone to scan the code. Soon, the cash register chimed, indicating that 20,000 yuan had been credited. Gu Ruijia put away her phone and calmly stated, this is a deposit. If it falls short, we can add more, but the delivery must be on time. Do you understand? Understood. Liang Youcai replied cheerfully. He watched as Gu Ruijia and her companion ascended the stairs, his face beaming until their figures vanished from sight. He then turned to Su Wanli with a triumphant expression. Brother Su, shall I have your order sent upstairs? Sure. Su Wanli nodded in agreement. As he was not the one to take the lead, there was no need for concern. He took out his phone to scan the code for the transfer. Make it 2 orders, and let us be friends. I'll keep you updated for future meals. Of course. Liang Youcai was in high spirits, yet his demeanor towards Su Wanli was not as warm as before. In business, one must prioritize mutual benefits. If he could not yield any profit, there was little reason to maintain the relationship. Some people are truly foolish. They easily spend hundreds on meals and deserve to be treated as mere chives. Just as Su Wanli was about to turn back upstairs, he heard a snide voice. Turning around, he saw Lin Xiaoling with her boyfriend covering her mouth. Xiao Hao, looking apologetic, explained to Su Wanli and the others waiting to order, I just placed an order with Boss Liang. She was referring to me. As he spoke, he raised his phone, displaying the chat history with Liang Youcai, which included an order for 10 sets of meals, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, along with a transfer of 5,000 yuan. The 10 sets were to be divided among 7 boys, 1 each, with the remaining 3 shared by 6 girls. Su Wanli chuckled and shook his head. Returning to his dormitory. At 2, one learns to speak. Throughout life, one learns to remain silent. Such loquacious individuals, even in a well-ordered society, risk facing consequences. In the current state of instability, Offending a group with mere words could lead to an inevitable and severe lesson. Su Wanli felt a sense of ennui towards Lin Xiaoling. Although she possessed an appealing physique and looks, he felt no attraction whatsoever. To put it bluntly, even if she stood before him unclothed, he would scarcely glance in her direction. For such individuals, merely gazing at their bodies seemed to validate their allure, akin to rewarding them. Far more intriguing was Gu Ruijia. Gu Ruijia was a woman imbued with an inherent pride, and gradually dismantling her arrogance promised to be an exceedingly enjoyable endeavor. Chapter 30. Lack of funds. Why won't you let me speak? After Su Wanli departed, Lin Xiaoling forcefully freed herself from her boyfriend's grasp, her expression rife with dissatisfaction. She was merely speaking the truth. The hall was filled with over 100 individuals, yet no one seemed inclined to purchase meals from the fast food establishment. If Su Wanli was willing to buy, was he not merely a pawn in the game? As for Gu Ruijia, the one who placed the first order, in Lin Xiaoling's subconscious, Gu Ruijia epitomized the affluent elite, a class that required no justification for their spending, nor did they need to scrutinize prices. Su Wanli, on the other hand, was but an ordinary worker, belonging to a social stratum she looked down upon. Naturally, she felt incensed that such a person would indulge in food she deemed unworthy, and she yearned to belittle him, elevating her own stature in the process. To her dismay, her boyfriend intervened, not only stopping her, but also swiftly placing an order for 10 servings. Was this not a veiled admission of defeat? Suddenly, Lin Xiaoling found herself somewhat disdainful of her wealthy boyfriend, who, upon encountering minor inconveniences, displayed timidity and lacked the charisma he exhibited on campus. He had failed to uphold the promises made amidst sweet nothings, bowing low before a mere worker. She began to question whether her choice to be with Xiaohao was indeed the right one. Why do you have to speak ill of others? Xiaohao's tone was somewhat brusque. He was oblivious to his girlfriend's sentiments and had no desire to speculate. The events of the past few days had drained him significantly. First, they were trapped at a service area, with temperatures plummeting and thick fog lingering. Then, a classmate went mysteriously missing, the convenience store was stripped bare, and finally, a monstrous creature made its appearance. One bizarre occurrence after another had suffocated him with an overwhelming sense of dread. As the instigator of this holiday excursion, Xiaohao could not afford to falter. He needed to soothe his classmates' anxieties, arrange accommodations, and order meals. He had to oversee nearly everything, which weighed heavily on him, a privileged rich kid who had yet to step into the workforce. Were it not for Yu Sahan's presence in their small group, he would have long since given up. Many of the plans were actually Yu Sahan's ideas, such as procuring supplies in advance and pooling funds for the breakfast shop staff dormitory. Her foresight and decision-making were invaluable. Xiaohao, meanwhile, took on the roles of executor and communicator. Their collaboration managed to stabilize not only the emotions of their peers, but also Xiaohao's own. Yet, at such a critical juncture, his girlfriend sought to stir trouble, and he found it increasingly intolerable. Deep down, Lin Xiaoling also recognized that her behavior was somewhat inappropriate. However, she believed the crux of the issue lay not with Su Wanli, but rather with her boyfriend's attitude. As her partner, he should stand by her side rather than chastise her, which only ignited her rebellious spirit. She was unwilling to concede. Xiaoling, please refrain from commenting on others in the future, Yu Sahan gently reminded her. What are you two doing? Simultaneously chastised by both her boyfriend and her closest friend, Lin Xiaoling felt utterly aggrieved. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice tinged with a quivering note. I was wrong, is that enough? With that, she turned and ascended the stairs with a determined tread. Leave her be. Xiaohao's temper flared as well. There were matters he could concede on, but some things were simply non-negotiable. Do not say they are unaware of when the army will arrive. Even before the calamity, one should not indiscriminately point fingers at others. Not only does it risk offending people, but it also reflects a lack of refinement. Most importantly, the experiences of the past few days have profoundly made Xiaohao realize the significance of having a capable partner. He believes that Lin Xiaoling might serve as a satisfactory girlfriend, adept at catering to his various whims, yet she is certainly not a suitable wife. In stark contrast, Yu Sahan shines even more brilliantly, exhibiting decisiveness, vision, and audacity. Haha, everyone, please remain calm. Liang Yukai cheerfully maintained order, with Gu Ruijia leading the way. Many patrons from well-off backgrounds or with savings rushed to partake in the offerings, driven by a fear of missing out on the meals. This filled him with delight. Sister Wang, please follow me for a moment. After instructing 2 of his underlings to take over the serving duties, Liang Yikai summoned the 2 kitchen staff to the back and secretly directed them to reduce a meal originally prepared for 100 people to serve 200, without altering the price. In this manner, he could earn a substantial profit of over 100,000 in a single day. Tomorrow, he could raise the prices under the pretense of dwindling food supplies, potentially raking in several 100,000. If he maintained this for just a day or two, he could become a millionaire. If he sustained it for 3 or 4 days, his wealth could soar into the millions. Once the stock at the fast food restaurant was entirely sold out, his fortune would reach tens of millions, allowing him to live a carefree life. Retiring early, wasn't that the dream of every worker? He could already see the dawn of this realization. Hey, you haven't paid yet. I have no money. You have no money. Yet you come to eat. I'm hungry. While Liang Yukai was lost in dreams of a bright future, a commotion erupted outside, with his underlings arguing with a customer. He promptly exited the kitchen. In front of the glass counter, an elderly man in his 70s had somehow slipped into the establishment. Disregarding the attempts of the underlings to restrain him, he eagerly grabbed a plate brimming with pork belly and vermicelli, continuously shoveling it into his mouth while reaching for other hot dishes beneath the glass counter. This scene struck Liang Yukai like a bolt of lightning. His eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at the old man, shouting furiously, "Get him out of here. It's a crime." Before the underlings could intervene, the old man adeptly collapsed onto the floor, wailing in distress. Bystanders, unaware of the situation, were alarmed by the cries and the sight of the rolling elder, conjuring images of a powerful establishment bullying the weak. Is it necessary to be so harsh towards an old man? Don't you have elders at home? What a disgrace to morality, prioritizing profit over ethics. A basic meal set priced at 500, how could such a person possess any sense of morality? No wonder. The spectators vocally condemned Liang Yukai. Among them were those who understood the situation and those who did not, but this did not deter them from vehemently criticizing him, venting their frustrations at being perceived as gullible. They cared little for Liang Yutsai's circumstances or feelings. They were more inclined to revel in the misfortune of someone who maliciously inflated prices. We did not harm him, Liang Yukai attempted to explain. The patrons outside appeared to revel in the commotion, paying no heed to his words. Damn it! Liang Yukai felt an intense frustration bubbling within him, forcing himself to take several deep breaths to regain his composure. At this moment, he could not allow the situation to escalate further. He needed to first deal with the old man, address the tainted food, and provide an explanation to the onlookers before contemplating any other matters. But bowing to pressure? Absolutely not. Mark my words. Liang Yukai cast a fierce glare at the old man before striding to the glass counter, seizing the 2 plates of food touched by the elderly patron, and, before the eyes of the crowd, discarded them into the kitchen's waste bin. Yet, he felt this did not suffice to vent his anger. He then took down the small blackboard and revised the prices, 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish for 1,000 yuan. The ire of the onlookers was ignited in an instant. This time, the act of discarding the food was markedly different from the first instance. When Liang Yukai had initially discarded the leftovers, many patrons had some instant noodles or self-heating hot pots stashed in their vehicles. They were indifferent to his actions. However, at present, they had no means to venture outside, and the arrival of aid remained uncertain. During this interval, the fast food restaurant's offerings constituted their sole sustenance. They were willing to spend 500 yuan for a meal, yet Liang Yukai was discarding food, brazenly attributing the losses to them. What difference was there between this and defecating on their heads? Chapter 31. Sudden change in the hall. Many individuals were suppressing their tempers. During these trying times, enduring hardship was to be expected. If food prices were elevated, so be it. As long as they could survive until rescue arrived, all sacrifices would be worthwhile. However, Liang Yutsai's actions had crossed a line. A middle-aged man, his eyes bloodshot, seized an object nearby and hurled it towards the fast food restaurant. If he preferred to discard the food rather than sell it at a lower price, then let it all be thrown away. There was no need to hold back. This scoundrel did not regard them as human beings, so why should they stand in line? Let us rush in and seize it. Grab it, the man vociferously urged. He was not merely speaking. He shoved those in front of him forward, creating an atmosphere of collective desperation to storm the fast food establishment and seize the food. The onlookers, unable to discern the situation, followed suit, propelled by the momentum of those leading the charge. There was little food to be had, and the swift would claim it while the slow would be left empty-handed. Seize it, an elderly man on the ground shouted, though he skillfully maneuvered to the periphery, wary of being trampled by the frenzied crowd. He was not idle either. Stealthily slipping into the kitchen, he opened the refrigerated cabinet and stuffed food into his clothes. Regardless of whether it was cooked or cold, he would take what he could, intending to sell it at a high price to other eateries, or perhaps to Liang Yukai himself, pocketing a small sum to buy gifts for his grandson for the new year. Suddenly overwhelmed by the unexpected chaos, Liang Yukai found himself in a daze. Yet, as he gazed at the overturned plates of food, a surge of determination welled within him. His mind clouded with rage. He charged into the kitchen, seizing a knife and aiming it at the nearest food thief, delivering a brutal blow. Whoever obstructs my livelihood, I shall strike down. With a sickening crack, the sound of breaking bone echoed through the air. Stunned by the noise, Liang Yukai glanced down at the weapon in his grasp. It was a bone cleaver, expertly crafted, with a sharp and sturdy blade designed for cleaving, capable of slicing through bone with ease. Ah! A scream. Piercing and jarring, startled everyone present. They turned to see Liang Yukai wielding the cleaver, his face splattered with blood, eyes bloodshot and wild, as he relentlessly hacked at the man writhing on the floor. Murder. The elderly man, who had been surreptitiously pilfering from the kitchen, abandoned his plans. In a burst of speed surpassing that of an ordinary adult, he fled from the fast food restaurant, stopping a dozen meters away, trembling and swallowing hard. Run. Stop fighting for the food. The others, albeit slower to react, hastily escaped the establishment, fearing for their lives and ceasing their desperate scramble for meals. What a lunatic. Is it worth taking a life over a mere meal? What happened? Brother Hua, who had just delivered a meal upstairs, looked bewildered at the crowd fleeing in terror. Just moments ago, they had been eagerly queuing, lively and animated. How had it all changed upon his return? As the enigmatic Brother Hua approached the scene, curiosity gnawed at his heart, compelling him to weave through the throngs of onlookers. Before even stepping into the fast food establishment, he was met with a disarray outside the entrance. Shattered glass, toppled meals, and contorted stainless steel trays littered the ground. Navigating past the debris, he entered the restaurant, where an acrid scent of fresh blood assaulted his senses, accompanied by the ominous sounds of chopping emanating from the kitchen. Upon lifting the door curtain, an appalling sight unfolded before him, causing his pupils to constrict in horror. Liang Yukai, drenched in blood, wielded a hefty axe, methodically dismembering a grotesquely distorted figure that once resembled a man. Overcome with revulsion, Brother Hua bolted from the establishment, collapsing to the ground in a fit of violent retching. His younger companions approached, their faces ashen, offering comforting pats on his back, silently admiring their leader's audacity. In such a scenario, only Brother Hua dared to venture inside. They were too petrified to stand or utter a word. What just happened? Brother Hua managed to stammer between gasps. One of his subordinates, drawing deeply on a cigarette to steady his fraying nerves, recounted the harrowing events in a hoarse whisper. Having grasped the gravity of the situation, Brother Hua promptly instructed his men to confront the old man, hoping to salvage a semblance of respectability. He feared that Liang Yikai might harbor a grudge against them for their negligence, potentially leading to a gruesome fate for them all. Meanwhile, in the employee dormitory on the second floor of the gas station, Su Wanli remained oblivious to the turmoil below. He was meticulously wrapping untouched meals in cling film, preparing to store them on the balcony for later use, awaiting the return of the storage device known as Tun Shu. He envisioned stashing the meals in its realm for future sustenance. Storage of a fast food meal detected. Would you like to proceed? Chimed a notification, indicating that a two-meat, two-vegetable combo could yield double the quantity in 6 hours. The prospect was promising. However, Tun Shu had its limitations. Once retrieved, the entire meal had to be taken out at once, unlike other resources that could be drawn in portions. With only a single storage compartment available, Su Wanli realized that he could easily drain Tun Shu's resources if he relied solely on a single meal and a can of canned peaches. Curious about the latest news, Su Wanli reclined on his bed to browse online. Unfortunately, the short video platforms employed intelligent filtering systems, even in the absence of oversight. Ordinary survivors struggled to upload any graphic footage of monstrous killings, while censored videos obscured vital information, rendering it nearly impossible to gather useful intel. He resolved to consult Yu Sahan, as any misstep concerning the monsters could spell death. Sleep beckoned. After watching a few videos, Su Wanli set his phone aside for a midday nap, unaware that time slipped away until the clock struck 2. Tun Shu signaled a retrieval request for the hammer. The quality returned claw hammer has been retrieved. Stainless steel round-headed claw hammer, curved tail handle, textured grip, anti-slip and anti-drop design, head-weighted and thickened, self-hypnotizing. Effective for head impact. It feels somewhat heavy. A 50-centimeter long, thick-headed claw hammer settles into Su Wanli's palm, causing his right hand to sink slightly under its weight. This hammer weighs approximately 10 pounds, exuding a substantial feel. The handle features an anti-slip texture, complemented by the curved design of the tail, effectively preventing it from being snatched away or slipping from his grip due to blood. Moreover, the quality returned claw hammer boasts a semi-spherical head. Originally, the base of the sphere was flat, facilitating nail driving. Now, transformed into a semi-spherical shape, it is less convenient for that purpose, yet more suited for striking heads? Why does he feel an incessant urge to strike someone's head? Su Wanli scratches his head. He is not a deviant, nor does he relish the idea of wielding a claw hammer to hit others. However, the exquisite feel of this newly returned claw hammer tempts him to find someone to test its might. Chapter 32. Discovery. It was time to descend and observe the creature. Su Wanli suppressed the tumult of emotions within, securing the goat horn hammer at his waist. He took the freshly washed plate with him to return it to the fast food restaurant downstairs. However, upon descending, he immediately sensed an eerie atmosphere in the hall, a foreboding feeling gnawing at his heart. Upon arriving at the fast food establishment, he noticed that Fire Snake and his companions were not their usual boisterous selves at the entrance. The floor was in disarray, and the glass display had been overturned, yet no one had bothered to restore order. Stepping carefully over the remnants of food strewn about, he entered the restaurant. Suge, Liang Yukai greeted him, seemingly regaining a flicker of sanity, forcing a smile upon his ashen face. My fast food restaurant, it's gone. All gone, he murmured to himself, collapsing in despair at the kitchen door, his expression lifeless. He had merely wished to make a modest profit. Yet now, not only had he lost money, but he had also become embroiled in a murder case. The path ahead appeared dark and devoid of hope. Liang Yukai could not comprehend where it had all gone wrong. Everything had seemed fine at the outset. People had been willing to accept the price of 500. How could it all have vanished so suddenly? What about the food? Su Wanli inquired, his concern not for Liang Yotsai's plight, but rather for the provisions within the store. He understood that those who sought quick gains must be prepared to face misfortune. Navigating around the blocked doorway where Liang Yukai sat, he ventured into the kitchen, only to be met with the sight of a mutilated corpse. Blood, both dried and fresh, was splattered everywhere, and various vegetables, eggs, and frozen meats lay trampled, stained with blood. These items could be cleaned and cooked, yet Su Wanli was not at the point of scavenging. A tinge of regret washed over him. The fast food meals had been quite delectable. As long as the person is safe, that's what matters, Su Wanli sighed in consolation. Liang Yukai looked up in a daze, trembling lips betraying his horror. I've killed someone. In that moment, he suddenly recalled that Su Wanli was also a murderer. It made sense. Su Wanli's expression had remained unchanged upon witnessing the gruesome scene in the kitchen, suggesting that his past deeds were possibly even more horrific than the sight before them. Surely, he was no ordinary individual. Might he not seek Su Wanli's counsel on handling interrogation experiences or perhaps insights into the inner workings of such matters? If he could establish connections or seek guidance, perhaps he could mitigate his suffering. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Liang Yotsai's gaze began to sharpen, his eyes now glimmering with a hint of hope. Su Wanli, however, silently averted his gaze. He did not fear the corpse. He had witnessed far more gruesome scenes at accident sites. He was not a depraved killer. This bone cleaver is quite impressive. Do you still want it? B-bone cleaver? Liang Yukai stammered, struggling to keep pace with the conversation. Following Su Wanli's line of sight, he spotted the bloodied cleaver abandoned in the corner. The memory of wielding it against another surged forth, sending a shiver through him as he instinctively recoiled from the weapon, his face reflecting sheer terror. Quick, take it away. Take it away, he implored, his mind racing. Were it not for the bone cleaver, the heinous murder would never have transpired. Everything stems from that axe-shaped cleaver. This is what you asserted. Su Wanli, with an exuberant spirit, picked up the cleaver, akin to a child discovering a cherished toy, and scampered to the restroom to wash it clean. This axe-shaped cleaver, when returned to the Tunton Mouse's spatial quality, would undoubtedly possess greater intimidation than a ram's horn hammer. In due course, while the ram's horn hammer might merely scratch someone's head, the cleaver would attend to the monster's cervical health. With both in tandem, who would dare to covet his possessions? As for whether the cleaver constitutes evidence, it is of no consequence. With the advent of the Great Ice Age, the existing order shall collapse and be reconstructed, leaving no one to address the homicide within the service area. Young Yotsai's gaze once again fell into a stupor. He stared blankly at Su Wanli's retreating figure, a look of bewilderment on his face, as a bizarre sense of triviality regarding murder settled in his heart, rendering it an absurdity not worthy of fear. Not only he, but the multitude of travelers around him also experienced an uncanny sensation. Yet, the more surreal the situation, the more they regarded Su Wanli with trepidation. This fellow is no ordinary person. The man who had broken into the employees' dormitory of the Snail Noodle Shop last night and had committed lewd acts against a refined woman felt a chill creeping up from his soles upon witnessing Su Wanli saunter into the fast food establishment, emerging with a weapon and a smile. How did he dare to disregard this man's gaze earlier? If he were to be targeted, hiss, the robust man shuddered. He dared not take that risk. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a woman of considerable grace approaching, and the man's complexion shifted repeatedly. Resolute, he disregarded her protests and pleas, pulling her toward Xie Zhongshu's position. An unexpected windfall. Unaware of the reactions of the crowd in the hall, Su Wanli, with his freshly cleaned cleaver, approached the glass window in high spirits, seeking a vantage point to observe the outside world. Had this been earlier, his actions would surely have drawn criticism. Yet now, everyone kept their distance, as if he were a venomous serpent, and none dared to approach him. Time passed. The sky outside darkened. Su Wanli spotted the silhouette of the woman monster and promptly checked the time on his phone. 3:33, half an hour earlier than the previous day. He noted the monster's appearance time and continued to observe its behavior, curious to see if it drew closer to the hall. In less than half an hour, the creature ascended the second step. It appeared eager to advance further. However, upon reaching the third step, its contorted body became rigid and unnatural, reminiscent of a fish stranded on land, deprived of its freedom and habitat. Soon, it retreated into the dense fog, crawling back and forth on the second step. Is it unable to leave the fog? Su Wanli squinted. The creature's struggle to depart the mist invoked the image of a fish out of water. If one were to equate the fog to water and the creature to a fish, the myriad signs seemed to align inexplicably. To be more precise, envision the unknown substance within the dense fog as water. The creature is a mutation born from inhaling this enigmatic material. The unknown substance contained in the fog is, in fact, the very essence upon which they depend for survival. Without this substance, they would be unable to exist. No, that is incorrect. A sense of alarm surged through Su Wanli. That creature is adapting to an environment devoid of the unknown substance. It ascends the steps repeatedly, not solely to hunt, but also in pursuit of a new evolution. Why do the other creatures not attempt the same? Aside from that one monstrous woman, the rest remain ensconced in the fog. Are the monsters also languishing? Su Wanli could not discern the answers. These inquiries only skimmed the surface. The deeper layers eluded his grasp. The only certainty was that these creatures could not freely navigate without the unknown substance in the mist in the short term. He had ample time to await the return of the Tunton Mouse and the permanent enhancement of his four-dimensional attributes, allowing him to contemplate a safe means of departure from the service area. He decided to return for dinner. Continuing to observe seemed futile. Su Wanli reattached the cardboard to the glass and rose to make his way to the hamburger shop. The youth at the hamburger shop appeared to possess some wits. Having not sold out of food, he could procure some from him to address his dinner predicament. Chapter 33. The Quest for Burgers. Alas, the burger shop has run out of burgers. On his way back to the dormitory, Su Wanli carried a few boiled potatoes and a loaf of bread. His expression tinged with a hint of helplessness. The scarcity of food at the burger shop meant he was only able to purchase 2 potatoes and a single loaf of bread for his dinner. This unfortunate situation was exacerbated by the knowledge that the military was currently engaged in rescuing stranded individuals across various locations and would soon arrive. Coupled with his unintentional confirmation of his identity as a notorious serial killer, which rendered Chinbo, the burger shop owner, reluctant to offend him. Were it not for these circumstances, obtaining food would have proven exceedingly difficult. Where did you acquire that food? In the corridor on the second floor, Guru Ajia, poised to descend for dinner, observed someone returning with food. She paused a meter away, maintaining a level gaze. However, upon looking up, her brow instinctively furrowed. Not bad. Su Wanli appraised the petite, alluring woman before him, his eyes subtly brightening. The extended coat concealed her calves, shrouding the weapons she bore. Yet, her elegantly styled hair perfectly showcased the unique charm of a woman in her prime, while her neck and ears, exposed to the frigid air, bore a slight rosy hue, adding an alluring quality that quickened his heartbeat. Disgusting. Guru Ajia felt uneasy under his gaze. She harbored a strong aversion to the man before her. The desire reflected in his eyes sent shivers down her spine. However, mindful of some unverified rumors, she refrained from voicing her disdain and continued her descent without expecting a response. Su Wanli chuckled softly, unfazed by the young woman's demeanor. On the contrary, her haughty attitude and disdain for those of lower status only fueled his urge for retribution. Those things that could be easily obtained held little emotional value. It was the challenges faced and overcome that brought a sense of accomplishment, much like the games played in childhood, where conquering a level could bring joy for days. Yet, in adulthood, completing the same level felt utterly mundane. Why aren't they selling? Downstairs, Guru Ajia stood at the entrance of the burger shop, her face clouded by the frost of discontent. Cold and hungry, she found the midday meal unappetizing and had discarded it after a few bites. Now, deprived of sufficient energy and insufficiently clad against the biting cold of -10 degrees, she struggled to endure the dual torment of hunger and chill. Yet, the staff at the burger shop informed her that they were not selling food. Not selling food? Then where did Su Wanli acquire his provisions? Guru Ajia had not ventured outside in the afternoon, but she was well aware of the fast food crisis. Currently, both the breakfast shop and the snail noodle stall had announced their supplies were exhausted the day prior, and the fast food items had been hastily consumed and wasted, leaving the burger shop as the sole source of sustenance. Selling to Su Wanli while denying her was a clear affront. Set a price. Guru Ajia, unwilling to squander words, perceived the burger shop's refusal to sell as merely a tactic to maximize profits. This suited her just fine. Matters that could be resolved with money were not matters at all. It's not a question of price. Shinbo wore a troubled expression. The food he had reserved was, in fact, quite limited. The fast food incident left many unable to procure meals, resulting in a surge of customers in the afternoon who resorted to coercion and enticement to purchase a portion of the reserved food. The remaining supplies would barely suffice for the staff to endure 2 days, after which they could no longer be sold. 10,000. It's not about the money. 20,000. How could you? 30,000? Guru Ajia furrowed her brow, perceiving the greed of the hamburger shop personnel. 30,000 yuan equated to the wages of a lowly laborer over 6 months, ample to procure a few boiled potatoes and bread. It truly was not a question of finances. Shinbo articulated his thoughts in one breath, fearing that if he hesitated to refuse decisively, he would falter in maintaining his principles, allowing monetary allure to cloud his judgment. Who would not be tempted by the stakes offered? Yet, no sum could outweigh the value of life itself. Earlier that morning, news had circulated about the military's efforts to rescue those trapped. Yet, as the day wore on, not a single report emerged online regarding any rescues. Some netizens even began to question whether the military had dispatched troops at all. In such circumstances, Shinbo dared not sell any food. Faced with the impossibility of acquiring sustenance, Guru Ajia could only depart with a grim expression, preparing to return to her dormitory. She took out her phone and posted a high-priced request for food in the Milei Mountain Service Area group. Not limited to food alone, but also seeking to acquire several warm garments. Though her overcoat was of a prestigious brand with commendable insulation, it could not withstand the increasingly frigid climate. Most critically, when the hamburger shop employees had taken the bedding from the dormitory, she had deemed it dirty and refrained from expressing a need to purchase it. Consequently, the two of them had suffered a sleepless night, shivering in a haze of fatigue. Within just one night, their spirits had noticeably dwindled, and their concentration waned. If they were to endure another night or two, it was likely that they would not await rescue but rather the arrival of a hearse. Buzzing sounds filled the air at the gas station employee dormitory. Su Wanli hummed a tune after enjoying a hot shower, donned a warm autumn shirt, and comfortably nestled into his bedding while perusing his phone for gossip. This hour marked the peak of activity in the group chat, where one could encounter a plethora of intriguing comments or statements that could shatter one's worldview, aiding in the analysis of the speaker's concealed character and the pursuit of valuable cooperative prospects. High-priced purchases of food and clothing, interested parties may DM. A particular message piqued Su Wanli's interest. He clicked on the sender's profile, revealing a selfie of a beautiful woman. Guru Ajia. Has she succumbed to temptation so swiftly? Su Wanli felt a mix of excitement and disappointment. The excitement stemmed from the potential for long-awaited retribution, while the disappointment arose from her rapid capitulation. Nevertheless, it did not impede his plans. He promptly sent a friend request. Ding dong. Soon, the request was accepted. Food starts at 5,000 per portion. Specifics depend on the type of food, negotiable. Clothing only accepted for coats, prices starting at 10,000. Before Su Wanli could type a response, the other party sent a message, evidently a copy-paste. He surveyed his dormitory. Aside from a can of yellow peaches, only a single scorned boiled potato remained. After a moment's hesitation, he pondered whether to procure that boiled potato. 5,000. The reply came back instantaneously. Noticing the swift response time, Su Wanli realized that Guru Ajia had not managed to procure any food. The boiled potatoes he was offering were likely the recipient's inaugural order. He smiled as he typed a reply, stating, "No charge," accompanied by a revealing photo. Yet, there was no response from the other side. After waiting for 10 seconds, Su Wanli sensed something amiss. Clicking on the person's profile again, he found no access to their moments, which indicated he had been blocked. Quite presumptuous. Indifferently, he exited the chat interface and entered a group chat to pass the time. Before he knew it, it was already past 11 at night. Su Wanli stifled a yawn, preparing to set his phone aside for the night, when a notification of a friend request popped up at the top of the screen. He was momentarily taken aback, but then a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. He accepted the request. Chapter 34. Utter foolishness. Without hesitation, the other party sent a photograph. The angle of the shot was somewhat peculiar, falling outside the conventional realm of photography. Fortunately, the mobile device used for capturing the image boasted high resolution, rendering the contents remarkably clear. One could distinctly observe a woman clad in snug, warm attire, arranging garments upon a bed. The angle obscured her face, presenting only her silhouette from behind. The woman, bending slightly, exhibited a subtly curved posture, accentuating her well-defined figure. Su Wanli instantly recognized the woman as Guru Ajia and surmised that the photographer was Park Hyun-young. His intrigue deepened. He pondered how Park Hyun-young would react if he were to discover that he was the very individual selling food. After admiring the image for a moment, he composed a text reply, "No face, no deal." A moment of silence ensued, interrupted only by the frustrated sounds that echoed from beyond two iron doors in a corridor. After a brief wait of 2 minutes, another photograph was sent. In this image, Guru Ajia lay on her side, eyes closed, her outer garment pushed aside, revealing her legs clad in winter stockings, curled up in a manner that evoked a sense of vulnerability and a desire to protect. This demeanor starkly contrasted with her usual assertive and proud disposition. "Where's the food?" Within mere seconds, Sue's phone buzzed with a new message. Park Hyun-young incessantly bombarded him with texts, attempting to push the photographs to the forefront. Soo Won-lee felt a surge of annoyance. Rarely did he find himself in a mood to appreciate art, only to be nagged. Was it appropriate to disturb someone at such a moment? With impatience, he replied, "You sent it too late. I've already eaten the potatoes." "Ah, come on." The furious roar reverberated through the second-floor corridor, accompanied by the faint sound of a phone being thrown against a surface. Shortly thereafter, Guru Ajia's puzzled inquiry followed. She could not comprehend why her boyfriend was in such a rage. Park Hyun-young, apprehensive about revealing the secret of the covert photography, deflected with talk of the market upheaval impacting their company. His words were not entirely false. Since the onset of the global fog, economies worldwide had plummeted drastically. Both traditional and emerging industries suffered catastrophic setbacks, compounded by the emergence of apocalyptic rhetoric online predicting that the fog and monsters heralded the end of days. This had led to a significant depletion of funds within their multinational corporation, all while they found themselves trapped in a cursed service area. Park Hyun-young felt an ever-looming sense of panic deep within, making him susceptible to deception. Fortunately, news of military rescue efforts for stranded residents provided a semblance of reassurance. They could procure a few coats and enjoy a relatively warm night's sleep. They also learned that the monsters could not breach indoor spaces, somewhat alleviating their pervasive anxiety. Otherwise, the combination of mental fatigue, cold, and hunger could easily shatter their resolve. Utter foolishness. In the dormitory diagonally opposite, Soo Won-lee heard the outburst and a smile crept across his face. He was convinced that Guru Ajia remained oblivious to Park Hyun-young's actions. This disparity in knowledge could yield substantial opportunities. However, he felt no urgency. He set down his phone and nestled back into the warmth of his blankets. In the southern winter, few relished the notion of staying up late playing with their phones. Cuddling under the covers felt stifling, while venturing out left one's hands icy. Wouldn't it be more delightful to simply retire for the night? The following day, the atmosphere in the lobby grew even more oppressive. Having endured a night of frigid temperatures without access to energizing sustenance, the patrons huddled in corners, their faces drawn and weary, or sought refuge at the water station in the restroom, hoping to warm themselves with hot water. At present, it was only the hot water from the station that could coax them into movement. "You're the proprietor of the breakfast shop, aren't you?" Soo Won-lee approached the lobby and sought out the injured owner, Bai Ji-dong, getting straight to the point by inquiring about the price of an electric stove in his establishment. "How much do you sell your electric stove for?" "The electric stove?" Bai Ji-dong, his face marred by bruises, felt a flicker of hope at the mention of the electric stove. With the hot water in high demand, perhaps he could boil water to sell to the travelers in need? This venture would require minimal investment yet promise substantial profit. 50,000 for the stove and pot. Soo Won-lee interjected before Bai Ji-dong could decline, offering a generous price. The electric stove was not of a reputable brand. It merely served to heat tea, eggs, and corn. For 50,000, one could purchase hundreds of brand new units. Soo Won-lee was unperturbed by the extra expenditure. He required an electric stove to heat or cook food, boil water for drinking, and manage his meager supplies of half a dozen eggs and instant meals. 50,000. Bai Ji-dong hesitated, calculating the potential price for the hot water in his mind. If he sold 100 milliliters for 2 yuan, he would need to sell 25,000 portions to recoup the cost, amounting to 2,500 liters of hot water. How long would that take to prepare? All right, add me as a friend and transfer the money. Soo Won-lee took out his phone and scanned Bai Ji-dong's QR code to complete the transaction. They then made their way to the breakfast shop. Inside, several employees, listless and dispirited, scrolled through their phones, showing little interest in newcomers, their minds preoccupied with rescue updates. "There are 5 electric stoves here. Choose one. Let's see if it works." Soo Won-lee plugged in one of the stoves, tested it a few times, and confirmed its functionality before returning to the lobby with the stove and a cooking pot. He placed them on the table where he had positioned himself the previous day. Removing the paper covering from the glass, he continued to observe the timing of the creature's movements while also assessing the condition of those around him. In the corner near the restroom, a dozen injured travelers lay in distress. All had sustained injuries on the day the fog descended, and with 3 days having passed, their wounds had worsened without the care of medical professionals. Most exhibited high fevers and symptoms of infection. The uninjured fared little better. For 2 days, they had not enjoyed a proper meal or restful sleep, their lips cracked and eyes swollen, sitting or half reclining on the ground, resembling homeless individuals. Surviving from one day to the next, they could only endure the uncertainty of their plight. If rescue did not arrive soon, conflicts were likely to ensue. Su Wanli cast a brief glance before turning his attention to the parking lot outside the glass. The rain had ceased and the wind had calmed. Yet the temperature had dropped further. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The familiar creature crawled to the entrance of the hall, pausing at the second step, tilting its head as if to discern whether the prey within had made its escape. A handful of other creatures emerged around 4 o'clock, meandering about the structure. The number of monsters had increased once more. Su Wanli silently noted the count of these beings before departing with an induction cooker and a pot in hand. Having not eaten all day while awaiting the return of the Tunton mice with additional fast food, he now recognized that the monsters remained inactive during daylight. With the promise of a permanent enhancement to his attributes come morning, he realized he could utilize the daylight hours to return to the bus and transport supplies, rendering the prospect of enduring hunger for a few extra meals unnecessary. Chapter 35. The knock at the door around 5 in the afternoon. Su Wanli returned to the dormitory, carrying an induction cooker and a pot. He plugged in the induction cooker, filling it with half a pot of water. He then retrieved his takeaway meal. Ding! 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes have been retrieved. On the table lay 4 identical takeaway boxes stacked together. The return period was 6 hours. Having stored the food yesterday at 2 in the afternoon, it had now been 27 hours. If he waited another hour, he could return an additional portion. Su Wanli contemplated that the difference between 1 extra portion and 1 less was negligible. The taste of this fast food was poor after reheating. 1 or 2 portions would suffice. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed through the air. Most people outside had not eaten for 2 days. Just as Su Wanli heated his meal, someone came to knock on the door. He could easily surmise their intentions. Adorned in a stab-resistant leather jacket and armed with a hammer and a bone-cutting axe, he approached the iron door, stepping back slightly with his right foot, preparing to open it. Hello, could you sell me a little food? A woman and a child stood outside. They were tenants from the convenience store employee dormitory, a family of 4, with the father and sister-in-law absent. Perhaps believing that a woman with a child would elicit more trust. We don't need much, just a little for the child. Su Wanli glanced outside. A dozen people lingered in the corridor, their eyes fixed on his response, while others awaited silently at the doors of different dormitories. If he acquiesced to their request, it would undoubtedly attract more buyers. I only have 1 meal. I'm not selling, he stated firmly. Please, my child hasn't eaten for 2 days. Just a few bites, just a few bites. The woman pleaded desperately. Suddenly, the child, who had been holding her hand, broke free and darted into the dormitory. The child, around 3 or 4 years old, was small and agile, slipping inside while Su Wanli's attention was diverted. Upon spotting the 3 takeaway boxes on the table, steam rising from the pot, he clapped his hands in delight. Mommy, he has so much food. The child's voice rang out into the corridor. The onlookers, previously indifferent, now burned with fervor. How naive. Do you dare to deceive me? Su Wanli quickly regained his composure. His face icy as he seized the child by the collar and cast him back outside. At the same time, he swung the hammer forcefully against the iron door, producing a deafening bang that jolted the ravenous crowd back to their senses. Yes, I have plenty of food. Whoever wants some, come and take it. Su Wanli stood resolutely at the dormitory entrance, wielding a half-meter-long hammer and a bone-cutting axe at his waist. He was eager to see who would dare approach him for food. Wah, wah. The child lay on the ground, wailing. The woman's first instinct was not to check on her child. Instead, she lunged at Su Wanli, pushing, scratching, as if attempting to force her way into the dormitory. She was met with a swift kick that sent her reeling away. The abdominal cramp made the woman realize that Su Wanli was not to be trifled with, prompting her to kneel beside the child with a face full of concern, weeping as she examined him. Little lamb. A man pushed through the throng in the corridor. His eyes reddened with urgency as he rushed forward, just as Su Wanli narrowed his eyes, preparing to strike the man on the back of the head. The man suddenly collapsed to his knees in front of the woman and child, his cracked, pale lips trembling. I'm sorry, this was all my idea. Please, don't hit them. Hit me instead. I'm not afraid of death. Why hit? Before he could finish his sentence, Su Wanli noticed the man's eyes were remarkably calm, starkly contrasting with his outward display of fear. He was perplexed by the man's unusual composure. In the next moment, the righteous indignation of the surrounding crowd became evident, awakening Su Wanli to the situation. Hey, do you have a conscience? You can be so cruel to a child just because they wanted to buy some food? If you don't want to sell, then just don't. Why resort to violence against a child? Exactly. If you refuse to sell, are they supposed to rob you? It was clear that the man was taking advantage of the difficult times, acting with impunity. Murderer. The corridor grew increasingly crowded with onlookers. The family of 3 cried and knelt, while Su Wanli brandished a gleaming shepherd's crook. It was evident that they had come seeking food, only to be met with unwarranted humiliation. The collective sympathy and empathy among the crowd surged, leading to sharper, angrier accusations, hinting at a growing sense of unity. Su Wanli discerned the man's intent. He sought to manipulate moral sentiments, transforming Su into a target of attack and isolation. Unfortunately, as a dropout who had worked manual labor since sophomore year, it had been challenging for him to thrive. His only principles were to remain loyal to his country, honor his family, preserve public property, and refrain from misusing public resources. There was little room for altruism or morality in his life. Gazing at the rounded head of the shepherd's crook, he smiled at the man. "You say you're not afraid of death? Huh?" The man's expression turned bewildered. This reaction was peculiar. Shouldn't a normal person first defend themselves and assert their innocence, only to become ensnared in a moral quagmire? Why was this man questioning whether he feared death? Before he could ponder further, a chilling sensation enveloped him from above. Instinctively looking up, he saw the familiar shepherd's crook looming larger in his field of vision. Thud. The corridor was filled with noise. Upon returning to his dormitory, Su Wanli felt an unusual tranquility. After this incident, anyone contemplating his food would have to weigh whether their heads were hard enough to withstand the consequences. His clothes were stained again. He removed the bloody leather jacket and took it to the balcony to wash. He had not smashed the man's head with full force. Rather, he had merely delivered a light lesson, causing some bleeding. For the next couple of days, the man might walk unsteadily, suffering from nausea, loss of appetite, and other mild symptoms, yet he would not face mortal danger. Ding dong. After washing away the bloodstains and taking a shower, Su Wanli was surprised to find that it was already past 9 in the evening. He removed the reheated food from the pot and set it aside, placing another portion in to warm up. Subsequently, he picked up his phone to check for messages. A friend request notification appeared. Could it be him again? Upon seeing the familiar profile picture, Su Wanli's expression turned peculiar. Just as he was about to accept the request, his finger hesitated. Something felt amiss. He realized that the person sending the request was not Park Hyun-young, but Guru Ajia. Everyone was aware of his substantial food supply from the events of the afternoon. However, Park Hyun-young remained oblivious to the identity of the individual who had sold boiled potatoes the previous night. Su Wanli's profile picture was quite ordinary, merely a scenic photo of his hometown. If Park Hyun-young were to discover that the person behind that picturesque image was Su Wanli, he would never fall for any tricks. Among the 100 or so people at the service area, Su Wanli was the one he despised the most, resolutely refusing to associate with him. Therefore, even after learning of Su Wanli's food supply that afternoon, Park Hyun-young would rather endure hunger than seek him out for a purchase. Guru Ajia, on the other hand, had encountered Su Wanli while he was returning with the potatoes, aware that he intended to trade the boiled potatoes for those repulsive photographs of her legs. After enduring hunger yesterday, she didn't feel particularly distressed. However, having gone another day without food, she found herself wavering, contemplating the idea of agreeing to the transaction. Yet, the mere thought of her alluring pictures being exploited by Su Wanli for his vile purposes sent shivers down her spine, making her feel nauseous. She envisioned herself repeatedly rinsing her body in the shower, desperately trying to wash away that unsettling sensation. As a woman, her disdain for Su Wanli surpassed that of Park Hyun-young. The dilemma was that Guru Ajia, having grown up without want and accustomed to delectable meals, had never experienced the sensation of going 2 days without food. After hours of battling her will against her instincts ultimately prevailed. Guru Ajia recalled Su Wanli's profile picture and, summoning her courage, decided to send him a friend request once more. Chapter 36. Transaction at the gas station staff dormitory. Su Wanli, with a smile, set down his phone. Having surmised that the individual requesting to add him was Guru Ajia, he decided not to acquiesce too swiftly. Intending to temper her pride and lay the groundwork for future demands, he intentionally opened the iron door, allowing the delectable aroma of food to waft into the corridor. Drifting towards the dormitory across the way. Not approved. In the opposite dormitory, Guru Ajia curled up on her bed. Her eyes fixated on her phone screen dimmed to the lowest brightness, her brow furrowed in confusion. She could not fathom why Su Wanli had not approved her friend request. Unlike others, she would not repeatedly send notes or requests in a futile attempt to be added. The tantalizing scent of food intensified her growing hunger. Guru Ajia gazed at her still phone, her frustration mounting. She reached out to tap on Su Wanli's profile picture, wavering on whether to add a note to identify herself before sending another request. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approaching in the corridor startled her. Annoyed, she set her phone down. In truth, sending one request or several made little difference. It merely afforded her a semblance of comfort, an inconsequential solace that she, Guru Ajia, did not require. "Darling, I'm done." Park Hyun-young, fresh from the communal shower, shivered as she returned, skillfully closing the iron door of the dormitory. She placed several beer bottles against it and lay beside her friend, whispering softly, "Do you know what I saw in the corridor just now?" "What?" "That guy was actually cooking hot pot." Park Hyun-young couldn't discern the contents of the pot. She only saw an induction cooker, a pot, and a table laden with dishes covered in steam, along with the enticing aroma of food, leading her to believe it was hot pot. Her tone brimmed with envy. Here we are starving while others enjoy steaming hot pot. Hot pot. A vivid image of a bubbling tomato broth filled Gu Ruijia's mind. With meatballs bobbing in the rolling water, occasionally surfacing pieces of fatty beef rolls and lamb slices. Just a simple pick with chopsticks would yield a bounty of meat, dipped in a savory and slightly spicy sauce. Gulp. She unconsciously swallowed hard. At that moment, her phone vibrated. Gu Ruijia's heart raced. Friend request accepted. She quickly picked up her phone to compose a message. Yet, once she finished, hesitation gripped her. That individual would not entertain monetary transactions. The request was for a face photo. After a prolonged moment of indecision, she seemed to summon great resolve, taking several deep breaths to recompose her message before decisively hitting send. Then she stood up quietly, gathering her toiletries. "Dear, I'm heading to the bathroom to freshen up. I'll accompany you." Park Hyun-young, deeply concerned for Gu Ruijia, worried that it might not be safe for her to go alone to the communal bathroom and wished to join her. "No need." Gu Ruijia instinctively declined. Once the words left her lips, she offered a comforting addendum. "It's so cold outside, and the corridor is empty. Just wait for me to return. And don't catch a cold." Indeed, the second-floor corridor was deserted. Su Wanli's earlier actions had frightened quite a few, as individuals distanced themselves from the dormitory near the gas station. They sought refuge in the lobby, and even a few tenants at the adjacent snail noodle shop opted to terminate their leases, unwilling to bear the exorbitant rental fees or coexist with Su Wanli. After all, those peculiar beings did not enter the premises. Reluctantly, Park Hyun-young acquiesced, adding with a hint of concern, "If you need anything, do call me." She reassured the man. Gu Ruijia quickened her pace towards the communal bathroom, having felt her phone vibrate earlier, eager to glimpse the reply from that individual. In the dormitory, Su Wanli dined while browsing videos. After accepting the friend request, Gu Ruijia had remained silent, leaving him perplexed about her intentions as he leisurely savored his meal. It was only upon Park Hyun-young's return that his phone chimed. Ding dong. He clicked to view a photograph in exchange for a portion of food. It was not a query. There was no question mark. This aligned perfectly with Su Wanli's perception of Gu Ruijia. He chuckled and typed a response. A picture of a leg was worth the price of a potato, but could not procure a meal. Just as he sent the message, he heard the sound of the door opening. Turning, he spied Gu Ruijia, head bowed, hastily making her way to the communal bathroom. Su Wanli paused, then a knowing smile spread across his face. Indeed, a reply soon followed from her side. 2 images. Upon seeing the message, Su Wanli felt a mix of bemusement. One could argue that Gu Ruijia was indeed arrogant, often regarding others with disdain. Yet at times she resembled an innocent girl, oblivious to the subtleties in others' words. Perhaps she was merely feigning ignorance. He decided to be more explicit, a deep V gown. Impossible. Su Wanli ceased his replies. The urgency no longer lay with him. Minutes later, his phone chimed again. In such weather, a rational person would not don a deep V gown, hinting at an underlying critique of Su Wanli's normalcy. Yet as he gazed at the messages on his screen, his smile broadened. He feared not rejection, but silence. A response indicated potential. Solutions often outnumbered difficulties, and frankly, the deep V gown held little allure for him. He preferred gazing at the stars over the omniscient perspective. The latter lacked mystery. It was the starlit sky that ignited the desire for exploration. "You are truly insufferable," came the message from the other side, quickening Su Wanli's heartbeat. Given Gu Ruijia's nature, if she were to decline, she would typically ignore him, deleting him as a friend without a second thought. Her reply, however, signified hope. Ding dong. A JPG message arrived. Su Wanli inhaled sharply, swiftly saving it to his album. Just as he completed the save, the sender retracted the message. Food. The absence of a face did not count. Su Wanli chose not to feign ignorance as an excuse for refusal. Instead, he continued to add requests, testing boundaries. Do not go too far. This marked the first instance of Gu Ruijia employing punctuation. Su Wanli felt a tinge of regret. This is nearly the limit for Gu Ruijia. In truth, with just another day or two of endurance, a swift resolution could be within reach. However, Su Wanli was not inclined to pursue such an outcome. He recalled a scene from a martial arts film that had left a profound impression on him, a famished woman after days of hunger, ravenously devouring food laid out before her, utterly oblivious to the man behind her. He found no interest in such a primal state of existence. Su Wanli preferred to utterly shatter his adversary's arrogance when their faculties were fully intact. Placing the food at the threshold, he thought to himself that if she showed her face, she could take it away. After sending a message, he set the reheated meal outside in the corridor, opting not to return to his dormitory, but rather to lean against the doorframe and wait. Ding dong, accompanied by the sound of a notification. Guru Ajia's figure appeared almost simultaneously. She approached, her attire immaculate, her countenance as cold as ice, slightly raising her chin. She bent down to grasp the food with one hand covering her chest, muttering peculiar phrases to herself. 50,000 for a serving. Will you sell it? 100,000. Direct transfer. Su Wanli found himself utterly bewildered by Guru Ajia's antics, as he observed her retreating into her dormitory and shutting the iron door. The remnants of their conversation reached his ears, and understanding dawned upon him. So, it was all an act for Park Hyun-young's benefit. How amusing. He chuckled in response. You are welcome to come back for more. Guru Ajia, just returned to her dorm, was almost on the verge of breaking down. The more elated Su Wanli felt, the deeper her resentment grew. Clenching her teeth, Guru Ajia resolved to bide her time until the storm passed, plotting to have Su Wanli's eyes gouged out so that he would dwell forever in darkness. Sweetheart, spending 100,000 on a meal is not a loss. Don't let that peculiar fellow get to you. Yes, not quite right. Yes, not a loss. Guru Ajia's face twitched slightly. She couldn't voice her frustrations, feeling stifled within. Darling, you should eat more meat. You should eat too. They chose not to dwell on the nauseating individual any longer, instead relishing the sumptuous meal procured at a steep price. The food returned from the storage space was of commendable quality. There was ample meat, more than enough for both of them to enjoy a hearty feast. Chapter 37. Quadruple How Ruthless It Is. In the dormitory, Su Wanli observed the glaring red exclamation mark and couldn't help but chuckle. In the next moment, he opened the Notes app on his phone. The fact that Guru Ajia, such a proud individual, could compromise her dignity and trample upon her self-respect for a mere morsel of food indicated that food was gradually usurping the societal status previously held by money. Su Wanli began to realize that possessing food equated to wielding power, provided one had sufficient strength. Otherwise, it would be akin to a 3-year-old wandering the streets with a gold brick. With a sense of discretion and composure, Su Wanli completed his notes and spent a few more minutes admiring Guru Ajia's scenic photographs before setting his phone aside to sleep. What he desired was not merely a couple of pictures. These 2 images were just the beginning, a pivotal moment reflecting his values, interim goals, and approach to life. The following morning, Su Wanli awoke promptly at 7. Today was the day to complete the storage of the 4-dimensional values. By obtaining the returned 4-dimensional values, he aimed to enhance his physical abilities, then utilize the daylight to fetch some food from the bus, relying on the return capabilities of the Tunton Mouse to address his food concerns while gradually devising an escape plan. Could the 4-dimensional values stored in the Tunton Mouse yield higher returns if stored for several more days? Ding, negative. The enhancement multiplier is contingent upon the host's capabilities, independent of the storage duration. Thus, Su Wanli felt a tinge of regret. However, the thought of soon acquiring a permanent enhancement to his physical attributes made his heart race with anticipation. Tunton Mouse, extract the 4-dimensional values. Ding, 4-dimensional values have been extracted. As the sound echoed, the surrounding world fell silent, the rhythmic thump of his heart resonating in his ears. Thump, thump. A surge of inexhaustible energy flowed forth, accompanying the heartbeat. This power spread like a gentle spring breeze throughout his torso and limbs, dispelling the weariness of both body and mind, involuntarily inducing a state of relaxation as he savored the gradual transformation of his being toward a better state. Half an hour passed. Sounds returned from the world around him as the unique energy derived from his heart began to wane. Yet, Su Wanli sensed that the force had not vanished. Rather, it lay dormant, perhaps awaiting future opportunities for enhancement. How delightful. Su Wanli felt an unparalleled lightness in his body. His senses were sharp, his focus unwavering, and his limbs robust. His condition was unprecedentedly splendid, particularly his legs, which gave him the illusion that he could sprint indefinitely without succumbing to fatigue. Uncertain of the exact multiplier of enhancement, Su Wanli reveled in the changes within his body, sensing an undeniable strength far surpassing his previous state. The precise extent of this strength, however, eluded his comprehension. Ding, would you like to check personal information? Yes, check. Query in progress. Host, Su Wanli. Gender, male. Age, 26. Attributes, strength 42, 45. Agility 39, 41. Stamina 46, 48. Spirit 36, 40. Returned items, anti-stab leather jacket, thermal clothing, 3 pieces, natural goose down jacket, thermal jeans, 2 pieces, stainless steel claw hammer. Stored items, none. Items that can be stored: axe-shaped bone-cutting knife, unopened canned peaches, inferior electric stove, stainless steel cooking pot, Vivo smartphone, Hoshing sports shoes, cotton socks, special material storage slot, empty. Su Wanli gazed at the virtual interface displaying his personal information, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Without further contemplation, he promptly inquired with the Tunton mouse. Soon enough, he comprehended the significance of the two sets of attribute values. The figures outside the parentheses in the attributes section represented his real-time status, fluctuating based on physical exertion and bodily condition. Conversely, the numbers within the parentheses denoted his perfect state, where each attribute reached its pinnacle, typically achievable only with the aid of medication. Moreover, the base values of the attributes were referenced against Su Wanli's personal data, with 10 being the ultimate limit. This indicated that his current attributes were approximately 4 times his inherent limits. 4 times the limit? Su Wanli's eyes gleamed with excitement. As a grassroots worker, physical labor was an indispensable part of his job. This labor had endowed him with strength and endurance far superior to that of those who spent their days confined to office spaces. And he occasionally engaged in brawls with coworkers, gaining considerable fighting experience. Now, having attained a 4-fold enhancement, no, to be precise, a 4-fold increase from his limits, who among the 100 or so individuals in the service area could pose a threat to him? He needed to remain grounded. A quick splash of cold water would refresh him before heading back to the bus to retrieve some supplies. With his newfound strength, it was high time to return to the bus and carry back provisions. He approached the balcony to wash his face with cold water. Upon raising his head, Su Wanli sensed something amiss. Previously, after washing his face, his gaze would align perfectly with the mirror, yet now, he found himself needing to bend slightly to see his entire visage. The reflection in the mirror left him momentarily stunned. What on earth? Who is this handsome fellow? Su Wanli's face had once been rather gaunt, rendering his features somewhat harsh. Years spent toiling for a living, coupled with exposure to negativity, had left his demeanor somewhat cold and aloof, giving off an impression of being solitary and unapproachable. Yet now, his face had filled out slightly. The lines of his features softened, his eyes bright and clear. When he smiled, his white, even teeth dazzled, radiating a brilliant smile. He exuded the vigor of youth, tempered with a maturity that was not overly impulsive. If he were to rent a place in the urban village now, would he not be besieged by wealthy women in their 40s and 50s vying to support him? Splendid. Wait a moment. Have my teeth grown back? Su Wanli hooked his finger at the corner of his mouth and pulled upward, revealing a complete set of large, healthy teeth within. Since the day his tooth was shattered by the snail in the snail noodle soup, he has found little pleasure in consuming food, even going so far as to intentionally alter his dietary habits to select items that are easier to chew. Now, at long last, he can once again indulge in the delights of culinary artistry. Ha ha ha, what a relief. Su Wanli feels quite jubilant. He retrieves the frozen meal stored on the balcony and returns to his dormitory to heat it. After a few simple bites, he dons his down jacket and protective outerwear. Armed with a sledgehammer and a cleaver, and descends the stairs. He plans to head to the bus station around noon to transport supplies, effectively resolving the issue of sustenance. In the lobby, a robust man squats at the entrance of the men's restroom, smoking one cigarette after another, enveloped in a cloud of smoke that obscures his expression. The sound of footsteps echoes from within the restroom. The man rises, a sincere smile gracing his face. Brother Xie. Xie Zhongshu's steps are somewhat light as he approaches and pats the man on the shoulder, praising, "You're Xiaosu, right? Not bad, stick with me. And I guarantee you'll enjoy a life of abundance. By the way, don't worry about that fellow named Su. I'll take care of it." Upon finishing his words, he feels he may have spoken too boldly. We neither seek trouble nor fear it, understand? I understand. I will follow Brother Xie's lead. The sturdy man bows in deference, respectfully watching Xie Zhongshu depart before straightening his posture and walking inside. Su Xiuwen, a woman of striking demeanor, her hair somewhat disheveled and her voice hoarse, calls out, "You promised to take me back to Qinglai City." Slap. Wretched woman. The man raises his hand and strikes the woman, gripping her hair fiercely, his face contorted with rage. Return to Qinglai City? If you hadn't been enticing men left and right, I would have done everything in my power to take you back, but look at you now. Is it worth the risk for me? Huh. You clearly threatened me. If I threatened you, then you should comply, damn it. I get it now. You never intended to keep your promise from the very beginning. Huh, how foolish of me to believe a criminal's words. Slap. Slap. Who are you calling a criminal? Chapter 38. Commotion outside. The group of drivers showed little interest in the noises emanating from the restroom, their eyelids drooping as they huddled together in corners for warmth. A small queue formed at the water station where hot water was being dispensed. In these times, hot water served not only to provide warmth but also to alleviate a modicum of hunger, resulting in a high demand that the water station struggled to meet. Bai Jidong's hot water business was gradually showing signs of improvement, and despite the bruises marring his face, a smile was difficult to conceal. What a talent, Su Wanli mused, shaking his head in admiration. He took a seat by the window to observe the parking lot. Outside, it was neither raining nor snowing. A delicate layer of frost covered the ground in greenery, remnants of the light snow that had fallen a couple of days prior, which had since frozen into ice due to the plummeting temperatures. As he scrutinized the scene, Su Wanli noticed something peculiar. He felt he could see over 100 meters away, clearly discerning the vehicles in the opposite parking lot, even the overturned truck on the road. Had the fog thinned? No, that was not the case. The fog remained unchanged. This clarity was a benefit derived from his physical dimensions being enhanced to an extraordinary degree. Monsters did not roam during the day. With his vision unclouded, Su Wanli spent over an hour scanning the parking lot without catching a glimpse of any creature. They seemed to have never existed, leaving no trace behind. However, Su Wanli was unconcerned with the monsters' whereabouts, having confirmed their absence. He had no intention of waiting until midnight. He promptly rose and made his way to the glass doors of the hall, moving aside tables, chairs, and bottles that obstructed his path. With a swift motion, he opened the glass doors. The cold wind held in, sweeping away the carbon dioxide within the hall and causing the already chilled occupants to shiver uncontrollably. Instinctively, everyone turned to the entrance, momentarily blanking out as they registered the now unobstructed doorway. Soon, a wave of anxiety washed over them, each individual feeling a sudden urge to control their bladders. Monsters might not enter the building, but opening the door recklessly was a different matter. What if the intelligence was flawed? What if a monster charged in and began a massacre? The 100 or so people present would become a buffet. The woman in the corner had been bound for her reckless decision to open the door, and no one had come to her aid since. Who opened the door? Damn, do you want to get us all killed? For heaven's sake, don't let me find out who it was, or I'll smash their head. Close the door quickly. Who's closest? The brief chaos injected a flicker of life into the otherwise gloomy hall. Although the words exchanged were far from pleasant, the noise was a nostalgic reminder of humanity. Su Wanli strolled around the exterior corridor. Within his line of sight, the parking lot revealed no signs of any monsters. After a moment of hesitation, he returned to the hall. Is anyone willing to go back to the vehicle for food? As soon as the words left his mouth, the previously raucous crowd fell silent, their gazes converging on him, a glimmer of hope igniting in their eyes. Going outside? That seemed utterly impossible. However, those who are willing to disregard their own safety and venture out are met with approval. If they fail to return, it poses no loss to others. Yet, should they return alive, it signifies that the outside world is safe, allowing everyone to return to the vehicle and retrieve the supplies previously acquired. Not far away, Yu Sahan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. The girls had chosen to remain in the hall during the day, vacating the dormitory for the boys to rest. At that moment, a few girls gathered at the entrance of the water supply station, stirred by Su Wanli's words. If they could make a trip back to collect the food they had purchased, it would spare everyone from relying on hot water to stave off hunger, thus preventing them from waking in the middle of the night, restless from starvation. Yet, Su Wanli had long observed the monster's behavior, possessing keen eyesight to discern that these creatures were dormant during daylight hours. They were unaware of this fact. The fear of the ferocious monsters lingered, rendering them both intrigued by the proposal of returning to the bus and hesitant to act on it. We are also passengers on the bus, Lin Shaoling interjected. Jogging forward, with a charming smile and a playful tone, she implored, if you return to the bus, could you possibly bring back our suitcase and the food from the vehicle? Her demeanor was light, as if she were requesting a trivial favor. Su Wanli was taken aback. Puzzled. Is your face particularly large? How can you so casually make such a request? She asked for help without even offering a simple compliment. Goodness. Su Wanli chose to ignore her, recognizing the intentions of the others. Most maintained a watchful stance, waiting for him to venture out first, gauging whether he could return safely before making their own plans. Since no one seemed inclined to retrieve food from the bus, he decided to dismiss the matter entirely. After closing the glass door, he turned and headed back to the dormitory. There are multiple routes back to the bus. The balcony of the gas station dormitory was not secured with anti-theft nets. With his quadruple dimensional attributes, he could easily opt to descend from the balcony, stealthily returning to the bus and gradually transporting the copious supplies from the convenience store back to the dormitory. It would merely be a tad cumbersome and time-consuming. Hey, why are you being like this? Lin Shaoling pouted, clearly displeased. As a youthful and charming girl, how could she bear to be turned down? Moreover, it was a simple task. Would taking a little extra be so different from taking just a bit more? No wonder you're single. You just said you would go out, and now you're backing out. Isn't that being inconsistent? Exactly. Young people shouldn't speak without conviction. A person without trust cannot stand. Perhaps he is simply untrustworthy, she retorted. Her words garnered the agreement of many. Those who were unwilling to take risks yet hoped for others to do so sneered and jeered from the crowd. In the bustling hall, the collective fear of the murderous fiends began to wane. Do you enjoy talking? Su Wanli removed the horn hammer from his waist. Surveying the few individuals hiding within the group, he finally fixed his expressionless gaze upon Lin Shaoling. Go on, I am listening. Lin Shaoling's face froze momentarily. Instinctively, she turned to look for her boyfriend, only to suddenly remember their ongoing Cold War, giving rise to an overwhelming sense of helplessness within her. At that moment, it was Yu Sahan who stepped forward. She gazed at Su Wanli. I will accompany you back to the bus. No, Sahan, it's too dangerous outside. You cannot go out. Lin Shaoling protested. Su Wanli felt a wave of nausea wash over him. So, this meddlesome woman was aware of the dangers lurking outside. It's all right. Yu Sahan gently shook her head. Having someone take the lead in venturing out is a positive development. What matters most is that she has a compelling reason to go. Last night, Yu Sahan had been unable to sleep due to the biting cold, prompting her to check her phone for updates on the military rescue efforts. To her dismay, she found no information online, which led her to log onto the dark web for further inquiries. It was then she discovered the disheartening news of the Sakura Nation's military operation failure. A well-equipped team, armed with thermal imaging cameras, infrared thermal sensors, sonar detectors, and other military apparatus, still proved ineffective against the monsters shrouded in the thick fog. The unknown substances within the mist posed a significant hindrance to modern instruments. While those monsters remained unaffected, resembling phantoms traversing the earth, ruthlessly claiming the lives of soldiers. Yu Sahan sensed that the soldiers' rescue efforts were unlikely to unfold as seamlessly as everyone had hoped. Moreover, the videos depicting soldiers rescuing trapped individuals might merely be propaganda captured under uncertain circumstances. The soldiers were not rescuing all the trapped individuals. Their operations could very well be part of a specialized mission. In the short term, the service area would not receive any assistance. Thus, it was imperative to make a trip to the bus to retrieve the food stored there. Chapter 39 Companions, Dear Brothers and Sisters, after 2 days of despondency. Xie Zhongshu stepped into the center of the hall, gazing at a line of downcast drivers and passengers. He proclaimed loudly, the thick fog outside shows no sign of dissipating, which may impede the speed of military rescue operations. We have no provisions here. We cannot simply wait for death. We must venture outside to procure food. He paused, turning to the mask-clad Yu Sahan. If this young lady has the courage to go out, can we, a dozen strong men, truly afford to shrink back? Yu Sahan furrowed her brow slightly, remaining silent. Xie intended to bolster morale but lacked the eloquence. Resorting to inciting the others by emphasizing her gender and youth, a rather crude form of provocation. Brother Xie, it is not a matter of courage. The military commenced rescue operations yesterday, and they may reach the service area today or, at the latest, we shall receive news by tomorrow. Let us wait an additional day or two. There is no need to take unnecessary risks, interjected a slender man with glasses. He clutched a mineral water bottle filled with hot water, shivering intermittently, his hands tucked into his sleeves, pulling his coat tightly against his body to ward off the cold. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, we should patiently await rescue. We cannot complicate matters for the soldiers, making their task even more arduous. The service area has a supply of hot water. A few days without food will not bring about our demise. Let us tighten our belts and endure. These words were spoken not only to Xie Zhongshu but also to themselves. They needed to convince themselves to suppress their hunger and resist the allure of food. They were resolute in their decision not to venture outside. The haunting memory of the station employees being gruesomely torn apart by monsters lingered vividly in their minds. They would rather remain in the service area, sipping hot water to stave off hunger while awaiting rescue than face those terrifying creatures outside. We cannot place all our hopes on rescue, Xie Zhongshu asserted, his expression grave. Scanning the crowd, he addressed the few men who appeared somewhat more spirited. The location of our service area is remote. It is neither a military outpost nor a crucial passage between urban centers. We shall undoubtedly wait a long time for rescue. Can you guarantee that the soldiers will arrive soon? No, you cannot. None of us knows when the soldiers will come, today, or perhaps several days from now. We cannot simply sit idly by. Must we remain cooped up in the hall, relying on hot water to satiate our hunger, huddling together for warmth, living on mere fantasies? Until rescue arrives? Wake up, he urged. Right now, we still possess a modicum of strength. We can make a bold attempt. If we wait until tomorrow or the day after, we will only grow weaker, and by then, it may be impossible to venture out. His words shattered the illusions held by the crowd, exposing the fears that lay hidden within. Indeed, they murmured, the location of the Malay Mountain service area is quite isolated. This was evident merely from observing the infrastructure, scale, and number of parking spaces available. The thick fog was a global calamity. In the face of widespread climatic disasters, rescue operations typically commence in bustling urban areas, where shelters are established and the populace is reassured. Subsequently, efforts radiate outward to the suburbs, and finally, they extend to the remote, isolated regions. Within the hall, some individuals have gone without sustenance for as few as 2 days, while others have endured for 3. The weakness emanating from their bodies serves as an incessant reminder that if they do not replenish their energy soon, they may soon lack the strength to walk. Brother Su is correct. A hoarse voice broke through the murmurs. Yang Yikai, his entire being smeared with dried blood, approached wielding a cleaver like a specter. This marked his first departure from the fast food establishment since his impulsive act of violence, prompting others to recoil in terror. Su Wanli wore a puzzled expression. Had he not spoken? Wasn't it Xie Zhangshu who had been vocal all along? Yet, at this moment, Yang Yikai appeared somewhat unhinged. His demeanor was indeed disconcerting. He staggered as if intoxicated, making his way to the center of the hall, head bowed and voice raspy. After a day without food, one begins to weaken. After 2 days, one trembles while walking. If hunger persists for another day or 2, primal instincts take over, and everything within sight transforms into potential sustenance. Surely, no one wishes to test the flavor of human flesh, do they? A shiver coursed through the crowd at the mention of white meat. Conjuring images of corpses within the fast food joint, visions of cannibalism that further drained the color from their already pale faces. He spoke the truth, observing nods of agreement. Xie Zhangshu continued, indifferent to who among them concurred. Do not assume that merely drinking hot water will stave off hunger. When your bodies can no longer endure the pangs of starvation, your reason will slip from your grasp. The fast food establishment conveniently houses a dismembered corpse, along with readily available seasonings and utensils. Who among you can resist such temptation? This is not mere alarmism. When one is truly driven to the brink by hunger, primal instincts seize the body, compelling one to commit acts that defy morality. It was not surprising when yet another individual stepped forward in favor of venturing outside. There is no need for undue concern. We returned safely after our search for the missing individuals a few days ago. We encountered no dangers then, and this time may not herald certain doom. However, if we do not retrieve supplies from the vehicle, we are courting a slow demise. As these words resonated, increasing numbers expressed their agreement to venture forth. With temperatures plummeting to -10 degrees Celsius, the supply of hot water from the station was dwindling. And that opportunistic fellow by Jidong was raising prices arbitrarily, one rate in the morning, another by nightfall. Under such mounting pressure, they found themselves with little choice. Excellent! Xie Zhangshu exclaimed with delight. Having previously organized a search and rescue effort, he promptly set about reassembling the group. Let us divide into several small teams, one towards the rear of the parking lot, another towards the gas station, a third at the entrance of the service area, and the last directly ahead of the service area. For teams would form, each locating their companions based on the position of their parked vehicles. Regarding life-saving supplies, each individual essentially takes their own possessions. No one is willing to freely distribute the goods they've risked their lives to procure. To avoid complications, it is simpler to allocate teams in advance. I will return to the bus with you. Yu Sahan approached Su Wanli and reiterated her earlier statement. They were all passengers of the bus, and the supplies they had purchased were stored in the bus's luggage compartment. It's on the way, and that works. Su Wanli did not hesitate to agree. Although he was quite confident in his quadrupled limit values, facing unknown monsters warranted the addition of a few decoys for extra assurance. Please wait for us. Upon hearing Su Wanli's consent, Yu Sahan inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Turning back to her dormitory to gather a few male classmates for assistance in transporting more supplies. However, the outcome left her somewhat disheartened. Only 2 had agreed to go out, and Xiaohai along with several other tall boys were not among them. Let us proceed. All right. Chapter 40. Companions. The news of the outing was quickly disseminated among the group. In less than half an hour, over 50 individuals had gathered, a formidable assembly in the center of the hall. They divided themselves into 4 small teams, each armed with suitable weapons. Their nerves taut as they cautiously opened the glass doors. Let us proceed. The group heading towards the parking lot was small, comprising only 7 members. Su Wanli and Yu Sahan were passengers on the bus, while the remaining 3 were drivers or companions. Although they were headed in the same direction, they were in different vehicles. The humidity outside was palpable. As they stepped out from the enclosed hall, a chilling breeze clung to their exposed skin, sapping away warmth. A profound fear surged through them, adrenaline coursing through their veins, yet they could not help but shiver, glancing warily at their surroundings. Stay close to me. Su Wanli grasped a half-meter-long goat horn hammer, leading Yu Sahan towards the direction where the bus was parked. He could perceive movements 100 meters away. providing him with ample time to react compared to the mere 10 meters of visibility for the others. Should he sense any danger, he would flee without hesitation, leaving the fate of the others to chance. Slow down. Yu Sahan instinctively grasped Su Wanli's hand, despite her brave demeanor in the hall. Stepping into the dense fog and witnessing the figures being engulfed by it amplified her fear exponentially. She instinctively sought solace in the presence of the man who offered her a sense of security. Su Wanli turned to look at Yu Sahan, a slight frown marring his brow. Her small hand was soft and cold, a comfortable fit in his palm, evoking an instinctive desire to caress it. Had they been in the dormitory, Su Wanli would have indulged in some flirtation. Yet, in the current dire situation, even if Yu Sahan stood before him unclad, he felt no stirrings of desire. Nothing was more precious than life itself. Do not hold me. He unhesitatingly released her hand. Yet, the next moment, he felt the familiar softness return to his palm. Do not pull me. Su Wanli frowned again. Why was this girl mimicking his words? She usually appeared quite intelligent. Had she now succumbed to folly in this perilous predicament? Do not pull me. A faint, wavering voice echoed again. Su Wanli's pupils constricted. It was not Yu Sahan imitating him. The voice bore an uncanny resemblance to his own, albeit distorted, as if recorded on a 90s tape recorder and played back in a disjointed manner. Who? He scanned the vicinity with heightened alertness. Behind him, Yu Sahan resembled a lost little rabbit, bewildered, helpless, and at a loss. The other three directions remained desolate, devoid of any monstrous presence. Hearing a voice before encountering the monster. Hold on to me. A chill ran down Su Wanli's spine. He seized Yu Sahan's small hand and hurried towards the direction where the bus was parked. Others were unable to discern their surroundings, proceeding with utmost caution, fearful of disturbing the lurking monsters. Yet Su Wanli possessed the clarity to see over 100 meters around him, confirming the absence of any beast nearby. Yet he was more terrified than his companions. In a sudden burst, he dashed forward. This scene left the others momentarily stunned. Shouldn't they tread carefully, exploring each step? Why was he running? Wait for us, they called out as Su Wanli sprinted ahead. The inexplicable terror gripped the group behind him, compelling them to instinctively follow suit. If they did not run, they would surely fall behind. The two boys recalled the direction where the bus was parked, panting heavily as they arrived. Just moments ago, they had nearly lost their way, almost succumbing to the enveloping fog. This was a matter of life and death. One must not underestimate the distance of mere dozens of meters. Invisibility of only a few meters, such a span could lead to significant disorientation. The longer they lingered outside, the greater the likelihood of encountering a monster's attack. Breathless yet relieved, they boarded the bus, unable to contain their exclamations of frustration. Are you trying to get us killed? Do you have any idea? A sharp slap interrupted him as Su Wanli spun around, seizing the speaking boy by the hair. His voice icy. Mind your tongue. If you dare spew such filth again, I'll toss you into the ravine. With that, he turned his gaze outward, peering through the bus window. Observing the few who had approached the parking lot, hunched and cautious, moving along the lines of parked vehicles, he wondered, are they unharmed? After silently watching for 2 minutes, it became apparent that those individuals had not faced any attacks. Su Wanli then inquired of his fellow passengers whether they had heard any strange sounds. Strangely, the three replied in the negative. Even when he told Yu Sahan not to pull him, she confirmed she hadn't heard anything either. Was the fog impairing sound transmission? You can let go of me now. Huh. A look of confusion crossed Yu Sahan's face as she realized their hands were tightly clasped. A flicker of panic flashed in her eyes. She had no recollection of when she had grasped his hand. By the time she regained her senses, they had already reached the bus. Nevertheless, she found Su Wanli's hand warm and broad. She couldn't help but glance at his attire. A down jacket over a leather coat, seemingly inadequate against the frigid air, yet his palm radiated warmth. You two guard the door while I recline the seats and retrieve items from the luggage compartment. Can we really crawl into the luggage compartment? A boy who had not faced any assault appeared delighted. This was certainly safer than retrieving items outside. Most importantly, they would have time to select supplies, aiming to bring back the most valuable items to the main hall. With a creak, Su Wanli remained silent, expertly locating the luggage compartment cover. He reclined the seats above, opened the hatch, and began to delve into the compartment to collect food. However, he had purchased an excessive amount of items, causing the luggage compartment to become rather cramped. Consequently, he decided to remove the items obstructing the entrance and place them in the seating area of the bus. You hand them to me, and I will shift them aside. Yu Sahan proactively stepped forward to relocate the cumbersome items. Their collaboration significantly enhanced efficiency. Meanwhile, the two boys stationed at the doorway occasionally glanced inside, wishing to urge the pair to hasten their movements. Yet they were apprehensive that making too much noise might attract monsters. Frustration mounted, and one of the boys felt an unexpected warmth in his trousers. rather pleasant, indeed. However, he was presently focused on observing the exterior, oblivious to the unusual sensation in his body. All done. These items are all my purchases. Feel free to take whatever you need. Su Wanli, disinterested in moving more items, allowed Yusahan to select directly from the food he had acquired. The variety of food was abundant: self-heating hot pot, instant noodles, sausages, chocolate, chicken legs, and more, far surpassing the packaged instant noodles Yusahan had managed to procure. Yet, he permitted only Yusahan to choose, forbidding the two boys from taking anything. Thank you. Yusahan did not hesitate, bending down to select food alongside Su Wanli. She primarily chose self-heating hot pot and instant noodles, along with several packets of instant noodles, which occupied little space, allowing her to take more. Su Wanli selected a bit of everything, opting to take fewer items with shorter shelf lives and slightly more of those with longer durations. In less than 5 minutes, the two had filled their respective backpacks and luggage bags. Wait, I need to grab 2 more pieces of clothing, Yusahan murmured. Upon finishing her sentence, she bent down to delve into the luggage compartment, retrieving her suitcase. Without avoiding Su Wanli's gaze, she opened the suitcase and hastily grabbed a few articles of intimate clothing, stuffing them into the compartment of her backpack. Chapter 41. The way out. Let us go. Yusahan endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, yet her crimson ears and evasive gaze betrayed her. It was her first encounter with a man seeing her intimate apparel, especially a stranger. How could she not feel a tinge of embarrassment? Were it not for several days without a change of clothes and the uncertainty of her return, she would not have been so audacious. Why not bring the suitcase? She pondered. It is cumbersome to carry. Shaking her head, she acknowledged her desire to fill the suitcase and haul it back to the hall. However, the physical limitations of a woman, coupled with Su Wanli's impatience, made it more practical to carry a backpack and a bag, thus allowing her to hold his hand later and avoid being left behind. Su Wanli ceased to speak further. He turned and approached the door, signaling the two boys to gather their food. Initially, the boys attempted to take his belongings, only to be rebuked. For those he found agreeable, Su Wanli did not mind sharing a little. After all, who knew when they would have another chance to reclaim their possessions? Conversely, for those he found displeasing, he would rather waste than give them anything. The two boys expressed some dissatisfaction but paid it little heed. The collective food purchased by their classmates was substantial, and it was unnecessary for them to insist on taking others' belongings. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from outside. Instinctively, they turned to see Liang Yukai and a few others smashing the window of an extravagant car, while 2 of his underlings half-climbed inside to rummage for food. Su Wanli was momentarily taken aback. The noise from within the vehicle had neither delay nor alteration. What a revelation! No wonder the affluent owner of a Porsche Panamera had several bags of food inside. It was quite amusing. Let us hurry back. One of them urged. Aren't we going to search other cars? Another inquired. Are you foolish? If we take too much, how will we escape a horde of zombies? Let us finish these bags first, then we can scour the other vehicles. The group stealthily pilfered supplies. That Panamera seemed to belong to Guru Ajia. If Liang Yukai and his cronies made off with the food, Guru Ajia would return empty-handed. Is Liang and his group safe? Su Wanli furrowed his brow, his understanding of the dense fog insufficient. As he observed the two boys approaching with fully packed suitcases, he shook his head to refocus and dashed towards the service area. At that moment, an unexpected voice echoed in his mind. Beep. Detected an unclaimed large air-conditioned bus. Return duration doubled to 30 days. Would you like to store it? Quality return only. First-time storage of a mobile vehicle. Return duration reduced by 100 times. Would you like to store it? Special item. Does not occupy storage space. Su Wanli's pace faltered as he processed this information. An unclaimed bus? How had it suddenly become unclaimed? Now was not the time to ponder ownership. The crucial issue was that the storage space could accommodate the bus. Su Wanli had been contemplating how to depart the service area with supplies, and this presented an exceptional opportunity. Move quickly, the two boys urged, their faces etched with urgency. They could not comprehend why Su Wanli had halted. Mistakenly believing he was gripped by terror upon sighting a monster, his legs trembling uncontrollably. You go ahead, I will return to fetch something. After uttering these words, Su Wanli disregarded the 3 individuals and sprinted back towards the bus. Upon reaching the front of the bus, he surveyed his surroundings, confirming that no living souls were within a 20-meter radius before placing his hand upon the bus, silently reciting, storage. Storage successful, and the next moment, the bus, along with its contents, vanished into thin air. The joy within Su Wanli had yet to surface when a sudden noise startled him, prompting him to raise his pickaxe and prepare to strike towards the sound's origin. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered 2 hefty bags. Pork and frozen chicken? These 2 substantial bags contained the raw pork, frozen chicken, and 10 pounds of rice he had initially purchased from Liang Yukai. Concerned that the temperature in the luggage compartment was insufficiently low, Su Wanli had sealed the food and placed it atop the vehicle for preservation. Now, with the bus whisked away by the Tunton mouse space, the items from the roof had tumbled down. A serendipitous find indeed. Elated, Su Wanli picked up the 2 hefty bags of meat and turned to dash towards the service area. Open the door. Another vaguely familiar, eerie voice echoed. Su Wanli's expression stiffened. This voice seemed reminiscent of what a drunken man might utter before being attacked. Could something in the mist mimic human speech? The individuals venturing outside came and went, yet none had fallen prey to any attacks. This suggested a temporary safety for all. However, the sudden emergence of the voice could not be dismissed as mere coincidence. Was there an unknown creature surveilling them? Su Wanli recalled the unsettling sensation of being watched that had plagued him days prior. Having failed to identify the source of the scrutiny, he nearly dismissed it as an illusion. Yet, during this outing, the uncomfortable feeling of being observed surged back, intensifying alongside his increasing vitality. Danger. Su Wanli quickened his pace. His analysis might not be entirely accurate. He needed to return to the hall without delay. As he passed a jeep, he caught sight of Yu Sahan crouched on the ground, clutching her backpack tightly to her chest, scanning her surroundings warily. You haven't left? Illusion. It must be an illusion. Yu Sahan nervously covered her ears. Moments ago, she had heard Feng Yuan's voice. A brief lapse in concentration had led to the disappearance of her 2 male companions. The fog thickened around her, obscuring any discernible landmarks for navigation. Fearing she would stray too far from the service area, she sought refuge in a narrow corner, waiting anxiously. Yet, Feng Yuan's voice echoed incessantly in her ears, relentlessly pricking her nerves. In mere seconds, the air around her felt increasingly oppressive, generating a suffocating sense of stillness that was excruciatingly difficult to endure. An illusion? Su Wanli sensed something was amiss with her emotions but lacked the time for further contemplation. He bent down and grasped her arm, hastening towards the hall in his line of sight. By bringing another person along, the sense of being watched, concealed within the dense fog, was instantly diminished. Phew. Su Wanli exhaled softly, feeling a slight relief. Yu Sahan was abruptly pulled up, bewildered by the situation. Her legs felt weak, and her body uncontrollably leaned forward, prompting her to grasp Su Wanli's arm tightly. Wang Ming, Li Fuguwei, how could you abandon Sahan? In the hall, a group of students had gathered in the center. Upon seeing the 2 boys return safely, laden with 2 large boxes of food, the students immediately surrounded them, showering compliments and inquiring about the outside world. Whether they had encountered zombies, and if they had managed to bring back all the supplies. The 2 boys basked in the attention until Lin Xiaoling questioned them, prompting them to realize that Yu Sahan had not returned with them. This revelation caused a sense of panic in the boys. I'm asking you a question. Where is Sahan? Lin Xiaoling, stop standing there and talking nonsense, one of the boys retorted, his face darkening. Why were you so concerned about Yu Sahan if you didn't go out with her earlier? Another boy chimed in. You do nothing but criticize. No wonder you can't compare to Yu Sahan. They had braved danger to bring back food, not to be subjected to reproach. Especially from the boy who had just been slapped by Su Wanli. His words struck a nerve with Lin Xiaoling. What do you mean? Can't you understand? I said you can't compare to Yu Sahan. Wang Ming, stop it. Xiao Hao interjected to quell the confrontation, though the boy's expression remained sour. He recognized his fault and chose not to escalate the argument further, dragging his suitcase to a nearby spot to distribute the food. Sahan. A few minutes later, Lin Xiaoling shouted towards the glass door. The other students turned to look and collectively sighed in relief upon seeing Yu Sahan return safely. She was their cornerstone. Any misfortune befalling her could lead to discord among them, possibly fracturing their group into smaller factions, which would be detrimental during such dire times. Wow, Sahan, you're amazing. Spicy beef instant noodles, self-heating hot pot. How, look, there's your favorite tomato hot pot. Lin Xiaoling jogged over, not bothering to ask Yu Sahan if she was injured, instead taking the food for granted and inspecting it. She pulled out some items to share with her boyfriend, claiming her favorites, and only then offered the remaining unselected items to the other girls. Sahan, may I take a bucket of instant noodles and 2 packets of noodles? A girl timidly inquired. Yu Sahan felt a pang of displeasure, not for the girl's request, but for Lin Xiaoling's behavior. Previously, she had viewed such actions as a sign of their close relationship. But now Lin Xiaoling's indifference to the life-threatening effort she had made to bring back the food left her feeling disheartened. After adjusting her emotions, Yu Sahan looked at the inquiring girl and smiled, of course. She then addressed the other girls, saying, you can all take a little, but try to ration it. Thank you. Siwan, I am utterly enamored with you. As they procured some food, the atmosphere among the group of girls became lighthearted. Yu Siwan responded with a smile. Yet her gaze remained fixated on Su Wanli. Whether it was the bridge effect, the profound sense of security that Su Wanli exuded. Or perhaps the inescapable predicament she found herself in. She felt a flicker of affection for him. Perhaps she could concoct a reason to exchange contact information with him later that evening. Yu Si-Yuan did not shy away from the burgeoning feelings within her heart. She vaguely comprehended why the protagonists in films often unite swiftly after facing life and death crises. The reliance forged in the throes of peril is exceedingly difficult to sever. Chapter 42. Worthy of attention in the employees' dormitory of the gas station, Su Wanli placed the snakeskin bag and the handbag he had brought back into the corner, closed the door, and began to study the system. It had been inconvenient outside, but now, back in the safety of the dormitory, he finally had some leisure time. How long until the return of the Tunton Mouse? Ding, the return duration has been reduced by 100-fold, requiring 10 days. 10 days? Su Wanli felt a bit bewildered. If the duration was still 10 days even after being shortened 100-fold, wouldn't that imply a wait of 3 years without the reduction? Yet soon, anticipation took over. The longer the return duration of the Tunton Mouse, the better the quality of the returns. Moreover, the bus was classified as a special item and did not occupy the storage space of the Tunton Mouse. He could store the food he had brought back inside, achieving multiple returns and completely resolving his food issues. This was a dual process. Can the Tunton Mouse retrieve items from the vehicle? Su Wanli pondered about the food in the car. Most of what he had brought back was edible, and he had taken any drinks. If retrieving them was possible, it would be even more perfect. Ding, items within the vehicle do not undergo quality returns. The host may retrieve them independently. How delightful. Su Wanli felt a wave of joy. Previously, he had thought it a pity that he couldn't take all the food, but the Tunton Mouse had surprised him greatly. Let us take out a box of each. Su Wanli preferred not to repeatedly store and retrieve items, as it could raise suspicion. Therefore, he decided to extract portions of potentially useful items. He cleared space on the upper and lower bunk of the unoccupied bed across from him, tossing everything the gas station employees had left behind onto the balcony. He then proceeded to arrange the food. On the upper bunk, he placed less frequently consumed staples like chocolate and beef jerky, while the lower bunk held main dishes such as self-heating hot pot, treasure porridge, and instant noodles. Beneath the bed, he stacked whole boxes of mineral water, alcoholic beverages, and soft drinks, leaving a frozen chicken and half a pound of pork, while the remaining items were placed on the balcony to continue freezing. After diligently working for over an hour, he finally had the food categorized and arranged. This dormitory was more comfortable than the luxurious single room I rented in Yangqing. Su Wanli stood at the door, surveying the newly refreshed room with great satisfaction. There was food, drink, a cozy living environment, and safety. The key was the presence of an induction cooker, enabling him to prepare meals. Yes, I'll head downstairs shortly to find Liang Yukai to buy some seasonings. The fast food had been hoarded and wasted, yet those essential cooking condiments remained untouched in the kitchen. Su Wanli planned to have a hot pot tonight. In the dead of winter, the frozen chicken would make for a perfect base. Ah, is this all food? Came an exclamation from behind him. The speaker was none other than Park Hyun-young, who was preparing to go out. Beside him stood Gu Ruijia, her face clouded with frost. Upon learning of the safe return of those who had gone out, both Park Hyun-young and Gu Ruijia wished to retrieve food from the vehicle, especially Gu Ruijia. She felt an overwhelming sense of regret after completing a transaction with an unpleasant individual the night before, yet she had no one to confide in, causing her face to flush with frustration. Do you need to purchase food? Su Wanli inquired with a smile. He overheard two individuals discussing an outing in the dormitory and deliberately opened a crack in the door to let them catch a glimpse, revealing only a mere fraction of what lay beyond. This would facilitate the retrieval of items from his hidden stash in the future. Gu Ruijia and her companion were aware of his substantial food supply. Upon returning empty-handed, they would inevitably think of his provisions and entertain the idea of a trade. The bus would return in 10 days, and Su Wanli planned to spend this time engaging with Gu Ruijia. Leave, Gu Ruijia replied coldly, turning away without a trace of reluctance. A trade? It was utterly impossible. With a scoff, Park Hyun-young quickened her pace to catch up with Gu Ruijia. While their vehicle might not carry as much food as Su Wanli's, in terms of quality and price, it would undoubtedly surpass the convenience store fare he offered. The two were incommensurable. I hope you return with smiles, Su Wanli mused, unfazed. The anticipation Gu Ruijia felt now would only amplify her disappointment upon her return. He eagerly awaited her expression when she came back. No, he needed to retrieve a box of doo-doo for future necessities. It would take 6 hours for doo-doo to return. Su Wanli was reluctant to waste time storing it. There was plenty of it at the convenience store. He could simply restock after using it. No, he would head to the store right away to buy a dozen boxes. He believed Gu Ruijia deserved it. For lunch, he decided on a simple self-heating hot pot paired with a chicken leg. After planning his afternoon activities, Su Wanli hummed a tune as he opened a box of self-heating hot pot and chicken leg to replenish his energy. Having returned from a fruitful outing, his spirits were high. After finishing his meal, he rinsed his mouth, shed his clothes, and indulged in a midday nap. He awoke at 2 o'clock, washed his face, donned his attire, and armed himself with a pickaxe and bone-cutting knife, heading downstairs to purchase seasonings while also observing the monster's activity patterns. In the lobby below, many were still out and had yet to return. The glass doors stood ajar, allowing the damp, chilly wind to sweep in, causing the injured in the corner to cough incessantly. Their coughs were drowned out by the excited cacophony of others reveling in their bounty of food. None noticed the deteriorating condition of the injured, who eagerly accepted hot water for instant noodles or indulged in small bread rolls. Boss Liang, I hope I'm not interrupting you, Su Wanli said as he made his way to the deserted fast food establishment, lifting the curtain to the kitchen and stepping inside. There, the bodies lay unattended. Fortunately, the low temperature had prevented decay. Meanwhile, Liang Yikai and Brother Huashi were enjoying snacks, engaged in lighthearted banter. In truth, Brother Huashi and his subordinates preferred to rest outside, reluctant to confront the dismembered corpses, feeling unnerved by the unblinking eyes that stared vacantly. However, Brother Kai argued that the bodies served as a form of protection. Both Brother Huashi and others shared this fear, as it deterred anyone from daring to enter and steal their food. Recognizing the logic in this, they settled in a corner where the bodies were out of sight, believing that what was unseen could be forgotten. Suge, what are you saying? Come in and sit. Liang Yukai promptly rose to greet him. His demeanor towards Su Wanli was marked by a certain reverence, and his spirit appeared to stabilize. Aside from his somewhat pallid complexion, he resembled a more ordinary person. Rather than sitting down, he declared, I have come to procure some items. Brother Su, feel free to take whatever you need. To speak of buying would be too formal. Liang Yukai waved his hand grandly. Following the upheaval caused by the fast food incident, his approach had undergone a transformation. Was there a hint of sycophancy? Su Wanli, uncertain of the specific changes in Liang Yukai, quietly observed his actions. He approached the stove, gathering an assortment of condiments and selecting a clean kitchen knife. As he prepared to settle the payment, his peripheral vision caught sight of several large bags in the corner. Intrigued, he inquired, is this foreign goods? Indeed, Liang Yukai nodded, candidly revealing the incident involving the vandalism of the Palamara. He sincerely added, Brother Su, take whatever you fancy. Upon hearing this, Su Wanli became more convinced of Liang Yotsai's personality shift. He scrutinized him with a puzzled gaze before shaking his head, stating, This is the spoils of your battle with Brother Hua. I cannot impose upon you. Instead, I possess some instant noodles and self-heating hot pot. What would you like? I shall exchange them with you. Su Wanli sought to diversify his food options and was willing to trade some precious staples. Self-heating hot pot. Brother Hua and the others felt a stir of excitement. When Brother Kai had mentioned they could take whatever they wanted, he had worried that Su Wanli might unreservedly seize all the food. However, upon hearing that Su Wanli was willing to trade staples, they realized that Brother Kai remained shrewd, employing a strategy of retreat to advance, thereby securing an opportunity for them to trade for staples. In the current environment, no matter how luxurious the foreign snacks, they paled in comparison to a warm serving of instant noodles or a self-heating hot pot. This transaction would be immensely profitable for them. May I exchange for a self-heating hot pot? Brother Hua mimicked Liang Yotsai's tone, adding, the quantity is entirely at Brother Su's discretion. The younger brothers followed suit, untroubled by the thought of Su Wanli taking advantage of them. Naturally, Su Wanli held no desire to exploit their small concessions. He carried the condiments and kitchen knife back to his dormitory and returned with several packets of instant noodles and self-heating hot pot to trade for a bag of foreign snacks with Liang Yukai. Damn it! Who smashed my car? Chapter 43. The Lost Hall. Su Wanli exited the fast food restaurant, clutching a bag of expensive foreign snacks, only to encounter the furious Park Hyun-young storming back. Who smashed my Panamera? Park Hyun-young seethed, casting a furious gaze over the crowd, desperately searching for the culprit who had vandalized his vehicle and stolen all his food. After scrutinizing the faces of numerous passers-by for several minutes, he found no signs of guilt or wrongdoing. This was hardly surprising. The thief was currently indulging in the stolen food in the restaurant's kitchen. While the establishment itself had become a crime scene, no one dared to venture inside, least of all Park Hyun-young, thereby rendering the search for the perpetrator futile. By chance, Su Wanli emerged just then, the plastic bag in his hand adorned with foreign script. It's you. Aish. Park Hyun-young approached angrily, looking up at Su Wanli and demanding, why did you steal my food? His concern for the damaged Panamera was overshadowed by his fixation on the missing snacks. You accuse me of theft? Su Wanli frowned, feeling no inclination to entertain the high and mighty Park Hyun-young. He had patience for Guru Ajia, but for someone so self-important, he had little tolerance. Should Park Hyun-young persist in his baseless accusations, Soo Won-lee would not hesitate to let him experience the sting of a slap delivered with fourfold force. You deny it. Park Hyun-young pointed accusingly at the plastic bag in Soo Won-lee's grasp. That bag is from my country's supermarket. How could a lowly worker like you afford such things? Supermarkets, too, operated on a tiered system, with some specializing in imported goods, where a single cut of beef could cost thousands. Park Hyun-young's family conglomerate owned a high-end supermarket that featured renowned products from around the globe. Where a casual shopping trip could easily rack up tens of thousands, he certainly did not believe an ordinary worker like Soo Won-lee could afford such luxury. Those items were sold to Soo-go, Liang Yikai interjected, brandishing a kitchen knife as he emerged from the kitchen with a few companions. He fixed his gaze on Park Hyun-young, reiterating with a grin, these things were sold to Soo-go. Do you have a problem with that? You. Park Hyun-young was rendered speechless, partly from anger and partly from intimidation. How dare this lowly worker steal from him and then question his objections? Return them to us. Gu Ruijia stepped forward, her voice soft yet firm, embodying the grace of a Jiangnan beauty, yet exuding an undeniable strength that suggested an unwillingness to pursue further conflict if the items were returned. Return? Liang Yikai dismissed her, instead eyeing her from head to toe, and then gesturing towards the kitchen. Come and take them if you dare. Ha. His companions erupted in raucous laughter. With Yu Sahan concealing her true demeanor, Gu Ruijia's beauty and figure were undeniably the finest in the area, far surpassing other women, leaving even university students like Lin Xiaoling in the dust. What do you intend to do? She questioned, sensing the ill intentions of Liang Yikai and his group. Park Hyun-young swiftly stepped forward to obstruct the gaze of several individuals, nervously yet defiantly declaring, I caution you, it would be prudent not to act recklessly. I am the heir of a multinational conglomerate from the land of kimchi. Should any incident occur here, you will all be held accountable when the military arrives. His status extended beyond merely being a citizen of the land of kimchi. He was also one of the notable heirs of a prominent chaebol. Although the prospects of inheritance seemed grim, he still bore the title of heir. If trouble were to arise, the chaebol behind him would undoubtedly pursue accountability. And for us, Gu Ruijia reiterated. Her body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from indignation. These few bags of food were their only means of survival. If they could not reclaim them, they would surely perish before the military's rescue. As for trading with Soo Won-lee again, that was absolutely out of the question. I have stated my position. Yang Yikai echoed his previous statement. If you wish to retrieve the food, you may, but it is inside. Go in and take it. Gu Ruijia clenched her fists tightly. She lifted her gaze toward the direction of the kitchen. The curtain, swayed by the biting wind, seemed to beckon her like a demon, suggesting that entry was easy, but exit fraught with peril. Name your price. A derisive smile played upon Liang Yotsai's lips. Had this been a few days prior, he would have set a high price, eager to amass wealth. However, ever since the act of killing, his desire for money had plummeted. His thoughts consumed by the prospect of mingling with Soo Won-lee and seeking guidance on matters of advancement. 1 million. Gu Ruijia inhaled deeply. This figure represented the highest offer since the calamity began. 1 million. The group led by Hoishi was visibly intrigued. Yet, before they could voice their thoughts, Yang Yikai unhesitatingly declined. Not for sale. Concerned that this might sow discord among Hoishi and his companions, he elaborated, Soo-go is correct this morning. The military's rescue will certainly not reach the service area in the short term, at least until news of a rescue emerges from the city. We have no hope of salvation, which makes our current food supply our sole sustenance. To exchange it for money would be ill-advised. Only upon hearing news of a rescue will we have any hope of salvation. Until then, food must not be bartered for currency. Liang Yikai regarded Hoishi and his companions as brothers, as future allies in their endeavors, and thus felt compelled to clarify the stakes involved. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air from outside. Soo Won-lee glanced toward the commotion. A few individuals, who had hesitated before venturing out, were immediately assaulted by a monster upon exiting, dragged into the thick fog to be torn apart. This time, Soo Won-lee noticed the direction in which the monster dragged its prey, moving along the road ahead. The precise location was too distant to discern clearly. Quick, close the door, Xie Zhongshu shouted, leading a group of over a dozen men to hurriedly pile obstacles near the glass door, reinforcing it with cardboard before retreating to a corner. Anxiously watching the entrance, 2 days had passed without any encounters with monsters, causing a decline in everyone's vigilance. The clock read 2:50. Soo Won-lee glanced at the time on his phone. The emergence of these creatures exhibited no discernible pattern. Their only characteristic was that they appeared earlier each day. Following the current trend, it seemed likely that in 5 or 6 days, the monsters would be active around the clock. Darling, let us return to the dormitory, said Park Hyun-young, her legs trembling slightly from the shrieks that echoed around them as she clutched Gu Ruijia's arm. nervously ascending to the second floor. Guru Ajia, however, remained unconvinced, her gaze fixed on the direction of the kitchen. Yet she understood well that it was impossible to reclaim food from those individuals. A wave of frustration washed over her. "Do not fret, darling," Park Hyun-young gently reassured, patting the girl's shoulder. "Many people have returned today with provisions. Once we get back to the dorm, we can offer to purchase food at a high price in our group chat. If 100,000 is insufficient, then we shall propose 200,000, and if that fails, 300,000. There will always be someone who cannot resist the allure of wealth and will sell their food to us." His perspective was simplistic yet optimistic. With news of the military's rescue operations underway, whether sooner or later, help would eventually arrive. This notion provided a psychological safety net. It reassured everyone that there would be individuals willing to sell food in exchange for substantial riches. Indeed, Guru Ajia conceded, recognizing that no better alternative existed at this juncture. She could only hope that they would receive food that evening. Otherwise, the thought of Su Wanli's repugnant visage filled her with profound frustration. At such a time, he still contemplated resolving issues with monetary influence. Su Wanli found this somewhat amusing. If Xie had not illuminated the awkward geographical location of the service area and its strategic significance to major cities, perhaps there might have been some naive souls willing to sell food for a fortune. Yet now, everyone in the service area was acutely aware that no rescue was forthcoming in the near future, and selling food was simply out of the question. Let us return to the dormitory and prepare a hot pot. It is the season for it. Chapter 44, Drinking at the Gas Station Dormitory. Su Wanli repositioned the induction cooker to the center, using a cardboard piece as a cushion as he sat on the floor to prepare the ingredients. For Southerners, the process of cooking hot pot is quite straightforward. Chicken bones with a bit of meat, water, some goji berries and spices, boil at first to enjoy a bowl of soup. Once the flavor is satisfactory, other desired vegetables can be added. The greens should be added last. Unfortunately, the cucumber had seen better days. It had been stored in the bus for 3 days and had shriveled somewhat from the cold. This was the first item returned by the Tun-Tun mouse. On the night they were stranded at the service area, Su Wanli witnessed a drunken companion being attacked by a creature. In the chaos, he rummaged through the drunken man's backpack left on the seat and stored the cucumbers in the Tun-Tun mouse's space. However, after consuming just 2, he found himself stuck in the service area lobby once more. Perhaps it was time to open a bottle of Wuliangye for a little celebration to warm his body. Su Wanli dragged out a box of Wuliangye from beneath the bed. Given Gu Ruijia's character, she would not likely propose a trade tonight. At the very least, she would need to endure hunger for a day or 2. Knock, knock. Just as he pulled out a box of Wuliangye, a knock echoed from outside. Su Wanli froze. Could it be that Gu Ruijia had softened her approach? That would be rather disappointing. He stood up and opened the door. Hello. Standing outside was Yu Sahan, unmasked. She appeared to have just finished washing up, her hair casually tied back, revealing her fair and pristine oval face. It was undeniable that the more one looked at Yu Sahan, the more beautiful she appeared. She wore a cream-colored wool coat, which accentuated the exaggerated curve of her purple sweater beneath. Despite the waist tie of the coat being tightened, it could not fully conceal her bosom. Notably, without a mask, her face bore a slight fuzz, and her every gesture exuded a youthful innocence. With such an exquisite figure and a youthful visage, one could easily be captivated. Hello. Yu Sahan repeated softly. She sensed a gaze lingering on her. That gaze initially rested on her chest for several seconds, then traversed her legs, only to return to her chest for another few moments, before finally settling on her face. The upward and downward scrutiny left her feeling slightly uneasy yet secretly pleased. She tucked her hands into her sleeves, delicately pinching the edge of her coat, appearing somewhat flustered. Hello? Su Wanli unabashedly admired her figure and beauty without any pretense. He then invited her inside. Come in, it's chilly outside. He was eager to inquire about the strange occurrences from earlier in the day. With dozens of people outside, it was likely that many had encountered peculiar events involving imitations of human voices. Among them, Yu Sahan was the only one he was relatively familiar with. He stepped aside to allow her entry. By the way, I haven't had the chance to thank you for today. Yu Sahan hesitated at the threshold. Noticing that Su Wanli was preparing to eat and did not wish to intrude, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and graciously expressed her gratitude. Thank you. You're welcome. Come in. We can share a meal together and I have a few questions for you. No, I'm not here merely to indulge in a meal. It's perfectly fine. The more, the merrier. The two sat across from each other. At this moment, Yu Sahan felt somewhat dazed. She truly was not here to mooch off a meal, yet the tantalizing aroma in the air rendered her legs somewhat uncooperative, leading her in a daze. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Don't be overly reserved. Su Wanli opened a cardboard box, using it as a makeshift seat on the floor. He held a unique position for this girl in his heart. Gu Ruijia represented a purely transactional relationship, devoid of any emotional entanglement. However, with Yu Sahan, if possible, Su Wanli contemplated keeping Yu Sahan by his side. Although her appearance might not rival that of Gu Ruijia in breathtaking beauty, she exuded a delightful aura, pleasing to the eye. Most importantly, Yu Sahan possessed foresight, determination, and decisiveness in her actions. Such an ally was undoubtedly more valuable than mere material resources. Would you care for a drink? Su Wanli retrieved a bottle of Wuliangya, casually raising it in question. It was merely a polite gesture. He did not believe that an 18 or 19-year-old girl could consume liquor, nor did he think she would dare to drink in the dormitory of a stranger. A drink? Upon seeing the bottle of Wuliangya, Yu Sahan's eyes brightened noticeably. She wished to partake. However, was it appropriate to drink alcohol upon first acquaintance? Moreover, being alone together in a dormitory, what if the alcohol led to unforeseen circumstances? Just as she pondered how to decline gracefully, she heard the man's voice filled with concern. It seems we have no wine glasses. Typically, a gift box comes with 2 glasses. She blurted out. Immediately regretting her words, she lowered her head, her fingers nervously tugging at the hem of her clothing. To her surprise, there were indeed 2 glasses. Su Wanli found 2 exquisite small wine glasses and shot a surprised glance at her. At that moment, he did not think much of it. He tore open the bottle of Wuliangya, filling both small glasses to the brim. Come, let us have a little toast to warm our bodies. Thank you. Upon seeing this, Yu Sahan no longer hesitated. For her, that small glass of Wuliangya was far more enticing than the pot of chicken and pork before them. She lifted her glass, plinking it lightly with the man's, then tilted her head back and drank it all in one go. Ah, the rich liquor flowed down her throat into her stomach, a warming sensation quickening her blood circulation, dispelling the chill clinging to her limbs, making her body feel a long-forgotten warmth, utterly delightful. You have quite the tolerance for alcohol, Su Wanli remarked, somewhat astonished. He felt a bit flushed after just 1 glass. This girl, unfazed after downing a glass, was rather impressive. I often share a drink with my father at home. I can hold my liquor reasonably well, Yu Sahan replied softly after placing her glass down. Her roots were in Shandong province, where her grandfather and father enjoyed their drinks, often bringing her along under the guise of training her, gradually cultivating her occasional drinking habit. Trapped in the service area for days, she had been yearning for liquor to fend off the cold, which had left her quite pent up. Then let us continue. Su Wanli filled their glasses once more. He did not believe Yu Sahan's claim of having a reasonable tolerance. After several glasses downed, as Yu Sahan gradually relaxed, her demeanor took on a more audacious quality. Had it not been for their recent acquaintance, they might have playfully engaged in a game of drinking commands while perched on stools. Since you have access to the dark web, have you unearthed any new information? Su Wanli inquired, sipping his drink. He felt a pressing need to stay informed about the outside world, particularly concerning the monstrous entities. The more knowledge he possessed, the better. When the conversation shifted to serious matters, Yu Sahan composed herself, adopting a more earnest attitude as she retrieved a notebook from her backpack. With one hand supporting the notebook, she deftly typed away with the other. She had 2 intentions for visiting Su Wanli: to exchange contact information for ease of communication and to impart crucial updates, such as the stalled military efforts in Sakura Nation and the mutations of the monsters, in hopes of collaboratively devising a strategy for survival. Her experiences from the daytime outings left Yu Sahan somewhat disillusioned with her close friends, including Xiao Hao and several male classmates. In truth, she could empathize with their reactions. Faced with the specter of death, it was only natural for individuals to succumb to fear and choose to evade. Such a response was not shameful. Yet, despite understanding, she found it challenging to fully accept. Just then, Su Wanli invited her to drink, and she indulged in a few sips. Yu Sahan felt that the trust and reliance she found in Su Wanli far outweighed that of her numerous classmates. Chapter 45, Mutation in the Opposite Dormitory. Gu Ruijia and Park Hyun-young were both exceedingly agitated. They had proposed a purchasing request for food at the price of 500,000, yet astonishingly, no one was willing to sell. Was this reasonable? Those individuals clearly possessed food. Why would they refuse to part with it? Park Hyun-young, in a state of frustration, tugged at his hair. He could not comprehend it. Was 500,000 too little? Before the catastrophe, how many people toiled for a year, 2 years, or even 3 or 4 years to save that amount? Now, they were prepared to pay several years of savings simply to procure a meal, be it a self-heating hot pot, instant noodles, or even a chocolate bar, anything that could satiate their hunger. Yet, they found themselves unable to acquire any of it. Darling, if we can't purchase it, let us consider that fellow across the way, Park Hyun-young suggested, contemplating the individual diagonally opposite them. He was aware of Gu Ruijia's disdain for that person, but remained oblivious to the true reasons behind her aversion, believing it to be merely a matter of personal dislike. Much like his own feelings towards Su Wanli, there was no justification for his contempt. It was simply an emotion. However, loathing was just a transient feeling, while sustenance was essential for survival. As a member of a wealthy family, mastering one's emotions was a fundamental lesson. They could not allow a trivial sentiment to subject their bodies to the torment of hunger and cold. Absolutely not. Guru Ajia instinctively rejected the idea. Noticing her boyfriend's discontented expression, she added, "We shouldn't frequently engage in transactions with the same person. Let us wait a bit longer, or perhaps offer a little more money. Maybe then someone will be willing to sell." "Very well then," Park Hyun-young said, dejectedly retreating to the door. Through the cold iron barrier, he could hear the sounds of laughter and merriment from across the way, as well as the tantalizing aroma of food wafting through the air. Chicken soup. He swallowed involuntarily, his imagination conjuring a vivid scene. On a frigid winter night, a man and a woman sat across from each other in a cozy dormitory. A bubbling pot of hot soup placed between them, surrounded by an array of delectable dishes and a bottle of fine wine, as they indulged in food and conversation. "Dear, let's sleep," Guru Ajia whispered softly. She too could hear the commotion from the opposite dormitory and catch the scent of the food. Yet, she could not bring herself to transact with that repugnant individual again. The last time, she had gone hungry for 2 days. Resorting to offering a photograph of the southern hemisphere as collateral. To trade once more, perhaps the stakes would escalate globally. "You go ahead and sleep. I wish to linger a bit longer, savoring the aroma of the food," he replied. His words left Guru Ajia in a moment of silence, enveloped in sorrow. Once upon a time, Park Hyun-young, as the heir to a conglomerate, enjoyed boundless privileges, with meals crafted from the finest ingredients from around the world. Yet now, he had been reduced to hiding behind a door, relying on the mere scent of others' food to numb his senses. In the gas station employee dormitory, Su Wanli remained oblivious to the psychological state of Guru Ajia and her companion. He set a cardboard box down across from him, seated himself beside the girl, and gazed at the screen of her laptop, which displayed footage of military operations from the land of cherry blossoms. Yusahan slightly turned her body, maneuvering the screen to face the man before her. The video showcased a team of over 20 individuals, equipped with an array of high-tech detection instruments, attempting to pinpoint the monstrous entities concealed within the dense fog for a precise strike. Regrettably, after several minutes of scanning, they failed to capture any trace of the creatures, only to be caught off guard by a sudden attack. The sheer strength of the monsters was astonishing. Could they truly overturn an armored vehicle? Su Wanli was taken aback. As he watched in disbelief, several humanoid creatures, towering at 5 to 6 meters, led a multitude of other monsters, overwhelming and overturning several armored vehicles like a relentless tide. His eyes widened in horror. 5 to 6 meters, a mutation? Was this rate of mutation not alarmingly swift? Had it only been a few days since the fog had descended? 3 days, perhaps 4? In such a brief span, had mutated monsters already emerged outside? Suddenly, Su Wanli realized why the Tunton mouse had chosen to shorten its return duration. There must be mutated creatures lurking outside the hall. Given the force exhibited by the mutated monsters in the video, just a few of these towering beings could easily topple a wheeled armored reconnaissance vehicle, which, despite its weaker defenses, still weighed nearly 10 tons. Such power was something he could hardly withstand. However, the issue of the monsters was not the most pressing concern. Yusahan tapped away at her laptop, pulling up videos of survivors from several nearby cities. Numerous cities had already lost access to water and electricity. Their service area had backup power and generators, and there was a nearby gas station to supply energy. Even if the service area experienced a power outage, they could rely on these sources for basic lighting. The critical issue, however, was the loss of internet connectivity. Without the internet, the service area would be completely cut off from the outside world, unable to ascertain any information beyond its confines. In such a state of information deprivation, they would be rendered exceedingly passive. How long could the internet sustain itself? It was uncertain, but the internet's functionality depended on a stable power supply. Once Qinglai City experienced a blackout, the signal towers would become inoperative, leading to power and internet outages in surrounding cities as well. Electricity was the foundation of the internet. Qinglai City was a small municipality with a modest power station. In the absence of supervision, the operational duration of small wind power stations was typically longer than that of larger facilities, potentially lasting up to 2 weeks. However, due to extreme weather and other factors, this time could be cut in half. Thus, they had less than a week remaining. Would they face power and internet outages in the next 2 to 3 days? Su Wanli furrowed his brow in contemplation. Yusahan remained silent, observing the man closely. The proximity allowed her to scrutinize him thoroughly. He was not unhandsome. His facial contours were gently refined, and his eyes sparkled with vitality. His teeth were neat, his nose was prominent, and his ears were clean. Truly a quintessentially charming individual. What stood out most was the pleasant scent he exuded, a significant plus in her eyes. Above all, it was the sense of security that mattered most. Yu Sahan could feel the tension in the hall, as the crowd teetered on the brink of collapse. She needed a reliable partner, which was why she had approached him without a mask, using gratitude as a means to deepen their connection. The unfolding events had proven more fortuitous than she had anticipated. During the day, did you hear any sounds while outdoors? As she reflected on her daytime experiences, Yu Sahan couldn't help but shiver. Retracting her gaze, she raised her glass and downed a drink to quell the lingering unease in her heart. I heard the voice of Fan Yuan, our missing male classmate. The mention of the missing classmate prompted Su Wanli to ponder deeply, pouring a measure of liquor into their glasses. Why are we able to hear the voices of those who are missing or perhaps deceased? I believe there are three possibilities. Yu Sahan took a piece of chicken to satiate her hunger, the delectable and sweet flavors blossoming on her palate. And a rosy hue spread across her cheeks, not because the chicken was particularly delicious, but rather because she was quite famished. The first possibility might be related to the fog. Yu Sahan, fearful of inadvertently consuming too much meat, set down her chopsticks, feeling reluctant to take more. Perhaps the fog contains various unknown substances, some of which may transform humans into monsters, others rendering various military detection instruments ineffective, and some affecting the propagation of sound. This is merely her personal conjecture, holding only reference value. The second possibility is that there are other creatures lurking within the fog. These creatures possess the ability to confuse their prey. In nature, there are two prevalent and adaptive skills, mimicry for protection and mimicry for predation. Through mimetic behavior, one can disguise oneself as part of the surrounding environment, evading or hunting. A simple example would be the chameleon, a paragon of protective mimicry. The octopus exemplifies predatory mimicry, altering its color and shape to blend into its surroundings. Evading enemies or capturing prey. Yu Sahan speculated that there might be similar creatures outside, capable of imitating human voices to trap their targets. The third possibility remained unformed in her thoughts. I don't know. Yu Sahan nodded calmly. She was accustomed to leaving room for possibilities in her reflections, allowing space for trial and error. Su Wanli, however, disregarded her reserved potentiality, leaning towards the second possibility, that other monsters were concealed within the fog. Unfortunately, there was no way to verify this in the short term. Let us exchange contact information. After a satisfying meal, Yu Sahan took out her phone and initiated adding Su Wanli's contact. As she spoke, a beautiful flush spread across her cheeks. Su Wanli, initially sober, suddenly felt a wave of dizziness at the sight of the girl's rosy complexion. Indeed, an attractive woman can easily lower a man's guard. He pulled out his phone to add her as a friend. Good night. Yes. As Su Wanli closed the iron door and turned to see the two empty glasses on the table and the two empty bottles of liquor on the floor, a sense of inexplicable joy mingled with a hint of worry welled up within him. Yu Sahan had divulged an abundance of information, the impending power and internet outages, the mutated monsters from the land of cherry blossoms, and her musings regarding the fog, all significant troubles. Sigh. Chapter 46. The Virgin Mary. As Su Wanli walked back to the dormitory, Yu Sahan wore a smile that reflected her contentment. Su Wanli exceeded her expectations. He was not only more gentlemanly and handsome but also exuded a sense of security. Moreover, with his physical attributes enhanced to an unprecedented level, his height surged from 178 meters to just over 180 meters. In terms of stature, appearance, and character, he aligned perfectly with her ideals of a partner. Most importantly, he possessed a commendable tolerance for alcohol. If they were to be together, there would be no need to compromise on dietary habits. They could casually enjoy a few drinks together, and drifting into a tipsy slumber would be quite delightful. Yet, she pondered, what did he think of her? A blush crept onto Yu Sahan's cheeks. However, the moment this thought crossed her mind, she froze. Am I succumbing to infatuation? This is not a favorable sign. Being infatuated often leads to irrationality and vulnerability to deceit. Surely not. Yu Sahan similarly lacked experience in romance. Uncertain whether her shyness stemmed from the ambiguity of budding feelings or from the contempt she once harbored towards those entrapped in infatuation. Henin, you're back. At the dormitory entrance, Lin Shaoling approached with an air of eagerness, tugging at her friend's arm as if to convey something important. Before she could speak, she caught a whiff of the rich aroma of alcohol and hot pot emanating from her friend. Her expression shifted instantly. Did you indulge in hot pot behind our backs? What do you mean by behind your backs? Yu Sahan replied with a furrowed brow. Today, she had painstakingly brought back food, only for Lin Shaoling to claim a portion for herself and share half with a few other classmates, leaving scarcely anything for the dormitory. Everyone had witnessed these events. Why should she feel guilty for enjoying a hot pot meal? No, that's not what I meant. Lin Shaoling realized her tone was off and explained with a playful pout. What I meant was, weren't you looking for that guy? How did it turn into drinking and eating hot pot? I just happened to run into him while he was dining. Yu Sahan understood the implication. Her friend wasn't pretending to be oblivious. She was genuinely clueless. After all, if Lin Xiaoling were adept at feigning ignorance, she would have surely noticed some signs. I'm off to freshen up. Yu Sahan gently withdrew her arm and walked calmly into the dormitory. The lingering scent of food made it difficult to sleep. She intended to change out of her coat and hang it on the upper bunk to air out the odor. However, upon entering, she was taken aback to find a child rummaging through her backpack, which contained her food. Why is this child touching my things? The other girls in the dorm exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. The child belonged to the opposite dormitory and had come over around 6, asking for food. They had initially intended to deny entry to the child. After all, food was a precious commodity these days. Even the wealthiest members of their group offered exorbitant sums for a single meal, so how could they possibly share with an unfamiliar child? Lin Xiaoling, overflowing with kindness, was unconcerned. She had not ventured outside during the day and remained blissfully unaware of the harsh realities that lay beyond. Disregarding the pleas of her classmates, she took it upon herself to rummage through Yu Sahan's backpack, extracting food item by item and inquiring which the child preferred. Finding it a cumbersome task, she ultimately placed the backpack on the bed, allowing the child to choose at will. This was the scene Yu Sahan encountered upon entering. Oh, it was I who selected for him. Lin Xiaoling, standing timidly outside the door, approached with an air of guilt. Her discomfort stemmed not from the act of sharing food with the child, but from her unauthorized decision to take Yu Sahan's provisions. Shouldn't one care for children during difficult times? She found the child pitiable, his father injured and unable to venture out, his mother preoccupied with caregiving, leaving the little one abandoned and, it was said, without food for 2 or 3 days. She thought, since Yu Sahan had plenty to spare, sharing a bit wouldn't hurt. Having said this, she clung to her friend's arm, her eyes hopeful. Sahan, you can understand my actions, can't you? Understand? Not in the slightest. Yu Sahan, despite her usual temperance, couldn't help but curse. The child is pitiable? What about her own plight? Who could fathom the despair she felt when she got separated from her male classmates? Who could comprehend the terror she experienced upon hearing Fang Yuan's eerie voice? The food she had procured at the risk of her life had been distributed by Lin Xiaoling to several classmates, even to Xiao Hao, who was too afraid to step outside. Yu Sahan could tolerate all that, but now, Lin Xiaoling was once again distributing her belongings without permission to a child of unknown origin. Was it to be taken for granted that the fruits of others' perilous endeavors should be so casually squandered? If she felt sympathy for him, why not offer her own food? I must save mine for Xiao Hao. You know, he is a boy. Lin Xiaoling replied, her face a picture of grievance. She felt a unity with her boyfriend, and thus the food they obtained was naturally included. Since Yu Sahan had reserved a considerable amount, she thought it reasonable for the child to take a little, just not too much. How much can one child possibly eat? Oh, I'm so sorry. A woman with an apologetic expression appeared outside the door. As Yu Sahan was about to reclaim the food, the woman entered, swiftly scooping the child into her arms and preparing to leave, continuously murmuring apologies. I am so sorry, my child is truly starving. I want to take your food again next time. Get lost. Yu Sahan slammed the iron door shut. The woman outside, nearly struck by the door, stumbled back in fright, muttering a few curses. She then crouched down, bending toward the child, who wore a triumphant grin. Yanga, how much did you manage to get? Look, Mama. The child eagerly unzipped his jacket. With a clatter, several chocolate bars, a couple of packets of instant noodles, and a few cans of 8 treasure porridge spilled out. He had left behind the larger containers of noodles and self-heating hot pot. Well done, Younger, the woman exclaimed with delight. She quickly gathered the small pile of food from the floor and retreated back into the dormitory, shutting the door behind her. Only then did she produce a chocolate bar as a reward, handing it to the child. Next time, seek out that little Lin sister. Let her open the door for you, all right? The sister is rather foolish, lacking in intelligence. Certainly not as clever as the sheep at my home. Moreover, one must wait until that tall, insufferable creature is absent to seek out Sister Xiaolin. I am aware of this. The child obediently nodded. After exchanging a few more words, he tore open the chocolate and greedily devoured it. This chocolate is truly delightful. He contemplated taking more next time. No, he would seize all of that insufferable creature's chocolate, leaving nothing for her. In truth, he did not comprehend what insufferable meant. He simply echoed his mother's words when she referred to the tall sister in such a manner. As for Su Wanli, he remained oblivious to the events surrounding Yu Sahan. He drifted into a blissful slumber, waking the following day around 9 o'clock, pleasantly stretching his limbs. Habitually, he extracted his phone to glance at it. A single unread message awaited him. Upon opening it, he discovered a good morning text from Yu Sahan, sent shortly after 6, indeed quite early. Su Wanli chose not to reply, placing his phone aside as he rose to wash up. He prepared a packet of instant noodles in the pot from the previous night, considering it a suitable breakfast. Simultaneously, he perused the messages in the group chat. 700,000 for a portion of food, willing to discuss privately. This was posted by Guru Ajia. Amusement erupted in the comments below. Haha, for 7 million. I would sell. 7 million? You clearly underestimate the financial tycoons of the pickled cabbage nation. I'll raise you to 7 billion. Money is of no consequence to me. I have little interest in it. If the young lady is willing to engage in a lengthy conversation with me through the night, I would gladly offer 2 packets of instant noodles, the pickled vegetable flavor, free of charge. What a fanciful thought. I'll bid 3 portions. Upon reading these messages, Su Wanli nearly burst into laughter. After their outing the previous day, most had garnered some form of reward, which allowed them the leisure to engage in light-hearted banter. He gazed at the freshly cooked noodles in the pot and decided to apply some pressure on Guru Ajia. He snapped a few photographs and sent them to the group chat. Images. The once lively chat fell suddenly silent. No way, dude. Are you seriously dropping a bombshell right now? They merely wish to showcase snacks and instant noodles, passing the time, not genuinely competing. After a minute or 2 of silence, someone finally typed a question. Others soon followed suit with their messages, clearly disbelieving that anyone could be indulging in hot pot. Su Wanli paid them no mind. He required no validation from the others. It sufficed that Guru Ajia was aware. He set his phone aside and savored his breakfast. Chapter 47. The Fish Bites Ding Dong. Ding Dong. Ding Dong. While having breakfast, Su Wanli received over 30 friend requests. The individuals seeking to add him were primarily adopting an attitude of better to believe than not to believe, reasoning that there was no harm in trying. A couple of them even speculated about his identity, hoping to add him for convenience when food became scarce. Among these requests, several profiles belonged to attractive young women, some of whom left explicit remarks. However, Su Wanli declined all requests, having been trapped for 4 to 5 days. The psychological and physical states of the women had deteriorated significantly. Without makeup, they appeared in their natural state. And only a few young female university students managed to look somewhat presentable. In stark contrast was Guru Ajia, who possessed expensive skincare products. Even after enduring hunger for a couple of days, her skin remained radiant. Her intentions were crystal clear. She aimed to engage in further transactions with Guru Ajia. Darling, still unable to procure any food? Came the weak voice of Park Hyun-young from the dorm opposite. He was genuinely struggling to cope after a hearty meal 2 nights prior. He had now fasted for nearly 2 days. This cycle of intermittent hunger was far more tormenting than a continuous fast. Yes, Guru Ajia replied. Despondently sitting at the edge of her bed, numerous individuals had reached out to her for contact, yet most were merely making grand promises without substance. There were a couple of sincere offers, where individuals sent photographs of their food supplies to prove their assets, but the terms they proposed were utterly shameless. In comparison, the loathsome individual required only 1 or 2 photographs, which made his offer seem remarkably reasonable. Most importantly, despite his unpleasant demeanor, he at least upheld a basic level of trustworthiness, honoring his commitments without dismissing the photographs outright. Darling, what if we? Park Hyun-young hesitated, sensing the weight of his thoughts. Are you suggesting we reach out to that individual? Guru Ajia could not suppress her disdain. Yet, the alternative was dire. Without this contact, they would remain without food. Perhaps. I shall give it a try. Guru Ajia sighed in resignation. Once again, they found themselves confronting the most undesirable of situations. Really? Park Hyun-young exclaimed with unrestrained joy. He sprang to his feet, excitement illuminating his face as he embraced his girlfriend. In his eyes, that individual had previously offered them a meager amount of fast food for a mere 100,000, which was not exorbitant. Now, with presumably more food at his disposal, they should be able to procure several portions without much difficulty. Guru Ajia gazed at her naive boyfriend, a pang of pain piercing her heart. The true cost of that individual's transactions was far from merely 100,000. Yet, they had little choice left. I will contact him this evening. This time. Guru Ajia steeled herself mentally. It would only be a matter of sending a few photographs, nothing more. Once the army arrived and the disaster subsided, she could devise a plan to retrieve the other party's phone, rendering the entire ordeal as if it had never occurred. Why wait until tonight? Park Hyun-young inquired. Fewer people around in the evening, Guru Ajia thought to herself, unwilling to divulge that the timing would conveniently allow her to prepare her bargaining chips in the public bathroom. She had long since concocted her remarks in her mind. During crowded times, people might hesitate to sell out of fear of attracting trouble, but in fewer numbers, such concerns would dissipate. My dear, your thoughts are truly meticulous. Park Hyun-young planted a fervent kiss on her girlfriend, unable to suppress her inner excitement. She tugged her girlfriend to sit on the edge of the bed to deliberate on what food to procure for the evening. You should opt for more sustenance tonight. Perhaps self-heating hot pots or high-energy chocolate would suffice. Guru Ajia absent-mindedly responded. Ultimately, she would have to confront that repugnant individual for a transaction, so it would be wiser to expedite the arrangement. If not today, tomorrow might demand a far greater cost. Thus, in self-reassurance, time slipped by unnoticed until it was past 11 at night. To survive, Guru Ajia grasped her phone, locating the nauseating avatar in the group chat and requested to add it. The other party approved instantaneously. She paused momentarily, feeling as though she had stumbled into a den of thieves. Yet, she quickly found solace. A den of thieves it may be, but survival surpassed all else. Her fingers danced swiftly across the keypad. 2 self-heating hot pots. That works. The other party's prompt agreement made Guru Ajia somewhat uneasy. She furrowed her brows. Conditions. The message was dispatched. Guru Ajia felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. She did not believe that man would suddenly develop a conscience. His readiness likely indicated he had already contemplated the necessary bargaining chips. She watched her phone, turning it over several times, yet the other side had yet to respond. She resolved to rise and gather her toiletries. Regardless of the type of photo required, she would comply. Dear, I'm going to freshen up. All right. Make sure to return swiftly. It's chilly outside. Having learned from past lessons, Guru Ajia had not allowed him to accompany her during her nightly ablutions in recent days, and she emerged without incident. Buzz. Her phone vibrated. Her heart raced as she had just arrived at the communal bathroom, quickly unlocking her phone to check the message. However, the content left her momentarily stunned. I want to eat noodles. What does that mean? She replied with a question mark. Within seconds, a response came. You know there are no noodles left in the hall. So I was contemplating, what if I scavenge flour in the future, but I wouldn't know how to knead the dough? What exactly are you trying to convey? Guru Ajia replied, growing impatient. She had no desire to engage in idle chatter with such a loathsome character. It was an utter waste of time and life. I want to practice kneading dough in advance. Guru Ajia furrowed her brow, pondering for several minutes before vaguely grasping the other party's intent, her pupils widening gradually. That guy is delusional. She hastily composed a string of insults. Yet, her finger lingered hesitantly over the send button. Once this message was dispatched, it would signify the transaction's complete failure, and she and Park Hyun-young would lose their sole source of sustenance. After a fierce internal struggle, Guru Ajia bore the relentless humiliation, deleting her prepared words and retyping 2 simple characters. 10 portions. 2 portions, then 2 it shall be. 4 portions. Done. The response came instantaneously. Guru Ajia felt a fleeting disorientation, a wave of regret washing over her heart. Yet, she could not afford to waver, gritting her teeth. She typed her inquiry. How shall we proceed with the transaction? Come to my dormitory. Impossible. At the entrance. Guru Ajia closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The communal shower was adjacent to the restroom. This place had not seen a cleaning in several days, and the odor was rather pungent. Overwhelmed by her emotions, she momentarily lost her sense of her surroundings, inhaling sharply, nearly inducing a bout of nausea. After several minutes of calming herself at the door, she silently returned to the shower area. Turning on the hot water, she dampened a towel to cleanse her body and, in the process, shed a layer of intimate clothing. Once organized, she made her way toward the dormitory. As she emerged, Guru Ajia was met with the sight of that repugnant individual standing at the entrance, wearing a smug grin. Suppressing the churn in her stomach, she approached the door of his dormitory. One moment. What a lunatic. Just tell me a time. Su Wanli glanced at his phone, checking the time. It was 11:51. Let us make it 12 then, a nice round number. Traditionally, during the new year, making rice cakes at home required half an hour to knead the dough alone. However, Guru Ajia, clearly unaccustomed to cooking, was unaware of the time needed for kneading dough. So she kindly suggested a shorter duration. Besides, kneading dough is a laborious task, during which one cannot engage in other activities. Shorter it shall be, then. Chapter 48. Shuanqi in the lobby downstairs. The night is more vibrant than the day. The daytime temperatures are quite high, making it a struggle for everyone to find rest. While the coolness of the night, coupled with the heavy humidity of the mountainous air, renders even lying still a challenge. As limbs grow cold and heads throb with the chill, one can only endure by engaging in games or chatting on their phones. Goodness, this winter is exceptionally frigid. It must be below -10 degrees outside, lamented a young man from the south, his breath forming clouds of white mist. The damp cold of the southern winter is more unbearable indoors than out. In previous years, the lowest temperatures hovered around 0 degrees. A mere few minutes of snowfall would flood social media. Yet this year has shattered historical records with extreme lows, dense fog, and snowfall, leading many to gradually embrace the apocalyptic sentiments circulating online. A friend from the Meteorological Bureau mentioned that the fog outside is a product of another dimension and is unlikely to dissipate. More monsters may emerge in due time. One wonders if the lobby can withstand the onslaught of these creatures. Are you speaking of a movie? Movies are inspired by life. What nonsense. Did we not hear yesterday that the military is rescuing those trapped? We have food for now. If we ration it, we can endure until help arrives. As for the monsters outside, before the might of modern weaponry, any carbon-based life form is merely a paper tiger, easily dispatched with a single shot. Within range lies the truth. A dozen or so men, unable to sleep from the cold, huddle in a corner, smoking and chatting. Their inner fears are somewhat soothed by the provisions brought back during the day, lightening the mood. They firmly believe in the power of modern weapons. Convinced that the monsters outside pose no threat to the military, the slow pace of rescue is merely due to the dense fog impeding efficiency. Ding dong. Ding dong. Buzz. At the same moment, everyone's phones buzzed with notifications, either in the form of sounds or vibrations. Some pulled out their devices to check. 2 striking red text messages flashed on their screens. Extreme weather alert. According to observations from meteorological satellites worldwide, a cold front will envelop the globe at 2 o'clock tomorrow morning. The southern regions are expected to plummet to temperatures below -30 degrees, while the northern regions may see lows of over -70 degrees. Snowfall is anticipated to exceed 20 millimeters within 6 hours, accompanied by strong winds. Citizens are advised to take necessary precautions against the cold and safeguard personal property and safety. If conditions permit, prepare by conserving electricity and water, collecting combustible materials, and storing food, or make your way to designated refuge bases in the city. Below are the locations of the refuge bases in each district. Link. This official announcement was accompanied by a link to the locations of the refuge bases. Clicking the link reveals the positions of these safe havens. The homepage of the link also features 3 pinned articles on effective cold weather measures, survival techniques in severe climates, and the minimum daily energy requirements for the human body. Additionally, a text message discloses information about the monsters, Shuanchi, a new species generated from unknown substances. Nocturnal creatures, inactive during the day, are adapting to various ecological environments. It is imperative to note that the Shichi possesses strength and speed approximately double that of an average human, with rare mutations exhibiting strength reaching 5 to 6 times that of a normal individual, making them impervious to human resistance. Citizens venturing to the refuge base during daylight should remember to travel in groups and carry weapons. Currently, detection devices struggle to locate the Shichi, and no effective evasion strategies have been developed. The technical department is working on crafting detection instruments specifically for the Shichi. These 2 pieces of news set the hall ablaze with commotion. If the first announcement was akin to adding insult to injury, the information regarding the monsters was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Modern detection technology is unable to track these creatures? Is there any hope for salvation? They have long managed to suppress their inner fears and maintain their composure, not due to a lifelong cultivated worldview or moral compass, nor due to the constraints of law, but rather the confidence instilled by modern weaponry. Yet now, with the official declaration that contemporary technological arms are ineffective against the monsters, how can they come to terms with this? Drones, attack aircraft, robotic dogs, cluster bombs. Are these all mere decorations? Damn it, this cursed fog. The persistent thick mist renders over 90% of high-powered weaponry ineffective. With visibility less than 10 meters, not only is human sight compromised, but various instruments yield negligible results. This scenario is akin to missiles losing their navigation. Wide-ranging detection becomes impossible. Furthermore, the Shichi boasts capabilities twice that of normal humans. In their presence, even fully armed soldiers would find it exceedingly challenging to withstand. It said that the Shichi are nocturnal? Should we not head to the urban refuge base tomorrow? Do not harbor any illusions about the refuge base. The nearest facility is in Yanqing, over 200 kilometers away. One day's time is utterly insufficient. Oh, how long for my mother? Let us first proceed to the nearby urban area. The urban area just 20 or 30 kilometers away. A cold front is expected tomorrow evening, with temperatures plummeting below 30 degrees Celsius. If we do not seek shelter in a residential area, we may very well freeze to death. Just because these monsters are nocturnal does not mean they cannot be active during the day. What shall we do? Are we destined to perish? I do not wish to die. I have just begun university. Oh, whoa. Silence. Let us calm down and devise a plan. Oh, who will save me? Damn. Did you not hear me tell you to be quiet? Panic swiftly spread throughout the hall. Some individuals broke down in tears, others collapsed in a daze, and some lost their sanity, engaging in inappropriate acts with those nearby or randomly assaulting others, seeking to relish one last moment of revelry in their lives. For heaven's sake, all of you be silent. Xie Zhongshu kicked over a plastic table. The noise brought a measure of quiet to the crowd as he surveyed the despairing faces around him. Outside, 2 trucks sped along the highway. If all goes as expected, it should be the delivery trucks. One is located over 200 meters from the service station entrance, while the other is approximately 3 kilometers away. The cold front and blizzard are expected to arrive tomorrow night. We shall seize the opportunity to retrieve those 2 trucks during the day, as they are sure to contain food and supplies for warmth. Additionally, we must gather more gasoline and diesel and collect firewood. As for the highway accident, aside from the overturned large truck at the front, most of the vehicles involved in the incident behind it are small cars. If we disregard the losses, they can drive the trucks and forcibly clear the obstructing cars, proceeding as far as possible towards the service area until the road is completely blocked. Then, they can unload the packages from the truck to the service area. Given the number of people at the service area, they should be able to transport everything back before nightfall. In this way, there may still be hope to withstand the bitter cold. I concur. I agree. Shortly thereafter, over a dozen men raised their hands to vote. Among them, some supported the plan, while others contemplated venturing out together, turning back towards the refuge in Yang City. The subsequent stretch of road is not congested. They have a chance to return to the safe haven in Yang City. Of course, believing that the road will remain unobstructed is merely wishful thinking. No one knows the conditions of the roads ahead. I would like to add something. Yu Sahan, wearing a mask, stepped forward to the center of the hall and articulated clearly, stating that low temperatures could lead to water and power outages. Over the next few days, everyone must turn on the faucets to their maximum flow. The staff at the service area should know the location of the backup power supply. It would be prudent to send someone to inspect and maintain it, ensuring a steady power supply. It is also essential to ascertain whether the generator runs on diesel or gasoline. Someone directed the crowd. Gradually, their emotions calmed, and they gained clarity on their next steps, which revitalized their spirits. First, we must locate the drivers of the trucks. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, we shall set out together to retrieve those 2 delivery trucks. Xie Zhongshu squinted as he assessed Yu Sahan for a moment, then summoned a few close associates to discuss the logistics of transporting the packages. Chapter 49, The Hamburger Shop Dormitory. Park Hyun-young was filled with anticipation as he awaited Gu Ruijia's return with food. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from downstairs, growing increasingly louder, accompanied by cries. What could be happening? Park Hyun-young felt a twinge of curiosity. Typically, everyone was too frightened to make noise at night. With a sense of intrigue, he opened the iron door to listen. However, as soon as he stepped out, he saw Gu Ruijia standing at the opposite dormitory door. Darling? At the oblique dormitory entrance. Gu Ruijia stood silently. Upon hearing the door open behind her, she flinched slightly. Her position was quite strategic, perfectly blocking the half-open door. And she was clad in a long wool coat that reached her calves, allowing Park Hyun-young only to glimpse her back and the assortment of snacks on the upper bunk in the dormitory. Nevertheless, he did not catch sight of Su Wanli and was unaware of what he was doing. Darling, does that guy intend to sell food? He is currently retrieving food. Gu Ruijia's voice trembled, as if she had been outdoors for too long, shivering in the cold. Retrieving food? Park Hyun-young had no doubts. That fellow stood just over 6 feet tall, while his girlfriend barely reached 5 feet 3. If that guy stood before her, he would tower over her by half a head. At that moment, having not seen Su Wanli, Park Hyun-young naturally believed his girlfriend's words. Assuming the other was busy selecting food in the dormitory, it made sense. The food the guy brought back was abundant, and searching for the specific items Gu Ruijia wanted would naturally take some time. Let me help you carry it. Don't come over. Gu Ruijia's voice rose sharply, sounding somewhat piercing. She took several quick breaths, suppressing her emotions, striving to maintain a calm tone. She wished to keep the extent of the food in the dormitory a secret. His approach might jeopardize the transaction. Darling, please return to your dorm and wait for me. I'll come back as soon as I acquire the food. I see. Park Hyun-young nodded in realization. In such circumstances, he too would prefer to keep the quantity of food undisclosed. As the heir of a conglomerate, he understood such caution. Please hurry, it's cold outside. Park Hyun-young reminded her, unable to resist casting a glance through the door crack. Numerous items were scattered on the upper and lower bunks, though the exact amount remained unclear. Meanwhile, Gu Ruijia's coat fluttered as her hands fumbled within the door crack, seemingly retrieving something. The coat, not cinched at the waist, appeared quite loose, making it difficult to discern. He could only see it billowing slightly, unsure if she was gathering items or if the wind was causing the movement. If she was indeed retrieving something, Park Hyun-young hoped the motions were more pronounced. The larger the movement, the more she must be obtaining. Darling, if possible, please acquire a bit more. A bit more. Gu Ruijia bit her lip, discreetly urging her boyfriend to return. All right, please head back and wait for me. It's far too cold outside. With a slight shiver, Park Hyun-young drew in his neck. His attire was rather thin, the only coat he possessed draped over Guru Ajia. Earlier, his mind had been consumed with thoughts of various delectable foods, rendering him oblivious to the cold. However, upon his girlfriend's reminder and a gust of frigid air from the corridor, he could not help but tremble, no longer willing to wait for Guru Ajia. Retreating to the dormitory to fantasize about the sumptuous dishes awaiting him. At precisely midnight, not a second more or less, the two exhibited a remarkable sense of commitment. The chill on Guru Ajia's face seemed almost tangible, her fingers tightly gripping the packaging of the self-heating hot pot. She vowed, with unwavering determination, to ensure that filthy, despicable, revolting individual would pay dearly. Merely gouging out his eyes would not suffice for her vengeance. His hands must be severed. His tongue must be cut out. She envisioned transforming that scoundrel into a living doll, destined for display in Durian country, a mere instrument for others' amusement, unable to seek death, yet desperate to survive. Darling, did you purchase 4 portions? And a cucumber? In the dormitory of the burger joint. Park Hyun-young was pleasantly surprised to see Guru Ajia return with 4 self-heating hot pots and a single cucumber. Inside the hot pot were rice and meat, warm sustenance. As for the cucumber, it was a complimentary addition. Guru Ajia composed herself, masking any trace of her fury. A complimentary item? Park Hyun-young inquired, somewhat bewildered. That fellow seems decent enough. Decent enough? Guru Ajia's forehead pulsed with rage. She struggled to counter her boyfriend's remark, uncertain how to divulge the price of acquiring the cucumber. The agreed-upon bargaining chip had not included a cucumber. It was only due to her boyfriend's sudden appearance that startled her, prompting her instinctive attempt to obscure that fellow's presence, thus resulting in the unexpected acquisition of the cucumber. In truth, at the moment she received the cucumber, Guru Ajia longed to hurl it forcefully at that individual's face. Yet, she stifled her impulsive desire. She couldn't bear to waste it. The thought of severing that scoundrel's tongue to feed to dogs consumed her with rage, twisting her once fair and beautiful visage into a mask of fury. This was the first time she had experienced such intense emotional turmoil towards someone of a different social standing, wishing fervently to inflict upon him 1,000 tortures until death. How much did it cost? Park Hyun-young asked while opening a box of hot pot, following the instructions as he inquired about the price. If it were reasonable, he considered purchasing several more to ensure a lasting solution, thus sparing himself the humiliation of having to plead for more in the future. Don't ask, Guru Ajia replied. Unwilling to revisit the memory, she set the food down, picked up her toiletries, and shifted the conversation. In her haste to negotiate with that fellow, she had forgotten to freshen up. I'll wash my face and clean up first. Then I can enjoy my meal when I return. Why not finish eating before washing? He questioned. The public bathroom smells atrocious. I won't want to leave after dining. True enough, then I shall accompany you. All right. Guru Ajia did not oppose. The two gathered their toiletries and opened the door, making their way towards the communal bathroom. As Su Wanli remained at the doorway, Guru Ajia, with a sullen expression, fixed her gaze straight ahead and forcefully stomped away. Throughout the encounter, she did not cast a single glance at Su Wanli. Park Hyun-young, considering the offerings of food, managed a polite nod and a smile. A peculiar smile danced at the corners of Su Wanli's eyes as he watched Guru Ajia pass by, licking his lips in anticipation. A welcome for future transactions lingered in the air. Park Hyun-young, however, felt a deep disdain within. At such a moment, when everyone was reluctant to barter food for money, this individual still eagerly sought another deal. Such lowly laborers truly lack perspective. Yet, he maintained a facade of friendliness, assuring Su Wanli, certainly, please do sell us more next time. Of course, Su Wanli readily agreed. He had no fear of the demand being too great. Rather, he dreaded the possibility of them hesitating to take what was offered. Next time, I will provide as much as you require, and I trust that Miss Gu's generosity will ensure that I am not at a loss. Rest assured. We shall ensure you do not suffer any loss. He was cut off before he could finish. Park Hyun-young, compelled to respond, simply gestured an okay sign before hastily following Guru Ajia. Su Wanli's gaze lingered on their retreating figures as he silently calculated the timing for their next transaction. 4 servings of self-heating hot pot would suffice for 2 days. The next exchange would likely take place in 3 days. How delightful the anticipation. Chapter 50. The original returning to the dormitory. Su Wanli reclined on his bed, reflecting on recent events, as a sentiment known as ambition quietly took root within him. As time progressed, the boundaries of his companions were increasingly eroded by the primal instinct of hunger. In a day or two, it might very well be that food would dictate everything. However, that young woman possessed quite the fiery temperament. She nearly struck her counterpart. Yet aside from her character, Guru Ajia's authentic nature genuinely surprised him. Initially, Su Wanli assumed that Guru Ajia, having a boyfriend from the land of pickled vegetables and frequently residing there might exhibit some cultural influences that would lead to subtle adjustments and modifications. To his astonishment and satisfaction, his inspection yielded unexpected results. Ding dong, ding dong. The alert tone of a message notification emanated from his phone. Su Wanli retrieved his device to discover several unread messages. The correspondence was from Yusahan. Sent mere moments ago. He clicked to view it. Have you seen the message sent by the authorities? They say a cold front will arrive at 2 o'clock tomorrow morning, with temperatures plummeting below -30 degrees. I don't know if I can withstand such cold. A cold front tomorrow? Su Wanli initially dismissed the text as a mere reminder of insufficient balance, ignoring it. Upon seeing Yusahan's message, he promptly opened the text to check the latest unread notifications, thus becoming aware of the impending drastic temperature drop. -30 degrees. A sense of urgency washed over him. With such frigid temperatures accompanied by strong winds, it foreshadowed an impending water outage in the service area. The issue of drinking water was easily resolved. The dormitory boasted an entire case of expensive mineral water. He merely needed to place 2 bottles beneath his pillow to prevent them from freezing. However, the lack of water for daily use, such as bathing or flushing toilets, posed a considerable inconvenience. And as for power outages and internet disruptions, he could only hope that the electrical grid would hold out for a few more days. After reviewing the disaster warning message, Su Wanli felt a heightened sense of urgency. He clicked on the link included in the text, noting the locations of the evacuation sites in both Yangqing and Shanshuqing in his memo before returning to the messaging function to open the remaining unread texts. Shinchi? The term Shin refers to mirages, describing the elusive and unpredictable movements of fog-like monsters, while Qi refers to the water creature mentioned in the classic of mountains and seas. Using Shinchi as a code name for these monsters seemed fitting. Su Wanli focused his thoughts, meticulously reading the information pertaining to the Shinchi. He noted that the mutated monsters possessed values 5 to 6 times greater than that of an average individual, and his gaze sharpened as he recalled the astonishing speed displayed by the female monster during its hunt. Had that Shinchi not undergone mutation? As someone who possessed a limit of 4 times the average value and had witnessed the Shinchi hunt humans on more than one occasion, Su Wanli discerned the differences in values among various Shinchi. Among all the Shinchi he had encountered, the female one exhibited the highest value, nearly reaching 3 times the limit, while the average Shinchi barely reached 2 times the limit, higher than that of ordinary people, yet far from the grotesque extremes of 5 to 6 times. Could it be that my limits surpass those of others? Su Wanli considered his own limit values as a standard for comparison. He felt that the external manifestations of the Shuanqi were not as terrifying as officially proclaimed. Perhaps there were 2 reasons for this. First, the official definition of normalcy differed significantly. They employed averages rather than extremes. Consequently, the figures indeed amounted to approximately 5 or 6 times that of an ordinary individual. Second, the woman Shuanqi had not yet undergone complete mutation, and her values were still in a growth phase, developing steadily. However, this was not entirely accurate. In the videos on the dark web, the army of Sakura Nation was under siege by mutated Shuanqi. Those towering 5 or 6 meters high exhibited strength that far surpassed mere multiples of 5 or 6. It appeared that there were substantial discrepancies among different Shuanqi. No wonder ancient sages exercised utmost caution when positioned at greater heights. Su Wanli sighed. With a significant enhancement of his personal attributes, he could perceive more than an average person. The more one knows, the more one treads lightly. He opened a messaging application to reply to Yusahan. If you can't bear it, come over for a drink. It's complimentary. The most expensive things are often free. In the dormitory of the breakfast shop, Yusahan's cheeks flushed slightly. She neither accepted nor declined, but deftly shifted the topic. The group was discussing plans for tomorrow to locate the delivery trucks. What are your plans for tomorrow? Would you like to join us? Delivery trucks? Su Wanli pondered. Yes. Xie Zhongshu has found 2 truck drivers and confirmed that they will be transporting parcels. The trucks are laden with hundreds of packages, and they plan to drive as close to the service area as possible before organizing manpower to move the parcels and procure winter supplies. Upon reading the message, Su Wanli's eyes brightened. With the spring festival approaching, the likelihood of online purchases consisting of winter clothing and festive goods was high. He believed they could barter for some supplies, ideally acquiring more winter clothing and blankets. Currently, his gear could not withstand the frigid temperatures of -30 degrees. He needed an additional blanket and mattress, along with new clothing, including snow boots and windproof attire. Trading goods would necessitate some hard currency, such as stored instant noodles and bags. Notification: detected 20 packets of instant noodles, 5 flavors. Storage duration is 6 hours multiplied. Would you like to store them? Store. These packaged noodles were compact, could be eaten dry, or simply opened and soaked in hot water for convenient consumption. Su Wanli initially intended to keep the noodles as emergency rations for times of water or power outages to vary his diet. Now, they would serve perfectly for trade. After storing the noodles, he typed a response to Yu Sahan. I want to be going out tomorrow. There is still some food left in the dormitory, and I prefer not to take risks. Very well then. Upon reading his message, Yu Sahan felt a tinge of disappointment. She had genuinely wished to accompany Su Wanli. Being near him provided a profound sense of security. More importantly, Yu Sahan was considering whether to seize the opportunity of the last available day for an outing to find a vehicle to turn back to Yanqing. The expressway is not entirely congested. One only needs to reach the end of the jam and locate a vehicle available for a U-turn to head towards the City of Sheep. Upon arriving at the refuge base in the city, they can find shelter from the snowstorm and receive sustenance. Yu Sahan is not the only one harboring such intentions. Numerous travelers in the lobby wish to depart the service area before the tempest strikes, seeking a location with more abundant resources and greater structural safety. However, Su Wanli is reluctant to venture out, and Yu Sahan lacks the confidence to acquire someone else's car keys. After some hesitation, she reluctantly clicks into the discussion group with classmates to deliberate on the arrangements for tomorrow's outing. Since leaving the service area is not an option, they must devise a means to procure warm supplies. The attire of the dozen or so classmates cannot withstand temperatures plummeting to -10 degrees. They struggle to sleep at night from the cold and feel as though they are aging 2 generations during the day. If they fail to obtain some thicker clothing soon, they may very well succumb to the chill of the impending night. It is best to retire for the evening. Su Wanli sends a simple goodnight message, then sets down his phone and withdraws his hand back into the warmth of the blankets. In a slightly tipsy state, he finds it easy to drift into slumber. Chapter 51. Practice the following day, Su Wanli awoke and unlocked his phone, revealing it was 9:30. A solitary unread message awaited him, a morning greeting from Yu Sahan. Sent around 6. Quite early indeed. Su Wanli stretched languidly, typed a reply, and then rose to freshen up. The recent series of events had instilled a sense of urgency within him. As he surveyed the contents of his dormitory, his gaze eventually landed on the sledgehammer. With his physical attributes having quadrupled in capacity, wielding the 10-kilogram sledgehammer felt remarkably effortless, even somewhat light. Why not practice with the sledgehammer? Though Su Wanli had considerable experience in fighting, he rarely resorted to weaponry. His familiarity with the sledgehammer was largely limited to its role as a supplementary tool. With time to spare, he resolved to refine his skill in delivering precise blows, to enhance his dexterity with the sledgehammer. The principles, he surmised, would be akin to those of cold weapons. He positioned himself with slightly bent legs, gripping the sledgehammer with both hands. His eyes fixed upon a bag of instant noodles resting on his bed. Taking a step forward, he swung the sledgehammer, then retreated, continuing to practice the motion. Engaging in rudimentary tactile training. Strike and retract. This technique was gleaned from television dramas. Yet, as the ancients wisely stated, the myriad variations stem from a singular essence. Commencing with the feel of the sledgehammer, he aimed to familiarize himself with its striking method and range. Through relentless repetition, he endeavored to make the sledgehammer an extension of his own arm. Eventually, each swing would deliver a decisive blow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the sledgehammer slicing through the air resonated in the approximately 40-square-meter dormitory. Su Wanli, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, remained focused, swinging the hammer with increasing frequency. Bang! Unbeknownst to him, after countless swings, the sledgehammer struck the bag of instant noodles, producing the crackling sound of shattered noodles. The packaging ruptured, and fragments spilled forth. Gulping down a few sips of mineral water, Su Wanli immersed himself in a new phase of training. Gradually, he ceased relying solely on arm strength. Instead, he attuned himself to the muscular shifts in his waist and legs as he swung the sledgehammer. He endeavored to harness the power from his core and lower body, amplifying the force of the sledgehammer. He did not blindly pursue brute strength but aimed for stability, precision, and decisiveness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Had someone returned? It was not until he heard a commotion from downstairs that Su Wanli paused, turning to glance at the time on his phone. 2 in the afternoon? Unbeknownst to him, over 3 hours had slipped away in practice. Indeed, when engrossed in a task, one often loses track of time. He donned his down jacket and stab-resistant leather attire before venturing outside. Upon reaching the common area, he noticed the corridor cluttered with packages, alongside several brand-new iron woks. These were arranged by a group of women, diligently unpacking, preparing to use them as fire pits to burn gasoline and stave off the frigid night air. In the corner, a few trees had been dragged in. The temperature plummeted to over 30 degrees below zero. If there were no source of heat to maintain the indoor temperature, it would be challenging for everyone to endure the night. Several female students tirelessly traversed back and forth to the gas station. transporting canisters filled with gasoline to the burger shop, which had been temporarily requisitioned to store various supplies. Outside, men and women gradually returned, each carrying packages of varying sizes, creating an appearance of orderly organization. Brother Sue, as Yusahan returned, she struggled under the weight of a large bag. Her hands were frostbitten and red, and due to the mask she wore, her breath caused a light frost to form on her eyelashes. Clearly, she had endured considerable cold. Did you go out to fetch the packages? Yes. There was a sense of helplessness in Yusahan's eyes. Unlike the men, who had ample food in their dormitories capable of lasting 10 days or more, she had only a meager supply that had already been significantly depleted by the children. If she refrained from participating in the efforts, she would soon face starvation. Do not worry. I mentioned the sounds to everyone this morning. Before venturing out, Yusahan had warned her companions that the fog would carry the voices of the deceased, urging them to remain vigilant. Initially, fear gripped them, causing many to hesitate. It was not until a few took the initiative, plugging their ears with tissues and venturing outside unharmed, that they began to feel reassured and collaborated to transport the packages together. Let us take a break. By now, it was already past 2 in the afternoon, and the Shunchi would soon become active. They could not allow Yusahan to continue running outside. I'm fine. Just sit for a moment. Suwanli bent down to fetch an iron pot, filling it with a small amount of hot water at the supply station, then adding some cold water. After testing the temperature with his hand, he returned to Yusahan with a pot of warm water. Your hands are frostbitten. Soak them for a while. If it doesn't improve, we may have to resort to amputation. Amputation? Yusahan rolled her eyes. Being from the north, she knew that this was merely a mild frostbite, and such drastic measures were not necessary. However, seeing the seriousness of the man's expression, she couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as she played along, her voice tinged with a hint of vulnerability. Brother Sue, am I really going to have an amputation? Behave, and you want tea. Then I will be good. A smile spread across Yusahan's face as she obediently extended her hand, allowing the man to guide it into the pot. As she felt the warmth radiating from his hands, her heart relaxed further, and she gradually recognized her own romantic inclinations. It's so hot. The moment her hand touched the warm water, Yusahan felt both a burning sensation and numbness, instinctively wanting to withdraw. Yet, Su Wanli held her firmly in place. What time did you go out? At 10 in the morning. Yusahan wore a look of melancholy. Answer honestly. I only went out to carry things after they parked the truck about 50 meters from the service area entrance. Before long, the chill in her fingers dissipated, and Yusahan's body and mind began to relax. She also took the opportunity to share with the man the incentive system established by Xie Zhangshu, which rewarded those who worked harder. Resources are distributed according to labor. The more packages one carries, and the heavier they are, the greater the opportunity to select supplies. Therefore, you are certainly in a position to take advantage of this opportunity. At the mention of the chance to choose supplies, a smile inadvertently graced Yusahan's eyes. It is precisely because there are desired items that she braves the peril of frostbite, repeatedly venturing out to transport packages. Stealing a glance at the man, her mind conjured images of his astonished delight, and her smile deepened. Have your classmates returned? Su Wanli inquired casually. Not yet, Yusahan replied, shaking her head. There is a truck parked quite a distance away. They are fetching packages from that truck, and the round trip will likely take another 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Su Wanli slightly turned his head, his gaze penetrating through the glass door to the outside. Those individuals, it seems, may not return. Chapter 52. Underhanded maneuvers outside the hall. Shivering individuals frequently returned, clutching a multitude of packages. A single truck was laden with hundreds of parcels. Concerned about the fog affecting efficiency and to prevent those with poor sense of direction from becoming lost, the group marked the path with conspicuous signs, ensuring that anyone could find the correct route back and forth. However, the majority of the individuals were physically weakened. While they could barely manage the short distance to the service area, the further truck left them gasping for breath after just a couple of trips, necessitating periodic rest to recuperate their strength. This resulted in a considerable waste of time. Goodness, it's so cold. At the entrance, Park Hyun-young, who stood around 5 feet tall, repeatedly exhaled warmth into his palms to fend off the chill. Thanks to the food his girlfriend had procured through trade the previous night, he had a modicum of energy today, allowing him to join the collective effort of transporting the packages, exchanging labor for a bit of sustenance. With the army unable to arrive in the short term and cash losing its value, Park Hyun-young dared not maintain any semblance of privilege. Instead, he dutifully engaged in the very manual labor he had once scorned. Darling, he said, observing Gu Rujia's delicate face, reddened from the cold. He gently cupped his warmed hands around her ears, filled with concern. The two were university classmates, having met during a club activity. From the very first glance, He was captivated by Gu Rujia's enchanting beauty and vivacity, frequently seeking various excuses to approach her, cautiously testing the waters of their budding connection. As the heir of a conglomerate, Park Hyun-young could have indulged in a carefree university life, yet he remained meticulously reserved in Gu Rujia's presence, gradually nurturing their relationship. He vividly recalled their first date, when the naturally beautiful Gu Rujia had dressed to impress, donning a crisp white shirt paired with a black JK skirt and white sneakers. Her vibrant ensemble showcased her figure, making his heart race uncontrollably. From that moment on, Park Hyun-young was resolute in his determination to marry no one but Gu Rujia. He began orchestrating chance encounters in the cafeteria, classrooms, and even at the bus stop, even on days when he did not initiate conversation. Simply wandering aimlessly behind her along the path filled him with immense satisfaction. Eventually, through persistent pursuit, he mustered the courage to confess his feelings in the first semester of their senior year, successfully winning her heart. Once they confirmed their relationship, they became inseparable, their bond growing ever deeper. As graduation approached, it was only natural for them to enter a hotel room together. That night, upon learning it was Gu Rujia's first time, Park Hyun-young felt an overwhelming joy and silently vowed to shield her from any hardship or distress. Over the course of more than 3 years, he indeed fulfilled that promise, showering her with love and care as their days together unfolded. Yet now Park Hyun-young watched in anguish as his delicate girlfriend's lips cracked from the cold while she was forced to engage in strenuous labor. His heart twisted painfully at the sight, and even more terrifying was the gaze of the brutish men around them, filled with unrestrained desire. He could scarcely fathom the consequences should they lose access to food. "Dear, you should return to the dormitory and rest. Leave the work to me. Well, please be careful and watch your safety." Gu Ruijia hesitated, unable to maintain her facade. Although her family background did not compare to Park Hyun-young's. She belonged to a well-off family and had been raised in comfort, never having engaged in manual labor throughout her life. The hour-long trek had left her legs trembling, primarily due to the biting cold outside. "All right, I will be back soon." Park Hyun-young feigned nonchalance as he turned away, despite his strength waning and his limbs shaking. The thought of insufficient food and the possibility of his girlfriend being preyed upon by lurking beasts compelled him to endure. Each additional trip meant a bit more sustenance. He could not allow his girlfriend to continually grovel before that loathsome individual for transactions. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed a few meters ahead as he stepped forward. He lifted his gaze, and through the thick mist, he could faintly discern someone being overpowered by a monster, desperately struggling to escape its grasp. A monster. Park Hyun-young's heart lurched. This was the closest he had ever been to such a creature. Less than 10 meters away, he could vividly witness the monster tearing into a human's neck, ripping flesh and sinew apart. Blood sprayed everywhere. "Run!" A passerby shouted a warning. Park Hyun-young's mind screamed for him to flee, yet his legs felt weak and immobile. The creature paused its gruesome act, slowly turning its gaze toward him. And he felt his heart stop. Digging his fingernails into his palm, he regained a modicum of control. But the proximity to the beast rendered any escape to the hall impossible. "Damn it! I cannot die. I absolutely must survive." Driven by an intense will to live, Park Hyun-young shoved a panicked woman aside, seizing the moment of distraction to sprint toward the hall. A chilling scream erupted behind him. Before entering the hall, he instinctively glanced back. The woman's abdomen had been torn open by the monster, her bloody entrails laid bare before his horrified eyes, causing his fear to escalate. Adrenaline surging as he propelled himself into the hall at breakneck speed. "Quick, shut the door." Witnessing the outside world becoming inaccessible, the survivors in the hall wasted no time in slamming the glass doors shut and barricading them, retreating to a corner in terror, their eyes fixed on the entrance. Outside, screams echoed intermittently. Those carrying packages had no chance of escape. In a state of sheer terror, a man charged toward Park Hyun-young, seizing his collar and without a word, began to rain down punches. "Why did you push that woman? Your life is valuable, but others are not. You beast. Damn it. Beat him to death." The crowd in the hall glared with fury, encircling the fallen Park Hyun-young, who was not far from the entrance. Many had witnessed the earlier incident with the woman. They also participated in the operation of transporting packages. Imagine, if at that moment, the person passing by Park Hyun-young had not been that woman, but rather them. Suddenly confronted by a malevolent force, their fate would have mirrored that of the woman, becoming a target to be viciously torn apart by monsters. Consequently, a mixture of fear and fury surged within everyone, erupting chaotically towards the curled-up figure of Park Hyun-young. Bang, bang, bang. Someone inside opened the door. The sound of urgent knocking resonated from outside. The crowd ceased their assault and turned to the glass door. It was Xie Zhongshu, accompanied by a dozen individuals, returning hastily. "Hurry, help clear the obstruction." Several of Xie Zhongshu's loyal followers immediately stepped forward to push aside the barrier, creating a narrow passage for a single person to enter through the glass door. However, this gap was swiftly overwhelmed by the eager crowd, nearly shattering the glass door in the process. The group returned to the hall and quickly restored the barrier. Damn, we nearly met our demise. The crowd collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The Shinchi did not all emerge at once. Rather, the woman as Shinchi appeared first, followed by the remaining 10 or so Shinchi a few minutes later. In those few minutes, coupled with several unfortunate souls targeted, they finally had a chance to escape. As they calmed their racing hearts, a man raised his head, searching for Park Hyun-young's figure. Where is that unruly fellow from the pickled cabbage nation? I don't know. Perhaps he sneaked back to the dormitory. Damn. If I see him again, I'll make sure to strike him once more. Chapter 53. The great exchange of supplies. The survivors in the hall did not observe a moment of silence for the deceased. Instead, they busied themselves with unpacking parcels, searching for supplies to withstand the impending cold front. After over an hour of diligent effort, they finally finished unwrapping the packages, yielding a collection of snacks, clothing, and assorted items, which they neatly organized in the empty space in the corridor. The haul was satisfactory, and Xie Zhongshu's expression reflected his contentment. He beckoned a few women responsible for recording to him and took the notes they held. The notes recorded the number of trips made by individuals to transport the packages. This would serve as an important reference for the allocation of supplies, although there was no record of weight. Without a scale in the hall, the women were unable to document that aspect. Everyone had worked hard. Xie Zhongshu, holding several notebooks and with his hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the crowd. These supplies had been brought back collectively. According to their initial agreement, those who had transported more would have the opportunity to select supplies. However, given the dire circumstances they faced, it was prudent not to deplete all the resources. At least half of the food must be reserved as sustenance for the coming days. As for the clothing, distribution would proceed as planned. What does everyone think? From the moment he suggested transporting the truck's parcels last night, Xie Zhongshu had entertained the notion of centralized food management. Now, as the cold front approached, they had no option to venture out again for food. The supplies at the service area had become their sole lifeline. Whoever controlled the food wielded power over others. Xie Zhongshu had painstakingly organized these endeavors, repeatedly risking his life to lead expeditions. His ultimate aim was to seize control. Once he secured the key to the hamburger restaurant, he would dictate who would warm his bed and who would toil for him. Those who disobeyed would be deprived of food, and to be even more ruthless, they would be forbidden from approaching the fire for warmth. Who would dare defy his commands? If half the food were to be reserved, who would govern it? A young man posed this question, which was precisely what Xie Zhongshu wished to hear. Without hesitation, he replied, "The food will be stored alongside the fuel in the hamburger restaurant, and I shall oversee the keys. I will also manage the distribution of everyone's supplies, ensuring complete transparency and fairness with no personal gain involved." Why should you have the keys? Someone immediately countered. The crowd was not naive. The individual responsible for the keys could ostensibly distribute food fairly while secretly taking a share for themselves. Most crucially, the potential benefits of holding the keys were immense. Now, with over 130 individuals originally present in the hall, subtracting those who had perished, those who had left in vehicles, and those unable to work due to injury, fewer than 90 remained. Among these 90, there would inevitably be some who were still hungry, yearning for more sustenance. Yet without the keys, they could not unlock the hamburger restaurant's roll-up door. What could they do? They could only covertly seek out the key holder. To obtain food, they would have to pay a price, and as for what that price entailed, it was all too obvious. Why should that be the case? Without the need for Xie Zhongshu to speak, one of his followers coldly remarked that previously, when someone went missing in the service area, it was Brother Xie who led the search. Yesterday, when they returned to the vehicle for provisions, it was also Brother Xie who orchestrated the effort. Today, while transporting the courier packages, once again, it was Brother Xie who organized the action. Why should it be otherwise? If Brother Xie is unworthy of possessing the keys, then who is? As soon as his words fell, several people echoed in agreement. Indeed, Brother Xie has repeatedly guided everyone in the search for supplies. If he does not take the keys, then who should? Should it be you? What qualifications do you possess? Do you believe that mere words entitle you to the keys? It seems to me you are intentionally sowing discord, undermining our unity. Yes, such individuals are self-serving. With just a few words, they labeled the skeptics, causing those who might oppose to hesitate. Gradually, the hall fell silent. Just as Xie Zhongshu believed victory was assured, a discordant voice shattered the stillness. "I believe Brother Su should manage the keys." Liang Yikai calmly stepped forward. Ignoring Xie Zhongshu's threatening gaze, he surveyed the crowd. Everyone should recognize that Brother Su possesses an ample supply of food. A person who lacks neither sustenance nor drink is the least likely to embezzle the food keys. Moreover, Brother Su does not form cliques and will not show favoritism in food distribution. Therefore, I believe it is best for Brother Su to hold the keys. Yes, I concur that the keys should be entrusted to Brother Su. Several of Firesnake Brothers' companions echoed in agreement. Those who were previously indecisive felt a stir upon hearing that Su Wanli lacked for nothing. It seemed more fitting for such a person to possess the keys than for Xie Zhongshu. However, Xie Zhongshu offered no time for the group to weigh the pros and cons undeniably. Xiao Su is a capable individual, having procured a substantial amount of food early on. Yet he did not join us in today's endeavor. To let him oversee the fruits of our labor might be somewhat inappropriate, wouldn't it? His words revealed two pieces of information. First, Su Wanli had sensed something amiss and hoarded food in advance without informing the group, implying that he is rather self-centered. A selfish individual is ill-suited to hold the keys. Second, since Su Wanli did not partake in the transportation of packages, he lacks both the moral and logical standing to possess the keys. Why should we, who have toiled and shivered to bring in supplies, hand over the management to someone who remained in the hall without sacrificing anything? He deftly avoided addressing the issue of embezzlement. Brother Xie is correct. Anyone present could hold the keys, except for him. More and more voices rose in opposition to Su Wanli possessing the keys. Their dissent was, in effect, an endorsement of Xie Zhongshu. Before long, the key to the burger shop fell into Xie Zhongshu's hands, and his previously anxious heart found solace. Everyone had reaped a bountiful harvest. When the group concluded their discussions, Su Wanli leisurely approached, surveying the pile of clothing on the ground, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He had indeed guessed correctly. As the year draws to a close, most courier packages consist of winter clothing and festive goods, which are precisely the essentials he requires. Regrettably, the food supply is somewhat scant. Su Wanli turned his gaze towards the vigilant Xie Zhongshu and smiled, saying, "Brother Xie, if I may, I happen to have an ample supply of food. Why not engage in a barter, where we both take what we need?" "Oh?" Xie Zhongshu felt a flicker of interest and tentatively inquired, "What do you wish to exchange?" "I would like to trade for a quilt and a mattress, several jackets, some gasoline and diesel, and that entire box of emergency canned goods. Name your price, and I will accept it." "Impossible." Xie Zhongshu was taken aback by Su Wanli's audacity. Yet he could neither acquiesce immediately nor allow the other party to acquire too many resources. Otherwise, the remaining jackets might not suffice, jeopardizing the stability of the keys he had just procured. The quilt, mattress, gasoline, diesel, and that box of canned goods were essential trades. Su Wanli, wishing to avoid superfluous dialogue, directly presented his psychological price as he was not adept at haggling. 60 packets of instant noodles, along with 10 boxes of 12 cans of 8 treasure porridge, in exchange for that box of emergency canned goods. As for the quilt and mattress, let us say, 40 packets of instant noodles. That substantial box of emergency canned goods likely originated from an online unboxing review, weighing in at 45 kilograms. However, this weight included the outer metal box. The net weight of the food inside should be around 40 kilograms. The total weight of the 10 boxes of 8 treasure porridge is slightly over 40 kilograms, plus 60 packets of instant noodles, which could adequately compensate for any discrepancies in quality. Xie Zhongshu's pupils slightly contracted. 60 plus 40 equals 100 packets of instant noodles. Moreover, with 10 complete boxes of 8 treasure porridge, this quantity of food would suffice to feed everyone in the hall for a day or two. Fixed price. Su Wanli preemptively closed off any room for negotiation before Xie could respond. He was confident that Xie Zhongshu was a clever individual. If he declined or attempted to raise the price, he would ultimately incur a greater loss. Very well. Xie Zhongshu hesitated briefly before agreeing. The two were in different positions. Su Wanli was not concerned about securing the canned goods and quilt. However, if Xie Zhongshu chose not to sell, that did not prevent others from selling clothing or canned goods. Once someone was willing to sell privately, the food acquired through the trade would no longer be confiscated. This was not the scenario Xie Zhongshu wished to witness. "Allow me to go up and retrieve the items." "Agreed. Brother Su can take the box of emergency canned goods first. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient to retrieve both the quilt and mattress along with the box of canned goods later." "Understood." Chapter 54. Canned goods in the employee dormitory of the gas station. Su Wanli placed a box of emergency canned goods beneath his bed and closed the door, mentally inquiring with Tun Tun Mouse. "Tun Tun Mouse, has the instant noodle storage completed its triple return?" "Ding, the triple return duration has been reached. Would you like to retrieve it?" "Retrieve. The noodles were stored just past midnight last night. Now, as the clock strikes 6 in the afternoon, the duration for a triple return has indeed elapsed. He had stored 20 packets, which means he will receive 60 packets in return, equivalent to 300 servings of instant noodles. He planned to trade 100 packets, reserving the remaining 200 for future needs. Su Wanli selected several flavors that he disliked and decided to take them down to settle the payment for a blanket and the canned goods. After choosing the instant noodles, he placed the remaining 200 packets in the upper bunk, which was unoccupied, and retrieved the 8 treasure porridge from the lower bunk. These porridge packets were from the Inlu brand, 2 boxes of traditional longan and 2 boxes of Haozhou Dao. In total, there were 12 boxes. He decided to keep 2 cans of each flavor. As he unpacked the boxes, he took out 2 cans and filled the rest with other flavors, accumulating 10 boxes, which he then carried to the doorway. He transported the 8 treasure porridge to the hallway and returned to his dormitory for a sip of water. Gazing at the expensive emergency canned goods he had acquired, he felt a twinge of curiosity about the return duration for these cans. Tun Mouse. How many hours are required for a single return of this box of canned goods? Ding, detecting a box of 15-day emergency survival food. Due to the inconsistency of the items within, 2 return options are available for the host. Option 1, whole box return, 1 day for a full return. Option 2, food categorized and returned in batches. Return duration varies based on stored food. The contents of the box are varied. Su Wanli puzzledly opened the large tin box. Truth be told, this was his first encounter with such emergency survival food, and he was not well acquainted with its contents. The hefty price paid was solely for the belief that canned goods have a longer shelf life and could be stored for an extended period. In an extremely cold apocalypse where flora and fauna are gradually being eradicated, with existing food production lines halted, long shelf life items such as canned meats and vegetables could serve as universal currency in the future, easily exchanged for other necessities. It was also the optimal storage choice for Tun Mouse. 16 small cardboard boxes? Upon opening the tin box, he discovered 15 identical small cardboard boxes inside. Each box was labeled with the days of the 1st through the 15th, seemingly portioned out according to daily rations. The 16th box contained 15 bags of bottled mineral water, 100 milliliters per bag, totaling 1,500 milliliters. He decided to inspect the contents. Unpacking the box labeled for the first day, he found 2 packets of 250 grams of compressed dry food, 1 packet of 165 grams of integrated rations, 9 bags of 100 milliliters of drinking water, 1 can of 198 grams of luncheon meat, 3 bags of 40 grams of beef, and a small bag of candies. There was only 1 can of luncheon meat, which left him slightly disappointed. Once again, the cardboard box marked for the 7th day was opened. The contents were largely similar, with the exception that the canned luncheon meat had been replaced by a self-heating mixed fried rice meal. Disappointment washed over him. He resolved to store the comforters and mattresses first before packing everything else away. Su Wanli sighed as he stuffed the scattered items back into the large metal box, having anticipated a treasure trove of canned goods. In reality, there were only 9 cans of luncheon meat, while the remaining food was packaged with a relatively short shelf life of just 2 years. Nevertheless, he decided to keep them for the time being, as the self-heating meals would be convenient for consumption in cold conditions. He planned to acquire other types of canned goods in the future for long-term storage. The iron door of the dormitory creaked open diagonally across the hallway. Guru Ajia's eyes were slightly red, clearly distressed after witnessing her boyfriend's injuries, which were quite severe. And with no medicine available for treatment, she found it hard to contain her emotions. However, upon stepping out and seeing the boxes of food lining the corridor, she was momentarily taken aback. "Is all this yours?" "Indeed," Su Wanli replied, observing the young woman with interest. Despite her seemingly delicate appearance, there was an undeniable allure to her vulnerability. After a brief moment of admiration, he withdrew his gaze and began to carry 6 or 7 boxes of 8 treasure porridge downstairs. "Wait a moment," Guru Ajia called out, her eyes gleaming as she focused on the food in the hallway. 2 cans of 8 treasure porridge. You don't need to." Su Wanli decisively declined. Understanding her intention, she was offering to help him carry the items downstairs in exchange for the porridge. He was not easily swayed, recognizing that although she appeared fragile, she harbored many schemes, and he needed to remain cautious not to fall into her trap. "Damn it." Guru Ajia glared at Su Wanli's retreating figure, wishing she could tear him apart. Yet, she found herself with no other options, gritting her teeth. "Free? Free?" Su Wanli halted, turning to meet her gaze. He sensed that she had ulterior motives, and whatever she sought was worth far more than mere food. "Just need some dough. Get lost." Su Wanli burst into laughter, but soon began to ponder her intention seriously. He noted the unmistakable resentment etched on her face and the slightly ajar iron door of her dormitory, forming a faint suspicion in his mind. The food in the hall was under the control of Xie Zhongshu and his group, and with the army unable to arrive in the short term, coupled with Park Hyunyoung's injuries, Guru Ajia was evidently worried that her looks and figure would attract unwanted attention. Thus, she proposed to lend a hand, seeking Su Wanli's protection. Su Wanli couldn't help but admire her cunning. Often, he found himself learning something from her. After a moment's hesitation, he conceded, "All right. Who can blame me for being a good person?" "A good person? What a joke. Are there any bad people left in the world?" "Well, you have a point. I certainly am not a good person." Su Wanli nodded in agreement. Who would harbor affection for a married woman? Regarding Gu Ruijia's inner resentment. The greater the animosity from the other party, the more exhilarating the act of revenge becomes. Possessing a fourfold limit of four-dimensional values and seldom venturing outside, Su Wanli remains unconcerned about the other's devious schemes. At most, he might become annoyed. Yet the repercussions of inciting his ire may be more than the young woman can bear. Merely moving items. Other matters require remuneration. Do you understand? Su Wanli stated, accustomed to articulating his thoughts in advance. If unpleasant truths are not expressed up front, they often culminate in unsavory events later. This is a lesson learned through repeated experiences. Gu Ruijia remained silent, quietly clutching several bags of instant noodles, taking small steps to keep pace. At this moment, her sole desire was to attain refuge. If possible, she hoped to reclaim the labor compensation for today as package handling. Chapter 55. A bustling scene, Brother Xia. Here are 100 packets of instant noodles and 10 boxes of 8 treasure kanji. Please take stock. Su Wanli and Gu Ruijia unloaded the food onto the table. In the center of the hall, a metal barrel crackled with a lively fire, while various iron pots, both large and small, surrounded it, their flames billowing with dark smoke. These pots were either utensils from various eateries or newly unwrapped vessels repurposed as braziers to fend off the chill of the night. So much food. Goodness. This is enough for us to feast for several days. The sight of the boxes of 8 treasure kanji and bags of 5-pack instant noodles ignited excitement among the crowd. Any prior discontent regarding Xie Zhongshu's unilateral sale of a box of canned goods dissipated as the table filled with provisions. Food is indeed the assurance of survival. Come on. Su, what are you saying? I wouldn't doubt you. Xie Zhongshu feigned displeasure, his address shifting from Xiao Su to Brother Su. He gestured for 2 of his subordinates to bring forth several packages of blankets and mattresses, along with 10 barrels of gasoline and 10 barrels of diesel, all contained in 5-liter bottled water containers. These represented the largest capacity vessels available in the service area. Brother Su, the quality of these blankets and mattresses is quite good. Please have a look and choose your favorite, one by one. Su Wanli glanced over and selected a double-sized winter quilt. It's easy to be polite, but don't be foolish enough to be overly courteous. Take what you need. Even if it seems wasteful, it's better than suffering in silence. All right, you all carry on. Having completed the transaction, Su Wanli headed towards the dormitory, intent on swiftly storing his provisions. The sooner he could secure a thick quilt, the better he could ward off the biting cold. With temperatures plummeting below 30 degrees, how could one sleep without adequate warmth? Wait a moment. Hold on. 2 voices echoed simultaneously. One was Xie Zhongshu's, the other, Gu Ruijia's. Is there something you need? Su Wanli glanced at the pair, his gaze settling on Xie Zhongshu. Aren't you concerned about Brother Su catching a chill at night? I wanted to ask if you needed a brazier. A brazier? Xie Zhongshu repeated, raising his hand once more. Not far away, 2 women approached, each carrying a frying pan and a pot. The utensils they bore were pristine. The double-handled frying pan, 15 centimeters deep and 40 centimeters in diameter, appeared to be from an imported brand, devoid of any coating. Su Wanli was unfamiliar with foreign brands. The pots were still wrapped in dust covers, with manuals and certificates yet to be removed. How much are they? Haha, no charge, Xie Zhongshu chuckled. Brother Su, we are stranded in the service area. We ought to unite and face this challenge together. These little extras are yours to use. One thing at a time. Su Wanli declined the offer, estimating the value of the frying pan and pot before making his proposal. I don't have many instant noodles. How about 3 self-heating hot pots for 1 frying pan and 1 pot? Well, all right then. Xie Zhongshu no longer felt the need for politeness. The value of 3 self-heating hot pots was considerable, rivaling even 10 packets of instant noodles. There was no reason to jeopardize his position over a few courteous words. At the same time, he harbored a curiosity about just how much food Su Wanli possessed. Yet, the more he pondered, the deeper his fears grew. In such difficult times, who would wish to conceal their provisions from prying eyes? Yet, Su Wanli boldly brought forth his supplies for trade. Such irregularity surely hinted at something amiss. Xie Zhongshu could not comprehend the source of Su Wanli's confidence. Without discerning his true intentions, he dared not act recklessly. Moreover, the current food stores were sufficient to sustain everyone for several days, allowing for the establishment of order and new regulations. There was no need to complicate matters further. What were you about to say? Su Wanli inquired, carrying a brand new frying pan and pot, his spirits evidently lifted. These cooking utensils would certainly meet his daily culinary needs. He glanced back at the young woman, urging her to finish her unfinished thoughts. I would like to claim the supplies I can exchange for today's labor, Gu Ruijia stated. At this moment, she could not afford to consider additional costs. Her offer to work as a laborer was not merely to seek Su Wanli's protection but also to reclaim the wages owed to her and her boyfriend. Isolated from the others, they could no longer expect food allocations. If she did not strive for sustenance, her hours of hard work would be for naught. Claim supplies? Xie Zhongshu hesitated briefly, then lowered his gaze to check the transportation records for Gu Ruijia and Park Hyunyang. You have completed a total of 21 transports today, which entitles you to either 4 packets of instant noodles or 1 jacket. Noodles, Gu Ruijia replied without negotiating. After receiving the 4 packets, she returned to the second floor with Su Wanli. What a pity. Xie Zhongshu watched the young woman's retreating figure, his gaze a mixture of greed and regret. Such an exquisite beauty was hard to resist. However, Su Wanli's intention to include her in his endeavors was all too clear. Xie Zhongshu knew that if he wished to pressure Gu Ruijia, he must also consider his own strength and resolve. No matter how skilled one might be, a sharp knife could still pose a threat, especially one designed for severing bone. Fortunately, the hall was filled with several attractive women, including a few college students. If quality was lacking, he could always rely on quantity. Come, everyone line up to receive supplies. Oh yay, I'm first. Hold on. One at a time, everyone who contributes will receive their share. Leave me a few cans of 8 treasure porridge. A few cans? You should be grateful if you can get one. We must reserve half of our food as rations. When divided, that leaves each person with just 1 can of 8 treasure porridge and 1 packet of instant noodles. How can one ever be satiated? Do you still wish to indulge? The morsels I offer are merely sufficient to sustain your vital signs, not to fill your belly. The hall buzzes with excitement as the crowd eagerly presses forward, anxious to claim their share of provisions. Although the spread appears substantial, once half is reserved, the remainder barely suffices for each person. A hearty meal is a distant dream. It serves only to replenish a modicum of nourishment necessary for survival. Patience, everyone. Take your time, announces the voice calling out names for the collection of supplies. Xie Zhongshu wears a faint smile, yet his heart dances with delight. His intent is to ensure that these individuals do not starve, but neither do they find satisfaction. If this continues for 2 or 3 days, their bodies will weaken, rendering them incapable of resistance, even in the face of public transgressions or self-serving acts. Sihan, come quickly. They are about to call us. Yu Sihan furrows her brow, fixating on Su Wanli and Gu Ruijia's retreating figures, feeling a twinge of discomfort. After several deep breaths, she manages to quell her negative emotions. I'm coming. The two are not in a romantic relationship, and after a brief spell of irritation, Yu Sihan joins several female classmates queuing for supplies. They have made numerous trips today, certain to acquire the items they desire. Gathered together, they share long-awaited smiles and engage in lively discussions. Cheng, are you considering trading for 8 treasure porridge? The porridge is too cold. I prefer to exchange it for instant noodles. Are you foolish? You can warm the 8 treasure porridge beside the brazier before consuming it. It is far more nutritious and sustaining than noodles. Indeed, then I shall opt for the 8 treasure porridge. What about you, Sihan? Chapter 56. The young girls visit in the corridor of the second floor. Su Wanli and Gu Ruijia walked quietly together. It was only when they reached the dormitory door that he came to a halt. Shouldn't you offer some form of compensation? He inquired. For packets of instant noodles, what do you want as payment? Gu Ruijia was not one to evade responsibility. She emphasized the food she had acquired. For packets of instant noodles did not equate to 4 servings of self-heating hot pot. The value of such a meager offering certainly could not procure the opportunity to knead dough nor warrant overly risky photographs. If the other party desired a few half-obscured images to add a touch of amusement to the long, dreary night, she would not mind providing them. This reckless approach doesn't align with your character, Su Wanli remarked, his brow slightly furrowing. The young woman seemed to exhibit signs of giving up. This simply would not do. He resolved to instill a sense of motivation in her. Come, I shall escort you back. What do you intend to do? Gu Ruijia's expression was one of caution. In the dormitory, it was just her and her boyfriend. Given that her boyfriend was injured and bedridden, bringing Su Wanli back would be akin to inviting danger into their midst. Rest assured, I will only take you to the dormitory entrance, Su Wanli assured her, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. After placing the items down, he stood outside Gu Ruijia's dormitory, leaning against the wall in quiet anticipation. You had better behave yourself, Gu Ruijia warned. Beyond her verbal caution, she had no means to refuse. With one hand clutching the 4 packets of instant noodles and the other retrieving her keys, she opened the door. Inside, Park Hyunyang, hearing the commotion, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and struggled to lift himself to see the doorway. Creaking, the door swung open, revealing a familiar petite figure. Upon confirming his girlfriend's safe return, Park Hyun-young let out a sigh of relief, though his concern remained palpable. Darling, are you alright? Did they trouble you? If it's too much, just forego the food. We can offer more money to that disgusting guy across the way. I didn't Hearing her boyfriend's worried inquiry, Guru Ajia felt a wave of warmth wash over her body gradually relaxing. However, before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly stiffened, instinctively letting out a scream. Darling, have they bullied you? Noticing his girlfriend's unusual reaction, Park Hyun-young's eyes turned red as he struggled to rise from the lower bunk. He could endure being beaten and would resort to any means necessary to survive, but who dared to bully his precious one? He would ensure they paid with their life. No, it's nothing. Don't get out of bed. I just slipped and fell on my backside, Guru Ajia forced a smile, twisting her body unnaturally to conceal her discomfort. Yet, as she took a step forward, she hesitated, as if something behind her had ensnared her, coupled with her hands full of food, leaving her unable to break free. She attempted to extricate herself, but after several fruitless attempts, her expression grew increasingly grim. Resigning to retreat to a position where Park Hyun-young could not see her, she turned and slapped her hand behind her forcefully, finally managing to return to the safety of the dormitory. Darling, did you hurt yourself badly? Is your backside in pain? Not seriously. Guru Ajia closed the iron door and flashed a smile at her boyfriend. She then placed the instant noodles she was holding onto the unoccupied lower bunk, rubbing her sore backside. However, as soon as her hand touched it, she frowned. What a brutish fellow. Darling, shall I prepare a pack of instant noodles for you? Guru Ajia feigned nonchalance as she brushed off her clothes and searched for a flavor her boyfriend preferred. She tore open the noodle package, extracted the seasoning sachet, poured it into the bag, added some hot water, and in a few minutes, a serving of noodles was ready. Sweetheart. Park Hyun-young's lips moved. Gazing at his steadfast girlfriend, he was engulfed in profound guilt. He did not regret pushing that woman down. Rather, he lamented his inability to continue caring for his girlfriend, feeling instead like a burden, causing her to be busy and subservient. Darling, don't overthink it, Guru Ajia said softly, sitting on the edge of the bed and draping his coat over him, offering comfort. We will surely endure this calamity together. In the dorm diagonally opposite, Su Wanli stacked fuel beneath his bed and proceeded to lay a mattress on the lower bunk. He was not in a rush to store clothes. Instead, he planned to wait until the survivors downstairs had finished distributing clothing before posting in the group to acquire jackets, thermal wear, and snow boots. By trading for more garments, he aimed to receive a bulk return, thereby avoiding the need to repeatedly occupy the limited space. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was simmering some ribs in a new pot, the doorbell rang at an inopportune moment. Su Wanli reduced the heat and stood up to open the door. Hello. Outside stood Yu Se-han, hands behind her back, her mask still on, her eyes sparkling with evident delight. She had successfully exchanged for the supplies she desired. This is a token of my gratitude. The young girl casually scanned the dormitory and, seeing it was empty, revealed a gift she had concealed behind her back, eagerly presenting it to the man. It was a windbreaker, originally a couple style, but after multiple exchanges, she could only acquire one. After much hesitation, she opted for the men's version, intending it as a gesture of thanks for the man's earlier act of saving her life, along with a means to express her feelings. For me? Su Wanli's heart stirred as he gazed at the clothing in her hands. After nearly a decade in the South, he had only ever received candies from train vendors or a few unexpected small gifts. Never had a young girl bestowed anything upon him. Thank you. Lacking experience in romance, Su Wanli nevertheless could distinctly sense the innocent affection emanating from the girl. Taking a deep breath, he accepted her gift, ruffled her hair gently, and offered a sincere smile. Come in, and let's share a meal. Yu Se-han had initially planned to deliver the clothing and then return to her dorm for a bit of chocolate to quell her hunger. She hadn't even managed to exchange for any 8 treasure porridge. However, Su Wanli's straightforward gesture of affection flustered her, and in a daze, she agreed. Wulyangye? Matai? You choose. Then, let's have some wulyangye. Su Wanli pulled out a sealed box of wulyangye, tore open the carton, and skillfully twisted the cap off a bottle, pouring a glass for each of them. After they finished a small glass, they filled it again and began to converse. How much food do you have left? 3 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 7 chocolate bars, 4 packets of instant noodles, 2 packs of chicken legs, and 1 pack of beef, Yu Se-han answered honestly. The food in her dormitory was all brought from Su Wanli, filling 2 large bags. After giving some to her classmates, a small portion was taken by Lin Xiaoling, and another part was snatched by a child from the opposite dormitory, leaving her with little. Otherwise, she could have lasted for over 10 days. There was no need to be frugal with food. Su Wanli opened a pack of spicy peanuts, laid a few paper towels on the table, and poured the peanuts out. While munching on the peanuts, he admired the girl's flawless beauty. Tell me when you're done. Don't let yourself go hungry and cause problems. I have plenty of food. Just be a bit conservative. Trust me. Oh. Yusahan felt the man's demeanor was somewhat domineering. Yet, she found herself inexplicably pleased, her heart fluttering sweetly. Fearing that he might discern her thoughts, she flusteredly picked up her glass, only to realize it was empty. Do you have a blanket? Su Wanli poured her another glass. In the brief moments of pouring, he glanced up at the blushing girl, perceiving that she possessed both an alluring charm and an innocent cuteness. No. Then sleep with me tonight. Oh, what? Chapter 57. Coldwave Yusahan found herself momentarily taken aback by the nonsensical topic at hand. Wasn't this progression a tad too swift? Shouldn't they engage in some hand-holding or gentle kisses to set the mood? I mean, there are blankets and a mattress here. And at night, one need not worry about the chill of the cold wave. Blankets? Yusahan cast a glance at the bed behind the man, indeed spotting a blanket, with another new blanket and mattress tucked beneath. If they were to spend the night together, nestled under a small blanket, they should remain warm enough. Yet, the thought of young men and women sharing a bed conjured some rather embarrassing images in her mind, prompting her to raise her glass and down 3 or 4 cups in quick succession. I'll go downstairs to warm myself by the fire with my classmates tonight. Warming by the fire? Su Wanli nodded slightly. That was indeed a commendable measure against the cold, with a brazier providing warmth. The frigid 30-degree weather would pose no life-threatening danger. He did not press her to stay over, nor did he overtly address the nature of their relationship. Like him, Yusahan lacked romantic experience, and it seemed she possessed a somewhat naive view of love, confirming their relationship too soon might hinder her future prospects with other women. It would be best for her to endure some of the harsh realities of life, thereby reshaping her preconceived notions of romance. Then eat more meat. I'll take a stroll downstairs later. All right. As the clock approached 10 in the evening, Su Wanli escorted Yusahan to the lobby before returning to his dormitory. Reflecting on the basic information they had exchanged during their casual conversation, Yusahan was a sophomore at Deep City University. During her freshman military training, a classmate had snapped a candid profile shot of her and uploaded it online. Her pristine, fair oval face ignited an overnight sensation, attracting numerous suitors from affluent backgrounds, both within and outside the university. Some even sent their assistants to propose lavish financial arrangements for companionship, offering sums ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Regardless of how she declined, there were always those who persisted. More astonishingly, several girls had professed their feelings for her. Yusahan grew weary of the attention, developing a habit of wearing a mask when out. Aside from her classmates, she rarely removed her mask in front of strangers. Truly a universal appeal, Su Wanli mused. In contrast to Yusahan's popularity, his own life experiences were rather straightforward. He had lost his parents at a young age and moved south to work in a factory. Had it not been for the sudden calamity, their paths might never have crossed, let alone share a drink together. Gather a few more coats. We'll store them together later. With his thoughts gathered, Su Wanli picked up his phone to check friend requests. After approving a few sellers willing to part with coats and snow boots, he negotiated prices and arranged for the delivery of brand new garments while continuing to post inquiries in search of additional sellers. Over the course of 2 hours, he acquired an assortment of peculiar items, a pair of faux silver bracelets, various trinkets to enhance romantic connections, and disposable stockings, among others. Such items far outnumbered ordinary clothing. Let us keep these, Su Wanli decided, procuring a cardboard box to stow away the eclectic collection before sliding it under his bed. With his extraordinary capabilities, he did not require any supplementary tools. Considering the petite Guaruagia, it was evident that she could not endure the prolonged driving with the accelerator pressed down hard. Thus, he had procured a spare vehicle. He stored the clothing on the bed. Ding! Detected 2 windproof jackets, couple style, 2 down jackets, 2 pairs of men's snow boots, 2 pairs of women's snow boots, 6 thermal garments, 4 sets of winter pajamas, 1 comforter, mattress. Clothing can be returned at double the rate in 2 hours. Storage for 10 times the duration allows for quality returns. Storage complete. Phew. He would finally be able to sleep soundly tomorrow night. Su Wanli let out a sigh of relief. Many of the packages were couple styles. He hadn't purchased in excess. Merely preparing a few warm garments for Yusahan. He intended to take Yusahan away with him, and warm clothing was essential. He descended to check the stored clothing. After securing the garments he had acquired, Su Wanli took his jackhammer and went downstairs. Before leaving, he turned on all the faucets in the dormitory bathroom, balcony, and shower. With temperatures plummeting below -30 degrees, the water pipes were at risk of freezing. Running the taps would help keep the water flowing and prevent freezing. In the lobby downstairs, a dozen or so fire pits of varying sizes were scattered across the corners, each gathering a few people who warmed themselves and engaged in conversation. There were also a few unscrupulous men who intentionally crowded around the fire pits where women congregated, taking advantage of the situation under the guise of seeking warmth. A few audacious fellows openly extended invitations to indulge without restraint. The key was that some had indeed succeeded in their entreaties. Two individuals, unconcerned by the gazes of those around them, walked arm in arm towards the restroom on the first floor. Soon, sounds inappropriate for children echoed from within. This incited jealousy among those left wanting, prompting them to provocatively tease their chosen targets, resulting in quite a ruckus. To Su Wanli's surprise, he was also approached by a woman of pleasing demeanor who invited him to her dormitory to discuss life aspirations. "Hello. May I come to your dormitory for a sip of water?" Su Wanli turned his head to size her up. He recognized this woman. She was the one who had sought a boyfriend and had later seen him transform into a mirage of sorts. Originally residing in the neighboring dormitory of a snail noodle shop, she had moved to the lobby after being violated one night when someone had broken in. Upon seeing her again, her once refined aura had vanished, replaced by a hint of worldly abandon. One could only wonder what darkness she had endured. "There is no need to go to the dormitory. This bottle of mineral water is unopened. You may have it." This woman was indeed a pitiable soul. Su Wanli handed her one of the 2 bottles of mineral water he had brought and turned to walk towards Yu Sahan's location. The woman stood there, momentarily dazed. The bottle of mineral water in her hand felt heavier than its mere contents, almost burdensome. After a while, she raised her gaze, watching Su Wanli's figure gradually recede, her vision becoming increasingly blurred. "Please, sit here." Yu Sahan had been observing the man all along. Upon seeing him approach, she instinctively shifted half of her body to create space. "Has anyone been bothering you?" Su Wanli sat down beside the young girl, inquiring candidly. The chaos in the hall was far more severe than he had anticipated. This turmoil was deliberately orchestrated by Xie Zhongshu, who sought to create a minor disturbance through his subordinates. With the key to the hamburger shop now in hand, Xie Zhongshu no longer felt the need for subterfuge. He allowed a few unruly underlings to test the limits of those women. If they could secure a swift victory, that would be ideal. If not, he would intervene to mitigate the situation. After all, there was little to lose. Perhaps those women might even feel grateful towards him in the end. Indeed, it was likely. Before Yu Sahan could utter a word, her classmates could no longer contain their disdain. A few men spoke in particularly crude tones, demanding that Sahan join them for a card game and inquiring whether she had engaged in similar pastimes with her boyfriend. In essence, their remarks were utterly vulgar. Just listening to them provoked anger. As the girls conversed, their glances occasionally darted towards Lin Xiaoling and Xiao Hao across the way, their expressions tinged with discontent. Despite Yu Sahan often wearing a mask, her naturally alluring physique, accentuated by the fit of her jeans, still stirred the interest of numerous men. Lin Xiaoling was similarly harassed. However, Xiao Hao remained by her side, and the provocateurs dared not overstep their bounds, instead shifting their attention to Yu Sahan. Strangely enough, Xiao Hao and several male classmates observed Yu Sahan being tormented yet chose not to speak out. This silence incited dissatisfaction among the female students, who vaguely sensed that their once close-knit group had become estranged, with each individual harboring their own thoughts, creating an atmosphere of superficiality. In truth, Xiao Hao could have defended Yu Sahan. His choice of silence stemmed from a simple, albeit impure, motive. He harbored certain intentions towards Yu Sahan and wished to wait until she found herself cornered and ensnared before rallying his male classmates to intervene, thereby increasing his chances of winning her affection. "It's fine," Yu Sahan replied calmly. Before the impending disaster, she had frequently received boundary-less private messages and friend requests, developing a degree of immunity to verbal harassment. Yet, she remained vigilant beneath the surface. In this chaotic environment, where a small faction acted without regard for morality or law, it was crucial not to be alone. "Let us warm ourselves by the fire," Su Wanli observed the surroundings in silence. Noting the identities of those who were provoking the women, he chose not to speak further and instead stayed close to Yu Sahan, engaging in conversation by the fire. As time slipped away, it was soon 2 in the morning. The wind outside intensified, causing the indoor temperature to plummet. The group involuntarily shivered, their hands inching closer to the flames. A cold front was approaching. Chapter 58. The growth of desire in the early hours past 2. The howling winds outside the hall grew ever louder, as gusts laden with snow relentlessly battered against the glass doors. A chilling draft seeped through the cracks, akin to tendrils in the darkness, silently creeping towards the flickering flames, engaging in a tug of war. "How cold?" A girl chattered her teeth, instinctively drawing closer to the fire pit. The others followed suit, huddling together to harness the warmth emanating from the flames, striving to fend off the biting cold that encroached from all directions. "Let us just sleep," Su Wanli suggested, draping a dormitory blanket over Yu Sahan's shoulders. This blanket, suitable for temperatures as low as -5 degrees, proved inadequate against the frigid chill of -30. However, the warmth of the fire, combined with several layers of clothing, offered a semblance of comfort. "Let us share it," Yusahan, uncharacteristically shy, lifted a corner of the blanket and placed it over the man's shoulder. "All right." Su Wanli acquiesced. The single-person blanket felt a bit constricted. To ensure the girl remained warm, he inched closer, their shoulders now touching. "I need to mention something," Yusahan remarked, sensing the closeness of their bodies, a flicker of unease coursing through her. Her gaze fell upon the fire pit, the rising smoke helping to dispel her scattered thoughts as she broached a serious topic. "While transporting packages today, I noticed several instances where it wasn't that I couldn't hear my companions, but rather that I couldn't hear anything at all." "Couldn't hear?" "Yes. Sometimes the sound traveled without issue, while at other times, it seemed as if it were blocked by something." Yusahan recalled earlier that day, when she had leaned in to speak loudly to a female companion, only to hear nothing in response. Initially, she attributed it to the wind, but as she reflected, it became evident that something was amiss. No matter how strong the wind, it was impossible to completely block out whispered words. Besides, the wind hadn't been particularly fierce that morning. "I'm leaning towards the first possibility," Yusahan stated. During dinner, she had outlined 3 potential explanations. The first suggested that the fog contained multiple unknown substances, some of which could interfere with sound propagation, causing delays or interruptions in speech. The first, Su only mused, furrowing his brow. His intuition inclined towards the second possibility, that there were other creatures lurking within the fog outside. Yet, the girl's reasoning was more coherent than his own. Suddenly, the brightness of the room dimmed abruptly before returning to normal. Many assumed it was merely a trick of the light and looked up, bewildered, at the fluorescent ceiling lights. "The power is out," Yusahan said, pulling out her phone to observe the no-signal notification in the upper right corner, her tone laden with complexity. A cold wave of over -30 degrees posed an unprecedented challenge to the southern power grid. A power outage was anticipated. Not only the grid but the high-voltage lines on the hillside outside likely couldn't withstand the accumulating snow and frost. The backup power supply could sustain electricity for several hours. In the future, reliance on generators will become indispensable. The news of power and internet outages has inevitably caused a state of panic. However, Yusahan had already forewarned everyone about the potential for such disruptions and had instructed the staff in the service area to inspect the condition of backup power sources and generators. Despite the turmoil, the individuals managed to retain a semblance of composure, quietly warming themselves by the fire, waiting for the cold front to pass before making further plans. Had they fallen asleep? Over 2 hours had slipped by. Su only tilted his head to observe the girl resting against his shoulder, her breathing steady, and he endeavored to minimize his movements. He raised his gaze to survey the hall's situation. There remained over 90 survivors, each seated before a fire pit. Due to the fixed nature of the tables and chairs in the service area, the available space was limited, with few locations suitable for placing fire pits. On average, 7 or 8 individuals huddled around each fire. The proximity to the flames rendered the area even more cramped, forcing them to either sit or crouch, unable to recline for rest, while the close heat also subjected them to the harsh sting of thick smoke, leaving their faces marred with soot. At this moment, no one paid heed to their soiled appearances. All that mattered was the warmth of the fire. The injured had been moved early on to sit by a fire pit, but they received little attention. If companions were present, they could occasionally assist in relocating the injured closer to the warmth. Absent companions, however, men during the bitter chill of temperatures plummeting below 30 degrees Celsius, stranded on the periphery of the fire pits. The service area offered scant food, inadequate clothing, and nearly no medicine. These individuals would likely not survive the night. Su only cast a brief glance around before withdrawing his gaze, pondering a different matter. The occupants of the hall appeared to have divided into 5 distinct groups. At the forefront was a faction led by Xie Zhongshu, followed by a contingent of service area staff assembled by Chanbo, university students under the guidance of Xiao Hao, Liang Yukai with his associates including Huashij, and the remaining scattered passengers, such as Gu Ruijia and a graceful matron. Xie Zhongshu's group evidently boasted the most overt strength, composed entirely of adult males with considerable desires and ambitions. How cold it was! At the entrance of the fast food establishment, Xie Zhongshu and his companions donned new coats, wrapped themselves in blankets. Yet, some were still unable to withstand the frigid air, their faces flushed and noses running, as they continuously added fuel to the iron barrel. This barrel, typically used for soup, stood a meter deep with a half-meter diameter. By adding a few wooden planks dismantled from the counter and dousing them with gasoline, they could ignite a fire for warmth, which proved quite convenient. "Brother Xie, if you don't make a move on that petite lady upstairs, We might just take matters into our own hands. It's not that I won't, but rather that I cannot do so at present. Why can't you act now? One of the younger men inquired, puzzled. All of them, armed, feared a man from a country known for its pickled vegetables who stood less than 5 feet tall. It was absurd. If they were inclined, they could even bully the petite lady right in front of him, with over 20 women nearby. Were there not enough options for their amusement? Xie Zhongshu raised an eyebrow. Having recently acquired the keys, he was still settling into his position and felt it inappropriate to unleash his wrath upon the underlings. He chuckled. Knowing they were all aware of the alluring young woman upstairs, her figure, her delicate face, if they could win her over. It was likely that they could remain indoors for several days. Indeed, laughter echoed in agreement among the group. Guru Ajia, aside from Yusahan, was the epitome of beauty and physique. In certain respects, her status as a young married woman further heightened their excitement. Let us hold off for a couple of days, he thought, observing his subordinates reveling in their banter, utterly disregarding his authority. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Xie Zhongshu's eyes. Those who defied him were a liability. In this frigid weather, are you truly inclined to pursue women? The heart may yearn, but the body is powerless. We're nearly frozen solid. Once the temperature rises a bit, they could perhaps insulate the temporary warehouse with cardboard and create a livable environment. Let us set our sights on a target. Once the warehouse is modified, we can act swiftly. I find that Yusahan quite appealing. The other female university students are rather ordinary. Not just appealing. She is simply breathtaking. The conversation shifted back to Yusahan, their interests diverging from those of the Fire Snake gang, while the latter preferred the lively Lin Xiaoling. This group gravitated toward the stunning and voluptuous Yusahan, even without having seen her true visage. The former had a pleasant face, while the latter possessed an exquisite figure. Nevertheless, whether it was Lin Xiaoling or Yusahan, both groups instinctively suppressed their inner excitement. Xiao Hao and his fellow university students, youthful and vigorous, could not resort to overtly forceful methods. They needed to devise a plan to starve their targets for a few days, weakening them before taking action. Xie Zhongshu fell into silence, the flickering flames reflecting in his eyes like a blazing inferno. Soon, he would seize complete control of the service area. So cold. Quickly. Add more firewood. Tomorrow, let us dismantle the bed frames and wardrobes from the upstairs dormitory for fuel. Once the wind dies down, we can venture out to gather more firewood. That sounds feasible. Chapter 59. Water outage which fool turned off the faucet. The following day, shortly after 9 o'clock, an irate shout reverberated through the hall. After a long night, the group had finally endured until daylight. The indoor temperature had risen slightly, prompting some to rise for the restroom or to the water station for a warm drink. Approaching the sink, one instinctively twisted the faucet, only to be met with an unsettling silence. No water flowed. It dawned upon them, the faucet had been turned off. To prevent the water pipes from freezing due to the low temperatures, 2 faucets had been left running throughout the night, allowing the water to remain in motion. This precaution might have spared them from frozen pipes, enabling them to boil water for consumption. But who could be so foolish as to turn off the faucet? Can you believe it? No water? The pipes are frozen? With the outside temperature plummeting to over -30 degrees, how could one possibly thaw them? Hearing the commotion, others rushed to the restroom to twist the faucet handles, yet each attempt yielded nothing but disappointment. With the faucets dry, the hot water supply from the station ceased entirely. The reality of living without water was hard to accept, especially the absence of hot water. Who turned off the faucet? Anger surged as they sought the culprit, eager to uncover the identity of the individual so foolish as to shut off not just one, but all 4 faucets in both the men's and women's. Xie Zhongshu quietly maneuvered to the back of the crowd, approaching a woman among them. He gently tapped her arm, beckoning her to step aside for a private conversation. Harboring ulterior motives, the woman cursed him inwardly, reluctant to offend Xie Zhongshu, and reluctantly made her way through the throng. However, upon hearing his words, she was taken aback. To satisfy his own desires, Xie Zhongshu had actually turned off the faucet. What an imbecile! Fuming, she pushed through the crowd, pointing accusingly at Lin Xiaoling, who had just emerged. It was her. I saw her enter the men's restroom this morning. I thought she was trying to seduce men. You won't believe it. She was in there for less than half a minute. The crowd disregarded the woman's insinuations, their gazes fixated on Lin Xiaoling. It was evident. She had entered the men's restroom for under 30 seconds, and immediately afterward, the faucets were turned off. I simply have a habit of conserving water, and I only turned off one faucet. I didn't even enter the men's restroom, Lin Xiaoling stammered, her exhaustion evident in her disheveled state. After several sleepless nights, her mind was not entirely present, and she had subconsciously turned off the faucet after using the restroom. However, she had only turned off the women's faucet, not the men's, contradicting the woman's claims entirely. Conserving water? The woman, not allowing Lin Xiaoling a moment to defend herself, stood with hands on her hips, spitting words in indignation. If you're conserving, why did you turn off the men's faucet? There are 4 faucets. Concern arose among the crowd over the habit of leaving faucets running, prompting the installation of 4 faucets, 2 in the men's restroom and 2 in the women's. Yet, one individual, after shutting off the women's faucet, proceeded as if she were addicted to the act of turning off faucets. The voice of a woman resonated loudly, often signifying the party in the right. This individual's actions were thoughtless. How shall we manage without hot water in the future? She must be taught a lesson. Observing her demeanor suggested a cunning nature, likely yearning for the company of several men. As onlookers joined in the chorus of condemnation, their gazes directed at Lin Xiaoling grew increasingly frigid. I did not. Lin Xiaoling feebly protested, intimidated by the woman's fervor. Fearful of an impulsive reaction, she shrank back, retreating behind her boyfriend, unwilling to speak. Meanwhile, Yusahan stirred awake amidst the clamor. As her eyelashes fluttered, she slowly opened her eyes to find herself gazing at a man's Adam's apple. Momentarily taken aback, she soon recalled the previous night spent huddled under the same blanket with Su Wanli, her ears flushing a deep crimson. Awake? Came the robust voice of the man beside her. Yes. Yusahan lowered her head, brushing her hair to mask her embarrassment. The past few nights had been restless due to the cold, but after consuming some alcohol last night, she had relished the warmth, nestled against Su Wanli's broad shoulder. Feeling an overwhelming sense of security, she had dozed off, savoring the comfort, until the surrounding uproar roused her, pulling her back to reality amidst the righteous indignation echoing around her. What shall we do? Do not think that hiding behind a man will allow you to evade responsibility. This incident demands accountability. Indeed, as Lin Xiaoling remained silent, the crowd's fury intensified. Several hot-headed individuals approached, eager to confront her. Ahem. Xie Zhangshu cleared his throat loudly, gesturing to quell the chaos. The moment had come to intervene. Before speaking, he cast a glance at the woman who had instigated the uproar, nodding with satisfaction. Let us not condemn her. Everyone makes mistakes at times. A simple statement that prompted Lin Xiaoling, previously hesitant, to lean forward and cast a grateful glance in Xie Zhangshu's direction. Xie Zhangshu, taken aback by her appreciative look, pondered if her resilience was somewhat fragile. Perhaps winning her over would be easier than he had anticipated. Feeling a surge of excitement, he raised his voice. We cannot expel someone for a mere slip of the hand. In challenging times, unity is essential. This young lady acted without malice. There is no need to pursue her relentlessly. However, he skillfully shifted the narrative. Xie Zhangshu turned his gaze to Xiao Hao, the smile on his face evaporating. It is a fundamental truth that one must face consequences for wrongdoing. A principle even elementary school children comprehend. Surely, you university students are not oblivious to this? What do you intend to do? An unsettling premonition washed over Xiao Hao. He was not adept at engaging in convoluted dialogues, and he regarded the other party with a vigilant expression. It is not about what I wish to do, Xiao Hao. Xie Zhangshu corrected him with a cheerful demeanor. It is you who must accept the repercussions for your misdeeds, considering your youth and inexperience. Let us do this. I shall present you with 2 choices. The first is to step outside and clear the blocked pipes. Ensuring everyone has access to water, do you take us for fools? Xiao Hao and his companions erupted in fury. The temperature outside plummeted to over 30 degrees below zero, with the biting wind swiftly siphoning away body heat. To undertake outdoor labor in such frigid, windy conditions would not only be perilous, but potentially life-threatening. Completing the task of unblocking the pipes was utterly impossible. Then, I shall have no choice but to distribute your provisions among everyone to compensate for their losses. Xie Zhangshu declared with a feigned air of resignation. He was well aware that Xiao Hao and his peers would never consent to venture outside to clear the pipes. What he required was a justification, a legitimate rationale for seizing the provisions of a dozen or so university students. Does anyone have any objections? Silence enveloped the crowd, and Xiao Hao remained taciturn. Observing this, the smile in Xie Zhangshu's eyes deepened. Then, you may return to your dormitory and bring down all your food to share with everyone. Wait a moment, Yusahan interjected, her face a mask of confusion. Why must I distribute my food to everyone? To awaken after a night's rest only to find my hard-earned supplies vanished? Chapter 60. The Incompetent Ally Him. Xie Zhangshu cleared his throat, lowering his voice to a somber tone. Your classmate turned off the faucet, and now we have no water for daily use. As a consequence, you must surrender your food to compensate for the loss. Who witnessed my classmate turning off the faucet? Was there any water flowing when the faucet was turned off? Has anyone examined the water stains on the sink? Yusahan incessantly inquired. In truth, she had just awakened and was yet to grasp the situation. She posed several questions to probe the unfolding events while buying herself time to clarify the core issue. As everyone knows, the plumbing in the South lacks cold protection. Who can guarantee that a faucet left running will keep the water flowing and temperatures plummeting below -30 degrees? I saw it. You? Yu Sahan stared coldly at the speaker. The testimony of one individual lacks validity. You claim to have seen it, while I can assert that over a dozen of us witnessed you turning it off. You vile woman, you are just being obstinate. Your classmate has already admitted to turning off the faucet. Yu Sahan disregarded the agitated woman's outburst. She turned her head slightly to see Lin Xiaoling hiding behind, along with the silent Xiao Hao, and began to piece together the situation in her mind. No water to wash with. Then let us avoid the main issue. Continuing to argue with the woman until emotions ran high, Yu Sahan eventually made a timely concession. Whoever turned off the faucet should be held accountable. Those who caused trouble must take responsibility. Thus, the other classmates could safeguard their respective provisions. Subsequently, they could assist the troublemakers slightly without significantly impacting their own livelihoods. Yu Sahan, are you expecting me to bear the responsibility alone? Lin Xiaoling questioned loudly, her face filled with disappointment, observing that the other classmates were nearing agreement. She too wished to evade punishment. Yet, Yu Sahan opposed, insisting that she alone should shoulder the burden. Was this not pushing her towards a dead end? Did we not agree to weather the storm together? Why do you recoil at the first sign of trouble? Is it because last time I took a bit of your food to share with a child that you hold a grudge against me? Or do you genuinely wish to see me expelled? Well said. Xie Zhengshu could hardly contain his applause. His rhetoric paled in comparison to Yu Sahan's. He had been struggling to escalate the situation, yet Lin Xiaoling's words ensnared Yu Sahan in a dilemma. Had it been anyone else, such remarks would not have held similar weight. Only Lin Xiaoling, as Xiao Hao's girlfriend and Yu Sahan's close friend, possessed the influence to fracture the unity of their university group. Is this truly a hardship? Yu Sahan felt a throbbing in her temples. The matter was both magnified and trivialized. Regardless of whether Lin Xiaoling had turned off all the faucets, the focus remained on the single incident. With several male classmates, including Xiao Hao, present, they were unlikely to confront her. A brief standoff followed by an apology and a minor concession of food would suffice to provide everyone with a graceful exit. There was no possibility of being expelled from the service area. Otherwise, the dozens of injured individuals lying in the corner consumed the food that everyone has painstakingly brought back. Yet no one speaks of expelling them. Is it not simply due to the fear that should the fish perish, the net may also break, and the concern that someone, in their desperation, might resort to a mutually destructive act? However, Lin Xiaoling not only lacks intelligence, but also possesses a remarkably poor psychological constitution. I truly misjudged you. Lin Xiaoling did not afford Yu Sahan the opportunity to continue the conversation. She huffily returned to her boyfriend's side, her disappointment palpable. Ever since she unilaterally appropriated Yu Sahan's food to share with the children, the two had not exchanged a word. With Lin Xiaoling subjectively believing that Yu Sahan harbored resentment towards her and sought revenge, she felt that only her boyfriend would unconditionally protect and trust her. Yu Sahan was utterly disillusioned with Lin Xiaoling. What truly exhausted her was the silence of Xiao Hao and the others. Taking several deep breaths to calm her rising blood pressure, she turned to her classmates. Do you agree to relinquish the food? A dozen classmates glanced towards the silent Xiao Hao. Noticing his silence, they already understood the answer. They looked once more at Yu Sahan. After much hesitation, the girls decided to place their trust in Xiao Hao. As a male in the current environment, aligning with him was the more prudent choice, a matter of survival. They did not wish to act on emotion. I shall heed Xiao Hao's counsel. Agreed. I am sorry. Sahan's several female classmates expressed their positions in succession. Two of the girls, however, understood the importance of gratitude. We borrowed 2 self-heating hot pots from Yu Sahan the day before yesterday, promising to return them today. After accounting for the 2 hot pots, the remaining supplies will follow Xiao Hao's arrangement. A few male classmates exchanged glances. They remained silent. As boys, they would undoubtedly side with Xiao Hao. You have all heard the matter at hand. Aside from her food and the portions to be returned, our supplies will be contributed to compensate everyone. Xiao Hao declared with finality. In truth, he was acting out of spite. Fully aware that Yu Sahan's proposal was the optimal solution, he still chose to make a contrary decision. He would rather alienate, isolate, or even undermine Yu Sahan than witness her seeking solace in another man's embrace. Xiao Hao, being young, certainly did not consider himself inferior to Su Wanli. He fantasized that one day Yu Sahan would recognize his significance and return to him. Very well, this is your choice. Yu Sahan turned to ascend to the second floor. Following this incident, she had effectively parted ways with her classmates. Alas, Xie Zhengshu sighed deeply, casting a regretful glance at the group of young individuals. In light of this, you may return to your dormitory to retrieve the food. I trust your character, so I shall not assign anyone to supervise. His outward expression of regret belied the smile that was difficult to conceal. Lin Xiaoling had incurred the ire of the masses, and Yu Sahan found herself isolated by her peers. Achieving these 2 objectives required little effort on Xie Zhengshu's part to deftly manipulate. Unfortunately, the weather was currently unfavorable. The weather is exceedingly cold, leaving no room for any desires of intimacy. It seems we must wait until the temperature rises to a balmy -10 degrees or transform the hamburger joint into a cozy refuge before we can indulge in such pleasures. This situation has left both parties feeling reluctant. The students wish to avoid conflict with Xiao Hao, while the scattered individuals, led by Liang Yukai and his team, are hesitant to offend Xie Zhangshu. With mutual disdain, they cast furtive glances at Lin Xiaoling, who hides behind, before returning to the warmth of the fire pit. With the loss of running water, the issue of potable water arises. Fortunately, someone brought forth 10 boxes of 8 treasure porridge as barter goods last night. They can use the porridge cans to collect snow, placing them by the fire to melt and boil for drinking water. The dilemma lies with the restroom. Without water, the odor becomes unbearable in the semi-enclosed hall. I demand half of their food. Bai Jidong approached with several employees from a breakfast shop. His business revolves around selling hot water, and with the pipes frozen, he bears the brunt of the loss. Bai Jidong is unwilling to offend Xie Zhongshu or absorb such significant losses without compensation. Now that there is no water, I can't sell hot water. So I need half of their food. Xie Zhongshu regarded him with the disdainful gaze of an observer watching a jester, responding nonchalantly. Why don't you first ask if anyone has objections? If no one does, or if 30% agree, we shall consent to your request. As soon as he finished speaking, the already disgruntled crowd erupted with curses directed at Bai Jidong. Do you think this is some kind of good fortune for you? Last night, a cup of hot water cost $50, more unscrupulous than that fast food owner. With no water to sell, you're now setting your sights on their food? How outrageous. You won't get a single morsel from them, I assure you. Yes, such scoundrels shouldn't be allowed to feast too heartily. Damn it, I almost forgot. Now that you mention it, I have a few words for you. A group of individuals, with ill intentions, encircled Bai Jidong. The supply of hot water from the water station had been insufficient, and many felt they had been cheated by him, though they had tolerated the slightly elevated prices over the past few days. The price hike to $50 for a mere 100 milliliters of hot water last night was intolerable, equating to $250 for a filled mineral water bottle. Even if they were somewhat indifferent to money, the frustration was palpable. Bai Jidong's blatant pricing was based on personal discretion, leaving them with no recourse. Yet, ironically, he chose this moment of water scarcity to demand a considerable amount of food. Chapter 61. The Heart of a Young Girl Outside. A blanket of snow has settled. In the dormitory on the second floor, Su Wanli and Yu Sahan stand on the balcony, gazing down at the parking lot below. Since around 2 in the morning, the raging snowstorm has shown no signs of abating, enveloping the world in a soft layer of snow, the depth reaching the steel rims of car tires. A glance reveals nothing but a vast expanse of white, resembling a brand new world. As the snow falls, Yu Sahan removes her mask, allowing her breathing to ease. She stares blankly outside, lost in thought. Just a few days prior, she was a carefree university student, relishing the joys of youth, surrounded by a few close friends with whom she shared everything, and classmates with shared interests, all dreaming of the future and embarking on spontaneous journeys together. Everything was beautiful. However, with the arrival of thick fog, a sudden drop in temperature, and the lurking presence of uncertainty, the previous bliss has been shattered by reality. Her once inseparable friends have turned into adversaries, and classmates have gone their separate ways. The vast service area feels as though it holds no place for her. Just keep living well. Su Wanli senses the girl's loneliness and helplessness, moving closer to offer a word of comfort. Yu Sahan slightly leans, resting her head on his shoulder. She harbors feelings for Su Wanli. Perhaps it was witnessing him brave the rain to rescue someone. Or maybe it was when he appeared just in time after her classmates abandoned her on the way back to the bus. Or perhaps it was their first shared drink. The atmosphere perfectly right. Or simply that Su Wanli has grown increasingly handsome and charismatic. Su Wanli lowers his gaze. Standing about 10 centimeters taller than her, he finds that with a slight bow of his head, he can see Yu Sahan's trembling eyelashes. Looking further down, he notices her rosy lips and her long, fair neck. That elegant swan-like neck stirs an irresistible desire within him to kiss her. Thump, thump. Su Wanli's heart races uncontrollably. Though inexperienced in romance, he is not entirely oblivious. After all, television and film are replete with kissing scenes. Su Wanli considers, should he dare to attempt a first kiss? As these thoughts swirl in his mind, his gaze falls upon her lips, and he slowly leans in. A faint, sweet fragrance wafts towards him. Just then, Yu Sahan, lost in her own thoughts, becomes acutely aware of Su Wanli's presence, her eyes widening in surprise. Instinctively, she reaches out to push him away. But her hand hovers in the air, hesitating. She does not resist Su Wanli. He feels the same way about her. Perhaps this moment signifies a break from their unspoken barriers. Ahem, it's cold. Minutes pass, and Yu Sahan shivers. She looks down to find her jacket inexplicably unzipped. Her cheeks flushing crimson as she hurriedly adjusts her clothing. Su Wanli feels his own fervor cool somewhat. He removes his down jacket and drapes it over her shoulders, softly saying, "The lobby isn't very safe. Why don't you move in with me in a couple of days?" He did not hastily invite Yu Sahan to stay over, intending first to complete the storage of supplies and acquire some heating equipment before contemplating the matter of cohabitation. This approach also afforded her some time to prepare psychologically. Sighing softly, Yu Sahan chose not to respond, yet she was acutely aware that she was unlikely to escape his grasp. While returning to the bus to fetch food, she nearly lost her way, only to be rescued by Su Wanli. Moments after parting ways with her classmates, it was Su Wanli who had accompanied her. The bridge effect, a phenomenon where emotional support during times of helplessness and confusion, coupled with Su Wanli's inexplicable newfound charm and charisma, made it difficult for any woman not to fall under his spell. Yu Sahan, somewhat love-struck yet cognizant of her shifting emotions, surpassed the awareness of most women. She was not one to adhere to traditional views. Her previous reluctance to seek a boyfriend stemmed from perceiving the male students in college as too immature and unworthy of trust, while the men in society appeared overly slick or merely seeking fleeting encounters, rendering them untrustworthy. As for Su Wanli, his only flaw was his modest educational background. Yet in all other aspects, he met her criteria for a partner. Although their relationship was progressing swiftly, the circumstances dictated such a pace. Yu Sahan remained sensitive to the gazes of others, acutely aware of the many men in the hall who secretly scrutinized her. The previous night, just before the cold front arrived, she had witnessed several vulnerable women being coerced into restrooms by men. Had she been alone, she would have undoubtedly found herself unable to evade similar predicaments. "You handle lunch, we'll eat at noon. I need to get some exercise," she declared. After sharing a few moments of closeness, Su Wanli patted the girl's shoulder and took the hammer to practice on the balcony. Training required consistency. One could not afford to be sporadic in their efforts. Only through unwavering dedication, day after day, could one achieve success. Yu Sahan, clad in an oversized down jacket, stood behind the glass window, curious to observe the man as he trained. However, after merely a glance, her heart inexplicably raced. He wore a fitted white thermal shirt that accentuated his chiseled chest and bulging biceps as he swung the hammer, showcasing a broad chest, a well-defined waist, and a sculpted physique. There was something inexplicably enticing about it. Yu Sahan felt as if she had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Typically draped in a down jacket and leather attire, his impressive physique remained concealed, yet combined with his decent looks and non-greasy complexion, he truly embodied a charming gentleman. Her university roommates had mentioned that a man with a well-defined posterior often excelled in other areas. Stealing furtive glances, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, only to glance again, her heart racing anew. She turned back to her dorm to regain her composure, realizing she could not continue watching. It took several minutes to clear her mind of distracting thoughts. Were these cardboard boxes filled with clothing? Yu Sahan crouched down to inspect the food beneath the bed, her eyes instantly brightening upon discovering several boxes of white liquor. Dragging them out for a count, she found a total of 6 boxes, 2 of Wuliangye, 2 of Matai, 1 of Yanghadaku, and 1 of Jiannanchuan. 2 boxes of Wuliangye had been opened, leaving 9 bottles remaining. The rest of the cartons were all sealed. With 1 bottle for a leisurely evening, it could last over half a month. With a beaming smile, Yu Sahan tucked the liquor back under the bed and began examining the provisions on the bunk. On the lower bunk, there were over 30 self-heating hot pots stacked neatly, along with several boxes of instant noodles arranged in order and 2 boxes of 8 treasure porridge positioned at the edge. On the upper bunk, neatly arranged against the wall, were boxes of chocolate, canisters of mealie, and scattered vacuum-sealed chicken legs, chicken wings, beef jerky, and peanuts. Could he have emptied the convenience store? Yu Sahan's eyes widened. She had dined in Su Wanli's dormitory twice but had not paid close attention to the food on the bed, only aware that the man had plenty to eat. She had never imagined the quantity was so vast. She had assumed most of the cartons contained clothing and miscellaneous items, never daring to think of food. Yet now, the food visible at a glance was sufficient for 2 to eat and drink for a month. If one were to rummage through the corners and drag out the cartons, there would likely be even more provisions. Simultaneously, the trust he showed without reservation deeply moved her. Selecting the food, she glanced at the time, deciding to wait until 11:30 to prepare it, ensuring it would be ready just as the man finished his workout. What to have for lunch? After practicing for over 2 hours, Su Wanli returned to the dormitory and dressed. On the small table in the middle, there lay a self-heating hot pot and a cup of noodles, the hot pot containing a chicken leg while the noodles did not. This self-heating hot pot is for you. You've exerted yourself and need to replenish your energy. I'll just have the noodles, Yu Sahan offered, pushing the hot pot forward. Despite the abundance of food in the dormitory, she was still reluctant to indulge excessively. After all, they had no idea how long they would be stranded at the service area. It was prudent to conserve provisions. Don't shortchange my woman, Su Wanli gently tapped her forehead, bending down to take a self-heating hot pot for the young lady's lunch. Shortchange your woman? Yu Sahan was taken aback, taking a moment to realize that the woman he referred to was her cheeks involuntarily flushing. She felt that in less than a day of being with him, she had blushed more times than in all the previous years combined. Yet, his words filled her heart with a sweet warmth. In the future, let's choose two of the same. Don't worry about not finishing. I have a good appetite. Su Wanli placed the steaming hot pot in front of her and sat down across from her, devouring his meal heartily. There was no waste with the noodles either. His appetite had grown significantly. He now required twice the amount of an average adult male's meal, and even that might not be enough after intense exercise. There was no concern about excess. Would you like to try some of mine? What's the matter? Is your portion any different? Chapter 62. A test of skills after dinner. The two returned to the hall to warm themselves by the fire. The atmosphere in the hall had turned somewhat eerie. Bai Jidong and his companions, bruised and battered, with bloodstains on their lips and clothes, huddled in a corner, their expressions filled with resentment as they glared in one direction. Following their gaze, two men, also bearing injuries, came into view. Their wounds were less severe and did not impede their physical condition. They remained oblivious to the hostile stares from Bai Jidong's group, standing casually by the fire pit, smoking and enjoying the warmth, even sharing laughter and boasting about their daily lives. Clearly, a conflict had erupted between the two parties, with Bai Jidong and his companions unable to prevail, forced into the corner and deprived of the warmth of the fire. A sharp whistle cut through the air. Su Wanli turned his head. A tall young man, over 6 feet, clad in bulky clothing, was lewdly whistling at Yu Sahan, his gaze shamelessly appraising her from head to toe, making lewd remarks to his companions. Ignore him. Outside, Yu Sahan resumed her usual aloof demeanor. She slipped her arm around Su Wanli's, guiding him toward the edge of the fire pit. However, her unintentional gesture sent the group of young men into a frenzy, their whistles and taunts rising in a crescendo. Her figure was simply too stunning. The mere act of wrapping her arm around Su Wanli's made it difficult for the surrounding men to tear their eyes away, wishing they could replace the owner of that arm to experience her enchanting warmth. Let us go. Yu Sahan frowned slightly, pulling the man toward the corner fire pit. She was uncertain of Su Wanli's strength, but she understood that if he approached the young men, the situation could spiral out of control. It was better to avoid conflict and not escalate the tension over a matter of pride. A little patience would suffice. It's fine. Su Wanli smiled nonchalantly. He had initially intended to confront the burly man, but now someone had approached him looking for trouble. Perfectly, having recently gained a 4-fold increase in his abilities. He had yet to find an opportunity to test his skills, and now he could take the young man as his target. Just wait for me. Resolute. Su Wanli patted the back of the girl's hand and strode toward the tall young man. He did not draw his hammer. Dealing with a group of young men did not require weapons. One-on-one or group fight. The young man was momentarily taken aback. He had just engaged in a brawl, having beaten Bai Jidong and his group, and his ego was inflated as he sought to flirt with Yu Sahan and gauge Su Wanli's stance. The unexpected challenge of one-on-one or group fight caught him off guard. Are you deaf? Su Wanli remarked, slapping the young man's face lightly. He was not one to engage in banter before a fight. He pointed at the group, his tone bold. If it's one-on-one, I'll fight you alone. If it's a group fight, I'll take you all on. You have 3 seconds to decide. Those who do not leave will have their scalps scratched later. I'll help you loosen up your muscles. With that, he stepped back 2 or 3 meters, creating distance. This was a deliberate provocation. As the experiment unfolds, the more participants involved, the more pronounced the effects become. Brothers, let us engage. With fervor and bravado, the spirited youth, recently emboldened by a crushing victory, could hardly tolerate the insolence displayed before them. They shouted and surged forward. Lacking in combat experience, they relied solely on their physical prowess and numbers, recklessly charging ahead without a second thought. Let us not act rashly, cautioned Xie Zhangshu, extending his hand to halt a few of his more obedient and trusted companions. He wished to protect his loyal allies from unnecessary risks, intending first to gauge Su Wanli's capabilities before deciding whether to join the fray. Su Wanli surveyed the approaching youths with a sense of disappointment. Their lack of understanding in the art of combat was painfully evident. Their attacks were riddled with vulnerabilities. And even before his enhancement, he could have easily subdued 1 or 2 of them. Now, with his quadrupled strength, they were hardly a match. The situation was far from conducive to assessing his true prowess. However, upon hearing the reckless taunts directed at Yu Sahan, Su Wanli's expression hardened. He turned his gaze towards the source of the provocation, a youth, barely standing at 1.70 meters, with a mouth full of yellowed teeth. who grinned defiantly at Su Wanli's scrutiny. As a towering figure, over 1 meter 90 tall, lunged forward with a knife aimed at Su Wanli's throat. Aware of the rumors surrounding him and intent on delivering a lethal blow, Su Wanli dismissed any thoughts of caution. "Get lost," he declared, shifting away from the onslaught of attackers and, in one fluid motion, raised his right leg to deliver a swift kick to the assailant's abdomen. With over 40 points of strength and nearly 40 points of agility, the youth stood no chance at such close range. In an instant, the young man felt a blinding flash before being struck with a tremendous force that sent agonizing pain radiating through his core. He was propelled backward, unable to maintain his balance. The sound of his body colliding with the ground resonated, accompanied by the screeching of fabric against the floor as he skidded several meters before coming to a halt against fixed furniture. Cradling his abdomen, he let out a wail before losing consciousness. The remaining youths gasped in shock, abruptly halting their advance and retreating in disbelief. Onlookers stood frozen, staring in astonishment at the fallen figure. Could one swift kick truly send a man of over 100 kilograms flying a distance of several meters? Was this even a normal human being? And you? Without allowing the yellow-toothed provocateur to escape, Su Wanli charged at him. Extending his right hand, fingers clenched into a palm, he struck with force directly at the youth's face. Smack! The terrified young man was sent sprawling from the impact. In midair, a few yellowed teeth and some blood splattered forth, subsequently falling and leaving behind a bloody trail. "Please, don't kill me," the youth whimpered. "Your breath is foul." Su Wanli, removing the goat horn hammer, gently swung it toward the youth's head. Thud. The young man attempted to cradle his head with his hands, yet feared that doing so would cause his brain matter to ooze out. Instead, he curled into a ball, rolling incessantly in an effort to alleviate the excruciating pain radiating from his skull. At that moment, he yearned for unconsciousness, but the agony exceeded his threshold, rendering him unable to succumb to darkness. The torment was unbearable. "From now on, keep your eyes and mouth clean." Su Wanli cast a casual glance at the surviving onlookers before shifting his gaze towards Xie Zhongshu and Xiao Hao in the distance, offering a warning glance. He then embraced the still-shocked Yu Sahan and approached the table and chairs beside the glass, calmly observing the patterns of Shuiqi's movements. His strength was insufficient to send a 200-pound man flying several meters with a single kick. The youth had been propelled so far primarily due to the bitter cold. The absence of a fire pit had caused moisture to freeze, resulting in diminished friction. Consequently, the youth was dragged several meters by inertia, creating a striking visual impact. It appeared that the young man, standing just over 6 feet tall, was gravely injured. In truth, the one Su Wanli had struck on the head suffered even more severely. Over the past 2 days, Su Wanli had diligently practiced his control over the goat horn hammer, testing his technique on the youth, aiming for a fracture without allowing the shattered bone to penetrate the brain. This required an exceptional level of skill and strength. However, Su Wanli remained uncertain of his success, as the service area lacked medical instruments, relying solely on his tactile sense. Chapter 63. Inhuman. Quick, check on Mingzi's condition. Once Su Wanli had distanced himself, Xie Zhongshu led a group forward to examine the young man's injuries. As a retired professional boxer, he possessed a modicum of knowledge and experience in assessing injuries. Swiftly, he unzipped the young man's jacket and rolled up his shirt, revealing an extensive area of bruising on the abdomen, with some patches appearing a deep purple. The lungs and stomach had sustained trauma, indicating internal bleeding. Xie Zhongshu could only perform a rudimentary evaluation of the injuries. The true extent of the damage eluded his naked eye and experience. He gently pressed on the young man's ribs, feeling as if he were compressing a mass of fatty tissue devoid of bone. A comminuted fracture? Xie Zhongshu's expression grew increasingly grave. For a professional boxer to fracture someone's ribs with a single kick was not particularly arduous. Even some amateur fighters could achieve this. However, a comminuted fracture was an entirely different matter. What constitutes a comminuted fracture? The bone is shattered into 3 or more pieces. Most comminuted fractures arise from severe impacts, such as those sustained in car accidents or falls from great heights. Yet Su Wanli had managed to inflict several comminuted fractures on the young man's ribs with just one kick, suggesting his explosive power exceeded 500 kilograms, equivalent to half a ton. This was still through thick clothing. Had the fabric been thinner, the injuries would likely have been even more severe. "Come on. That can't be true," one of the younger subordinates scoffed. "When I fight, I can kick someone several meters away. Does that mean I possess 500 kilograms of strength? Absolutely not. I don't even have 500 pounds of force. Understand the difference between kicking someone away and sending them flying. It's just a single word. Yet it alters the meaning entirely. What about Huizai? He's rolling around over there. Let's go check on him." Xie Zhongshu set the unconscious Mingzi down and hurried to the young man writhing on the ground. He gestured for several subordinates to restrain him before kneeling to assess his injuries. The young man's jaw was dislocated, and 6 molars had been lost. The skull had suffered a comminuted fracture. This was troublesome. The structure of the skull is quite unique, offering greater resilience than other bones in the body. Thus, a comminuted fracture from the impact of a stainless steel hammer was not particularly surprising. The younger subordinates were not shocked, but Xie Zhongshu, as a former professional boxer, perceived more than they did. Despite the brevity of the earlier confrontation, lasting only mere seconds, Su Wanli's displayed reaction speed, close-range evasion skills, and physical strength surpassed that of Xie Zhongshu's prime by 7 or 8 times, far exceeding the capabilities of an average individual. This transcended the realm of normal humanity. Xie Zhongshu's mind conjured an image of Su Wanli as an adversary. If he were to face Su Wanli directly, how long could he endure? No, this wasn't a matter of rounds. It was a question of seconds. Do not provoke that man again, Xie Zhongshu warned the nearby subordinates. His tone stern, this was not a suggestion, but a caution. Those who have never undergone systematic training can hardly fathom the terror that Su Wanli embodies. In the arena of combat, seasoned professional boxers can anticipate their opponent's moves based on their stance and the manner in which they exert force, allowing for precise strikes. However, Su Wanli is astonishingly elusive. He is capable of moving in all directions, forward, backward, and sideways, without any discernible preliminary motion, deftly evading attacks from Ming Zaihui and others, only to retaliate with swift arm strikes and leg kicks that seem to manifest from thin air, akin to a specter, rendering the process of his force generation nearly imperceptible. How does one even discern his striking technique? Coupled with Su Wanli's formidable strength, a single misstep could lead to a state akin to an infant's slumber or, at worst, a reservation in a vegetative state, or worse yet, a spot in a crematorium queue. Most alarming is the impression that Su Wanli does not exert his full power. Who would dare provoke such a force? Certainly not Xie Zhongshu, who was thoroughly intimidated by Su Wanli's terrifying prowess. He would rather forsake the exquisite Gu Rui Jia and the seemingly flawless Yu Sahan than incur Su Wanli's wrath. Indeed, Brother Xie, even if you remain silent, we would still hesitate to provoke him. Precisely. Our physique pales in comparison to Ming Zai. That fellow could potentially cleave me in two with a single kick. Let us omit the potential. A few henchmen were perceptive enough. Prior to witnessing Su Wanli's strength, they may have harbored covetous thoughts towards Yu Sahan and Gu Rui Jia. But after witnessing the grim fate of their 2 comrades, their ill intentions vanished entirely. They did not even dare to steal a glance. Would they merely stand by and watch another claim what they desire? Among them were those with insight and others lacking it. One particularly burly man bore a countenance of unwillingness. Su Wanli was indeed formidable, but so what? He refused to believe that these two were inseparable. As long as they parted ways, an opportunity would present itself. Brother Kai, did you already know how incredible Su Gu is? By the fire pit at the entrance of the fast food establishment, Huoshi and several henchmen, clad in thin garments, bore lips tinged with frostbite. Yet their spirits were remarkably high. To them, Su Wanli's kick seemed more exaggerated than the action effects seen in martial arts films. It was simply exhilarating. Indeed. Liang Yukai chuckled awkwardly, his own astonishment no less than that of Huoshi and the others. Initially, he sought to cultivate a rapport with Su Wanli to engage in a modest business venture. However, after the fast food offerings were devoured, his mindset shifted to pursuing insights and knowledge, hoping to endure less hardship during his training. Subsequently, as official announcements indicated a lack of imminent rescue, Liang Yukai gradually ceased to worry about his training. Meanwhile, Su Wanli, who typically shunned social interaction, exhibited an impressive fourfold enhancement in his abilities. His demeanor softened, his teeth white and even, projecting a sunny confidence that belied the notion of a ruthless training talent or a cold-blooded killer. Liang Yukai found little motivation to further his acquaintance, occasionally extending a greeting. I hope to persuade Su Wanli to join our ranks in the struggle against the faction led by Xie Zhongshu. To my astonishment, while Su Wanli appeared amiable and affable, he unleashed an unexpected ferocity that surpassed all others. With a single blow, he could shatter a skull. Liang Yukai suddenly grasped the reality. This seemingly innocuous individual, who took delight in striking others at a moment's notice, was reminiscent of the deranged killers portrayed in films. Damn it, I knew it. Brother Huoshi wore an expression of exhilaration. He had previously assisted Brother Su in transporting supplies, earning a meager 2 packs of cigarettes as compensation. At that time, he was quite discontent with Su's stinginess. However, in retrospect, they realized that what they toiled for was merely trivial in Su's eyes, a mere flick of the finger. How could such trivial matters possibly warrant 2 packs of furong won? Offering 2 packs of soft shuangshi worth merely a few coins was already a significant gesture. Su valued me. Chapter 64. Embracing the weapon. Liang Yukai cast a fleeting glance at the self-hypnotized Huashigo, silently averting his gaze to focus on the figure seated by the window, contemplating how to rekindle their friendship. His mind was plagued by minor disturbances, yet the fundamental instinct of self-preservation remained intact. Su Ge could effortlessly take on several opponents, which explained his audacity in openly transporting dozens of boxes of supplies for trade. Having witnessed Su Wanli's prowess, Liang Yukai finally comprehended why Su Wanli seemingly disregarded the happenings in the hall, the possession of the temporary warehouse keys, or the exposure of food supplies. With Su Wanli's formidable strength, armed with a half-meter-long horn hammer and a bone-cutting knife, he could easily block the narrow iron door at the dormitory entrance. Who would dare approach? Even if over 90 individuals from the hall surged forward, they would gain no advantage whatsoever. What was there to fear? If he could ally himself with Su Ge, he would no longer need to worry about food or clothing. Liang Yukai pondered deeply, meticulously analyzing the possibilities. Yet, he could not decipher Su Wanli's principles of action. If Su Wanli relied on his immense physical power to resolve life's challenges, those who had previously offended him, such as Gu Ruijia, the man from the pickled cabbage nation, and Lin Xiaoling, should have long been dealt with. The fact that he had not resorted to violence raised questions. Was he concealing his true strength? But if that were the case, why had he acted just moments ago? Or was Su Wanli's power a recent acquisition? As the saying goes, he who wields a weapon harbors a murderous intent. When a person acquires strength far beyond that of ordinary men, their disposition inevitably transforms. They might aspire to be a chivalrous hero or indulge in unrestrained desires, free from any constraints. No, that was not right. Liang Yukai could not extract any valuable insights and began to feel a rising anxiety. He tugged at his increasingly sparse hair, his expression growing more frantic and erratic. This was wrong, wrong, wrong. Upon hearing the familiar murmurs, Huashigo and his companions instinctively distanced themselves from Liang Yukai, perceiving that he was mentally unstable. By day, he was one version of Kai Go, and by night, another, much like a character in a film with split personalities. They had subtly hinted at this to him. But Liang Yukai maintained that he was fully aware of his condition, but there was no recourse to seek help. Fortunately, regardless of which version of Kai Go he embodied, he harbored no ill will towards Huashigo and his group. Otherwise, they would have long since defected to Xiejiangshu. At present, everyone held a palpable fear of Su Ge. Huashigo roasted the fire, surveying the other passengers with a sense of satisfaction. The largest group, led by Xiejiangshu, huddled around the fire barrel, conversing in hushed tones, occasionally glancing nervously in Su Wanli's direction, their expressions rife with trepidation. They adopted a strategy of avoidance, believing it prudent to steer clear of any potential conflict with Su Wanli. Meanwhile, a group of university students exhibited a rather vivid array of emotions. Several female students, upon witnessing Su Wanli's prowess, were consumed by regret, lamenting their earlier decision to align with Xiaohao rather than Yu Sihan, thereby missing the opportunity to board Su Wanli's formidable vessel. However, they noticed the dazed expression on Yu Sihan's face and inferred that she, like them, was unaware of Su Wanli's true strength. Apart from a few girls who appeared relatively composed, the rest, such as Xiaohao and Lin Xiaoling, were filled with resentment, believing that Yu Sihan was deliberately concealing the truth. Given the apparent intimacy between Yu Sihan and Su Wanli, they felt it was impossible for her to be ignorant of his capabilities. As for the other scattered individuals, they harbored their own thoughts. In an instant, the hall fell into a hushed silence, interrupted only by the crackling of burning wood in the braziers. By the window, Su Wanli remained calm, devoid of any guilt for having dealt a heavy blow to the two youths. He understood that their words were not mere bluster. They were indeed capable of inflicting real harm. Had the one lying down been Su Wanli himself, the humiliation and torment inflicted upon Yu Sihan would have been far more brutal than what was merely spoken. Thus, Su Wanli felt no remorse. In certain respects, he had even shown restraint. In the assembly line of a small factory, troublemakers often hailed from the same locality. Once conflict arose with such individuals, they would band together to retaliate. Without a fight for one's life, one would stand little chance. Yet, it was precisely that reckless fighting experience that lent him the aura of a promising talent. Otherwise, how could anyone be intimidated by a mere ram's horn hammer and a vintage leather jacket? My quadruple limit is significantly higher than that of an ordinary person. Gazing at the raging blizzard outside, Su Wanli reflected on the earlier skirmish. The encounter had been brief, and his opponents were merely ordinary individuals with little fighting experience. However, through a simple comparison, Su Wanli had roughly discerned that his quadruple limit equated to approximately 10 times that of an average person. For those accustomed to a sedentary lifestyle, the figure would be even higher. For a trained professional boxer like Xie Zhangshu, it would be slightly lower. Indeed, The definition of limits provided by Mouse differed entirely from the official one. Su Wanli felt a surge of confidence. He could distinctly sense his newfound strength. No longer the reckless youth who relied solely on brute force to prevail. "You are truly remarkable," Yusahan remarked unexpectedly. It took her over 10 minutes to regain her composure. Su Wanli's display of martial prowess had been astonishingly impressive, rendering the action film she had seen before rather subdued by comparison. Remarkable? Not wishing to delve into matters shrouded in secrecy, Su Wanli deftly shifted the conversation. "I excel in other areas as well." Beyond fighting, his greatest skill lay in cooking noodles, with a diverse array of styles prepared without repetition over the course of a week. As for other areas, unaware of worldly matters, Yusahan should not have ventured into unhealthy associations. Yet, images of the man exercising on the balcony involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Broad chest, defined abdominal muscles, and a firm backside. "Rogue," she muttered under her breath, blushing furiously as she lowered her head, her cheeks aflame. She felt a slight weakness in her body. Fortunately, clad in thick clothing and wearing a mask, she did not exhibit any signs of discomfort. The blizzard. Su Wanli refrained from teasing the girl and turned his gaze towards the window, his mood surprisingly lighthearted. This was his first encounter with a snowstorm, a blend of novelty and disappointment. To be candid, his impressions of blizzards had long been confined to the adjectives found in elementary school textbooks. Snowflakes as large as goose feathers. Su Wanli naively believed that the northern snow would fall gently like the down of a goose, drifting gracefully and delicately. It held a certain aesthetic appeal. Yet at this moment, the tiny, thumb-sized snowflakes outside shattered his romanticized notions of heavy snowfall. Time flew by so swiftly. It felt like only a moment had passed, and yet it was already past 4 o'clock. Su Wanli was taken aback. Had it really become past 4 in the afternoon? Chapter 65, The Return of Clothing. Shinchi did not make an appearance. Whether it was due to the blizzard or the frigid temperature, which dipped below -30 degrees. Su Wanli found no urgency in returning to his dormitory and chose instead to linger in the lobby. During this time, Yusahan returned to the breakfast shop dormitory to fetch a backpack filled with food, descending to share some provisions with Su Wanli. Afterward, she hurriedly made her way to the fire pit, where a few women gathered, seeking warmth. As the clock approached 4 in the afternoon, and then 10 at night, Su Wanli had yet to catch a glimpse of Shinchi. Thus, he returned to his dormitory to take a shower, receive the clothing returned by Tun Shu, and store the next batch of food. Tun Shu retrieved the clothing stored from the previous day. Beep. The quality of the returned clothing has been extracted. Expedition jacket, windproof, adjustable hood and windproof layer, effectively preventing cold winds from penetrating and maintaining body warmth to mitigate wind chill effects and prevent heat loss. Waterproof, keeping dry in damp or rainy conditions, suitable for extreme environments such as climbing snowy mountains. Polar boots, interior lined with fleece material to provide additional warmth, maintaining excellent insulation and slip resistance even in cold environments. Winter skin-friendly pajamas, crafted from 100 mulberry silk, designed for comfort, simplicity, and practicality. Cold-resistant quilt. As the items appeared seemingly out of thin air, brand new clothing, shoes, quilts, and mattresses, they quickly filled the lower bunk space, haphazardly piled into a small mountain. With these garments and quilts, even a further drop of several degrees outside would pose no threat of freezing. Su Wanli felt a surge of excitement as he began to organize the clothing. 2 windproof jackets caught his eye, one in a large size, the other in a small. Both pristine white. According to Tun Shu, the jackets were a couple's design, although the garments bore no overt indicators of such. Su Wanli took the larger jacket to the balcony and rinsed the cuffs under the faucet to test its waterproof capability. After several seconds of washing, the inner layer remained completely dry. Now, that was true waterproofing. Satisfied, Su Wanli returned to his dormitory, set down the jacket, and continued to assess the other garments. He discovered 2 down jackets with a higher fill power, offering enhanced insulation. For pairs of monochromatic polar boots, 2 for men and 2 for women, 6 pieces of thermal clothing in varying sizes, and 4 sets of pajamas. 2 in bathrobe style, and 2 in loungewear. The assortment of styles and sizes was extensive, as Su Wanli had consciously chosen them during exchanges with others. Perhaps the superior quality of the stored clothing contributed to the perfection of the items returned by Tun Shu. Su Wanli pondered this thought. He swiftly packed the clothes into cardboard boxes, remade the lower bunk with excellent cold-resistant bedding, and layered it with a quilt suitable for temperatures below -10 degrees. With the new quilt and warm clothing, a restful slumber until dawn was assured. With the clothing storage completed, the next task was food. The Tun Mouse diligently stores the provisions within the cardboard box. Su Wanli retrieves a pre-packed box containing an entire frozen chicken, several pounds of pork, ribs, a few cherished cans of luncheon meat, several packages of mixed fried rice, and some energy-dense compressed biscuits. He attempts to consolidate various types of food for storage. Ding. Detected 1 frozen chicken, 2 pounds of ribs, 3 pounds of pork, 8 pounds of rice, 9 cans of luncheon meat. Due to the inconsistency of the food items, the host has 2 return options available. Option 1. Return the entire box, returns double in 1 day. Option 2. Return food in batches, duration of return depends on stored food, choosing option 1 for storage. He successfully stores the items. A flicker of delight crosses Sue Wanley's eyes. Previously, when he stored a 45-kilogram emergency food kit for 15 days. The Ton and Mouse had also offered 2 options. Now, taking the opportunity to retrieve clothing, he attempts to replace the drinking water and less desirable items in the iron box with frozen chicken, pork, and so forth, achieving successful storage once more. Had he known, he would have stored several more boxes. Sue Wanley scans the food in his dormitory, noting that this round of storage contains relatively obscure items, such as frozen chicken, ribs, and rice. The canned luncheon meat and self-heating mixed fried rice meals are convenient for those who cannot cook while traveling away from service areas, allowing for 10 to 15 days of prepared sustenance. He decides against storing the remaining self-heating hot pot and instant noodles. Next time, he resolves to experiment with a different assortment of items. Sue Wanley opens his phone's memo app and quietly jots down the staple foods to be stored before heading to the bathroom with his new clothes. The previous night, before leaving, he had turned both faucets on the balcony to their maximum. There is still running water. However, given the frigid outdoor temperatures, he worries the pipes may freeze at any moment, maximizing his opportunity to take a hot shower while he can. He muses that clothes can be changed every couple of days, but as a true Southerner, he finds it uncomfortable to go a day without bathing. He must find a chance for Yu Sahan and Guru Ajia to join him for a shower. In the bathroom, Sue Wanley hums a tune. Everyone has been trapped for several days. Aside from the independent bathroom and the gas station employee dormitory where he resides, the other tenants must use a communal bathing facility. However, with 20 to 30 individuals on the second floor, the public bathroom is not a safe option. Yu Sahan and Guru Ajia can only manage to dampen towels to wipe their bodies, as a proper shower is out of the question. The thought of going days without bathing is somewhat intolerable for Sue Wanley. If Guru Ajia wishes to continue trading, she must at least watch her body, even if it's with cold water. Speaking of which, the young woman should have 1 day's worth of food remaining, having traded for self-heating hot pots last time. Guru Ajia again leveraged Sue Wanley's background to acquire several bags of instant noodles. Conservatively, they should last 3 to 4 days. Yet, lacking adequate clothing and bedding in the dormitory, and without a brazier for warmth, they can only rely on the caloric intake from food to maintain their body temperature. Guru Ajia is faring better, but Park Hyun-young, who has been injured, cannot afford to endure hunger and cold any longer. Their consumption of food is quite rapid. In the next transaction, that imitation silver bracelet will come in handy. After Sue Wanley finished his shower and dressed, he returned to the dormitory to wait for his hair to dry. He purposely left an imitation silver bracelet for Guru Ajia. After all, he shared a certain camaraderie with Park Hyun-young, having had the fortune to witness each other's childhoods. It is precisely for this reason that Sue Wanley worried Guru Ajia might become accustomed to the joys of childhood. Encountering an adult figure unexpectedly might easily frighten her. Thus, he purchased the imitation silver bracelet. The height of the upper bunk in the dormitory is approximately 1.60 meters, which is roughly comparable to Guru Ajia's height. However, the 4 corners of the upper bunk feature protruding guardrails. These pillars rise about 20 centimeters, perfectly suited to hang the imitation silver bracelet, preventing the other from turning or moving about recklessly. Chapter 66. Grim. 2 days slipped by in an instant. The blizzard outside showed no signs of abating. Fortunately, the temperature remained steady, hovering around -20 degrees. Within the hall, the assembled crowd huddled near the fire pit, with tightly shut doors and windows barely fending off the biting cold. Yet, many succumbed to illness from the chill, and a few among them had entirely lost all signs of life. Are you not returning to the dormitory tonight? In the corner of the hall, Yu Sahan, adorned in a hood, wore a new outfit, a white windbreaker over a black down jacket and a thermal top. Though her clothing was not overly thick, and she wore but a few layers, her demeanor was relaxed. Unlike others who were hunched and shivering, their hands tucked away in their sleeves. Across from her, Sue Wanley withdrew his gaze from the window, rubbing his temples. For the past 2 days, Shin-Chi had been conspicuously absent, and an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Unfortunately, with the power and internet down, he could not search for pertinent information. Then I shall keep you company in the hall. Yu Sahan's eyes sparkled with mirth. Thanks to the man, she had enjoyed a warm bath the previous night and changed into a cozy, clean outfit. Her spirit lifted considerably. All right, Sue Wanley replied with a smile. He had suggested she stay in the gas station employee dormitory, but she had declined, citing a lack of safety when alone, vividly recounting an incident of a forced entry next door. Since then, he had refrained from mentioning it again. The two sat by the window, quietly gazing at the snowy scene in the parking lot. It's rather chilly. Within less than 2 minutes, the young woman used the cold as an excuse to shift closer to him, adeptly retrieving a single-person quilt from her backpack and draping it over both of them. Su Wanli was somewhat taken aback. How did you fit this quilt in your backpack? It's cold at night. It keeps us warm. Yu Sahan's gaze flickered away. She merely wished to find a reason to be close to him, caught in the throes of first love, naturally craving those tender moments, holding hands beneath the covers, playful gestures, or simply snuggling together. Such moments would bring her joy for days. Then place your hand in my pocket. Su Wanli chose not to reveal her subtle intentions. The clothing she wore was crafted from quality materials, and with the nearby fire pit roaring, how could she possibly be cold? Of course, Yu Sahan replied without hesitation. In his presence, she felt no qualms about displaying her romantic inclinations. First love should be embraced with authenticity, without reservation. In front of the hamburger shop, a dozen pallid faces stood in line, awaiting supplies. They were bundled tightly, incessantly stamping their feet and rubbing their hands together. The food distributed over the past 2 days had dwindled, instilling a palpable sense of foreboding in their hearts. Thus, they arrived early each day to secure their places in line, preferring to endure the cold away from the fire pit rather than risk missing out on food due to tardiness. Siego. We have less than 80 portions of food remaining. Inside the hamburger shop, Su Xiaowen has gradually become Xie Zhangshu's trusted confidant. At this moment, he is counting the remaining food with a few reliable subordinates. A truckload of express packages has indeed arrived, but the quantity of ready-to-eat food is quite limited. Over the past couple of days, everyone has been trapped in the hall due to the blizzard, unable to venture outside, and with more than 70 adults clamoring for sustenance. The supplies in the temporary warehouse are quickly running out. Even the 8 treasure porridge and instant noodles exchanged with Su Wanli have been completely consumed. We can no longer distribute the food, Xie Zhangshu stated solemnly. The remaining food, enough for less than 80 people, would sustain him and his few subordinates for 2 days. If the blizzard continues outside after those 2 days, they would have to stretch the provisions over 3, 4, or even 5 days until the storm abates or the winds subside, allowing them to organize a return to retrieve the remaining truckload of express packages. But until then, the food cannot be further allocated. Xiaowen, take 2 brothers with you to move the bodies and the injured to the corner by the door. We will carry them outside together tomorrow. Move the injured as well? Su Xiaowen hesitated, as did several of his subordinates, exchanging glances. There were over a dozen injured individuals, for had perished during the cold snap, 2 the night before, and another for the previous night, with 3 or 4 more barely clinging to life. If they were moved to the corner, away from the warmth of the fire, they would succumb to the cold in less than an hour. This is no different from murder. They would be killing the defenseless injured and the sick. You will do as instructed. Xie Zhongshu's voice was calm. He had long wished to address the situation with the injured. Initially intimidated by Su Wanli, he had refrained from taking action. Observing Su Wanli's indifference towards the affairs in the hall, he gradually began to test the waters. Those injured individuals, left to starve for 2 to 3 days, were part of a vulnerable group, ripe for exploitation. If Su Wanli objected, they could claim a lack of food and hand the injured over to him, thereby undermining his authority and accelerating food depletion. If Su Wanli raised no objections, then Xie Zhangshu would announce new rules for the service area while simultaneously dealing with those who were taking advantage of the situation. Well, very well then. Su Xiaowen nodded along with his subordinates. One of them pressed the button to roll up the shutter door of the hamburger shop, stepping aside to let Su Xiaowen pass, while he followed closely behind. Xie Zhangshu was undeniably the leader of the hamburger shop, and the robust and dark-skinned Su Xiaowen served as his second-in-command. The door is open. What food will be distributed today? Yesterday, it was half a pancake. Today, it should be the remaining half. Hey, where are you going? Aren't you distributing food? The crowd waiting outside gathered closer. Seeing that Su Xiaowen and the others had no intention of distributing food and were heading straight outside, they looked on in confusion. Do not blame us. A group arrived at the small fire pit designated for the injured. Su Xiaowen observed the severely wounded, who had lost their ability to resist, and a flicker of compassion crossed his dark visage. He then beckoned a clever young subordinate, signaling him to rally others to their task. Come, 2 of you lift one. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return to the warmth of the fire. Damn it, this weather numbs the fingers and toes. Watch your step. The floor is slippery. The subordinates formed pairs, each struggling to carry either a corpse or an injured person, unsteadily maneuvering towards the entrance of the hall, seeking a corner to abandon the bodies. What are you doing? At last, someone discerned the intent of Su Xiaowen and his companions, vociferously questioning them. Were these individuals devoid of sanity? Why remove the defenseless injured from the warmth of the fire? Get lost, Su Xiaowen impatiently retorted. He summoned another subordinate, and together they hoisted a barely breathing victim, hastening towards the vicinity of the glass doors of the hall. The draft from the gaps here chilled the air further, making it easier to move the bodies outside come morning. Chapter 67. Ambition. Why are you carrying the injured to the door? A frail woman, as if rejuvenated, suddenly surged forward and knocked down two robust men who were transporting a wounded individual. She shielded her injured sister and cried out with a heart-wrenching desperation at the dark. Sturdy man, my sister is not dead yet. Can't you see her eyes moving? Why are you taking her away? You are committing murder, do you understand? Her piercing screams drew a crowd. Upon hearing her anguished cries and witnessing the strong men, including Su Xiaowen, moving the injured, the onlookers quickly grasped the situation, their expressions turning grim. Affected by the low temperatures, many had developed coughs and fevers. If the injured or sick were treated as corpses and disposed of, they too would inevitably meet the same fate. Are you intent on exterminating us all, hoarding the remaining food for yourselves? Xiaohao's voice was hoarse, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the hamburger shop. For the past couple of days, he and his companions had subsisted solely on boiled snow water, their bodies rendered weak. Tensions had risen within their small group over the scarcity of food, necessitating a resolution to ease the conflict or divert attention. The current outrage against Xie Zhongshu's subordinates presented an opportunity to shift the focus. Exterminate us all? Upon hearing this, Xie Zhongshu emerged from the hamburger shop with a calm smile, unperturbed. He surveyed the crowd, his face betraying disdain and mockery. Are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Not allowing anyone to respond, he pointed to several corpses nearby. These bodies, close to the fire, had not succumbed to the freezing temperatures. Their wounds were worsening and rotting. If we do not remove them, what if they remain in the hall and cause an outbreak of plague or infectious disease? What then? The stout Su Xiaowen was perplexed by his brother's intentions but felt no need to understand. Unconditionally agreeing with his brother's words and supporting his perspective was the hallmark of a loyal subordinate. He raised his voice in agreement. We have no doctors here. If an epidemic breaks out, none of you will escape. The death toll will far exceed those lying on the ground. Indeed, what Xiegu and Hege say is right. They had neither participated in the transport of packages nor in moving fuel. After providing them with 2 days' worth of food and a fire pit, was that not generous enough? Should they waste precious resources to sustain them? Do you think that is reasonable? Even without a plague, these individuals have already lost their ability to work. Men without labor capacity are merely burdens, parasites. A few of the younger subordinates were slow to react. However, upon hearing Su Xiaowen's endorsement, they eagerly joined the discourse, amplifying the severity of the situation. The survivors around them, weakened by hunger and disoriented, lacked the capacity for sound judgment, easily swayed by the words of others. Precisely, Xie Zhongshu observed his subordinates with satisfaction, nodding in approval. These individuals occasionally exhibit disobedience, yet they possess remarkable insight and eloquence. In an instant, they articulate thoughts they struggle to express. You never distributed food to the injured. The woman who spoke earlier retorted loudly. Her appearance had a certain charm, catching the eye of one of Xie Zhongshu's subordinates. They engaged in clandestine dealings, occasionally caressing each other's hands and faces, allowing the woman to procure a bit more food, thus maintaining a slightly better mental state than the others, enabling her to ponder some simple logical dilemmas. They have not transported any supplies. What right do they have to share in the food? Xie Zhongshu scoffed. Was he a virtuous man? Clearly not. From the very beginning, Xie Zhongshu had no intention of distributing food to the injured. With the injured lacking sustenance, their companions and families were compelled to economize, saving a portion of their rations to assist them. Consequently, the companions and families of the injured would gradually weaken and fall due to the scarcity of food. Within a mere 2 days, over half of the 90 individuals in the hall had succumbed to illness, while the remaining few were hardly in better spirits. These individuals no longer posed a threat. Who would take responsibility for their food if they were not removed? Were they not curious as to why no food was distributed today? To be candid, Xie Zhongshu paused, surveying the individuals with the most fervent resistance, revealing the unpleasant truth they most wished to avoid. The last of the food brought back had dwindled to a mere fraction, let alone caring for the injured. None present would be able to receive food daily from this day forth. If they did not wish to remove the injured, very well. Let them find their own means for sustenance. The food here would only be allocated to those deemed useful. With that, Xie Zhongshu turned and returned to the hamburger shop, accompanied by several subordinates. The remaining matters would be resolved by those driven to desperation, particularly the young men like Xiaohao. These youths, in the prime of their vigor, were among the least able to endure the pangs of hunger. Thus, seeing no one take action, Xie Zhangshu decided to stoke the flames of desperation. He produced 2 packets of instant noodles, gesturing towards the man lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Whoever moves him outside will receive a packet of noodles. Supplies are limited, first come, first served. Damn it, those noodles were brought back collectively. How can you decide who gets them? Indeed, from this day forth, I shall determine who receives the food in the warehouse. Those who object can come and challenge me. Xie Zhongshu, along with several subordinates wielding various makeshift weapons, blocked the entrance, casting predatory glances at the crowd. One of his subordinates swung a kitchen knife menacingly, the glint of metal sending shivers through the onlookers. Their gazes transforming into those of ravenous wolves, poised to pounce on their prey. At this point, Xie Zhangshu and his group ceased their pretense. All 9 of them were vigorous young men, enjoying regular meals and maintaining their physical condition, their physical prowess far surpassing that of everyone in the hall. With the exception of Su Wanli, who had no desire to involve himself in the hall's trivialities. Naturally, they opted for a more straightforward and effective approach. The crowd gathered outside the makeshift warehouse fell into silence. In a world on the brink of collapse, survival is of utmost importance, with sustenance being the cornerstone of existence. No one wished to offend Xie Zhangshu, the custodian of food, for the sake of some insignificant individuals. Is there no one willing to speak? The mockery on Xie Zhongshu's face intensified. He secretly hoped that a couple of audacious souls would dare to challenge him, allowing him to assert his dominance. Yet, the fervor of these individuals seemed to have been frozen by the biting cold, each one resembling a lamb in a pen, awaiting the final decree of fate. Today, only 2 packets of instant noodles were to be distributed. Whoever could carry away that individual would be rewarded with the precious noodles. Chapter 68, The Foolishness of Lin Xiaoling in the rear. Xiao Hao exchanged glances with several male classmates, each pair of eyes betraying a shared yearning for sustenance. Outside, the snowflakes appeared pristine and crystalline. However, once collected in a can and melted, the snow water revealed visible impurities floating within. One frail female classmate, after consuming the snow water, found herself making frequent trips to the restroom throughout the night, her health deteriorating for days, which alarmed them into crafting several rudimentary filters to purify the snow water before daring to drink it. The use of these filters significantly reduced their daily water yield, insufficient to nourish the group of over 10 individuals. Thus, they were compelled to seek food to replenish their strength. What should we do, Xiao Hao? One asked. Give me a moment to think. Xiao Hao felt his mind clouded and muddled. He bit down on his thumbnail, allowing the pain to jolt his thoughts into clarity. Over the past couple of days, while others had managed to procure some food, they had not consumed a single grain, rendering them in greater need than their peers. Hence, while others hesitated, they should proactively negotiate with that individual regarding the price for transporting corpses in exchange for several packs of instant noodles. But what if the others turn against us? Someone voiced their concern. They feared becoming the scapegoats, ostracized by the group. The dynamics among them were precarious. The weak did not necessarily unite, nor did the strong always collaborate. In such a time, should they become targets of collective disdain, survival in the service area would become untenable. Fear not. Xiao Hao's eyes gleamed with fervor, driven by hunger to the brink. He had no patience for the thoughts of others. If we choose not to act, do you believe others will refrain? If we continue to linger in this state, our bodies will only grow weaker, leaving us with even less capacity to resist. We must secure food first. Once our strength is somewhat restored, we can seize the opportunity to confront them. All right then, several male classmates were swayed by his fervent resolve. At that moment, they were incapable of independent thought, their minds entirely consumed by hunger, incessantly imagining various warm dishes. Even if someone suggested boiling a belt to stave off hunger, they might very well consider trying it. Lin Xiaoling, unusually silent, observed. In the past, she would have erupted with criticism toward her boyfriend and the other male classmates, decrying their inhumanity with fervent indignation. Yet now, after enduring hunger for just a day or two, she was more subdued than anyone. Who should approach them? One suggested. Perhaps Xiaoling could bring 2 girls? Xiaoling. Xiao Hao was reluctant. His girlfriend, while attractive, did not compare to Yusa Han and Gu Ruijia, who were among the most beautiful women in the hall. The thought of sending her to negotiate with Xie Zhongshu and his companions was out of the question. Then who? His instinct was to utter Yusa Han's name. Yet halfway through, he sensed the impropriety, his expression shifting with unease. The others fell silent, their gazes drifting toward a nearby window. There, Yusa Han, clad in thick new garments, radiated vitality as she scrolled through her phone or admired the snowy landscape, occasionally indulging in a few snacks, her life seemingly rich and fulfilling. Reflecting on their situation. Oh my. Lin Xiaoling took the initiative to speak. It appeared she could hardly bear to hear her boyfriend mention Yusa Han, frequently uttering her name. In a moment of impulsiveness, she agreed to head to the hamburger shop to negotiate with Xie Zhongshu and others regarding the transportation of a body. Though there was an element of defiance in her decision, the girls genuinely required sustenance. Why must we girls go? One protested. Indeed, another chimed in. You are well aware that just a few days ago, a woman was dragged into the restroom. Several girls expressed their dissent. Previously, they had sacrificed their meager food supplies to assist Lin Xiaoling, managing to survive for 2 days by melting snow and filtering water. This time, the situation was even more dire. To expect these frail girls to approach a group of unfamiliar adult men for provisions? Was there any difference from leading sheep into a tiger's den? When they initially chose to follow Xiao Hao, it was with the hope of gaining protection from several boys. Instead of shelter, they found themselves entangled in danger, suffering from cold and hunger, and now they were expected to actively solicit food. Given the vile nature of those men, they would surely seize the opportunity to make unreasonable demands, or worse, resort to coercion. What were they to do? While it might be said that it was easier for girls to negotiate, the harsh truth was that they were being treated as mere commodities in a transaction. Do not fret, Xiao Hao exclaimed, barely restraining his urge to curse. How had he never noticed the vanity of these female classmates before? Did they not look in mirrors regularly? They were hardly attractive to begin with. After days of torment from hunger and cold, they appeared disheveled, clad in bulky clothing that obscured their figures. What manner of man would find them appealing in such a state? Suppressing his frustration, he earnestly reassured them. This time, you shall handle the negotiations, while we exert ourselves to procure the food, which we shall share equally. The girls exchanged glances, hesitating. They had grown accustomed to Yu Sahan's decisions. Now that she was absent, uncertainty clouded their judgment as they silently glanced at Lin Xiaoling. Observing her rummaging through her bag, they instinctively resolved to seek provisions. All right, Xiao Hao sighed in relief. He retrieved a baton from his pocket and instructed, do not worry, we shall remain outside. If they make excessive demands or lay hands on you, just shout. We will rush in and confront them. Just a moment, Lin Xiaoling said. As she opened her small bag, she retrieved some cosmetic tools and began to tidy herself up using a small mirror. Dabbing a tissue in warm snowmelt, she wiped away the black smudges on her face, revealing a complexion that, though pale and dry, retained a youthful innocence. There's no need for primping, Xiao Hao thought, feeling a discomfort in his chest as he watched his girlfriend prepare herself. A sense of suffocation gripped him. It will only take a moment. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiaoling, she remained oblivious to the suppressed anger in her boyfriend's voice, or perhaps she simply chose to disregard it, spending over 10 minutes on her makeup. Adorned with makeup to conceal the pallor of her skin and face, she exhibited a semblance of youthful vitality reminiscent of a time before calamity. Let us proceed. A few young women trailed behind Lin Xiaoling, making their way directly to the hamburger joint. Really allowing Xiaoling to negotiate with those brutes? One of her roommates, who shared a close bond with Xiao Hao, could not help but whisper as the girls ventured further away. Times have changed. There exists a significant risk that Lin Xiaoling and her companions may face humiliation at the hamburger shop. Do we have any other options? Xiao Hao's expression was one of complexity. He slowly turned his gaze toward the window, where he beheld Yu Sahan nestled sweetly against another man. A sharp pain coursed through his heart, as if a merciless blade were ruthlessly stirring within, rendering him breathless. Perhaps Lin Xiaoling sensed Xiao Hao's unspoken feelings, prompting her to occasionally act out in hopes of capturing his attention. Yet, such matters seemed inconsequential now. Survival was paramount, for only then could he hope to reclaim all that was lost. Xiao Hao's resolve gradually solidified. He would endure. Chapter 69, Solo Transactions Outside the Hamburger Shop. Xie Zhongshu and his companions gathered around a fire barrel, indulging in instant noodles while engaged in lively conversation, oblivious to the surrounding survivors whose eyes gleamed with hunger. Many among them harbored more than a fleeting thought of seizing food. However, the sight of the controlled weapons in Xie Zhongshu's group instantly quelled their impulses. Brother Xie, it's that female college student, Su Xiaowen gestured with his eyes. The female college student? Xie Zhongshu felt a flicker of intrigue and turned to look. He spotted Lin Xiaoling and several other girls approaching, and his eyes immediately brightened. After freshening up, Lin Xiaoling's slightly rounded face regained a measure of its former clarity. And clad in an oversized trench coat, she appeared petite and charming, with the presence of her classmates serving as a backdrop. Lin Xiaoling stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens, capturing the attention of all the men around her. She exuded an extraordinary allure. Damn, I knew that girl must be a real catch. Ha! That delicate neck, the sensation of holding her must be exquisite. Wow, just as we finish tidying up the shop, this little temptress shows up. Seems like she has been eyeing us for a while. Brother Xie, don't forget about us after you're done. Right. Count me in for this laborious task. I relish the hard work. The adult men by the fire barrel fixated on Lin Xiaoling's fare, slightly rounded face. Their gazes brimming with greed and desire, exchanging crude remarks as if distributing tools. They were all adults. In their eyes, Lin Xiaoling, having put in such effort into her appearance and approaching them, had made her intentions abundantly clear. The female classmates accompanying her exchanged glances, sensing the men's unmasked desire. Their eyes flashing with a hint of panic. Realizing that the men's attention was wholly captivated by Lin Xiaoling, they breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thank goodness the girls silently acknowledged their unspoken understanding. They were neither villains nor saints. Their agreement to approach stemmed from two reasons: a dire need for food and a familiarity with each other's personalities. Seeing Lin Xiaoling made up, they willingly assumed the role of supporting characters. The less conspicuous, the better. Indeed, two of the more attractive classmates intentionally soiled their jackets, stuffing cardboard or foam into their clothes and pant legs to obscure their figures. They even smeared grease on their faces and tousled their hair, rendering themselves unkempt. Thus, with Lin Xiaoling as the jewel in the spotlight, they became mere rubble in the background, effectively diminishing their presence. In this chaotic environment devoid of order, the more astute girls wished to appear disheveled and unattractive to avoid unnecessary trouble. Only Lin Xiaoling, in her innocence, still sought to leverage her gender and beauty to elicit sympathy. This might be somewhat connected to her relationship with Xiaohao. At school, Xiaohao enjoyed a certain prominence, frequently greeted by upperclassmen and underclassmen alike, who sought his assistance with various matters, indicating his robust social connections. Lin Xiaoling, confident in her boyfriend's ability to protect her, boldly took to beautifying herself. Who among you is the representative? Upon arriving at the entrance of the hamburger shop, Lin Xiaoling felt the peculiar gazes of the surrounding men, an unease stirring within her. Despite this discomfort, she did not shy away from the attention. Instead, a twisted sense of enjoyment blossomed within her in response to this fervent scrutiny. Previously, such attention had been monopolized by Yu Sahan, leaving her to silently stand by. In those moments, Lin Xiaoling had harbored envy, curious about the sensation of being noticed by strangers. Now, as the center of attention, an indescribable thrill coursed through her, providing a slight release from the frustration and dissatisfaction that had accumulated over days. A smile graced her round face, and her confidence blossomed. Who can make the decision? We can remove the body, but 2 packs of instant noodles will certainly not suffice. We need 6. No, 10 packs. 10 packs? Xie Zhengshu neither agreed nor declined, stepping forward to stand half a meter from Lin Xiaoling, his gaze assessing her from above. 8 packs would suffice. Lin Xiaoling felt unnaturally scrutinized by the close range of his gaze. Lacking negotiation experience, she approached the situation with the mindset that every additional pack was a victory. Raising her initial offer, prepared to lower it gradually, if necessary. Yet, the other party's silence left her feeling increasingly uncertain. 6 packs? 6 packs, perhaps. Xie Zhengshu was indifferent to the number of noodle packs. He pondered, discreetly surveying the surroundings, catching sight of Xiaohao and a few young men wielding clubs. A humorous thought flashed through his mind. Could these youths be foolishly planning to eat first, regain their strength, and then seek revenge or seize control of the temporary warehouse? Surely not. Xie Zhengshu could hardly believe that university students could be so naive. Yet, Lin Xiaoling's presence led him to reconsider the possibility. I can offer you 6 packs, on the condition that you enter the warehouse with me alone. Do you dare? Upon hearing the man's agreement to provide 6 packs of noodles, Lin Xiaoling felt a surge of joy within her. However, before her smile could fully bloom, his subsequent words halted her expression in an instant. Going alone with you? Instinctively, she glanced at the shop, its floor strewn with cardboard and disheveled clothing. Lin Xiaoling scrunched her nose in distaste. Yet, upon catching sight of the numerous boxes of food in the corner, her throat involuntarily moved as she swallowed. So much food. Step inside, and you shall savor the fragrant noodles and delectable treasure porridge. Xie Zhengshu offered a disarming smile, his tone laced with temptation. He could hardly contain his restlessness, excitement bubbling within him. It would be perfect to transform the insulation of the hamburger shop into a suitable living space. And how delightful it would be if a woman were to join him. Alas, the space was somewhat cramped. In a short while, a few of his subordinates could be waiting outside, while he engaged in a exchange of provisions with Lin Xiaoling inside. The mere thought of this quickened Xie Zhengshu's breathing, igniting the blood within him, causing it to surge with increasing fervor. How intriguing. The pangs of hunger often awaken desires. He was not a man devoted to the practice of the exorcising sword manual. Faced with the alluring presence of vibrant youth in the form of a university student, to claim he felt no stirrings of desire would be sheer self-deception. Lin Xiaoling's gaze was firmly fixed on the several enticing boxes of food within the hamburger joint, her eyes betraying a mix of longing and inner conflict. After much hesitation, she turned to glance at her boyfriend and a few male classmates standing a mere 2 to 3 meters away. reassured by their presence. She resolved with a determined heart and consented. Very well. Chapter 70. Allow me to show you something remarkable concealed behind the crowd. Xiao Hao, leveraging his height, had a clear view of the events unfolding at the entrance of the hamburger shop. However, the surrounding cacophony rendered him unable to overhear the conversation between his girlfriend and Xie Zhangxiu. Just as he contemplated pushing forward, he noticed Lin Xiaoling exchanging a few words with several female classmates, after which one of them dashed towards him. Meanwhile, his girlfriend trailed closely behind Xie Zhangxiu. Making their way to the hamburger establishment, the air was filled with the crude and suggestive remarks of a few men loitering at the shop's entrance. Haha, brother Xie. You must seize this opportunity. The name speaks for itself. Who do you look down upon? Brother Xie, a professional boxer, typically engaged in bouts lasting at least half an hour. If his opponent fell short of that duration, he would gladly make up the difference. The group of men, huddled at the entrance for warmth, exchanged lewd banter upon seeing Xie Zhongxiu return with Lin Xiaoling, their tone dripping with innuendo. They had already assigned Lin Xiaoling a label, viewing her as a potential commodity for bartering, eagerly anticipating the prospect of future transactions with her. Lin Xiaoling halted in her tracks, her fair complexion etched with caution as she scrutinized the adults at the doorway. Turning to seek reassurance from her boyfriend, she yearned for a sense of security. Do not indulge in foolishness, Xie Zhongxiu interjected, stepping in to shield Lin Xiaoling from their gaze. His demeanor was stern as he signaled to his associates to exercise discretion and avoid disrupting his plans. He was determined to possess Lin Xiaoling. Based on his observations, she embodied a striking contrast, outwardly innocent and demure, yet, with a single successful encounter, she would become increasingly uninhibited. Eventually, she would comply with whatever he requested, her cooperation assured. Of course, fulfilling her needs was paramount, a point in which Xie Zhongxiu held considerable confidence. We're merely going in to grab a few packets of instant noodles, Xiao Su. Ensure they supervise the transportation of the bodies. Understood. Su Xiaowen promptly grasped the underlying implication of Brother Xie's words. The mention of transporting bodies served only as a pretext to divert their attention, facilitating their ulterior motives. Lin Xiaoling, however, remained incredulous. She distinctly heard the man reference Xie Zhongxiu, along with the insinuation of a half-hour minimum. Such suggestion, even to her naivety, hinted at a deeper meaning, causing her to experience a flicker of hesitation. Let us proceed inside to fetch a few packets of spicy noodles. I do not wish to barter. Do not fret. We will enter through the roll-up door and be out swiftly with the noodles. Before Lin Xiaoling could finish her protest, Xie Zhongxiu extended his hand, half pushing, half embracing her as he guided her into the hamburger shop. Pausing at the entrance, he cast a glance at Su Xiaowen, signaling him to close the roll-up door. Once he received an affirmative gesture, he retracted his gaze and, sporting a broad smile, stepped inside. Ah, Brother Xie is indulging. We shall remain outside to eavesdrop. If you cannot contain yourself, simply cover your head with a piece of clothing and listen in. Why would one cover their head with clothing? This way, others cannot recognize you, allowing you to act freely without concern for their gaze. How insightful. Su Xiaowen, accompanied by several companions, blocked the entrance, wearing enigmatic smiles while observing the hastily approaching Xiao Hao and his group. As for closing the rolling shutter, regrettably, they still wished to watch the live stream and also wanted Xiao Hao to see it. Inside the hamburger shop, Xie Zhongxiu, having not heard the sound of the shutter being closed, deduced the intentions of his younger associates. He first led Lin Xiaoling to several boxes of food, using the sustenance to distract her, and then swiftly moved to the control switch for the shutter, casting a sharp glance at the giggling younger ones before pressing the button. Why are you closing the door? Lin Xiaoling, selecting food, felt the light dim and heard the sound of the shutter descending. Startled, she turned around to see the shutter slowly closing, prompting her to leap to her feet, panic-stricken as she rushed towards the exit. What are you doing? I don't want instant noodles anymore. Let me out. Out. Xie Zhongxiu licked his cracked lips, greedily assessing Lin Xiaoling's figure. In a confined space with a lone man and a woman, what could he do? Certainly, he could. Don't be so anxious. Let me show you something interesting. He approached the right corner of the room, lifting several cardboard boxes against the wall. Beneath the boxes were several electric heaters. In temperatures plummeting below 20 degrees Celsius, moisture froze into frost within seconds. With the heaters turned to full power, the indoor temperature could indeed be elevated. Electric heaters? Lin Xiaoling's eyes widened. They had moved downstairs precisely because their previous dormitory lacked heaters. Yet now, Xie Zhongxiu produced 4 of them. You hoarded electric heaters. That's not hoarding, he replied with a smile, plugging in the heaters and cranking the power to the maximum. The service area, being a commercial establishment, operated on a 3-phase diesel generator. As long as there was ample diesel, electricity could flow without interruption. Naturally, one must consider the balance of power distribution. These technicalities eluded Xie Zhongshu, who typically refrained from recklessly using heaters. In this moment, it was imperative to raise the temperature of the enclosed space. As the heating elements within the devices gradually glowed red, the temperature in the confined area rose swiftly. Xie Zhongshu, grinning, removed his outer coat and advanced toward the naive girl. "Don't come any closer. My boyfriend is outside. If you approach me, I will scream." Lin Xiaoling's face turned pale. Her hands instinctively sought the wall behind her, searching for an escape route. "Ha ha ha, then you had better scream loudly." Xie Zhongshu disregarded her threats, quickening his pace. "Get away." In a state of panic, Lin Xiaoling overturned nearby boxes and obstacles in a desperate attempt to impede the man's advance. "Leave." Xie Zhongshu chuckled mockingly. Several electric heaters had just begun to operate, and the indoor temperature had yet to reach a comfortable level. He suppressed his excitement, occasionally extending his hand or lifting his leg to intimidate Lin Xiaoling, depleting her stamina. "You had better let me go, otherwise my boyfriend will certainly not spare you." Lin Xiaoling threatened, gasping for breath, her body trembling uncontrollably under the immense weight of fear. She had not eaten for 2 days, leaving her energy severely drained. It was too long before she was panting heavily. "Boyfriend?" A trace of derision flickered in Xie Zhongshu's eyes. How much strength could these young people possess after being starved for 2 or 3 days? Nevertheless, since she had mentioned it, he saw no reason not to escalate the thrill. He seized Lin Xiaoling's hair, dragging her toward the roller shutter door. "Ah, it hurts. Let go of me. Raise your voice so your boyfriend outside can hear you clearly. Xiaohao, save me." Slap. Xie Zhongshu struck with a cold expression. "You're not without a boyfriend, so don't pretend. Han Han, Yusa Han, come save me." Lin Xiaoling struggled desperately. Xie Zhongshu paused in his actions of tearing her clothes. He could dismiss Xiao Hao and the other young men, but Yusa Han, be quiet. Xie Zhongshu's slanted eyes fixed intently on Lin Xiaoling, a fierce glint flickering within. He did not wish to wait for the temperature to rise indoors. He intended to finish his business first. If satisfied, he would indulge for a few more days, and if not, he would pass her on to his associates for their enjoyment. Chapter 71. Conflict inside the hamburger joint. A cacophony of screams and clamor erupted. The soundproofing of the roll-up door was abysmal, allowing those outside to clearly hear Lin Xiaoling's cries, Xie Zhongshu's boorish reprimands, and the sharp crack of a slap. The commotion created by the two resembled a high-stakes action film. Outside, Xiao Hao's eyes blazed crimson. His girlfriend's piercing shrieks conjured harrowing images in his mind, scenes of a stranger brazenly tormenting her, grotesque and intolerable. These visions shattered his reason, and with fury clouding his judgment, he brandished a baton, recklessly swinging it towards Su Xiaowen. Seeking death, Su Xiaowen remained vigilant against Xiao Hao. As he witnessed the attack, he swiftly retreated to evade the blow, simultaneously signaling several companions to mercilessly confront Xiao Hao. Beat him to death. Damn, if we're fighting, let us see who falls first. Come on. Both sides, armed with weapons, plunged into a brawl. A group of university students, vibrant with youthful vigor and unrefined by societal constraints, were fueled by a sense of grievance from recent disparate treatment. At that moment, it was as if enemies had met. Igniting fierce animosity, they disregarded the impact of their strikes, fixated solely on annihilating the adversaries before them. How audacious are the youth these days? Are they not afraid of death? Su Xiaowen and his companions felt utterly frustrated. Despite their superior physical condition and more advanced weaponry, the fight exhibited a distinctly lopsided momentum. The young men, undeterred by wounds from blades or clubs, retaliated with fervor, risking their lives against any who dared to strike them. In such circumstances, they found themselves utterly powerless. Xiao Hao, consumed by rage, indeed feared not death. Yet, his physical weakness soon rendered him incapable of wielding the baton, causing him to stagger and collapse to the ground, gasping for breath. The frigid air surged into his chest, provoking a fit of violent coughs. Ah, they're losing their strength. Ha. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xiaowen aimed a metal pipe at Xiao Hao's cheek, thrusting it forcefully. The others, with malevolent expressions, advanced menacingly. Having been driven away by the younger crowd moments ago, their pride was at stake. Now, they sought to reclaim their dignity through ruthless means. Stop. A desperate voice pierced through the chaos. Outside, Chun Bo, who had not shown his face for days, pushed through the onlookers to the center, flanked by over 30 middle-aged men who instinctively stepped forward. Chun Bo first assessed the injuries of Xiao Hao and his friends, relieved to find that most were merely superficial. He then turned to Su Xiaowen. Do you intend to kill him? And if we do? Su Xiaowen's countenance darkened. He had interacted with Chan Bo several times and held a certain understanding of him. In his eyes, this man was nothing more than a cowardly merchant. He approached tasks with hesitation and trepidation, lacking the vigor and determination characteristic of youth, perpetually evading responsibility and distributing risks. Such individuals are unworthy of being part of their ranks. How so? Shinbo shook his head in disappointment. Behind him, over 30 middle-aged individuals discreetly dispersed, encircling Su Xiaowen and his companions. Clearly, this act of assistance was not a spontaneous gesture of goodwill, but rather a premeditated maneuver. In the face of impending calamity, we cannot afford endless internal strife. The consensus in entrusting you with the keys to the temporary warehouse stemmed from the belief in your capability to lead us through adversity, fostering mutual support. However, your current actions are in stark contradiction to this trust. We unanimously agree that you are no longer fit to hold the keys to the temporary warehouse. Kindly relinquish them. When Xie Zhongshu expressed his desire for the keys, Shinbo foresaw the direction of events. At that moment, the assembly lacked a leader. While Xie Zhongshu's group exhibited a strong cohesiveness and had indeed accomplished much for the collective, warranting their claim to the keys, Shinbo found no reason to oppose. Yet, he observed Xie Zhongshu's subordinates discreetly handing food to some attractive women, stirring a sense of foreboding within him. Consequently, he secretly reached out to a dozen colleagues in the service area, along with a few independent drivers, strategizing to reclaim the keys. Inside the hamburger joint, Xie Zhongshu's movements momentarily faltered. He regarded Su Wanli with apprehension. Yet, one should not forsake a meal that is readily available. Please, spare me. Lin Xiaoling, slightly dazed from being struck, spoke without thinking. If you let me go, I can lure Yu Sahan here for you. Trust me, I know her well. Can you really bring that girl here? Xie Zhongshu inquired, intrigued. His intentions were not to threaten Yu Sahan, but rather to convey goodwill to Su Wanli through this opportunity. Consequently, any misdeeds he committed against Lin Xiaoling would likely go unpunished by either Yu Sahan or Su Wanli. Ha ha ha, do tell how you plan to entice Yu Sahan. He chuckled. Yu Sahan is quite clever. She would certainly see through any deception. However, Lin Xiaoling, noticing the man's grim expression, swiftly pivoted her argument. I could lead her to the dormitory upstairs. You know, the breakfast shop above is currently unoccupied. That assembly line worker sits in the hall all day. If I can get Sahan to the dorm, you'll have ample time to engage in your desired activities. Lin Xiaoling remained oblivious to the fact that the man's phone was recording their conversation as she desperately attempted to persuade him, striving to alter his nefarious intentions. As for Yu Sahan, she could no longer afford to dwell on that matter. Very well. Xie Zhongshu nodded in satisfaction, stowing away his phone and allowing a smile to grace his face. He reached out, grasping Lin Xiaoling by the collar and adjusting it slightly. However, why not indulge in both? What? Lin Xiaoling's mind had yet to catch up when she sensed the warmth before her dissipate with a tearing sound. The long-sleeved garment that draped over her shoulder transformed abruptly into an open attire devoid of a zipper. Lin Xiaoling leaned forward, desperately clutching the clothing in front of her. Simultaneously, she raised her voice and shouted outside. Xiaohao, silence. Han Han, I command you to be quiet. A trace of ruthlessness flickered in Xie Zhongshu's eyes as he lifted his hand and struck Lin Xiaoling's face with force, knocking out one of her prominent teeth. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her eyes uncontrollably rolled back. Already weakened, Lin Xiaoling was on the verge of fainting, truly deserving of a reprimand. Chapter 72, Glass outside the shop. The sudden intervention of Chun Bo, accompanied by over 30 individuals, dramatically altered the dynamics of the scene. No one had anticipated that the typically low-profile Chun Bo would discreetly organize such a formidable group and audaciously involve himself in the affairs of Su Xiaowen and his companions, clearly indicating his intent to reclaim the keys. What emboldened Su Xiaowen and his entourage to act with such impunity? The answer lay in food. They held the keys to the temporary storage facility, granting them dominion over the allocation of resources. By wielding this power, they could easily diminish the rations of others, thereby achieving a zero-sum effect. This was evident from the earlier behavior of Xiao Hao and his companions. Yet, amidst this situation, Chun Bo stealthily gathered his 30-plus allies, demonstrating considerable strategy. You seek the keys? Su Xiaowen paused, then could not contain his laughter, mockingly pointing at the middle-aged men in their 40s and 50s, wielding pots and pans as makeshift weapons. With them? Do you look down upon us? A burly middle-aged man stepped forward, brandishing a gleaming iron spoon. Although he lacked the imposing stature of Su Xiaowen, he was not necessarily inferior in strength or endurance. You? Su Xiaowen's smile faltered, instinctively taking 2 steps back as he scrutinized the man before him. The man's face seemed somewhat familiar, prompting Su Xiaowen to furrow his brow in concentration. You are the cook from the fast food restaurant? And what of it? The middle-aged man raised his shining iron spoon defiantly. My companions and I may be cooks who have seldom engaged in brawls and are not as youthful as you, yet we possess considerable strength. If you are unconvinced, We can settle this with a fight. With that, the other cooks brandished their own implements, iron spoons, spatulas, and other kitchen utensils. Su Xiwen retreated another 2 steps. No one dared to underestimate a cook, especially seasoned chefs with years of experience. These men, in their 40s and 50s, often boasted over a decade, if not 2 or 3, of culinary expertise, with strength and endurance that could easily surpass that of the younger crowd. Damn it, open the door. After catching his breath for more than 2 minutes, Xiao Hao scrambled to his feet and rushed towards the shutter door, pounding on it frantically. Several female classmates followed suit, grabbing tools to force the lock. Su Xiwen, scrutinized by the cooks, dared not make a move and allowed the younger individuals to struggle. After all, Xie Zhangshu inside had certainly heard the commotion. By the window, Su Wanli cast a glance towards the hamburger shop before retracting his gaze. He had little interest in Lin Shaoling. Focusing on that fool was less appealing than taking in the scenery outside. Bang! Layers of accumulated snow tumbled from the eaves. In the next moment, more snow cascaded down the sides of the roof. A flurry of fine snow danced in the air, mingling with thick white mist, spreading towards the entrance of the hall. The snow outside had already buried the car's hood, nearly level with the corridor of the hall. Should the Shinshiki arrive? They would likely not need to ascend the steps gradually to acclimatize. They could simply stride into the corridor, exchanging glances with the survivors through the glass door. The Shuanqi vanished, and no other creatures were found. Su Wanli rubbed his brow. After the internet was cut off, they lost their sole means of acquiring information from the outside world. The Shuanqi, whose abilities far exceeded those of humans, seemed to have never existed, disappearing silently without a trace, completely at a loss. Amidst the sound of wind and snow, there was an unusual rustling noise. Su Wanli felt a flicker. For the past 2 days, stationed in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass, he had heard little aside from the howling storm, gradually growing accustomed to the silence of the thick fog. Thus, any deviation in sound certainly captured his attention. The strange noise grew more pronounced. As he listened, Su Wanli was struck by a sense of familiarity. It reminded him of the autumn harvest during his childhood. The sound of mice gnawing at the burlap sacks of rice during the night, a similar kind of rustling. However, the noise outside did not resemble that of mice gnawing on burlap, but rather sounded like an ice shaver? Mice? Mice are mammals. Mammals maintain a constant body temperature. As long as there is ample food, they can generate heat to fend off the cold. It would not be surprising to find mice in the service area. The real question was, where would the mice find food? What could they possibly eat? Su Wanli was uncertain whether the source of the sound was indeed mice. Limited by the thick layer of snow and the obscuring fog, he could not discern the origin of the noise or locate the source. Yet, he recalled, Liang Yukai had once discarded food into the garbage bin. If there were indeed mice, they would likely be rummaging near the bin for scraps. What are you looking for? Yusahan turned to observe the parking lot. However, her effective line of sight was less than 10 meters, and the expanse outside was blanketed in white, rendering everything indistinct. I think I heard mice eating something. Mice? Yusahan, being from the north, recalled seeing mice foraging at night during winters spent at her grandmother's house. She could not help but think of the large black rats in the school cafeteria. If those people knew there were mice outside, they would likely dig down to the earth to turn them into food. Roasted mice? Su Wanli was taken aback. A smile soon flickered at the corner of his eyes. As a child, during the autumn harvest, he would take a lighter, run to the field to find mouse holes, smoke out the mice, and then prepare them as barbecued meat or smoked delicacies, which tasted quite delightful. He felt a twinge of longing. Don't. Mice carry many types of pathogens. Dealing with a scratch could be troublesome. Well, perhaps we can find some other snacks. Peanuts would suffice. The two of them paid little heed to the matter of the mice, engaging in casual conversation. After a short while, the frost on the glass grew thicker, uncertain of how much it could withstand. Yusahan gazed at the indistinct floor-to-ceiling window, suddenly contemplating a serious question as she straightened her posture. Have the southern windows undergone any cold-resistant treatment? Cold-resistant treatment? Su Wanli's heart sank slightly. That should not be the case, right? The two individuals exchanged a glance, then simultaneously turned their heads to gaze at the glass just over a meter away. If the glass were to shatter from the frost, it would spell trouble. The design of the service area differs significantly from that of a residence. It prioritizes natural light, incorporating an abundance of glass. With so much glass, should it crack from the freezing temperatures, it would result in an unrelenting draft permeating from all directions. The blizzard showed no signs of abating, and the whereabouts of Shuanqi remained uncertain. If the glass were to break, everyone would be forced to crowd onto the second floor. Su Wanli felt a wave of distress wash over him. The public restroom on the second floor was rather small, and he found it difficult to envision a scenario where over 90 individuals would queue for their turn. Nor could he fathom the overwhelming stench that would undoubtedly fill the air. I shall return to my dormitory for a moment, Su Wanli said, smoothing his brow as he stood to fetch some water and stretch his limbs. The future presented two paths, one leading to a refuge base and the other back to the countryside. Each option bore its own merits and drawbacks. As for the decision, it remained unmade, contingent upon a multitude of factors including the nature of the disaster and conditions at the refuge base, all of which required careful consideration before arriving at a conclusion. Chapter 73, Convenience Store. Thief in the corridor on the second floor. Gu Ruijia was clad in several layers of outerwear, her alluring figure tightly encased. She paced back and forth, and upon hearing a noise from the stairwell, she swiftly turned to glance towards the entrance. As Su Wanli ascended, he immediately noticed the young woman gazing intently in his direction. Upon seeing his silhouette, she approached him directly. 10 self-heating hot pots, 10 cups of instant noodles, she stated with unwavering clarity. Gu Ruijia sought to exchange a substantial quantity of food to sustain her injured boyfriend for over 10 days, demonstrating her willingness to make certain sacrifices to achieve this goal. Su Wanli toyed with his keys, observing the young woman with keen interest. Recently, he had been spending time with Yusahan, where they would snuggle under a small blanket, intertwining their fingers, playfully pinching each other's waist and the tender flesh of their thighs. They reveled in their little games, gradually forgetting that it had been 2 days since Gu Ruijia had ventured outside, as she remained in the dormitory caring for her boyfriend. It was only when confronted at the door that she remembered the dwindling food supplies. Aside from that matter, she proposed a range of options for their transaction. Whether it be kneading dough, sharing scenic photographs from the north and south, or other choices, but insisted on 2 separate exchanges. The first would involve money, allowing her boyfriend to witness the entire process, while the second would be the true transaction, conducted privately. Gu Ruijia lowered her voice, frequently glancing back at the dormitory as if to ensure her boyfriend remained unaware. The notion of letting him choose was met with Su Wanli's inner caution. Given Gu Ruijia's proud demeanor, it was unlikely she would propose the terms of exchange herself, even if she were to endure hunger for 2 or 3 days. She would first communicate her needs before awaiting his offer. Subsequently, she would weigh the pros and cons based on the terms of the deal to make the most advantageous choice. However, this time, Gu Ruijia had thoughtfully presented several enticing options and suggested a private transaction. The implication of a private exchange meant that she would need to enter the dormitory, a solitary man and woman in a confined space. Could this be a ruse? Su Wanli did not rush to respond. There was ample food within the dormitory. However, the likelihood of stealthily pilfering a few boxes of self-heating hot pots or instant noodles right under his nose seemed exceedingly slim. These staple foods were bulky and inconvenient to carry. Smaller food items would not meet Gu Ruijia's expectations and thus were not worth the risk. Yet, if there were small, highly valuable items within the dormitory, could it be that she had truly figured it out? Su Wanli frowned, sensing something amiss. With Yusahan's constant companionship, his interest in Gu Ruijia had significantly waned. His mind, unclouded by physical desires, was clear, allowing for a more comprehensive contemplation of the situation. No, that wasn't right. A glimmer of realization flickered in Su Wanli's eyes as he grasped what Gu Ruijia genuinely sought. The key, small in size yet immensely valuable. It perfectly aligned with Gu Ruijia's expectations, justifying her willingness to risk falling into a trap. The notion of duplicating keys emerges. 2 spare keys. One concealed beneath the mattress of the lower bunk, unbeknownst to others. The other prominently displayed on a wall hook beside the iron gate, easily visible upon exiting. This is Su Wanli's habit, a precaution against the forgetfulness of leaving without keys. It is likely that during the last practice of kneading dough at the door, Gu Ruijia caught a glimpse of the spare key. No wonder the transactions were conducted in 2 stages. A smile crept across Su Wanli's face. The young woman's reasoning was quite sound. She did not wish to cause her boyfriend any concern, hence her request to open the door for the exchange. There is no fault in that. Money cannot procure food. It is akin to the visible and the covert dual transactions. Yet, when these ordinary matters involve Gu Ruijia, they transform into something peculiar. Just how much does Gu Ruijia despise Su Wanli? If given the chance for mutual destruction, she would not hesitate for even a moment. How could such a person willingly offer everything? This fellow must be utterly famished. For a fleeting instant, Su Wanli found the young woman somewhat endearing. However, a transaction is a transaction. Emotions must not intertwine. He had a general understanding of Gu Ruijia's scheme. The first transaction, ostensibly a performance for Park Hyun-young, intentionally introduced the enticing bait of kneading dough and picturesque celestial views to distract Su Wanli, lowering his guard. The second transaction served as a pretext to steer Su Wanli away under the guise of paying the true price. Meanwhile, Park Hyun-young would seize the opportunity to slip into the dormitory and abscond with the food. A hint of desire could easily lead to a trap. Yet, Su Wanli found himself curious, Did Park Hyun-young not worry that in the act of stealing food, he might completely consume the young woman? It is well known that Park Hyun-young's wariness of him ranks above that of anyone else in the service area. Would he willingly allow the one he cherishes to suffer? The trajectory of such a situation could easily devolve into a series of petty thefts, or rather, dormitory larcenies. Outside the hamburger shop, Xiaohao struggled for several minutes with classmates to pry open the roll-up door. Ultimately, it was Qinbo who acquired the key from Su Xiaowen to gain entry. Xiaoling. As the roll-up door barely opened, Xiaohao crawled in. Upon entering, he found Lin Xiaoling rolling her eyes, sprawled atop a cardboard box. Xiaohao's mind erupted in chaos. He felt a surge of blood rushing to his face, now flushed with rage. He raised his head, gritting his teeth, fixing his glare on the man smoking in the corner. "Don't get agitated." Xie Zhongshu calmly flicked away the ash from his cigarette. "You didn't notice her pants are still on, did you? But what about her clothes? I tore them. A few touches didn't leave her with any less flesh. You, go to hell." Xiaohao bellowed as he rushed forward. However, Xie Zhongshu was no mere amateur like Su Xiaowen. He was a bona fide professional boxer. Do not mistake his trepidation towards Su Wanli as a reflection of his own capabilities. His fear of Su Wanli stemmed from the latter's extraordinary strength while against others. He was a force to be reckoned with, a punch for each. The likes of Xiaohao, who had endured 2 days of hunger to the point where walking became a strenuous task, were not spared from a single slap. Bah! How dare they presume upon my good temper? Xie Zhongshu, with a face shrouded in gloom, spat a mouthful of thick phlegm onto Xiaohao's visage. He then raised his foot and forcefully trampled upon Xiaohao's cheek. His anger was palpable, having been interrupted during a crucial moment. Su Xiaowen and the others remained passive, while Qinbo led dozens to apply pressure. It was already a display of restraint that Xiaohao's neck was not snapped beneath their feet. "I have heard you wish to reclaim the key," as others began to trickle in. Xie Zhongshu lifted his foot from Xiaohao's face and boldly seated himself at the entrance of the kitchen. Qinbo maintained a demeanor tinged with humility. "This is the consensus of the group. Get lost." Xie Zhongshu was not one to mince words. He laid bare his bottom line. "We have invested considerable effort to transform this establishment into a habitable environment, and we cannot simply relinquish it. Thus, I will share half of the remaining food with you. But this establishment must remain ours." "Very well." Qinbo assented almost without hesitation. Their retrieval of the key was primarily motivated by the need for sustenance. In truth, their objective had been achieved. A few women, seeing that an agreement had been struck, hurried over to tally the provisions, ensuring they took precisely half. Xie Zhongshu's expression darkened as he gazed at Qinbo's retreating figure. He had underestimated this cautious individual. Initially, the hamburger shop was not devoid of food. Rather, this person had persuaded all the staff to conceal the stock. "I detest those who engage in psychological warfare." Xie Zhongshu pulled out a cigarette and lit it, feeling quite vexed. His disdain for Qinbo was evident. This man seemed adept at brainwashing. If memory serves, on the day the soldiers gathered, Guru Ajia had visited the hamburger shop, offering tens of thousands for a portion of food, yet left empty-handed, not solely because Qinbo refused to sell, but because the other staff remained silent. This indicated that those employees had long since reached an agreement. Chapter 74, Scheming a few hours ago. In the staff dormitory of the hamburger shop, Guru Ajia was so hungry that she began to hallucinate. Over the past couple of days, she had rummaged through the dormitory, extracting every available item for warmth, indiscriminately laying them over her bed or draping them over herself, pressing them down to endure the frigid nights that plummeted to over -30 degrees. In an effort to care for the injured Park Hyun-young, she had reserved the scant food they had for him. After 2 days of recuperation, Park Hyun-young's injuries had shown slight improvement, yet they remained inconsistent, sometimes severe, sometimes mild. This left Guru Ajia feeling utterly drained, fearing that one morning she might awaken to find her companion a cold corpse. "Darling, do we have no food left?" "Don't worry about the food. I'll find a way to buy some from that guy across the way later." "Can we still buy food with money?" "Perhaps we can." The two lay beneath layers of clothing, whispering to one another. This morning, Guru Ajia did not rise as usual to prepare lunch. Instead, she lay alongside Park Hyun-young, striving to maintain stillness and minimize energy expenditure. Park Hyun-young deduced that their food supply was either scarce or entirely depleted. With his injuries fluctuating and food running low, they needed to devise a plan. "Darling, do you think we could sneak into that guy's dormitory while he is out and steal some food? But without a key. How can we steal?" As soon as the words left her lips, Guru Ajia paused. She had been reluctant to negotiate with Su Wanli again. His demands had noticeably escalated, evolving from a single fast food meal in exchange for a couple of photographs to 4 self-heating hot pots traded for a 9-minute tutorial on kneading dough. If they continued this barter, it would likely spiral into something far less trivial. However, the mention of a key sparked a realization in Guru Ajia's mind. She recalled distinctly that during the transaction for the 4 hot pots, she had seen him hang the key on a hook on the wall. That position was within easy reach. Gu Ruijia's spirits gradually ignited. Don't we have 2 keys? Yes. What about the other one? I think I left it in the pocket of my coat. Let me check. Gu Ruijia propped herself up on the bed, attempting to rise and search for her clothes. Yet, despite her utmost effort, she could not lift herself. The weight of the various items covering them was substantial, but the inability to rise signified her frailty. She felt weaker than a child. Park Hyun-young shivered. Gu Ruijia truly could not rise. However, her movement, as she shifted the layers of clothing, allowed the cold air to seep into their makeshift nest. A chilling draft slithered through the gaps between the clothes, spreading rapidly across her skin, as if her blood had turned to ice. Her muscles involuntarily trembled, expending the little energy left to fend off the cold. Darling, don't move. Seeing his girlfriend attempt to rise again, Park Hyun-young quickly intervened. I'll find the key. With that, he extricated an arm from the cocoon of blankets, delving through the pile of clothing in search of his coat. The frigid air outside the cocoon of blankets penetrated through the clothing with an insidious sharpness, gnawing at the arms like a relentless parasite, chilling him to the marrow. In a short while, a faint warmth began to emanate from his arms. He had found it. Park Hyun-young quickly flipped over to retrieve the key, promptly withdrawing his arm back into the warmth of the bedding. The heat of the cocoon dissipated rapidly, yet the gradually warming arm brought him a sigh of relief. This infernal cold posed a risk of frostbite with the slightest misstep. Each departure from the cocoon was a battle of psyche and body. I'll take a look. Gu Ruijia carefully examined the key within the cocoon. She recalled the spare key to Su Wanli's dormitory, diligently comparing the two. The conclusion was, there was little difference. Darling, I believe we might have a chance to pilfer that fellow's spare key. Oh, do you have a plan? Just a rough idea that requires your cooperation. What do you need me to do? Let us do it this way. The hastily devised plan undoubtedly harbored numerous flaws. Aware of her foggy mind, Gu Ruijia laid out the entire scheme to her boyfriend. They could not afford the luxury of trial and error. More precisely, Gu Ruijia could not afford to fail. The cost of her failure was one that neither of them could bear. Thus, it was imperative to identify shortcomings and refine the plan to maximize the chances of success. Absolutely not. Upon hearing the 2 proposed trading options from his girlfriend, Park Hyun-young immediately voiced his vehement opposition. He could not allow his girlfriend to engage in transactions with other men alone. No, not transactions. But he could not permit her to be alone with anyone, especially Su Wan. Park Hyun-young shared a camaraderie with Su Wanli that included sharing restroom visits. He was certain, among the multitude of men he had encountered throughout his life, Su Wanli was uniquely gifted. The thought of his girlfriend being alone with that man, vulnerable to his whims, was intolerable. Absolutely not. In his heart, his girlfriend was a pure and untainted snow lotus, while that man was nothing more than a wretched worm struggling in the mud. He could not bear to envision his petite girlfriend being bullied by such a man. The mere thought of certain scenarios pierced his heart like 1,000 daggers, rendering him breathless with anguish. For Park Hyun-young, who always cherished and adored his girlfriend, this torment surpassed the agony of physical torture. Torture inflicted upon the body pales in comparison to the relentless imagery of his girlfriend entangled with that man, which shattered his inner world, drowning him in waves of despair and helplessness that obliterated the remnants of his reason. I would rather descend to find that corpse than agree to this. Gu Ruijia remained silent. After more than half an hour of quiet, she finally spoke. Please trust me, darling. She had scarcely eaten for 2 days, and her boyfriend's injuries had yet to heal. They both required sustenance to maintain their vital signs. It was a necessity to take the risk. During the initial transaction, that individual will undoubtedly refuse to grant you access to the dormitory. You will find yourself standing at the entrance, engaging him in conversation to divert his attention while discreetly assessing the quantity of provisions he possesses. Seizing the opportunity, I shall procure the spare key to our dormitory and stealthily replace it with the spare key to his accommodation. Once we ascertain the extent of his food supplies and secure his spare key, we will reach out to several men who are in need of sustenance, devising a collaborative scheme. For the second transaction, I will concoct a reason to send him away. You will then unlock his dormitory's iron door with the key, retrieve the provisions, and subsequently return with assistance to rescue me. The plan is remarkably straightforward. However, its success hinges on the discrepancies in timing and information. The risks are considerable. Prior to the second transaction, they must ascertain whether Su Wanli has detected the swap of the spare key, and they remain uncertain if our accomplices will honor their commitment after acquiring the food. Most critically, the location for the subsequent exchange must be selected with care. It cannot occur within Su Wanli's dormitory, nor in a space occupied by others. The dormitories across the corridor meet the necessary criteria. Of the 3 dormitories located there, 2 have been stripped of their bed frames and are currently uninhabited. Chapter 75. Decision. In the employees' dormitory of the fast food restaurant, Park Hyun-young found himself in a quandary. Before the onset of the cold front, several employees had moved into the downstairs hall, huddling around a fire pit to ward off the chill. The dormitory lay vacant, with its wooden furnishings, bed frames, and wardrobes dismantled for firewood. Choosing the employees' dormitory as the venue for their transaction seemed most fitting. Yet, Park Hyun-young remained reluctant to acquiesce. He would rather endure hunger alongside his girlfriend or stealthily slip into the fast food establishment at midnight to procure a thigh or an arm as sustenance. In temperatures plummeting below -20 degrees, a single thigh could be divided into numerous portions and preserved outdoors for an extended duration. They could ration it to one portion a day and survive until the cold front passed. The dilemma, however, was that his girlfriend could not partake in white meat. When their opinions diverged, it was often Park Hyun-young who yielded. He sighed deeply. "My dear, shall we leave the service area and seek refuge in Yeoncheon?" Outside, a blizzard raged, and their vehicle lay in ruins, rendering escape impossible. Guru Aja understood that her boyfriend could not readily accept her suggestion. She felt a mix of helplessness and gratitude. In truth, she had contemplated leaving the service area long before. Yet, the fierce winds could rapidly sap their body heat, and they lacked adequate winter gear, with the car windows shattered. Should they attempt to drive away, others might stand a chance of reaching the sanctuary, but for them, it was a dead end. "Leave the matter of food to me. I will." "No." Guru Aja interjected sharply, cutting off her boyfriend. She knew what he was insinuating. He merely wished to feign a successful transaction with others while secretly acquiring flesh from corpses or even resorting to self-mutilation. Such actions crossed her red line and were utterly intolerable to her. "But I cannot allow you to sell your body, my dear." Guru Aja interrupted him once more, her tone soothing. "That would be the worst outcome. We might not necessarily fail, right? Even if we do, it would only take a few minutes, and I don't mind." "What do you mean, a few minutes?" he exclaimed. Guru Aja looked puzzled, silently observing her boyfriend's sudden agitation, waiting for him to elaborate. They had played duo matches numerous times, typically lasting around 5 minutes. This was not the official game time. Factoring in the preparation before and after, the entire duo process rarely exceeded 5 minutes. Like many girls, Guru Aja had inquired about the duration of ranked matches, asking if the queue and gameplay time averaged around 5 minutes. At that time, Park Hyun-young had assured her, stating, 5 minutes is quite lengthy. Moreover, he had provided expert statistical data sourced online to substantiate his claim. Having never dated anyone else, Guru Aja naturally believed him. She braced herself for the worst in this impending transaction. In a mere 5 minutes, 10 portions of self-heating hot pot and 10 servings of instant noodles were exchanged without any loss. However, Guru Aja sensed something amiss in her boyfriend's reaction. I mean, you. Park Hyun-young stammered, his gaze evasive, unable to confront the purity reflected in his girlfriend's eyes. "You cannot spend too much time alone with that guy. Rest assured, I do not wish to linger with him even for a second." Guru Aja believed her boyfriend was concerned for her well-being. She tilted her head and gently leaned against his shoulder in response. The solitary transaction left her uncertain of her ability to extricate herself unscathed. Yet, she had no alternative. Without the transaction, her boyfriend could not endure, and her own perseverance was waning. After 2 days of minimal nourishment, compounded by several days of sporadic meals, Guru Aja could no longer withstand the toll. A transaction, at the very least, offered a glimmer of hope for survival. As night fell, Park Hyun-young was reluctantly persuaded. The couple then deliberated over potential collaborators. In this day and age, trustworthy individuals were few and far between. Among the more capable factions were Liang Yotsai's crew, Xie Zhangshu's group, Xiaohao's team, and Chenbo's entourage. Both Chenbo and Liang Yukai were immediately dismissed, as their amicable relationship with Su Wanli placed them outside consideration. Xiaohao, however, was a candidate worth pondering. Guru Aja discerned Xiaohao's feelings for Yu Sahan, and with Yu Sahan having been taken by Su Wanli, Xiaohao undoubtedly harbored dissatisfaction. Such a disposition made him a viable option for collaboration. Xie Zhangshu was ruled out. His ambitions were too grand, and he lacked trustworthiness. After considerable discussion, it appeared that Xiaohao was the only potential ally. "What about the scattered personnel?" Guru Aja inquired. While these individuals seemed weak in isolation, their collective strength should not be underestimated, especially if provided with sustenance. The crux was that these individuals were likely in a feeble state, and they might be manageable. "Once we obtain the key, we shall reach out to these scattered personnel," Park Hyun-young asserted with unwavering conviction. He would not allow Su Wanli, that beast, to mistreat his girlfriend. This time, he was determined to unite with others to decisively eliminate Su Wanli, to sever each of his 10 fingers one by one, and to remove his tongue, for Guru Aja expressed a desire to extract Su Wanli's tongue. Indeed, Guru Ajiao nodded. She then rose, dressed herself, and awaited in the corridor. They had not ventured outside for 2 days and were unaware of Su Wanli having violently propelled someone several meters away. Their impression of Su Wanli remained anchored in the chaotic incident involving a woman with a child. In the lobby, Su Wanli returned to the girl's side with 2 bottles of mineral water. Just as he sat down, he noticed the roll-up door of the hamburger shop slowly opening. Inside, Lin Xiaoling lay disheveled with a visible handprint on her face, seemingly unconscious as she lay motionless atop several cardboard boxes, draped in a man's jacket. Surrounded by tattered scraps of cloth. Has it concluded so swiftly? Su Wanli raised an eyebrow. He held no particular interest in Lin Xiaoling. The issue arose from the commotion caused by the altercation between Xiao Hao and Su Xiuan's factions, followed closely by Chan Bo's entrance with over 30 individuals, making it impossible to remain oblivious. However, within an estimated span of 5 minutes? Nevertheless, this brief interval allowed Su Wanli to reassess Chan Bo. Mobilizing more than 30 people right under Xie Zhongshu's nose demonstrated considerable skill. Su Wanli silently engaged in self-reflection. Since surpassing the 4-fold limit, he had somewhat underestimated ordinary survivors, directing his focus towards the external Shiqi and the unknown creatures. Yet, Chan Bo's ostentatious involvement and successful acquisition of half the food was indeed unexpected. It became evident that in the face of life and death situations, none could be taken lightly. Su Wanli felt a surge of emotion, lacking the ability to decipher others' thoughts. He chose not to dwell on it any further, gently ruffling the hair of the girl beside him as he tidied up the food wrappers and remnants on the table. Here, drink more water. All right. Yu Sihan accepted the mineral water and effortlessly twisted the cap open. It had been pre-opened. Her eyes sparkled with delight. This water tastes good. Certainly, it was $10 a bottle. Chapter 76. Becoming strangers as they ascended the stairs, Su Wanli paused at the entrance of the hamburger shop, glancing toward the establishment. Inside, the glass cabinets and cash registers that once displayed goods had been removed, leaving the space filled with layers of cardboard and clothing, transformed into makeshift sleeping quarters for several individuals, with a fire barrel positioned in the center. The roll-up door remained open, and the kitchen's curtain fluttered in the breeze, revealing a faint yellow glow reminiscent of flames. Was that an electric heater? Reflecting on the recent procurement of supplies, Su Wanli recalled the peculiar absence of electric blankets or heaters among the delivery packages. It was well known that winters in the south were damp and cold, devoid of central heating, prompting many office workers and elderly residents to invest in heating devices. While the limited popularity of electric blankets was understandable, the complete lack of heaters or hot water bottles seemed abnormal for the region. Now, witnessing the soft yellow light emanating from the kitchen, Su Wanli realized that it was not merely an oversight in the delivery. Rather, the heating devices had been withheld by Xie Zhongshu and his group, never making it onto the exchange list. With nothing documented, others remained oblivious to the situation. Even if suspicions lingered, lacking evidence rendered any challenge to Xie Zhong, as one would not dare offend those who controlled food supplies. What a fortunate discovery! In the frigid temperatures of -20 or 30 degrees Celsius, the significance of an electric heater was undeniable. Su Wanli cast a glance toward the kitchen, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Initially, he had hesitated to utilize the generator at the service area, fearing it could not power an induction cooker. Now, with the knowledge that the heater functioned properly, there was no need for concern. Perhaps he should procure a few electric heaters on the side. Retracting his gaze, he turned to Xie Zhongshu, who was seated atop a cardboard box. Just as he intended to exchange pleasantries, his peripheral vision caught a staggering figure approaching. It was Hanhang. Lin Xiaoling, draped in a men's down jacket, rushed into Yu Sihan's embrace, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. How I was hurt by them, and I was, Wuwa. The emotional turmoil overwhelmed Lin Xiaoling, her thoughts a chaotic tangle. Her boyfriend had been injured, and she had been bullied, nearly losing herself in the process. These events would undoubtedly haunt her for a lifetime, igniting a desire for revenge. Xiaoling. Yu Sihan's expression was one of complexity. Just moments earlier, she had spotted Lin Xiaoling entering the hamburger shop alone with Xie Zhongshu and had felt a surge of anxiety, torn between calling out to her or offering a warning. Yet, Yu Sihan found herself lacking a convincing rationale. Moreover, Su Wanli, as a fellow passenger on the bus, was acutely aware of their once-close relationship. Understanding this, he had nonetheless stood by, witnessing Lin Xiaoling being deceived. Was this not a statement in itself? Henin, could you possibly assist me? Lin Xiaoling has not sought out Su Wanli. She possesses a modicum of self-awareness, having previously held Su Wanli in disdain. It seems rather absurd to request his aid now that trouble has arisen. Such fortune is rare in this world. The only viable option is to turn to Yu Sihan. Alas, Yu Sihan sighed. What truly disappointed her was not Lin Xiaoling's foolishness, but rather the fact that Lin Xiaoling had never consulted her before making a decision, even refusing to enlist a classmate to inform her. This reflects a lack of trust. If she does not trust her, then why approach her at all? Henin. I apologize. Yu Sahan shook her head, her expression complex. She could not bear the burden of Lin Xiaoling's folly. At this moment, Su Wanli was in a phase of intense affection towards her. Requesting him to discipline Xie Zhangshu would undoubtedly be feasible. However, such an action would significantly diminish her standing in his eyes. Affection is predicated on understanding and knowing when to advance or retreat, not on unwarranted arrogance. Oh, a distinguished guest. Inside the shop, Xie Zhangshu, having overheard the commotion, subtly shifted a cardboard box to block the gap in the kitchen curtain. He then cheerfully approached with his phone in hand, extracting an unopened pack of black Furongwang cigarettes, tearing it open, and offering one. Sugu, come. Sit for a while. I have something to discuss with you. Ah. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoling, who had been weeping in Yu Sahan's embrace, let out a terrified scream. Tugging at Yu Sahan's coat to shield her head, desperately trying to burrow into her clothing as if she had encountered a demon, filled with dread. Stay away. Don't come near. I have something to show you. Xie Zhangshu, uncertain whether the two women had completely severed ties, did not dare to gamble on. He ignored Lin Xiaoling's panicked reaction, pulled out his phone, cranked the volume to the maximum, and played the audio he had just recorded. Lin Xiaoling's voice emanated from the phone. Yu Sahan is clever. She definitely cannot be deceived by the shop. But I can lure her to the dormitory upstairs. The recording contained some static, yet it did not detract from the clarity of Lin Xiaoling's voice. As the audio played, the atmosphere gradually fell silent. You intend to betray me. Yu Sahan pushed away the hand that clutched her clothing, staring incredulously at Lin Xiaoling. She understood that Lin Xiaoling, cornered, spoke without thought. Yet even so, acceptance remained elusive. Don't release it. Lin Xiaoling, in a flurry of panic, attempted to swipe the phone from his grasp. Heh! Xie Zhangshu raised his hand, holding the phone aloft, while cautiously assessing Su Wanli's expression. Noting his impassive demeanor, Xie Zhangshu felt a flutter of anxiety. Could it be? This fellow harbored feelings for his girlfriend's close friend? This interest seemed rather niche. Henin, I was just speaking in haste. Please believe me. Lin Xiaoling was unable to snatch the phone away. Instead, she disregarded the audio entirely, stepping forward to grasp Yu Sahan's hand in a desperate plea. Her only path forward now lies in mending her relationship with Yu Sahan. No, it does not require complete restoration. A slight alleviation would suffice. Sahan, do you still remember? We used to attend classes together, play on the field, stroll through supermarkets. How could I ever harm you, right? Sahan, please believe me. You must trust me. Observing Lin Xiaoling's incoherent ramblings, Yu Sahan felt a complex blend of emotions gradually settle into an inexplicable calm. With utter disappointment, she found herself no longer swayed by emotional turmoil. She extricated her hand from the other's grasp and turned to embrace the arm of the man beside her. Let us return to the dormitory. All right. Su Wanli still wished to discuss the electric heater with Xie Zhangshu. However, given Yu Sahan's current state, it was inappropriate to linger. So she took his hand again, gently squeezing it. Shall we have a couple of drinks tonight? Chapter 77 Departure? The employee dormitory of the gas station. The induction cooker on the small table bubbled gently, heating vacuum-packed chicken legs and wings. Scattered across the edges of the table were some appetizers. In the opposite position, Yu Sahan silently counted the instant noodles and self-heating hot pot in the lower bunk. For the past 2 days, she had been responsible for managing their meal, thoroughly aware of their food supplies. However, upon her return, she noticed a decrease in the quantity of provisions. What is on his mind? Su Wanli filled 2 small wine glasses to the brim. Seeing the girl furrowing her brow, he assumed she was still troubled by Lin Xiaoling's matter and began to dispense platitudes. It has been proven that friendship and romance are indeed opposites. Romance can withstand storms but may falter in monotony, while friendship can endure the mundane yet may not withstand adversity. Let the past be bygone. A soft chuckle escaped Yu Sahan, who had been feeling downcast. The serious demeanor of the man, expounding on profound truths, unexpectedly struck her funny bone. Are you implying that our bond will deepen amidst this calamity? Well, more or less. Su Wanli raised his glass, gesturing for the girl to take a small shot of the liquor. A life of simplicity is also quite splendid, Yu Sahan murmured. She lifted her glass, clinking it slightly below his, and then downed it in one go, the realization of the missing food supplies swallowed along with the drink. Indeed. Su Wanli continued to pour more liquor, reminiscing about his past aspirations. Had there been no disaster, I might have purchased a small truck in my hometown, raised 2 dogs, and then driven the truck up into the mountains, selling ice cream, fruits, cooked food, and snacks. What grand ideals can ordinary people possess? Merely to establish a family, and a career. Rising early, rushing to work or toil, then returning home in the evening, slightly weary, to enjoy a simple meal. Following that, spending time watching television and chatting with family, before washing up and resting, ready to greet the new day. Life unfolds at a steady pace, devoid of dramatic highs and lows, lacking the exhilarating experiences that stir the heart. A gentle warmth permeates the simplicity of existence. This is the life of an ordinary person. A mobile convenience store? Yusahan's mind conjured beautiful images. The rugged paths of the mountains. The two of them driving a truck loaded with goods, basking in the sunset. With the refreshing mountain breeze blowing, sharing laughter over the day's anecdotes. In the back seat, two large yellow dogs lay quietly, occasionally wagging their tails or stretching their necks to gaze out the window, captivated by small creatures outside. Such a life is quite delightful. Let's not dwell on that. Let's embark on a journey. Suwanli did not know Yusahan well enough. He subconsciously believed that, having come from a northern city, she was unfamiliar with the rural life of the South. In reality, this lifestyle was also Yusahan's aspiration. Not everyone is enamored with the bustling metropolis. She relished the simplicity and warmth of the countryside, where life meanders day by day, year by year, without the need for tumultuous upheavals. Sounds good. The two individuals indulged in food and drink for about 10 minutes. Suwanli noticed the girl's mood shifting from gloomy to bright, prompting him to broach the matter at hand. I wish to gather more supplies. Do you have any suggestions? Outside, the blizzard raged on, and the glass in the lobby below was at risk of shattering at any moment. With Shuanqi having been absent for several days, he sought to acquire essential items such as heating equipment, escape gear, and electrical devices, preparing in advance for a possible evacuation. However, only a little over 100 packets of instant noodles remained in the dormitory, rendering them unsuitable for complete trade. Suwanli planned to emulate Bai Jidong and venture into the hot water business. While hot water was not particularly precious, clean water sources could be traded at a lower price for gasoline, diesel, or other idle items that others no longer needed, which he believed should not pose significant challenges. Gather more supplies? Yusahan's gaze flickered. She harbored the same thought. The two were not lacking food in the short term, but other necessities were insufficient. The glass downstairs could shatter at any moment, and the generator likely wouldn't last much longer. The service area's generator had been operational for 2 days, thanks to the frigid temperatures outside, allowing it to run without the need for professional repairs on the liquid cooling system. However, the wear on the machine and the diesel consumption was considerable. If they did not venture out soon to collect diesel, the generator would soon run out of fuel. Do you wish to leave the service area? Yusahan inquired. Before the blizzard hit, she had contemplated heading to the refuge base in Yaqing. Back then, she had not been well acquainted with Su Wanli, and her classmates preferred to wait for rescue, preventing her from leaving. Now, however, it was time to make a move. Even if they did not go to the Yangqing refuge base, finding a place with more abundant supplies and fewer inhabitants would allow for cautious survival. It was certainly better than remaining at the service area, idly consuming their resources. Leave. Su Wanli pondered deeply. The bus would not return for several more days. Continuing to wait was fraught with uncertainties. The conflicts in the lobby were escalating. New types of Shuanqi had arrived, and power and network outages were occurring. It was indeed necessary to consider leaving the service area for a safer location to await further developments. Do you have an alternative location in mind? I do. Yusahan's eyes brightened. She stood and moved closer to Su Wanli, instinctively pulling out her laptop to access a panoramic map, pinpointing several pre-recorded latitude and longitude coordinates. The screen displayed a message indicating it was loading. The internet speed was somewhat slow. Just as she finished speaking, both were taken aback. The internet speed? The resumption of communication suggested that soldiers were likely nearby, repairing the information base station or setting up a temporary signal transmitter. Yusahan exclaimed with excitement. The Yangqing refuge base serves as a contingency location. Additionally, these several sites are 5 places I have filtered through data comparison, considering living resources, equipment, distance, and various factors. As she spoke, Yusahan pulled up the first location. On the computer screen appeared a village that Su Wanli was somewhat familiar with, Baijia Village in Qilai City. The proximity of our location is notable, particularly as Baijia Village adheres to a traditional practice of utilizing cellars for food storage. In temperatures plummeting to -20 or 30 degrees, it is only the provisions stored in these cellars that stand a chance of remaining intact. In the southern regions, it is rare for individuals to excavate cellars for food preservation. Conversely, the northern territories endure harsh winters to safeguard their vegetables from freezing. Rural inhabitants typically dig cellars approximately 2 to 3 meters deep to store potatoes, cabbages, and other produce, often placing several barrels of water inside to maintain the cellar's temperature between 0 and 5 degrees Celsius. Should Jia Village employ sellers for food storage? It may warrant a visit. The Guangzhou district of Jianghai City. Jianghai City, a coastal metropolis, may not be classified as a first-tier city, however. Its proximity to Aodao and Xiangjiang attracts an annual flow of over 100 million visitors. The vibrancy of Guangzhou district rivals that of first-tier cities, boasting a comprehensive fresh produce transportation network and swift routes. A visit to Jianghai City promises the opportunity to procure modern supplies. Bailan Village. Yu Sahan continued to elaborate on alternative locations. Chapter 78. PA Alert. Bailan Village, also known as Taro Village, is situated in the picturesque region of Guizhou Province. Renowned for its taro cultivation, legend has it that an ancient emperor held a particular fondness for the taro grown in this village, designating it as the premier tribute of Guizhou Province, thereby compelling the villagers to present a yearly bounty. With the advent of the internet, an increasing number of individuals have become aware of Bailan Village's prized taro, leading them to seek it out for purchase. However, the majority of taro bought by these consumers is merely counterfeit. Su Wanli heard from a co-worker from Bailan Village that many outsiders rent self-built residences in their village, subsequently procuring taro in bulk from neighboring cities, marketing it under the guise of Bailan Village taro, thus reaping substantial profits while tarnishing the village's reputation. Yet, the villagers remain indifferent. The authentic Bailan Village taro is produced in limited quantities and has fixed orders, rendering online sales unnecessary. The village is somewhat remote. Yu Sahan designated Taro Village as an alternative location not out of a desire for its taro, but rather due to its advantageous geographical position. The land is fertile. The transportation is well developed, and it is suitable for agricultural production, with ample space and a sparse population for grain storage. The only drawback is its considerable distance, exceeding 100 kilometers. Upon mentioning 5 potential locations in one breath, Yu Sahan retrieved her phone, pressed the power button, and prepared to inform her family of her safety. With the temperature dropping, the battery would deplete quickly if left on, and the network connection could not be relied upon for long. She needed to act swiftly. Su City. Su Wanli was somewhat reluctant to traverse the mountains. Su City, like Yang City, serves as a refuge. Its advantage lies in the proximity of a military base just a few dozen kilometers away, making it one of the few secure refuge locations currently available, and also among those with the highest survivor populations. The remaining 2 locations are similar in nature. Ding dong. Just as Yu Sahan finished notifying her family of her safety, her phone screen transformed into a striking red pattern, emblazoned with several prominent words. PA Alert. The so-called PA Alert is managed by the International Emergency Affairs Management Agency, responsible for sending users notifications of the highest priority that cannot be silenced. Thus far, the PA Alert has never been formally utilized, with the only instance being a preliminary test aimed at identifying the target demographic and dispatching notifications. Reports indicate that during that test, over 120 million individuals received the notification, constituting 98% of the target group. This was Yu Sahan's first encounter with a PA Alert, leaving her somewhat perplexed. However, the content of the notification was quite straightforward. Please arrive at the Miletown Service Center by 12:30 p.m. on December 20th. And comply with the rescue team's directives to proceed to Yang City's refuge base to evade disaster. Rescue? Yu Sahan's eyes brightened. No wonder the communication devices could pick up a faint signal. The Miletown Service Center is not far from the Mile Mountain Service Area, merely over 30 kilometers away. This distance is well within the coverage of military temporary signal stations, providing them with a chance to reach the evacuation point and rendezvous with the rescue team within the stipulated time. Did you receive the rescue information? Rescue information? Yes. Uncertain. Su Wanli took out his phone to check. Indeed, there were several unread messages. All pertained to inquiries or discussions regarding the sale of supplies from a few days prior, devoid of any rescue information as mentioned by the girl. How could this be? Yu Sahan felt somewhat taken aback. She raised her phone to show the man the PA alert on the locked screen. The PA alert indicated a duration of 1 minute, with just a few seconds remaining for the man to peruse the content. Why haven't I received it? Su Wanli was equally unaware of what a PA alert entailed. However, he understood that only the officials at the refuge base, possessing a sufficiently high level of authority, could issue commands to push notifications to targeted individuals. Where is the rescue location? The service center in Milei Town. Milei Town. Su Wanli was perplexed. The location of Milei Town was not particularly favorable, with the highways congested. Survivors from the numerous service areas in both Yangqing and Qilai City would find it exceedingly difficult to arrive safely, especially given the dense fog that rendered helicopters incapable of taking off. The choice of Milei Town as an evacuation point by the refuge base remained a mystery. Perhaps, Yu Sahan pondered aloud, the refuge base delineates areas, and within each area, there are several or dozens of individuals who receive the PA notification, from which the optimal evacuation point is determined through data analysis. An evacuation point could not possibly cater to just one or a few individuals. The selection must undoubtedly be based on the surrounding population, subsequently filtered by the priority of the rescue targets. Sue Wanley's mouth slightly parted. Was the external calamity severe enough for the refuge base to consider abandoning vehicles to save lives? To forsake the majority of ordinary people and concentrate efforts on rescuing those with skills or value? It was likely that the rescue videos circulating online a few days prior were not genuine rescues at all, but rather instances where soldiers from the refuge base were seen rescuing a small group of individuals, leading those trapped to mistakenly believe it was a rescue, subsequently recording and uploading it online. As for whether the definition of priority was based on geographical location or knowledge reserves, that remained uncertain. Perhaps it was merely a network delay. You might receive it later, Yusahan softly reassured. The PA notification does not require a network. The temporary signal base established by the soldiers was not intended to serve the surrounding survivors, but rather to pinpoint the locations of those receiving the PA notifications. Whether one receives it or not is inconsequential. Sue Wanley withdrew from his reverie. He did not inquire whether the girl wished to proceed to the evacuation point. Human nature cannot withstand testing. He directly bypassed the topic of the evacuation point. While the network is available, why not log into the dark web to search for information regarding the monsters, the Shichi, and why the fog is capable of mimicking human voices? Yusahan keenly sensed the man's avoidance. He lacked confidence, both in himself and in her. Very well, I will log in and take a look now. Yusahan nodded slightly and began typing on the keyboard to access the dark web for information. The problems that dwell deep within a man's heart require time to adjust, much like her realization of the scarcity of food in the dormitory, acknowledging the issue, yet compelled to accept it. This is a transformation of mindset and perspective. Suddenly, a sound akin to shattered porcelain resonates from the corridor. Immediately following, a terrified scream pierces the air. Zombies, zombies. The hurried, chaotic footsteps are interspersed with the sounds of rummaging and the opening and closing of doors. Come quickly. Someone on the second floor has turned into a zombie. Hurry. The individuals outside the corridor shout as they run. Zombies? Sue Wanley's gaze sharpens. Survivors often refer to the Shichi as zombies, and the commotion outside suggests someone has transformed into a zombie, which implies a mutation into a Shichi within the confines of the room. The Shichi struggle to adapt outside their unknown environment. Their strength may be compromised indoors. I must venture out to investigate. This presents an extraordinary opportunity to gather information on the Shichi. Chapter 79, The True Apocalypse. With a creak, the iron gate opened. Outside stood a man, his head wrapped in red and white cloth, with deeply sunken eyes and noticeably swollen eye bags. His face was overtaken by terror. His lips trembled. Yet no sound escaped them as he pointed towards the end of the corridor, his gaze filled with profound dread. Just half a minute prior, he had been unable to endure the cold any longer and had risen to affix another layer of cardboard to the window for warmth. To his dismay, as soon as his fingers brushed the wooden frame, the glass shattered abruptly. In a frantic attempt to find something to block the window, he failed to notice the woman who had been bedridden with illness was gradually transforming into a zombie. Was it him? Sue Wanley had a vague recollection of the man outside. This was the individual who had encouraged a child to enter his dormitory, attempting to morally blackmail him, claiming he feared nothing. Setting aside the question of his fearlessness, it was undeniable that he possessed a strong will to survive. Despite suffering a concussion and being ill for several days, he was still able to make the swift decision to flee and seek help in the face of danger, which was far superior to the several university students downstairs. The crucial point was that he had managed to escape. Sue Wanley stepped out of the dormitory. The light outside was dim, with emergency lights illuminating both sides of the corridor. Gripping his cleaver, he followed the direction indicated by the man's finger. At the entrance of the convenience store staff dormitory stood a hunched figure, arms hanging loosely, as a beam of light illuminated its face, revealing it to be gnawing on some raw flesh. As the light shone upon it, the creature seemed to sense something and momentarily paused its chewing, lifting its head slightly. Gulp. Across the hallway, Park Hyun-young emerged in response to the sound, his Adam's apple involuntarily moving as a chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. He waved his phone's flashlight, illuminating the creature's drooping hands. Under the beam, the palms, with half of their nails missing, were drenched in blood. Remnants of flesh could still be seen lodged within the gaps of several fingernails. Drip, drip. The fear that gripped Park Hyun-young was palpable. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and a warm, unsettling liquid trickled down his thigh, a portion seeping through his clothing and falling to the ground. Was this a newly transformed zombie? Sue Wanley scrutinized the newly emerged entity. This zombie was peculiar. Its hair was falling out at a visibly rapid pace. Hair, eyelashes, eyebrows, all gone within mere seconds. Those with keen eyesight could discern the multitude of tiny pores dotting the pale face of the woman, a result of her skin losing its ability to contract and leaving behind these pores after the hair had fallen. It was a veritable nightmare for those with a fear of dense patterns. Bang! Park Hyun-young snapped back to reality, hastily retreating into his dormitory and shutting the door tightly. Bracing it against the iron barrier, terrified that the creature outside would break in. This monster was far more terrifying than the woman zombie he had encountered in the parking lot, leaving him with an indelible psychological scar. Did it not hunt? Su Wanli furrowed his brow, not rushing to take action. As he recalled, zombies typically lunged at solitary individuals, eager to tear them apart. As the number of the Xuanqi increased, they ceased to conceal themselves, revealing their forms and blocking the entrance to the hall, as if to corral the survivors within, occasionally preying upon one or two. Yet, the Xuanqi before me remained motionless. What troubles you? Su Wanli ventured to inquire. The creature offered no response. Could it possess intelligence? Was it intimidated by the bone-slicing blade in my hand? A rational person would never recklessly charge at an armed adversary. Su Wanli discreetly concealed the blade behind him, positioning himself at the doorway, prepared to retreat to his quarters and escape from the balcony at a moment's notice. Should the situation turn awry, he would push the man, whose head was wrapped in cloth, out to buy time. Bring me something, he commanded. They stood in opposition for 2 or 3 minutes. The creature remained unmoved, prompting Su Wanli to test its reaction. He instructed Yusahan to fetch an extra small wine cup, which he hurled towards the monster. The cup clinked as it struck the ground. The newly emerged Xuanqi showed no reaction to the sound, nor did it cease gnawing on the morsel in its mouth, maintaining its posture with arms hanging limply at its sides. You, take a few steps forward, Su Wanli commanded, brandishing the bone-slicing blade and addressing the man who had been keeping his distance. Before the man could refuse, the Xuanqi lunged forward with sudden ferocity. Seizing the moment when Su Wanli's attention wavered, it acted without hesitation, reminiscent of a seasoned hunter, adept at psychological warfare. In a mere 2 or 3 seconds, it closed the distance of several meters. Has its speed diminished? Su Wanli noted a significant decrease in the Xuanqi's velocity, far slower than its earlier swiftness amidst the fog, perhaps more than twice that of an average human. Those who regularly exercised, or were professional athletes in sprinting or long-distance running, might have a chance of escape. Surely, this was not a deliberate ruse. As the Xuanqi clumsily charged at him, Su Wanli remained vigilant, stepping out of the dormitory to close the iron door behind him, maneuvering within the corridor to engage the Xuanqi. He evaded several attacks, observing that the creature's speed continued to decline, not as a feigned weakness. Seeking alternative strategies, Su Wanli ceased merely dodging and lifted his right leg to deliver a kick to the Xuanqi's chest. The impact was thunderous. Crack. The sound of collision mingled with the sound of bones fracturing. The Xuanqi arched backward in a parabolic arc, flying several meters before crashing down and rolling away. Its bones were twice as hard as those of a human, and its flesh was notably pliable. Su Wanli analyzed the creature's physical attributes. This mutated Xuanqi, confined indoors, could yield a wealth of valuable information, knowledge that would bolster his confidence when encountering other Xuanqi in the mist. A strange sound emanated from the Xuanqi as its fractured ribs punctured its lungs. It seemed impervious to pain, springing back to its feet, yet it did not immediately attack, instead fixating on Su Wanli and gasping for breath. You provoke it, Su Wanli instructed, now equipped with experience. He deliberately turned his head to glance at the man who had hidden in the public restroom, calling for him to emerge. The hand concealed behind his back tightened around the hilt of the bone-chopping knife, preparing to give the Xuanqi a trim. To his astonishment, that very Xuanqi swiftly dashed into the convenience store staff dormitory, leaping down through the window that had lost its glass. He fled the service area. Su Wanli was momentarily stunned, as he realized the Xuanqi's intent to escape and surged forward with explosive speed. He was met only with the emptiness of the dormitory and the lifeless body of a woman sprawled on the floor, cold to the touch. Was there truly any intelligence? The Xuanqi retained its wits, a dire omen for the survivors. Perhaps the Great Ice Age was not the true apocalypse. The mist that lingered outside, the intelligent Xuanqi. The unknown monsters, these were the greatest calamities faced by the survivors. The end of the world. Su Wanli recalled when he first found the Tunton Mouse space. The Tunton Mouse had referred to it as the Winter of Doom. The apocalypse, a realm devoid of hope. Chapter 80. Intelligence. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yusahan hurried forward, her face etched with concern as she checked whether the man had sustained any injuries. Are you hurt? She inquired, gently probing his arm and shoulder, fearful of causing him pain or overlooking any subtle wounds. It's nothing. Su Wanli felt a warmth swell within him. The sensation of being cared for, of being worried about, was truly delightful. Don't move, Yusahan insisted, remaining focused as she meticulously examined him. Only after multiple confirmations of his unscathed condition did she finally exhale in relief. Earlier, she had remained oblivious to the happenings in the corridor, yet the hurried footsteps, labored breaths, and brief sounds of struggle had distinctly reached her ears, inevitably conjuring unsettling images. Let us sit down and discuss the matter at hand. Su Wanli removed his protective leather jacket and placed the bone-cutting knife on a cardboard surface. After washing his hands, he returned to his seat and shared information regarding the creature known as Xuanqi with the young woman. It lacks true intelligence, she analyzed without harshness after hearing him out. It possesses some cognitive abilities, yet has not evolved to the point of genuine wisdom, much like the beasts of the animal kingdom. It understands basic hunting techniques and possesses the instinctual drive for survival, but lacks the capacity to ponder complex matters. In simpler terms, Xuanqi appears to be a devolution from intelligent humanity to a being driven solely by instinct. Such creatures may excel in strength and speed, but at the cost of their wisdom. Regrettably, the data and leads gathered thus far are scant, preventing a deeper analysis or the verification of even the conclusions just drawn. As long as it is not an intelligent species, Su Wanli's mind relaxed slightly. If it were to evolve into a sentient being, the chances of human survival would dwindle to nearly zero. This is merely my analysis. Do not take it too seriously, Yusahan cautioned. She was not an authority in the field of biology, and her knowledge was limited. Her aim was simply to explore various possibilities, the accuracy of which remained untested. Let us check online for any updates regarding Xuanqi from the refuge base. Taking advantage of their internet access, the two began to gather the latest news from the outside world in their respective ways. Su Wanli logged onto the website of the Yangcheng refuge base, a task he found simple and straightforward. The forum was abuzz with activity. After enduring numerous trials to reach the refuge base amid a snowstorm, all I received was a single bed and 2 daily meals of synthesized food. It's the 5th day without work, and I am elated. Woohoo! Is there no power outage on your end? Damn. The painfully slow internet has taken over 20 hours to download the collection of 2 esteemed educators, only for the power to cut out and leave my desktop offline. What the hell? I have internet access here, my friend. Please ensure you send me the collection of those 2 educators. Is there a chemistry expert in the house? I need to know what can substitute for potassium nitrate. I have several bags of sugar, but cannot find any potassium nitrate. Urgently. Alas, are there any living souls in the Yinqing River Villa district? The glass of my villa has been cracked by the frost, and the biting cold wind is streaming in, making it unbearable. I urgently seek a neighbor to lend me a room for a couple of days. Might there be a software engineer specializing in hardening projects within the Xingfu community? I, lacking in talent, possess a touch of apocalyptic sentimentality, always keeping a 6-month supply of provisions at home, along with a generator, fuel, water, and food. I now extend a sincere invitation to a lady, approximately 162 meters tall and weighing around 100 pounds, with fair skin and beauty, to come and stay as a guest in my abode. Those living above, how dare they? Online, some revel in joy while others wallow in despair. Survivors hoarding food while sheltering within buildings incessantly share their boastful declarations. For instance, securing a few meals earns them the company of alluring female neighbors, or being trapped in a classroom with the unattainable goddesses of their youth. These individuals rejoice in the arrival of the end times. Conversely, the unfortunate souls, those who have lost loved ones, unleash their curses upon the world, venting their pent-up negativity onto anyone they encounter. The Teacher Tao collection? Su Wanli smacked his forehead. How did he not consider downloading some high-definition films? Even if he lacked the desire to watch them recently, he could cache them for a day when the whim struck him. He made a note to download before bedtime. Su Wanli paused his fingers above the screen. Before long, a lengthy list appeared in his notes, comprising supplies and mundane life tasks, categorized into several lists. Didn't you ask me to keep an eye on Xuanqi's movements a couple of days ago? Across the way, Yusahan retrieved her laptop and swiftly typed on the keyboard to access the dark web. There's a video here. I'm unsure of its authenticity, but take a look. The girl handed the laptop to the man. Su Wanli focused his attention, observing the video intently. The video depicted a daytime aerial view, devoid of blizzards, composed of several small screens showcasing different perspectives, akin to drone feeds. One small screen represented one unmanned attack drone. Is this Xuanqi? The creature had undergone a complete metamorphosis, no longer resembling the one that had just shed its fur. Its hair was entirely gone, pores closed, skin a pale hue akin to the snow, and its skeleton towering above that of a human. The smaller Xuanqi stood slightly over 2 meters, while the larger ones exceeded 5 meters, easily reaching the second floor with a mere stretch. Crucially, their movements were no longer chaotic. They resembled an elite squad. Their attacks well coordinated and orderly. The barrage from the drones inflicted minimal damage upon them, and the few drones carrying small bombs executed self-destructive strikes with negligible effect. The video was uploaded 15 minutes ago by a hacker at the Yincheng refuge base. Yincheng? A sense of urgency welled up within Su Wanli. The service area is situated over 200 kilometers from the refuge base in Yangqing. The emergence of a new type of mirage in Yangqing signifies that the service area is soon to confront similar challenges. A new mirage measuring over 2 meters is manageable, with its strength approximately 4 times that of an average human. However, a 5-meter-tall behemoth exhibits a force nearly 7 to 8 times greater than that of an ordinary individual. This poses a significant dilemma. Su Wanli, whose limits are set at 4 times the standard, finds his effective range of vision extending just over 100 meters. Yet he still perceives the 5-meter-tall new mirage as quite formidable, let alone ordinary individuals whose physical capabilities remain unenhanced. For those unremarkable souls, encountering the new mirage outside is tantamount to a death sentence, leaving no possibility of survival. Nevertheless, there are signs that the blizzard may be abating. This is the sole piece of good news. Chapter 81. A change of plans. In the dormitory across the way, Guru Ajia lay beneath the covers, awaiting the appointed hour. She surmised that Su Wanli wished to keep their sordid transaction hidden from Yusahan, which was why the exchange was scheduled for 1:30 in the morning. At this hour, the human body is at its weakest, most fatigued state. Guru Ajia had contemplated revealing her dealings with Su Wanli to Yusahan, hoping to disgust him and provoke his ire. However, this was merely a fleeting thought, devoid of any substantial benefit to her. She had long since abandoned such decisions swayed by emotion. Suddenly, a buzzing sound interrupted her reverie. Startled, Guru Ajia glanced at her phone, which had remained silent since the power and internet outage. Had her phone just vibrated? Was there a signal? Realization dawned upon her as she hastily reached for her device, disregarding the cold. Before even unlocking the screen, an alarming PA alert flashed before her eyes. Her pupils constricted slightly. Unlike the Navi University student Yusahan or the lowly employee Su Wanli, she understood the significance of the PA alert, or presidential alert, the highest priority notification for emergencies, managed by the International Emergency Affairs Administration. Such alerts had never been formally issued before, not even during catastrophic events like the nuclear leak years ago or the geological disasters in Sakura country. Now, she received a PA alert from an authoritative agency. The notification instructed her to proceed to the evacuation point at the Milei Town Service Center by 12:30 on the 20th. The content bore a striking resemblance to what Yusahan had received, save for a unique identification number at the end. This number served a fundamental role in verifying identity. Upon arrival at the evacuation point, multiple identity checks would confirm authenticity before allowing passage on the armored vehicle. However, the identification number was more of a formality. Given the chaos outside and the precarious situation for survivors, one could hardly safeguard their phone at all times. Salvation had arrived. Guru Ajia's spirits soared as she thrust her phone screen toward her boyfriend, showcasing the PA alert. "Darling, we are saved. We have a way out." "Saved?" he echoed, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "Yes." Guru Ajia excitedly recounted the details of the evacuation point. In her fervor, she failed to notice the subtle tension that crept into her boyfriend's expression upon hearing the news. That's wonderful. Ha, ha, ha. Park Hyun-young replied half-heartedly, his mind in turmoil. Ever since he had resolved to engage in that transaction, he had been rifling through his contacts, meticulously analyzing conversations in search of trustworthy or controllable allies. Yet, his phone had not received a PA alert. "Darling, do you think we should still go through with the transaction?" Guru Ajia spoke incessantly for over a minute, pausing only when she felt a slight shortness of breath. Then began to ponder earnestly. Having gone 2 days without sustenance, her body was in a weakened state. If she wished to arrive at the evacuation point within the stipulated time and successfully rendezvous with the troops, it was imperative that she consume sufficient nutrition to restore her vitality over the next 2 days. Otherwise, she would not withstand the raging blizzard outside. Nor could she venture far. Trading? Park Hyun-young, feeling restless, forced himself to regain his composure. The absence of an evacuation notice did not equate to a lack of hope for escape. As the heir of a chaebol in the land of kimchi, he possessed immense power and resources behind him, capable of providing assistance to the refuge base in exchange for an evacuation slot. Presently, their priority was to resolve how to reach the evacuation point. With the Primera wrecked and undrivable, they needed to find others to barter for a vehicle. However, such exchanges required food. "Let's continue trading," Park Hyun-young declared resolutely. Currently, the highway in front of the service area was entirely clogged, the value of cars was low, and a few self-heating hot pots could provide some negotiating leverage. The challenge lay in how to deal with the overturned truck. That massive vehicle completely obstructed the entrance, preventing any cars from the service area from exiting. "Then I'll ask for more food and tell him," Trade 20 self-heating hot pots and 20 instant noodle cups, letting him set the terms? No way. What if that ugly toad desires something extravagant? Have no fear. Gu Ruijia found her boyfriend's accent somewhat endearing. The prospect of an evacuation notice brightened her spirits, and a hint of long-lost confidence surfaced upon her face. Aren't we trading in 2 rounds? According to the agreement, the first round is merely a formality. He pays for the food first, and during the second round, I will negotiate separately with him. However, we don't need to conduct a second round of trading. With his girlfriend's explanation, Park Hyun-young quickly comprehended. The disparity in information allowed them to exploit the time difference for their gain, an operation he was quite familiar with. Both understood that given the man's identity and social standing, he likely had no conception of what a PA alert was and would certainly not have received an evacuation notice. They could use a worthless promise to obtain more tangible benefits. Once the deal was done, they would leave without a trace, heading towards the evacuation point. As long as they departed from the service area, Su Wanli would be unable to track them down. With no concerns lingering, he declared, "Then let us execute a grand scheme." Grand? Indeed. The glint in Park Hyun-young's eyes revealed a fierce determination. Those contemptible individuals in the hall had nearly caused him internal bleeding over an inconsequential woman. Internal bleeding, in such an environment, was tantamount to a death sentence. He was merely using a lowly individual as a scapegoat. Why resort to such brutal measures? My dear, ISNT the evacuation point at the Miley Town Service Center? Once we conclude the food trade, we can disseminate the information regarding the evacuation notice. Disseminate? Have you lost your mind? My dear, please hear me out first. Go on. We have decided to change the evacuation point to the town of Lilei. I recall you mentioning that Lilei boasts a substantial shopping mall, complete with a helipad atop its roof. Shifting the evacuation site there would arouse less suspicion. The central mall in Lilei is situated over 60 kilometers from the Miley Mountain Service Area, located on the preceding stretch of road. Upon learning of the evacuation point, the survivors below will undoubtedly strive to clear the path and make their way there. Conversely, the mall in Miley is nestled in a bustling area, densely populated and home to the largest number of the Shuanxi within a 100-mile radius. In this scenario, however, those individuals, Gu Ruijia felt a pang of reluctance. Though she harbored disdain for her compatriots, she still maintained a modicum of principle. This plan resembled offering a poisoned apple to the survivors in the hall. After enduring days of hunger, how could they resist such temptation? The cruelty lay not just in the poison, but in extracting the last ounce of value from the survivors. Darling, do not burden yourself with guilt. I shall take care of this. Trust me, my love. Consider this. Can those individuals survive here? They lack food and clothing, and sooner or later, they will succumb to starvation or the bitter cold. We are merely hastening their release from suffering, sparing them from both physical and psychological torment. The two nestled beneath the covers, lowering their voices to converse. Park Hyun-young was indifferent to the lives of others. He yearned for revenge against all. Gu Ruijia's ire was solely directed at Su Wanli. Before departing, she contemplated administering a cleansing procedure to Su Wanli, eager to vent her pent-up frustration. Yet she did not wish to condemn her fellow countrymen to death. Chapter 82. I'm sorry the night was enveloped in silence, the howling wind outside gradually subsiding. Occasionally, snow accumulated on the eaves and leaves would tumble down in soft clusters. Darling, has he not returned your message yet? It was around 2 in the morning at the staff dormitory of the hamburger joint. Whether it was due to the fright he experienced earlier in the corridor or the biting cold, Park Hyun-young's body trembled intermittently. He and his girlfriend had tentatively devised a plan. First acquire food, then disseminate information about the evacuation notice within their group, inciting unrest, and subsequently coaxing everyone to find ways to remove the roadblocks. To lend authenticity to their message, they intended to divulge the entirety of the PA alarm's content, merely altering the evacuation location. Thus, in conjunction with sporadic information circulating online, they hoped to create a cohesive narrative. However, their endeavor met with misfortune. The fellow who had driven away the monsters had not responded, leaving Gu Ruijia anxiously waiting for a reply throughout the night. Let us wait a little longer, she repeated for what felt like the umpteenth time, her cracked lips pressed together, her gaze somewhat unfocused. At that moment, she was beset by hunger, fatigue, and cold. Her hands and feet ached from the chill. Her hunger kept her from sleeping, yet she felt so drowsy her eyelids seemed to wage war against her will. This dual torment of body and spirit was excruciating. The pain was so intense that she contemplated igniting the clothes draped over her, seeking the warmth of their flames to swiftly fall asleep, even if it meant never waking again, an escape from her suffering. Yet, Gu Ruijia dared not succumb to slumber. In her current state, if she fell asleep, whether she would awaken remained uncertain. She constantly sought topics of conversation, striving to remain alert. Time slipped away until her consciousness began to blur, a wave of drowsiness crashing over her, her eyelids growing heavy as if they were leaden. Darling, yesterday's self-heating hot pot seems to have some soup left. Park Hyun-young remained oblivious to his girlfriend's unusual demeanor, his mind drifting back to the spicy hot pot they had consumed the day before. It was a piquant flavor, one he found difficult to handle. Unable to finish it, he had saved it for another meal. Yet now, hunger gnawed at him once more. You, eat. The muffled words of his girlfriend reached his ears. Park Hyun-young barely caught the mention of eat. He exhaled in relief. It seemed she did not mind his scavenging. How fortunate. Then I'll rummage through the old self-heating hot pot containers. With that, he wrapped himself in his coat, stuffing 2 layers of cardboard into it for added warmth, and shakily descended from his bed. He made his way to the corner designated for refuse, searching for plastic bags or containers that bore traces of oil or food remnants. The offerings within the refuse, while sounding unclean, were indeed far from hygienic. Besides, the current state of both of them rendered concerns over cleanliness irrelevant. What about the grease in the plastic containers? He rummaged through several, discovering that only one contained the remnants of a meal from that evening. The rest appeared as if they had been washed multiple times, pristine and unblemished. Could there be mice? On the day they were trapped in the service area, Park Hyun-young had observed a few little mice scurrying into the trash bins, scavenging for remnants of food. The plastic container's edges bore no gnaw marks from small creatures, resembling neither mice nor anything else. Suddenly, Park Hyun-young turned to gaze at his murmuring girlfriend, a wave of foreboding washing over him. It couldn't be. He suppressed the rising panic within and picked up the plastic box, which had remnants of food. With a plastic spoon, he carefully scraped off the morsels and transferred them into the same container, then repeated the process with another box, gathering the scattered bits of food. Gradually, a small heap of congealed yellow-red grease began to form in the container meant for food. Darling, there's a piece. Park Hyun-young exclaimed joyfully upon discovering a hidden morsel wedged in a crevice, as though he had stumbled upon treasure. With one hand, he picked up a piece of meat the size of a fingernail with bamboo chopsticks, while the other hand cradled it below, gently delivering it to his girlfriend's lips. Open wide. In a dazed state, Guru Asia felt as if an ice cube had been thrust into her mouth, cold enough to make her want to spit it out. But soon, her taste buds were awakened by a tingling spiciness, accompanied by the long-lost aroma of meat. Delicious. Guru Asia chewed absent-mindedly. The meat was a bit tough, and its flavor was not as exquisite as before, yet she persevered, gnawing at it. Don't bite the disposable chopsticks. You can't eat that. Let go, sweetheart. Please let go. It's tasty. After a moment, Park Hyun-young struggled to extract the bamboo chopsticks from her mouth. Yet, upon seeing the chewed ends in his hands, he realized that his girlfriend had not eaten for days. To care for him and expedite his recovery, she had silently relinquished her meager provisions, sneaking bites from his leftovers in the dead of night. Baby, you're so foolish. No, it's I who am foolish. I should have guessed. I'm sorry. Park Hyun-young knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, consumed by profound guilt. He had noticed his girlfriend's deteriorating mental state day by day and had harbored suspicions. Yet, the instinct to cling to life prevented him from probing deeper. His lack of responsibility led him to feign ignorance, even fearing that she might share her meager food with him. He shied away from asking if she had eaten, avoiding the issue and accepting her sacrifices with a guilty conscience. Park Hyun-young cherished his girlfriend dearly. That much was undeniable. Had it not been for the sudden calamity, he would have devoted his every effort to bestow upon Guru Asia endless happiness and warmth. Countless times, he had envisioned a future filled with beautiful moments shared with her. Traveling to the world's wonders, savoring culinary delights, adorning her with countless exquisite garments and jewelry, making her the center of attention, or spending serene, sweet nights together in a cozy, romantic home. Yet, Park Hyun-young valued his own life even more. Born into a prominent chaebol family, he possessed unimaginable wealth and power. In the prime of his youth, he had yet to fully relish the extreme pleasures that money could bring, nor had he truly experienced the intoxicating thrill of standing atop the pinnacle of power. He was unwilling to concede. Yet the meticulous care of his girlfriend brought him both immense pain and profound emotion. This sentiment was indeed paradoxical. Park Hyun-young sometimes wished for his girlfriend to be a touch more selfish, for then he could comfortably accept her devotion. At other times, he longed for her to remain selfless, to affirm that he had not erred in his choice of partner. It was only at this very moment, gazing at his girlfriend's frail figure, that the scales within his heart began to tip. Darling, I won't let anything happen to you. Just wait a moment. I shall return shortly with some food. Please wait for me. Park Hyun-young adjusted the blankets and items around her, then took the dormitory key, wrapping himself in his coat before stepping out. One thought consumed his mind: food. Chapter 83. The storm abates early the next morning. 2 men tasked with collecting snow ascended the stairs, bearing several containers of varying depths. They entered the employee dormitory of the fast food restaurant, opened the window, and retrieved the containers suspended outside, intending to transfer the snow downstairs for boiling. However, as they pushed open the glass window, their expressions dulled in disbelief. They gazed vacantly at the dimly lit hillside, exchanging bewildered glances. The blizzard has ceased? Shall I slap you to see if it hurts? Smack. Ah. The one who spoke received a swift blow. He cupped his cheek, glaring at his companion as if flames erupted from his eyes. Why did you hit me? I said to try and see if it hurts. I meant to hit you. Do you think I'm foolish? After a brief squabble, their attention returned to the hillside outside. They braved the biting cold wind for a brief moment, confirming that the blizzard had truly come to an end. Rather than merely pausing intermittently, the temperature seemed to rise slightly, and they erupted in celebration. It's really over. Hurry, let us go downstairs and wake everyone to prepare for transporting the packages. Wait, why should we tell those ruffians? Can't we sneak away and find a safe place to live peacefully? Though both men were of the male gender, they were rather slight in stature. Among the over 90 survivors in the service area, they were regarded as inconsequential, relegated to menial tasks such as shoveling snow, boiling water, or cleaning toilets, laborious chores that yielded no remuneration. This engendered a sense of resentment within them. Have you lost your mind in the wind? Do you not realize how thick the snow is outside? The more aggressive man questioned. They were indeed responsible for snow collection and were acutely aware of the terrifying amount of snowfall over the past 2 days. A pot 15 centimeters deep, left hanging outside for a mere few hours, could fill nearly half full. Given that the blizzard had persisted for 2 days and 3 nights, the accumulated snow outside must surely reach at least half a meter deep. How could they possibly leave? Are we afraid of the snow in the truck? Are you sure the truck will even start? How would we know without trying? Little fool, some things are best left untested. Let us not be foolish, shall we? After a heated argument, they ultimately relinquished the notion of slipping away unnoticed, setting down the pot in their hands. Hand in hand, they hurried downstairs, shouting as they ran. The blizzard has ceased. Everyone, rise and gather supplies, transport the packages. Their voices echoed through the hall. The scattered individuals, clustered around a dozen or so fire pits for warmth and rest, paused in surprise at the exuberant shouts of the 2 men. Once they confirmed they had not misheard after repeating the news several times, astonished smiles slowly blossomed on their weary faces. The blizzard indeed had abated. This was truly splendid news. Ding, ding, ding. Su Xiaowen emerged from the hamburger shop, a large iron tray in hand. He struck the back of a knife against it, creating a clamorous sound akin to a gong, the piercing clang swiftly drowning out the noise of the crowd. Once silence enveloped the gathering, he ceased his clamor and stepped aside. The snowstorm arrived suddenly and ceased just as abruptly. Xie Zhongshu wore a faint frown as he stepped to the doorway, surveying the crowd. He was one of the few who did not wish for the tempest to relent. The group of university students, weakened by hunger, and the boys like Xiao Hao, who bore injuries, found solace in the makeshift comfort of the hamburger shop. Everything unfolded just as he had anticipated. Yet, the snowstorm halted unexpectedly, shattering his hopeful expectations. Xie Zhongshu had no grounds to prevent anyone from venturing outside. After all, sustenance took precedence above all else. Suppressing his complex emotions, he hesitated before speaking. We have conducted a preliminary assessment, and the snow accumulation in the parking lot is approximately 1 meter deep. Such a thickness significantly hampers the efficiency of package transportation. Thus, I propose we first clear a pathway to the delivery truck. This passage would facilitate movement, expedite the transfer process, and prevent disorientation. With snowdrifts exceeding half a meter, there were both drawbacks and advantages. Ultimately, the disadvantages outweighed the benefits. However, Xie Zhongshu's suggestion held merit. In the dense fog, with visibility reduced to less than 10 meters, a snow-clearing pathway would help avoid losing one's bearings, ensuring safe transport of packages. I concurred with his assessment. Chunbo nodded in agreement, his thoughts aligning with Xie's. He had previously refrained from mentioning it, primarily contemplating the tools available for snow removal. The best implements they had on hand were kitchen utensils like spatulas and ladles, ill-suited for the task at hand. Yet, Xie Zhongshu's proactive suggestion sparked Shenbo's curiosity. Perhaps he had a clever idea. Xie Ge, do you have any good recommendations on how to clear the snow? What recommendations could I possibly have? With over half a meter of snow, if each of our 80 to 90 people simply stomped their feet, we could clear a path. Upon hearing this, Shenbo gazed at him in silence. Not everyone was clad in warm clothing, nor did everyone have the strength from a full meal. Previously, the delivery truck had posed a challenge due to its distance, complicating transport and leading to a lengthy round trip that allowed for an ambush by the Shunqi, resulting in the loss of several capable individuals. Now, with an additional half meter of snow impeding their progress, the time required for each journey would only increase. I agree. Yang Dikai, who had been cooped up in the fast food restaurant for 2 days, also concurred. His pale visage bore a sinister smile, reminiscent of a cold-blooded serpent. evoking an unsettling chill. Many timid souls averted their gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. We are in agreement. The group surrounding Huasha echoed their assent. They had long grown accustomed to Liang Yukai's appearance. In truth, this was a rather normal depiction of him. His abnormality manifested during the late hours when he would sit in a corner, speaking and laughing with the shadows, leaving those unaware to believe a child was hidden there, causing them to lose sleep in fear. Initially, they had thought he was on the phone. A curious little brother once inquired whom Liang Yukai chatted with at night. He merely smiled and remained silent. Until the power and internet were cut off, Brother Kai continued to make phone calls every night. Consequently, Brother Huashi and the others found themselves sleeping back to chest, too apprehensive to face Brother Kai directly. Thus, it was decided to set off early. Basic information regarding the Shichi had already been disclosed by the refuge base. Everyone was aware that the Shichi was inactive during the day, so they preferred not to squander time. Following the established routine, the women took containers to the gas station to collect oil, while several men ventured to the back mountains to gather firewood, leaving those who were less mobile to tend to the bonfire. The remaining individuals became the primary force for transporting packages. However, the distribution of this batch of packages had yet to be determined. How scorching. Behind the glass door of the hall, Su Xiaowen, without gloves, reached for the stainless steel handle, only to feel a slight burning sensation upon contact with his palm. Instinctively, he recoiled. In the next moment, the glass door shattered with a loud crash. Countless shards fell into the snow outside and onto the floor of the hall. Chapter 84, Madness. With a sudden crash, the remaining glass door shattered, influenced by the currents of air from both inside and outside. The stainless steel handle fell to the ground, producing a jarring sound that pierced the ears of those present. Gradually, their gazes began to focus. A chilling wind, mingled with snowflakes, swept in. Not far from the entrance, two small fire pits on the ground sent sparks flying, landing on several corpses and emitting a faint scent of burning flesh. Panic ensued as people rushed forward, frantically attempting to block the door with any available items or to remove the bodies. Quick, use cardboard to block the entrance. Don't let the fog in. Why haven't these bodies been moved yet? Are we keeping them as emergency rations? Cardboard. What about the curtains? Isn't there a door curtain in the kitchen? Tear those down. If that's not enough, grab a few more. If worst comes to worst, we can carry down the bed frames from upstairs or dismantle the iron door. The hall had descended into chaos. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the crowd flailed about like headless flies, desperately seeking items to barricade the entrance. Their fear did not stem from the snowstorm or the cold, but from the Shinshur, those ravenous monsters. It's over. We are doomed. Ha ha. We are doomed. Damn it. We can't stay in this service area any longer. Is anyone willing to head to Miley City with me? A few individuals, overwhelmed by despair, knelt and wept uncontrollably, releasing all their pent-up emotions, while others laughed maniacally, their sanity slipping away. A few extreme souls contemplated making a desperate dash to the city while the Shinshur were less active. Everyone, don't panic. Let us not worry about the door for now. Let us clear a path through the snow and bring back supplies from the truck. We might find something useful. Yes. At the very least, we can gather some food. A handful of rational individuals urged the crowd to focus on retrieving the packages. Just because the hall was uninhabitable didn't mean the shop was as well. The shop had an automatic metal shutter that would be even more effective than the glass door. The dormitory on the second floor also had corridors where people could stay. In such a vast space, there must be somewhere for everyone to spend the night. Silence, Xie Zhangshu shouted. Unfortunately, his voice failed to capture anyone's attention. The crowd was in a state of disarray, completely oblivious to the sounds around them. Damn it, Xie Zhangshu, infuriated, seized the iron pan from a subordinate and struck it vigorously with a spoon. The clang reverberated, causing the snow on the eaves to tumble down. The crowd grimaced in pain, covering their ears as they turned toward the source of the noise. With a clatter, Xie Zhangshu tossed aside the iron pan, his hand aching from the impact. What are you all doing, busy blocking the door? Shouldn't we be out scavenging for supplies? First, let us bring back the goods from the truck, then we can figure out how to deal with the door. If we can't find anything to block it by nightfall, we'll all just have to stay on the second floor. The dormitory on the second floor, the corridor, and the stairwell, aren't they all inhabited spaces? There exists a fire door leading to the second floor, which can temporarily substitute for the main entrance, serving as a barrier to isolate them from the impending danger, thereby ensuring short-term safety. The pressing matter at hand is to swiftly gather supplies. What a trivial delivery. No sooner had the words left his mouth than someone voiced a rebuttal. Bai Jidong crossed his arms tightly against his chest, clutching his clothing for warmth, and cast a derisive glance at Xie Zhangshu. Do you wish for everyone to toil for you, while you continue to control the food, exploiting us and coercing the young girls into unwelcome tasks? Do you have an issue with me? Xie Zhangshu narrowed his eyes. In the service area, apart from Su Wanli, who instilled fear in him, he felt no trepidation towards anyone else. An issue? Bai Jidong scoffed without responding. Shivering, he turned to observe the silent crowd around him. Would it not be wiser for everyone to abandon the service area and venture into the city in search of a safe, warm building, where they could enjoy a hearty meal and a restful sleep, rather than remaining here, reduced to servitude? I just observed that the snow outside bears no footprints, indicating that those monsters are not present. Furthermore, a blizzard can cease as abruptly as it begins. Every second of hesitation amplifies the danger. Let us not linger in indecision. Bai Jidong urged loudly. Yet, his words met with little impact. Huh? Xie Zhangshu chuckled lightly at Bai Jidong's remarks. Is this fellow attempting to amuse us? The gravest concern at present is not the impending threat, but rather the deepening snow. Outside, temperatures plummet below -20 degrees, and the snow has accumulated to over a meter. In such conditions, with insufficient and inadequate cold weather gear, to contemplate trekking 30 kilometers on foot, have you lost your senses? Even the mere mile-long journey from the service area to where the delivery trucks are parked poses a formidable challenge. They may not even be able to clear a path, let alone dream of reaching the city. Perhaps they are all out of their minds. The others paid no heed to Bai Jidong, forming small clusters to discuss their lodging for the night. Damn it. A bunch of fools. They deserve to be exploited. Ignored by the crowd, Bai Jidong, in a fit of anger, spat on the ground and cursed as he returned to the breakfast shop to gather his belongings. He procured 2 larger pieces of plastic to bind to his feet and, accompanied by 2 like-minded colleagues, resolutely set out. Due to the heated water issue, they had become targets of scorn, and life had grown increasingly arduous. Better to leave early, perhaps they might find a way to survive. In a corner, a group of middle-aged men huddled around a fire pit for warmth. The chef from the fast food restaurant, smoking a cigarette, furrowed his brow as he exhaled white smoke. His relationship with Bai Jidong was neither particularly good nor bad, more akin to the camaraderie formed over post-work drinks and idle banter. Their interests aligned well. Yet, amidst the calamity, he lacked the courage to speak up in Bai Jidong's defense during his moment of despair. And now he could only watch helplessly as the man departed, feeling a pang of regret in his heart. Xiaochen, your mind is quite agile. Please advise everyone on what we should do next. I pondered. Chen Bo stroked his chin in contemplation. At present, we are faced with 2 choices, to seize the moment and embark towards the city while the blizzard temporarily abates, or to swiftly rally our forces to clear the snow and transport the packages. The former is a gamble with high stakes. Should we fail to locate shelter before nightfall, it would spell disaster. The latter is a gamble of fortune. If the packages contain a substantial supply of food and heating equipment, there exists a glimmer of hope for enduring until we reach the refuge in Yanqing, where we can stabilize the situation and extend our aid to those nearby. Let us first transport the packages, procure some sustenance to replenish our strength, and then depart from this service area. Shinbo held little faith in luck. Throughout his life, he had never won a second bottle from a drink. Thus, he leaned towards leaving the service area in search of a city with more abundant resources and safer structures. To depart, the elder men fell into silence. Their age and weakened bodies, rendered frail by hunger, made the prospect of traversing several dozen kilometers in frigid temperatures daunting. Yet, with ample food and a 2-day respite, the possibility was not entirely extinguished. Very well. Let us prepare to transport the packages. Shinbo nodded, turning to discuss matters with other small groups. He remained skeptical of the weather outside, gazing at the overcast sky, silently praying that the blizzard would not return. Chapter 85. The sound the group was formed by drawing lots, with 4 members per team, 5 teams per class, and 3 classes taking turns. A crucial reminder, block your ears. Use anything to muffle the sound, regardless of what noises you may hear. Do not pay them any mind nor respond. The plastic tie in your hand must be monitored at all times to ensure it remains unbroken by any external force. Before venturing out, Chunbo stood at the center, vociferously alerting everyone to the necessary precautions. Firstly, there were the indistinct sounds lurking in the dense fog. These sounds possessed a certain hypnotic allure and were adept at mimicry, easily leading the mentally unstable or the less aware astray, causing them to drift away from the group and gradually lose their way back. Secondly, the red string markers were essential. The fog was so thick that visibility diminished to less than 10 meters. Engrossed in their tasks, it was inevitable that one might stray from the designated path. The red string served as a simple yet effective means to prevent getting lost. Damn, it's over 20 degrees below zero outside. Working in such frigid conditions, aren't we concerned about freezing to death? Yet, if we do not labor, hunger will claim us. Choose your poison. A bit of cold I can endure, but I dread that eerie sound. It sends chills down my spine. I fear it too. Never mind, just block your ears. The majority agreed to proceed outdoors, though a small faction expressed dissent. Those opposed worried that by not participating in the operation, they would miss out on the supplies to be salvaged and would face a period of starvation, compelling them to grit their teeth and join the snow-clearing effort. Let us give it our all. We don't need to dig all the way down. Just clear a path about half a meter deep, enough to walk through. Our primary objective is to transport the parcels. Let us not waste too much energy on snow removal. Having reiterated these important points, Qinbo and Xie Zhangshu each grasped a red string, leading the way while leaving conspicuous markers every 5 meters. Those behind followed the markers, digging the snow to a depth of approximately half a meter, enough to reach their knees. In this manner, as everyone traversed back and forth carrying the parcel, the snow pathway would gradually take shape under their feet, conserving energy and enhancing efficiency. The biting wind howled fiercely, hitting them like a wall. Within mere minutes of stepping outside, their bodies grew stiff from the cold. They had underestimated the severity of the chill and overestimated their own stamina. Lacking gloves, tools, and snow boots, even the most lackadaisical efforts could not be sustained for more than 10 minutes. Each face flushed crimson, with the mucus from their noses or lips freezing into ice. The progress on the snow-clearing task was painfully slow. I can't feel my fingers or toes. We must head back to the hall to warm up for a bit. Together, let us go. Alas, I find myself a distinguished executive of a foreign enterprise with a post-tax annual salary exceeding $1 million, reduced to laboring for sustenance in sub-zero temperatures, unprotected by gloves. Sigh, I must persevere. This way, not that way. Who is responsible for this distance? It's as if no digging has occurred at all. Those who resort to deceit do not deserve sustenance. I am famished, yearning for instant noodles. No one dare seize my prized pickled cabbage flavor. A few from the same group gritted their teeth, enduring for an additional 10 minutes until the biting cold became unbearable, prompting them to retreat to the hall to warm themselves. The longer they toiled outdoors, the more the frigid air seeped into their clothing, infiltrating their skin, gradually encroaching upon their very bones, rendering their bodies increasingly rigid. Should they continue, frostbite could ensue. Something is amiss. A man at the center suddenly halted. Were they not blocking their ears with tissues, unable to hear? How could they communicate so effortlessly? Had the tissue fallen away? He assumed it might have slipped out while working. He reached up, only to discover the tissue still firmly lodged within his ear, accompanied by the familiar buzzing sound of his own voice, muffled by the obstruction. He looked ahead. A woman from the group had turned back, her lips moving as if she were speaking. Moments later, a voice akin to hers echoed in his ears. Hurry, why are you just standing there? It's freezing. The man's pupils dilated gradually. Despite the voice resembling that of the woman, he detected a subtle discrepancy. A normal person's speech is interspersed with natural breaths, rising and falling, while this voice, arriving a few seconds later, was unnaturally steady, like a straight line devoid of any fluctuation or emotion, reminiscent of a mechanical recitation devoid of feeling. Hurry, why are you just standing there? The emotionless voice repeated, filling his ears, and fear began to well up within him, compelling him to flee instinctively. Yet, upon turning, he realized there were no prominent red rope markers around them. They had strayed beyond the safe zone. Towards the direction of the truck, Qinbo retraced his steps along the red markers, counting each stride. 365, 366, 366 steps. Perhaps 200 meters? Qinbo furrowed his brow. This distance was significantly shorter than he had anticipated. According to his estimates, they should have dug at least 700 meters in over 2 hours to be deemed satisfactory. Presently, the snowy path barely surpassed 200 meters. At this rate of progress, they might not even reach the truck before nightfall. Sister Shin, is someone slacking off? Qinbo accosted a middle-aged woman, inquiring about the situation. After waiting for several seconds and receiving no response, he recalled their earlier efforts to block out sound while working. He approached and gently tapped her shoulder. A woman felt a gentle pat on her shoulder, and in a state of bewilderment, she looked up. Upon seeing Qinbo and his companion standing before her, she extracted a small piece of paper from her ear and began to voice her grievances. Xiaochun, you have returned just in time. Hurry and summon those idle individuals to join the work. Initially, our collective efforts made the digging progress swiftly. We could even alternate for breaks. However, several groups have not re-emerged since they returned. Strength lies in numbers. While our stamina may be lacking, if each person contributes even a little, a group of dozens could swiftly clear a snow-laden path stretching several meters. The issue lies in the fact that as we dig, the number of participants diminishes. With fewer hands, the efficiency wanes. Observing others shirking their duties dampens the enthusiasm of the remaining members. This cycle continues, resulting in a gradual decline in the snow removal efficiency, to the point where, After 2 to 3 hours, we have barely managed to excavate over 200 meters. As for those missing individuals, we have searched in the first-floor restrooms, the second-floor dormitories, communal showers, and gas stations, yet they remain elusive. Chapter 86. The Child? The corridor on the second floor. As Su Wanli stepped out, he caught sight of the man from the pickled vegetable country sneaking back, glancing over his shoulder as if he had just pilfered something, fearful that the homeowner would summon friends and family, armed with hoes and shovels to chase him away. Startled, Park Hyun-young's attention was drawn to the back. He looked up and was suddenly frightened by the figure standing ahead. The items in his hand fell to the ground. 2 14-gram chocolate bars, one unopened and the other half consumed. Oh no! Seeing the fallen food, Park Hyun-young felt a rush of anxiety. Food had become a precious commodity. If his chocolate were to be snatched away, it would surely be a loss. These 2 bars were the sole reward for his night of vigil, the only hope for survival for him and Guru Ajia. He could not allow them to be taken. Get away. Park Hyun-young instinctively lunged forward, his body pressing against the chocolate, flailing his arms and legs in a desperate attempt to fend off any potential thief. He couldn't discern who was in front of him, nor how many people there might be. He only knew that he felt utterly weak and that letting his guard down meant losing his food. Su Wanli remained silent, observing Park Hyun-young as if he were a fool. However, it was somewhat surprising that this fellow had ventured out for food, indicating that Guru Ajia was nearing her limits. Don't take my stuff. Go away. Get lost. Park Hyun-young shouted, his hands flailing. Soon, he stopped, gasping for breath, and glanced down at his abdomen to find the chocolate slightly misshapen but still intact. A sigh of relief washed over him. As long as it hadn't been taken, he would manage. Yet, Park Hyun-young dared not lower his guard. The figure before him had not retreated, perhaps biding their time. He cautiously raised his head. Huh? Upon recognizing the silhouette, Park Hyun-young was taken aback. What was this person doing, standing there in silence? Yet, he felt a slight relaxation. At least this person would not attempt to seize his food. Cursing inwardly, he bent down to retrieve the chocolate, hastily making his way to the dorm entrance. Fumbling for his keys with trembling hands. Had those fellows returned with their packages? Su Wanli speculated. Otherwise, given Park Hyun-young's capabilities, it would be impossible for him to acquire food without cash. He could only serve as a laborer, transporting packages in exchange for food. However, on a winter morning, dawn arrived late. At 7 or 8 o'clock, the outside world was still dimly lit. It was now before 9. If he had managed to secure food at this hour, it meant that Park Hyun-young had been working for at least 2 hours. Truly reckless. Or perhaps Guru Ajia's condition was dire enough that Park Hyun-young had to risk his life to venture out. He decided to descend and take a look. With a thud, as Su Wanli's figure vanished into the stairwell, Park Hyun-young listened intently to the receding footsteps. And only when he was certain they had faded away did he feel a sense of relief. Steadying his nerves, he opened the iron door. Back already? He wondered. As he approached the lower bunk of the dormitory, Guru Ajia's lips were pallid and cracked, her gaze fixated on the upper bunk's wooden slats, her expression vacant. In the dead of night yesterday, her boyfriend had fed her a meager portion of leftover food, the greasy remnants barely sustaining her until dawn. However, the stimulus of food intensified the gnawing hunger in her stomach, and the acid surged, as if it sought to erode her very organs, provoking a desperate urge to permanently extinguish the suffering. Park Hyun-young closed the door and locked it. He then approached the bed, producing 2 deformed pieces of chocolate for his girlfriend. Darling, this is the food I managed to procure. Please eat. You found food? Yes, eat quickly. And listen to me as you do. Upon hearing this, Guru Ajia could no longer suppress her body's yearning for sustenance. She devoured the small exposed piece of chocolate in one gulp, barely chewing, before tearing into the remaining piece, finishing it in just a few bites. Yet, after consuming the chocolate, her stomach still did not feel satisfied. She shamelessly licked the remnants from the plastic bag, as if she could consume the packaging itself. Gurgle. Park Hyun-young observed his girlfriend's voracious appetite, feeling his own throat tighten. Over the past few days, he had enjoyed self-heating hot pot and instant noodles, so he was not particularly hungry. However, the sight of his girlfriend's eating was enough to awaken anyone's appetite. Simultaneously, a wave of profound accomplishment surged within him. Without relying on monetary means, he had managed to find food to care for his girlfriend. The chocolate contained a substantial amount of sugar. After consuming 2 small pieces, Guru Ajia's complexion improved slightly, and she perked up, inquiring about the source of the food. How did you find it? It involved a stroke of luck. As her boyfriend recounted the events, Guru Ajia learned of the chocolate's origins. Late last night, Park Hyun-young had stealthily ventured into the common area, hoping to pilfer some food while everyone else was resting. But who had any surplus provisions left? Many resorted to boiling belts to stave off hunger or rummaging through the kitchen's refuse in an attempt to catch a rat for a meager meal. However, the trash bins in the common area in the kitchen held no such fortune, leading him to shift his focus to cockroaches and maggots. Stealing? Impossible, he thought. Reluctantly, he resolved to seek fortune in peril. Hiding behind the fire exit, he kept watch over the hamburger shop. The hamburger shop was well known for its food. Yet, Xie had long anticipated thieves, stationing guards at the entrance around the clock. Every 2 hours, they would open the door for a brief ventilation, leaving no opportunity for others. After wandering for several hours, Park Hyun-young could find no breach in their defenses, so he resorted to a secondary plan. Eyeing the corpse of a bus driver lying in the corridor. As he moved towards the door, he was met with several ready corpses piled behind it. The jackets and pants had been stripped from the bodies. Park Hyun-young drew his small knife and stealthily attempted to cut into the thigh meat of the slightly younger corpse. However, the body was frozen stiff from the low temperature, and the knife failed to penetrate, leaving him exhausted and panting. As Park Hyun-young observed that someone nearby had noticed the commotion at the door, his anxiety intensified. Rising to return to his dormitory in search of other tools, he unexpectedly encountered a child descending the stairs. He halted momentarily, turning back to fixate on the child's retreating figure. The frozen corpse was cumbersome to deal with, and the flesh was unpalatable. The child's words ignited a frenzied idea in Park Hyun-young's mind. Stealthily trailing the child, he arrived at the employee dormitory of a convenience store on the second floor. This dormitory housed a family of 4. Previously, this family had caused a disturbance at Soo Won-lee's dormitory, resulting in the child being reprimanded, the man sustaining a head injury from a hammer, and the woman developing a psychological scar from the encounter. "Are you stealing the child's chocolate?" Guru Ajia inquired. "Yes," Park Hyun-young replied candidly. Though pilfering a child's belongings was somewhat disgraceful, survival held greater significance. He refrained from mentioning the dismemberment of the corpse or the initial plan, instead stating that he merely wished to procure some food and had unexpectedly encountered the young boy indulging in a snack. In truth, had it not been for the child's prior entrance, during which he greedily extracted a piece of chocolate to savor, Park Hyun-young might have already acted with violence. Chapter 87. Guru Aja's request in the lobby. Soo Won-lee arrived on the first floor. He gazed at the desolate entrance and the shards of glass strewn across the ground. The glass door had shattered due to the frigid temperatures. Without the glass door, the lobby could not shield against the encroaching fog. Leaving the survivors anxious about potential attacks from the Shinki, they were compelled to relocate to the shops on the first floor or the dormitories on the second floor, utilizing roll-up doors and fire doors as barriers to ensure their safety. Of course, this was contingent upon the Shinki's inability to operate outside the dense mist. Should the Shinki undergo mutations and adapt to the unfamiliar environment, the distinction between the first and second floors would become negligible. As he approached the entrance, a biting wind laced with fine snow assailed him. Though the blizzard had abated, it did not mean the absence of wind. Compared to the previous days of howling gales and relentless snow, the current conditions appeared somewhat gentler. Yet, the temperature still hovered below -20 degrees. Damn, it is so cold. I feel as if my bones are being pierced with icy daggers, and no amount of rubbing can provide warmth. Experiencing pain is a good sign. If my hands or feet become numb, it is imperative to return to the lobby immediately to warm up. Otherwise, if the nerve tissues are frostbitten, it will be too late to seek warmth. Ah, how I long to nestle my hands in the embrace of a woman for warmth. I know of one woman who, for a bottle of gasoline, would be willing to do anything. Quite a peculiar character. In a sheltered corner, a group huddled together, shivering as they saw. Their palms and backs of their hands were chapped and blew from the biting wind, and the air they exhaled crystallized into frost upon their faces, clinging to the hairs on their cheeks and eyelashes. They had clearly been exposed to the elements for an extended period. Outside, a few individuals returned in pairs, trembling uncontrollably, their teeth chattering incessantly. They blew on their hands, rubbing them together to stimulate blood circulation and maintain body heat. Frostbite? Soo Won-lee glanced at the exposed skin of those individuals, hands and faces, many exhibiting varying degrees of frostbite symptoms. The last time he had transported packages, he had threatened Yu Se-han with tales of frostbite and amputation to deter her. Yet now, amputation was no longer merely a threat. Most Southerners might be unaware that frostbite is classified into 2 categories: frozen frostbite and non-frozen frostbite. Non-frozen frostbite, a mild form of frostbite, is typically caused by temperatures around -10 degrees and is relatively common in northern winters. Frozen frostbite, on the other hand, denotes severe frostbite where necrosis occurs, leading to irreversible tissue damage. In such cases, amputation of the affected area becomes necessary to prevent pathogens from entering the bloodstream and causing multi-organ failure and death. Although the external temperature had not yet reached the threshold for frozen frostbite, The service area lacked medication specifically for treating frostbite. With temperatures plummeting below -20 degrees coupled with fierce winds, if frostbite were to worsen due to inadequate protective measures and prolonged outdoor exposure, the hands could very well succumb to frozen frostbite, necessitating amputation. Medications. The shortage extended beyond just those for treating frostbite. Common household medications, such as cold remedies, antipyretics, and anti-inflammatory drugs, are in short supply. The quality of the returned medications remains uncertain. Few individuals purchase medicinal products online. Su Wanli does not expect the remaining cargo truck to contain any pharmaceuticals. Instead, he contemplates raiding local pharmacies in the urban or rural areas for a batch of commonly used medications. With convenient transportation, life grows increasingly manageable. Pharmacies are ubiquitous, whether in towns or cities, particularly chain pharmacies. In areas closer to the city center or in larger urban centers, one can find a pharmacy every few hundred meters. These chain establishments offer a more comprehensive selection of medications, catering to minor ailments and everyday maladies, while specialized or controlled substances remain elusive. Su Wanli possesses the Tunton mouse space, where he can store the gathered medications for quality enhancement or quantity augmentation. In this apocalyptic world, such medicines serve as universal currency. He considers seizing an opportunity to visit a pharmacy, taking out his phone to note down the medications he intends to procure. He then gazes towards the road outside the parking lot. The layer of snow there remains untouched, resembling a pristine white velvet blanket, quietly enveloping the ground. A gentle breeze stirs the surface, creating beautiful ripples. No footprints mar the snow. Su Wanli lacks the inclination to appreciate the scenery. Exiting the hall, he surveys the more distant areas, along with the four directions of the parking lot, apart from the tracks leading towards the cargo truck, which have been trampled by survivors. There are a few footprints heading towards Miley Town, while the snow in the remaining two directions lies undisturbed, devoid of animal or human traces. This is peculiar. The blizzard ceased around 4 in the morning. Shouldn't this be a time of activity for the Shuanchi? Why are there no footprints? Last night, Su Wanli and Yu Sahan engaged in discussions, remaining awake throughout the night. During a brief trip to the restroom, he noticed the blizzard had abated from the balcony, allowing Yu Sahan to rest while he observed the parking lot below, where he had also seen vague silhouettes. Yet, upon waking in the morning, the footprints had vanished. Returning to the dormitory, Su Wanli increasingly sensed that the thick fog outside was more than it seemed. The dormitory, serving as a temporary refuge and escape route, offers a semblance of security. Just as he turns to head back, a sense of unease washes over him. Su Wanli glances back at the corridor. The snow accumulation in the corridor is minimal, merely 20 to 30 centimeters deep. A cursory glance reveals only the footprints he had just made. However, something feels amiss. There is a missing element, a corpse. After several scans of the area, Su Wanli remembers what is absent, the body of the bus driver. The bus driver was the first to perish, and his remains had been placed in the corridor, covered with cardboard and plastic. Now, however, the corridor is devoid of the bus driver's body, the corpse, resurrected as a Shuanchi. The second floor of the service area. After consuming 2 bars of chocolate, Guru Ajia regained some vitality and positioned herself early at the dormitory entrance. She frequently stomped her feet, exhaled in a huff, or squatted to rub her calves, attempting to dispel the relentless chill that encroached upon her. With a series of footsteps echoing, she swiftly turned her gaze towards the staircase. Upon seeing Su Wanli return, a flicker of joy illuminated her eyes. However, she quickly masked her elation and took a couple of steps forward, blocking the corridor. Wasn't there a prior agreement? Agreement? Su Wanli assessed the young woman with casual indifference. Guru Ajia felt somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny. She tightened her coat with a hand, biting her lip as she weakly stated, 20 servings of self-heating hot pot, 10 servings of instant noodles. Whatever you ask me to do, I will comply. Chapter 88. Appetizers in the corridor, 2 individuals stood face to face, each harboring their own thoughts. 15 self-heating hot pots and 10 buckets of instant noodles, items that, before the catastrophe, would scarcely have been valued at 200 yuan. Yet, Guru Ajia, a rare petite woman, exuded a unique aura, radiating a mature allure that was utterly captivating. It was difficult to fathom that such exquisite beauty could be associated with something so trivial. However, the worth of an object is contingent upon its context and demand. A single cup of water, when placed in a desert, becomes an invaluable treasure, whereas the same cup in a freshwater lake is rendered worthless. For Guru Ajia, the value of food had transcended moral considerations. The price is a bit steep, moreover. I wish to try a few minor trinkets, she said. Upon hearing this, Guru Ajia's taut nerves gradually eased. She had no intention of negotiating the price, so she was not afraid of Su Wanli's potentially bizarre demands. Rather, She feared he might not offer her an opportunity at all. Now that she had received a positive response, she unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. As you wish, but the food must not be lacking. Eh? Su Wanli was somewhat taken aback. Is that an agreement? Aren't you going to inquire about what trinkets I mean? As for the food, 2 self-heating hot pots and 5 buckets of noodles, no negotiation. Su Wanli felt no remorse over the arrangement. A few minor trinkets, a few hours of late-night gaming, and a rapid climb in ranks. 2. Guru Ajia clenched her fists, her eyes blazing with fury, her delicate face paling. Impossible. 2 self-heating hot pots. Even those cheap women downstairs would never consent. Guru Ajia had always believed herself superior to others, convinced that even for identical services, she deserved greater remuneration. Yet for Su Wanli, it made no difference. You seem not to grasp your situation. Su Wanli grasped her chin, mercilessly exposing the facade she had erected. In this entire service area, no one dares to trade with you but me, and you wouldn't dare seek others for transactions. Therefore, my willingness to provide you with food stems from my principles. However, my principles are not bargaining chips for you. Do you understand? Guru Ajia leveraged his strength for protection, effectively dispelling the inappropriate thoughts of others. Yet, similarly, this protection also served as a constraint. This was Su Wanli's continuous observation of the petite woman's mindset. As he scrutinized the actions of the survivors in the hall, reflecting and summarizing his insights, leading to a modest growth, spending every day in the hall. His observations were not solely centered on Guru Ajia. Guru Ajia's pupils constricted slightly. This loathsome individual had changed. The Su Wanli of the past was oblivious to the intricacies behind certain matters, yet now, he grasped the essence of the situation with clarity. Most importantly, Su Wanli no longer regarded her with the lecherous desire for beauty. Instead, it felt as though he reveled in the repeated collapse of her psychological boundaries. Let go of me. After a moment of stunned silence, an overwhelming sense of humiliation enveloped Guru Ajia. With a determined effort, she pried open the fingers gripping her chin, her eyes brimming with defiance, resentment, and a hint of grievance. The food was scarce. Scarce? Su Wanli chuckled and shook his head. He scrutinized the resolute young woman before him, pondering for a moment before extending his hand once more to gently pinch her cheeks, playfully raising 2 fingers as if to appease a child. I'll give you 2 extra servings of instant noodles, but remember to behave when the time comes. The extra portions were not offered out of pity. The young woman's frail body could hardly withstand the toll of late-night gaming, and Su Wanli did not wish for their gaming session to conclude prematurely after just a couple of rounds. Providing a bit more sustenance would allow her to recuperate somewhat. All right. Guru Ajia bit her lip in agreement, finding the price far lower than she had anticipated. However, she had no intention of truly engaging in a second transaction. As long as she could secure the food, a little less would suffice. Let us settle on the food first. Su Wanli nodded. Suddenly, he asked, You're not planning to run away, are you? Without waiting for Guru Ajia's response, he waved his hand and turned back towards the dormitory to fetch the food. Standing still, Guru Ajia's heart skipped a beat at Su Wanli's words, nearly leading her to believe her cover was blown. Fortunately, she had maintained a stoic expression, revealing no cracks in her facade. A narrow escape. Before long, Su Wanli emerged with a self-heating hot pot in front of the young woman. He tore open the packaging and expertly followed the instructions. You will finish this self-heating hot pot in my presence, and the remaining one as well. The 7 servings of instant noodles will be provided at 1:30 tonight or tomorrow morning. Remember to take a shower before the exchange. If there's no place available, you can use some melted snow to clean yourself. Why should I listen to you? Guru Ajia instinctively retorted. Yet, upon meeting Su Wanli's indifferent gaze, her resolve faltered. Biting her lip, she acquiesced. Fine. The self-heating hot pot was more nutritious than the instant noodles. By consuming 2 servings before leaving the service area and resting well, she could likely restore about 70 to 80% of her condition. Thus, she could hasten her journey. By the way, aren't you curious about what the little trinket is? Su Wanli leaned against the wall, puzzled by the young woman's thoughts. A typical gaming companion would likely worry about their account being ruined by such a trinket, wouldn't they? I'm not curious, Guru Ajia mumbled, busily digging into the warm meal. Her boyfriend had always regarded her as an ice-cold snow lotus, treating her with utmost care and decorum. Thus, she naively assumed the trinkets were merely masquerade masks or assorted stockings of different colors and styles. What is there to be curious about? Besides, it only takes a few minutes to sort out. She couldn't be bothered to waste energy on such trivialities. Let us hope you're not frightened when the time comes, Su Wanli said with a hint of anticipation. It seemed the young woman truly did not understand. Did her boyfriend from the land of kimchi not enjoy adding a bit of flair to their interactions? Regardless, the foreign language lessons she had occasionally taken in the past were finally proving to be of use. Guru Ajia, with little regard for decorum, let out a loud belch. In less than 2 minutes, she had devoured an entire self-heating hot pot, leaving no grain of rice or vegetable leaf behind. This was still a restraint on her eating pace. Otherwise, she could have finished while conversing. As for the remaining self-heating hot pot, Su Wanli hesitated briefly. Perhaps in the evening. By then, the workers who had been transporting packages would likely cease their labors, remaining in the hall to tally their gains. It would be the perfect opportunity for him to exchange a batch of supplies, gasoline, diesel, or other easily transportable items. Additionally, he could discreetly provide for the young woman. Very well. Guru Ajiao wiped the red oil from her lips and turned towards the dormitory. She did not discard the plastic container of the self-heating hot pot, opting to take it back with her. There were remnants of broth and grease to tantalize her boyfriend, and once they procured instant noodles, they would disseminate information regarding the evacuation point, disrupting the order of the hall and creating chaos, thus eluding Su Wanli's control and seizing the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. The curtain was about to rise on a grand performance. Chapter 89. Complimentary return to the dormitory. Su Wanli surveyed the bags of food atop the beds and the boxes of beverages beneath. It was regrettable that these items could not be taken along, yet he felt little sorrow. Initially, a portion of various alcoholic drinks and snacks was extracted, leaving the remainder in the luggage compartment of the bus to prevent depleting their supplies and losing the source of return. If only he could return these items to the luggage compartment. He paused, realizing he had not inquired whether the Tunton Mouse could indeed place items back into the bus's luggage compartment. The storage space of the Tunton Mouse was indeed singular. Yet the bus's storage was classified as a special material storage, not occupying a storage slot, nor was it forbidden to store items. The contents of the luggage compartment could be accessed freely. Thus, by that logic, perhaps storage was permissible as well? He would give it a try. Placing his palm against the box containing Mount-I, he nervously whispered in his heart, Tunton Mouse placed the unopened Mount-I into the bus's luggage compartment. Storage successful, a familiar voice resonated in his mind. Simultaneously, the entire box of Mount-I he had touched vanished into thin air. Was it truly effective? Su Wanli felt a surge of joy within. He had been misled by the Tunton Mouse's singular storage capacity, falling into a habitual misconception, believing that once items were extracted, they could not be returned. However, the bus's luggage compartment was not a storage slot. The processes of storage and retrieval were not mutually exclusive. The only limitation was that exchanges in quantity or quality were not permitted. Nevertheless, returning was the task of the storage slot. By storing the items in the Tunton Mouse's compartment and then adjusting the quality or quantity, he could subsequently place the acquired goods into the bus's luggage compartment. One functioned as a functional area, while the other served as a spatial area. The two complemented each other. He decided not to rush the storage. Su Wanli restrained his excitement. Over the past 2 days, Yusahan had taken charge of their meals, well aware of the quantities of food and beverages around their beds. Hasty storage could easily raise unnecessary suspicions. He resolved to act before leaving. With ample space available, he aimed to gather more supplies. The bus boasted 2.5 luggage compartments, 2 full-sized and 1 half-sized, the latter being a smaller compartment. The dimensions of the full compartments were 1 meter long, 1.5 meters wide, and 1.5 meters high. The half compartment shared the same width and height, measuring 0.5 meter in length. The total volume was approximately 6 cubic meters. This capacity could comfortably accommodate 30 to 40 pieces of luggage, sufficient for him to carry away the collected resources. A click echoed as the lock turned. Yusahan, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, pushed open the iron door. Back already? Yes. She closed the door and set down her backpack, naturally taking a seat opposite him. Noticing the meager remnants of snacks on the small table, she stood to retrieve a few of his favorite treats, placing them within reach. Have you received the phones? 3 of them. Yusahan turned, opened her backpack, and produced 3 brand new mobile phones. These mobile phones were extracted from the last shipment and carelessly discarded in a corner, neglected by all. Upon overhearing a man express his desire to download some films, I took the initiative to venture downstairs to acquire mobile phones, laptops, and other digital devices, ultimately downloading approximately 100 highly rated cinematic works. New? Indeed. There were 3 new phones. 2 had been disassembled by Yusahan for downloading purposes. I deliberately reserved the finest one for the man. You may switch to a new one, I suggested. All right, Su Wanli replied with a smile, eagerly unboxing the device to test its smoothness and software performance. The tactile experience was quite impressive, living up to its nearly 10,000 yuan price tag. Do you remember that bus driver? Su Wanli set aside his new toy to address a more pressing matter. He expressed his unease regarding the disappearance of the bus driver's body. The girl was adept at analysis, and perhaps she could uncover valuable clues. The driver? Yusahan paused, momentarily perplexed. Hadn't he already perished? Why bring it up again? However, the mention of the bus driver reminded her of the incident involving the bus's disappearance. The man had left behind a considerable amount of food on the bus. For a moment, Yusahan was uncertain whether the man intended to discuss the driver or the bus's vanishing, and thus remained silent, awaiting further elaboration. His body has vanished. Vanished? Yusahan's gaze flickered as she quickly grasped the man's confusion. The corpse had lain in the corridor for several days. It was improbable that the people in the hall would have exerted themselves to relocate the body, and Xuanqi wouldn't have consumed it either. Xuanqi had frequently appeared in the corridor. If it had consumed the body, the bus driver's remains would have long since been devoured. That rules out both humans and Xuanqi. Suggesting the presence of other creatures around the service area? Other creatures? Yusahan nodded thoughtfully. If humans inhaled excessive unknown substances, they might mutate into Xuanqi. Similarly, could other mammals also transform into monsters after consuming too much? Especially wild animals, whose habitats are not confined to buildings, thus increasing the likelihood of mutation. Rats? Su Wanli suddenly recalled the rustling sounds he had heard in the hall a couple of days ago, which had resembled the gnawing of something by rodents. The issue, however, was that the bus driver's body had been placed in an outdoor corridor with temperatures plummeting below -30 degrees. The skin and flesh would have likely frozen solid. Could a rat truly gnaw it to pieces? Even if it could, it would be implausible for it to leave no trace of bones behind. Snakes? Perhaps mutated serpents? Su Wanli realized. Wild snakes could not be overlooked. The mutation of Xuanqi had resulted in an increase in size. Wild snakes might undergo similar transformations. A snake could morph into a giant python, devouring a corpse before retreating to a relatively warm burrow to hibernate, aligning with their natural behaviors and explaining the absence of any evidence at the scene. Shall we observe the corridor downstairs? Very well. Upon entering the hall, we encountered a few classmates returning, visibly shivering. They hurried towards the fire pit, where the snow on their clothes melted into water, saturating their garments and releasing steam. The boys sat on the ground, removing their shoes and socks, extending their frostbitten, discolored feet towards the warmth. Soon, the air was thick with an acrid scent that stung the eyes. Sihan. Two female classmates caught sight of Yu Sihan's silhouette. Observing her clad in a clean and refreshing coat, moving with a buoyant and steady gait, they felt a pang of envy and regret. Originally, they were all part of the same group. Do you think we could borrow some instant noodles from Sihan? Surely, she wouldn't lend them to us. Of course not. We chose not to join her back then, and now that we see her thriving, we seek her out. If it were you, would you be willing? Even if I were unwilling, I would have to try. If I go out to dig through the snow for another hour or two, my hands and feet will surely succumb to frostbite. Chapter 90, Collective disappearance. Time elapsed unnoticed, and the sky gradually darkened. Those who had ventured outside returned to the hall one after another, their faces etched with fatigue as they gathered by the fire pit, watching Shenbo and others tally their meager harvest. This was the food that a few of us had brought back from the truck. 2 boxes of golden meat floss pastries, 1 box of steamed cake, 1 box of cheese bread, all weighing 1 kilogram each, along with 2 bags of 10 kilograms of rice. Shenbo surveyed the weary faces around him. Due to the slower-than-expected progress in clearing the snow, he had to summon several influential leaders to discuss sending a few young individuals, who were in better physical condition, to the truck to select food packages and bring some back. This served 2 purposes. First, to ensure that those who had worked all day could return to share in the food and replenish their strength. Second, to ascertain the situation of the food on the truck and decide whether to continue digging through the snow. The plan received unanimous agreement. Shenbo led several young people, taking over an hour to reach the truck's location. They huddled in the truck-S compartment, unwrapping packages and uncovering the food. The results were pleasantly surprising. The truck contained a considerable amount of food. They made 2 trips. On the first, each carried back a box of bread and meat floss pastries, and on the second, they collectively shouldered the rice. The bounty from these 2 trips was sufficient to provide everyone with a hearty meal. That evening, they planned to cook a pot of hot porridge, allowing everyone to line up for a serving. Additionally, each participant in the day's labor would receive a piece of bread. After finishing their meal, everyone could enjoy a well-deserved rest, aiming to clear the snow by morning, thus opening a path to the truck to bring back all the bread, rice, and snail noodles. As his words settled, the hall fell silent for a few seconds before erupting in a chorus of cheers. Hooray! We have hot porridge to drink. Where's my instant noodle bowl? Tonight, we'll drink porridge until we can't eat another bite. Haha, on a frigid winter night. A steaming bowl of hot porridge, no matter how thin, resembling rice soup, could bring them endless warmth and soothe their weary souls. Rare smiles appeared on their faces. After allowing the crowd to vent their long-suppressed emotions, Chunbo raised his hand to quiet them. There were 3 places to cook the porridge, one at the convenience store, another at the snail noodle shop, and the last at the hamburger restaurant. Everyone could find their own spot in line. The glass doors of the hall were completely shattered, unable to be repaired, but the shops had roll-up doors and automatic doors that provided some degree of insulation, creating a barrier against the biting cold. This made them suitable as temporary gathering places, where everyone could rest after their meal. As for whether to spend the night on the first floor or retire to the dormitory on the second floor, that was left to individual preference. Once everyone scattered to various corners to queue for porridge, Chenbo gathered with Xie Zhongshu and a few others around the fire barrel in the hamburger shop as kitchen, frowning as they deliberated on matters. Today has not unfolded favorably. A total of 3 shifts were dispatched, comprising 15 groups of 4 individuals each, summing to 70 people. The remaining 10 or so frail individuals, or those closely associated with Xie Zhongshu, were assigned to transport gasoline at the service station, which lies a mere 20 to 30 meters away. The personnel who made the round trip encountered no peculiarities. However, among the 70 who ventured out to excavate snow, 4 groups, 16 individuals, have mysteriously vanished without a trace. Their whereabouts remain unknown. Bai Jidong at least mentioned intentions to head towards Malay Town and proceeded in that direction. Yet, the 16 individuals disappeared silently. We searched for footprints in a wide circle. Chenbo's expression turned grave. The footprints were erratic. Some circled around the parking lot. Others vanished into the brush along the roadside, and some even seemed to disappear into thin air. Strangely, there were no bloodstains at the scene. Bloodstains signify an encounter with harm, suggesting a physical assailant. However, the absence of any evidence of struggle is what truly chills the bones. Shall we venture out again tomorrow? Xie Zhongshu inquired, reluctant to part with the provisions aboard the vehicle. This truck contains a substantial amount of food, and should they manage to transport it all back, they could sustain themselves for several days, perhaps even nearly 10 if they ration it wisely. With such provisions, he could certainly entice Lin Xiaoling and her fellow female students into submission. No, Chenbo replied, shaking his head. His aspirations diverged from those of Xie Zhongshu. While Xie sought to control others through sustenance, Chen aimed to lead those who followed him to survival. The food they retrieved today, divided as agreed, would allow them to consume watery porridge for 2 days. After a day of recuperation, they could head towards the city. Reaching the city would afford them a glimmer of hope for survival. What shall we do then? Xie Zhongshu's expression shifted. He had opted for a strategy of elite troops, comprising youthful and vigorous individuals, yet their numbers were scant, only 9 in total. With such few hands, it was impossible to clear a path. Pushing through the snowwood, Xie Zhongshu glanced down at his frostbitten feet, swiftly dismissing the thought. You may rest for 2 days, allowing your frostbite to heal before retrieving the packages, Chenbo suggested. If the snow holds off, a 2-day respite would be the wisest course. Yet, they were uncertain of the weather to come. If it does not snow, the paths they have trodden would remain intact, and following the footprints to the truck would conserve considerable energy. However, should it snow, they would have to forge a new path, potentially facing deeper snow that would complicate their journey. I need to confer with them. Aware of Chenbo's reluctance to elaborate, Xie Zhongshu wasted no time in dismissing the others. You may leave first. Chenbo was at a loss for words. His sleeves had yet to dry. However, he did not linger, for he had little interest in Xie Zhongshu's affairs and needed to consult a few elders regarding their forthcoming route. What a busy day, Brother Xie. That fellow is burning bridges behind him. Su Xiaowen's face was ashen as the rolling shutter door came down. Originally, everyone agreed to clear the snow-covered roads and transport the packages. However, after much effort to traverse the path, they barely managed to retrieve a meager amount of food, prompting Chenbo to declare his withdrawal from the endeavor. He suggested waiting for 2 days to observe the situation. Xie Zhongshu, not wishing for a disastrous outcome, was equally reluctant to take risks. The silent disappearance of 16 individuals was far more terrifying than their encounter with the Xuanqi. Faced with the uncertainty of the monsters lurking outside, he preferred to reduce their daily food rations rather than venture out to transport packages. After all, the packages left in the truck remained untouched by anyone. Whether they moved them earlier or later made no difference. By the way, was T someone transporting gasoline today? Where is your woman? I'll go find her for a couple of bottles of diesel. She is not my woman, Su Xiaowen awkwardly explained. He continued, saying that he didn't know her whereabouts, but she should be outside waiting in line for porridge. Haha, brotherwin. I'll also swap for a bottle of diesel later. Count me in. Hearing the laughter of a few, Su Xiaowen smiled and nodded in agreement. Yet none could discern the hidden emotions behind his smile. Certainly, certainly. Chapter 91. Discussion in the sheltered hall. Su Wanli and Yu Sahan stood before the fire pit, deliberating their forthcoming plans. The evacuation points, Baijia Village and Jianghai City, were under consideration. Yu Sahan opened a packet of peanuts, a favored snack among men. What are your thoughts? Baijia Village? She hesitated to propose. The geographical location of Baijia village is indeed advantageous, she continued. Nestled on a hillside, it is flanked by a natural cliff barrier on one side and an uninterrupted mountain range on the other. The village boasts food storage cellars and access to underground water, making it an ideal refuge from calamity. Baijia village is not a viable option, Su Wanli countered, shaking his head. In the southern regions, villages named after surnames tend to be unwelcoming to outsiders, particularly to those from different clans. Conflicts often arise, and regardless of the merits, blame is typically placed upon the newcomers or those of mixed surnames. The repercussions can range from monetary reparations to violent confrontations. Given the current collapse of order and the incessant natural disasters, the villagers would undoubtedly reject the arrival of others. Exclusivity? Yu Sahan mused, furrowing her brow. I was unaware of this. If Baijia village indeed shuns outsiders, it would be unwise to proceed there. Despite Su Wanli's exceptional physical capabilities, he was not invincible. The threat of poisoning food or water, or the potential for the addition of hallucinogenic and incapacitating substances to the firewood, loomed large. Such treachery was difficult to guard against. What about the evacuation point and Jianghai City? He pondered. The merits of Jianghai City lie in its abundant resources. Numerous vessels dock at its ports. Securing a yacht could render the threat of the Shinshur negligible. Moreover, the refuge base harbors critical information concerning the Shinshur, unknown substances, and human physiological changes, which represent our vulnerabilities. We should provisionally designate it as our evacuation point. Yet, the refuge base in Yangcheng is currently under siege by the Shinshur. Would our journey there not be perilous? Yu Sahan expressed her concerns. The Shinshur depicted in the videos possess overwhelming strength and numbers, far beyond what any individual could withstand. Even with military protection, the potential for unforeseen incidents remains high. Indeed, danger is inevitable, Su Wanli responded, popping a peanut into his mouth as he gazed into the fire pit. However, the ongoing assault on the Yangcheng refuge base has resulted in the emergence of several secure areas nearby, and the soldiers are certainly aware of safe routes. A large-scale Shinshur attack on the refuge base implies a reduction in their numbers in the surrounding regions. In the shadows of the light, he continued, my effective line of sight far exceeds that of the average person, allowing me to detect danger sooner. Furthermore, one must not underestimate modern technological weaponry. Unlike what is portrayed in the videos, contemporary arms are far from fragile. Their most critical drawback lies in logistical support. If supplies of ammunition are consistently delivered, the soldiers would undoubtedly be capable of sweeping the designated areas clear of monsters. Regrettably, the thick mist outside has rendered the roads impassable, thereby restricting the logistics of ammunition supply, which has resulted in an abundance of defense at the refuge base but a deficiency in offensive capability. All right, I'll heed your advice. Yu Sahan slightly tilted her head, occasionally popping a peanut into her mouth to chew, her gaze lingering on the man's face. He wore a subtle smile, exuding a certain charm, combined with his towering height of over 6 feet and his upright posture. Let us procure some supplies. Noticing that most in the hall were enjoying warm porridge, Su Wanli guided the young girl directly to where Chen Bo was situated. Ever since their transaction regarding the rights to the gas station employee dormitory, this young man had maintained a distance, exchanging only the briefest of nods or greetings during their rare encounters, devoid of substantial interaction. However, under Ste Zhongshu's watchful eye, Chen Bo had successfully rallied a group of over 30 individuals, thereby carving out a portion of authority within the hall. His intellect and cunning were undeniably formidable. Su Ge, Chen Bo called out as he spotted Su Wanli approaching, rising promptly to offer a respectful greeting, showing no airs of being the leader of numerous followers. I am here to purchase some items. Su Wanli nodded, getting straight to the point. I have a water source in my dormitory. If anyone among you desires running water, they may exchange gasoline or fuel for it. Su Ge, are you also collecting fuel? Chen Bo inquired, somewhat taken aback. He had heard whispers about a woman gathering gasoline but had never paid it much mind. However, the notion of Su Wanli collecting fuel compelled him to ponder further. Is that so? Su Wanli asked, puzzled. Are there others in the service area collecting fuel? Indeed. Chen Bo turned, gesturing for the two to join him by the fire pit. His attire appeared substantial, yet its ability to fend off the cold paled in comparison to the quality jackets that Su Wanli and Yu Sahan had acquired. I wonder if you remember the woman whose boyfriend transformed into a monster. She is indeed collecting fuel, albeit in a rather different manner. Going home. Su Wanli sighed upon hearing this, choosing not to pursue the topic further. You need not limit yourselves to water. Other items of value are welcome. I shall offer a fair price for whatever you bring back. For specific pricing, please add my contact in the group for further discussion. A group? Chen Bo blinked in surprise, quickly realizing the implication. Is there internet access? He had been unaware of this development. his phone having remained untouched in his pocket for days. Today, he had been preoccupied with directing everyone's efforts and leading the loading of goods, utterly disinterested in checking his phone. There has been internet since yesterday, Su Wanli replied candidly. With that, he turned to inform the other two who were cooking porridge that survivors could exchange gasoline, diesel, or even tools for hot water, mineral water, snacks, and other supplies. In the fast food establishment, Xiaohao lay on the ground, his face pale and coughing incessantly, with fresh bloodstains visible at the collar of his shirt. The cold wind howled, causing the shop's rolling shutter door to creak ominously, accompanied by gusts of frigid air. Delicate snowflakes drifted into the store, settling upon Xiaohao's attire, the stark contrast of pristine white against deep crimson rendering the scene particularly desolate. Yu Sahan. By the fire pit, several students huddled closely together, their bodies trembling involuntarily as they extended their hands towards the flames in search of warmth. Upon spotting Yu Sahan passing by outside, one of them looked up, eager to approach, but was restrained. Why are you stopping me? Can't you see Yu Sahan is with that man? Do you think she would want to acknowledge us now? Why wouldn't she? A retort left the speaking girl momentarily bewildered. Why wouldn't she? The Yu Sahan of the past never cared about others' opinions. Yet, was Yu Sahan still the familiar Yu Sahan they once knew? Chapter 92. The peculiar woman in a convenience store where porridge was being prepared, a middle-aged man approached the fire pit by the side door, casting his gaze upon a woman of considerable beauty as he deftly offered her 5 liters of gasoline. After your meal, accompany me to the restroom, he said. His words elicited disdainful expressions from those around. The woman's penchant for collecting gasoline was well known. In fact, others sought to obtain rewards in a similar manner, not for gasoline, but for food, even if only in small quantities. Yet, the woman's allure, accentuated by her attractive figure, rendered her far more captivating than the average woman. Those who aspired to gain rewards in the same way had to either lower their prices or concoct novel approaches. Crucially, she sought gasoline, a commodity of little value, especially with a gas station conveniently nearby. This predicament made it exceedingly difficult for others to barter for food, fostering a sense of animosity among women towards her. The woman accepted the gasoline with a vacant expression, disregarding the scorn and disdain directed her way, quietly standing in line to receive food. She had grown accustomed to this treatment, or perhaps, one might say, numb to it. What a shameless person. Bah. Claiming she wishes to gather more gasoline to drive to Chilai City to find her parents. It appears she merely uses her family as an excuse to fill her own emptiness. Indeed, such a person had likely once stood on street corners, begging for alms. Get lost. Don't stand in line with us. It's truly unlucky. The majority of women in line harbored a strong aversion towards the woman's actions, openly discussing and cursing her in her presence. 2 particularly incensed women even spat directly at her, as if such behavior would cleanse their own conscience. What are you doing? The man in charge of serving the porridge, witnessing the woman's mistreatment, immediately reprimanded the uncivilized women with a stern expression. Do you wish to have porridge? If so, queue properly. If not, kindly step aside. The women huffed but refrained from further remarks, having been stranded at the service area for several days. They were somewhat aware of the unsavory, yet tacitly accepted behaviors that transpired. A fleeting taste of indulgence was worth far less than a warm bowl of porridge. Here, this spoonful of porridge is thick. I'll serve it to you. After chastising the unruly women, the man transformed his demeanor, donning a friendly smile, and carefully ladled a generous scoop of thick porridge into the woman's container. If that's not enough, come back for more. I'll also provide you with a bucket of gasoline later. Just remember to rinse your mouth. Huh, I thought you were a good person. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously reprimanded women began to mock him with sarcastic tones. They assumed he had ulterior motives, revealing the same sordid intentions. Do you not wish to receive porridge? The man, now flustered, struck the large pot of porridge with his iron ladle. Is this porridge yours? Who are you to decide who receives it? You're wielding a ladle. If one didn't know better, they might think you were brandishing a gun. The women did not relent in their retorts towards the man. They did not venture out to transport goods or shovel snow. Participation in the endeavor grants one the right to sustenance. It is not merely a matter of someone arbitrarily deciding to withhold it. Goodness. The man, subjected to the derisive gazes and cold laughter of the crowd, felt humiliated, his face flushed with embarrassment, and he was about to confront them with great fervor. Leave the iron spoon, a man in line interjected. They were indifferent to the prospect of fighting, yet they insisted it should not disrupt their porridge consumption. Do not be angry. Anger is the realm of demons. A few mediators offered their words of counsel, and the man, conceding, retreated after uttering a harsh remark. Fully aware of his inferior position, as that woman had pointed out, wielding an iron spoon, not a weapon. Yes, the iron spoon was borrowed from the neighboring chef. What else could be done but to stand firm? Throughout this exchange, the woman remained silent, clutching a steaming bowl of porridge. She bowed her head and moved to a corner, undeterred by the scalding temperature, and began to gulp it down. "Why do you only exchange for gasoline?" someone questioned, puzzled. Holding a bowl of steaming porridge, they sat beside her, unable to contain their curiosity while waiting for the porridge to cool. "Is it not better to barter for food?" "Gasoline. The car requires gasoline," the woman replied in a hoarse voice. Her throat seemed damaged, her speech reminiscent of someone who had smoked excessively or was suffering from a cold, creating an uncomfortable impression. Nevertheless, her meaning was sufficiently clear. "Do you wish to drive away from the service area?" the questioning woman exclaimed in surprise. "A car needs gasoline. One drives only when they have gasoline. But considering the road conditions and weather outside, can one truly drive?" The woman nodded, a flicker of light appearing in her dulled eyes. "Does a car require that much fuel?" The other inquired again, yet this time, she received no answer. She took a small sip of porridge, finding it still a bit too hot, and set it down to continue her questioning. "Are you headed to the refuge base in Yangqing?" "No." "Then where?" "Home. To Qinglai City. To find my parents." "To Qinglai City?" The person beside her fell silent, then muttered a curse under their breath before standing up and distancing themselves, unwilling to remain in the presence of the mad woman, who was unaware that the roads outside were impassable. If it were possible to leave via the highway, everyone would have long since departed in their vehicles. Yet the woman explained that her car was parked beyond the traffic jam, and she could drive a short distance to the toll station, then turn around and head toward Qinglai City. If she had enough gasoline, perhaps she could take her parents along to the refuge base in Yangqing. This topic was simply unresolvable. What did she say? Many inquired upon returning to the warmth of the bonfire. Many knew the woman was unkempt and that she was only exchanging for gasoline, but they did not understand the reasoning behind her choice. Given the current circumstances, bartering for food would be far more sensible. Exchanging for bottles of gasoline, was that not foolish? The gas station was right next door, and collecting gasoline in the lobby was akin to guarding a heap of gold while lamenting poverty. She expressed a desire to return home to find her parents. To find her parents? A few individuals were momentarily taken aback, gazing at the woman in surprise. Her explanation indeed left all present utterly astonished, far exceeding the bounds of their previous imaginings. At this juncture, each person was preoccupied with their own precarious circumstances, grappling with the struggle for self-preservation. Who among them could afford the luxury of concern for familial matters? Gradually, the animosity towards the woman began to wane significantly. However, amidst the crowd, there remained a faction that grew increasingly resentful. The rationale she provided was precisely the issue they had been desperately evading, unwilling to confront. They too yearned to return to their loved ones swiftly, yet none were willing to take the risk, nor even to it. An unspoken consensus led them to sidestep the topic. Astonishingly, these deeply buried concerns were laid bare by her, ruthlessly exposed before everyone, rendering the atmosphere profoundly uncomfortable. Chapter 93. The predicament of Lin Xiaoling last night. The supplies for the electric heater had yet to arrive. Having satisfied his hunger, Xie Zhongshu lay on the makeshift cardboard bed in the hamburger shop, feeling the biting chill. He rose to turn on the electric heater, suddenly recalling that he had sold 2 heaters to Su Wanli, who had not yet compensated him. Perhaps he should pay Su a visit. Xie Zhongshu, like many others, had forsaken his phone. In temperatures plummeting to -20 or 30 degrees, a phone became nothing more than a cold hunk of metal. With the power and internet cut off, and no obligations to attend to, who would bother to clutch a phone daily? Dressing in his coat, he opened the door and made his way towards the stairwell. On the second floor, at the stairwell, Lin Xiaoling paced anxiously, grappling with how to persuade Yu Sahan to assist in rescuing Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao had sustained injuries and had stubbornly ventured outside to shovel snow, exacerbating his condition. His exposed skin, including hands, feet, and cheeks, had suffered frostbite, and he could hardly keep down his evening porridge, even spitting up blood. Lin Xiaoling felt at a loss. Deep down, she believed Yu Sahan could resolve such emergencies. The sound of the rolling shutter echoed from downstairs. Lin Xiaoling turned, her heart sinking at the sight of a face she dreaded, prompting her to swiftly seek refuge. The staff dormitory of the breakfast shop where she once resided came into view, the door ajar. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed inside and shut the door behind her. Xie Zhongshu, who had just ascended, heard the door close and turned his head slightly towards the iron door, though he paid it little mind. The hall was bustling with clandestine exchanges. Participants gravitated towards the first-floor restroom or the vacant second-floor dormitory. With everyone having eaten and warmed slightly, seeking amusement seemed entirely natural. Retracting his gaze, he headed directly to Su Wanli's dormitory. The transaction unfolded smoothly. Satisfied with the promised reward in hand, Xie Zhongshu descended the stairs, scanning the surroundings for Lin Xiaoling but finding no trace of her. Regretful, he returned to the hamburger shop for a comfortable night's sleep. Gone? Hearing footsteps recede, Lin Xiaoling waited for several more minutes before daring to emerge. Hello, sister, she greeted, stepping outside to see a child standing there. Little Yang. Lin Xiaoling recognized the child. Ironically, the rift with Yu Sahan had stemmed from this very child. Had she not given him a morsel of food, there would have been no quarrel with you. No ensuing Cold War, and consequently, no subsequent events. Sister, are you playing hide and seek? The child inquired. I just saw an uncle go downstairs. Is he looking for you? Shoo. Lin Xiaoling, fearing that Xie Zhongshu had not ventured far, hurriedly placed her finger to her lips, signaling the boy to remain silent. Are you really playing hide and seek? The boy, deprived of entertainment for several days, was now filled with exuberance, clamoring to join her in the game. I want to play too. I want to play. Quiet, quiet. Lin Xiaoling felt a surge of anxiety. She quickly approached to cover the boy's mouth, wishing to stifle his words. You haven't even counted to 3 yet. The little boy scurried back into the dormitory. Lin Xiaoling's mind was engulfed by terror. She felt an overwhelming urge to cover the boy's mouth, prompting her to rush into the dormitory after him. Upon entering, a potent stench of blood mingled with the acrid odor of burning plastic assaulted her senses. Before her lay a body, no, half a body. The neck had been severed, and one thigh was missing. Little sister, do not blame your brother. A man with rough skin and calloused hands knelt before the corpse. That day, the women in the dormitory had transformed so abruptly. He had acted on instinct, gently pushing his sister aside to gain precious moments to escape. He never intended to harm her. She had sacrificed so much to find food for him, yet I am sorry. Little sister, may you rest in peace. I will burn more paper money for you and offer more tributes. His murmurs faded into the background as Lin Xiaoling gradually regained her composure. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed several pieces of smoked meat on the fire, then glanced back at the mutilated corpse. Her pupils dilated in horror. She turned to flee. Bang! The boy outside had already shut the iron door. Sister, you counted 10 first. I need to hide before I can come out. Hurry. Open the door. Lin Xiaoling's voice pierced the air. She pounded desperately on the iron door, yearning for escape. However, her commotion attracted the man's attention. He turned stiffly, his bloodshot eyes sending chills down her spine. A woman? The man tilted his head, scrutinizing Lin Xiaoling, then grinned, revealing teeth stained with unchewed flesh. He slowly rose, advancing step by step towards the iron door. Quick! Open the door! Lin Xiaoling cried in sheer terror, but she could not halt the man's approach. Minutes later, the man placed his phone on the bed. Come, lend a hand. We need to dispose of the body. Dispose of the body? Bang. Her instinctive question was met with a brutal kick from the man. Lin Xiaoling had no time to react. A sharp pain shot through her abdomen, and she curled up in agony, her complexion paling and cold sweat cascading down her face. Vile wretch. The man crouched down, gripping Lin Xiaoling's hair. She was forced to look up, locking eyes with the man's fierce gaze. Her hands instinctively clutched his, trying to alleviate the force with which he tugged her hair. Remember, do not make me repeat myself. Otherwise, With that, he slammed her head against the iron bed frame repeatedly until he was out of breath and finally released her. After a few more minutes, as Lin Xiaoling began to regain her senses, she dared not speak. Complying with the man, they worked together to heave the dismembered corpse out of the window. Once the task was completed, the man lay back on the bed, his face etched with exhaustion. I do not care how you procure it, whether through theft or trade. You must bring me food. Otherwise, I shall disseminate the contents of my phone to the group. He has made up his mind. With a life unremarkable, Lin Xiaoling, a youthful student, understands that to survive, she must heed his words. I understand, she responds with palpable fear. Not responding is not an option. Replying too late is unacceptable. A whisper is out of the question. She has endured several brutal kicks from the man, her abdomen feeling as though it might tear apart, and she dares not entertain a hint of doubt regarding his words, nor express any semblance of hatred. Remember, before 10 o'clock tonight. All right, Lin Xiaoling hastily replies, her voice trembling slightly. She cannot bear to meet the man's gaze, keeping her head bowed. Her eyes fixated on her hands, clenched tightly in anxiety. The dormitory gradually falls into silence. Before long, amidst the man's heavy breathing, an irregular snore emerges. After a brief pause of 2 minutes, Lin Xiaoling slowly bends down, cautiously gathering the clothes strewn across the floor. Her movements are gentle, almost reverent. Fearful of making a sound that might awaken him, with the garments in hand, she has no time to dress properly, stumbling unsteadily as she escapes the dormitory. As soon as she steps beyond the threshold, she can no longer contain the tumult of her emotions. Her legs give way, and she collapses to the ground in tears. The heart-wrenching, suppressed sobs echo through the corridor, evoking a profound sense of desolation and helplessness. Chapter 94. Male Companion? The foolish sister has departed? In the opposite dormitory, a small boy, who had been lurking behind the door waiting for Lin Xiaoling, peered out, gazing curiously at her lifeless figure. After standing still for a moment, he returned to his dormitory to rouse the man. "Dad, did you conjure up any food this time?" "Yes, of course. I managed to create it twice." "Did that foolish sister eat it all? Did you save any for me? This is your meat strip. If you call back a pretty sister next time, I'll reward you with chocolate." "Hooray, I get to eat meat strips." The child grabbed a somewhat charred meat strip and stuffed it into his mouth. The exterior was burnt, while the inside seemed undercooked, yielding an oddly unpleasant taste. Fortunately, his father promised him chocolate next time instead of these unpalatable meat strips. "Dad, I'm going downstairs to find Mom and warm up." "Go ahead." The man reclined on his bed, pleasantly closing his eyelids. He showed no concern for the child's safety, nor did he mind if someone snatched away the child's chocolate. He and the woman were merely partners, working far from home, moving from factory to factory as opportunities arose, sometimes at the same factory, sometimes at different ones. In different factories, they lived their separate lives, seeking temporary companions to share accommodations. The man paid the rent while the woman managed the household chores. They cohabited like a married couple, parting ways when the new year arrived, each remaining unaffected by the other's domestic life. However, constant exposure to such a lifestyle inevitably led to complications. This complication materialized when the woman gave birth to a child 7 months later. The man was oblivious to the child's parentage, as the child bore no resemblance to him. Fortunately, the child had a yellow complexion, with no obvious characteristics that could attract the village's scrutiny or gossip. "I earn 7,000 yuan a month, and there are 3 wives near the factory. Each wife receives 1,000 yuan monthly, and the rest is sent home, ensuring the family remains unaffected." Love was a distant concept, having drifted alone for too long. One inevitably sought the warmth of companionship. This encapsulated their psychological state. During holidays, they returned to their respective homes, seeking new partners in their labor. Despite this, their relationship was relatively harmonious. The man suffered from a concussion, while the woman often voiced her grievances, yet she did not leave. Instead, she tirelessly sought food and cared for the man. At this moment, upon seeing Lin Xiaoling emerge from the dormitory, tear-streaked and sorrowful, the woman refrained from scolding the man, directing her ire at Lin Xiaoling instead. "These younger and prettier ones are nothing but goods, Mom." Upon seeing his mother return, the child's innocent face brightened with a smile. He was oblivious to the complexities of adult emotions, yet he could feel his father's indifference. It was his mother who genuinely cared for and loved him. Thus, when faced with troubles, he was more inclined to confide in her. "Mom, someone stole my chocolate." "Stolen? Your chocolate?" The woman's expression darkened as she seized the child's arm, lifting him up and delivering a series of swift smacks to his behind. The food that had been snatched away was irretrievable. Even if the perpetrator were found, the food would remain lost. "Did I not warn you to keep the chocolate hidden from prying eyes? Do you comprehend how precious that chocolate is? You wasteful little thing. It seems you are simply asking for trouble." The child wailed loudly, though in truth, he did not feel much pain. Clad in several layers of thick clothing, the woman's frail physique lacked the strength to inflict significant harm. However, her frightful demeanor terrified him, causing him to weep uncontrollably. "Stop crying. If you continue, I will throw you outside." The child's sobs abruptly ceased, leaving him sniffling. "Who took it?" That very wealthy brother." "A wealthy brother?" The woman's mind conjured the image of Park Hyun-young. Their luxury car, a new energy vehicle, had been charging in the parking lot, and she had just seen Park Hyun-young park his pristine Panamera, prompting her to impart a lesson to the child. "Do you see, little lamb? You too must aspire to be a wealthy person like that brother." This statement left a profound impression on the child, who henceforth referred to Park Hyun-young as the wealthy brother. "Did he take your chocolate?" "Yes." "Damn pretentious fool." The woman's face turned ashen as she cursed. Pushing open the dormitory door, she was infuriated to find a man lying on the bed, indifferent and wearing a sage-like expression. "Your son has been bullied, and you can still sleep. What else can I do? In my current state, can I possibly contend with him? Then figure something out. I have a concussion. And you expect me to devise a plan? Useless." The woman stormed out in a fury. In the common area, the man invited the woman to duo Q, which required a payment of food as compensation. Since Park Hyun-young had taken her son as food, it was akin to an advance on his payment, and thus he must adhere to the rules, who said that only men could summon female companions for duo Qs, while women could not call upon male companions. Today, she would summon a male companion to ensure that the 2 chocolates were not wasted. 2 chocolates, indeed. That equated to at least 2 ranked matches. It is well known that women possess an audience advantage in the realm of gaming companions. while the market for male companions is not as favorable. Therefore, the woman resolved that Park Hyun-young must play 4 ranked matches to offset the value of the 2 chocolates. Does that foreigner have a particularly exquisite girlfriend? The man reclining on the bed suddenly showed interest. Propping himself up on his arms, he turned to look at the woman. He had a vivid impression of Guru Ajia. The woman in the passenger seat of the luxury car was unlikely to disappoint. What is the matter? The woman regarded the man with a mocking expression. Is the concussion not severe enough now? I have a significant concussion, but it's not. What do you intend to do? I will cooperate with you. No need. The woman uttered a remark, offered no sustenance, and turned to exit the dormitory, firmly shutting the iron door behind her. The glass of the dormitory window lay shattered by the frost, and some cardboard could not block the biting wind. She lingered for a few minutes before deciding to leave. I shall seek my own opportunities. The man bore no anger. At this moment, he felt little desire. Curled up, he closed his eyes and slipped into a light slumber. Lin Xiaoling returned to the hall, initially lowering her head as she made her way to the restroom. She tidied her hair and attire, wiped her face to ensure no traces remained, and then, suppressing her inner grievances, she walked directly toward the brazier where her boyfriend sat. Is this frostbite? Xiao Hao had been warming himself by the fire for half an hour, feeling somewhat revitalized. He then removed his shoes and socks to inspect his feet. Observing his toes and the tops of his feet, now tinged with a concerning shade of black from the cold, a sense of alarm rose within him. As a southerner, his understanding of frostbite was limited to images of fingers resembling radishes or cheeks reddened and cracked by the chill. The situation before him was foreign to him. Yet unfamiliarity did not equate to ignorance. Xiao Hao comprehended that the frostbite on his feet was quite severe and required prompt medical attention. With footsteps echoing, he caught a glimpse of his girlfriend approaching. Not wishing to worry her, he hastily donned his shoes and socks, feigning calmness while warming himself by the fire. Where have you been? I went to the second floor to find Han Wei, Lin Xiaoling replied, her gaze evasive as she sought a plausible excuse. Looking for you, Sahan? Upon hearing this, Xiao Hao refrained from further inquiries. He hoped for reconciliation between his girlfriend and Yu Sahan, as this would secure Su Wanli's care and protection for her. He no longer harbored intentions toward Yu Sahan. In the face of life and death, who had the luxury to concern themselves with trivial matters of love? Chapter 95. Fresh meat on the highway. By Ji Dong and his companions trudged along at a sluggish pace, the snow rising to their knees and even mid-thigh. This depth demanded that each stride be an arduous effort, requiring a high lift of the legs to advance. The exertion was immense. Not only were their limbs weary, but the snow had soaked their trousers and shoes, leaving their toes painfully frozen and gradually numb. Brother Dong. The tunnel is just ahead. A younger man gently patted by Ji Dong on the shoulder, his breath forming white clouds in the frigid air. Realizing that the other could not hear him due to the paper stuffed in his ears, he pointed toward the dark entrance of the tunnel. HM? Bai Ji Dong looked up, following the young man's gesture. Upon spotting the tunnel entrance, a smile broke across his face. Let us rest inside, warm ourselves by the fire, and change into dry shoes and socks. The other two, unable to hear, could glean the sentiment from Bai Ji Dong's expression, responding with a muffled agreement. Burdened with their packs, they laboriously took step after step. The short distance of less than 10 meters took them over 10 minutes to traverse before they finally plunged into the dark, empty tunnel. Before entering, Bai Ji Dong retrieved 2 iron pots he had brought, bending down to fill them with snow. He then hurriedly followed his companions with small, hurried steps. Why is this tunnel so dark? Is the emergency light broken? As they entered, their surroundings plunged into complete darkness. Bai Ji Dong muttered to himself, cautiously advancing. Fortunately, the path within the tunnel was not heavily laden with snow, making their passage considerably easier. Fire door. The trio soon arrived at a fire door, where one of them found the manual handle. Following the instructions posted beside the door, they worked together to slowly push it open. Aha! Quick, let us get inside. Finally found a place to spend the night before dark. The 3 of them sighed in relief, smiles lighting up their faces as they stepped through the door. They quickly unloaded their heavy backpacks, rummaging through them in a frenzy. Before long, they unearthed several bottles filled with fuel. One of them also gathered a few sturdy-looking wooden planks and ignited them with a lighter. With a crackling sound, the planks burst into flames, the flickering flames gradually dispelling the surrounding darkness. The bright, warm glow reassured the trio, easing their earlier anxieties. Ah, this feels good. They removed their damp shoes and socks, rubbing and warming their numbed feet. The path was too arduous. We covered barely 4 miles in several hours. We pushed ourselves hard, otherwise we might not have reached the tunnel before nightfall. There are dangers lurking at night. Had we not made it to the fire door before dark, our lives would have been at stake. Let us rest here for the night. This was the plan the 3 had agreed upon before their departure. Utilizing the tunnel along the route as a temporary refuge, They entered through the fire door to kindle warmth, resting and recuperating until dawn. When they would gather their belongings and continue towards the city, they decided to prepare some noodles, adding plenty of snow to ensure a hearty meal. For tonight they would indulge, sharing a single pack of instant noodles among the three of them, refusing to economize excessively. Quickly, retrieve it. Do not let it boil too long, one exclaimed, laughter echoing as they savored the prospect of warm sustenance after a long absence. Zhang Zongshu and Chenbo were notably stingy, barely allowing them enough to stave off hunger, as if dispensing charity. Their behavior was infuriating. As food was not theirs to hoard, those wretched individuals will surely meet their demise in the service area, one remarked. The trio huddled around the fire to warm their bodies before melting the snow in a pot. A portion of noodles and a large pot of water awaited them. While the noodles alone would not suffice, a generous serving of broth would quell their hunger. Suddenly, a distinct sound pierced the silence of the desolate tunnel, echoing sharply. Upon hearing the noise, Bai Jidong's eyes brightened. As the owner of a breakfast shop, he recognized the distinctive squeak. A mouse. Quickly, let us locate it. If we catch it, we shall feast on fresh meat today. The other two, filled with excitement, understood that while freshness mattered little, the nourishment from meat was far superior to mere noodles. Moreover, the mice in the service area could be larger than cats, and capturing a few would restore their strength for the journey to the next tunnel. There, exclaimed an observant companion, activating the flashlight on his phone to illuminate a shadowy corner. Goodness, not just one. How many? 2. No, 3 mice. Indeed. No wonder the service area struggles to find them. They have all taken refuge in the tunnel. These creatures were surprisingly cunning. Bai Jidong and his companions followed the beam of light, spotting several small figures crouched in the corner. The snow inside the tunnel was sparse, leaving the mouse caught in the light with nowhere to conceal itself. It appeared larger than the average mouse, approximately half a pound. 2 similarly sized mice lurked in the shadows, somewhat less noticeable. Marvelous! Bai Jidong exclaimed with excitement. Half a pound. Even after removing the skin, fur, and bones, we could have a substantial amount of meat, just enough for each of us to have one. This is certainly a feast, he declared. Let us each catch one. They hastily set aside their damp shoes and socks, arming themselves with makeshift weapons as they stealthily surrounded their quarry, each taking responsibility for one mouse. They dared not breathe heavily, fearful that their labored breaths would startle the little creatures. Cautiously, they approached. Squeak! The little mouse slowly rose to its feet. Its short forelimbs gently curled against its chest, and its gleaming eyes gazed at the 3 individuals, exuding a charmingly naive demeanor reminiscent of pet shop mice, devoid of the wariness and cunning characteristic of their wild counterparts. Ha! You're done for. Bai Jidong concealed himself behind the mouse, seizing the moment to lift his foot and attempt a forceful stomp, aiming to either crush or pin the creature down. He refrained from directly grasping it. These mice were carriers of numerous pathogens, and a careless bite could lead to a plague infection. Suddenly, the little mouse seemed to sense the impending danger. Its cries becoming increasingly frantic, and its plump body exploded with astonishing speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Bai Jidong found his foot striking nothing but air. Momentarily stunned, in the dimly lit tunnel, he failed to comprehend how the mouse had evaded him, as he searched for any sign of the rodent. A piercing pain shot through his calf. Ah! His scream echoed through the tunnel. The other 2 companions, startled by his anguished cry, turned to look at Bai Jidong. However, before they could approach to investigate, a surging wave of darkness erupted from both sides of the tunnel, rapidly advancing toward their position. The speed was astonishing, and in an instant, it enveloped the area before the fire door, akin to a floodgate unleashing a torrent, the black deluge swallowing them whole. Once the wave receded, the tunnel bore no trace of the 3 individuals. Their clothing, backpacks, and all belongings had vanished without a trace, leaving only a few pools of blood on the ground. A cast iron pot, and snowflakes drifting in with the wind, barely concealing the remnants. Chapter 96. Preparations before departure. Returning to the dormitory, Su Wanli and Yu Sahan meandered through the corridor, finding no valuable clues, and thus decided to deliberate further in their quarters. The day after tomorrow marks the 20th. When shall we head to the evacuation point? Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, perhaps. The service area is over 30 kilometers from the center of Milei town. And considering their pace along with the uncertainties of the outside world, it is estimated they would require several hours to arrive. Setting out a day in advance allows for contingencies. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Yu Sahan's lips moved slightly, her face revealing a myriad of This farewell might mean she would never see her classmates again, regardless of past grievances. The mere thought of never meeting again stirred an indescribable tide of emotions within her. Her heart swelled with mixed feelings. Memories of moments spent with her classmates flashed before her like scenes from a film, laughter, camaraderie, and the shared joys of their academic lives seemed to dissipate like smoke, evoking a deep sense of nostalgia. What shall become of these memories? Reining in her thoughts, Yusahan glanced at the boxes of beverages and snacks piled on the bed. It would be impractical to carry too many items to the evacuation point. Perhaps a few bottles of drinks at most. The rest, such as instant noodles and snacks, could not be taken in excess. This escape is not akin to a leisurely vacation. The fewer possessions one carries, the better. Bringing along high-calorie and sugary foods is advisable, while the remainder could be based on personal preference. Su Wanli spoke calmly. These provisions have backups stored in the special compartments of the bus. Initially, they had each taken a portion, leaving some behind. As for the food in the dormitory, if they could not take it, then so be it. As long as he survives and has time to store, he can ensure a continual supply of resources. Shall we each carry a travel backpack and a small bag? The travel backpacks are of substantial capacity. One is 55 liters, the other 45 liters. What does 45 liters signify? It is roughly equivalent to a 20-inch suitcase, akin to the small luggage many women choose. With a large capacity backpack each, they could accommodate provisions sufficient for several days. Agreed. Su Wanli did not refuse. He must keep the secret of his hidden storage space undisclosed, regardless of who it may concern. A large capacity backpack would help to obscure their intentions. I shall pack food and water in my backpack, while yours can hold blankets and a waterproof sleeping bag. Indeed, having reached an agreement, the two began to select their provisions. The self-heating hot pot and packaged instant noodles were indispensable. The former serves as both a staple and a source of protein, while the latter can complement the hot pot or be boiled for a quick meal, proving more convenient and space-efficient than traditional cup noodles. Chocolate, too, was deemed essential for its sugar content, which boosts dopamine secretion and provides emotional sustenance. Select a variety of items without bias, focusing on their nutritional value and whether they are instant meals, aiming to carry compact yet highly nutritious food. After a busy hour and more, the two individuals filled 2 large travel backpacks, leaving the smaller ones for later. I descended to bid them farewell. Yusahan remarked that she had fallen out with Lin Xiaoling, yet her relations with several other female classmates remained tolerable, albeit with a conscious effort to maintain distance due to Lin Xiaoling's prior experience. As they were about to leave the service area, with no prospect of seeing each other again, Yusahan wished to engage in a few conversations with them. Of course, it was imperative not to mention anything regarding the evacuation point, at least not before their departure. Yusahan merely desired to reminisce about the past, reliving the splendid moments spent in university, and to cherish those innocent yet profound friendships. Then, she aimed to conclude this precious chapter of youth with a satisfying resolution. You may distribute these items among them, Su Wanli suggested, pointing at the remaining pile on the bed. Leaving the food in the dormitory would only result in others taking it. It would be better to allocate it to Yusahan, allowing her to alleviate any moral guilt and take the opportunity to return a favor. That's too much, Yusahan shook her head. In truth, she was not miserly about sharing the food nor reluctant to assist her classmates. However, she was acutely aware that the quantity of food in the dormitory was excessive. If all of it were given to those few female classmates, they would undoubtedly be unable to safeguard such provisions. An abundance of food could instead become a source of misfortune. Handle it as you see fit. All right. Yusahan took a few chocolate bars and stepped out. Su Wanli remained in the dormitory. Seizing the opportunity to use the internet, he took out his phone and messaged the young woman across the hall, inviting her over for a second helping of self-heating hot pot. Just moments after sending the message, a faint noise emerged from outside, the sound of the iron door opening. It was subtle, yet particularly clear to Su Wanli. As the door creaked open, 2 indistinct footsteps approached, drawing nearer. The footfalls grew increasingly distinct until they halted outside the door. After a brief silence, a knock followed, quick and decisive. Su Wanli set down his phone, rose, and opened the iron door. Outside stood Gu Ruijia, looking slightly better, accompanied by Park Hyun-young. Ignoring Park Hyun-young, he turned to the young woman. You may enter. Yes, darling. Wait for me at the door, Gu Ruijia reassured Park Hyun-young with a comforting glance before following Su Wanli into the dormitory. Su Wanli made no effort to act covertly, allowing the iron door to remain open, thereby informing the vigilant Park Hyun-young of the situation within. As Gu Ruijia indulged in the self-heating hot pot, Su Wanli sat on the edge of the bed, tapping thrice on the wooden surface. Have you re-journeyed to the west? I have. Good. Don't be late. Gu Ruijia's eyelids drooped slightly, betraying no discernible emotion as she stepped outside with a half-eaten meal in hand. She did not bother to retrieve the spare key from beside the doorframe. It was no longer necessary. They were preparing to leave the service area and head towards the evacuation point. Unfortunately, Gu Ruijia's original plan was to conduct a trade for supplies in the morning and engage in a second transaction that evening. This way, after securing the goods, she and her boyfriend could depart the service area the following day. However, Sue Wanley's insistence compelled them to alter their plans. They resolved to seek an opportunity to slip away and find a vehicle to stay in for the night. Darling, there is still half a portion of rice and vegetables left. Sure, save it for when we return to the dormitory. Don't let that guy find an excuse to take it away. Sweetheart, what is Journey to the West? A literary classic. Does that fellow read classics? Chapter 97. Little Cutie, it was a little past 8 in the evening. Several shops had drawn down their shutters and barricaded their entrances, creating a sealed environment. The survivors, having finished their bowls of hot porridge, gathered around a fire pit that crackled with burning wood, discussing the inexplicable disappearances of individuals. Do you know why those people vanished? Why? I suspect they intended to pilfer food. Steal food? Indeed. Didn't Brother Chen and Brother Xia return today with a truckload of rice and bread? The paths they tread might have been exploited by some disloyal souls, sneaking along to the truck to abscond with its provisions. Preposterous. Do you think Brother Chen and Brother Xia are fools? They must have securely locked the truck before returning. Who could steal? True enough. Yet, I believe those who disappeared fell victim to the monsters. At the mere mention of monsters, the crowd instinctively huddled closer to the fire pit. The memory of witnessing a monster hunt down survivors still haunted them. Outside, the glass door lay shattered, and the cold wind howled relentlessly against the shutters, akin to a vengeful spirit demanding entry, heightening their already frayed nerves. Who needs to use the restroom? The sooner you go, the sooner you return. We'll lock up and sleep by 8:45. After a brief silence, a middle-aged man called out. The noise of the automatic shutters opening and closing could easily disturb the others' rest, so he advised everyone to resolve their personal matters before bedtime. I'm heading to the second floor to sleep, announced a man, curling his body as he stepped outside, clutching 2 bottles of gasoline. He was the one who had served porridge to everyone, feeling satisfied and contemplating sharing some of the gasoline with a woman, then retreating to the dormitory for the night. We're going to the restroom. A few individuals accompanied one another towards the facilities. In less than 5 minutes, the ones who had ventured out began to return one by one. The middle-aged man grew anxious, concerned that someone was lingering, and decided to wait a few more minutes while stepping outside for a smoke, keeping an eye on the restroom's direction. The corridor was devoid of any figures, but the biting wind mixed with snowflakes continued to assail him. Damn it, I need to find 2 thicker coats for tomorrow. The man took a long drag from his cigarette, its ember flickering uncertainly. The nicotine coursed down his throat, numbing his lungs and momentarily dispelling the chill that seeped through his clothing. Yet, the cold remained unforgiving. After a cigarette's worth of time, the man had glanced towards the restroom a dozen times. Once he finished smoking and saw no one returning, he prepared to head back to the shop to close up for the night. At that moment, a leisurely figure came into view. It was the man who had been serving porridge. Without waiting for the middle-aged man to urge him, he began to speak to himself. Did you see that just now? See what? The female university student in the restroom. What university student? The one who is a student. TSK, for the price of a pack of bread. It's a pity I only have 1 loaf. Had I known, I would have exchanged for 2. Let us seek her out next time. Certainly. At the entrance of the convenience store, a middle-aged man gazes at the individual, muttering to himself, a look of perplexity etched upon his face. With whom is this person conversing? A sudden gust of cold wind sweeps through, causing him to shiver. He turns to look at the vacant entrance. The lobby lacks glass doors. What distinguishes the inside from the parking lot outside? Could a creature have already infiltrated the hall? The middle-aged man swallows nervously. He awkwardly scans the store, observing others either reclining or leaning against the walls with their eyes closed, situated several meters away from the entrance. He dares not stand alone by the door, waiting. Instead, he presses the switch for the store lights and hastens to a more populated area, seeking a semblance of safety. With a soft click, the illumination of the store diminishes considerably. The central fire pit flickers, casting warmth and a modicum of security upon them. Hey, why are you closing the door? Isn't someone returning? Several patrons, still upright, inquire. Indeed, you promised to close at 8:45, and it is only 8:36. 10 minutes early. Several individuals who went to the restroom have yet to return. We can simply wait until they arrive to reopen it, the middle-aged man irritably interjects. Lately, many individuals have been on edge. He remains uncertain whether the muttering man poses a threat and wishes to avoid inciting paranoia over trivial matters, which might lead to discontent among others. He opts instead for a more sheltered spot, lying down to rest. When they return, do not turn on the lights. Others wish to sleep, he suggests. The middle-aged man gathers some cardboard and lays on the ground. After consuming 2 bowls of warm porridge and sharing a loaf of bread, he is spared the torment of hunger and cold. If he manages to secure a good night's sleep, he will be revitalized enough to handle more parcels and clear additional snow pathways the following day. Of course, this hinges on the hope of a peaceful night. Unbeknownst to him, The rhythmic sound of breathing within the store gradually stabilizes. Meanwhile, the individuals who had stepped out for the restroom return, causing the rolling shutter door to rattle. They remain oblivious to any lurking dangers. Gradually, the middle-aged man relaxes his vigilance. The eerie noises conjured by the thick fog merely possess a beguiling nature and are unlikely to inflict tangible harm. How did I end up causing trouble? A strange voice suddenly cuts through the air. Startled awake, the middle-aged man blinks open his eyes. Had he just heard someone whispering in his ear? How did I end up causing trouble? The voice echoes again. Fully alert now, he widens his gaze to scrutinize his surroundings. This is the peculiar sound born from the fog. Everyone had ventured out with small paper balls stuffed in their ears to shield themselves from the insidious whispers, preventing them from succumbing to panic and losing their way. But how can such sounds traverse the confines of the store? Wasn't he just standing at the door, completely unharmed? A mere illusion. Ignore it, ignore it. The middle-aged man quietly recited self-hypnosis, extracting a small piece of paper to block his ears. With his arms crossed over his chest, he arched his body backward, finding some solace in leaning against an object. Behind this middle-aged man lay another man soundly asleep. The latter was enjoying his slumber when he felt a small presence beside him, instinctively reaching out to touch it, thinking it was his wife. The sensation felt off. Why was it rather prickly? Had his wife grown a beard? A flicker of awareness returned to the man's mind as he gradually recalled the harsh reality that he was yet to marry. Then, who was the person in his embrace? Groggily opening his eyes, he beheld a muscular man whose chest was broader than his own, sporting a beard that was indeed coarse and bristly. He jolted awake. Damn, are you an idiot? Is there no other place to sleep? Why are you cramming in here with me? Get lost. If you dare to squeeze me again, I'll make you pay. The man's irritable exclamations disturbed a few nearby individuals, prompting them to turn over in annoyance. The middle-aged man slowly turned his head, revealing a face paler than paper. Chapter 98. Spreading the news. 9 o'clock. Second floor, staff dormitory of the hamburger shop. Guru Ajiao enjoyed a self-heating hot pot for lunch and another for dinner. Her spirits significantly lifted as she busied herself packing their belongings in preparation for a hasty departure. Meanwhile, Park Hyun-young, suffering from a resurgence of old injuries due to inadequate nutrition, lay in bed, occasionally groaning in discomfort, seemingly on the verge of deterioration. My dear. Guru Ajiao paused in her packing, crouching beside the bed to tuck her boyfriend's clothes around him more securely. I'll go downstairs to find some food for you. Don't. Cough, cough, don't go. Park Hyun-young's voice was weak. In his foggy consciousness, a few thoughts lingered. He could not allow Guru Ajiao to fall into the clutches of the beast lurking below. It's fine, Guru Ajiao whispered reassuringly, trusting in Su Wanli's intimidating presence. In truth, she was unsure why everyone feared Su Wanli, which left her feeling somewhat unsettled, as if she were losing control. Yet, the reality was, she had no other choice. Just wait for me calmly. She gently patted her boyfriend's blanket before taking her keys and stepping out. Downstairs, the shops were dark, and the corridors devoid of movement. They're going to bed so early tonight? Guru Ajiao wondered, frowning as she approached the hamburger shop, knocking on the shutter door. The hall was eerily quiet, and a sense of inexplicable fear began to take root within her. Unconsciously, she increased the force of her knocks, creating noise to dispel her growing unease. Damn it, knock harder, came an angry voice from inside the shop. Hearing another person's voice eased Guru Ajiao's tension slightly, and she quickened her knocking. Soon, the shutter began to rise. I'm here to propose a transaction. Guru Ajiao directed her gaze towards Xie Zhongshu, who lay in the middle of the shop. A transaction? Xie Zhongshu's heart raced, not with excitement, but with fear. This young woman was someone Su Wanli had his eye on. Regardless of her alluring figure or striking beauty, he dared not entertain any further thoughts. Having witnessed Su Wanli's terrifying methods of attack, Xie Zhongshu had labeled him as someone not to be trifled with. If the other party desired supplies, he would trade supplies. If they wanted an electric heater, he would provide one. He was more submissive than a mere subordinate. Now, with Guru Ajiao initiating a proposal for a transaction. What sort of transaction? Xie Zhongshu was perplexed by Guru Ajiao's intentions, or perhaps Su Wanli's information. Guru Ajiao, unaware of Xie Zhongshu's complex thoughts, lifted her chin slightly, her expression composed and serene. I possess information that can ensure your safe arrival at the refuge base. As she spoke, she subtly observed the micro-expressions of those present, gauging whether any of them harbored ulterior motives. Aside from the dark-skinned man, the others seemed relatively orderly. That dark-skinned fellow. Guru Ajiao furrowed her brow slightly as she looked at Xie Zhongshu. What do you think? Safe arrival at the refuge base? A flicker of interest sparked within Xie Zhongshu. In the past, he had no desire to leave. Here, there was food and women. He wielded power, acting according to his whims. However, now, the glass doors of the hall lay shattered, The women appeared increasingly haggard, their beauty and skin marred beyond recognition, and the supplies from the delivery trucks dwindled. To remain was akin to a slow demise. What news? Food. Guru Ajia extended her small hand, her intentions unmistakable. Are you negotiating with us? Su Xiaowen lifted his gaze beneath lowered eyelids. He was singularly devoted, his admiration for beauty unwavering despite the circumstances. He harbored similar desires for Guru Ajia. If an opportunity arose. No, it was not about waiting for an opportunity, but rather about creating one. He took decisive steps forward, closing the distance to Guru Ajia, grasping her hair with a fierce expression. What right do you have to negotiate with us? Before Guru Ajia could respond, a look of terror spread across Xie Zhongshu's face. He raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to Su Xiaowen. His voice lowered in reprimand. Are you seeking death? Su Xiaowen bowed his head, clutching his cheek as he retreated to a corner. I'll deal with you later. Xie Zhongshu had no time to concern himself with the dazed Su Xiaowen. With an apologetic expression, he turned to Guru Ajia, seeking to make amends. I apologize, my underlings are famished and panicked. Upon hearing someone mention food, they became a bit overzealous. Famished? Guru Ajia rubbed her sore scalp, her gaze flitting between the two men before finally resting on Su Xiaowen. Coincidentally, he was also watching her, his eyes filled with warning. This fellow was certainly not benign. Guru Ajia realized that this seemingly loyal dog was likely a concealed viper. Furthermore, Xie Zhongshu remained oblivious. She had no confidence in eliminating Su Xiaowen and wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. Compensation. She had come to the first floor solely for food. Once she secured provisions, she intended to find a place to hide until dawn, then depart. As for Su Xiaowen's motives, fulfilling Su Wanli's agreement and other matters would dissipate along with their departure. 10 loaves of bread. Xie Zhongshu reluctantly offered a gesture of sincere compensation. After speaking, concerned that the young woman might demand an exorbitant price, he strode towards the snail noodle shop without further ado. This is your compensation. Regarding the information you mentioned, I will need to consult with others. Is that agreeable? Good. Guru Ajia had already considered spreading rumors. The more people who knew, the more advantageous it would be for her. The two maintained a safe distance of about a meter as they approached the entrance of the snail noodle shop. Open the door. Xie Zhongshu banged on the roller door, rousing those inside. Don't make a fuss. Inside, a middle-aged woman rubbed her eyes and opened the door. Upon seeing Xie Zhongshu, her expression soured further. What do you want? We need to speak with Shinbo. Xie Zhongshu paid no heed to the woman's displeasure. Stepping past her into the shop and giving a few nudges to the sleeping Shinbo with his foot, Guru Ajia entered alongside him. She surveyed the facilities and environment of the establishment, discovering that it surpassed the dormitory significantly. No wonder these individuals never spoke of returning to their accommodations. What is happening? Shinbo rubbed his forehead, awakening. A piece of news. Guru Ajia withdrew her gaze and approached the central fire pit to warm herself, simultaneously informing others about the PA alert and the evacuation points. PA alert? What is that? I have no idea. Is there internet? How come I didn't know there was internet? Damn. Quickly check online for the situation outside. The dozen or so middle-aged patrons in the shop exchanged glances. However, upon hearing about the evacuation points and the news of restored internet connectivity, their expressions brightened instantly. Today truly is a fortunate day. Food acquired, porridge to drink, internet access regained, and news of evacuation points revealed. They promptly took out their phones, powered, and searched for information regarding the evacuation points. Indeed, there were scattered reports online. For instance, earlier footage of soldiers conducting rescue operations, which were also evacuation missions. But there was no reliable information regarding the exact locations of the evacuation points. Of course, Guru Ajia was already well aware of this. The location of the evacuation points? Food. Guru Ajia's words were succinct. Her small hand reached out again, her gaze fixed on the boxes of food. Chapter 99. The deal reached food? Shinbo followed Guru Ajia's gaze and immediately grasped her intention. He shook his head. This is our food for 2 days. We cannot give it all to you. The number of people he led exceeded 30, occupying half of the hall, and they had the largest share of provisions. However, these supplies were not for individual ownership. It was unthinkable to exchange the hard-earned resources of everyone for an unverified, or even unverifiable, piece of information. Half a box, plus 2 pounds of rice. Guru Ajia presented her terms. To her, these provisions were an unexpected boon. They had pots, and there was snow outside. With rice, they could cook porridge and meals. Adding some easily consumable bread. There was no need to heed the man's subtle hints of knocking thrice on the bed. They would take half a box of bread and 2 pounds of rice, find an opportunity to hide in the dormitory, or venture out at night to find a vehicle to conceal themselves, enduring until dawn before making their escape. 2 pounds of rice. Bo exchanged glances with the others. This condition hovered right at the edge of their psychological limit, painful yet not entirely unacceptable. Quite clever. After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly acquiesced. All right, where's the evacuation point? With a sigh of relief, Guru Ajia's expression remained unchanged. The central building of Lai Lai Town. The rooftop of that building has a helicopter landing pad and is also a waypoint on the fixed flight route to the refuge base in Yangqing. As long as we can reach the rooftop, we will obtain rescue and live a stable life at the refuge base. Lai Lai Town. Upon hearing this, the excitement on everyone's faces diminished significantly. It was a journey of several dozen kilometers. How could they possibly reach it safely on foot? Damn it! A middle-aged man slammed his hand against the wall in frustration. With the depth of the snow outside, the lingering thick fog, and the hidden monsters, hope seemed utterly elusive. No, a woman stood up in a flurry. She hurriedly searched for her misplaced phone. Didn't T by Jidong leave during the day? Let us try calling him. If there's a signal, we might be able to reach him and inquire about the situation ahead. Yes. The crowd awakened from their stupor and began searching for their phones to dial by Jidong or his colleagues. According to their normal pace, Bai Jidong and his group should have covered a few kilometers and were likely looking for a place to rest. However, it wasn't long before someone dejectedly put down their phone. Everyone, don't waste your efforts. It's not going through. The revelation sent a chill through their hearts. A foreboding sense of dread settling in. The last time the calls failed, it obstructed their information flow, causing them to squander the best opportunity to escape. And now, here it was again. Everyone, let us not overthink this. As the leader of the group, Bo quickly sensed the shift in morale. He spoke in a steady tone to reassure them. During the daylight hours, Bai Ji and his companions would certainly not reach the urban area. Perhaps they were spending the night behind the fire doors of the tunnel. The tunnel is equipped with fire doors, and given the poor signal reception within, it is quite normal that their calls could not get through, especially while concealed behind those doors. A stout man suddenly slapped his thigh, his rugged face alight with excitement. We can walk for a while and rest for the night, he exclaimed. This man, a full-time driver well acquainted with the conditions of the Guangxi highways, knew that the stretch from the Malay Mountain Service area to Lai Town encompassed 11 tunnels, some of which featured fire doors. These doors could serve as temporary refuge points for rest and recuperation. By considering the number of fire doors, the distance between two segments of the tunnel, and various environmental factors, they could stagger their departure in groups and certainly have a chance to reach the central building in Lai Town successfully. Who will set off first? Some young individuals volunteered to go ahead. What about the food? The plan was to retrieve all the supplies from the truck first to ensure there was enough sustenance for the journey before sending someone ahead to pave the way. So we'll depart the day after tomorrow? Yes, maintain communication. Inside the shop, the crackling of burning wood punctuated their discussions as they strategized their evacuation plan from the service area to the designated point in Lai Town. However, Bo was not naive. He understood that Guru Ajia, the sole individual privy to the evacuation point's location, could easily conceal certain details. Thus, they could not afford to relinquish the food too readily. We can provide you with supplies, but not all at once. We shall deliver them in portions along the way. Half a box of bread, 2 kilograms of rice, should suffice for the two of you until you reach the central building in Lai Town. Portion supplies? Guru Ajia's expression soured at the suggestion. Are you insinuating that knowing the evacuation point's location would lead to betrayal? Not at all. Bo shook his head earnestly. Rest assured, with Sugu around, no one at the service area would dare to misappropriate your food. This is merely a precaution and a matter of mutual trust. Personally, I believe it is wiser to pay for supplies as we travel. What do you think? Sugu? Guru Ajia raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. Isn't he just a vicious and repugnant murderer? Why does everyone seem so fearful? It puzzled her that Xie Zhongshu, despite leading a dozen robust young men, would cower before such a figure. Why are a dozen grown men intimidated by him? She questioned, her tone laden with skepticism. Who says Sugu is inferior to them? Xie Zhongshu countered, immediately launching into an elaborate account of Su Wanli's formidable prowess, as if the more he extolled Su's virtues, the more respect he garnered. Upon hearing the exaggerated descriptions, Guru Ajia scoffed, dismissing Xie Zhongshu's bombast. She contemplated how to leverage Su Wanli's influence for greater advantage. She was not so naive as to believe that Bo would settle the food supply in one go, yet daily provisions were not a feasible solution either. In an installment payment plan, an initial down payment is always required. Guru Ajia seeks to secure this down payment, intending to acquire a portion of the supplies to ensure a minimum level of security. It would be ideal to obtain the remaining items, but if not, there would be no significant loss. All right, let us first procure a portion of the food, she proposes. Bo concedes at the appropriate moment. The two engage in a lengthy discussion, spanning several minutes, regarding the quantity of food to be initially paid for, ultimately reaching a preliminary agreement. From tonight until tomorrow, they will continuously attempt to contact by Jidong and others. If communication is successful, they can inquire about the current situation ahead. If not, they will dispatch 2 young individuals equipped with 3 days' worth of provisions to scout the route while maintaining constant communication to exchange information. The remaining members will focus on transporting the packages, transferring all food and useful supplies from the truck back to their location. They will then rest for the night. The following morning, Chenbo, accompanied by Guru Ajia, will set off together. The day after tomorrow will see the departure of the final group. This arrangement takes into account the limited space within the fire doors of the tunnel, which cannot accommodate too many individuals simultaneously, necessitating the division of their larger contingent into 2 separate teams, departing 1 day apart while leaving markers on the snowy path. I shall come down to find you again the day after tomorrow, Chenbo concludes. Guru Ajia, with food in tow, turns and heads toward the dormitory on the 2nd floor. The proceedings have unfolded more smoothly than she had anticipated. Having underestimated the urgency with which Chenbo and the others wished to vacate the service area. Just then, Guru Ajia feels an unfriendly gaze upon her and furrows her brow in response. At the entrance of the breakfast shop, that individual is staring intently at her. How repulsive. Chapter 100. The blue candy. What trick is this little vixen up to? At the entrance of the breakfast shop, Su Wanli stood by the fire, gazing thoughtfully at the back of the young woman. Concerned for Yusahan's safety, he followed her to keep watch, while also observing the demeanor of others in the hall. To his surprise, he witnessed Guru Ajia spreading rumors. The breakfast shop was not far from the snail noodle shop. Earlier, when Chenbo and his group learned about the evacuation point, their voices unconsciously rose in excitement, disseminating the news around them. Standing at the entrance, Su Wanli had sharper hearing than the average person. He caught snippets of the young woman's conversation and felt a twinge of confusion. While others were unaware of the PA alert, he and Yusahan were well informed. He was also somewhat taken aback to discover that Guru Ajia had received the evacuation notice. Wasn't the evacuation point situated at the service center of Miley Town? Su Wanli pondered, tapping his fingers in contemplation. The selection of evacuation points was determined by multiple factors, including the number of evacuees, location, and priority levels. The Miley Town Service Center's evacuation point was strategically located between the service area and the central building of Miley Town, precisely at the edge of the area radiating outward from the evacuation point. If Miley Town were to establish another evacuation point, there would inevitably be overlapping coverage between the two, hampering efficient resource distribution during these critical times. Why had this little vixen changed the location of the evacuation point to the rooftop of the shopping mall in Miley Town? Su Wanli found himself perplexed. Knowing that speculation could never yield the right answers, he decided to follow Guru Ajia and have an earnest conversation with her. Are you staying in the shop? Or shall we head back to the dormitory first? Su Wanli inquired. Upon hearing the man's words, Yusahan's gaze flickered momentarily. She turned to look at several classmates who were munching on chocolate, hesitating slightly. I think I'll stay in the shop. Her emotions were quite complex. In truth, most of her classmates bore no ill will towards her, and she harbored no resentment against them either. Yet, Yusahan could feel the growing chasm between them. Perhaps, once she accompanied the man to the evacuation point at the Miley Town Service Center, these classmates would forever remain just memories. Very well. I shall close the door for you. If you need anything, just call out, Su Wanli said, ruffling the girl's hair. He discreetly handed her a bone-cutting knife before turning to leave. The few boys in the shop were in a weakened state, posing no threat to Yusahan. Yet he remained cautious. Having a reliable weapon would provide a modicum of safety. The photographs he had collected previously could now come in handy. On the way, Su Wanli pulled out his phone, seeking Park Hyunyoung's contact information through a group chat to request an addition. Upon receiving the PA notification, the young woman would surely be aware of the online news, and she would know that Park Hyunyoung was undoubtedly informed as well. I was hoping to gather more explosive photos, Su Wanli lamented. Guru Ajia's strange behavior compelled him to hasten his progress, serving as a subtle warning to her. Ding dong. Indeed, the other party quickly approved the friend request. Su Wanli wasted no time. He directly sent a few landscape photos saved in his album. Why the persistent request for a face reveal? This is the reason. On the 2nd floor, Park Hyunyoung, in a daze, heard his phone incessantly ringing. Assuming something had happened to his girlfriend, he forced himself to check the messages. Indeed, it was from her, but rather than a plea for help, it bore good news. She had successfully traded for a considerable amount of food by spreading information about evacuation points. There was rice. Such splendid news filled Park Hyunyoung with profound joy. The blizzard had ceased, food had been found, and evacuation notices were coming in. One good piece of news after another ignited a flicker of hope for survival. Ding dong. A friend request popped up on his phone. Initially dismissive, he noticed the profile picture seemed oddly familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized, wait, was this the individual he had added through his girlfriend's phone? For a boiled potato, he had surreptitiously taken a revealing photo of her. The crucial point was, after receiving the picture, he had not been given the boiled potato. How infuriating. Park Hyun-young, filled with indignation, switched his input method to the language of the land of kimchi, accepted the friend request, and began fervently typing a message to inquire about the female members of the other party's family. Ding dong. Ding dong. Yet, the other party was quicker on the draw. Before he could finish typing, several images arrived. The figures in the pictures were eerily familiar, so familiar that disbelief washed over him. No, it couldn't be. Trembling, Park Hyun-young clicked on the images. They expanded, filling the entire screen of his phone. An all-too-familiar face came into view. How could this be? As he recognized the person in the photo, as well as the unique angle of the shot, Park Hyun-young's rationality was instantly overwhelmed by an ocean of fury, his eyes burning red. What on earth had his beloved girlfriend been doing behind his back? More importantly, who was the individual sending these photos? Who was it? He clicked on the video call request, but lacking the patience to wait for a response. He set his phone down, threw off the layers of clothing and blankets pressing against him, and rushed out without bothering to put on his coat or shoes. He was determined to confront that person and demand answers from Guru Aja. In that moment, Park Hyun-young was gripped by an overwhelming fear, far greater than when facing the Shuanchi twice. His girlfriend had always been his emotional anchor. The thought of her being with another man was unfathomable. He tugged at his hair in frustration. Clutching a small knife whose origin he couldn't recall, his eyes bloodshot, he hastened to open the door. As he swung the door open, a hefty fist loomed larger in his vision. Bang! Thud! Park Hyun-young's cheek met the punch directly, leaving his head spinning and his weakened body uncontrollably falling backward. Who was it that ambushed him? A thought flickered through his mind. Bang! 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 However, in response to him, a series of heavy blows ensued. The corpulent woman struck several times, and upon noticing that Park Hyun-young was on the verge of drifting into a slumber akin to that of an infant, she hastily ceased her assault and forcefully pinched the acupoint on her opponent's upper lip. Soon enough, Park Hyun-young was forcibly awakened. You! Smack! Before the words could escape her lips, a resounding slap landed on her cheek, nearly dispersing her consciousness. Subsequently, she was subjected to another vigorous pinch at the same spot, followed by yet another slap. This cycle repeated 2 or 3 times, leaving Park Hyun-young in a state of hazy awareness, teetering on the edge of lucidity. Haha, truly effective. The corpulent woman exclaimed with delight. Rising to her feet, she hurriedly shut the iron door. Almost immediately, she retrieved a few unmarked blue candies from her trousers. You were the one who snatched my son's food. Since you cannot return it, let us adhere to the rules. I do not ask for much. Just 4. Merely 4 will suffice. Chapter 101. Guru Aja's complete collapse in front of the fire door on the first floor. Guru Aja cradled half a box of bread in her hands, her fingers grasping half a kilogram of rice. The joy in her eyes was unmistakable, though she suppressed the upward curve of her lips as she hurried up the stairs. A small portion of the bread, 10 pieces, was compensation from Xie. The remaining dozen loaves and half a kilogram of rice were rewards for conveying the evacuation point information to Chinbo. A significant portion of the bread and rice had been confiscated. The two parties had agreed to depart for the evacuation point the day after tomorrow, making staggered payments along the way, trading in 2 meals per day. The provisions in her possession were sufficient to carry her and her boyfriend to the service center in Malay Town, where they could reach the evacuation point. Once they arrived at the shelter, her boyfriend's status as an heir to a multinational corporation would alleviate their concerns about food. Her spirits were high. However, an unsettling voice behind her sent a chill down her spine. Guru Aja's body stiffened suddenly, just as she was about to turn around. A pair of iron-like arms clasped tightly around her waist and neck, rendering her immobile. A warm breath brushed against her earlobe and neck, sending goosebumps surging across her smooth skin. What do you want? Guru Aja fought against her nausea, striving to keep her mind clear. She repeatedly reminded herself, do not let anger take hold, do not let emotions dictate your actions, do not provoke him. They were nearing success. But the closer they got, the more cautious she needed to be. There could be no room for carelessness. Su Wanli's words were succinct. He traced a finger along Guru Aja's cheek, clicking his tongue in approval. Indeed, smooth and elastic. Guru Aja clenched her jaw, her fingers digging into the cardboard box with a tremor in her voice. Our agreed time is 3 in the morning. Ah, indeed. What a pity, Su Wanli sighed, loosening his grip around her waist. He was a man of his word, but trust was a currency exchanged only between those of equal integrity. Guru Ajia's evident intent to act against their agreement meant he would not foolishly wait until 3 in the morning. Moreover, the recent video request from Park Hyun-young had altered Soo Won-lee's intentions. As he released her, he reached into his pocket for his phone. Unaware, Guru Ajia's body relaxed slightly. Despite his repugnant demeanor, at least he had a sense of contractual spirit. However, if she ever caught the opportunity, she would not hesitate to sever Soo Won-lee's hand or tongue. Indeed, the tongue must be cut. Yet, considering his reliability, perhaps she could contemplate offering a local anesthesia package, just to numb his legs, to prevent any erratic movements during the procedure. The agreement was a promise made between two individuals. Soo Won-lee retrieved his phone, not in haste to show it to Guru Ajia. Leaning slightly, he once again encircled her with his arms. He stood a little over 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered and long-limbed, while she was a petite and charming figure at 5 feet 3. Soo Won-lee's slightly bent posture resembled that of the viral double-door boyfriend from popular short videos, tenderly embracing his petite girlfriend. What if you wish to reschedule our agreement? You are too close. Guru Ajia felt goosebumps prickling her skin. Yet, fearing to provoke Soo Won-lee, she refrained from admonishing him to step back. Suppressing her discomfort, she turned her head to distance herself from his breath. Release me. It's quite inconvenient for you to return to the dormitory now. What exactly do you intend to do? Hey. Soo Won-lee merely smiled in silence. Since acquiring quadruple the limits of his abilities, not only had his vision improved, but his hearing had surpassed that of an ordinary person as well. He could hear the raucous sounds emanating from the staff dormitory of the hamburger restaurant. Strangely, the source of the commotion seemed to have awakened some extraordinary trait, exuding an uncontrollable, excited growl. If Guru Ajia were to witness this scene, it would undoubtedly be the epitome of retribution. No exceptions. Can you guess what your little boyfriend is up to? Guru Ajia remained silent, tilting her head in silent resistance, yet a foreboding sensation brewed within her. It seemed her boyfriend was in trouble. Hey, come with me quickly, and no matter what you hear, remain silent, okay? Guru Ajia was bewildered, but the man behind her offered no room for defiance, forcibly escorting her upstairs. Upon reaching the second-floor corridor, her expression shifted dramatically. The iron doors provided little sound insulation. Behind several tightly shut doors, the sounds of uneven breathing and snoring created a disconcerting cacophony. Among these noises was a peculiar sound. The owner of this distinctive noise was none other than her boyfriend. Quickly show. Guru Ajia opened her mouth to scream, but her lips were immediately covered. Be quiet. Soo Won-lee's face was cold. Disturbing others is quite rude. Have I not told you to remain silent? Guru Ajia struggled desperately. She could not accept this. It had to be a lie. A fabrication. Her boyfriend could never betray her. In a fit of rage, she even discarded the hard-earned food from her hands and attempted to bite Soo Won-lee's palm. 2 minutes. Soo Won-lee firmly restrained the emotionally unstable Guru Ajia, gripping her chin with 2 fingers. Silence for 2 minutes. He eagerly anticipated this moment. From where did Guru Ajia's pride stem? Was it not from having a wealthy heir as a boyfriend? Her boyfriend, affluent, influential, and devoted, garnered envy and jealousy from classmates, friends, and relatives, all wishing to take her place. But at this moment, that exalted boyfriend was being pulled into the fields by a plump peasant woman. Oh wait. Guru Ajia was momentarily unaware of who was assisting Park Hyun-young in gaining ranks. Yet, she would soon discover the truth. Come on. Soo Won-lee, disregarding her struggles, led her back to the gas station staff dormitory. One hand covered her mouth, while the other twisted the knobs of 2 electric heaters. Then, the main event commenced. He retrieved the mobile phone displaying the video and turned the screen towards Guru Ajia. The angle was not ideal, yet the figures within were discernible. Guru Ajia's eyes widened in shock, her body trembling as she shook her head in disbelief, retreating slowly. Her complexion drained of color in an instant. How could this be? How could this be? In that fleeting moment, years of unwavering faith crumbled, shattering all her pride and confidence into fragments before the imagery on the screen. Guru Ajia's mind was consumed by a singular thought, to return to her dormitory and seek clarity from Park Hyun-young. Please, let me go back. I will comply with whatever you ask of me from now on. Sighing deeply, Soo Won-lee chose to mute his microphone. This mute mode did not render silence, but rather prevented the other party from hearing the sounds from his end. While he could still clearly perceive the movements on their side, returning would change nothing. What was the point? He retrieved a box from beneath the bed and unearthed a cherished silver bracelet, personally adorning the emotionally overwhelmed Guru Ajia with it. The 2 minutes had elapsed. Let us proceed. Chapter 102. Echoes of the past in the restroom on the first floor. Lin Shaoling, disheveled, huddled in the innermost stall, her face swollen and flushed with fear, trembling as she gazed at her phone. The screen displayed a chat interface. where the other party demanded she bring 2 loaves of bread to the second-floor dormitory by 10:30. The chat history included several short videos of scenic views. She stifled a sob, instinctively tugging at her slightly torn collar. Unable to seek assistance from her boyfriend for fear that he might inadvertently glimpse the messages, she had retreated to the restroom under the pretense of feeling unwell. After more than half an hour of internal conflict, fate had it that she encountered a solitary man entering the restroom. Gathering her courage, she pleaded with him, ultimately managing to procure a loaf of bread that he was reluctant to part with. Just as she began to regain her composure, a message from the man pinged on her phone. 1 loaf was insufficient, she needed 2. But now, all the shops were essentially shuttered, and everyone had long since retired for the night. Where could she possibly find another? What was she to do? In helpless murmurs, Lin Xiaoling pondered who in the service area could assist her, who could be trusted, who might possess food. Henin? A familiar face flickered in her mind. Although their relationship might be beyond repair, as once the closest of friends, if she were willing to set aside her pride and dignity to earnestly implore Yu Sahan, perhaps there lay a glimmer of hope for aid. Even if Yu Sahan declined to help, she would not kick her while she was down. Lin Xiaoling had never doubted Yu Sahan's morals or values. Yes, I will reach out to Henin. Switching contacts, she began to type swiftly. But no. After composing a lengthy message, she irritably set her phone down. Just days prior, under the pressure from Xie Zhongshu, she had carelessly revealed details that could ensnare Yu Sahan. Now, wanting to meet her in the dead of night, Yu Sahan's keen intellect would surely raise suspicions, possibly leading her to inform that man of the situation. Aside from Yu Sahan, Lin Xiaoling wished to keep her troubling experiences hidden from others. I will go to her. Yes, I will take the initiative to seek her out. I will call Henin to the dormitory to clarify matters. Several boys, bearing various minor injuries, had spent the day busy outside and were now resting in a cramped breakfast shop. Among them was Xiao Hao. The shop was small and closed off. If she were to share her experiences with Yu Sahan, others would inevitably overhear. Lin Xiaoling did not want to, nor could she afford to lose her boyfriend again. After tidying her clothes and hair, she made her way toward the breakfast shop, intending to summon Yu Sahan to the dormitory. Xiao Hao. Just as she stepped out of the stall, a familiar voice reached her ears. Lin Xiaoling jumped in surprise, anxiously smoothing her hair, and then recalled the stinging slaps that had left her cheeks red and swollen. She lowered her hair to conceal her face. Yet, she soon sensed something amiss. The corridor was empty. Where had the voice come from? Ha, Han, come quickly. The angle for the photograph is simply exquisite. Xiaoxi, your legs are so— I wonder which big oaf will benefit from this later. The bounty should not flow to outsiders. Let us indulge first, hee. A chorus of carefree laughter echoed. Lin Xiaoling's memories were stirred. This was when they had just arrived at the service area, still unaware of the severity of the impending disaster. A few of them were taking photographs behind the parking lot or playfully tussling on the bus route. Yet, why could she now hear the sounds of the past? Gulp. Lin Xiaoling swallowed hard, gazing at the empty glass door, enveloped by a thick fog. She dared not return to the breakfast shop and fled towards the dormitory on the second floor. A monster, it seemed to have entered. Inside the convenience store, an emotionally unstable man was forcibly restrained by others. Pinned beneath him was a battered middle-aged man responsible for locking the door. Why are they fighting? The onlookers looked on in confusion. Was tea their congee and bread for dinner? After filling their stomachs and learning about the evacuation point, shouldn't they unite and face the challenges together? Why were they resorting to violence? This scoundrel insulted my dignity, the man gasped. He was already irked when the middle-aged man had roused him from slumber. Did he look like someone with peculiar inclinations? Standing at a respectable height of 167 centimeters? Yet, he preferred to avoid trouble, thinking it would blow over. To his surprise, upon witnessing his retreat, the middle-aged man mocked him, calling him a mere peach seller, with words that cut deeply. In a fit of rage, the man pulled out a makeshift wooden club, striking the middle-aged man's head repeatedly until the commotion awakened nearby individuals, who intervened to stop him. Ugh! Ouch! The middle-aged man's jaw was dislocated, rendering him speechless. His expression was one of grievance as he pointed at the man, and then at his own mouth, seemingly attempting to convey something. Silence. Fighting is wrong. Save your strength for tomorrow's snow shoveling. You should also speak less, someone admonished. Gradually, the man's agitation subsided. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, responsible for locking the door, wore an extremely grim expression, casting resentful glances at the woman who had advised him to keep quiet. How could one speak with a dislocated jaw? Wait, something was amiss. The middle-aged man's pupils dilated. Did that woman hear him speak? I'll sleep over there. The short, stout man, growing impatient with the lecture, turned and lay down in a distant corner. The situation calmed. Others yawned and resumed searching for their sleeping spots. Ugh! Ouch! The middle-aged man gestured anxiously, but his distress went unnoticed. A woman, Annoyed by his fussing, simply removed her unwashed socks from the past few days and stuffed them into his mouth. The forthcoming 2 days are of paramount importance. No one wishes to let trivial personal matters impede the collective evacuation effort. Ugh. The middle-aged man, overwhelmed by the pungent odor of athlete's foot, hesitates to breathe, pulling the cotton socks from his mouth and collapsing into a corner, retching uncontrollably. How dare he strike me? I shall ensure his demise. A man, on the verge of slumber, suddenly opens his eyes. Did he just hear that middle-aged man express a desire to surreptitiously end his life? The adversary seeks vengeance. Damn it. The man swiftly turns his head toward the position of the middle-aged man. Despite the distance of several meters, the words resonate with alarming clarity, as if whispered directly into his ear. Even more unsettling is the multitude of peculiarities that should be readily apparent with a moment's contemplation. Yet, the man seems to have lost all capacity for rational thought, gripping the makeshift club in his arms, his gaze fixated on the back of his opponent's head, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Chapter 103. Fortune. At a little past 1 in the morning, the hallways lay deserted. Everyone had retreated to their familiar shops. Some lying down, others sitting, all succumbing to slumber by the warmth of the fire pit, seeking respite from the fatigue that had plagued them for days. The silence of the empty hallway was occasionally punctuated by the soft shuffling of a woman, dragging 2 5-liter jerry cans filled with gasoline, laboriously inching her way toward the staff lounge nestled in the corner. This lounge had been specifically reserved for her by Xie Zhongshu and Su Xiaowen. For the time being, she held the key. Should any other woman catch the attention of Xie Zhongshu or Su Xiaowen, the key would change hands, granting a new woman control. When Xie Zhongshu, Su Xiaowen, or their associates required rest, they would come to her for the key. With a soft thud, she finally reached the door. Breathless, she set down the cans and leaned against the wall to catch her breath. After several minutes, regaining a modicum of strength, she retrieved the key and unlocked the lounge door. As the door creaked open, the dim light revealed a lounge of scant space, with the floor cluttered by an array of gasoline and diesel containers. Against the wall, 2 rows of larger water bottles were stacked high, accommodating even more fuel. In one corner, a small area had been made ready, lined with cardboard and clothing, featuring a modest electric heater. Gasping, she thought, soon. Cough, cough. The sight of dozens of gasoline bottles stirred something within her numb gaze. She was uncertain whether the hundreds of bottles before her would suffice. Yet the thought of gathering more consumed her. Yet her strength waned, as a simple bowl of porridge from earlier had incited violent waves of nausea. Her stomach growled with hunger, yet she could swallow nothing. The woman recognized the signals her body was relaying, an urgent plea that she had reached her limits, that she could endure no more. At this moment, her sole hope rested in the notion that the gasoline within the room would be sufficient. We will soon be reunited. Yes, very soon. Seated upon the threshold, she rested, her ears filled with disparate voices. From the left, the voice of her boyfriend resonated warmly. From the right, the same voice emerged, yet it sounded stilted and rigid. Hello, I am your senior from the 3rd year. Welcome to Normal University. Here's my contact information. Please add me, so you can reach out if needed. Classmate, is military training exhausting? I just bought this chilled watermelon. Take it back and share it with your roommates. Oh, it's hardly worth anything. Don't hesitate. If it's too much, then please treat me to lemon tea next time. Junior, what a coincidence. Did you forget your umbrella? I have one, though it's a bit small. If you don't mind, we can share it back. Otherwise, the dormitory will be closing soon. Junior, I like you. Would you be my girlfriend? Don't be anxious. My parents are quite easygoing. We've known each other for over 6 years, and we've been together for nearly 4. I've longed to take you home to meet my parents and discuss the prospect of marriage. Let me share a little secret with you. My parents have prepared an enormous red envelope for you. When the time comes, you can share half of it with me. No need to hit me. Just a small portion. Oh, never mind. I don't want any. Sweetheart, once the wedding is over, we'll purchase 2 tickets for a world cruise. We'll reserve a sea view suite with a balcony, waking up to the gentle sea breeze in the morning and chatting while watching the sunset in the evening. It's chilly outside. You can stay in the car while I run inside. Don't worry, I'll order the snail noodles without the snails, add an extra portion of sour bamboo shoots, and make it moderately spicy. I remember all of it. Come here, give me a kiss. These are all familiar phrases. Yet, regrettably, there is no longer a boyfriend by her side. However, she does not feel fear from the echoes of those words. On the contrary, the familiar sounds stir a ripple in her otherwise numb heart. She was once an ordinary individual, leading a life similar to most others: primary school, middle school, high school, university, summer jobs, full-time employment. Her growth journey was quite tranquil. During her student days, she received shy love letters from classmates, was boldly pursued by juniors, and had public confessions from seniors. In her working years, she encountered subtle hints from superiors and faced exclusion and slander from colleagues. The beautiful moments and the unfortunate ones did not waver her convictions. The man she chose steadfastly did not disappoint her. Her boyfriend was emotionally stable, responsible, and occasionally created little surprises, adding splashes of color to their otherwise mundane life. She relished this existence. Their values aligned, they cherished one another, and their feelings flourished steadily. This year was supposed to be the year she would introduce her boyfriend to her parents. But disaster struck without warning, shattering their blissful world. Her boyfriend, as usual, went out to buy food but never returned. He passed away, leaving her unprotected and engulfed in unspeakable experiences. Su Xiaowen broke into her dorm. While others turned a blind eye, she was coerced and lured into the restroom, where the person waiting was not Su Xiaowen, but Xie Zhongshu. She obtained the lounge key and other lackeys. She initially intended to be strong, to face her boyfriend's parents, to provide them with explanations. However, as time passed, she gradually realized that returning to Qilai City and meeting her boyfriend's parents was no longer possible. She was unwilling to accept this. She felt rage. She resented the indifference of those in the dorm, harbored hatred for Su Xiaowen, and loathed everyone in the service area. This world had become tainted. The sound of footsteps echoed behind her. The woman restrained her expression, reverting to her previous numb demeanor, silently transporting the gasoline she had stored. Tonight's haul was relatively substantial. She moved 7 bottles and traded for 2 bottles remained here. A corpulent man arrived, carrying 2 half-filled 500 milliliters mineral water bottles, carelessly tossing them into the lounge before entering. Familiar with the surroundings, he found a spot covered in cardboard to sit down and switched on the nearby electric heater. With his legs spread and his upper body leaning back, he awaited the transaction in silence. The woman, without uttering a word, shut the door and turned off the lights. The room dimmed. Behind the man's back, she groped for a pointed fruit knife, measuring over 20 centimeters. Concealing the knife in her right hand, she crouched down, feigning preparation for the exchange. Seizing the opportunity while the man's eyes were closed, she gripped the knife tightly and thrust it straight towards his throat. With a soft thud, thud, she feared the noise might attract attention from others. Under the influence of adrenaline, her left hand clamped tightly over the man's mouth, while her right hand viciously stabbed him multiple times. Only when his body ceased to convulse did she slowly release her grip. "You are fortunate," the woman's voice was hoarse. Expressionless, she withdrew the fruit knife, letting it drop as she knelt before a barrel of gasoline, whispering softly, as if confiding in the man, or perhaps merely conversing with herself. "This world has become unbearably filthy. It requires purification. Fire can cleanse all that is impure." She took with her several iron and wooden rods hidden in the corner of the doorframe. One step at a time, she dragged them towards the shop, propping them against the roller shutter door. Particularly at the hamburger shop, half of the rods were used to brace the shutter door. When securing the fire door that blocked the stairwell, the woman paused, setting down the wooden rod, and returned to the lounge to pour gasoline into the corridor. Chapter 104, 2 minutes, second floor. Employee dormitory of the gas station. Su Wanli, bare-armed, walked into the bathroom to wash away the sweat accumulated from several hours of toil. Humming a tune, he indulged in a warm shower and donned a fresh set of clothes. Instantly, he felt rejuvenated and at ease. A fleeting glance at the unconscious Gu Ruijia stirred a hint of dissatisfaction within him, prompting him to avert his gaze and check his unread messages on his phone. Earlier, he had heard the notification but had temporarily set it aside, preoccupied with pushing the crystal. Primarily, Su Wanli was aware that the message was not from Yu Sahan, for he had assigned her a distinctive ringtone that he could easily distinguish. Leaving the hall, a friend request notification appeared. Su Wanli furrowed his brow, recognizing the familiar profile picture. It seemed to belong to that woman with a charming demeanor. What could she possibly want? The message lacked clarity. He paid little heed to it. Ever since that fateful night when the cold wave arrived, following an extravagant exchange of supplies with Xie Zhongshu, he had frequently received an array of peculiar texts. His phone had finally quieted down only after the power and internet were cut off. Now that the network had resumed, his phone buzzed incessantly once more. He decided to venture downstairs. With Gu Ruijia in a state of unconsciousness, she was unlikely to awaken anytime soon. Su Wanli removed the silver bracelet from her wrist, carefully moved her to the lower bunk, and draped a blanket over her to conceal her alluring figure. With a creak, he opened the iron door. The employee dormitory of the burger joint across the way had long since fallen silent. Straining his ears, he could discern the steady, albeit faint, sounds of breathing. How pitiable. Su Wanli cast a sympathetic glance at the iron door across the way. The previous animal-themed soundtrack had been distinctly audible to him, repeating 4 times within a mere half hour. The first 2 iterations had played without any intermissions for advertisements. However, Su Wanli's focus was not on the music. The hall had lost its glass doors, and the dense fog from outside slowly seeped in, possessing the peculiar ability to affect sound transmission. Logically, one should not be able to hear anything from across the corridor. Could it be that the fire door downstairs had been closed? The fire door was designed to close automatically. Knowing that the glass had shattered due to the cold wave, and considering that apart from Su Wanli's dormitory, which had a balcony for ventilation, the other dorms lacked independent balconies, they dared not open the windows. Thus, the fire door downstairs had become the sole means of ventilation. Some were fearful of leaving the door ajar, allowing monsters to ascend to the second floor, suggesting that they keep it closed. They believed that the corridor and the communal bathrooms would suffice for air circulation. Yet, every dormitory was stoked with a fire pit, burning raw wood, relying solely on the meager airflow from the corridor, which posed a potential risk of collective poisoning. After deliberation, those wary of encountering monsters opted to spend the night in the first-floor shops, while the remainder chose to remain on the second floor. Consequently, there was no dispute. Had the door truly been shut? Yet, as Su Wanli descended to the first floor, the sight of the firmly closed fire door made him frown. He recalled Lin Xiaoling. That individual had once carelessly turned off the tap. With a swift motion, he pushed open the fire door in the stairwell, only to find his footing slip unexpectedly, nearly causing him to stumble. Su Wanli flailed momentarily before regaining his balance. In the stillness, the air was thick with the pungent scent of gasoline. Glancing down, I noticed the walkway beneath my feet was slick with fuel, interspersed with streaks of crimson liquid. Following the trail of red, my gaze drifted toward the lounge. There, at the entrance, lay two lifeless bodies. A woman, her attire stained with blood, was pouring gasoline. The glass door lay shattered, and the fire exit stood ajar, allowing the night air to circulate through the hall. Survivors in the service area were either holed up inside shops or on the second floor, leaving the central corridor devoid of witnesses to the woman's actions. Suddenly, she caught sight of Su Wanli, who stood a short distance away, and halted her movements. Her lips barely moved before she resumed her task, diligently emptying bottle after bottle of gasoline, indifferent to the splashes staining her clothing. Intent on saturating every corner of the hall, Su Wanli frowned. Although the woman could not articulate her thoughts, her expression and lip movements conveyed a single word: leave. He recognized her. Her plight had once catalyzed a shift in his perspective, a realization that with the advent of the apocalypse, morality and law had gradually unraveled. She had sought him out more than once, openly indicating her desire to barter for food, yet he had chosen to ignore her. Now, she appeared intent on taking the service area inhabitants down with her. But why had she specifically signaled him? Su Wanli began, his procurement plan still incomplete. With Yu Sahan still at the breakfast shop, and his belongings in disarray in the dormitory, there were countless matters left unprepared. Most importantly, it was nighttime. The dangers of night were exponentially greater than those of day. He felt sympathy for the woman's plight but was unwilling to take the risk. Suddenly, she seemed to have been watching Su Wanli closely. In the moment he spoke, she produced a lighter and flicked it open. The instant the electronic spark ignited, Su Wanli's heart nearly stopped. Fortunately, the hall lacked doors, and the cold wind dispersed the gasoline in the air. That fleeting spark did not ignite the fuel surrounding the woman, but it had startled Su Wanli considerably. Don't be rash. He raised his hands, cautiously stepping backward. Despite his high personal stats, the slick ground left him uncertain whether he could outrun a fire's speed of ignition. 2 minutes. The woman's lips moved slightly. She maintained her gaze on him, and it was only when Su Wanli retreated to the staircase that she tucked away the lighter and resumed pouring gasoline. She was unconcerned about Su Wanli alerting the people in the hall. They were all ensconced in the shops or on the second floor. The hall's pathways and entrance were drenched in gasoline. Igniting just one spot would allow the flames to spread rapidly, engulfing all exits. Her only worry was that there might not be enough fuel to consume the entire service area. Madness. Su Wanli grasped the woman's intentions and understood the urgency of her message. 2 minutes to gather belongings and flee. He harbored no doubt regarding the veracity of the other's words. Turning on his heels, he dashed back to his dormitory to retrieve the belongings he had meticulously packed earlier. In a moment of desperation, he even forcefully detached the water heater from the bathroom, stowing it away in the bus's storage compartment, striving to gather any useful supplies. Before departing, he caught sight of the peacefully slumbering Guru Ajia on the bed, lost in a deep and tranquil sleep. Su Wanli, with a rough gesture, pinched the other's philtrum. As Gu's eyelids fluttered slightly, Su Wanli hoisted his bundles and swiftly descended the stairs in search of Yu Sihan. Wait a moment. Wasn't the generator located in the distribution room at the back? Su Wanli paused, then turned and hurried toward the distribution room situated behind the hall. In a world rife with uncertainty and peril, every useful resource could prove to be a lifeline. However, Upon arriving at the doorway and gazing at the generator set, which had been sealed with welding, Su Wanli left without hesitation. He might have been able to dismantle it forcibly, much like he had done with the water heater in the dormitory. The crux of the matter was that time was insufficient. While the water heater was secured with screws, the three-phase generator set was welded shut. It was simply unattainable. Chapter 105. The betrayal of a girlfriend in the breakfast shop on the first floor. Su Wanli arrived at the entrance, burdened with 2 travel backpacks and 2 school bags. Without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully pried open the rolling shutter door. With a resounding clang, the screws fastening the door frame were dislodged, and the shutter was lifted with a rush. Several individuals inside turned their gazes towards him. But Su Wanli's eyes were fixed on Yu Sihan. Without uttering a word, he dashed forward, grabbing her and pulling her out. Run! The bewildered individuals who had been stirred from their slumber were left in shock. They were astonished by Su Wanli's ability to so easily breach the shutter door and were perplexed by his silent determination to flee with Yu Sihan. Heading not towards the second floor but straight towards the parking lot, burdened with their belongings. Notably, Yu Sihan offered no resistance. It was no wonder she had garnered his protection, one female classmate pondered. The others, however, were less contemplative. 2 athletic girls approached the entrance, intending to pull down the shutter and secure their belongings. Outside, there were no glass doors. The shutter was their sole barrier of protection. But as they stepped outside, they noticed gasoline pooling on the ground. Whose gasoline had leaked? Inside the shop, Xiao Hao coughed as he sat up, surveying the room for Lin Xiaoling but finding no trace of her. He turned towards the 2 girls at the door. Where's Xiaoling? Xiaoling? The girls exchanged glances. Didn't she go out to the restroom a while ago? They had been engrossed in conversation with Yu Sihan, neglecting to notice Lin Xiaoling's absence. Hours had passed. She should have returned by now. Xiao Hao felt an unsettling premonition stir within him. The last time his girlfriend had nearly been coerced by Xie Zhongshu. He had been anxious about her venturing out alone. Now, hearing that not only was she out, but had been gone for several hours, he hastily donned his damp shoes and socks. The frostbite on his hands and feet looked alarming, yet it did not hurt when touched. Despite his unease, he was a university student unfamiliar with the concept of frostbite, but had a general understanding of his condition. It was severe. Once I reach the evacuation point, everything will be fine, he reassured himself, preparing to venture outside. As he approached the door, a peculiar sound reached his ears. Xiao Hao froze, glancing at the unobstructed glass door, realizing that the dense fog had seeped into the hall, causing auditory hallucinations. Trembling, he pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and stuffed it into his ears. Do you have any bread? The disjointed voice echoed. Xiao Hao hesitated momentarily. Was that his girlfriend's voice? It was not uncommon for the fog to mimic voices. As time passed, the sounds it generated grew increasingly human-like. Having been with Lin Xiaoling for over 2 years, he was intimately familiar with her various tones and immediately recognized the voice carried by the mist. But why was she asking someone else if they had bread? If the previous teasing remark did not capture his attention, then in conjunction with Lin Xiaoling's inquiry, it was impossible. Xiao Hao's complexion turned pale. The conversation echoed in his ears again. Bread? Of course, there is. Do you want some? You know what to do, right? I know. The voice abruptly ceased. The sound simulated by the thick fog had its limitations. However, those limitations were gradually dissipating, evolving from rigid distortion to a mimetic tone, now manifesting in the form of a brief dialogue. Not only was the mirage mutating, but the fog was also evolving in that particular direction. Had Lin Xiaoling gone out and not returned? Xiao Hao called out her full name. Even though he had roughly deduced the truth of the situation, he still clung to a shred of hope. A girl remained oblivious to the anomaly. She nodded in response. Xiaoling seemed to have left around 8 o'clock. Xiao Hao felt a pang in his heart. Lin Xiaoling, truly selling her body for a piece of bread? If it was for him to find food, he didn't know whether to feel touched or enraged. Hurry, open the door. What for? It was yet another dialogue simulated by the fog. The man's voice sounded somewhat familiar. Xiao Hao felt he had heard it somewhere before, but he lacked the clarity to recall, instead focusing intently on the voice simulated by the fog. I brought you bread. Wasn't it supposed to be 2? Why is there only 1? Everyone is asleep. I could only get 1. Let me in quickly. Damn it. If you can't find a client, then I will. What do you mean? Come in. No. Xiao Hao's mind went blank, even forgetting to breathe. What had he just heard? The bread his girlfriend obtained through trading was not for him, nor for her own consumption, but for another man. The conversation suggested that his girlfriend had initially intended to procure food for someone else, and in the end, that guy's words implied that his girlfriend. No. Xiao Hao's mental state shattered. Yu Sihan, he had not obtained. His girlfriend had become another man's woman? I must go find him. Xiao Hao muttered to himself as he stepped outside, unable to recall where he had heard that unfamiliar voice, only able to knock on shop after shop. Other classmates hesitated, not following. It was unsafe outside. Open the door. Xiao Hao arrived at the snail noodle shop, pounding on the rolling shutter door with fervor. In his subconscious, Shun Bo from the snail noodle shop possessed an abundance of food and was the most likely candidate to have traded with Lin Xiaoling. Finding the person who had engaged in that transaction would enable him to interrogate about the source of that unfamiliar voice. No, I can't wake them. The snail noodle shop had yet to open. The commotion attracted a woman descending from the second floor. The woman halted her action of pouring gasoline down the stairwell and walked briskly and steadily to Xiao Hao's side, skillfully covering his mouth with her left hand while her right hand plunged a sharp fruit knife into his kidney. You were fortunate indeed. To hear the footsteps echoing within the shop, the woman relinquished the twitching Xiao Hao and hastened her pace towards the staircase leading to the second floor. She twisted open the last bottle of gasoline and poured it near the threshold, connecting the gasoline in the hallway with that behind the fire door. On the ground, Xiao Hao's gaze remained fixed on the staircase. A memory surfaced. That voice he had heard upstairs belonged to the rural man with a child. During their earlier dispute with Bai Jidong, this man had spoken on their behalf, and Xiao Hao felt a sense of gratitude toward him. Could it be that his girlfriend had known back then? Xiao Hao's vision began to blur. Regret washed over him. If only. In the initial days of the catastrophe, he had acted with more maturity, refraining from isolating Yu Sahan, speaking up when she was harassed by other men, and choosing to believe in her when Lin Xiaoling made mistakes. Would their fates have diverged? Xiao Hao possessed a high degree of emotional intelligence. He bore a sense of responsibility that many of his peers lacked. Yet, he still required growth. Had it not been for the disaster, Xiao Hao would have matured and become more responsible through the trials he faced. However, the calamity did not afford him the luxury of time for growth. Chapter 106. The Break Second Floor. Gas Station Employee Dormitory. Gu Ruijia's philtrum was painfully pinched, stirring her from a languid slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of the wooden bed slats above her. Her body felt warmly enveloped, a sensation she had not experienced in ages. Cocooned in a sumptuous quilt that caressed her skin with its softness, making it difficult to part ways. A brief moment of bewilderment followed. Gu Ruijia recalled an experience that had fundamentally altered her perceptions. Instinctively, she sat up, her brow furrowing into a straight line. The world of adulthood is indeed harsh. Xianying. The thought of her boyfriend prompted her to struggle out of bed. A glance around revealed only a single oversized trench coat intact on the floor, while the rest of her clothes lay in tatters, rendered utterly unwearable. Beast, she cursed under her breath, clutching the quilt. She made her way to the balcony and measured steps. On the balcony hung several articles of washed clothing, including thermal wear and outer garments. Not yet dry? She retrieved 2 pieces of thermal wear. One was dry, while the hem of the other was frozen solid. She donned the dry piece and layered the one with ice shavings over it. The garments were rather large, the inner layer tucked into her jeans, while the outer one was worn normally. This way, she need not fear the melting ice soaking through to the other clothes as the temperature rose. There was but one outer jacket, a leather coat, which she also pulled on for warmth. Once dressed, she draped the trench coat over herself for concealment. It should be unnoticeable. Gu Ruijia, wrapped in the trench coat, ventured outside. As she passed the lower bunk, she noticed half a box of bread and half a pound of rice. These provisions had originally fallen in the hallway. That fellow must have picked them up. In addition to the bread and rice, the bed was strewn with 10 servings of self-heating hot pot and a bucket of chocolates. A wry smile graced Gu Ruijia's lips as she realized the surplus food was likely a reward. She refrained from taking any, instead leaning against the iron frame of the bed as she moved out. She needed to confront her boyfriend and seek clarity. She had to ask him why he was entangled with that overweight, greasy woman. In the video, Park Xianying did not seem reluctant. On the contrary, he appeared to be immersed in the affair, as if harboring some peculiar, abnormal interest. As she raised her hand to unlock the iron door, the bloodstains on her wrist caught her eye. Disturbing images flashed through her mind. Clenching her teeth, Gu Ruijia opened the door and stepped outside. Baby. The iron door of the dormitory diagonally opposite was ajar. Park Xianying, his cheeks swollen and red, was trembling as he picked up trash from the floor. Upon hearing the sound of the door, he instinctively looked up. Seeing his beloved emerge from the dormitory of the very person who made him feel inferior sent a heavy weight crashing down upon him. As if a colossal golf course had suddenly appeared, obliterating all his rational thought and psychological defenses. Why? With a snarl, he charged forward, heedless of the consequences. Raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap. The sharp sound of the slap echoed through the corridor. Having just concluded a tumultuous encounter, Park Hyun-young gazed upon his girlfriend's pale visage, marred by the imprint of a hand, and a wave of guilt washed over him. Yet, Upon seeing the leather jacket concealed beneath her trench coat, his eyes welled with fury. That very jacket belonged to Su Wanli, did it not? The last remnants of his reason crumbled, his remorse obliterated by a surge of rage. The woman he cherished, whom he had always regarded as a pure and pristine being akin to a snow lotus, had been sullied by a contemptible wretch. Unforgivable, unacceptable, especially considering the intimate camaraderie shared with Su Wanli, even in the most private of moments. The mere thought sent his heart racing with indignation. Where was that scoundrel? Where? Park Hyun-young's mind fixated on a singular thought: to stab him. To stab him. First, he would slay the despicable man, subjecting him to 1,000 torturous deaths. Then, he would turn his wrath upon Guru Ajia. The love he once harbored for Guru Ajia was now matched only by his loathing. What about that woman? Guru Ajia retorted. She refrained from elucidating or concealing the events of her past. In the moment her boyfriend struck without hesitation, any explanation felt utterly futile. All she yearned to know was why her boyfriend had entangled himself with that woman. However, before he could respond, she offered a self-deprecating smile. Did the answer truly matter? It no longer did. She had sacrificed everything to care for the injured man while striving to shield herself from humiliation. Tonight was meant to be the closest they had come to executing their plan, a night to facilitate their departure from the service area to the evacuation point. Guru Ajia had even temporarily set aside her desire for vengeance against Su Wanli. And yet, what was the outcome? Her boyfriend, hidden away in the dormitory, had taken pleasure in the company of that grotesquely overweight middle-aged woman while she was out disseminating information. No, it was not a furtive affair. There was no intent to conceal. Even before losing consciousness, she could still hear her boyfriend's disgraceful voice echoing in the corridor. What woman? Park Hyun-young's expression flickered with panic. He was unaware that, prior to the incident, his video call had been answered by Su Wanli. But soon enough, his fury surged once more, overwhelming his reason. I'm asking you a question. Is that guy in the dormitory? At this moment, all he desired was to reduce Su Wanli to a mere pulp, especially those few pounds of flesh, which he envisioned feeding to the dogs. With this thought, Park Hyun-young strode purposefully towards the gas station employee dormitory, which had been left ajar. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the food on the lower bunk. A startled exclamation erupted from outside. So much food. The rotund middle-aged woman rushed to the dormitory entrance, greedily surveying the provisions on the bed, attempting to block the doorway. 2 servings of self-heating hot pot. I'll take 8 portions. This is my reward, so don't even think about cheating me. 8 portions? Guru Ajia's swollen face bore a scornful expression, yet her eyes reflected sorrow. Without uttering another word, she stumbled out, lost in despair. What nonsense are you spouting? Park Hyun-young searched in vain for Su Wanli, then attempted to stop Guru Ajia. He shoved the woman blocking the entrance, but instead of moving her, he stumbled back, causing the small knife in his hand to fall. Does she no longer desire the self-heating hot pot? The overweight woman, indifferent to Park Hyun-young's scratching, beamed as she produced a small blue candy. Come on, just one more time, and you can give me the self-heating hot pot. This was one of her few candies, her meager lifeline. Yet, with 10 self-heating hot pots at her disposal, there was no need to bargain with those loathsome men. Earning 2 self-heating hot pots in just a few minutes was a rare stroke of fortune. Get lost. Park Hyun-young glanced around, searching for a suitable weapon. With no weapon at hand, he was no match for the hefty figure blocking the doorway. The small knife was nowhere to be found, and the only potential armament in the dormitory was a silver bracelet hanging from the iron post by the bed. This bracelet. He recalled the marks on his girlfriend's wrist. His heart clenched painfully, a wave of suffocating despair enveloping him. You truly have a fondness for this. The overweight woman observed Park Hyun-young's fixation on the open silver bracelet, laughing as she removed it, approaching with an expression of understanding. Get lost. Slap. 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 The woman had become increasingly adept at subduing Park Hyun-young. She raised her hand to deliver a few slaps, then pinched his philtrum to feed him candy. Finally, it was time to concoct some pickled vegetables. Chapter 107. Flowers in the thick fog on the first floor, the glass door shattered, forcing everyone to retreat into the store or the vacant dormitory on the second floor. The hallways lay desolate, devoid of any lingering presence. Guru Ajia walked outside, her eyes vacant. Behind her, a silhouette emerged silently. A familiar scent wafted through the air. The woman tilted her head, scrutinizing Guru Ajia, catching a whiff of a scent that resonated with her own, a profound despair, an aura that seemed alien to the ordinary. The sharp fruit knife in her hand was lowered gradually. Open the door. At that moment, at the entrance of the snail noodle shop, an emotionally unstable Xiao Hao pounded frantically on the roll-up door. The woman immediately pivoted, her footsteps approaching Xiao Hao. Guru Ajia remained oblivious to the brush with death she had just experienced. Perhaps, even if she were aware, it would matter little. She could not find a reason to continue living. Stepping through the shattered glass door, she walked deliberately into the untouched snow. As she distanced herself from the service area, a series of strange, unfamiliar sounds began to echo in her ears. The thick fog obscured her vision, occasionally revealing indistinct figures. Yet, Guru Ajia, steeped in despair, felt no fear. Like a living corpse, she trudged onward. Within less than a minute of Guru Ajia's departure from the hall, smoke began to billow in every corner of the room. Screams and wails rose and fell in a haunting chorus. The first to attempt the door was not Chen Bo and his companions, awakened by Xiaohao's racket, but rather the patrons of the convenience store. A middle-aged man, his jaw dislocated, was fatally stabbed. A single thrust severed his throat. Blood soaked through the cardboard, spilling onto another person lying beside him, awakening them to the horror. Has someone been killed? The scream pierced the air. The service area was not merely the site of one death. Just moments ago, a man who had been reminding others to use the restroom had transformed into a cold corpse, prompting women to instinctively scream in terror. Murder! The cry shattered the night. Outside, flames ignited, illuminating the scene not with electric light but with fierce, searing fire. What is all this noise? What is happening? Is there a fire outside? The clamor and brilliant light roused the remaining occupants of the shops. Several ill-tempered individuals cursed as they rose, only to be met with the sight of flames spreading. Their gazes momentarily glazed over in disbelief. No wonder they had been sleeping so soundly. The fire outside had raised the temperature in the hall. Fire. Cough, cough. There is a fire. Before long, a woman, choking on the smoke, screamed for others to awaken. Her voice jolted the others from their slumber. The anger and drowsiness that had clouded their minds were swiftly redirected by the sight of flames and smoke. After staring outside for a while, realization dawned upon them, and they began to shout and pound on the door, some even trampling over those still deeply asleep. Frantically rushing towards the roll-up door. Who stepped on me? Open the roll-up door quickly. The power outage rendered the button ineffective in opening the roller shutter door. Where are the keys? Hurry, grab the keys. At this moment, there is no time for keys. Just pry the door open. Step aside. Let me take charge. Everyone, cover your mouths and noses with damp towels. Panic-stricken cries shattered the midnight tranquility. Even those with the deepest slumber awoke and joined the desperate efforts for self-rescue. The generator had been deliberately shut down. Several shops found their roller shutters powerless, relying solely on tools to force them open. Success. A young man pried open the lock and reached to pull the door, only to recoil instinctively as his palm met the shutter. The sizzling sound indicating severe burns from mere seconds of contact. I'll handle it. A middle-aged man in his 40s, with hands wrapped in damp cloth, bent down and exerted all his strength to lift the roller shutter. Strangely, despite the lock being pried open, the shutter remained obstinately closed, no matter how hard he tried. In such dire circumstances, no one suspected him of playing a prank. A few quick-thinking individuals, disregarding the dangers of inhaling smoke and dust, unwrapped their damp cloths from their mouths and wrapped them around their palms, hastening to kneel beside the man to assist in lifting the door. However, their combined efforts proved futile. Break the window. After several fruitless attempts, someone clenched their fist and struck the glass. The convenience store had an abundance of glass, with floor-to-ceiling windows on 3 sides. Some chose to shatter the glass facing the parking lot, while others targeted the glass in the hallway. With a crash, the glass in the hallway shattered, allowing flames from outside to surge in like an unleashed beast, engulfing the nearest individuals in an instant. Cries of anguish erupted as those consumed by the flames instinctively ran towards others, seeking help. This only heightened the panic among the crowd, who frantically searched for places to hide. In that moment, chaos reigned in the cramped shop with trampling, shoving, and fire. Initially, the small size of the shop seemed inconsequential. It felt warmer and safer when crowded. Yet now, a few steps would lead to colliding with others, and turning around would yield the same result. There was no escape. Smash the glass in the hallway. The snow outside can extinguish the flames. One shouted desperately, but no one heard. Everyone scurried about like headless flies. In a moment of desperation, someone picked up a hard object and hurled it at the window. With a crash, as the glass shattered, the panicked crowd discovered their exit. Rushing out in a frenzy. Xiege, we can't open the door. Xie Zhangshu and his companions were in the direst situation. Unlike other shops, the hamburger restaurant had only one exit, the roller shutter door. Though the kitchen had a vent and windows, the windows were too small for escape, and the vent was blocked by the exhaust hood. Damn it. Isn't there an automatic sprinkler system? Why isn't it spraying water? The water is frozen. How can such a large fire not melt it? Damn. I don't want to die. Open the door, please. Outside, a young man, his arms severely burned, was on the verge of emotional collapse. Moments ago, flames surged through the gasoline that had seeped in, instantly consuming several of their companions. Their anguished cries echoed as they begged for salvation. Yet, those unfortunate souls were soaked in gasoline. Anyone who approached them would ignite in flames. No one dared to intervene. As they watched helplessly, a few of their comrades ignited the cardboard within the shop. It was then that Su Xiaowen made a decisive choice. He seized a kitchen knife and swiftly severed the clothing of those ablaze, preventing them from igniting further items within the store and exacerbating the inferno. Su Xiaowen acted with ruthless resolve, targeting the carotid arteries to use the spilt blood to hinder the fire's relentless advance. This act provided the remaining survivors a brief respite. However, without opening the roll-up door and making their escape, they faced certain death, one far more agonizing and brutal than that of their two companions. Chapter 108. Trapped Beast Silence. Su Xiaowen bellowed, brandishing a bloodied kitchen knife as he anxiously scanned the kitchen for anything useful. Yet, in the face of the flames fueled by gasoline, even a couple of fire extinguishers would prove futile. The only viable option was to escape. However, the service area's generator had been shut off, and the rolling shutter door was slightly glowing red from the intense heat. Their only means of survival was to hack at the shutter door with their knives, creating a makeshift escape route. Otherwise, they would suffocate and perish in the oppressive heat. Everyone soaked their clothes and joined forces to slash at the shutter door. "If you don't give it your all, I'll take you down." Su Xiaowen's expression darkened as he glared at a few panicked subordinates. With their lives at stake, he could no longer conceal his true nature. Forcefully taking over Xie Zhongshu's position and compelling his subordinates to muster their potential to break through the shutter door. Failure meant death for them all. The sound of blades clashing against metal rang out. Reality proved that while the shutter door appeared flimsy, its quality was surprisingly robust. After a flurry of strikes, they had only managed to create a few sparks without piercing through. "Let me try?" Xie Zhongshu, who had remained silent until now, retrieved a steel rod over a meter long and 2 fingers thick. One end of this rod was a pointed tip, typically used for grounding wires, resembling a crowbar from many video games. "Two of you, hold something to support the other end." The flames were ferocious. After speaking just a few words, their throats and lungs felt as if they were on fire, prompting relentless coughing. Yet, the more they coughed, the worse their lungs felt, creating a vicious cycle that could lead to suffocation. "Hurry." Xie Zhongshu's neck veins bulged as he suppressed the instinct to cough. Once 2 subordinates propped the rod's tail end, they grasped the head end together, leveraging their strength to pry open the door. Several grown men exerted their full might, enough to lift the car, yet the shutter door remained obstinately shut, refusing to budge. "It's no use. Something is definitely blocking it from the outside." Su Xiaowen's face was etched with urgency. Someone was deliberately targeting them. He quickly deduced who that person was. "If I survive this, I will not let you go. You vile wretch. Let us break through the wall." Besides the breakfast shop and convenience store, their residence, comprised of a hamburger joint, a snail noodle shop, and a fast food restaurant, was adjacent to one another. By breaking through the wall, they could reach the snail noodle shop and escape from there. Quickly, the flames raged on, leaving little time for contemplation. Xie Zhongshu seized the steel rod, his arm muscles taut as he began to chisel at the wall. Fortunately, this wall was not load-bearing and lacked rebar, made up of some cement blocks, giving them a glimmer of hope for breaching it. "Everyone, move faster." Inside the convenience store, Qin Bo retrieved a fire extinguisher, briefly skimmed the operating instructions, and opened the valve, directing the spray at the burning individuals. The effect was underwhelming. It was unclear whether it was due to improper usage or if the individuals were too drenched in gasoline to be extinguished. "Xiao Chun, don't waste the fire extinguisher." A middle-aged man approached and seized the fire extinguisher. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, he turned towards the door's crack and discharged it, striving to prevent the flames from spreading further. Quickly, now is the time to pry open the rolling shutter. Their actions mirrored those of Su Xiaowen and his companions, albeit with one distinction. The woman prioritized protecting the hamburger shop, merely placing a few items to brace the other establishments, without thoroughly examining their stability or securing them adequately. Her primary bounty consisted of gasoline, ample enough to incinerate everything. Bang, bang, cough, cough, open the door. Who jammed a steel pipe in the doorknob? Someone, hurry. The stairwell's fire exit was a scene of chaos, with a dozen fortunate souls who had escaped the dormitory, desperately beating their burning clothes. The inferno in the second-floor dormitory was far more terrifying than that on the first floor, not merely due to the thick smoke. The gaps in the dormitory's iron doors were significantly larger than those of the rolling shutter, allowing gasoline to seep in and saturate clothing, leading to the swift demise of several individuals. The remaining survivors had but two choices: flee downstairs or leap from the windows. Those closest to the windows could react quickly enough to shatter the glass and escape. The second floor's height, cushioned by accumulated snow below, posed less danger. However, those farther from the windows or paralyzed by panic acted solely on instinct, rushing towards the commotion outside. Consequently, the narrow hallway, less than 2 meters wide, became congested with burning individuals, their anguished cries fading into silence. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted from the neighboring breakfast shop as the natural gas ignited. The violent roar and tremors compressed the flames in the hall, driving them outward. In an instant, the snow outside melted into water, trickling into the low-lying areas. Cough, cough. Xie Zhongshu and his companions were relatively fortunate. The explosive shockwave spared them from severe injury, even dislodging the wooden poles blocking the rolling shutter, allowing it to rise slightly. The door is opening. Su Xiaowen's face lit up with joy. Yet, the ground outside was drenched in gasoline, and escaping would surely ignite their clothing. He abruptly turned to Xie Zhongshu, who was blissfully unaware, staring in astonishment at the raised shutter, ready to instruct everyone to remove their soaked garments to lay on the ground. Deaf, Su Xiaowen stealthily positioned himself out of Xie Zhongshu's sight, gripping a sharp knife, his gaze fixed on Xie Zhongshu's neck. Brother Xia, wait. One junior disciple noticed Su Xiaowen's subtle maneuver and instantly attempted to warn him. But before he could finish his sentence, Su Xiaowen pivoted and thrust the blade towards him, showing no mercy. Again and again. He struck until the young man could utter no more, then shoved the barely lifeless body through the gap in the rolling shutter, using the corpse and its blood to momentarily create a firewall, allowing them to escape the sealed hamburger shop. Brother Xia, we must leave the hall at once. Su Xiaowen called out, leading the remaining disciples towards the exit. These few had long since pledged their allegiance to him. In the present day, Xie Zhongshu stands as the visible leader. Should he find it beneficial, he does not hesitate to maintain his authority for several more days. Yet, if he proves to be of no utility, he becomes nothing more than a mere source of sustenance. Alas, in stark contrast to the fortunate escapees, Su Xiaowen and his companions, the group led by Chun Bo at the snail noodle shop, finds themselves in dire shape. Their proximity to the fast food establishment renders them particularly vulnerable to the ensuing chaos. Wounded and bloodied is a mild fate. Some unfortunate souls are trapped beneath the collapsed stone walls, scorched by the encroaching flames. The scene is horrifically tragic. Quick, the door swings open. Coughing, Chun Bo unsteadily rises, yearning to rally his companions for a collective escape. However, upon turning back, his gaze meets the sight of former comrades, some groaning beneath heavy debris, others engulfed by flames. His position near the entrance has granted him a stroke of luck, allowing him to evade disaster. How could this be? Chun Bo stands there dazed, gripped by uncertainty. He had envisioned leading everyone to safety. Yet, with the evacuation point merely a step away, he wonders, why? Chapter 109. The ugly despair beneath the cloak of night. The service area hall blossomed with pale yellow sparks, radiating warmth akin to sunlight, dispersing the chill and melting the snow blanketing the parking lot. A mere 5 or 6 meters away, Guru Ajia stood frozen, turning back in a daze. What should have been a vibrant service area illuminated by neon lights was now engulfed in a surging inferno, flames licking the darkened sky. The heat was unbearable. This scene stirred within Guru Ajia a tumult of emotions that defied description. In her desperate yearning to survive, she was tormented by hunger, on the brink of collapse. Yet now, she had relinquished her reverence and awe for life, only to inadvertently evade the flames and escape a calamitous fate. Was the heavens playing a cruel jest upon her? But what did it matter if she had narrowly escaped being consumed by the blaze? She had lost her sanctuary, the building that shielded her from the dense fog, her food, her clothing. Death was ultimately an inevitable certainty. Ah, help! A group of university students burst forth, faces etched with terror. They ran for several meters before stumbling into the snow, forced to halt. Through layers of thick mist, they witnessed the towering flames ahead. Collapsing to their knees in anguished cries. Where were Wang Ming and the others? The sole surviving male student took stock of their numbers. As he observed that only a handful of classmates had made it out, all of them girls, a wave of fear washed over him. How could such a small group provide warmth to one another? Moreover, the majority were girls. While some of the girls appeared somewhat disheveled, their youth was undeniable. Their skin was taut and elastic, drawing the gaze of men, especially in contrast to women in their 30s and 40s. They had not managed to escape. Wang Ming was struck in the chest by debris flung by the explosion, leaving a dent in his torso. Xiaoming, who had been in a deep slumber, awoke to find his clothes ablaze, desperately tugging at Wang Lily, but ultimately, neither of them managed to flee the shop. Wang Lily, that unfortunate classmate, had initially been chatting with a few girls. Upon witnessing Su Wanli rush in to lead people away, they instinctively followed a few steps to the shop's entrance, only to witness Xiao Hao being fatally stabbed by that deranged woman. It was then that the girls grasped the gravity of their predicament. Before the flames spread further, they had a fleeting chance to escape. As for the remaining male student, he was the school's sprint champion. a prodigy who had shattered records. His quick reflexes allowing him to flee the hall just before the explosion. What shall we do? The boy collapsed in despair. How could he care for several girls alone? If another man were to take an interest in one of his female classmates, what could he do? He could not simply stand by and watch as a classmate was mistreated. His youthful pride and valor would not permit such cowardice. Inevitably, this would lead to conflict with others. The end result could only be injury or death. No, it was better for me to benefit than to let outsiders take advantage. One must not allow female classmates to be bullied. Therefore, he resolves to first intimidate a few of them. I wish to share a moment of slumber with you. I want to share a moment of slumber with you all. A few girls find themselves struggling to comprehend the boy's train of thought. Just moments ago, they had narrowly escaped death and could not even ensure their safety, and yet they are discussing slumber? In a parking lot devoid of cover. Under the cloak of night, they are at risk of an ambush at any moment. How can one ponder such frivolities at a time like this? Let us converse when we reach a secure location, shall we? Suggested a particularly astute girl. She refrained from vehemently condemning the boy for his shamelessness or questioning his morals. Instead, she aimed to stabilize the situation, providing him with the motivation to guide them to safety. At this juncture, it is not solely the boy who yearns for indulgence in the face of mortality. Some female classmates share this desire as well. If no one is willing to sacrifice, then the truth must be laid bare. A group of girls confronting a single boy might just stand a chance. Fine, the boy eagerly agreed. These girls, naturally, could not compare to Yu Sahan, Guru Ajia, or even Lin Shaoling. However, they lacked experience in matters of love, if they had any at all. Let us draw lots to decide who will share slumber with me. Once we become acquainted, we may draw more. Haha, as you wish. Yes. Just lead me to a safe place. Indeed. Observing the exchange from a few meters away, Guru Ajia's eyes betrayed a hint of self-mockery and a flicker of anger. Can women not rely on their own strength to survive in this apocalyptic world? Darling, quickly, crawl out the window. As she pondered, another voice rang out ahead. Guru Ajia looked up towards the second floor of the hall. A woman, engulfed in flames, was desperately climbing towards the window. Just as she was about to leap into the snow below to extinguish the fire, a hand reached out from behind, gripping her hair and yanking her back. Then, a man appeared. Trembling, he climbed through the window and jumped down. However, the melting snow outside offered little cushioning, and his leap was short, causing him to crash onto the hard ground. The sound of bones fracturing echoed. The man writhed in agony on the ground. Yet, despite his misfortune, at least he was alive. The woman upstairs, however, found the flames consuming her, her cries fading into silence. Were they not a loving couple? Guru Ajia recalled the pair, who had always supported one another through various tribulations, unwavering in their devotion. Why, in the end, why? Guru Ajia was engulfed in confusion. Turning to observe the throng of survivors clamoring to escape, she suddenly felt that perhaps there was no trust among people at all. Help! Lin Shaoling. In tattered clothing, Lin Shaoling appeared at another window on the second floor. Before she could mentally prepare for the leap, she was abruptly pushed down, plummeting directly to the ground. Without the cushioning of snow, she landed headfirst, her cheek instantly scraped, revealing a conspicuous abrasion. Yet, propelled by adrenaline, Lin Shaoling felt no pain as she struggled to rise and flee. Before she could fully stand, a child was cast down from above, targeting her position and using her frail body as a cushion. With a resounding thud, Lin Shaoling crumpled to the ground once more. But the ordeal was far from over. After the child had scurried away, one man after another leaped from the upper window, showing no regard for Lin Shaoling below, treating her merely as a buffer. Her slight frame could not withstand the onslaught. Her ribcage fractured and misaligned, piercing her lungs and stomach, inflicting excruciating discomfort. The vertebrae in her spine shattered, compressing numerous nerves, rendering the pain in her lower body momentarily absent. This, paradoxically, allowed her a fleeting sense of relief. With a semblance of calm, she closed her eyes. Another familiar figure appeared. Park Hyun-young, disheveled and unkempt, was leaping through the window. Chapter 110. The mutated monster, did it not perish? Guru Ajia gazed at the flames before her, watching Park Hyun-young leap down, her heart burdened with an inexplicable sense of regret. Perhaps it would have been more fitting for Park Hyun-young to have succumbed to the inferno. Yet, against all odds, he had escaped. Park Hyun-young had severely twisted his ankle. Searching desperately for assistance, he noticed Guru Ajia standing motionless. Darling. A flicker of joy crossed Park Hyun-young's face. But upon seeing the leather jacket beneath Guru Ajia's trench coat, his smile faltered, the elation of surviving the ordeal dissipating considerably. He limped forward. Are you with that guy? Yes, Guru Ajia did not deny it. She had long been mentally prepared for this revelation. That man had been fixated on her for quite some time. She needed sustenance and had to care for Park Hyun-young. Trading with that man seemed the only alternative to being deceived and threatened like Lin Xiaoling, or worse. Enduring the torment that had driven another woman to madness. You wretched person. Park Hyun-young's eyes reddened. He drew a small knife and lunged toward Guru Ajia. The icy lotus in his heart had been tainted, his severely injured ankle flaring with pain, and with old wounds resurfacing, he could see no glimmer of hope for survival. He could not bear the thought of Guru Ajia becoming someone else's plaything. Let us perish together. I shall soon join you. Park Hyun-young felt an unexpected resistance. He had never stabbed anyone before, but as he aimed at Guru Ajia, the blade failed to pierce flesh. In fact, it barely grazed her clothing. Lowering his gaze, he found that the knife had been thwarted by her leather jacket, unable to penetrate even a fraction. No matter how much force he exerted. Impossible. In disbelief, Park Hyun-young clutched his wrist, staring at the leather jacket draped over Guru Ajia, his eyes filled with incredulity. How could a tattered leather jacket, made of inferior material, withstand the thrust of a blade? Guru Ajia recoiled in terror. The leather jacket had been scavenged from the balcony of that man's dormitory, along with 2 oversized thermal garments she had found. They were remarkably warm. And even after being outside for a considerable time, she felt no chill. Yet, Guru Ajia had no time to contemplate the jacket's effectiveness. Her heart raced as she looked down at the leather garment. Did Park Hyun-young wish to kill her? You and I. Let us embrace the purification of the flames together. Suddenly, a voice rasped like needles piercing the throat. Not far off, a woman, her body charred black and resembling a piece of burnt wood, approached with a twisted gait. Her skin was grotesquely mutilated, and the icy, biting snow water continuously eroded her wounds, leaving a horrific sight. Even more shocking is the sight of muscles that have already detached, hanging limply from her body, swaying with each arduous step she takes. The woman's features have been grotesquely distorted by severe burns. Her eyes bulge, her mouth agape, revealing a set of broken teeth, and her face is marred by deep, pockmarked scars. She resembles a walking nightmare. Can this person still be alive? Guru Ajia holds her breath, instinctively retreating. She is oblivious to the process of Xuanqi's transformation. Yet at this moment, she comprehends with unsettling clarity that the figure before her is metamorphosing into a monstrous entity, an exceedingly terrifying one. Merely standing in front of her evokes a suffocating sense of dread, akin to facing a demon from a higher dimension, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. This sensation is far more horrifying than the one she felt when she angered that man earlier in the evening. It's so hot, so painful. The charred silhouette moves closer, its throat emitting a rasping sound reminiscent of crumpled paper. Help! Park Hyun-young turns around. Upon witnessing the woman's horrific visage, her legs weaken, and she collapses to the ground, scrambling on hands and knees to escape. In a swift motion, the partially transformed woman lunges forth like a wisp of black smoke, appearing beside Park Hyun-young in the blink of an eye, her withered, charred arm sending a chill down Hyun-young's spine. Save me. With the last shred of her strength, Park Hyun-young grasps Guru Ajia's arm, her eyes filled with a desperate yearning for life. She is willing to give everything just to survive. Yet at this moment, save. He is twice as mature as you. Guru Ajia forcefully pries Park Hyun-young's fingers away. In truth, given Hyun-young's injuries, she wouldn't last more than a few seconds even without the forceful removal. Guru Ajia knows this, yet she is driven by a desire for revenge. Indeed. Upon hearing Guru Ajia's words, Park Hyun-young experiences a surge of strength, gripping Guru Ajia's arm with a newfound ferocity. Especially the phrase about being twice as mature ignites a fire in his eyes, revealing a whirlwind of complex emotions that even Guru Ajia cannot decipher. Thud. Park Hyun-young's eyes widen as he slowly collapses into the snow. Guru Ajia lets out a self-deprecating smile, making no effort to resist, closing her eyes as she awaits the final moment. Finally, I've escaped. A voice filled with unrestrained joy echoes through the air. Upon hearing, the woman's charred hand, reaching towards Guru Ajia, suddenly halts, turning sharply to focus on the source of the sound. This voice, you, damned. If there is anyone in the service area who could hasten the woman's transformation, inciting intense fluctuations within her, it would be Su Xiaowen, the very source of her downfall. I will kill you. The woman abandons Guru Ajia, pivoting towards Su Xiaowen's location. Thud. Guru Ajia collapses to her knees, gasping for breath. The biting cold air surged into her lungs, yet this frigid breeze brought her no discomfort or urge to cough. Instead, it flowed through her tense and fearful nerves like a gentle spring, alleviating somewhat the overwhelming pressure imposed by the ominous woman. Escape. Guru Ajia pinched her thigh tightly. The pain brought a flicker of control back to her body. Struggling to her feet, she began to make her way toward the service center in Miley town. Within a matter of minutes, she had faced multiple life-threatening crises. At this moment, she dared not indulge in any sentimentality. The instinct for survival gradually asserted itself. Sharpening her awareness. Her phone. Guru Ajia rummaged through her pockets. Fortunately, the trench coat she wore was hers, and she habitually kept her phone in its pocket. The device contained the detailed route to the service center in Miley town. Outside, thick fog enveloped her, obscuring her sense of direction. To combat the visibility issue, Guru Ajia had meticulously marked the path she needed to take after exiting the highway. Noting how many steps to walk before turning and whether to turn left or right first, striving to minimize any directional errors. Chapter 111. The insects on the highway leading towards Yangqing, Su Wanli utilized the flickering light from the service area to scan his surroundings, confirming the absence of any threats. He set down his travel bag and shared its contents with the young girl. He then hoisted a larger backpack onto his front and stuffed small paper wads into his ears. Once organized, he crouched down, signaling for the girl to prepare her bag. Uncertain of the situation, Yusahan, nonetheless, placed her trust in the man. Refraining from questioning him as she bent to lift the smaller backpack and slung the remaining 2 bags over her arms. Without hesitation, she climbed onto his back, her hands resting on her chest to avoid any awkward contact. The night air was frigid, with a biting wind. Yusahan's body heat dissipated rapidly and instinctively. She nestled closer against Su Wanli's back, her vision obstructed by the darkness ahead. Su Wanli regarded the inky blackness with a serious expression. The city was plunged into darkness, devoid of sunlight during the day, and the highway's street lamps had ceased to illuminate the path. The lack of light reduced his effective field of vision to less than 10 meters. If he were to sprint at his usual speed of around 40 kilometers per hour, he could cover that distance in less than a second, a dangerously brief reaction time that could lead to an unwelcome collision with creatures lurking in the thick fog. He decided to slow his pace, allowing ample time to react. One hand supported the girl's thigh, while the other held his phone to light the way ahead. He pressed his feet firmly against the icy surface beneath the snow, increasing traction as he began to run swiftly toward the Yangcheng refuge base. The location of the parked trucks. The trucks lay approximately a kilometer from the service area, stocked with supplies. Their proximity and resources made them an ideal temporary sanctuary for the night. Come daylight, they could proceed toward the evacuation point while assessing the situation at the service area. Suddenly, without any mental preparation, Yusahan felt her thigh gripped by a strong arm, and in the next instant, her upper body tilted backward uncontrollably, nearly toppling her off Su Wanli's back. So swift. The sudden jolt reminded her of her childhood rides on her father's motorcycle, when she had once tumbled onto the gravel road. The sensation was painfully vivid. The wind howled around her, whipping her hair against her face, which brought a stinging discomfort that made it difficult to keep her eyes open, and her breath came in shallow gasps. Abruptly, Su Wanli came to a halt, his body propelled forward by inertia. Yusahan was compressed against him. Before she could comprehend the situation, he set her down and began frantically slapping his own face, more accurately. His ears. There are insects in my ears. Su Wanli extracted the small paper wad from his ear, shaking his body vigorously in an attempt to dislodge the insects. Moments ago, he had heard someone speaking near him, yet he had clearly stuffed his ears with paper, making it impossible for him to hear another's voice. This immediately reminded Su Wanli of an unpleasant past. 2 years ago, he resided in a village within the bustling city of Yangcheng, renting a small room on the ground floor. Not far from his door stood a garbage bin, surrounded by dampness and humidity, teeming with mosquitoes and insects. One night, in the midst of a deep slumber, he was abruptly awakened by the distinct sound of something crawling in his ear. A tiny cockroach had found its way in. Su Wanli tried various methods to extract the minuscule creature, but to no avail. Ultimately, he had no choice but to rush to the hospital. After several hours of distress, the doctor managed to remove the cockroach, revealing that it had nearly burrowed into his middle ear canal, the region just beyond the eardrum. This incident left him with a lingering psychological scar. Thus, upon hearing a similar sound earlier, he experienced an acute stress reaction, frantically slapping his ear. "Stay still. Let me take a look," Yusahan said as she took out her phone and activated the flashlight to inspect. The man's ear canal appeared clean, devoid of any debris or insects, as she gently tugged at his earlobe to examine more closely. Still, no insect was found. "Perhaps it has fallen out," she suggested. "Fallen out?" Su Wanli expressed his unease, bending down to search. The roads around him were blanketed in snow, trampled haphazardly by his feet, making it nearly impossible to locate the elusive insect. Moreover, lingering outside for an extended period posed a safety risk. "We should find a secure place to wait," he began, but his words trailed off as he felt a movement in his ear. He turned to glance at the drainage ditch behind him. Rustling sounds emerged from the ditch, about 5 to 6 meters away, buried beneath the snow. Was there something there? Su Wanli couldn't discern if the sound was distorted by the mist. For safety's sake, he decided to leap onto the roof of a nearby SUV. Thud. The vehicle shook noticeably, its roof caving in slightly. This car is not sturdy, Su Wanli mused, reaching out to assist the young woman. Come up. All right. Yusahan grasped his hand. However, before she could exert any effort, she found herself effortlessly lifted onto the roof. Her mouth slightly agape, she pondered. Is she really that heavy? Standing at about 167 centimeters and fluctuating around 50 kilograms. How was he able to lift her as if she were a mere puppy? The key was that he was bent over. How much strength must his back possess? How did he ascend to the roof so easily? Yusahan collected her thoughts, unable to see clearly ahead. In the darkness, her vision extended only about a meter. Was there something lurking behind them? Uncertainty loomed. Su Wanli spoke in a low tone, aware that the mist could distort sounds. He removed a small paper ball. Unsure if the noise was a product of the thick fog, or if there were indeed other creatures in the ditch. The rustling grew closer to their position. Su Wanli raised his phone, directing the flashlight towards the drainage area. The beam of light was diffuse, weakened by the dense mist, making it difficult to discern what lay ahead. It was not until the sounds approached the car beneath him that Su Wanli was convinced it was not a figment of his imagination. Something lay beneath the snow. Rustle. Su Wanli retrieved a sausage and tossed it towards the swirling snow. In the next moment, the snow began to bubble, surging wildly towards the sausage. Yusahan uttered softly. The scene before her was entirely different. Ordinarily, tossing a sausage into over half a meter of fluffy snow would result in it sinking directly into the depths. However, from Yusahan's perspective, the sausage thrown by the man did not succumb. It remained poised on the surface of the snow. Subsequently, the snow surrounding the sausage began to sink slowly. Much like quicksand, with the surrounding snow shifting in tandem, gradually forming a visible depression in the snow. The area of the depression expanded outward until it reached a distance of over half a meter before it finally settled down. How peculiar. Don't move. Steady yourself. Su Wanli's pupils constricted sharply as he grasped the girl's arm. The shifting snow was, in fact, not snow at all, but a type of small white insect previously unseen. These tiny creatures seemed to lurk beneath the snow. When something landed on the surface, they would emerge, retreating back into their hidden sanctuary beneath the snow when undisturbed. Get a chicken leg. All right. Yusahan opened her travel backpack, recalling the precise location of her provisions. She swiftly located a vacuum-sealed bag containing a chicken leg. Should I tear it open? No need. Just hand it to me. Su Wanli took the chicken leg, gazing down at the now tranquil snow surface, and without hesitation, cast it down. Chapter 112. The pitiful ones on the pitch-black highway. Two figures stood atop an SUV, illuminating the writhing snow below with the flashlight feature on their phones. A rustling sound ensued. Under Su Wanli's watchful gaze, the spot where the ham sausage had recently been devoured showed no signs of the minuscule insects emerging. Those countless tiny creatures had, unbeknownst to them, shifted to a position behind. Upon hearing something fall onto the snow, it took them another half-minute before they began to swarm toward the chicken leg. The rustling resembled a magician draping a white cloth over the chicken leg. In the next instant, the chicken leg vanished from beneath the cloth. The packaging, bones, and even the greasy snow had completely disappeared, leaving behind only the snow that surged like boiling water. That location gradually formed a small snow pit over a meter in diameter, more than twice the size of the snow pit left by the ham sausage. Su Wanli's eyes widened in disbelief. These tiny insects were astonishingly voracious. Had they truly consumed the chicken leg in the blink of an eye? Not a trace of bone or grease remained. Why had Chen Bo and the others experienced no mishaps while transporting goods during the day? Could it be that these insects were nocturnal? Su Wanli was unaware of the fact that a dozen individuals had mysteriously vanished during daylight. However, he understood that those who had departed from the service area earlier were likely dead. Yet, these insects seemed to avoid gnawing on tires. Among the more than 100 vehicles on the highway, not a single car's tire had been ravaged. As they traversed the roof of the vehicle, Su Wanli repeatedly confirmed that the insects would not ascend, then raised his gaze to observe the vehicles ahead. Yusahan retrieved another chicken leg and offered it to the man. This time, he did not accept it but looked at her in confusion. What do you need the chicken leg for? Su Wanli questioned, puzzled by the girl's gesture. As he was contemplating the route, the girl's words caused his pupils to constrict slightly. Didn't you ask me to bring a chicken leg? Did I ask you to bring another one? Yes, Yusahan nodded, quickly realizing something was amiss upon noticing the man's expression. They exchanged glances for a few moments. Let us head to the truck, Su Wanli said, once again carrying the girl on his back. He glanced back at the spot where the chicken leg had vanished. The small snow pit had already been smoothed over, appearing as even as a mirrored surface. As the white larvae moved, whether intentionally or not, they stirred the snow into ripples, clearing the path ahead without leaving any trace of their presence. It was no wonder Su Wanli began to comprehend why, upon waking, he had noticed no footprints in several directions of the parking lot. Navigating atop the vehicle was a challenging endeavor. The roofs of some cars were coated in ice, rendering them slippery. Su Wanli nearly lost his footing several times, only managing to steady himself through his exceptional reflexes. Yusahan, clinging tightly to the man's neck, felt a bit embarrassed as she tried to minimize the swaying during their leaps. After more than a minute, they finally reached a green cargo truck. "Is it this truck?" Su Wanli instinctively inquired. When he received no response from the young girl, he recalled that his ears were stuffed with paper. Turning to look at her, they exchanged a glance of understanding. "Yes," Yusahan nodded. Although their time together had been brief, it was not difficult to cultivate a certain rapport. He found himself asking, "Why are you in such a hurry?" This time, Su Wanli heard her. With a soft sigh, he refrained from hastily revealing the matter concerning the woman, instead cautiously moving closer to the truck, preparing to enter the cabin to discuss further. As he approached the vehicle, a faint sound emanated from within the truck's compartment. Su Wanli halted, recalling the unsettling encounter with the white worm earlier, feeling a twinge of apprehension. He looked down at the snow-covered ground, which bore chaotic footprints rather than a smooth surface, yet he was still reluctant to step down. The unknown creature appeared no less formidable than the previous one, coupled with the mysterious sounds that reached his ears, heightening his reluctance. "Let us spend the night in the driver's seat," he suggested, noticing the cars surrounding them. He set the girl down and, passing by a sedan, bent to pull at the door handle. After several attempts, he heard a click. The truck door was unlocked. Su Wanli's eyes lit up. The driver's cabin stood over 2 meters high, offering more safety than a car. Moreover, the truck's driver's seat had a back row, providing ample space for the girl to rest. "Get in," Su Wanli gestured for her to board. Outside, he dared not sleep too soundly, and the driver's seat space was just right for him to sit beside her while keeping an eye on the surroundings. With a thud, they climbed inside and closed the door. Yusahan nestled into the back seat and removed the paper from her ears, inquiring about the man's sudden departure. "Why did he leave so abruptly?" "There are people planning to set fire to the service area," Su Wanli replied. Now in the temporary sanctuary, he no longer concealed the truth, recounting the woman's ordeal in its entirety. He suspected that her intentions to burn the service area tonight might be related to Guru Ajia, who had instigated thoughts of leaving among the group with news of an evacuation point. According to Chinbo's plan, some would depart the service area the following day to scout ahead to Lai Town. Among those leaving was Su Xiaowen, the very individual who had first bullied the woman. Subsequently, in a bid to align himself with Xie Zhangshu, Su Xiaowen had deceived her into the restroom, where she encountered Xie Zhangshu instead. Sighing once more, Su Wanli reflected on the numerous opportunities he had to assist that woman, as Su Xiaowen had not been shy in his attempts to seduce her. Yet, Su Wanli had always declined. Consequently, upon receiving her message of warning, his emotions were a tangled mix. "She is quite unfortunate." Upon hearing this, Yusahan sighed in sympathy. If only someone had extended a helping hand to that woman, perhaps the arson incident could have been averted, and her classmates might still have a chance at survival. Sensing the girl's despondency, Su Wanli took out his phone. As he recalled every intricate detail of the white worm, he documented it meticulously, resolving to engage the girl in conversation the following day. After all, upon awakening, he might forget some crucial details. Yusahan lay in the back seat, gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling, listening to the cold wind howling against the car windows. An unsettling anxiety swelled within her. But before fear could take hold, a deliberately subdued voice broke through the silence. That familiar tone quickly soothed the turmoil within her. Her heartbeat gradually steadied. She shifted to lie on her side, facing the interior of the vehicle. Outside, the darkness loomed, akin to an unfathomable abyss, drawing near. Yusahan swiftly turned to face the inside of the car. The cocoon enveloped her snugly. Leaning against the seat, she felt a reassuring support, which calmed her spirit considerably. Though the back seat was somewhat cramped, she found solace in its embrace. It would have been even better with one more person squeezed in. Yusahan's thoughts wandered as she lay quietly under the covers, listening to the man's murmured soliloquy. Gradually, her fear dissipated, and her mind began to unwind, accompanied by the occasional sound of snowflakes falling outside, which was both melodious and lulling. She slipped into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 113. The transformation of Guru Ajia. As Yusahan peacefully slumbered, Guru Ajia found herself gasping for breath on the highway ahead of the service area. She felt an overwhelming discomfort coursing through her body, akin to the aftermath of a high fever, with her muscles and joints aching intensely. This agony stemmed partly from her frantic escape, and more critically, from the 3 to 4 hours of unconsciousness in the dormitory. She dared not pause. That sinister, charred creature could be upon her at any moment. Parched, Guruajia hastily scooped a handful of snow and shoved it into her mouth, disregarding any concerns of hygiene. Her sole desire was to distance herself from the service area as swiftly as possible. Her body seemed to respond to her urgency, awakening latent potential, propelling her forward with increased speed. Yet, as she ran, something felt amiss. Her body. Why did it no longer ache? What was happening? Just moments after awakening, she had been unable to stand or walk, yet now she found herself running faster, a peculiar force emanating from her abdomen, spreading through her limbs, dissipating the fatigue and hunger that had plagued her for days, and warding off the biting cold. What was occurring? Guruajia pressed on, feeling an escalating strength within her, her pace quickening. At her height of 1.60 meters, traversing the thick layer of snow had been a formidable challenge, yet now an inexhaustible vigor surged through her, rendering the deep snow as light as air beneath her feet. Something was different. Her vision had sharpened as well. Although mildly nearsighted, it had never significantly hindered her life. However, now she perceived the path ahead with newfound clarity, as if her eyes possessed remarkable resolution and magnification. Could she truly see farther? She contemplated rubbing her eyes but feared losing this astonishing sensation, so she kept them wide open, unblinking. For days, her effective visual range had barely extended beyond 10 meters, forcing her to adapt to a blurred view of the world. Now, clarity enveloped her sight, reminiscent of suddenly regaining perfect vision. In truth, the farthest she could see was approximately 50 meters, yet her genuine astonishment lay not in the extension of her visual range, but in the remarkable enhancement of her dynamic vision. The snowflakes drifting from the sky fell with an almost languid grace, their trajectories vividly clear. A strange illusion flickered within Guruajia's mind, as if she could simply reach out and grasp a delicate flake dancing in the wind. She halted, her gaze fixated on one particular flake amidst the swirling snowfall. Succumbing to her instinct, she extended her hand towards her target. Could it be? Had she truly caught it? The chilling wind paused momentarily, yet the gusts outside still howled at 5 or 6 levels. In such conditions, with a multitude of snowflakes swirling about, accurately seizing a single one was a feat far more challenging than pinching a fly with chopsticks. Is this my dynamic vision? Guruajia was overwhelmed with elation. Dynamic vision refers to the capacity of the eyes to capture images of moving targets, dissect them, and perceive the images of these moving entities. This ability is accompanied by the process of capturing images through dynamic vision, the brain's rapid information processing, and the corresponding responses of the body. For instance, Xie Zhongshu's proficiency as a professional boxer can be attributed to his superior dynamic vision compared to the average person. This also explains Su Wanli's astonishment upon learning that Xie Zhongshu had been ambushed. In a boxing match, every boxer must utilize dynamic vision to grasp the swift behavioral changes of their opponent. Within mere milliseconds, they must decide whether to attack, defend, or evade. One can either incapacitate their opponent or be overwhelmed by them. Through dynamic vision, a fighter captures the attacking punches while simultaneously avoiding them. Presently, Guruajia's dynamic vision surpasses that of ordinary individuals. She can effortlessly catch any snowflake drifting through the sky. Remarkably, this is achieved without prior professional training. If she reaches the safe haven and undergoes specialized dynamic vision training, she could undoubtedly become an invaluable asset. That individual may possess a similar capability. Guruajia recalled Xie Zhongshu's description of him. At the time, she had scoffed, believing Xie Zhongshu was merely making excuses for his own cowardice. Now, she comprehended that Xie Zhongshu had not lied. That person might indeed possess extraordinary strength and dynamic vision, just as she currently does, with her dynamic vision significantly enhanced. Alongside strength, speed, and effective visual range in dense fog, all vastly exceeding average values. Most importantly, there were changes to her skin. Guruajia had always used luxurious skincare products to maintain her skin's elasticity and smoothness, yet after being trapped in a service area for several days, enduring hunger and sleepless nights, even the most expensive products could not preserve her skin's condition. Especially the lipofuscin caused by mental exhaustion rendered skincare products ineffective. However, with the changes in her body, she could distinctly feel an improvement in her mental appearance. Touching her face, she could sense its smoothness and radiance, reminiscent of her youthful days at 15 or 16. This, for Guruajia, was even more exhilarating than her enhanced dynamic vision. Nevertheless, having recently suffered from Su Wanli's treachery, she dared not reveal her appearance. No matter how powerful one becomes, they remain human. Confronted with firearms, one possesses no means of defense. Even if an individual's strength reaches extraordinary levels, they are still fundamentally human. When faced with cold, ruthless, and potent weaponry, they could find themselves utterly helpless. A bullet, propelled at high speed, can effortlessly tear through steel, let alone flesh. strength, and speed may be several times greater than that of an average person. Yet one finally possesses some semblance of self-defense capability. After briefly assessing her transformations, Guru Ajia felt a surge of confidence. Currently, she could not conduct more detailed tests, but she could make a rough estimation. Alas, her newfound strength had come too late. Guru Ajia sighed. Had power manifested just a day earlier, she could have seized the opportunity to catch Su Wanli off guard, trimming his excess flesh. This time, not only did she fail to procure any food, but she also found herself ensnared. First, she must reach the evacuation point. Guru Ajia was perplexed by the miraculous transformation occurring within her body. Yet, this transformation ignited a flicker of hope for revenge. The humiliation inflicted upon her by that scoundrel Su Wanli was etched into her memory. The mere thought of that detestable man filled her with an overwhelming desire to see him utterly obliterated. I shall not let him escape my wrath. Guru Ajia clenched her fists tightly. One day, she would repay him in full, making him experience the agony of having his will trampled upon. Every indignity he imposed upon me shall be repaid in kind. Ultimately, I shall ensure that he too feels the bitter sting of having his dignity wantonly violated. Chapter 114. The mutated Shuanqi. The following day, the sky remained somewhat dim. Yusahan tossed and turned in bed, her stomach rumbling with hunger. Hunger is often the nemesis of sweet dreams. The young girl, feeling drowsy, propped herself up and stretched comfortably. Being in the company of a man always allowed her to sleep soundly. Rubbing her eyes, still tinged with sleep, her awareness gradually sharpened. With each breath, she caught a whiff of a rich and tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. How delightful! The haziness in her mind dissipated instantly, her senses honing in on the delectable scent. Waves of hunger crashed over her, growing increasingly intense. It seemed to be instant noodles and ham. Yusahan could not help but salivate profusely. On such a cold winter morning, the prospect of savoring a steaming bowl of fragrant noodles accompanied by 2 delicious ham sausages promised an abundance of happiness and satisfaction. First, a mouthwash. The two had mouthwash on hand, which could serve to cleanse their mouths when brushing teeth was inconvenient. Yusahan sat up with her hair cascading around her. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a pale, hairless head. The right side of the head bore a gaping wound, frozen over with a layer of frost. The whitish eyeball stared fixedly into the vehicle, utterly motionless, an eerie sight. Shun. Shuanqi. Yusahan held her breath, afraid to exhale, as she stiffly turned her head to search for the man's presence. Where was he? On the driver's seat of the truck lay 2 bowls of noodles with plastic forks, yet there was no sign of him. Just as she felt a surge of confusion, the man rose from the passenger seat. What's wrong? Su Wanli inquired, noticing the young girl's pale complexion as he furrowed his brow. No sooner had he asked than he too noticed the Shuanqi outside. A familiar figure? The Shuanqi outside was none other than the one Su Wanli had kicked, breaking its rib as it fled from him on the 2nd floor of the service area. Who would have thought it had made its way to the truck? The height of the truck stood at approximately 2.5 meters. The Shuanqi's head was slightly taller than the passenger window, indicating it stood at least 2 meters 6 or 2 meters 7, taller than an ordinary Shuanqi, yet not quite reaching the height of a mutated one. Mutated? It had been less than 2 days since the Shuanqi had escaped. Had it evolved in such a short span? Was the thick fog accelerating its mutation? Su Wanli rubbed his temples, overwhelmed by the abundance of information he had recently received, with no time to process it. His thoughts were a jumble. Did the white worms not bite Shuanqi? Or was it that there were no white worms outside? Su Wanli turned to observe the snow accumulation outside the glass. Noting footprints in the snow, the Shuanqi outside, amid its mutation, circled the truck, seemingly aware of the prey within, lying in wait. Yet it showed no signs of being gnawed upon by worms. No worms? Or perhaps, the worms did not consume Shuanqi? Su Wanli was uncertain whether there were insects hidden within the snow outside. He retrieved a sausage, opened a narrow gap in the car window, and tossed it out. The sausage landed softly on the snow's surface. After a brief moment, he noticed no signs of insects emerging from the surrounding snow. Su Wanli felt slightly reassured. He removed the bone-cutting knife and assessed the approaching Shichi. Was it truly that hungry? Though a nocturnal creature, it was not incapable of activity during the day. This particular Shichi might not have captured prey for 2 days, driving it to search relentlessly for sustenance, regardless of the hour. Stay put. I shall attempt to handle it, Su Wanli declared, gripping the knife. The weight of the weapon felt insubstantial in his hand, akin to plastic, lacking a satisfying heft. Yet, the knife proved remarkably effective against the Shichi. A single strike would surely rectify its cervical spine. Preparing himself, Su Wanli climbed to the opposite side and gently turned the car door handle. As the narrow gap began to open, the Shichi suddenly swung its head around, its pale eyes fixated on the opening. In a flash, fearing the creature would flee, Su Wanli pushed the door wide and dashed out, ensuring to close it behind him. The Shichi appeared to recognize Su Wanli, letting out a roar as it instinctively recoiled a few steps, sensing the impending danger. The resonance of its roar pierced the air, echoing into the distance, dislodging the snow from the branches, which tumbled to the ground, creating a flurry that the cold wind whisked away. With a thunderous crash, a white figure collided forcefully against the side of the truck. The Shichi redirected its charge towards the vehicle, seemingly intent on flushing out its weaker prey to replenish its energy. Inside, Yusahan felt the unmistakable jolt, akin to an earthquake. Even the bucket placed beneath the windshield was dislodged. The speed of the creature was alarming, surpassing that of an ordinary person by fivefold, and its strength was even greater, exceeding its velocity by several measures. This creature had indeed mutated. Su Wanli narrowed his eyes, brandishing the bone-cutting knife as he pursued the Shichi, relentlessly striking at its head. With absolute speed, each swing of the knife found its mark, its head, shoulders, chest, thighs, all within mere seconds, reducing the Shichi to a bloody pulp. Its spine severed into multiple sections. Frozen chunks of flesh fell into the snow. Momentarily taken aback by the gruesome scene he had created, Su Wanli pondered. Was it truly this simple to eliminate a mutated Shichi? Although it seemed straightforward, he realized this particular specimen had not reached its peak potential. Its mutation was still in its infancy. If allowed another 2 or 3 days to absorb more unknown substances, it would attain the pinnacle of its transformation. Is it dead? Came a voice from the back seat. Yusahan held an unfamiliar wrench, her expression tense. Yes, Su Wanli nodded. The process of dispatching the mutated Shichi had proven simpler than he had anticipated, largely due to its injuries, which rendered it an easier adversary. Upon finishing his words, he noticed the girl's complexion remained pallid, prompting him to offer some guidance. There are certain realities one must come to terms with sooner rather than later. In the future, the external world will descend into greater chaos. The perils we face extend beyond mere phantoms and monsters, encompassing other survivors with whom we may find ourselves in direct conflict over resources. In such moments, compassion must not cloud judgment. Strike first when possible, and aim for a decisive blow when the opportunity arises. It matters not whether the adversary is male or female, old or young. The priority must be the preservation of one's own safety. Su Wanli returned to the immaculate passenger seat, rambling on about information gleaned from the internet. He was not surprised by the girl's reaction. As the mist lingered, the worldviews, legal consciousness, and ethical boundaries that had taken years to establish would unravel at an alarming rate. He possessed the ability to store provisions in a safe space, having anticipated the arrival of a new ice age. However, these monsters and disasters are merely the prologue to the apocalypse. The order of human civilization is disintegrating and in need of reconstruction. All Su Wanli could do was to uphold his moral thresholds in advance and adapt to the new rules of the world. The threshold signifies the moral limit. Each individual harbors an internal scale. The advent of the apocalypse merely accelerates the tipping of this scale, causing it to lean either left or right. Yet, this process of inclination is not instantaneous. It requires time for a buffer. Yusahan is an ordinary person. She needs time to adjust and accept the harsh realities of this new world. Moreover, she is fortunate, for Su Wanli can afford her a measure of time to acclimate. Chapter 115. Naming on the highway. The mutated Shinchi lay motionless in the snow, gradually becoming rigid, no longer convulsing. No blood. Su Wanli observed the creature's wounds, devoid of any blood, feeling a mix of curiosity and unease. Resolutely, he opened the car door and stepped out to undertake an examination of the silent Shinchi. Only then did he dare to extend his hand for a closer inspection. Ding, detected a small amount of analyzable unnamed substance. Do you wish to absorb and analyze? Note, this unnamed substance cannot be stored for return. Upon analysis, it can be used for targeted enhancement, including but not limited to ordinary substances, special substances, unnamed substances. Unnamed substance? Su Wanli was taken aback. He focused intently on the virtual prompt from Tut and Mouse. According to its indication, contact with the deceased Shinchi would allow him to absorb and analyze an unknown substance. The nature of this substance, for the moment, was irrelevant. Since binding with Tut and Mouse, Su Wanli had stored various items, beverages, food, clothing, and more, but he had never realized that Tut and Mouse possessed the ability to analyze unknown substances. Excitedly, he decided to absorb it. Ding, absorption complete, analyzing. Analysis complete, obtained unnamed phase coding segment. Another unnamed one? Su Wanli furrowed his brow. These few unnamed items did not hinder understanding. But what about in the future? As the number of Shinchi he defeated increased and the analyses multiplied, what if they were all unnamed substances? How would one distinguish them? What if I give it a name? Since Tut and Mouse referred to it as an unnamed substance. An unnamed phase, wouldn't naming this substance and phase resolve the issue? The unknown substance alters the essence of living beings. possessing a complex and diverse range of effects on both humans and animals, much like a medium influencing evolution in various directions. Perhaps it would be fitting to call this unknown substance a medium. Medium, a substance that establishes connections and relationships between individuals and objects, or among objects themselves. This aligns with the manifestations of the unknown substance within the dense fog. Unnamed phase. Su Wanli surmised that the unnamed phase Tuntin Mao spoke of likely referred to the mutated stage of the Shinshki. Ordinary Shinshki and mutated Shinshki do not belong to the same tier. Tier, also a realm. Initial stage? Not particularly appealing. Su Wanli scratched his head, sensing an odd feeling within. It seemed that naming the unnamed phase would have far-reaching implications. With limited knowledge of the nomenclature of realms, he decided to temporarily set it aside and delve deeper once he found a secure place to rest. Ding! The unknown substance is officially named medium. Obtained Shinshki medium coding segment, analysis progress of the Shinshki's unnamed phase, 0, 1. You may extract the coding for targeted compilation. Do you wish to extract? Su Wanli pondered. Targeted compilation presented 3 avenues: ordinary substance, special substance, and unnamed substance, now designated as medium. Ordinary materials consist of food, clothing, weapons, and so forth. As for special materials, Su Wanli reminisced about the rare occasions he had encountered such substances. One instance pertained to his own 4-dimensional values, while the other involved a bus undergoing mass restoration. Directional compilation of 4-dimensional values initiated. Ding! Directional compilation completed. Irreversible and non-cancelable. Proceed with execution? Execute. The 4-dimensional values were intrinsically linked to individual prowess. Should his strength be augmented once more, Su Wanli felt assured in confronting greater challenges. However, the realm of directional medium compilation was entirely foreign to him. Given the circumstances, it would be imprudent to squander the scarce, unknown materials on experimentation. Elevating his strength was the most judicious course of action. Ding! Directional encoding completed. Progress of unnamed phase encoding for human 4-dimensional values. 0, 0, 1. A mere 0, 0, 1. Su Wanli's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this not 10 times less than that of the mutated Shuanqi? Was the loss incurred during directional compilation? Or perhaps the 4-dimensional values of humanity were inherently more intricate than those of the Shuanqi. To achieve a complete analysis of a mutated Shuanqi at 0, 0, 1 progress, would it necessitate the elimination of 10,000 such creatures? There was a silver lining. The Tuntin mouse held promise for deciphering the complete encoding of human 4-dimensional values. The downside, however, was that hope seemed exceedingly slim. Patience was key. Having hope was a positive sign. Su Wanli did not feel despondent. Outside, the mutation rate of the Shuanqi was alarmingly rapid, likely exceeding 5 figures by now. He could establish both short-term and long-term objectives. Resolving the issue with the Shuanqi would also mean addressing the hidden little mice. Last night, Su Wanli had heard sounds emanating from the cargo truck. The dense fog had distorted the sounds, leaving him uncertain whether they originated from the truck or if there were no occupants within, merely a trick of the mist. Nevertheless, he had to open the cargo area, assess the situation, and gather provisions. The crunching of snow beneath his feet was a melodious sound. Su Wanli, wielding a stained bone-chopping knife, approached the back of the truck step by step. He cast a glance at the lock on the cargo door. The lock showed signs of having been struck but remained intact. Creak. A faint sound of footsteps crunching on the snow reached his ears. Su Wanli's ears perked up. Before he could turn around, he swung the bone-chopping knife backward. "Brother Su," a familiar voice called out. The knife's trajectory adjusted slightly upwards, narrowly missing its target. Swish. A small tuft of hair floated down, carried by the biting wind, eventually landing on the ground. The chilling wind was piercing. The body of Fire Snake Brother became rigid, his eyes wide with terror, as if his very orbs might leap from their sockets. Had he nearly been severed just now? No. Perhaps he had already suffered the blow, and his body simply had yet to register the event? I'm dead? Fire Snake Brother's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. An indescribable terror enveloping him, causing his heart to race violently. In the past, when engaged in brawls, I felt no pain despite being slashed twice or struck with a baton. The agony only set in afterward. Boss Liang? Su Wanli sheathed his gleaming bone-cutting knife and gazed at the individuals before him, astonished. It was no wonder he could not find Liang Yukai and his companions at the service area last night. They had not returned as expected but had instead taken refuge in the cargo truck's compartment or elsewhere. However, the number of Brother Hua's group had dwindled by nearly half, with several individuals mysteriously missing. Suge? Liang Yotsai's face betrayed a palpable excitement. You did not return last night either? If they could persuade Su Wanli to join their ranks, or vice versa, their chances of survival would significantly increase. With Su Wanli's formidable prowess, most challenges could be surmounted. Most importantly, Su Wanli was a reliable and trustworthy individual. Chapter 116. Avalanche, did you spend the night in the cargo truck? Su Wanli inquired. Last night, he had intended to take the girl into the truck's compartment to rest. But upon hearing unusual sounds from within, he abruptly changed his mind and opted to sleep in the relatively confined driver's seat. No, Liang Yukai shook his head. He and a few others, including Brother Hua, were unable to unlock the cargo compartment, thus they had all squeezed into a van to rest. They spent the entire night in trepidation, not daring to close their eyes. As dawn broke, they finally felt brave enough to descend with their tools. Preparing to pry open the cargo's chain lock to retrieve some food before driving the van to the refuge base in Yacheng. Is the road behind clear? Su Wanli probed. Not overly concerned. It was not surprising to hear strange noises. Thick fog could easily obscure sound transmission. Yes, Liang Yukai replied with certainty. The highway behind us has a stretch that is free of traffic due to the truck collision. We can make a turn and proceed in reverse along the highway towards Yangcheng, reaching the refuge base for military protection. Shall I handle the lock while you open the door? Sure, Brother Hua readily agreed. His interactions with Su Wanli had been minimal, and he was eager for an opportunity to prove himself. As for the dangers inside the cargo compartment, it was a jest. What could possibly emerge from there? Be cautious. Su Wanli couldn't help but remind him, noticing Brother Hua's nonchalant demeanor. He felt a tinge of envy towards Hua's fortune. Despite possessing extraordinary abilities, he had to tread carefully, fearing the unexpected emergence of bizarre new creatures. Yet, Brother Hua, with no such extraordinary traits or vigilance, had somehow survived until now. Truly fortunate. Don't worry, Brother Su. All right. Su Wanli replied, refraining from further comment. He grasped the crowbar and approached the cargo door, scrutinizing the lock above. A chain lock? This particular chain lock was a bicycle lock that Qin Bo had brought during his second trip, ensuring that the cargo's supplies would not be pilfered. Without suitable tools, forcibly breaking the lock would be a daunting task. Furthermore, the only lock-picking expert in the service area was Su Xiuwen, whose actions were observable to everyone, making it unlikely for anyone to steal food from the cargo compartment. Step back a bit, Su Wanli instructed as he took 2 steps back. Once Yu Sahan moved to a safe distance, he inhaled deeply, raising the crowbar to strike the lock's head with great force. Bang! The loud noise triggered a minor avalanche. The group took refuge beside the truck, waiting for the avalanche to subside before digging themselves out from the snow. The southern mountains were numerous, yet most were of modest elevation, typically only a few hundred meters, so the avalanche at mid-slope was not as grand as depicted in films. Don't come out just yet, Su Wanli called out as he brushed the snow from his clothing, returning to the front of the cargo door. Raising the crowbar once more to strike the lock head repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. Minutes passed, and the metal chain lock was forcefully shattered. Su Wanli removed the chain lock and opened the compartment. Inside, packages of varying sizes were piled high. Several had been torn open and discarded in a corner, while a few bags of vacuum-sealed rice were prominently displayed. Were these items left behind by Qin Bo and his group? Su Wanli pondered thoughtfully. He reached out to touch a couple of 25 kilograms bags of rice, which he then stowed directly into the luggage compartment of the bus, leaving behind 2 bags instead of taking them all. Task accomplished. Had the lock been forcibly broken? Hearing the noise, Brother Huashi was the first to emerge. He did not inspect the supplies in the compartment, but bent down to examine the chain lock buried in the snow. Noticing the chain that had been brutally snapped, he couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Truly, Brother Su was impressive. Enough of the sentiment. Hurry inside to escape the cold. It's freezing out here. Inside the truck compartment, the doors were tightly shut. Several mobile phones were turned on to illuminate the interior. Su Wanli and his companions, along with Liang Yikai, each sought a place to sit and exchange information. Brother Su, have a cigarette, Liang Yikai said, skillfully distributing cigarettes. Without concern for the possibility of flammable materials among the packages that could ignite a fire, he produced an unopened pack of black Furongwang cigarettes and awkwardly tore it open. He first offered one to Su Wanli, and once Su took the first one, he then lit one for himself. The remainder was tossed to Brother Huishi. With a flick, he ignited a mosquito coil. The expressions of Liang Yukai and the others appeared inexplicably relaxed. The world had become perilously dangerous. A companion who was laughing just a moment ago could perish before one's very eyes in the next. No one could guarantee survival. In such times, cigarettes became a means for survivors to numb their spirits or provide a semblance of comfort. However, these commodities were growing increasingly precious. If Liang Yukai had not previously stocked up on 10 or so cartons for his fast food business, he would hardly have had any reserves left. After exhaling the smoke, Liang Yukai spoke softly, Brother Su, I have killed again. Su Wanli replied indifferently, taking a drag and slowly exhaling. In the swirling smoke, his stubbled face appeared shrouded in a veil, giving giving off an aura of profound experience and mystery. Liang Yotsai's carefully cultivated mood dissipated. No, brother. Your nonchalance makes it difficult for others to express themselves properly. Brother Su was indeed no ordinary person. He remained the familiar Su Wanli. His expression unchanged upon hearing of the killing, leaving Liang Yikai feeling somewhat deflated. Yesterday, Xiaohua and I didn't return to the service area, not because we couldn't, but because we didn't want to. Brother Su, you must be aware that my fast food restaurant was sabotaged, right? It was done by an old man. The reason we didn't return yesterday was to seek revenge on that old man. As he spoke, a fierce glint appeared on Liang Yotsai's face. A glimmer of exhilaration shining through. We brutally severed the old man's 5 limbs with wooden sticks, methodically dismembering his fingers and discarding them into the roadside ditch. We then watched, helpless and cold, as he succumbed to the frigid air, his body gradually stiffening and his skin becoming ashen. Meanwhile, the expressions of Fire Snake and his companions were somewhat unnatural as they unconsciously accelerated their smoking habits, one puff after another, one cigarette after another. The events of yesterday left them with considerable psychological scars. Where did it happen? Su Wanli inquired. Approximately 100 meters from the service area, Liang Yikai replied, providing a precise location. He had initially intended to wait until the old man had wandered further away before discreetly carrying out the act with Fire Snake and the others. However, the group's efforts to excavate the snow proved too slow. With dusk approaching, they gradually returned to the hall to rest. Liang Yikai, unwilling to wait any longer, made a decisive choice and, accompanied by Fire Snake and his companions, forcibly dragged the old man away, hastily completing their act of vengeance. 100 meters, you say? Su Wanli frowned. The location where he encountered the white worms was undoubtedly more than 100 meters from the service area. Yet, there was no way to ascertain whether the old man's corpse had been devoured by the insects. He had not seen the body on his way back. Perhaps the darkness obscured his view, or he simply failed to notice the ditch. Did no one in the hall mention this incident? Liang Yikai pondered. As Su Wanli appeared unaware of their murderous deed. Chapter 117, To Kill Me? The expressions of Brother Fire Snake and his companions were peculiar. They dragged the old man away in front of others. Those who had been with the old man returned to the hall to rest, making it impossible for them to conceal the situation. Once Chenbo, Xie Zhangshu, and others learned of this, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to rally everyone against them, either to drive them away or to apply gradual pressure, similar to their treatment of the young group led by Xiao Hao, depriving them of food and waiting for them to weaken. Fully aware of the intricate web of interests at play, Liang Yikai and his companions were reluctant to return to the service area. They intended to take a portion of the food from the truck and make their way towards the refuge base in Yaqing. Upon reaching the refuge base, a new life awaited them. Yet, if Chun Bo and the others remained oblivious to their murderous deeds, why would they even consider fleeing? Compared to the uncertainty of the refuge base, the familiar service area offered a greater sense of security. Upon hearing Liang Yotsai's group express their desire to head to the refuge base, the previously silent Yu Sahan spoke up with a question. Do you have a vehicle? Indeed. Brother Fire Snake replied, aware that his sister-in-law disliked the smell of smoke. He extinguished the incense with his thumb and forefinger, eager to assert his presence. We have a 7-seater van. We spent the night in it. Su Gu, sister-in-law, would you like to join us at the refuge base? Liang Yikai had arranged to acquire a well-maintained van before the cold front arrived. His plan was to finish the fast food business, make some money, and then drive away. Alas, plans often falter in the face of change. Su Wanli was about to suggest hitching a ride when he suddenly perked up, hearing voices out. He gestured for everyone to be quiet. Someone is out there. He crept towards the edge of the vehicle to discern the external sounds. Brother One, slow down, slow down. Brother One? Su Wanli's gaze flickered. He recalled the locksmith, whose name seemed to be something like One. Could it be the same individual? He discreetly removed the goat horn hammer from his waist, the bone-cutting knife for dealing with Xuanqi, and the hammer for confronting evildoers. Yu Sahan noticed the man's movements and wisely sought refuge in an inconspicuous corner. She was hardly a warrior, and in such moments, it was best not to be a hindrance to the men. Damn it, someone intends to steal the food from the truck. Brother Fire Snake and the others wasted no time, drawing their weapons without hesitation. The food must not be compromised. Even if Sugu can manage, the others cannot. Whoever dares to steal the food shall be dealt with. Everyone gripped their respective weapons, holding their breath in silence, awaiting the arrival of the intruders. Outside, several survivors, their clothes tattered and scorched, walked with their heads bowed. Brother One is truly formidable. Did you know? He managed to escape from that black monster last night. Isn't he that impressive? Are you not in awe? Absolutely. After just a glance from that black creature, my legs trembled uncontrollably, and I could hardly stand, let alone flee. It is not merely a tremor, Brother Xie was rendered completely dumbfounded, standing motionless. Who informed you that Brother Xie was stunned? Ah, is that not the case? Certainly not. Brother Xie. Xie Zhengshu was dispatched by Brother One. What? Accompanied by increasingly distinct footsteps, Su Wanli overheard snippets of conversation amongst several individuals. A black monster? Has a new creature emerged in the surface area? Furthermore, Su Xiaowen had not perished under the monster's gaze, while the former professional boxer, Xie Zhengshu, fell victim to a surprise attack. Last night indeed bore witness to numerous intriguing events. Haha. Su Xiaowen let out a hearty laugh, casually glancing at that fellow. He approached and patted him on the shoulder. Brother Xie is on the verge of transforming into a zombie, compelling my hand to act. As he spoke, he turned to the remaining few. Have we all forgotten about Xiao Liang's transformation into a monster? After fleeing the blazing hall last night, they had intended to find a vehicle to endure the night, only for one companion to suddenly metamorphose into a zombie. Were it not for Su Xiaowen's quick reflexes in drawing his weapon and hacking desperately, they might have already succumbed to the zombie's bites. At this moment, recalling their companion's transformation inevitably stirred a sense of trepidation. Let us not be overly concerned, Su Xiaowen said with a cheerful demeanor, patting a comrade's shoulder to bolster morale. Surviving great calamities surely leads to greater fortunes. You, my friend, possess quite an astute eye. Once we find some fair maidens, you shall be the first to indulge. The other brothers nodded in agreement. We may not boast of much, but we shall certainly have our fill of women. Once we reach the new gathering place, whichever woman catches our eye, we shall seize her. Excellent. The rest responded loudly, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Damn it. This is precisely what should transpire in the face of societal collapse. Previously constrained by the law, they dared not approach a favored beauty on the street. Now, with each city preoccupied with its own survival, why suppress their innermost desires? Whoever appeals to them shall be taken home, regardless of no matter skin color or origin. They might even broaden the species limits. Completely liberating their primal instincts, they would become slaves to their desires. Thus, even if they were to perish beneath the monster's fangs or succumb to the plummeting temperatures, there would be no regrets. Ajia is it? Su Xiaowen turned to a tall youth, jesting. Given your sturdy physique, how about we call you Brother Jie from now on? In such chaotic times, unwilling to accept mediocrity yet not wishing to be despised, the best approach is to find a straightforward yet capable elder brother. Su Xiaowen did not mind bowing to a powerful figure. Take Xie Zhengshu, for instance, a former professional boxer. He bravely led others to rescue and scavenge for food. He possessed great courage but lacked cunning. Such a person is quite suitable to be a leader. However, Su Xiaowen had not anticipated that once Xie Zhengshu seized power, he would change. He became overly cautious, hesitant, and fearful of Su Wanli, unwilling to take decisive action against the young woman. Fearful of Su Wanli, they dared not take action against Yu Sahan. More amusingly, upon hearing Lin Shaolin call out Yu Sahan's name, Xie Zhengshu would rather let a duck escape from the pot than initiate a confrontation. Such a person is unlikely to achieve great things and is not worth following. No, Brother One is merely jesting. The burly man hastily waved his hand. I merely train my muscles in the gym, having rarely engaged in a fight. I will still rely on Brother One in the future. Oh, come now, let us not speak in such a distant manner among brothers. Su Xiaowen waved his hand, abandoning the thought of pushing the other to the forefront. This fellow's mind is a bit too convoluted. It's rather inappropriate. Let us move on. I didn't see that fellow with the hammer last night. He is likely headed towards the cargo truck with a female university student, aiming for the goods on board. Those supplies must not fall into his hands. Everyone, let us hurry. We might just block their way at the truck. At that point, there will be no need to queue. We can all join in the fun. The primary distinction between Su Xiaowen and Xie Zhengshu lies in their desires. Xie Zhengshu is greedy for power, while Su Xiaowen simply appreciates unique beauties. I always said Brother One is born to be a leader. If it were Xie Zhengshu, he would likely have us guard the entrance while he indulges alone. The group's tone became noticeably lighter. At any moment, the human desires for food, power, and beauty serve as a potent motivation. They quickened their pace forward. As they passed by a car, a voice drifted softly from its direction. I heard you intend to kill me. Su Xiaowen and the others were startled. They had not anticipated that someone would climb atop the car in such frigid temperatures. Is this person not distinctly unwell? Chapter 118. Is it you? Upon recognizing the figure atop the vehicle, Su Xiaowen's expression shifted dramatically. He held a disdainful view of Xie Zhengshu's timid approach to matters. However, he did not question Xie Zhengshu's insights. Xie often proclaimed that Su Wanli possessed inhuman strength, indicating that Su's power far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, making him a formidable opponent. I was wondering who had the audacity to target the cargo truck's supplies. Turns out it's the locksmith, he scoffed. From the rear of the truck's compartment emerged Liang Yukai, wielding a kitchen knife. Beside him was brother Huishi, accompanied by several of his remaining associates. After their brutal act of vengeance yesterday, a fierce aura surrounded Liang Yukai and his companions, especially with the bloodied knife in hand, emboldening them to confront anyone, provided they were of sound mind. Did you pry open the truck's chain lock? Su Xiaowen asked with a hint of urgency, noticing Liang Yukai and his group emerging from the back of the truck. His decision to refrain from traveling overnight stemmed from the belief that the compartment was secured with a chain lock. Unfortunately, Chen Bo, who possessed the key, was nowhere to be found. He alone had the locksmithing skills necessary to unlock the chain and access the food within the truck. But now, it seemed the supplies had been seized by others. Whereas the food? A fierce expression crossed Su Xiaowen's face as he drew his weapon. He wished to avoid conflict with Su Wanli. However, if Su and his associates were also coveting the truck's provisions, he would have no choice but to fight fiercely. Food? Brother Huishi replied, his demeanor menacing. He secured a cloth strap around his knife-wielding right hand, deftly tying it with his left hand and teeth, then brandished it while fixating on Su Xiaowen's group. Suge, leave these fellows to us. The food in the truck's compartment was a coveted resource for both parties, leaving no room for negotiation. Moreover, they had long-standing grievances with Xie Zhongshu and his crew, often clashing and exchanging insults at the service area, which had fostered considerable animosity. Others, do as you please, Su Wanli stated, indifferent to the others. His singular focus was on Su Xiaowen, pointing at him. This fellow is mine. A favor owed is not nullified by the death of the other. The woman had granted him an opportunity to escape, and now fate had led him to encounter the living Su Xiaowen once more. He had no qualms about repaying that debt. Very well. Brother Huishi and his companions nodded resolutely. They trusted Su Wanli's strength and would not defy his orders. After exchanging glances, they charged forward with their weapons raised, shouting in a frenzy. The fight lacked any form or structure. They advanced and retreated haphazardly, brandishing knives while probing for openings, creating a somewhat absurd spectacle. Nonetheless, Su Wanli understood the situation well. In the current phase, injuries, particularly those inflicted by knives, were unlikely to receive any treatment. Then, Su Wanli rose, looking down at Su Xiaowen from his elevated position. How do you wish to meet your end? Die? You, Su Xiaowen, having dared to sneakily target Xie Zhongshu's throat, undoubtedly harbored a ruthless resolve that set him apart from the ordinary. Whoever dares to compete with him for food, he will not hesitate to kill. Just as Su Xiaowen gripped the knife handle tightly, his neck muscles bulging in preparation for a desperate struggle, he met Su Wanli's unremarkable gaze. In that instant, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon him, and an inexplicable sense of trepidation surged within his heart. Words faltered. Gulp. Su Xiaowen's motion to lift the knife froze, his throat involuntarily constricting. Alone in the presence of Su Wanli, he finally comprehended why Xie Zhongshu had repeatedly retreated. Too fearful to lay a hand on the exquisite woman or entertain thoughts of the innocent female university student. This man's aura truly transcended that of mere mortals. Brother, can we negotiate? Su Xiaowen stammered. Previously, he had never believed in the notion of a powerful aura emanating from others. It had always seemed a mere style of conduct. However, before Su Wanli, he felt the suffocating sensation of being utterly subdued by an imposing presence. The truck was laden with food, far more than could be consumed. Su Xiaowen, having helped transport bread and rice the day before, was acutely aware of the substantial quantity contained within the truck's compartment. There was enough sustenance for a dozen individuals to last for nearly half a month. It was impossible to take it all. A strained smile plastered across his face, he continued. So, brother, you can take what you wish, as much as you can carry. We'll gather the leftovers, and everyone can benefit without harm. What do you say? Then I shall choose your method of demise, Su Wanli replied, swinging the hammer menacingly. He felt no burden regarding Su Xiaowen. This man had intruded upon the women's dormitory under the cover of night, disregarding their will and using them as pawns in his manipulative games. His death would be a boon to many. Let us begin by breaking your hands. They are the origin of your wickedness. No room for negotiation? Struggling against his instinctual terror, Su Xiaowen stepped back, his heart heavy with reluctance. He did not wish to die. In these chaotic times, one could act with reckless abandon. He had yet to experience the pleasures of various beautiful women. His ambitions were just beginning to sprout, the grand vision barely unfurling. He could not resign himself to death, to oblivion. Yet Su Wanli's icy gaze offered no glimmer of hope. Die? He could not afford to remain passive. Su Xiaowen bent down, scooping up a handful of snow and hurling it at Su Wanli, seizing the momentary distraction to thrust his fruit knife towards his adversary's vulnerable spots with all his might. Die? Madness filled Su Xiaowen's eyes. Crack. A flash of silver glinted. Su Xiaowen's vision blurred as his arm contorted at a grotesque angle. The fruit knife slipped from his grasp, flying away into the unknown. My hand. The adrenaline coursing through him dulled the sensation of his fracture. Yet the visual shock overwhelmed him, and he could not suppress his scream. Ah, my hand. My hand. Next, it was time for the implement of his execution. Su Wanli swung the hammer, deliberately speaking to instill psychological pressure upon his opponent. He believed that individuals like Su Xiaowen should not meet their demise too swiftly. They ought to be entirely consumed by fear, experiencing a torment more agonizing than death itself. Quick, let me slay him. Cough, cough. Kill him. Kill him. As Su Xiaowen retreated in a frenzy, he incessantly signaled several of his underlings to besiege Su Wanli. His rapid breaths induced a fit of violent coughing. Dare to distract yourself? I shall end you. Caution was advised. They might retaliate in their final moments. However, the fire serpent and his companions were no mere novices. Sensing their adversary's distraction, they seized the opportunity to strike, either slashing or stabbing. Although their attacks did not inflict fatal wounds, they were sufficient to lay the groundwork. Your underlings seem rather preoccupied, he mused, concerned that the girl hiding in the carriage might be frightened. Su Wanli shattered Su Xiaowen's right hand and then delivered a blow that crushed his jaw. Chapter 119. Harvest. More than 10 minutes passed. The snow surrounding the truck was stained with pools of blood, melting much of the snow into a crimson or pale red ice layer. Splatter. Haha. I finally took care of those guys. What a relief. You have no idea. Just now I executed a flying kick that sent a hefty fellow, who stood half a head taller than me, sprawling on the ground, and then rushed forward to stab him into a beehive of wounds. What a joke. Wasn't that Sugu who knocked him down with a blow? Damn. You're going to lose your friends acting that way. Do you know that? Let us be honest. Sugu is truly formidable, knocking one down with a single strike, his speed and precision. Inside the truck, Liang Yukai and a few others, including Huashigo, were smoking, their expressions exhilarated as they recounted the recent skirmish, boasting of their respective achievements. They bore traces of blood, remnants of their adversaries. Liang Yukai and Huashigo were exceedingly cautious, prioritizing their own safety before engaging the enemy. Consequently, during the past 10 minutes, most of the time was spent testing the waters. Sugu had truly worked hard. Liang Yukai humbly offered a cigarette, not only out of fear of Su Wanli's prowess, but also from sincere gratitude. Just moments ago, had it not been for Su Wanli's intervention, they would have certainly faced severe injuries from the enemy's desperate counterattack, and the number of wounded would have been more than one. Injury, after all, signifies a slow demise. Thank you, Sugu. I'm not very good with words, so I'll just wish Sugu's wife a swift blessing of children. If you can't speak well, then don't speak at all. Can anyone have children in these times? Right, my fault. Then I wish Sugu's wife a happy new year in advance. Happy New Year. And I wish Sugu's wife good health. With 4 dishes at every meal. Huashigo and the others also expressed their gratitude to Su Wanli, albeit with some restraint. Only in such moments did they reveal the youthful awkwardness inherent in their age. They were indeed not adept at expressing thanks face to face. Typically, gratitude was conveyed over drinks where a simple toast sufficed. Now, without alcohol, swift blessing of children? Yusahan, who was quietly unpacking inside, felt her ears flush and her gaze instinctively drift toward the man. His exterior was quite impressive, and she, too, was remarkable in both figure and appearance. If there were to be children. No. Yusahan shook her head to dispel the thoughts swirling in her mind. The current circumstances were not conducive to childbearing, nor were there medical facilities available. Everything would have to wait until the refuge base stabilized post-disaster. Everyone is fine. That's what matters. Su Wanli waved his hand, pulling out his phone to check the time. It was 10:10 in the morning. The two needed to head to the evacuation point at the service center in Miletown later that afternoon, so they couldn't afford to waste too much time. He turned to survey the packages in the truck, extinguishing his cigarette. You all take a breather. Later, lend a hand with unpacking. Do we really need to rest? As Sugu began to unpack the deliveries, Huashigu extinguished his cigarette and eagerly bent down to pick up a package, tearing it open with brute force. The other younger brothers followed suit, enthusiastically ripping apart parcels in search of food. Let us look for more clothing and tools, Su Wanli said to the girl. They were not in want of food. Rather, he sought additional sets of clothing, blankets, and some useful kitchenware, tools, or weapons. Yusahan nodded in agreement. Her spirits high as she excitedly unwrapped the packages one after another, inspecting their contents. The thrill of opening these mystery boxes was quite exhilarating. A soy milk maker. No thanks. A soy milk maker? Su Wanli looked up to see the girl holding a brand new machine and immediately approached, smiling as he took it from her. This can be useful later on. Useful? At his words, Yusahan pondered, turning to rummage through the corner where previous packages had been opened. Soon, she discovered a stainless steel meat grinder. "Do you want this?" "Yes," Su Wanli replied, finding a plastic bag to wrap the soy milk maker and casually placing the meat grinder in another convenient bag. With the dining options at the service area rapidly depleting, he realized that their dormitory lacked many kitchen essentials, complicating their daily lives. Moreover, these electrical appliances, once stored in their designated space, could potentially yield better functionalities upon their return. "I'll keep an eye out for more kitchenware then." "All right, if you're uncertain about anything, just ask me." "Sure." After a brief exchange, the two returned to their task of unpacking the boxes at their feet. In truth, one could often gauge the contents of a package simply by its exterior, as many bore labels. Yet at times, checking labels was less efficient than tearing them open. With a swift motion, the knife sliced through the packaging, revealing a new mobile phone. Why are there so many new phones? Perhaps with the new year approaching, those working away are preparing gifts for their parents or children. Hey, this box contains a barbecue grill and 5 kilograms of charcoal. Let us take it." The girl held a rectangular parcel, unveiling an unassembled barbecue grill and a small box of hollow bamboo charcoal. In a post-apocalyptic setting, especially during the harsh winter, charcoal remained a crucial yet often overlooked resource. Bamboo charcoal ignited easily, burned at high temperatures, and provided a substantial heat source. Many high-quality bamboo charcoals were particularly long-lasting. Paired with a barbecue grill, they could be invaluable for boiling water or grilling meat, an excellent resource for survival. "I found a kettle." "A kettle?" Liang Yukai and Hua Shiga straightened up, turning to look at the girl inside the vehicle. Upon seeing the black kettle in her hands, their faces displayed unmistakable envy. This item would be a veritable treasure at the refuge base. "Let us set it aside for now. We'll take it down together later." Su Wanli gestured for Yusahan to first set aside the barbecue grill, bamboo charcoal, and kettle, while continuing to unwrap other packages. Once they had finished, they would pack everything together to take away. Unlike Liang Yukai and his group, who sought only instant food as they were in a survival phase, Su Wanli had no such immediate needs. Instead, he was in search of kitchenware or tools to enhance his quality of life, as well as self-defense weapons to face potential crises. 10 pairs of cotton socks. "Oh, what's this? A box of milk beer? Let's take it." Another mobile phone. The two exchanged remarks, selecting various supplies. Liang Yukai and his companions exchanged glances, feeling an uncanny sense of unreality. Why did Su and that girl appear as if they were on a vacation, chatting and laughing? Their hands were painfully cold, and every time they unwrapped a package, they had to warm their hands by blowing on them, taking 2 to 3 minutes, or even longer, to finish. This Fire Snake's admiration for Su Wanli grew stronger. Indeed, the strong never complain about their environment. Chapter 120. Bribery at 11:30 in the morning. The large packages within the compartment had mostly been unpacked. Half of the contents consisted of assorted items, while a smaller portion comprised food and clothing. The clothing was predominantly winter coats, with women's styles accounting for 80%. The food, though limited in quantity, varied in type, including breakfast bread, rice, snacks, white elephant instant noodles, and 2 boxes of herring canned fish. You wouldn't believe it. Brother Fire Snake donned a pink cartoon winter coat, gazing down at his new attire with a look of satisfaction. "This woman's coat is remarkably warm." "Ha." The others laughed heartily, their spirits uplifted. Having secured a bounty of clothing and food, coupled with the defeat of their only adversary, Su Xiuan's small team, they relished the moment's joy. They playfully mocked each other for wearing women's coats, feeling quite at ease. Was Tichenbo claiming there was an abundance of food on the truck? Clad in his cozy attire, Brother Fire Snake began to tally the food provisions. He suspected that the food packages on the truck were more than just the small pile before them. Given Chinbo's cunning nature, he likely stashed some food away in another location. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. This aligns perfectly with Chinbo's modus operandi. Don't be too greedy, Liang Nikai remarked, leaning against the truck while pointing excitedly at the food in the center. This food should sustain us for several days. The truck was a 6-meter-8 long box vehicle, containing over 600 packages in total, with an average of 1 food package for every 10 parcels. The accumulation of 60 to 70 food packages offered a rich variety and substantial quantity. "I'm just making an observation," Brother Fire Snake scratched his head. "This food surely won't suffice to meet the consumption of dozens of people for several days. However, with just the few of us eating 2 meals a day, we could easily stretch it for nearly 10 days, which is ample. In a world fraught with peril, no matter how much food one carries, the opportunity to consume it may not always arise. Sugu can take the lead." Yes, Sugu first." Yang Yikai and Brother Fire Snake stepped aside to allow Su Wanli to select. They did not take advantage of Su Wanli's amiable nature, rather, they maintained a clear understanding of their positions. All right. Su Wanli also did not hesitate. Approaching the pile of food, he began to select items. He took a variety of foods, some in larger quantities and others in smaller, primarily to diversify the contents of his travel backpack. Sugu. Noticing Su Wanli consistently grabbing snacks, Brother Firesnake couldn't help but offer a gentle reminder. Potato chips are puffed snacks. They want to keep you full and lack nutrition. Take less of those and more of the staples like rice and noodles. Since there are many of you, it's wise to leave more of the staples. Su Wanli chuckled in response. His travel backpack was already stuffed with various staples, and his hands were burdened with several plastic bags containing kitchen tools such as a meat grinder and a soy milk maker, leaving no room to carry additional food. Yet, why not express a kind word if it garners goodwill? Sugu. You. Thank you, Sugu. One call of Sugu earns a lifetime of gratitude. The group, led by Firesnake, was undeniably moved. During their time at the service station, they endured relentless hardships at the hands of Xie Zhongshu and his companions, facing dire conditions that left them on the brink of starvation, nearly resorting to gnawing on the remnants of a damaged leg of a table, only to be restrained by Liang Yukai, who incessantly offered them cigarettes to numb their nerves. Yet, those experiences bestowed upon them a profound understanding of the significance of sustenance. Brother Su, Firesnake proclaimed, emphatically striking his chest, in the future, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I, Firesnake, shall not utter a word of dissent. He was acutely aware of Su Wanli's capabilities. If he desired to procure food, he could do so without hesitation. Not only did Su Wanli refrain from greed, but he also generously left behind a majority of the staple provisions for them. This act of kindness, perhaps trivial to Su Wanli, was one that Firesnake could not simply overlook. Not taking the staples? Liang Yotsai's expression shifted as well. Su Wanli was not merely performing for show. He genuinely took less food than he could have. This revelation profoundly impacted Liang Yotsai's worldview in this post-apocalyptic scenario, prompting him to offer a gentle reminder, Brother Su, please take a bit more rice, otherwise, we shall remain anxious. Survive well, Su Wanli said, patting Liang Yukai on the shoulder. He smiled at Firesnake and the others before continuing to select provisions, filling a large plastic bag with their gathered supplies. The majority of the remaining food was left for Liang Yukai and Firesnake's group. Brother Su, I shall refrain from platitudes. Liang Yukai stated solemnly as he approached Su Wanli, slightly bowing. My companions and I intend to drive to the refuge base in Yangqing. I wonder if Brother Su would care to join us. If you do, we shall always follow your lead. Previously, he had sought to win Su Wanli over through promises and ties of interest. This time, he made it clear that he wished to recognize Su Wanli as their leader, willing to heed his commands and serve as a devoted subordinate. Indeed, Firesnake affirmed, nodding resolutely, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he regarded Su Wanli. After witnessing Su Wanli's display of strength, propelling an adversary several meters away, he felt a deep-seated admiration for him and yearned to align himself with Su Wanli's faction. Brother Su, we are unafraid of dirt and toil. Feel free to command us. Su Wanli graciously declined their offer. He was unfamiliar with the rules of the refuge base. Such places were likely easy to enter, but difficult to exit. Having recently grasped the advantages of eliminating the Shunshur, he preferred not to remain confined, seeking instead a secure building, preferably in the suburbs, where the population was sparse, allowing for the hunting of Shinshur and the absorption of analytical mediums. This, Liang Yukai and Firesnake exchanged glances, discerning a hint of resignation and profound regret in each other's eyes. They had anticipated this outcome. Otherwise, Su Wanli would have aligned himself or established a faction long before at the service station. Then, Brother Su, we shall move the supplies to the vehicle while you and the sister-in-law take a moment to rest, Liang Yukai concluded, no longer pressing the matter. Such discussions needed only to be raised once. Further insistence could imply coercion, possibly leading to undesirable consequences. Respectfully offering a cigarette, I turned to Brother Huishi. Xiaohua, gather a few brothers to discuss the allocation. Those with strength should carry the rice. If not, we can form pairs. Let us swiftly load the food into the trunk of our vehicle. Understood. Brother Huishi was succinct. Their time was of the essence. They needed to drive to the refuge base in Yangcheng as swiftly as possible, aiming to reach a constructed area before nightfall. Sister Su can rest for now. We will finish moving the items shortly, so do not worry. The group exchanged brief greetings. They stuffed small pieces of paper into their ears and jumped down from the cargo area to transport the provisions. Their van was parked about 10 meters ahead, and by navigating along the line of cars on the road, they would not lose their way. Chapter 121. Serenity soon. Only 2 individuals remained in the compartment. Yusahan found herself slightly bewildered by the affectionate remarks from her elder sister-in-law. She was acutely aware of her somewhat infatuated disposition, often revealing her less-than-stellar intellect in unguarded moments. This was far from ideal. She needed to exercise restraint. Should we take these items with us? Yusahan inquired. Eyeing the scattered belongings tucked in the corner, some tools, some kitchenware, various daily necessities, and 2 cans of herring. Let us leave them behind, she concluded. Carrying excessive weight would hinder our escape, and many of these items are not immediately necessary. Yet, she felt a twinge of reluctance. Opportunities to encounter such delivery trucks in the future were uncertain, and if they required specific tools or supplies, sourcing them again would prove challenging. We can do without them, Su Wanli remarked, unfazed by the prospect of leaving things behind. Most tools and kitchen implements served similar functions. Taking 1 or 2 would suffice for their everyday needs, rendering it unnecessary to carry more. As for the 2 cans of herring, he expressed considerable disdain. In truth, Fire Snake and his companions had initially intended to take the herring. Canned meat was ready to eat and easily heated, making it exceptionally valuable in apocalyptic times. However, they had tacitly agreed to leave the herring behind, reserving the best provisions for Su Wanli and Yusahan. Indeed, Yusahan responded, nodding obediently, her eyes shimmering with appreciation. She understood the man's deliberate choice to forego the cans. There might be survivors in the service area. If they took all the food and someone arrived after a grueling journey only to find nothing available, the despair would be palpable. By leaving behind 2 cans of herring, the man was offering future travelers a glimmer of hope. What a man of responsibility, strength, compassion, principles, and boundaries. Who wouldn't he be enamored by such qualities? Let us not dawdle, Su Wanli said, unaware that his disdain for the 2 cans of herring had significantly elevated the girl's affection for him. He crouched down to distribute several plastic bags filled with supplies. Let us allocate the resources, he suggested. Very well, Yusahan replied, opening her travel backpack to extract items of redundant function or lower value, such as blankets and clothing. She removed lightweight yet space-consuming garments, placing them into plastic bags to free up room in her backpack for more valuable supplies. Fresh socks and thermal clothing went into her bag. Bread and coffee beans were added next. Milk and beer were carried in hand. Sesame paste filled another bag. The two began reorganizing their supplies by category, weight, and other factors. In less than 2 minutes, their travel backpacks were brimming. It feels a bit heavy, Yusahan remarked, attempting to lift her bag. The weight was substantial, roughly estimating over 10 kilograms. This burden was beginning to affect their ability to walk. Sugu, the group of Fire Snake returned after gathering food, observing the two in the compartment and inquiring, do you need assistance? Is there space in your vehicle? Su Wanli responded, I'm not heading to the refuge base, but I could use a ride. As they reached the ramp, they alighted from the vehicle to walk, thus saving a considerable amount of time. The expressions of Huoshi Gu and his companions brightened with delight, and they eagerly assisted the two with their luggage, leading the way ahead. In less than half a minute, they arrived at a light yellow van that could accommodate 9 passengers. This is the one, Sugu remarked. Liang Yikai, seated in the driver's seat, appeared somewhat astonished. Prior to the arrival of the cold wave, he had procured a vehicle, intending to finish his business at the fast food restaurant and then drive away. However, plans had gone awry. The fast food establishment had been disrupted, and in a fit of rage, he had impulsively committed murder, resulting in minor psychological issues that had prevented him from finding a suitable opportunity to leave. Consequently, the van had remained stationary. We'll hitch a ride, Su Wanli explained with a smile. With a vehicle available, there's no need to waste energy walking. In moments of danger, he could easily kick open the van's door and make a swift escape with the girl. No problem, Sugu, you can ride as long as you wish, Liang Yikai said as he opened the door and warmly ushered Su Wanli and Yusahan inside. Su Wanli nodded at the girl before bending down to enter the vehicle. He and Yusahan occupied the middle row, with Liang Yikai driving, while Huoshi Gu and a younger associate squeezed into the passenger seat. The remaining 4 crammed into the back, leaving a vacant spot in the middle. However, they dared not sit near Su Wanli, nor could they muster the courage to sit beside Yusahan. The van traveled at a sluggish pace for a distance. Liang Yikai lit a cigarette, leaning forward with his head tilted and squinting to observe the road ahead. How strange, it's so quiet outside. There was at least some noise yesterday, but today it's utterly silent, he noted. Be careful, Su Wanli advised, addressing both the girl and Liang Yikai. As they continued on their journey, they encountered no other living beings, nor did they come across any Shinchiki. Ordinarily, this would be a positive sign, yet Su Wanli remained on high alert. He was aware that there existed formidable creatures possessing territorial instincts. Within their domains, no other life forms were permitted, rendering certain areas eerily tranquil. For instance, dogs establish territories and social standings through urine marking. This behavior is not merely instinctual, it is integral to ensuring stability and authority within their social environment. Likewise, a dog's markings facilitate communication with others, and provide crucial information for identifying fellow canines. Damn it, there wouldn't be a large one hiding about, would there? Liang Yukai muttered, glancing at the composed Su Wanli in the rearview mirror, which offered him a modicum of reassurance. This accursed thick fog either generated noise or rendered the surroundings as silent as a vacuum, leaving him feeling quite unsettled. Stop at the ramp ahead. Su Wanli instructed from the middle seat, his voice revealing a hint of urgency. He felt more anxious than Liang Yukai. The deathly silence outside was more terrifying than the bizarre lair they had encountered earlier. It seems as though there lurks an insurmountable horror, instinctively prompting one to retreat. Su Wanli, unwavering in his self-awareness, decisively instructed Liang Yukai to halt the vehicle, preparing to disembark the highway and seek refuge in a building for a couple of days. Suge, are you planning to get off here? Liang Yukai inquired, glancing at the two through the rearview mirror. The ramp was now buried beneath a thick layer of snow, making it challenging even for a van to navigate, and on foot. It was not that he underestimated Su Wanli, but rather the snow was over a meter deep, rendering it nearly impossible for pedestrians to progress. Indeed. Su Wanli affirmed with a nod. Without waiting for the van to come to a complete stop, he opened the door and stepped out with Yu Sahan. Boss Liang, would you consider turning around? There's an evacuation point at the Milei Town Service Center. Evacuation point? Young Yukai paused, taken aback. He had not returned to the service area the previous night and was unaware of Gu Ruejia's dissemination of this information. After a moment of hesitation, he shook his head in refusal. No, thank you. It was not a matter of disbelief in Su Wanli, rather. Heading to the evacuation point would ultimately lead to the same refuge. There was no need to circle back and forth. Very well, Su Wanli conceded without insistence. He tapped on the car door, bid farewell, and, taking Yu Sahan by the hand, ventured onto the ramp. Kai-go, I think we should follow Su-go after all, suggested the co-pilot, Huashi-go, hesitantly, even while remaining inside the vehicle, gazing out at the seemingly motionless fog. He felt a chill creep over him as he could not even hear the sound of the tires crunching through the snow. We're on a different path than Su-go, Liang Yukai sighed softly, releasing the clutch and pressing the accelerator as they continued towards the Sheep City refuge. Chapter 122, Lost on the Ramp. Su Wanli and Yu Sahan stood at the entrance, watching as the van gradually reversed until its lights faded into oblivion. Their surroundings transformed into a seemingly static world enveloped in thick fog. Uncertainty loomed over their survival. Yu Sahan's expression was somewhat complex. She harbored little fondness nor animosity towards Liang Yukai and the others. Yet, as she watched them disappear into the mist, a sense of unease, she silently wished for their safe arrival at the refuge base. Su Wanli offered a simple blessing. His relationship with Liang Yukai was neither particularly strong nor weak. Should they reach their destination safely, there might be a chance for reunion. With familiar faces at the refuge base, they could quickly grasp the unspoken rules and essential information. Let us go. We must locate a building before nightfall. Su Wanli adjusted his travel backpack and turned to walk along the ramp. The events of the previous night lingered in his mind, a source of trepidation. He stepped ahead, carefully treading a path that would ease the girl's passage. Yu Sahan gathered her thoughts and followed in the footsteps he had carved, one step at a time. After traversing a few meters, she noticed with keen attention that the man had intentionally shortened his stride, perfectly aligning with her own smaller steps. Such thoughtfulness warmed her heart. Are we going to sleep rough tonight? She inquired. Not at all. We will surely find a building, Su Wanli replied, scanning the area ahead. A distance of over 100 meters was not insurmountable. By identifying a reference point and following it, they could avoid becoming disoriented. If necessary, they could mark their path with objects. The fog was not an insurmountable barrier. Two living souls would invariably discover the right direction and locate shelter before darkness descended. Yu Sahan, her gaze cast downward, focused on Su Wanli's footprints, following his lead while muttering to herself. I am not afraid the snow beneath their feet crunched with each step, the wide expanse stretching endlessly before them. Two diminutive figures moved forward, their pace heavy and sluggish. Each footfall left a distinct imprint in the snow, the only trace in this frigid realm. With each step, Yu Sahan found it increasingly arduous to tread in the man's footprints, her breathing growing coarse and labored. The white mist of her breath began to crystallize, forming frost upon her eyelashes and the fine hairs on her cheeks. The frost only intensified the chill that already reddened her face. A biting wind howled through the air. Yu Sahan grasped the hem of her clothing, bowing her head as she struggled against the fierce gusts. The cold air lashed against her cheeks, as though it sought to tear at the exposed skin, inflicting a sharp pain that made breathing laborious. The icy air filled her nostrils and throat, engendering a profound discomfort, leading to a suffocating sensation. Cough, cough. Yu Sahan gasped as the cold air rushed in, causing her to cough incessantly. She found herself yearning for the discarded mask, which she had only worn for 3 days without falling ill and could have continued to use. Creak. The man in front of her halted, standing before a lamppost bound with a red cord. Yusahan squinted at the iron pole, her tone revealing a hint of anxiety. They had returned to the lamppost location for the 4th time in half an hour. If they failed to locate a building soon, they would have to find a spacious vehicle before nightfall, break a window to gain entry, and then use objects to block the window, creating a makeshift barrier against the mist. This might provide a place to rest, but the risk was exceedingly high. They were uncertain whether the mist would seep through the gaps, allowing unknown substances to accumulate in the confined space, potentially attracting monsters. Su Wanli felt a sense of helplessness. He retracted his earlier remarks. The dense fog was akin to a ghostly barrier, rendering direction discernment nearly impossible. No wonder the refuge base had issued PA alerts. Su Wanli looked up and scrutinized his surroundings. At that moment, he truly grasped the challenges of survival outside and began to understand why the Yangcheng refuge base had chosen to abandon the majority of ordinary people, concentrating efforts on saving a select few. With a visibility range of over 100 meters, he held a distinct advantage over others, whose effective range barely exceeded 10 meters. Yet, after hours of wandering, he had not encountered a single building. Having left the ramp and lost the guiding wave-shaped barriers, they had meandered in circles without finding the correct path. Why don't you take the lead and try walking with your eyes closed? Su Wanli suggested. The inability to see direction only resulted in erroneous signals. He was prepared to let the girl lead while he remained vigilant of their surroundings. Without hesitation, Yusahan chose a direction and promptly closed her eyes to move forward. For her, the difference between seeing and not seeing was negligible. With her eyes open, she could only discern 6 or 7 meters, and the biting wind left her feeling parched and uncomfortable. Better to keep her eyes shut, she thought. However, the loss of visual feedback brought about a physiological and psychological disorientation, instilling an inexplicable fear. Do not fear, I am right behind you, Su Wanli reassured, resting his left hand gently on her shoulder. This gesture aimed to convey his unwavering presence while also allowing him to observe if her path differed. Hoping she could navigate a straight line and avoid the exhausting cycle of spinning in the mist, Yusahan felt the reassuring weight on her shoulder, which brought her a sense of calm. She focused on the direction ahead, walking at a steady pace. The snowfall was deep. The path before her bore no footprints from the man, making her progress laborious. It felt as if she had traversed only a few dozen meters. Yet it seemed she had covered hundreds. Her feet grew heavier, as if her shoes were filled with lead, making each lift a torment. Moreover, with her eyes closed, her perception of time as passage dulled. How long had passed? The sky gradually darkened, as Yusahan felt herself on the brink of exhaustion. A sudden force on her shoulder compelled her to halt her advance. She opened her eyes to behold a 2.5-story self-constructed building, its outline blurred. Was it yet another mirage? Her voice rasped with fatigue. The mist not only mimicked human voices but also conjured illusions akin to a mirage. The man repeatedly strayed off course. Influenced by these deceptive visions, the sight of indistinct structures instilled a sense of trepidation within them, as they questioned whether they had unwittingly circled back to their original position. It shouldn't be the case, Su Wanli replied uncertainly. The fog had sown seeds of doubt in his mind. In previous instances, while walking, a vague building had materialized within his view, luring him toward it, only for him to find himself inexplicably returned to where he began. Yet this time, Su Wanli observed the building transition from obscurity to clarity. His eyes stung and felt parched from the biting wind. It cannot be. It seems implausible that this is merely an illusion. Allow me to carry you. Let us venture forth to investigate. Yes. Chapter 123. The mountain hammer nightfall enveloped the town of Milei as Guru Ajia arrived at the service center, situated at the intersection of streets. To her dismay, the town appeared more backward than she had anticipated, with electric bicycles and tricycles buried beneath a blanket of snow on either side of the road. A row of shared bicycles lay abandoned, their forms obscured by the deep snow, revealing only faint outlines of their frames, giving off an air of disarray and neglect. Every few meters, cement utility poles plastered with colorful flyers stood tall, sagging under the weight of the heavy snow, which caused the wires between them to droop, forming small icicles below. Occasionally, a gust of biting wind would cause these icicles or snow to fall, crashing down onto the plastic greenhouses below with a startling clatter. The myriad of colorful posters on the cement poles became strikingly conspicuous against the backdrop of white snow, resembling unsightly blemishes in an otherwise pristine world, serving as makeshift landmarks for passers-by. Had she finally reached the Milei Town Service Center? At the intersection, Guru Ajia glanced at her phone, which displayed a mere 3% battery, and let out a sigh of relief as she tucked it away, surveying the buildings lining the street. The closer she drew to success, the more cautious she had to be, a painful lesson learned from her time in the service area. Were there people upstairs? Guru Ajia squinted into the distance of over 50 meters, observing a few figures lurking behind the windows of self-built houses at the street corner, seemingly watching the street with intent. Survivors? A frown creased her brow. Those watching did not appear to be soldiers. Instead, they resembled observers of outsiders. This stirred a sense of unease within her, hinting at a possible ambush. There are no secrets that remain hidden forever. The news of the Miley Town Service Center being designated as an evacuation point could have reached some desperate survivors, who might lay in wait for anyone arriving with the information. First, she needed to find a weapon for self-defense. Scanning her surroundings, she found no sign of military presence. Guru Ajia proceeded cautiously toward a hardware store on her right, intent on procuring something for protection. Clang. Inside the hardware store, the cramped space was in disarray, littered with iron parts that could easily trip an unwary foot. It was evident that the place had been ransacked. Wrenches, locks, and claw hammers cluttered the shelves. As she perused the selection, her gaze landed on several neglected iron hammers. She recalled how Su Wanli had relied on a claw hammer for his survival in the service area, which made her ponder its practicality. However, the hammers in the store were all long-handled, heavy types, with handles nearly a meter in length, somewhat unwieldy for her modest height of 1.60 meters. She settled for a compromise. Wait. Guru Ajia attempted to lift a long-handled hammer about a meter in length, and to her surprise, it felt surprisingly suitable. This industrial octagonal hammer weighed a solid 6.5 kilograms, with a rubber fiber handle, which would be too heavy for an average person to wield effectively as a weapon. Yet for Guru Ajia, it felt just light enough to serve that purpose. The key feature was the rubber fiber handle, which provided elasticity and shock absorption. In sub-zero temperatures, using a cold weapon could result in a jarring recoil that might injure one's hand. However, the soft mallet with a rubber handle is quite different. After a year or two of practice, it can undoubtedly become an effective weapon. Guru Ajia expressed her satisfaction with the long-handled soft mallet. She carried a suitably weighted long-handled mallet and selected a 30-centimeter stainless steel rammer. As she grasped the stainless steel rammer, a chilling sensation coursed through her palm. It was no wonder that it was unwanted. Slightly frowning, Guru Ajia tucked it into her pocket and proceeded to drag the more than 1 meter long soft mallet toward the service center. Just as she was about to exit, a few fully armed figures clad in sealed protective suits emerged from the alley ahead. Soldiers? The evacuation point indicated in the PA notification was indeed accurate. The service center in Miley Town was indeed the evacuation site. Their weapons seemed to be aimed at the self-built structures lining the streets. Were the survivors within hostile? No. How did they know my position? In an instant, Guru Ajia pondered numerous thoughts. As the soldiers approached directly, she felt a flicker of confusion. This place was over 30 meters from the alley entrance, and a normal person's line of sight would be unable to discern anything clearly. The fact that several soldiers were aware of her location meant that her every move had been monitored since she entered the streets of Miley Town. Those inside, please raise your hands and come out, shouted the soldier stationed 10 meters away from the hardware store. The two soldiers in the front aimed their weapons at the store entrance, while the others either crouched or stood, vigilantly watching their surroundings. This is your first warning. Please cooperate with our inspection. If you receive 3 warnings without compliance, we have the authority to execute. Don't shoot. Guru Ajia stepped out, dragging her soft mallet. Exposed to the soldier's line of sight, she lowered the mallet and raised her hands, her face reflecting a mixture of panic. I came here after receiving the PA evacuation notice. Guru Ajia appeared like an ordinary survivor, her face showing joy at seeing the soldiers, fear from being threatened by their guns, and a complex array of emotions from the thrill of surviving a catastrophe. The myriad emotions she displayed were not merely an act. 99% was genuine sentiment, and merely a fraction was a facade to mask her own capabilities. Stand still. One soldier at the forefront lifted his facial visor. Yet, he did not relax his vigilance due to Guru Ajia's beauty, still gripping his submachine gun tightly. Name? Guru Ajia. Her voice carried a hint of a sob. Yet her words were clear, rapid, and precise as she conveyed her personal information. The identity recognition number is, and the PA notification number is. Wait. Upon hearing the PA notification number, the soldier had nearly confirmed Guru Ajia's identity. The format of the number was quite distinctive, impossible to fabricate. However, the necessary procedures could not be overlooked. He raised his arm to tap the microcomputer on his wrist. Please repeat your identity recognition number and notification number. All right. Guru Ajia accurately reiterated the information. Once the soldier inputted the numbers and saw the microcomputer display a photograph identical to Guru Ajia, he gestured for his teammates to lower their weapons. Identity confirmed. Priority level D4. Escort to safe house number 3. Received. The soldier stationed at the rear rose to his feet and retraced his steps. Meanwhile, the soldier tasked with verifying identification signaled to Guru Ajia. indicating that she should walk down the center. May I bring a weapon? Guru Ajia inquired tentatively. A weapon? The soldier glanced at the hammer tucked in her pocket and the long-handled soft mallet at the shop entrance, his expression turning peculiar as he nodded after donning his facial protective gear. Yes. A sigh of relief escaped Guru Ajia's lips. She had taken quite a liking to the rubber sledgehammer. With the hefty tool in hand, she felt considerably more secure and proceeded to follow the footsteps of the soldier as they ventured along the cleared path towards the alley. Suddenly, just a few meters into the alley, survivors from above hurled empty bottles down, their voices laced with bitterness and curses. Damn that wretch! Why does she deserve a chance at rescue while we do not? May you all perish. These individuals were the town's residents. Having narrowly escaped death, they cowered indoors, consuming their dwindling supplies, their survival growing increasingly precarious. The service center of Miley town had been designated as an evacuation point, where over 100 fully armed soldiers arrived, establishing a secure area while scavenging for essential supplies to deliver to the survivors, thereby offering them a glimmer of hope for survival. Upon learning that the soldiers' mission was to conduct rescues, they were overwhelmed with joy. Yet, when they discovered that the intended recipients of aid were not themselves, their elation turned to rage and hatred, directing their ire towards those fortunate enough to receive assistance. This animosity laid the groundwork for Guru Ajia's current predicament. Overall, the revisions are complete. A final polish tomorrow, and then I can apply for release from this confinement. I wonder if there is still hope for salvation. After more than half a month of revisions, it is not that I have been idle. The document reflects a word count of 450,000. Yet, there remains no tangible progress. This indicates that around 200,000 words were discarded as drafts. The constant revisions have left me in a daze, devoid of any writing momentum. Truly, editing is more exhausting than writing. Each adjustment necessitates changes to the outline, and a single alteration can lead to a significant disparity in word count. The new book period has concluded in this dark chamber, and I have garnered no readership. In summary, the author's expectations for this work are modest, and I have exerted my utmost effort to salvage it. Whether it can be revived, however, remains at the mercy of fate. Chapter 124. Evacuation point, self-rescue, protect the target. Several soldiers shielded Guru Ajia as they hurried through the narrow alley. They chose their path at random, knowing that the survivors above could not constantly monitor the area below. The likelihood of being subjected to a vengeful attack was minimal. Is this what they call bad luck? Guru Ajia felt somewhat speechless. Upon reaching the street corner, she noticed survivors lurking on both sides of the alley. Initially, she was oblivious to their intentions, foolishly trailing behind the soldiers into the alley. By the time she grasped their motives, several glass bottles had already shattered at her feet. Song-Hu, has your face shield been compromised? As they emerged from the alley, a soldier, visibly distressed, rushed toward the one responsible for identity verification. A small hole marred the transparent face shield of the latter, with crimson blood trickling from the corner of his eye, a fresh mark from a recently thrown bottle. Who permitted you to abandon your post? The soldier known as Song-Hu shouted. Return to your position immediately, and remember your duty. Yes. They pressed on. Once the soldiers donned their face shields, their voices were rendered inaudible, isolating their communication from the outside world. The group navigated the narrow streets, guided by specific markers. Guru Ajia, positioned at the center, could not shake off her unease regarding the events in the alley. She had been the primary target of the attack. 7 glass bottles in total, 5 of which had been hurled at her head. Had her reflexes not been swift enough, she might have perished at the evacuation point. With a heavy sigh, Guru Ajia suppressed her rising anger and silently followed the soldiers. Moments later, the soldiers ahead halted before a building, a modest 6-story inn with 5 rooms on the ground floor. Song-Hu, 2 soldiers responsible for guarding, stepped forward, their expressions complex as they regarded the man with the damaged face shield. You know the rules. Indeed, the man known as Song-Hu replied calmly. He nodded to his comrades, then turned to proceed toward the right. The 2 soldiers flanked him, escorting him to his destination. What is going on? Guru Ajia's gaze flickered with curiosity. Yet, before she could ponder further, the remaining soldiers urged her to ascend the stairs. Move quickly. Guru Ajia withdrew her gaze. Dismissing thoughts of Song-Hu, she lifted her eyes to survey her surroundings. Soldiers were stationed atop the building, while others guarded crucial points at the alley entrances. The second-floor corridor and windows of the inn also had soldiers positioned, ensuring vigilant oversight. It was a formidable security presence. You will rest here. The soldier escorted Guru Ajia to the door of a single room, offering a brief admonition before swiftly descending the stairs. Their duties were weighty, and it was unwise to squander excessive time on an individual of D4 priority. Do not wander. Someone will bring you food shortly. Understood. Guru Ajia sought a tranquil space to reflect upon her transformations and ponder the fate of the soldier. However, upon pushing open the wooden door to her single room. She was taken aback by the sight of 6 or 7 individuals within. Wasn't this supposed to be a solitary chamber? Come in quickly. An impatient woman, buffeted by the wind, urged her. What are you standing out there for? With a long-handled soft hammer in tow, Guru Ajia stepped into the room, her expression inscrutable. The dimly lit interior was permeated with an unpleasant blend of foot odor and smoke, and there was no space for her to rest. The bed was occupied by 3 men, while the floor was strewn with 4 women, some sitting, others reclining. Thud, thud. Thud. The sound of her soft hammer clanging against the uneven floor reverberated through the air as she made her way to the window, surveying the occupants. There were 7 individuals in total, 3 men and 4 women, each displaying a stark contrast in attire and demeanor. Some exuded a composed aura, while others displayed a flickering gaze. Yet they all shared an undeniable beauty, each embodying the essence of youth, all around the age of 25. Something felt amiss. Reaching the window, she cracked it open to allow fresh air to seep in, contemplating the current situation. The evacuation point differed from her expectations. It seemed she had been relegated to the status of a low-value reproductive reserve. Damn it! One of the men erupted with indignation. Who permitted you to open the window? He rose from the bed, confronting Guru Ajia. Standing at 174 meters, he towered over her by half a head, his bloodshot eyes imposing an air of intimidation. Yet, at that moment, Guru Ajia possessed a physical prowess several times greater than that of an ordinary individual. How could a frail man instill fear in her? Even in her previous life, she often accompanied her ex-boyfriend to meet high-ranking officials from South Korea, effortlessly commanding the presence of an emerging leader, thus impervious to the intimidation of an average person. Best not to bother me, she warned. Damn it. The man raised his hand, poised to strike her. But a fleeting glance at the long-handled soft hammer in her grasp triggered an urgent need to relieve himself. Clarity washed over him. This soft hammer, commonly used at construction sites, possessed a greater lethality than a hard-handled hammer. Moreover, Guru Ajia clearly was not a roughneck accustomed to labor. Her strikes could be both unpredictable and perilous. You wait for me, he spat, retreating to his bed in defeat. Guru Ajia regarded his retreating figure, a sense of unexplainable satisfaction swelling within her. No wonder Su Wanli could command the attention of 100 individuals in the service area with merely a pickaxe. Such blunt instruments wield significant deterrence against rational adversaries. She resolved to master the use of the soft hammer, contemplating how to alter her current predicament. The identity of a reproductive reserve was beneath her. Creak. The wooden door swung open, and a soldier entered, carrying food. Noticing the peculiar atmosphere in the room, he felt a surge of curiosity. However, she paid no heed, retrieving food to offer to Guru Ajia, preparing to depart. Wait a moment, Guru Ajia called out to him. She placed the compressed biscuits and beef jerky into her pocket, locking her gaze onto his eyes. I wish to elevate my priority. Eh? The soldier was somewhat taken aback by Guru Ajia's request, yet he shook his head in refusal. A D4 priority cannot be elevated. Nothing is absolute. A smile graced Guru Ajia's face as she wielded the long-handled soft hammer, turning to gesture towards the small alleyway buildings outside the window. You have tasks at hand and cannot deal with those who trample upon life so recklessly. Allow me to take care of them instead. On the condition that you divulge to me how to elevate my priority and provide detailed information about your companion whose protective shield is shattered. Guru Ajia initially intended to conceal her strength. Yet, the soldier's plight, the environment of the evacuation point, and the priority of his identity made her realize that she could not hide all of her capabilities. In any circumstance, one must demonstrate their worth to become a person of value. Only then does one have the opportunity to struggle for survival. No need. The soldier extended his hand to stop her. His mission was to ensure the safe passage of the individuals on the list to the refuge base. During this time, the primary focus was on safeguarding the listed individuals. The soldier took a few deep breaths to suppress his inner emotions. You cannot go outside. You cannot stop me. Guru Ajia raised the soft hammer onto her shoulder and pushed aside his arm. I am not assisting you. I am assisting myself. Chapter 125. The self-built house in the suburbs. Before the ramp exit, Su Wanli arrived at the front of a 2.5-story self-built house, carrying the girl on his back. He looked up at the red brick and concrete structure, a relaxed smile gracing his face. At last, he had found the building. Yusahan felt a surge of energy. Walking through the endless expanse of snow was already a torment, compounded by the occasional hallucinations and auditory illusions, which were a dual torment for both body and spirit. She could hardly wait to enter the house and rest properly. Wait for me at the door, Su Wanli instructed as he set the girl down along with his travel backpack. His gaze scanned the second-floor windows of the self-built house. Spotting an open window with a mesh screen, he took a few steps back and jumped, effortlessly reaching the window ledge. He steadied himself, and pushed open the screen, climbing inside. What? Yu Sahan's eyes widened in disbelief. She understood that some professional athletes possess remarkable jumping abilities, capable of leaping over a meter in height with a running start. Given their height and arm span, it wasn't surprising for them to reach over 3 meters. However, the standard height for indoor spaces is generally around 2 meters and 80 centimeters. The edge of the second-floor window was approximately 4 meters above the ground. Such a height was nearly insurmountable for an ordinary person, a feat beyond the reach of most. Yet, with just a few steps of momentum, the man ascended with the agility and grace of a swift cheetah, as if it were merely a trivial task for him. Yu Sahan stood there, momentarily stunned, contemplating the extent of his strength. Creak. While Yu Sahan was still in shock, the front door of the self-built house was opened from within by a man. "There is no one inside. We can stay here for the night," Su Wanli said as he stepped out to retrieve his backpack and swiftly made his way back to the house. The sky was darkening rapidly, and it was unlikely the owner would return before nightfall. Oh. Yu Sahan had never underestimated the man's abilities, yet he continually exceeded her expectations. Taking a few deep breaths, she picked up her backpack and entered the self-built house. "Where should we put our things?" she inquired. "Place them in the living room. You can rest for a bit," Su Wanli replied as he set the items down in the living room before heading back outside to fetch more bags. They had quite a few packages to carry. Yu Sahan, an ordinary person, was utterly exhausted after hours of walking during the day. Now, she took advantage of the brief respite to survey the layout of the self-built house. The design was somewhat different from her expectations. It spanned over 180 square meters. The first floor contained 3 rooms and a living room, which housed an unfamiliar statue. In front of the statue were candles and sandalwood, suggesting that the owner frequently prayed for blessings. To the right, there was a staircase leading to the upper floor. Beneath the stairs was a restroom and a corridor. Walking down the corridor, she arrived at a kitchen with a round table, featuring both an earthen stove and a gas canister. Nearby, a stack of firewood rose over 2 meters high. Crackle, crackle. Nighttime enveloped the living room of the self-built house. A large iron pot, measuring half a meter in diameter, was precariously positioned over a makeshift fire pit, bubbling with hot water. This iron pot was a utensil from the kitchen of a self-built apartment. Su Wanli felt that the kitchen was too cramped, with its semi-transparent glass window lacking a security grill, rendering it quite unsafe. Thus, he decided to relocate the pot to the living room. With sheer strength, he dismantled some bricks from the stove to construct a rudimentary platform to support the pot, boiling water and providing warmth. Once the water was heated, one could soak their feet and hands. YSHN, having removed her shoes and socks, revealed her delicate, fair toes and the tops of her feet. She acutely sensed a gaze fixating on her feet, causing her face to flush with a hint of embarrassment as she instinctively curled her toes. Your snow boots are of remarkable quality," the girl managed to say, striving to maintain a steady tone. Indeed, her observation was accurate. The snow boots were exceptionally well made. Coupled with 2 pairs of thick, unnamed cotton socks, after traversing through the snow for over 3 hours, her feet were merely numbed and cold, showing no signs of frostbite. For the time being, each of them possessed a pair of snow boots. Su Wanli nonchalantly averted his gaze. Both pairs of snow boots were products returned through the quality assurance of Tun Tun Shoe, naturally offering superior insulation compared to the originals. In fact, it was not just the snow boots. The clothing worn by both individuals was also sourced from Tun Tun Shoe's quality returns. They could comfortably endure temperatures dipping to -20 degrees Celsius, and even withstand conditions of -30 or 40 degrees for several hours without succumbing to frostbite, save for their exposed faces and hands, which required more comprehensive protective gear. "I'll fetch more firewood from the kitchen. Tonight, we'll sleep in the hall," Su Wanli declared, rising to brush off the dust from his palms. The kitchen in the self-built apartment was equipped with a gas canister as well as firewood, which he preferred for heating. The corridor leading to the kitchen was adorned with a wooden door. Closing this door transformed the hall into a windowless sanctuary. As for the staircase leading to the second floor, "Once you warm up, we shall embark on a treasure hunt," Su Wanli suggested with a mysterious smile, returning with a handful of split firewood to add to the small stove. "Would you be interested in exploring together?" he inquired. "Exploring?" she echoed. Su Wanli added another piece of wood to the stove, smiling as he explained, "In areas near the expressway, it is common for residents to cultivate vegetables and raise chickens or ducks. If we search around, we might stumble upon some crops or poultry." The vicinity surrounding the Lingguang Expressway was characterized by its mountainous terrain and abundant water, yet it was not very accessible. Aside from the road leading to the city center, the scattered self-built residences lacked paved roads and community facilities, such as markets or supermarkets. Residents faced challenges in procuring groceries and thus relied on self-sufficiency. often establishing vegetable gardens at their doorsteps or chicken coops in their backyards. With ample land available, the fear of starvation was minimal. With diligent effort, one could even create a greenhouse to supply fresh vegetables to supermarkets in the city. There was also the potential to raise dogs and plant fruit trees. In the summer, one could relax and sip tea under the shade of the trees, while in winter, the warmth of the fire would provide comfort alongside their canine companions. Life possesses a more vibrant essence than the fast-paced city. Chickens and ducks? The young girl's mind conjured images of delectable culinary delights. Cantonese white-cut chicken, roasted duck, kung pao chicken, braised chicken in yellow sauce, beer duck. Gulp. Her throat involuntarily shifted. Perhaps we should check for others, she suggested. This self-constructed building is quite spacious. Moments ago, the man ascended to the second floor, soon returning to unlock the door, likely without having inspected the remaining rooms. She deemed it necessary to conduct a thorough search. All right, Su Wanli replied with a smile. He was not particularly eager to scavenge for supplies, rather. His primary concern was to ascertain whether anyone else occupied the building. Without a comprehensive examination of every nook and cranny, a peaceful night's sleep would be elusive. Chapter 126. Free-range chickens and self-built houses. Yusahan warmed her hands and feet, donned her shoes and socks, and followed the man, searching for self-built houses on her phone. The structure was 2.5 stories high, with 4 rooms on the second floor. In a room on the left side of the first floor, Yusahan opened a water tank with a diameter of 1 meter and discovered it contained some brownish-yellow powder, resembling flour of different hues? Rice bran. Su Wanli's expression brightened. Rice bran is typically used as feed for free-range chickens. The presence of rice bran indicates that the owner of the self-built house raises free-range chickens. Rice bran? Indeed. Noticing the girl's confusion, Su Wanli was somewhat surprised. You don't know? I don't. Yusahan shook her head. Having grown up in the city, her grandparents also lived there. Her few excursions to the countryside were organized by her student association or through accommodations booked during trips with Xiaohao and others. She was unfamiliar with the process of poultry rearing. Is this for raising chickens? Yes, Su Wanli replied, pinching a handful of rice bran and explaining. Rice bran is a byproduct of rice, used as poultry feed. One of these tanks should contain wheat bran. People with better conditions might even mix in some aged corn kernels. See if you can find any. In his childhood, his family cultivated rice. During the harvest, they would look for rat holes along the ridges to smoke out rats or gather some rice ears to make popcorn, one of the few snacks of his youth. As economic conditions improved, children's snacks became more varied, leading to a decline in rice cultivation, and children no longer ventured into the fields to collect rice ears. Is there really wheat bran and corn? Yusahan wondered, intrigued. Perhaps the man's lack of formal education was not an issue in certain fields. He possessed experiences that others did not. Let's search in that low building and the parking shed. There must be some poultry. Su Wanli opened the door, confident that the owner of the self-built house raised free-range chickens. Chickens, being warm-blooded animals, could still be alive if there was food in the coop. They could also search for farm-fresh eggs, as free-range chickens would produce them. Is this not too good? Yusahan felt an inexplicable thrill. The thought of scavenging someone else's supplies without permission quickened her heartbeat, and her gaze frequently darted outside, anxious about the potential return of someone into view. Don't worry. Su Wanli dismissed her concerns. Special circumstances call for special measures. If necessary, we can leave some chocolate or other high-calorie food as a form of equitable exchange. Over here. The girl's voice rang out. Su Wanli quickly rushed over to a place resembling a dry toilet. However, it was not a toilet but an abandoned kitchen now repurposed as a chicken coop, cluttered with debris. Unfortunately, it seemed that all the chickens had perished from the cold. Yusahan felt a pang of regret. With sufficient food, chickens wouldn't perish in temperatures of -20 or 30 degrees, especially not a whole flock. But the dense fog had descended in the dead of night. At that time, the owner of the self-built house was fast asleep, and the chickens were confined within their coop, unable to roam freely in search of food. Gradually, they succumbed to the cold. Suddenly, Su Wanli heard a faint sound and reached out to clear the debris atop the chicken coop. The two soon discovered a small hole, gnawed and ragged. At the back of the coop, with bloodied feathers scattered nearby, and several frozen chickens trapped within. Cluck, cluck. The two chickens at the back were frozen stiff, yet their eyes still moved. They were alive. A glimmer of joy flickered across the young girl's face. How did these chickens manage to survive? Quick, boil some water. The man's voice snapped her back to reality. The girl nodded hurriedly. Oh, I'll prepare warm water for them to bathe in, then feed them something to eat. The chickens were frozen solid. Yet she naively believed that soaking them in warm water might revive them. The man was eager to save the two resilient chickens, but when he began to pour a small bowl of salt water, then picked up a kitchen knife with deft movements to pluck their feathers and bleed. She was taken aback. Aren't you trying to save them? Save? Su Wanli paused. What was this foolish girl thinking? Those poor chickens had been frozen for days, with no hope of survival. It was better to act swiftly now, while they still had a flicker of life left, to alleviate their suffering before death and facilitate the subsequent preparation of the meat. Go to the kitchen and fetch 2 pieces of ginger. Tonight, we shall have chicken soup. The chickens required no complex seasonings or tedious processes. Simply clean and chop them, then toss them into a hot pan to saute. Once the meat began to release an enticing aroma and turned a light shade, add an appropriate amount of water and a few slices of ginger for added fragrance. Cover the pot and let it simmer until the water boils. As the rich, fresh scent of chicken soup wafted through the air, lifting the lid revealed a pale golden broth with a thin sheen of oil on the surface. Thus, a pot of pure, delectable chicken soup was completed. With no overwhelming spices to mask the chicken's natural flavor, only the essence of freshness danced upon the palate, leaving a lingering taste. On a cold winter's day, a bowl of this would surely guarantee a restful night's sleep. Oh, the girl felt somewhat despondent. The 2 resilient chickens had endured until human presence arrived, only to face a cruel fate. How heartless. Yet, how fragrant. After more than half an hour, the 2 sat by the fire pit, each holding a bowl of chicken soup, gnawing on chicken legs or wings, their hands and mouths slick with grease. Delicious, isn't it? Su Wanli teased. Are you happy now? The girl's cheeks flushed. Who knew that chicken soup could taste so delightful? Drink a couple more bowls to warm your body. Su Wanli served a bowl of chicken soup to the young girl. This exquisite chicken broth was a rare delight for them, perhaps savored only once or twice. The remaining chicken would be frozen, reserved for future sustenance, to be stored in the burrow for later retrieval. I thought you intended to keep it for raising. The girl retorted defiantly. Initially, she genuinely believed the man had intentions of raising it. Yet, upon reflection, she couldn't help but chuckle at her own naivety. Given the current circumstances, how could they possibly raise poultry? They could hardly manage their own care. Raising chickens? Su Wanli paused momentarily, then shook his head, dismissing the thought as he rapidly devoured a chicken wing. Do we still need the chickens in the coop? Certainly. Oh, those chickens haven't been bled, so they wouldn't taste particularly good when cooked. We could keep them for trading with others or occasionally slaughter one for a meal. I trust your judgment. Chapter 127. Postprandial activities after a satisfying meal. A leisurely stroll seemed in order, with twilight yet to descend and the elusive creatures outside remaining dormant. Su Wanli resolved to thoroughly scour the 3 self-built structures within a 100-meter radius. Let us venture outdoors for a stroll, he suggested. All right, the young girl replied, donning her coat. Su Wanli looked at her in surprise. You wish to join me? Indeed, she nodded. The thought of remaining alone in the desolate building filled her with trepidation. It was far preferable to accompany him. I shall do my utmost not to burden you. Do not speak foolishly, Su Wanli chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. Aware that he would be responsible for her well-being, he prepared himself mentally for the task. The pair trudged through the snow towards the nearest structure, the crunch beneath their feet echoing in the stillness. The absence of a generator rendered the self-built buildings shrouded in darkness, with only the dim light from Su Wanli's phone to illuminate their path. He meticulously inspected each room and corner, eliminating any potential hiding spots. As he pushed open an unlocked wooden door, it creaked ominously. Under the beam of his flashlight, several creatures lay sprawled on the ground, their hands frantically grappling for something amidst a grotesque scattering of flesh, entrails, and severed body parts. At the sound, the creatures paused, their heads snapping toward the entrance. In the next instant, they lunged forward with guttural roars. Faced with the prospect of fresh prey, the stale remnants of last night's meal paled in comparison. Finally, a living entity. Su Wanli felt no fear upon encountering the creatures. Instead, they seemed almost familiar to him. Throughout their journey, he and the girl had not encountered a single living being, not even a hint of movement. This abnormality weighed heavily on his mind, prompting him to take the risk of investigating the surroundings before darkness enveloped the land. The presence of these creatures signified that the calamity surrounding them was of a conventional nature, allowing both humans and other life forms to coexist. Wait for me outside, he instructed the girl before stepping into the main hall with his cleaver in hand. Once free from the fog, the creatures inside exhibited sluggishness. It appeared they had mutated within the confines of the building, having slaughtered their fellow inhabitants and now trapped indoors, unable to find their way out. With diminished speed, they posed little threat to Su Wanli, who swiftly dispatched them with his cleaver. In mere seconds, severed arms, limbs, and dismembered heads littered the floor. Even after neutralizing several creatures, Su Wanli remained vigilant, proceeding to inspect the innermost room. To his astonishment, he discovered a small chamber covered by a plastic sheet, revealing a bountiful harvest of sweet potatoes and taro beneath. A smile graced his face. As a Southerner, he was well acquainted with the owner's methods. Southerners seldom dig cellars. However, some winters are exceptionally frigid, with temperatures plummeting below zero, which can severely damage crops such as pumpkins and sweet potatoes. To mitigate losses, a thick plastic sheet is typically employed as an insulating layer to cover the crops. Su Wanli returned to the site where he had been chopping the shuanchi and crouched down to touch the remnants on the ground. Detected a small amount of analyzable unnamed substance. Would you like to absorb and analyze it? Analyze. Analysis complete. Obtained shuanchi medium code segment. Analysis progress of unnamed shuanchi phase at 0.005. Would you like to extract the code for targeted compilation? Is it merely 0.005? Su Wanli frowned at the displayed number. The progress provided by the mutated shuanchi was 0.005, while the unmutated shuanchi yielded only 0.005? A tenfold discrepancy. Extract. Ding. Targeted coding completed. Analysis progress of human four-dimensional value in the unnamed phase at 0.001? Su Wanli looked perplexed. The last time he had slain a mutated shuanchi, the progress had reached 0.001. This time, the extraction resulted in 0.001. Had the progress regressed? No. That was incorrect. These are two distinct progress metrics. One pertains to the compilation of the four-dimensional values from ordinary shuanchi, while the other relates to the values provided by the mutated shuanchi. They are dissimilar. It truly is a protracted endeavor. The thought of having to continually slay shuanchi for an extended period conjured a sense of deja vu akin to re-entering the workforce after retirement. Shaking his head, he dismissed such musings. He proceeded to absorb and analyze, eventually returning to the small room where the crops were stored. Surely, there must be some that had not succumbed to the frost. Su Wanli bent down to pull aside the plastic covering. With practiced ease, he removed the frostbitten crops from the top layer and selected the good ones to take with him. As he was choosing, a faint voice reached his ears. Su. Brother Su. Little fish? Upon hearing the trembling voice, Su Wanli slapped his forehead. He had left the girl outside. Little fish. He raised his neck to look out the window. A vague shadow was stealthily probing around, and he lifted his hand to call out. Here, Shu. The sudden sound startled Yusahan outside. With an anxious expression, she placed her finger on her lips, repeatedly making shushing gestures towards the source of the voice. Concerned for the man's safety, she had quietly approached the window to call out to him in hushed tones. The surroundings were eerily silent and pitch dark, evoking a sense of impending danger from lurking monsters. Come in, there are good things. The man's voice echoed once more. Gritting her teeth, Yusahan hastily stepped inside. Unfortunately, she stumbled over something hard, looking down to find a cold, white leg. Her heart nearly stopped for a few seconds. Had her heart not been robust, she might have been frightened into illness. Quickly bypassing the leg, she rushed into the room to find the man. Upon entering, Yusahan was taken aback to see the floor littered with remnants, her eyes widening in shock. Why were there even more severed limbs inside the room? These must all belong to the shuanchi, right? The refuge base in Yancheng has disclosed the statistics regarding the shiqi. An ordinary shiqi possesses a strength 3 to 4 times greater than that of a regular human, while a mutated shiqi can exceed this by 6 to 7 times. Yet, how is it that a man could slay 3 or 4 in less than a minute? Just as you arrived, Su Wanli pulled the still-dazed Yusahan into the room. Expressing a hint of joy, let us together gather the sweet potatoes and taros that have not been frozen. We shall roast them for supper. With that, he produced a snake skin bag from an unknown source and handed one to the girl. He then commenced the task of harvesting the crops. In his youth, he had always craved the baked sweet potatoes and taros, and now he had the opportunity to indulge freely. Huh? Yusahan turned her head towards the wide-open door. Gazing into the dense mist and the enveloping darkness beyond, her heart racing with anxiety. Wasn't he afraid that a shiqi might suddenly leap out and devour his brain? She dared not speak further or ask questions. Keeping her eyes fixed on the doorway, she crouched down, collecting whatever crops she could, regardless of their condition, and stuffing them into the bag. Wait. When Su Wanli saw the girl filling the snake skin bag with a half-damaged brain, his face turned pale. If this goes into the pot, what will happen to the iron cauldron? Without hesitation, he snatched the bag away from her. You gather the taros, and I shall take the sweet potatoes. Yusahan was still processing the situation when Su Wanli reclaimed her bag, simultaneously thrusting a new one into her hands. All right. She began to gather the taros, which had a distinct texture due to their fibrous surface, alleviating her worries about accidentally grabbing the damaged produce. Before long, her bag was filled with a fair amount of taros. Let us return for now. Su Wanli's snakeskin bag was filled to the brim. He carried one in each hand, with the left hand bearing the taros and the right the sweet potatoes. Though many of the crops were frostbitten, they could simply cut away the damaged parts and still have plenty to eat. They were not currently lacking in food. But the act of scavenging brought a profound sense of security, especially as they watched their supplies of food and clothing gradually accumulate. An indescribable sense of stability enveloped them, transcending concerns of scarcity. Hey? Yusahan observed Su Wanli's brisk pace ahead, feeling somewhat bewildered. Was he truly carrying crops and not mere illusions? But the next moment, she could no longer afford to be astonished. With the man no longer by her side, the surrounding darkness seemed to open its maw, relentlessly drawing closer to her. Hey, wait for me. Chapter 128. The girl's initial growth as dusk enveloped the sky and the temperature steadily dropped. Yusahan struggled to drag several kilograms of taro, gritting her teeth with all her might to keep pace with the man. However, after merely 10 meters, she blinked and lost sight of him. Had he departed? A wave of panic surged within her, prompting an instinctive cry for him. Rustling sounds emerged, not resembling the footsteps of a human. Hallucinations. Stay calm. Devise a plan. Taking a deep breath with her eyes closed, she suppressed her inner terror, her mind racing. They had left markers on their way here. By following these markers, she would soon return to their makeshift building. Lowering her gaze, she noticed footprints not too far ahead, perfectly aligned with her stride. Reminiscent of their descent from the highway earlier that day. Had he intentionally set this challenge for her? It dawned on Yusahan why he had hurried on. Earlier, he had mentioned the necessity of adapting to life in the thick fog. Now, before nightfall, he was already increasing the intensity. She must not be underestimated. With a hint of determination, Yusahan pressed on, dragging the heavy taro, step by step, along the snowy trail, ignoring the sounds that filled her ears. The distance of several dozen meters was not insurmountable. As she paused to catch her breath once more, she spotted the door of their makeshift building slightly ajar. Warm light spilling through the crack and illuminating the snow outside, casting a gentle halo that evoked a sense of comfort. Exhaling heavily, Yusahan felt a surge of accomplishment. She had managed to return safely on her own, proving she was not merely a burden. Do you need a moment to rest? At the entrance of the makeshift building, Su Wanli leaned against the wooden door, a smile gracing his face. The girl's composure was commendable, remaining calm while alone outside as night approached. And successfully bringing back food surpassed the capabilities of many. No, I'm fine. Yusahan shook her head. The adrenaline coursing through her made her feel temporarily invigorated. Shall we search through the remaining building as well? Certainly. They traversed back and forth a few times. Upon returning to the living room of their makeshift building, they found several bags of crops scattered about. Most of these crops had succumbed to frost, rendering them inedible and unsuitable for planting. However, Su Wanli hoped for a stroke of luck, eager to discover if the central portions of any had survived, particularly the sweet potatoes. If the cores remained intact, they could be sliced and cooked alongside rice, while the taro could be prepared as a dish. Come, let us try some roasted sweet potatoes. Su Wanli retrieved a perfectly roasted sweet potato from the hearth and placed it on the small table beside the girl. This evening, they would abstain from alcohol. More accurately, until they found a secure refuge, neither could indulge in drink. Even if one had a high tolerance, maintaining clarity of mind was paramount. A simple repast of roasted sweet potatoes, accompanied by a refreshing beverage or mineral water, can be quite delightful. It's hot yet delectable. Yusahan, clutching the warm roasted sweet potato, takes a bite, feeling the heat both on her lips and in her hands, appearing somewhat preoccupied. Yet, the taste is exquisite. Perhaps it would be wise to let it cool a bit before indulging further. No worries. The deliciousness of roasted sweet potatoes lies in their warmth. Su Wanli refrains from elaborating further. The definition of culinary delights varies among individuals, and one cannot impose their preferences upon others. They continue to sift through the offerings in the fire pit, casually engaging in conversation about recent news. Do you still have internet on your phone? No. Yusahan's small hands are reddened from the heat as she shifts the scalding sweet potato back and forth, alternating hands while pinching her earlobe. Simultaneously, she responds to the man's inquiry. Our direction is away from the Miley Town Service Center. The further we venture, the weaker the signal becomes. The service area is precisely at the edge of the signal coverage. As they move in the opposite direction, they naturally drift away from the signal source, which diminishes their connectivity. Before departing the ramp, her phone loses signal entirely. However, last night, while chatting with classmates at the breakfast shop, I managed to access the latest updates from the emergency base. Yusahan's conversation with her classmates was not merely nostalgic reminiscing. They had been together in the hall, and their disagreements lasted only a day or two, leaving little to discuss. Their dialogue also subtly probed into matters concerning the monsters and the sounds associated with them. Some classmates had participated in the snow tunnel excavation during the day and possessed a modicum of knowledge about the outside world. By cross-referencing their feedback with the emergency base's forum, they could pinpoint current needs accurately. What aspects? Su Wanli inquired. Please hold on a moment. Yu Sahan set down the roasted sweet potato, opened her backpack, and retrieved her notebook. Pressing the power button, the screen illuminated instantly. Tap, tap, tap. The girl's delicate fingers danced across the keyboard. Soon, she accessed a hidden encrypted document, filled with information gathered by crawlers. This information is of paramount importance. Yu Sahan was particularly cautious, striving to avoid allowing her subjective speculations to cloud the man's judgment. Thus meticulously assembling objective data and facts to ensure the accuracy of the information conveyed to him. Shinchi? The most discussed topic on the forum remained Shinchi. Su Wanli took the notebook, scrutinizing it earnestly. Within the forum, there was a post uploaded by the emergency base, detailing confirmed information about Shinchi. Currently, the emergency base categorizes Shinchi into 4 types. The first type is the most common, representing newly mutated individuals, constituting the majority. The dimensional values of this category of Shinchi remain consistent with the last announcement, showing little variation. After a cursory glance, he continued to read on. The second type is the mutated Shinchi. This category exhibits significantly enhanced dimensional values and boasts a larger stature than ordinary Shinchi, though the size alteration is not absolute. Some mutated Shinchi may appear unchanged yet possess frighteningly superior attributes. The third type is the deformed Shinchi, characterized primarily by its grotesque form. They exhibit a myriad of with the grotesque Shinchi displaying distinct characteristics, such as an abundance of mouths or the absence of limbs. However, one must not underestimate them. The physical impairments may hinder their conventional capabilities, yet they do not rely on standard abilities for hunting. Moreover, the refuge base categorizes the threat posed by these malformed Shinchi as greater than that of the mutated Shinchi, underscoring the peril they present. The final category consists of Shinchi endowed with a certain level of intelligence, a type that the refuge base finds most troublesome and wishes to eradicate. Were it not for their orchestration of attacks by ordinary Shinchi on various refuge bases, the bases would not find themselves in a state of siege, retreating to designated areas. Is there nothing else? After perusing the information, Su Wanli noted that the details concerning Shinchi were the most comprehensive, while other creatures, such as the white insects encountered the previous night, the unknown entities that burrowed into ears, and even humans with extraordinary physical prowess, were scarcely mentioned. The scant remarks available were merely the survivors' comments. No. Yu Sahan finished a palm-sized roasted sweet potato, took a few sips of water, and then peeled and consumed a roasted taro. No. Su Wanli felt a twinge of regret. He yearned to acquire information about creatures other than the Shinchi. However, the young girl was adept at gathering information, and if she was unaware, then he would be even less likely to find out. First, let us eat. Chapter 129. Ice spreads across the seas as night fell. The two finished their roasted sweet potatoes and taro, then ascended the stairs to disassemble the bed frame, bringing it down to the first floor to lay on the ground. The makeshift bedding was positioned on either side of the fire pit, safeguarding against the embers being blown out by the wind and landing on their blankets. Moreover, the proximity allowed them to bask in the warmth released by the burning wood. The sweet potatoes tasted exquisite under the night sky, remarked the young girl as she gazed at the ceiling fan. These sweet potatoes are from the fields. Of course they taste good, she added with a chuckle. Sweet potatoes don't grow on trees in the fields, do they? She teased. I meant the fields in a different sense than you understand, Su Wanli retorted, raising an eyebrow. What began as a casual conversation transformed into a challenge stirred by her playful tone. His knowledge may have been limited, but when it came to crops, particularly those grown in the southern fields, from rice to radishes, he could easily discern the quality. In rural areas, fields that were cultivated year-round tended to be drier, yielding sweeter, denser sweet potatoes. Conversely, those grown in wetter fields produced the watery sweet potatoes typically found in stores. This was akin to the difference between melons and grapes from Tibet, which were notably sweeter. However, some knowledge could be found in books or online, while other insights were acquired through gradual experience. For many, sweet potatoes were merely a snack, and subtle flavor distinctions were inconsequential. Yet for Su Wanli, these were the fruits of his experience as a farmer. Should he ever have children or be questioned by others? He wished to possess the answers. It's fine. Once winter passes and the weather warms, we can plant some, Yu Sahan suggested. Warmth? It's unlikely we'll see any warming, Su Wanli replied, resting his hands beneath his head, his thoughts drifting. He questioned when crops such as sweet potatoes and taro might be sown again. This uncertainty was the very reason he had not planned for seedlings. The Great Ice Age could last for an indeterminate number of years. Preserving seedlings would be futile. Yu Sahan's thoughts likely mirrored those of many survivors, believing that the disaster could not last indefinitely. By spring or summer, surely warmth would return, dissipating the fog. I fear there won't be any warming. Temperatures may continue to drop, Su Wanli cautioned. He hoped to temper her optimism, urging her to adopt a mindset suited for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Really? Yusahan expressed surprise. Despite believing that he would not utter unfounded claims, she found it hard to accept the notion of a prolonged disaster. Perhaps not. Su Wanli replied casually. But we must prepare for the worst and think long-term. If, in a few months, the weather does warm up, that would be splendid. However, if temperatures continue to plummet to -30 or 40 degrees, or even 60 or 70 for several years, the food we carry will be far from sufficient. Su Wanli was not exaggerating. The regions of Guangxi and Guangdong have plummeted to temperatures exceeding -20 degrees. Snow accumulation has reached over half a meter. And in some areas, it exceeds a full meter. This indicates that over 90% of the terrestrial expanse of the blue star is blanketed in snow. With temperatures plummeting into the negatives, the situation in the polar regions is dire, and should the glaciers continue to expand, the consequences would be catastrophic. The growth of glaciers increases the Earth's albedo, resulting in a further decline in environmental temperatures, which in turn perpetuates the cycle of glacial expansion, leading to a self-reinforcing loop. Once the surface is covered beyond 50%, an irreversible trend toward global freezing will emerge, heralding an era of planetary encasement in ice. At that juncture, we will witness a world enshrouded in frost, an endless winter stretching for miles. The oceans will be encased in ice, preventing the oxygen released by algae from reaching the surface, thus triggering a cascade of climatic issues, while biodiversity will inevitably trend towards an unpredictable fate. Perhaps this time, it is not merely a glacial period. Su Wanli turned over, gazing at the girl seated across from him. A major ice age could catalyze evolution or extinction. While the arrival of dense fog offers organisms a plethora of choices, akin to the tiny white insects, the mirage-like creatures, and all signs suggest the uniqueness of this impending ice age. However, it is said that humanity remains oblivious to the reasons behind the onset of a major ice age. Su Wanli, unsure of the veracity of this claim, inquired of the girl, Xiaoyu, why does the blue star enter a major ice age? Why? Yusahan paused momentarily, then recalled the geographical knowledge she had studied. After contemplating for a while, she indeed remembered some information regarding the ice age, yet the reasons for its onset eluded her. The cold waves of the ice age are numerous, with average temperatures plummeting to -10 degrees and minimum temperatures dipping to over -70. Yet there exists no elucidation regarding the initiation of an ice age. If humanity understood the cause, perhaps technology could be employed to avert it. After a brief silence, the girl curiously asked, why not reside on the second floor? The second floor is not safe. Not safe? Indeed. Those little insects might infiltrate through the cracks of the hall's door. Residing on the second floor would render one oblivious to any disturbances. But wouldn't sleeping on the first floor also mean not hearing anything? I merely rest my eyes, not sleep. Haven't you slept these past 2 nights? No. Amidst the crackling of the firewood, the two engaged in casual conversation. Su Wanli felt notably at ease. Initially, he had intended to bring Yusahan along, nurturing her as an assistant to help gather information online and analyze data concerning disasters and monsters. However, the interactions over the last few nights have left Su Wanli feeling a sense of relief. Having someone to converse with before sleep has rendered life a tad more vibrant. Contrasting the previous monotony of solitary existence spent mindlessly scrolling through nutrient-wasting short videos. Furthermore, the girl is maturing. From being paralyzed by fear at the sounds of the dense fog to maintaining composure in the face of monsters, she is gradually evolving into a competent assistant. This progression fills Su Wanli with an inexplicable joy. It seems he has developed a nurturing inclination, with anticipation and satisfaction for the growth of the young girl. One does not mind granting her a little more time. Are we heading to the evacuation point tomorrow? Yusahan inquired. According to the plan, today was designated for traveling to the evacuation point, with the intention of departing with the troops the following day. However, the two had lost their way, wasting several hours. And after finally locating a self-built structure to spend the night in, it seemed somewhat challenging to reach the evacuation point in a timely manner. No, Su Wanli replied. Withdrawing his gaze, he rose to add more firewood to the pit. We shall stay here for a few days and reassess the situation later. There are solitary Shichi nearby. He intends to hunt a few more, while also waiting for the bus to complete its return and for the supplies to be replenished. Chapter 130, 7 days December 26th, 9 a.m. The external temperature plummeted to -31 degrees Celsius, with a northerly wind at level 3 and light snow falling. In the vast expanse of white farmland, two Shinki nestled amidst the snow, their bodies blending seamlessly with the icy landscape, rendering them nearly invisible to the untrained eye. Sleeping during daylight hours would incur penalties. Nearly 10 meters away, Su Wanli crouched, clutching a half-meter-long hammer, observing the two Shinki from a distance. In recent days, He had been residing in a self-constructed building with a young woman. By day, they scoured the surrounding area for resources and sought traces of the Shinki. By night, they returned to their shelter, warming themselves by the fire while exchanging information about the Shinki, the dense fog, and new creatures. Among their findings, they discerned the Shinki's sensory range, 10 meters. This was the closest humans could approach the Shinki during daylight without startling them. Any closer would provoke their alertness. At night, as the Shinki became more active, their senses returned to full capacity, allowing them to detect slight movements from over 30 meters away. Utilizing their keen sense of smell to identify human scents or listening intently for the sound of breathing to execute precise hunts. However, whether it was 10 meters or 30, there was little difference for ordinary survivors with visibility under 10 meters. Crouching down, Su Wanli assessed the height of the two Shinki. At over 2 meters tall, they were likely ordinary Shinki, approximately 4 times the height of an average human, posing a minimal threat. Creaking softly, he stood up, stepping cautiously through the snow. After 5 or 6 steps, the two Shinki suddenly stirred awake. At such close proximity, they did not need to ascertain the direction of their prey. They instinctively focused on Su Wanli's position. In the next moment, the two Shinki, using all 4 limbs, launched themselves forward. They appeared to coordinate their attack. One leaped fiercely towards Su Wanli's upper body from the left, while the other continued to crawl, aiming for his thigh with its tooth-filled maw. "Do you think I'm without allies?" Su Wanli felt a surge of displeasure. In past confrontations, he had often battled multiple opponents alone. Now, faced with the Shinki, he was to be outnumbered again? Gripping the hammer tightly with his right hand, he swung it forcefully at the leaping Shinki's forehead. Crack! It was as if a giant white watermelon had been smashed by a hammer. With a strength 4 times that of an average person, combined with the half-meter-long hammer, he shattered the Shinki's skull with ease. Having dispatched one, Su Wanli, utilizing his exceptional physical attributes, swiftly maneuvered to avoid the crawling Shinki's bite aimed at his thigh. He pivoted, bringing the hammer down upon the back of the Shinki's head. Crack! Bang! Another scene reminiscent of a watermelon being crushed and folded. This time, not only was the Shinki's head obliterated, but the ice beneath him also yielded, creating a small crater. Delicate snowflakes danced in the air as cracks in the ice spread erratically across the surface. As Su Wanli shattered the icy surface, the once leaping creature, the Shinshur, fell to the ground, rolling forward a few times and leaving a trace before being engulfed by the snow, falling utterly silent. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. His control over power was not as satisfactory as he had hoped. Su Wanli glanced at the irregular cracks on the ice, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. Ever since he had attained the quadruple limit of his capabilities, he had been exercising for 2 hours daily, honing his mastery over his physical strength by synchronizing the movements of his legs, waist, and arms to enhance his explosive power. However, the outcome of the recent skirmish left him somewhat disheartened. It seemed that his training was insufficient. With a sigh, Su Wanli crouched down to touch the body of the Shinshur. Beep! Detected a small amount of analyzable Shinshur medium. Do you wish to absorb and analyze? Absorb. Beep. Absorption complete. Analyzing. Analysis complete. Acquired a segment of unnamed stage Shinshur medium code. Progress of analyzing the unnamed stage code at 0.005. Do you wish to extract for targeted compilation? Extract. The default for targeted compilation is the human 4-dimensional value. Although the undertaking is vast, the quantity of Shinshur is equally immense. Little by little, he would eventually reach his goal. Beep. Targeted coding complete. Progress of analyzing the human 4-dimensional values unnamed stage code at 0.059. 10 per day, upon leaving work. Su Wanli approached another Shinshur that had slid a distance away, touching it to absorb the corresponding medium for analysis and conversion. His aim was to slay 10 Shinshur each day. Thus, within a little over a decade, he could complete all targeted compilations. One must not regard a decade as excessively long. Should he manage to break through his personal limits once more and enhance his strength, whether it takes 10, 20, or 30 years, it would be worth the endeavor. With that thought in mind, he jabbed the snow a few times with his pickaxe, brushing off the remnants of bone and flesh before turning to head toward the self-built building. In the self-built structure, behind the window of a bedroom on the 2nd floor, Yusahan quietly observed the outside through the gap in the curtains. With the man away, she remained vigilant, wary of any monsters that might inadvertently wander by or survivors who might lose their way. The delightful crunch of snow underfoot echoed outside. A familiar figure gradually emerged from the dense fog. Yusahan dared not show herself until the figure reached the ground below, allowing her to discern his features. She then drew back the curtain and called out warmly, hastening down the stairs to open the door for the man. "Brother Su." Su Wanli responded with a smile, standing at the threshold, brushing off the snowflakes from his attire while retrieving his findings from his pocket. "Here, I found this camera in the self-built building a mile away. Not sure if it works. Next time, don't venture so far, Yusahan remarked, lightly biting her lip. As the surrounding Shinshu were eliminated by the man, his gaze shifted toward more distant regions. A couple of days prior, he had ventured a few hundred meters. Today, he had traversed over a mile. She harbored concerns that the man might drift further away, leading him to become as lost as before, unable to find his way back to their makeshift dwelling. She also feared that he might encounter insurmountable dangers, becoming just another casualty of disaster. Su Wanli gently tousled the girl's hair and closed the door to their shelter. We shall not venture out anymore. No more outings? Indeed, it is time for us to depart. Su Wanli removed his coat and backpack, taking a seat on a small stool to warm himself by the fire. The storage time for the bus had reached the standard for quality retrieval, allowing it to serve as their temporary refuge as they prepared for the journey ahead. Departure. The girl felt a twinge of anxiety, torn between her desire to keep the man from venturing out into perilous adventures and her reluctance to disrupt their relatively stable existence. Yet, she understood that eventually, they would need to move to other areas, to the places where survivors congregated, in search of or trading for more supplies. Are we walking? Certainly not. Su Wanli guided the girl to sit down, earnestly discussing matters concerning the bus. Yesterday, I spotted a vehicle on the highway. The day after tomorrow, I will take you to see it. If it seems suitable, we shall drive away. There were no more Shichi within a kilometer radius. He would need to find a new place to work. Isn't that tomorrow? I have another errand to run tomorrow. Very well. Chapter 131. The Return of the Bus Nightfall. The two lay in their respective positions, exchanging information as per their usual routine. Su Wanli articulated, while Yusahan analyzed. Your control over your body is insufficient. Upon hearing the man's remarks regarding the issue of strength control, Yusahan was reminded of the knowledge of Sanda she had learned in her youth. Once we reach an area with internet access, I will download some training videos of professional boxers for you. Their techniques for delivering power and utilizing force should be beneficial. All right, Su Wanli nodded in agreement. After several days of practical testing, he had come to realize that the personal four-dimensional values displayed on the panel did not accurately represent true strength. For instance, a power value of 10 could vary significantly. Those trained professionals understood how to harness their waist and legs to generate power, allowing them to deliver punches that could reach 12 points or even higher. In contrast, untrained individuals, clumsily swinging their fists, could only muster 8 points or lower. Su Wanli's objective was to transform the numerical advantage into a genuine prowess through systematic training. Is the camera functional? Yes, it's over 20,000, with remarkably clear pixels. That is splendid. Let us capture a few photos before we leave, Yusahan said, mustering her courage. With the acquisition of a new toy, it was only natural to wish to explore it a bit more. The man, whenever he ventured out, never failed to bring her back a small gift, reminiscent of the joy she felt as a child when her father returned home from work with various small toys or treats, filling her with eager anticipation. All right. Then I shall prepare myself. No need for that. You look perfectly comfortable without makeup. Just passing the time. The two engaged in casual conversation, effortlessly sharing their thoughts without the need to seek out topics or respond in kind. It was a relaxed exchange. Before long, the girl fell into a deep slumber. Su Wanli listened to the steady rhythm of her breathing, his hands cradling the back of his head as he gazed at the ceiling, murmuring softly. I wonder how the quality return of the bus is. The following day, after finishing breakfast, Su Wanli reminded the girl to lock the door and hide before he set off towards the road with a hammer in hand. Within a kilometer radius, there were no Shichi left. His task for the day was to first attend to the bus before driving in another direction to fulfill the daily objective of eliminating tension. Upon reaching a spacious intersection, Su Wanli meticulously inspected the surrounding vehicles, ensuring there were no survivors aboard, before communicating with the Tunton Mouse in his mind. Tunton Mouse? Has the storage for the bus's quality return been completed? Ding, completed. Retrieve it. As the words fell, a bus imbued with futuristic technological flair manifested before him. At a glance, Su Wanli was captivated by the bus that stood before him. Mist bus. Length 12 meters, width 2, 5 meters, height 3, 7 meters, front 2 axles. Rear 3 axles, independent suspension, equipped with various fundamental functions. The bus boasts fundamental features such as panoramic surveillance, fully automatic retractable solar panels, an automated rainwater collection system, a water purification function, primary air filtration, complete mimicry capabilities, basic detection functions, and bioluminescent lighting. Wow! Su Wanli exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. The quality of this bus, returned by Tunton Mouse, was simply exquisite. Setting aside the various so-called fundamental features, the independent suspension of each wheel was impressive. Alleviating any concerns regarding a wheel becoming ensnared in snow, thereby hindering the bus's mobility. Eager to explore the interior, Su Wanli approached the door, retrieving his key to unlock it, only to pause in bewilderment. Where was the keyhole? Without a hole. He tentatively reached out to feel the door, which then emitted a sound of unlocking. Was this a touchscreen unlock? Without time to ponder, he boarded the bus and was immediately struck by the tech-savvy cockpit. The adjustable, mobile driver's seat, the expansive windshield, and the sophisticated central control screen were all remarkable. The windshield could even display weather information. Settling into the driver's seat, Su Wanli noticed a few lines of numbers in the upper left corner of the windshield, indicating real-time data on wind speed, temperature, visibility, and more. Notably, this visibility adjusted according to the driver's line of sight. When Su Wanli occupied the driver's seat, the visibility was calibrated to his effective viewing distance, and it would similarly adjust for Yu Sahan, should she take the wheel, ensuring that different drivers could maintain appropriate speed control. Moreover, the central control screen featured a three-dimensional model of the bus, allowing for real-time monitoring of its condition, such as tire wear and the glass's cold resistance threshold. Any information pertinent to the vehicle could be accurately queried through this 3D model, enhancing safety significantly. What posed the greatest danger outside? Dense fog. Driving and visibility reduced to a mere 100 meters could easily lead to minor collisions. While malicious individuals might deliberately set up obstacles or deploy tire puncturing devices to damage the vehicle, necessitating an exit for inspection and repairs. Su Wanli, being no mechanic, was not equipped with the skills to fix such issues. However, with the detailed model diagrams available on the central control screen, the challenges became considerably simpler to navigate. The tires, fuel tank, and glass. These crucial components were exposed and particularly vulnerable to damage. It was not uncommon for someone to stealthily siphon fuel from the bus during the night. Thankfully, the quality assurance from Tunton Mouse proved effective. The tires and glass were designed to withstand high temperatures, resist fire, and provide puncture, bullet, and explosion protection, sparing Su Wanli from considerable hassle. Now, he could move in and enjoy a peaceful night's sleep, feeling utterly content. Since leaving the hall, restful slumber had eluded him, and even at night, he remained in a state of half-sleep, wary of drifting too deeply into slumber. Now, with the acquisition of a brand-new bus, not only is its exterior resplendent, but its defensive capabilities are remarkably high. He can finally close his eyes without a care, allowing his weary body to fully relax and indulge in a deep, satisfying slumber. Later in the evening, perhaps he will enjoy a couple of drinks with the little fish. Su Wanli navigates the bus, familiarizing himself with its driving functions. On the expansive, winding road, a bus adorned in alternating shades of black and white accelerates steadily, accompanied by the low, rumbling growl of the engine. The wheels spin with increasing velocity, sending thick layers of snow flying to either side under the bus's formidable momentum, leaving behind distinct traces. Yet, before long, the imprints on the road are smoothed over by the swirling snowflakes, restoring the surface to its original state. Chapter 132. Wait. After a test drive around the block, the black and white bus came to a gentle halt by the roadside. In the driver's seat, Su Wanli scrutinized the various instrument panels, familiarizing himself with their display functions. Personal metrics? Body temperature, 37. 1 degrees Celsius. Height, 1. 81 meters. Weight, 160 kilograms. Blood pressure. Su Wanli suddenly sensed something amiss. He navigated back to the section displaying personal metrics, carefully examining each category. Upon reaching the weight section, he felt a wave of confusion. Weight, 160 kilograms. Rising to his feet, he leaned down to inspect himself: stomach, thighs, chest. There was no excess fat. His muscular definition remained strikingly clear, even appearing somewhat lean. How could he possibly weigh 160 kilograms? Could the instrument be faulty? Su Wanli glanced at the other personal data fields and concluded that the display was indeed accurate. Besides, he had been consuming a considerable amount of food lately. Yet, no matter how much he ate, it seemed implausible for his weight to surge to 160 kilograms. Could it be that the enhancement of his four-dimensional attributes had altered the density of his bones and muscle fibers? Su Wanli had heard tales of individuals in combat sustaining fractures from their own strikes, a consequence of insufficient bone density to withstand the force exerted by their muscles. With metrics surpassing his own fourfold limit, if his bone density and muscle fibers remained unchanged, it would be impossible for his body to endure such extreme parameters. He resolved to weigh himself back at his self-built residence, which was equipped with a scale. If his weight indeed registered at 160 kilograms, it would validate the accuracy of the display on the windshield. In that case, the scanning capability of the driver's seat would prove invaluable, functioning almost as a comprehensive medical assistant. He was eager to explore the interior further. The driver's seat alone had yielded such immense surprises. He anticipated what the passenger compartment might hold. He opened the protective isolation door and made his way toward the rear of the driver's seat. It is worth noting that the bus, which originally featured a single driver's seat, had transformed into 2 seats following the quality return of the Tum-Tum mouse. One was a main driver's seat, the other a co-driver's seat. The protective isolation door had also been modified to sit directly behind the 2 driver's seats, effectively partitioning the cockpit from the passenger area, creating 2 independent spaces. Su Wanli was quite pleased with this modification. With a soft hiss, the protective isolation door opened automatically. Upon entering the passenger compartment, he found the seats had vanished. To the left, there was a foldable single mattress bed, adjacent to a window that resembled a floor-to-ceiling pane of glass, allowing a clear view of the snowflakes drifting outside. Beneath the bed was drawer-style storage space, while above was a luggage rack reminiscent of those found on airplanes for stowing personal items. To the right was a cushioned sofa, differing in that one side was devoid of glass, thus forming a closed space. This would serve as a place for rest. Su Wanli settled onto the bed, appreciating its excellent resilience. The materials used for these cushions were originally from the bus's seats, and after undergoing quality return, they had been transformed into a far more comfortable bedding option. Why does it feel a bit chilly? After sitting for a while, Su Wanli noticed a shiver creeping down his back. Turning his gaze towards the window, he felt that the expansive view was rather unsettling. The adjacent glass was too large, evoking a sense of vulnerability against potential external threats and a lack of privacy. Huh? A switch? 2 simple buttons rested on the metal column beside the glass. Su Wanli pressed the upper button labeled door. Outside the glass, a fully metallic mesh barrier swiftly descended, providing an additional layer of protection. A barbed wire fence? Su Wanli's expression brightened. While this contraption might not completely thwart the attacks from Xuanxi, it could buy him some precious time to devise a countermeasure against the impending challenges. What does the remaining switch do? He pressed the lower button. Inside the glass, a similar metallic panel descended, cutting off external visibility and instilling a profound sense of security. So, does that mean the area behind the sofa is also glass? Approaching the sofa, he indeed found 2 simple switches on a metal column. Upon pressing the switch, the metallic barrier retracted, revealing a transparent glass panel before him. As the side floor-to-ceiling windows were unveiled, the brightness inside the vehicle surged, making the overly illuminated space somewhat uncomfortable. Su Wanli promptly pressed the switch to close the side metallic barriers, while simultaneously activating the external barbed wire fence. The interior dimmed. Instantly, his slightly taut nerves relaxed considerably. The resting area was immaculate. The bus measured 12 meters in total length, with the driver's cabin occupying about 2 meters, the resting area 3 meters. Leaving over 6 meters of space, he wondered what surprises the Tum-Tum mouse's quality return would bring him. He decided to take a look. After sitting for a moment, Su Wanli rose and made his way towards the middle of the bus. There was another protective isolation door to separate the spaces. Opening the isolation door, he found the kitchen area, complete with a sink and a reserved spot for an induction stove and a rice cooker, yet conspicuously lacking a water source. On the opposite side of the kitchen was the bathroom, which was currently just a decoration. The bus was equipped with a fully automated rainwater collection system, but it did not cater to the collection of snow. Su Wanli needed to install a heater for the rainwater collection system to melt the accumulated snow into a usable water source for his daily needs. However, he was unsure how to proceed with the installation at the moment. The resting area, the washing area, what remained? Passing through another protective isolation door, he arrived at the innermost space. This area resembled a small, media room, not a storage room. Su Wanli felt a wave of surprise. He had assumed the innermost space would serve as a place for luggage and miscellaneous items. But if this was not a storage room, then where was it? Where would he store his food, the fuel he had collected, and the belongings of previous passengers? Could it be that the luggage compartment was still present? Su Wanli swallowed hard. Standing at a height of 182 meters, he felt no sense of oppression while moving within the vehicle, indicating that there was at least a meter of space between him and the vehicle ceiling. In other words, the height of the interior space is approximately 3 meters, while the exterior of the bus appears to be just under 4 meters tall. This also explains why Su Wanli tacitly accepted the return of the bus without a luggage compartment, transforming that space into a living area. Surely, there must be some provision for luggage? The drawers beneath the single bed, along with the overhead racks, are insufficient to accommodate the provisions of food and drink he has stored, as well as the suitcases left behind by other passengers. He began to search. Su Wanli, recalling the location of the hatch, approached the sofa and proceeded to fold it up. Beneath it lay a familiar hatch. Chapter 133. The plant growth light. Upon lifting the hatch of the luggage compartment, a straight ladder came into view. Descending the ladder, a series of sensor lights flickered on, illuminating the interior of the compartment in a gentle glow. To Su Wanli's astonishment, the space within the luggage compartment was considerably expansive, measuring approximately 7 meters in length, 2 meters in height, and equally 2.5 meters in width. It was only slightly smaller than the area above. The vast space housed dozens of suitcases, along with crates of beverages, barrels, and various miscellaneous supplies, rendering it rather desolate. He wondered if any treasures lay within the suitcases. Seizing the opportunity while Yu Sihuan was absent, Su Wanli felt a surge of excitement and began to open the cases. Most of the suitcases were unlocked, allowing him easy access. For those that resisted, he resorted to his bone-cutting knife, forcefully prying them open in search of valuable goods. Nevertheless, the belongings brought by the passengers consisted mainly of old clothes, some skincare products, and a few new garments. Common household items, really. He managed to procure 3 razors, 2 hairdryers, 2 tubes of hand cream, and 2 pairs of gloves, which were quite satisfactory. The razors and hairdryers were precisely the essentials he had been lacking. Particularly, the arrival of 2 hairdryers would save the time spent waiting for a girl's hair to dry for an hour or 2 post-bath, a tedious endeavor indeed. He pondered whether the hand cream could be stored and transformed into a frostbite ointment through quality return. Su Wanli carefully concealed the 2 tubes of hand cream, planning to find an opportunity to store them in his Tunton mouse space, experimenting to see if he could procure an ointment or hand cream with frostbite-resistant properties. He set aside the remaining valuable items in a corner, intending to sort through them properly once he had cleared out the unnecessary belongings from the luggage compartment. 3 doors. The compartment's side doors remained unchanged, but a hidden sliding door less than a meter wide had appeared at the bottom. Su Wanli attempted to open the sliding door, encountering some resistance. Crouching down, he grasped the G-shaped handle and pushed outward. The escape door was narrow yet thick, resembling an aircraft door, making it difficult to move and impossible to open from the outside. After studying it for a while, he closed the sliding door and opened the side compartment door to dispose of trash. All the unwanted old clothes and damaged suitcases were cast outside, clearing space for the items returned by the Tunton mouse or any useful supplies scavenged along the way. Having completed the task, Su Wanli tossed out the last suitcase and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The temperature inside was quite high, and even a little movement caused him to perspire. The door stood wide open, allowing the cold wind mixed with snowflakes to swirl in. The internal temperature of the luggage compartment had plummeted to over 20 degrees below zero, while Su Wanli stood at the entrance, exposed to the relentless wind that whisked away his body heat. Yet, paradoxically, he felt hot and was sweating. Was there a source of heat nearby? Su Wanli turned his gaze to scan for the source of warmth. As I surveyed my surroundings, my gaze quickly settled upon the soft glow of several sensor lights. These lights, strategically placed in the 4 corners, centrally above, and at the midpoints of either side, totaled 8. The luminosity of these lights varied in intensity depending on their location. For instance, the 2 situated above emanated a brightness that distinctly surpassed that of the others, and they also radiated the most warmth. Was this a biological lighting feature? Su Wanli had yet to explore the various functionalities of the bus, but he sensed that the bus, which returned quality goods, might serve a purpose beyond a mere temporary refuge. Upon returning to the self-constructed building, he closed the hatch and ascended to the interior space via the lift. Proceeding directly to the cockpit, he started the bus and steered it toward the self-built edifice. After executing a turn, Su Wanli gazed at the smooth expanse of snow ahead, his expression gradually turning grave. Following his previous experience of getting lost, he had developed a habit of marking his path conspicuously whenever he ventured out. Even during the test drive, he had not forgotten to scatter his homemade markers along the way. Yet, after clearing out the debris in the luggage compartment, he discovered that the markers he had laid down had vanished. Not only the markers, but the traces of the bus's passage had also been erased. What of those small white insects nearby? As far as he recalled, it was only those diminutive creatures that could smooth the snow covering the ground. Su Wanli's countenance darkened. The loss of his markers was not particularly concerning, but the obliteration of the bus's tracks posed a significant issue. Surely, the snow ahead couldn't be entirely composed of those insects, could it? A chill ran down his spine, even if he did not suffer from a phobia of clusters. The mere thought of the snow in his line of sight being made up of countless tiny insects sent goosebumps racing across his skin. If he were to unwittingly drive into their midst, he decided to proceed without hesitation. With a firm press on the accelerator and a release of the clutch, the bus lurched forward, producing a sound akin to crunching snow beneath its wheels. The bus continued onward. Within less than half an hour, familiar homemade markers and the bus's distinct tracks re-emerged in his view. Su Wanli let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the population of those white insects was insufficient to blanket the area within a 2-kilometer radius. Most importantly, the tires had rolled over without inciting a vengeful response from the insects. They did not seem to gnaw at rubber. Caution would be imperative moving forward. Confronted with the Shinshu and even other survivors, Su Wanli had never felt such trepidation. He was unafraid of the tangible threats. But the idea of carnivorous creatures capable of remarkable mimicry, eluding the naked eye, filled him with dread. They were virtually impossible to guard against. On the second floor of the self-constructed building, Yusahan, concealed behind the curtains, heard the unmistakable sound of the bus doors opening below but paid it no mind. At such a time, it was inconceivable for a bus to be present in this vicinity. Most likely, it was merely a sound simulated by the fog, intended to lure her outside. Suddenly, a blaring horn pierced the air. Startled, Yusahan shivered, quickly realizing that the man had returned. She drew back the curtains to glance downward. There, parked below, was a bus adorned in a striking black and white futuristic design. The man in the driver's seat leaned out, smiling and waving. A custom motorhome? Yusahan's initial reaction was one of delight upon discovering that the man had located a customized RV. Her expression brightened, and she turned with a smile to race down the stairs. She had encountered similar RVs a few times before. While labeled as customized, these vehicles were, in reality, products of mass production and were not particularly rare. To attain a truly unique customized version, one would need to invest additional funds, endure a design wait, and refrain from making significant alterations. Otherwise, the vehicle would be deemed unroadworthy. Typically, those who genuinely appreciate RVs would purchase customized models and subsequently modify them personally or enlist the help of professionals. She held on to the hope that the RV the man found was unaltered. Filled with anticipation, Yusahan yearned for the vehicle to be untouched, allowing her to locate the relevant circuitry diagrams online and collaborate with the man on the DIY layout of the RV. Chapter 134. Farming? In front of the self-built house, Yusahan boarded the vehicle with a heart full of anticipation. The interior's ambience and layout did not disappoint her. In fact, it far exceeded her expectations. Such a transformation could only be accomplished by seasoned RV enthusiasts. The resting area featured a sofa and a single bed, both equipped with drawer-style storage compartments underneath, along with an overhead luggage rack that could accommodate a wealth of clothing and supplies. How delightful! Yusahan's eyes sparkled with joy as she ventured further inside, entering the bathroom and kitchen area. Due to the absence of a water source or a water heater, the bathroom was more of an ornament, or perhaps it could serve as a toilet that couldn't flush, allowing for nighttime convenience without venturing outside or using a bottle. Aside from the bathroom, the kitchen space was equally satisfying. Yusahan had but one requirement for the kitchen: it needed to be spacious. Otherwise, for someone like her, who couldn't distinguish between a cleaver and a paring knife, finding a place to set down the vegetable basket would prove challenging. The media room? She moved deeper inside to discover a media room of approximately 10 square meters. The luxurious decor confirmed her belief that the previous owner of this RV was an aficionado of high-end mobile living, someone who truly understood the art of enjoyment. She found herself enamored. So, will we be living in the car from now on? Indeed, Su Wanli replied, closing the driver's side window. He stood up, looking at the young woman with a smile. Let's pack our things and drive a few kilometers toward Yancheng while it's still daylight. Perhaps we can find a spot with network coverage. Sure, Yusahan said, unable to suppress her smile. She took the initiative to grasp the man's hand, ready to disembark and organize their belongings. Upon entering the cockpit, the array of intricate displays before the two driver's seats piqued her interest immediately. Can I sit down and try? Seeing her eagerness, Su Wanli encouraged her to take a seat. He scanned the cockpit to assess her physical condition. As the scan was merely a supplementary feature, why not utilize it? Am I allowed? Yusahan hesitated, wishing to reach out, but fearing she might break something. Never mind, I wouldn't see you want to accidentally damage it. Don't worry, it's quite resilient, Su Wanli reassured her with a smile. If the cockpit's dashboard and buttons were so fragile that a light touch could break them, he would have damaged several functions during his earlier test drive. The quality of the items returned from Tun Tun Mouse had never disappointed him. Then shall I give it a try? Yes, go ahead. All right. Yusahan's eyes curved into crescent moons as she joyfully settled into the passenger seat, soon noticing a section of the windshield in the upper right corner displaying her status. Female, age 20, height 167 centimeters, weight 57.5 kilograms, measurements 89, 58, 88, blood type O. Currently in a state of external parasitism by an unnamed organism. The detailed personal information astonished Yusahan. She had not anticipated that the seat possessed scanning capabilities. Upon seeing her measurements, her cheeks flushed crimson as she instinctively attempted to cover herself. As she caught sight of the final test results, her complexion instantly turned pale. Am I parasitized? Yusahan's voice quivered. She found it hard to believe that there was an error in the scan. All preceding information aligned flawlessly, including her weight. Yet the results indicated parasitism, but by what entity? Do not panic, Su Wanli reassured her, leaning down to gently pat the young girl's shoulder. He then raised his gaze slightly, scrutinizing the test results alongside the dotted three-dimensional diagram of the human body adjacent to the display area. This graphic appeared only upon detecting an anomaly in the passenger, a tiny red that was discernible at the tip of the girl's ear. At the ear tip, Su Wanli promptly donned gloves to meticulously examine her ear. Yu Sahan trembled uncontrollably, yet she endeavored to remain composed, refraining from interrupting the man as he conducted his inspection. After more than 2 minutes, Su Wanli finally discovered a minuscule white speck, akin to dandruff, upon the removal of the parasite. The previously reddish three-dimensional model in the upper right corner of the windshield display transformed to a vibrant green. What manner of creature is this? Su Wanli squinted to observe. However, the parasite was so diminutive that it was difficult to discern with the naked eye. Only his heightened acuity in hearing and vision allowed him to locate it. Others, in its stead, might require surgical intervention to discover the parasite's concealed location. Place it in a glass vial. Very well. Yu Sahan felt a shiver traverse her scalp. Nevertheless, with the parasite extracted, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Turning to the resting area, she retrieved a transparent glass vial from the man's backpack and handed it to him. Once we reach the refuge base in Yangqing, we shall entrust this specimen to the personnel there for study to ascertain its true nature. Su Wanli secured the vial tightly and then found a plastic bag to seal it before placing it in the drawer beneath the bed. Let us proceed. We need to excavate some soil. Excavate soil? Indeed. The lighting in the luggage compartment should be adjustable plant growth lights. They could extract some soil into the luggage area, dividing it into several distinct sections to cultivate various crops. Perhaps they might even enjoy fresh vegetables in the future. Admittedly, the growth cycle of plants is rather protracted, necessitating a series of stages such as sowing, sprouting, and maturation. Slower growing crops may take several months, while faster ones require at least 10 to 20 days. During this period, they could also be subjected to numerous factors affecting growth, such as soil quality and pests. Yet, there remains a glimmer of hope for successful cultivation. Moreover, even if their efforts culminated in failure, it would not be a significant loss. After all, for them, it would merely amount to expending some effort. The potential rewards far outweigh this modest sacrifice. The fields lay blanketed in snow, surely frozen beneath. Yu Sahan followed the man as he disembarked, familiar with the surroundings. She made her way to the tool shed to retrieve a hoe and a spade. I shall clear the snow while you break the ice layer. Leave the laborious tasks to me. Su Wanli took the iron shovel and hoe, assigning the young girl a light task. Please gather some plastic barrels, bottles, and bowls, any containers, large or small. The more you can collect, the better, for we shall plant various crops later. Yu Han, aware of her limited strength, complied with the man's instructions and returned to her self-built residence to search for suitable containers. It has been quite a while since I last tended to the fields. Su Wanli shouldered the hoe and made his way towards the vegetable patch. The last time he engaged in farming was during the period of remote work. No, it was actually during the year he remained at home awaiting employment. He wondered if he would be able to cultivate anything. Chapter 135. Have we been burgled? More than 2 hours later, the luggage compartment of the bus was filled with 2 rows of plastic bottles filled with soil or basins, and in one corner, a heap of crops such as sweet potatoes, taro, corn, garlic, and green onions, common produce of the southern regions, alongside a dozen unopened bags of vegetable seeds. Luck was indeed on our side. Su Wanli brushed the dirt off his palms, a joyful smile illuminating his face. He had scavenged the self-built structures within a kilometer radius, discovering seeds for various crops including bok choy, butter lettuce, tomatoes, and eggplants. These items had seemed worthless before the disaster, hardly worth picking up if dropped on the ground. Yet now, Su Wanli regarded these seeds with great value. The bus boasted high-level defenses, a sophisticated power system, and panoramic surveillance, equipped with instruments that scanned bodily status in real time, making it far more suitable for habitation than any building or makeshift shelter. Even if the bus were to become immobile in the future, it could serve as a fixed residence. Thus, Su Wanli intended to gradually transform the bus into a home. With the seeds of crops marking the first step, shall we start planting vegetables now? Yu Han inquired, her excitement palpable. She had never engaged in agricultural work, being the type who would pay others to harvest rice for her. The mere thought of cultivating crops ignited her buried instincts for farming. If we plant now, how long until we can eat? For now, we won't plant just yet, Su Wanli replied, unhurried in his approach to sowing. He aimed to familiarize himself with the plant growth light functions in the luggage compartment, then procure some fertilizers from the city before attempting to cultivate crops in pots. He turned toward the hatch. Let us head toward the Yangqing shelter base before nightfall, find a spot to plan our upcoming route, and enjoy a couple of drinks this evening. Drinks? Upon hearing about alcohol, Yusahan's desire to farm dissipated instantly. It had been nearly 10 days since she last had a drink. Can we drink on the bus? Indeed, Su Wanli nodded, surveying the sturdy iron walls surrounding the luggage compartment. The quality enhancements did not merely add multiple functions, the overall frame of the vehicle was the most fundamental improvement. Significantly upgraded. In terms of external defense, it could withstand most monsters and even attacks from ordinary firearms. Let us drink on the bus and consider it our housewarming feast. A housewarming feast? Yusahan caught the implication in his words. What is a housewarming feast? It is a celebration held to honor moving into a new home. The man's words suggested he intended to regard the bus as a temporary residence. Will we live on the bus from now on? Do you dislike it? No. I like it. Yusahan responded playfully, a rare display of her spirited nature. She was thoroughly satisfied with the bus. In her eyes, the interior and layout were akin to those crafted by top-tier RV enthusiasts, creating a cozy and warm environment. Who would wish to return to a self-built structure that was drafty and occasionally filled with smoke at night? The only concern was safety. The young woman was unaware of the bus's safety performance. Do not worry about safety issues. Su Wanli discerned the young girl's apprehension, ascending to a higher vantage point. He cryptically remarked, "Come up, and I shall show you something extraordinary." Extraordinary? The girl felt a flicker of anticipation. The man had a habit of presenting her with small tokens, and she had gradually begun to look forward to his surprises. Swiftly, she climbed up. Where is this extraordinary thing? Behold. Su Wanli, not one to keep her in suspense, entered the multimedia room and pressed a button nearby. From the center of the room, a monitor gradually descended. This monitor served as the panoramic surveillance display for the bus, measuring 60 inches. Once illuminated, it revealed 8 distinct external perspectives, dual viewpoints from the front, rear, and sides, effectively eliminating any possibility of unseen vulnerabilities. Are these hidden cameras? Yusahan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Moments earlier, she had noticed no cameras affixed to the vehicle's exterior, indicating their discreet placement. How much can it magnify? Sufficiently to discern a single strand of hair. Su Wanli manipulated the controls to enlarge a specific area, confirming the clarity was impeccable. He found it somewhat inconvenient to operate without a remote, likening it to mobile surveillance, which he was unaccustomed to. It can also be equipped with an alert function. An alert function? Indeed. In truth, Su Wanli was not entirely familiar with the capabilities of panoramic monitoring, demonstrating it was part of his own familiarization process. The optimal alert range was 20 meters. Beyond that, the camera would fail to capture clear images, risking inaccuracies or missed alarms. 20 meters? The girl's voice rose slightly. That was farther than her naked eye could perceive. The camera's alert distance of 20 meters meant other survivors could not stealthily approach, and the Shuanchi would not board the vehicle. It certainly allowed for a more carefree enjoyment of a couple of drinks. Moreover, aside from panoramic surveillance, the windows are fortified with wire mesh. Wire mesh? Allow me to demonstrate. The bus had traveled only a few hundred meters when a famished rural dog, its eyes gleaming with hunger, spotted its familiar self-built home and dashed towards it, tail wagging furiously. It was half a month ago, one fateful night, when its owner, exuding an overwhelming aura of fear, rushed outside and never returned. The dog had chased after for several kilometers but failed to catch up, eventually returning to wait at home. It lingered for 3 days, the eerie fog thickening the air, filling it with an unsettling anxiety that kept it indoors. Eventually, hunger drove it to sneak into the chicken coop, hoping to catch and devour a couple of free-range chickens. Yet, fearing punishment upon the owner's return, it anxiously paced at the coop's entrance, its paws clawing at the ground until, inadvertently, it damaged the wooden chicken coop, leading to the demise of a chicken that ventured out. After satisfying its hunger, it feared detection for overeating. Thus, it dragged one chicken outside to consume, simultaneously hiding a portion for later. However, snow began to fall from the sky, and before it could return, the path was obscured by the accumulating snow, while the dense fog masked the scent of home. It wandered aimlessly. With the relentless determination of foraging through the snow and digging up the crops from the earth, it trudged back. Whimpering softly, it scratched at the door. After a brief moment, it detected the unfamiliar scent of strangers inside. The room was shrouded in a misty ambience. These 2 foreign scents were potent, suggesting they had lingered within the home for quite some time. Barking, it abandoned its efforts at the door and hesitated, casting a glance toward the direction where the scent had faded. After standing still for a few seconds, it turned and climbed through the window. The one in the kitchen, a place it had ventured through a few times during its youth, before receiving a stern reprimand. However, with the main entrance barred and hunger gnawing at its belly, it had no choice but to slip in through the kitchen window. With a soft thud, it landed in the kitchen. Navigating with familiarity, it made its way down the corridor to the main hall. Heading toward the storeroom where the crops were kept, a place it frequented often. The sweet potatoes inside were delectable, rich in flavor. Upon reaching the doorway, it paused. Empty. Turning around, it circled twice before returning. Gazing despondently at the vacant room, it emitted a series of pitiful whines. Whimpering. In the brief time it lost its way, had its home been robbed? All that food was gone. Chapter 136. The blushing maiden. As twilight descended, the bus, a stark contrast of black and white, came to a halt at the roadside. Its speed barely surpassed that of walking. In the driver's seat, Su Wanli, with a melancholic expression, puffed on a cigarette, a habit he rarely indulged in. Today, he attempted to navigate through the city, but the roads deteriorated, blurring the lines between pavement and desolation. Occasionally, he encountered vehicles obscured by snow or veered off the road, all while visibility lingered at merely 100 meters. And their speed was agonizingly slow. The journey was fraught with jolts and was exceedingly draining. To alleviate his boredom, he took a drag from his cigarette. Slowly, they would progress. 5 hours into the journey, Su Wanli glanced at the itinerary. It was less than 10 kilometers. At this rate, it would take them another month or two to reach the refuge in Yangqing. Boil water and prepare the chicken, he mused. In the passenger seat, Yusi Han, nearly dozing off, jolted to attention and unfastened her seatbelt, making her way to the kitchen area. Initially, she had accompanied the man, but in her fatigue, she had unintentionally succumbed to slumber. Where's the rice cooker? She wondered, spotting it on the kitchen countertop. All right. Su Wanli observed the youthful vibrancy in her silhouette as she moved, extinguishing his cigarette before rising to ensure that the doors and windows of the driver's cabin were securely closed. Satisfied, he returned to the bedroom, retrieving a can of Red Bull and downing it in one go to invigorate himself. He then proceeded to prepare dinner. The meal consisted of braised chicken, kung pao chicken, and a selection of appetizers. The chickens, unfortunately frozen and improperly bled, yielded subpar meat, necessitating the use of stronger flavors. However, they were lacking in vegetables for seasoning. The taste relied solely on the chicken itself. Please tidy up the bedroom table, Su Wanli called to the young woman. The surface remained cluttered with the small table they had brought, positioned in the narrow corridor. With space limited, they could only sit at opposite ends. Once they procured suitable furniture, they could redecorate the kitchen. He pondered the need for better knives. Handling frozen meat without them would be quite the challenge. The absence of green and red peppers diminished the dish's appeal, and they lacked small potatoes for the braised chicken, which felt incomplete without them. Yet, the ingredients for the kung pao chicken were sufficient, promising a delightful flavor. In the resting area, the protective isolation door remained ajar. Dressed in cozy pajamas, Yusi Han sat in the corridor, propping her chin on one hand, gazing at the man lost in his musings, her face adorned with an involuntary smile. The man, clad in loungewear and an apron, exuded the charm of a devoted homemaker, a stark contrast to the fierce persona he had displayed during the day. Done, he announced over half an hour later, emerging with a steaming array of dishes. The small table could barely accommodate them, so he placed the appetizers beneath it, planning to enjoy the main course first before indulging in drinks. How about we play a game? The young woman suggested, her cheeks flushed. Su Wanli sampled a piece of chicken, finding the flavor quite pleasing. Reacting instinctively to her proposal, he inquired, what game? Let us drink and see who falls first. Loser takes it all. What significance does this game hold? If you wish to drink, simply say so. Su Wanli found himself both amused and perplexed. He surmised that the girl had been deprived of alcohol for too long and was now struggling to contain herself. There's a reward, you know. What reward? Well, if you fall first, you must grant me a favor, and if I fall first, that evening. The girl's subsequent words were barely audible, like the whisper of a mosquito. Yet, Su Wanli possessed a heightened perception, sharper than that of the average person. And he caught her words. Are you joking? No. Yusi Han lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In truth, had it not been for the unexpected arrival of relatives, the progression between them in the newly built apartment would have seemed entirely natural. Most crucially, after the relatives departed, they would be quite safe. All right. Su Wanli nodded emphatically. He was a normal man, and should he fail to respond, the girl might begin to question his inclinations. Choose any drink you desire, Wuliangye, Mitai, Jian Nanchun, or Yangga Daku. Tonight, there are no limits. These spirits had yet to be stored away. Yet in comparison to the captivating girl before him, the beverages were trivial. Moreover, Yusi Han was an ordinary person, no matter how much she could drink. She could hardly consume several cases of high-proof liquor. Wuliangye, then, Yusi Han decided. She recalled that men often favored Wuliangye. I shall pour for you. The girl rose, bending slightly to fill the man's small glass. Whether intentional or not, her sleepwear resembled a bathrobe, though she wore clothes underneath, from the man's perspective. Yusahan seemed to sense someone's gaze upon her. Tilting her head slightly, she locked eyes with Su Wanli, following his line of sight downward. The blush on her face deepened, and she instinctively tightened her robe. Yet, she soon relaxed it, returning to her seat with a blend of delight and shyness. Raising her glass. To celebrate our new abode. Gulp. Su Wanli instinctively averted his gaze. Just a glance ignited a stir within him, leaving him somewhat parched. Hearing the girl's words, he reined in his thoughts and clinked glasses with her. Cheers. Yes. They gently touched their glasses and tilted their heads back. Downing their drinks in unison, the liquor did little to quench his thirst. Su Wanli still felt a dryness in his throat as he set down his glass. He reached for the bottle to refill their cups. Suddenly, a thud echoed from across the room. Raising his head, he saw the girl with her eyes tightly closed, as if she had succumbed to drunkenness, lying sideways on the cardboard-covered floor. Her right hand had unconsciously released the glass, allowing it to tumble away, while her body maintained a rather graceful posture. Su Wanli was initially taken aback. They often shared a bottle or two in the evenings. Well aware of each other's drinking capacities, given Yusahan's ability to consume liquor like water, it was inconceivable for her to collapse after merely one glass. Silly girl. Su Wanli gazed at the feigning intoxication of the girl, his expression softening gradually. This is the manner in which a young girl expresses her feelings. Rest assured. I shall take responsibility for you, Su Wanli murmured to himself. He tidied up the desk with simplicity, bending down to gently caress the girl's slightly flushed cheeks. Then, he retrieved a cardboard box from beneath the bed. He felt compelled to reciprocate the girl's sentiments. This box contained an assortment of contact lenses. He believed that Guru Ajia deserved at least a few boxes of 10 lenses each, thus he had bought dozens of boxes in various styles, 2 of each. However, that woman's fiery outburst had completely disrupted his plans. Let us start with 2 boxes, he thought. Su Wanli was uncertain about the distinctions between the presence and absence of relatives. After a brief yet earnest selection, he took 2 boxes of contact lenses beneath the pillow on the bed. He then approached the girl, bending down to gently lift her and place her onto the bed. Yusahan felt an overwhelming sense of tension. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly. She often overheard her roommates making suggestive jokes, and had absorbed a modicum of knowledge regarding the interactions between men and women. Yusahan believed that an ordinary young man's energy could only sustain a couple of ranked matches in one evening. Only a few particularly vigorous individuals could manage an extra game or 2, and engaging in more than 10 consecutive matches in one night certainly lay beyond the realm of normalcy. 2 boxes, 10 lenses each. This was somewhat daunting. Yusahan mused distractedly. The moment her body was touched by the man, she instantly stiffened. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, she found herself enveloped in a warmth akin to a hot spring, which made her involuntarily relax. The space of the single bed may have been limited, yet the mattress and blankets were exceedingly cozy. How beautiful! As he gazed at the still girl lying on the bed, Su Wanli's heart raced wildly. There is a saying that a girl's flushed face surpasses all dialogues. He turned off the lights, quickly returned, and slipped under the covers. Chapter 137. Pickled fish. The following morning, shortly after 8 o'clock, in the bus kitchen, Su Wanli, clad in matching bathrobe-style pajamas, cheerfully busied himself preparing breakfast. Today's morning repast was rather sumptuous, featuring 2 fried eggs and 2 bowls of steamed egg custard. These eggs had been purchased early from a snail noodle shop at the service area and had been too precious to consume until now. This time, Su Wanli generously set aside 4 of them to prepare fried eggs and egg custard, ensuring the woman received her necessary nourishment. Oh, Yusahan's status had officially transitioned from girl to woman. Here, take this and put it away properly, she said. From the lower bunk, a delightful head peeked out from beneath a fluffy gray blanket. The woman, her cheeks flushed with shyness, dared not meet Su Wanli's gaze. She extended her delicate, lotus-like arms, retrieving 2 unopened boxes of contact lenses hidden beneath her pillow, and nudged them towards the edge of the bed, signaling the man to take them. Save these for later, she instructed. All right, Su Wanli replied with a smile. He cherished Yusahan and was resolute in his decision to keep her by his side, even considering her first experience. He did not seek fleeting pleasure at the risk of causing harm. In the end, the girl whispered that her relatives had just left. Su Wanli was puzzled but understood the implication of her statement regarding the contact lenses. After confirming multiple times that the girl was not intoxicated and speaking nonsensically, he tucked the lenses back beneath the pillow, allowing them both a perfect process of growth together. Slightly regrettably, the girl, despite her impressive tolerance for alcohol, lacked in other areas, particularly in stamina. A mere double round had completely drained her energy, leaving Su Wanli feeling exceedingly unsatisfied. Of course, the primary responsibility lay with him, while the woman bore the secondary burden. Are you feeling any better? Su Wanli inquired as he sat at the bedside, tenderly brushing the hair from her forehead, his eyes brimming with affection. Shall I bring you breakfast? Yusahan replied softly. For the next couple of days, she would likely be unable to move from bed. Concerned that he might grow impatient, she hesitated to trouble him further and tried to sit up, propping herself on her hands. However, the moment she began to move, her brows furrowed in discomfort. Don't move around. Su Wanli quickly set aside his tasks, approaching to assist her in sitting up. He fetched a pillow to support her back, carefully tucked the blanket around her, and then brought over a bowl of freshly steamed egg custard. Do you really want to dip your egg custard in vinegar? Of course. Yusahan nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Who eats egg custard without vinegar? Su Wanli was at a loss for words. He had seasoned egg custard with soy sauce and sesame oil, but never with vinegar. However, if that was what the woman desired, he would accommodate her wishes. He poured in some vinegar and added a drizzle of sesame oil. Here you go. It smells delightful, Yusahan said as she accepted the small bowl. Upon seeing the surface of the egg custard, smooth and mirror-like without a single bubble, her eyes widened in astonishment. This custard must have quite a foundation, she mused. Let me taste it. She gently scooped a spoonful. The egg custard on the spoon quivers slightly before it gracefully slips into her mouth. Its tender texture and refreshing taste awakening a nostalgic flavor reminiscent of childhood. Delicious. Yusahan's eyes sparkle with delight as she scoops another spoonful and offers it to the man beside her, her exquisite face radiating anticipation. Su Wanli, however, is hesitant to sample it. Yet, faced with Yusahan's expectant gaze, who could possibly refuse? He closes his eyes and allows it to melt on his tongue. Surprisingly, this peculiar flavor possesses a unique charm. How is it? Not bad. Isn't it? Yusahan's south eyes curve into crescent moons. Her definition of happiness is refreshingly simple, a harmonious rhythm of life shared between two souls. Life is fleeting, amid the hurried passage of time. Splendid memories should not merely be transient sparks of brilliance. The flickering flames of the stove, the sizzling oils and spices in the pot, and the fragrant wisps of steam all exude warmth and companionship that are equally deserving of savoring. After finishing the egg custard, they move on to a bowl of noodles and a fried egg. Feel free to ask for any snacks you desire afterward. There's an abundance over there that I seldom indulge in. Su Wanli gestures toward the snacks piled on the adjacent sofa. He remains oblivious to the woman's inner thoughts. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly tease her about her romantic notions. As the saying goes, one does not appreciate the value of salt and rice until they manage the household. When life is enveloped by the weight of daily burdens, where is the beauty to be found? Snacks are still food. Let us not waste anything, Yusahan insists, reluctant to discard any more. The provisions here could sustain them for quite some time if they are frugal. It's all right, Su Wanli chuckles, gently caressing her cheek. The blizzard outside has ceased, and we are steadily making our way to the city, gathering supplies en route to our refuge in Yanqing. There's no need to worry about running out of food. We can easily stop at a convenience store and bring back plenty of snacks. He hunts for resources daily, seamlessly combining necessity with leisure. Considering Yusahan's discomfort and the risks of travel, he decides to take a couple of days to rest. All right, I'll heed your advice. By the way, you seem to have too few clothes. I'll find you a few more outfits, and we should also gather extra bed linens. No talk of bed linens. As she hears the man's incessant chatter, Yusahan's heart swells with sweetness. However, when he mentions bed linens, her cheeks flush crimson, and she shyly covers his mouth with her hand. Su Wanli's eyes twinkle with amusement. He finds the bashful Yusahan utterly adorable. Once she releases him, he can't resist leaning in to kiss her cheek, teasing gently, truly, you are the pickled fish. What are you saying? Haha. Pickled fish is your new nickname. Inspired by last night, it was originally just vegetable fish because the vegetable is indeed a vegetable, but it lacked a certain flair. Hence pickled fish, it's not solely about you anymore. I'm ignoring you. In playful banter, Yusahan nestled back under the covers, reluctant to emerge. Certain matters lie beyond her personal volition. However, considering the current weather and the difficulty of drying clothes, she lingered in bed for a minute or two before whispering softly. Akin to the buzz of a mosquito, it's hard to find the mattress. We should gather a few more pieces of clothing. Su Wanli refrained from teasing her further. He placed breakfast on the table, donned his attire, and armed himself with a pickaxe to venture out for hunting. The bone-cutting knife was left for Yusahan, just in case. Within the cocoon of her blankets, Yusahan heard the sounds of the man departing, prompting her to finally lift the cotton quilt. The blush on her cheeks had yet to completely fade. Oh dear, how will I face him now? The mere thought of his expression sent warmth flooding to her face, and she rolled back and forth on the bed, clutching her covers. Yet, before long, she sensed something amiss. Her body was no longer in pain. It felt as though a peculiar force was spreading through her torso and limbs. soothing the fatigue that had lingered for days, invigorating her with newfound strength. Non-repetitive chapters. The preceding sections were revised and moved to the end. Chapter 138. Secondary development in the bus rest area. On a single bed, Yu Se-han sensed a transformation within herself, instinctively yearning for the presence of a man. She turned her gaze towards the window on her right. Within her line of sight, a man was practicing with a sledgehammer, warming up as was his custom. He would typically spend an hour or two honing his skills with the sledgehammer before venturing out to track down the traces of the shichi, hunting a few of them. Had the fog lifted? Yu Se-han stared, somewhat dazed, at the man who was several dozen meters away. Her vision was remarkably clear. Since the dense fog had enveloped the area, this was the first time she could see objects so far away. No, she could see even farther. The limit was roughly 200 meters, beyond which the fog's influence rendered everything hazy. What was happening? Yu Se-han rubbed her eyes. Upon reopening them, her vision remained unclouded. This was no mere illusion. It seemed her strength had also increased. In addition to her improved eyesight, her body exhibited astonishing changes as well. Her skin was now fairer, more supple, her hair denser and more lustrous. Even the slight hunch caused by long hours at the computer and the burden she carried had been corrected. She appeared revitalized and full of vigor. She decided to seek him out for answers. Yu Se-han tossed aside the covers and picked up a bag of rations meant for human younglings. However, as soon as she donned it, she found her breathing somewhat restricted, reminiscent of the times during middle school when she forgot to update her wardrobe. She dressed in thermal clothing and a jacket. It was winter, and everyone donned multiple layers. Many girls who detested constriction opted to wear thermal garments and jackets for comfort. It was just past 9 in the morning, and the sky was overcast. Su Wanli stood atop an off-road vehicle, engaged in his daily practice, seemingly tireless as he swung the sledgehammer repeatedly. Chop, lift, thrust. The sledgehammer struck in both headwinds and tailwinds, creating a series of thunderous sounds that were quite impressive. After nearly 10 days of unrelenting practice, he had gained a remarkable command over the sledgehammer. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. Su Wanli instinctively raised the sledgehammer and swung it towards the source of the sound. In a post-apocalyptic world, one could not afford to harbor illusions about the goodwill of others. Facing the sledgehammer that was hurtling towards her head, Yu Se-han, in the past, would have been unable to evade such an attack. But now, with a slight tilt of her head, she effortlessly dodged the blow. Of course, this was due to the man tempering his strength. What are you doing out here? Su Wanli was taken aback. This spot was over 30 meters from the bus, a distance that would be difficult for an ordinary person to traverse, given their limited line of sight. Moreover, how could a woman possibly avoid his sledgehammer? Despite his restrained strength, he was still 2 or 3 times faster than an average person. Most importantly, the woman's appearance had become quite striking. Weren't you feeling unwell? It suddenly got better. Yu Se-han replied, still somewhat shaken. That swing had nearly left a mark on her forehead. She resolutely decided never to stealthily approach the man again. No, her earlier quiet footsteps had not been intentional. It was the mist. Is that all right? Su Wanli gazed intently at Yu Se-han. He admitted that he was indeed captivated by her physique. Moreover, Yu Se-han's beauty had ascended to new heights. Especially as she was newly married. You have become more beautiful. Did you notice? Yu Se-han tilted her head, her sparkling eyes fluttering. In truth, when she first recognized her transformation, she was filled with exhilaration, yet upon disembarking and recalling the creature Shinchi, a sense of dread gradually settled within her. This sudden surge of power reminded her of the monstrous Shinchi outside. She feared becoming like Shinchi, sitting in the driver's seat. She repeatedly utilized the scanning function to ensure her body was free of discomfort before she felt slightly reassured and rushed to confide in the man. Su Wanli nodded earnestly. When he initially received his permanent dimensional values, he too experienced a similar metamorphosis. It appeared that this woman before him was undergoing a transformation akin to his own. Could it be an enhancement of her values? Su Wanli felt uncertain. Their identities and ages differed vastly. He had spent years laboring among factory assembly lines, his skin rough, gaze cold, and a tooth crumbled, which resulted in the permanent enhancement of his dimensional values by the Tunton mouse, effectively reshaping him inside and out. To those who knew him even slightly, the contrast was glaring. Yet Yu Se-han was different. At just 19, her skin was at its most delicate and smooth, possessing an elasticity that was unparalleled. Even though the enhancement had altered her, the changes in her appearance were not overtly noticeable. The most apparent difference lay in her vitality. Her eyes sparkled with a spirited allure, reminiscent of a comet in the night sky, mysterious yet radiant. An inexplicable depth of beauty. After you left this morning, I remembered to have breakfast. Yu Se-han trusted Su Wanli completely, candidly sharing her experiences of change. The fact that Su Wanli could perceptively discern her transformation brought her a measure of comfort. Upon listening to Yu Sahan, Su Wanli immediately realized that she, like him, had gained a permanent enhancement in her bodily dimensions, albeit in a manner that was not entirely the same. His enhancement had been a singular event, whereas Yu Sahan seemed to be gradual, a process unfolding over time. He was uncertain how long this process would take. Rest assured, this change is a positive development. Su Wanli reassured her with a smile. The unknown substances existing within the dense fog could indeed transform human bodies, rendering them stronger. As the pioneers among the first to embrace this change, they had no prior experiences to guide them. It was akin to navigating through darkness, continuously experimenting and summarizing findings. If they found the right path, they would reap immeasurable rewards. Conversely, if they went astray, they would be consumed by the relentless tide of progress, reduced to inconsequential dust, serving merely as a cautionary tale for future generations. It was a reflection of the transformation of life itself. In the protracted and perilous journey of countless sacrifices are necessary to discern the correct path. Fortunately, Su Wanli possesses a modicum of experience. He is poised to offer Yu Sahan some invaluable counsel. Perhaps it is time to bestow a name upon the unnamed phase. A peculiar sensation stirs within Su Wanli. When he was the sole individual endowed with elevated four-dimensional values, he was indifferent to the act of naming the phase, for once named, it would remain a secret to others, devoid of significance. However, with the presence of a kindred spirit beside him, the impulse to assign a name arises. It is an odd feeling. Let us conduct a test. A test? Indeed. Let us evaluate your strength and speed, and we shall weigh you once we board the vehicle. Chapter 139. 5 times approximately 10 meters in front of the bus. Two individuals stood facing each other, separated by 3 to 4 meters, devoid of any weaponry. The assessment required no armament. Initially, they would evaluate their vision and hearing. Su Wanli raised his hand, gesturing towards a homemade sign 30 meters to the east. Within a 1-kilometer radius, various homemade signs marked the 4 cardinal directions, serving to prevent disorientation and to denote their precise location and that of the bus through diverse shapes and colors. The shape of that sign was rectangular and black. And that one over there? Blue and triangular. That one. After several rounds of testing, the woman responded swiftly each time. Su Wanli's expression gradually shifted. He pointed to the farthest distance he could see. That one. Square and yellow. Yu Sahan assumed the man was deliberately selecting closer signs to avoid undermining her confidence. However, accuracy was paramount for the assessment. Thus, she resolutely declared, "Let us begin with the signs approximately 200 meters away." Immediately, she added, "Do not worry about discouraging me. I can see beyond 200 meters now. Perhaps I cannot match your capabilities, but at the very least, I can preemptively detect the Shichi and endeavor not to hinder you." 200 meters? Su Wanli's voice unconsciously rose in pitch. Can you truly see beyond 200 meters? His own limit was a mere 100 meters, barely approaching 200. Could Yu Sahan, whose metrics were not yet fully stabilized, genuinely perceive a distance of over 200 meters? Was that double his range? Indeed. Yu Sahan gazed at the sign 200 meters away, conducting the experiment one after another. After several repetitions, she confirmed her effective distance reached over 200 meters, approximately 220. Not exceedingly distant. Yet the Shichi's detection range was merely 30 meters. She could easily notice it before being detected and take appropriate measures. Isn't that rather short? Su Wanli's emotions were quite complex. He felt joy, yet was also slightly disconcerted. It appeared that the quality of the Tunton Mouse's return could falter at times. Let us examine aspects of your strength and speed. How do we check that? You attack me. Upon uttering those words, Su Wanli felt a twinge of uncertainty. Given that the woman's effective distance was over twice his own, her four-dimensional metrics might similarly exceed his. If she were to unleash her full strength, he might not be able to withstand even a single blow. Let us engage in a brief spar, but refrain from using full force. Agreed. Yu Sahan had trained in Sanda for 2 weeks during her childhood. Although many techniques had faded with age, some fundamentals remained. She feigned an attack towards the man's midsection, executing a straightforward yet effective low kick. In the past, this very move had led to her being blacklisted by several sports schools, prompting her eventual shift to judo, believing she could leverage her strengths. Yet, the outcome was no different. She was similarly blacklisted. Judo also restricts certain strikes. Stop. Su Wanli felt a shiver run down his spine. Does this reckless girl not fear becoming a fish stranded in a drought? Fortunately, he had the foresight to warn her not to use her full strength. Otherwise, with her stats being twice his, a single kick could shatter him like an eggshell. No attacks to those 3 areas. Oh, Yu Sahan felt a tinge of embarrassment. This was a lesson from her father. Women are inherently weaker than men in terms of strength and endurance. To overcome men, one must strike at their vulnerabilities. Yusahan took a deep breath, focusing her energy. The man before her was her first and last. She could not attack happiness. Now, let us proceed. The pair reined in their strength for initial exploration, gradually intensifying their probing. The snow, over a meter deep, posed a challenge for ordinary people, yet for them, it was akin to walking against the wind. With a breeze of 3 or 4 levels, what impact could it truly have? After a quarter of an hour, Yusahan halted, panting. She bent over, resting her hands on her knees, her tone infused with frustration. I'm done. I can't seem to touch you. Did you truly use your full strength? Su Wanli queried. Perplexed. Had he misjudged? Effective range does not necessarily reflect true power? Yes, Yusahan gasped. The first 2 minutes were a normal test, while the following 10 were entirely one-sided. Yet her stubborn nature prevailed. She would rather endure bruises than yield, pushing herself until exhaustion set in. Why do you persist in believing I wasn't using my full strength? Su Wanli stepped forward to support her while elucidating his effective range and approximate strength. The woman was to be his future battle partner, and he could not conceal his capabilities. My effective range is over 120 meters, with strength approximately tenfold that of an average person. Since you can see over 200 meters, I assumed your strength surpassed mine. Tenfold. Yusahan gasped in surprise. Upon hearing his estimation, she quickly shook her head. My strength is significantly weaker than yours. You are not weak, Su Wanli replied softly. Having completed the test, he had a rough understanding of Yusahan's attributes, nearly 5 times those of an average adult male. She was slightly stronger than an ordinary Shenshur, yet weaker than a mutated one. In terms of vision, however, Yusahan's effective range far surpassed all others, over 200 meters. This distance, combined with her impressive physical attributes, would enable her to evade or ambush Shenshur effectively. If she were armed with a firearm, or even a crossbow, she could potentially hunt Shenshur with ease. 5 times stronger than the average person? Yusahan's face lit up with joy. Strength is the key to survival in a post-apocalyptic world. She finally felt a sense of confidence in facing disaster. Then let us hunt Shenshur together in the future. Yusahan often expresses her desire not to burden men. Her words are not mere rhetoric, but a genuine wish to offer assistance. In the past, lacking the means, she could only remain in the confines of her home or linger behind men, feeling anxious and powerless. However, with her newfound strength, she aspires to support them. Rest assured, if I encounter danger, I will flee. Shall we hunt the Mirage Beast together? Su Wanli pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. With a teammate. Our efficiency in hunting the Mirage Beast will undoubtedly increase. Consequently, the progress in analyzing human 4-dimensional values will also accelerate. The thought of an early retirement fills Su Wanli with vigor. Let us aim to slay dozens of Mirage Beasts today. But my arm is quite sore from your kick. I hope there are no bruises. I'm not certain. Then let us return home and remove our clothes for an inspection. Home. Yes. Chapter 140. Palpitations noon. The flat suburban road was littered with numerous vehicles blanketed in snow. Beneath some resilient ornamental trees, a few cars lay with shattered windows, their glass shards scattered across the seats, lightly dusted by snowflakes, creating a scene of desolation and solitude. Creak, creak. The black and white bus slowly traversed the snow, its wake stirring up delicate flurries. Slow down, slow down. Inside the driver's cabin, Yusahan leaned slightly forward, tilting her head to gaze ahead. The snow covered the road, shrouded in thick fog. She struggled to discern the condition of the ground. Even the location of the intersection remained obscured. As they journeyed, she relied on the ornamental trees flanking the road and the traffic lights at the crossroads to navigate. Stop ahead. Beyond that is a suburban community, and the number of Shenshur there is too high. It's unsafe. Understood. Su Wanli maneuvered the bus to a halt. His visibility was not as keen as hers. He vaguely perceived several beige structures ahead, but could not ascertain whether they constituted a dense cluster of buildings with Yusahan's effective visual range surpassed his by double, making her guidance more reliable. Indeed, the evidence supported this. They had covered over 10 kilometers in just 2 hours, a pace more than double that of the previous day. If they continued at this speed, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would reach Shinsuin Town in about half a month. Once we arrive at Shinsuin Town, we shall find a place to stay for a few days. Shinsuin Town lay on the outskirts of Yanqing, a small settlement likely populated by numerous survivors. Such towns, economically underdeveloped and comprised of several rural areas, typically had households with rice bins and vegetable gardens, ensuring that even a 10-day confinement would not lead to starvation. They intended to gather information there. All right, Yusahan nodded. Shinsuin Town's proximity to Yanqing suggested the possibility of internet access, the sole channel for them to gather information from the outside world. What shall we do this afternoon? Should we venture outside to hunt Shenshur? As soon as she posed the question, Her heart involuntarily quickened. The Shinshur had left a significant psychological scar on all survivors at the Milei Mountain service area. Even Su Wanli was too frightened to walk alone. Yet soon, she would confront the very creature that had instilled fear in over 100 people, face to face. I will venture outside to hunt as usual this afternoon. Su Wanli unfastened his seatbelt, turning to face her with a smile as he assigned tasks. You will stay in the vehicle to organize supplies. Organize supplies? Indeed. We must clear space in the cargo hold for planting vegetables. This afternoon, move the snacks, beverages, and other provisions to the media room. The cargo hold was piled high with supplies, rice bran, wheat bran, rice, and crops scavenged from self-built structures, as well as boxes of alcoholic beverages, drinks, and chocolates acquired from the Milei Mountain Service Area convenience store, and various items like meat grinders and bamboo charcoal from dismantled trucks, all of which needed to be sorted and stored. The cleared cargo hold was to be repurposed for experimental planting endeavors. Understood. Upon hearing she would not need to venture outside to hunt Shinshur, Yusahan's heartbeat steadied considerably, though a tinge of regret lingered. However, she was not in a hurry to confront those monsters. The days ahead were long, with ample opportunities. When we have time, let us acquire a wine cabinet. A wine cabinet? Su Wanli paused in surprise. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Very well. Their destination was the refuge base in Yanqing. Who resides in Yanqing? The affluent. Simply by choosing any villa district or a spacious apartment near the city center, one could easily find an assortment of wines worth several thousand or even tens of thousands. With a stroke of luck, they might stumble upon a winery and procure dozens of cases directly from there. Hence, a wine cabinet was indeed necessary. I will get out to find Shinchi. You stay in the car and tidy up. Be cautious. Rest assured. The two exchanged a few brief words before each became engrossed in their tasks. Su Wanli opened the driver's side door, leapt out, and surveyed the buildings flanking him. Among several structures that appeared quite similar, he chose one that was relatively close. A farmhouse. This building bore a style quite distinct from that of ordinary residences. Enclosed by a small courtyard of over 100 square meters, it featured a tin roof to shield against the elements. Upon entering the courtyard, he noticed several scattered barbecue tables and chairs, with a conspicuous menu affixed in bold black characters on red paper. A cursory glance revealed nothing amiss. A rural farmhouse, perhaps? Su Wanli stepped into the courtyard and followed the cobblestone path towards the hall. The courtyard was dimly lit. Upon crossing into the hall, the sounds of wind and snow vanished entirely, as if he had entered another realm, one devoid of light, shrouded in an unusual silence that stirred a sense of unease within him. It was not the tranquil quiet of thick fog. After standing still for several seconds, Su Wanli took out his phone's flashlight to illuminate the hall. Inside, there was an open long counter, seemingly for the convenience of patrons ordering meals, while a few rudimentary dining tables scattered about resembled those found in a school cafeteria, filled with simple, integrated furnishings. Some tables bore remnants of spilled plastic food containers, and a few chairs were still occupied by passengers' belongings, such as bags and personal items. Strangely, there was no sign of any person, nor was there any trace of Shinchi. Could there be survivors? Su Wanli furrowed his brow. If this self-built structure was indeed a farmhouse, it might have sustained survivors for about 10 days. He decided to inspect other areas, remaining vigilant and meticulously searching every nook and cranny. After scrutinizing the hall, he proceeded to examine additional spaces, particularly the restroom, often a hiding place for terrifying creatures in films, rechecking it thoroughly. Yet, he found no trace of life. Not only was there an absence of human presence, but even Shinchi was nowhere to be seen. What useful items might be here? After a thorough search yielded no clues, Su Wanli focused on finding sustenance. He searched more than one similar building, a sense of unease lingering in his mind. Yet he encountered no immediate danger. Suddenly, as if a sudden impulse had surged within him, a wave of apprehension washed over him. Su Wanli was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of danger, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. He abruptly turned around, brandishing his hammer against his chest, and raised his bone-slicing knife and gun. Vigilantly, he scanned his surroundings. Silence reigned. The hall was devoid of sound and life. Yet, the palpitations within him not only persisted but intensified. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Wanli dashed away. As he made his way onto the open street, his heartbeat gradually began to settle. What was happening? He glanced back at the building he had constructed. The cold sweat in his palms met the chill of the wind, rendering his hands extraordinarily frigid. Never mind, safety comes first. Su Wanli turned and walked away. He dared not linger, intending to seek a place with signs of life before pausing to complete his daily tasks. Rustling. Just as he turned, a faint noise emanated from the small courtyard. Chapter 141. Escape. A few meters away from the courtyard's entrance lay the street. Su Wanli squinted. fixated on the crack of the courtyard door, when suddenly a grayish-white mouse emerged. A mouse? Su Wanli paused momentarily. He had meticulously inspected every corner of the self-built structure, finding no signs of life. Why did a mouse appear now? He retrieved his phone and took a few steps forward, activating the flashlight feature. With a click, the light illuminated the area. The intense beam did not startle the mouse. Instead, it stood on its hind legs, curiously sniffing the air, appearing somewhat endearing. A mutated mouse? Su Wanli scrutinized it, realizing this was his first encounter with a mutated creature outside of the Xuanqi. This particular mouse, perhaps due to an abundance of food, was significantly larger than typical field mice, its plump body slightly wider than an adult man's palm. Its chisel-like teeth glimmered ominously under the phone's light, suggesting it could gnaw through anything. Suddenly, an unsettling palpitation surged within Su Wanli as he observed the mutated mouse. There was a cacophony of scratching sounds emanating from within the self-built structure. He directed the flashlight's beam through the narrow door crack, revealing a writhing gray carpet. As the light penetrated, the carpet abruptly ceased its movement. In the next instant, countless tiny white eyeballs emerged, interspersed with a few blood-red ones, all standing in unison, gazing toward the light source. This bizarre sight was profoundly unnerving. Under the dim light, the number of visible mice appeared to exceed 100. From the courtyard's drainage pipe and other passages, even more mice surged forth like a gushing spring. Thousands? Tens of thousands? Su Wanli could not ascertain. All he knew was that an ever-increasing tide of mice was advancing toward him. If he did not flee soon, he would be devoured, leaving not even a shred of bone behind. Run. In that instant, Su Wanli comprehended why he could not see Xuanqi or any living creature outside. Before this horde of mutated mice, what could withstand their onslaught? Even the survivors in the city would not suffice as sustenance. At that moment, Su Wanli was consumed by a singular thought: to escape this place. He acted without hesitation. Just a fleeting glance revealed thousands of mice. If he delayed, how many more would he face? Squeak. The first emerging mutated mouse transformed into a dark shadow, charging towards him the moment he moved. The other mice, as if receiving a signal, followed suit. The cacophony of squeaks sent chills down Su Wanli's spine. What horrified him further was the astonishing speed of the mutated mouse, closing the distance in an instant, even faster than the mutated Xuanqi he had encountered on the delivery truck. He could not afford to be hindered. Su Wanli lifted his leg and forcefully brought his booted right foot down upon the approaching mutated rat. Squeak. Rather than evading, the creature emitted a piercing shriek, its short forelimbs fiercely gripping the shoe while its dagger-like teeth gnawed relentlessly. Let us see which is tougher, your body or my soul. A flicker of intensity flashed in Su Wanli's eyes as he continued to run, repeatedly smashing the rat against the ground. To mitigate the impact of the snow, he deliberately chose to flee along the eaves, where the snow was thinner. Crack, creak. The sound of bones shattering echoed ominously. Strangely, the rat's forelimbs remained stubbornly latched onto the shoe. No, time is running out. Su Wanli crushed the rat into an indistinct mass of blood and flesh. Yet he could not free himself from its iron-like grip. Fortunately, the quality of the shoe remained intact, unscathed by its bites. However, the foreign matter on the sole made running uncomfortable. Yet, at that moment, Su Wanli had no time to dwell on such trifles. Behind him, the swarm of rats surged forth like a ravenous black tide, relentlessly engulfing the pristine whiteness of the world. He could not return to the bus. With the speed of the horde, even if he reached the bus, there would be no time to accelerate away, potentially leading to the vehicle being surrounded and facing the peril of the glass defenses being breached by the tide of rodents. Su Wanli dared not underestimate the danger posed by the swarm. He must divert them. The horde was fixated on him. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned sharply to the left, distancing himself from the bus while leading the throngs of rats away. With his speed, the rodents could not keep up. If he could loop around to shake them off, he might find a chance to return and drive the bus to safety. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The frantic cries of rats echoed from every direction. The snow on either side of the buildings trembled and fell, affected by the resonance of their cries. There are rats in the sewers too. Su Wanli's expression shifted. Beneath his feet, mutated rats were gnawing at the ice, attempting to break through and surround him. Damn it! Is this massive horde solely for me? Have they lost their minds? Cursing under his breath, he gritted his teeth and continued to run. This time, he could no longer afford to worry about losing his way or finding the bus. After several minutes, Su Wanli successfully returned to the bus. What happened? As soon as he boarded, Yu Sehan stepped forward, visibly anxious. Su Wanli had no time to spare. He swiftly released the handbrake and slammed down on the accelerator. The bus shot backward like an arrow released from a bow. Time ticked away, and the vehicle had already covered several kilometers. Outside the windows, the scenery gradually blurred into obscurity. The once faintly visible light in the sky was completely engulfed by darkness. Night had fallen, shrouding the surroundings in silence, broken only by the roar of the engine and the howling wind that sliced through the eerie stillness. Su Wanli let out a slight sigh of relief. Could it be that we encountered a monster? Seeing Su Wanli's expression soften, Yu Sahan quietly inquired. No. Su Wanli shook his head, casually remarking that they had encountered a mutated rat swarm. A rat swarm? Yu Sahan displayed little overt surprise upon hearing this. When Su Wanli mentioned this, she contemplated inwardly, reasoning that it must merely be a small group of rodents, perhaps only dozens or a few hundred. After all, they were in a bustling metropolis, teeming with towering skyscrapers and dense crowds. It was improbable that a large, overwhelming horde of rats could manifest here. With a sigh of relief, Su Wanli retrieved a chilled can of Red Bull. He deftly pried open the tab with one hand, and with a soft hiss, a distinctive aroma wafted through the air. He raised the can and consumed its contents in one swift motion. The icy liquid coursed down his throat, akin to a refreshing breeze caressing his overheated heart, gradually calming the previously restless and racing organ. Chapter 142. The throw in the driver's cabin of the bus. Su Wanli sat in the driver's seat, allowing the scanner to examine his body. After a frantic sprint outdoors for over 10 minutes, he had dashed towards the road without a moment's hesitation, unaware if he had been infested by peculiar creatures. The first thing he did upon returning was to undergo a thorough scan. Fortunately, no parasites were found. Gazing at the scan results, Su Wanli felt a wave of relief wash over him. Unlike the white insects, the trail left by the horde of rats was unmistakable, leading directly back to the bus. He turned to the woman beside him to explain. Just moments ago, he had encountered a tide of rodents at a nearby farmhouse. A tide of rats? Indeed, not merely a swarm. Yu Sahan discerned the weight of his words. Was it a large number? Indeed, a considerable multitude, Su Wanli emphasized, his voice heavy with urgency. The image of the mutated, grayish-white rats bursting forth from the farmhouse was vividly etched in his mind. They surged out like water from a breached dam, tumbling through the narrow gate and disappearing into the snow-covered road, using the thick layer of snow to conceal their forms as they rapidly advanced towards their target. Had it not been for his instinctual warning, sensing something amiss with that structure, Su Wanli might have unwittingly been surrounded by the tide of rats, missing the optimal moment for escape. The sheer number of them was overwhelming. No physical strength could withstand such a force. In the face of hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of rats, individual prowess was rendered utterly futile. There was nowhere safe within several miles. Stepping outside would mean being devoured, with no chance of survival. Millions. Yu Sahan could not help but take a deep breath. During her time at school, she had once been drawn in by an article from a marketing account. The specifics of the content had faded from her memory, but the central idea remained. In a city, the ratio of humans to rats is 1:5. Thus, if a city had a population of 1 million, it would harbor 1.5 million rats. At that time, she had paid little heed to it, believing that even if the rodent population surpassed that of humans, it could not threaten humanity's position at the apex of the food chain. However, with the onset of thick fog and the land encased in ice, human visibility became severely impaired, while the rats thrived in the underground sewers, bolstered by the snow masking their movements. In such conditions, the tide of rats felt as if it had no natural enemies. Not to mention the mutated rats that Su Wanli spoke of. The area they occupied was likely devoid of any living beings. Su Wanli nodded, still shaken by the thought. The longer he spent outside, the more he comprehended the new species birthed by the fog and its mediums, deepening his reverence for the threats it posed. Any new organism spawned by these mediums seemed to exist without predators. They could reproduce and hunt at will, while survivors struggled to find means of prevention. We should seize an opportunity to scour for a few detectors outside and bring them back. We could enhance the bus's capabilities, adding more scanning functions. Perhaps we could even search for detectors that might be capable of functioning effectively in the fog. The current instruments were incapable of detecting the threats that loomed. The quality of the instruments for the Tunton mouse is not guaranteed. They are in dire need of devices capable of detecting monsters. Otherwise, one might unwittingly step onto a patch of snow and find themselves either invaded by white insects with mimetic abilities or overwhelmed by a tide of rats. Detection instruments? Yu Sahan furrowed her brow slightly. Professional detection devices are not easily found. There are 3 avenues for acquiring such instruments: brand-name physical stores, certain hardware shops, and outdoor equipment stores. If a more precise and advanced detection device is required, it typically necessitates custom orders or corporate purchases. Relying solely on searches to locate such instruments seems rather futile. Perhaps the refugee base in Yancheng might possess them. A refuge base? Yu Sahan nodded. The military at the refuge base, while sweeping through the Shinshur or other monsters, surely carries various sophisticated detection instruments. However, the sweep operations are unlikely to proceed smoothly. Encountering formidable adversaries may result in the loss of equipment, and in severe cases, mission failures. We could attempt to seek out these instruments. To the refuge base? Su Wanli pondered. After some deliberation, it became clear that a visit to the refuge base was inevitable. They had originally intended to go there. The base holds the information they seek, along with an array of weapons, instruments, clothing, and food resources. They must take this risk regardless. Thus, they decided to adhere to their original plan and head to Xianxuan town first. Indeed, along the way, they would search for a welding tool. The structure of the cockpit is impeccable. It will be impossible to install the detection instruments there in the future. Su Wanli intended to place the detection device in the media room at the back of the cabin, a somewhat extravagant choice for just the two of them. For now, survival must take precedence over comfort. In the days to come, they would refrain from scavenging for supplies. So, what shall we do? We will train. But that will be in the evening. During the day, you will train with me. Once you become familiar with the changes in your four-dimensional values, I will take you out to hunt the Shinshur, enabling you to possess the ability to defend yourself against two Shinshur independently, Su Wanli declared. The number of survivors at the refuge base is considerable, and there are surely numerous unknown monsters as well. Therefore, before heading to Xianxuan town, Yusahan must first master her own strength. At the very least, she should not hold them back at critical moments. Do not speak recklessly. Yusahan's cheeks flushed. Having only recently transitioned from girlhood to womanhood, she felt somewhat unaccustomed. Hearing such candid remarks inevitably made her feel embarrassed and somewhat weak. However, upon learning of the man's plan, she suppressed her inner shyness. I would like to practice my skills with throwing darts. Her effective range is an advantage. If paired with a long-range attack capability, she could undoubtedly become a valuable ally. Unfortunately, they currently lack firearms, crossbows, or similar equipment, so they must start with throwing skills. Throwing dart skills? Su Wanli pondered for a moment and comprehended her intent. He stroked his chin, recalling what items in the vehicle could serve as projectiles. Are we scavenging several axes in the self-built building? For chopping wood? Yusahan was momentarily taken aback. Then her eyes sparkled with realization. Yes, those axes for chopping wood would suffice. The axes are not particularly long, approximately 30 centimeters, and have a comfortable grip, with a heavier head and lighter handle. They possess commendable lethality when thrown. Very well, let us commence the setup of the training ground. Su Wanli rose to his feet and moved towards the luggage compartment in search of suitable items to serve as targets, facilitating the woman's practice. Axes are not single-use implements. They must be repurposed. No? Yusahan also stood up, feeling a sense of apprehension creeping into her heart. She was uncertain whether she possessed any innate talent for throwing. In her childhood, competing with her father in skipping stones, she could barely manage a single skip. Certainly. Su Wanli activated the protective isolation door, his tone resolute. The sooner one practices, the sooner one acquires the ability to protect oneself. Well then, Chapter 143, the initial skirmish in an expansive, desolate area. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, with mist swirling about, rendering visibility exceedingly poor. With their extraordinary vision, Su Wanli and Yusahan managed to discern a few humanoid creatures, crouched in the snow about 20 meters ahead, resting. I feel that my practice has been insufficient, Yusahan confessed with a lack of confidence. She was equipped with 3 axes and a bone-cutting knife. After several days of practice, she could accurately throw a hand axe at a target 5 to 6 meters away, with a 20% failure rate. Yet, 20 meters. Shall we approach a bit closer? Don't be anxious. Su Wanli gently grasped her hand, reassuringly squeezing it to calm her nerves. Your speed and reflexes surpass those of an ordinary Shichi, and you hold the advantage. They pose no threat to you. Seeing the man's resolute demeanor, Yusahan encouraged herself by gripping her axe. Even with Su Wanli by her side during her first direct confrontation with a Shichi, she could not suppress her anxiety. However, she was not deterred. Fear would not resolve their predicament. Very well. After taking a few deep breaths to steady herself, she released his grasp, withdrew an axe from her waist, and aimed at one of the Shichi towering over 2 meters. With a swift motion, she raised her right hand, positioning the axe over her shoulder, and executed a powerful whipping action, sending the axe soaring forward. Whoosh! The thrown axe spun rapidly, cleaving through the air with a distinct whooshing sound. In their line of sight, the axe struck one Shichi squarely on the head. Bullseye! Su Wanli's expression brightened. He had known all along that Yusahan was being modest. Clearly, she possessed considerable talent, yet she frequently claimed uncertainty about her aim. Observing the Shichi that had been felled while resting, he realized she had been overly cautious. With just a few days of practice, she had successfully hit a monster's head from 20 meters away. Such talent was undoubtedly remarkable. Excellent. Let us go for another. Su Wanli beamed with joy. If Yusahan could refine her throwing skills to the point of launching 2 axes in quick succession, their efficiency in hunting Shichi would undoubtedly multiply, significantly accelerating their progress in analyzing human 4-dimensional values. Come on, throw another axe. Beside him, Yusahan found herself bemused. She felt an urge to tease him. I have 2 pieces of news, one good, one bad. The good news is that I hit the Shichi. The bad news is that I aimed for the one on the far right, not the center one. Luck is also a part of skill, she reassured herself. She retrieved another axe, focusing intently on the now agitated Shichi before her. This time, she aimed for the creature in the center. With all her strength, she hurled it forward. Thud. Roar. The axe struck the shoulder of the Shichi on the far right. The creature, roused from its slumber, reacted fiercely, pummeling its nearby kin, which in turn agitated the rest of the Shichi. The monsters became entangled in a chaotic melee. Her accuracy was slightly off. In fact, it was considerably lacking. The 2 individuals paid no heed to the chaotic Shuanqi. During the day, Shuanqi's sensing range extended only 10 meters, and they stood over 20 meters away, rendering them undetectable. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the air. Within their line of sight, several Shuanqi abruptly halted, synchronously turning their heads toward the direction of the 2. It was as if they had received an unbreakable command or some directive, instantly ceasing their internal strife and locking onto the 2's location. Startled, the 2 were momentarily at a loss. Before they could comprehend the situation, a few Shuanqi dispersed, stealthily maneuvering through the thick fog toward them. Among them, a figure nearly 3 meters tall surged forward, moving even faster than the mutated Shuanqi they had encountered previously. Is this a mutated Shuanqi? A thought flickered in Su Wanli's mind. However, this was not the time for distractions. He gripped his hammer tightly, prepared for confrontation. The peculiar roar they had just heard seemed beyond the capacity of an ordinary Shuanqi. Moreover, this one in the stage of mutation was an ideal target for Yusahan to hone her skills. Focus on it. I will handle the others, he instructed. Understood, Yusahan replied, her trust in him unwavering. She slightly crouched, retreating her left foot half a step while brandishing a kitchen knife forward, adopting a more defensive stance. With a fierce roar, the mutated Shuanqi lunged at her. Yet, Yusahan remained unfazed. Seizing the moment while the Shuanqi was airborne and unable to swiftly change direction, she sidestepped its attack and, with an adept motion, raised her cleaver, striking down toward its head with great force. With a sickening thud, a mix of black and white matter splattered as the small head rolled away. The mutated Shuanqi's body crumpled to the ground, dragging a several-meter-long trail through the snow before coming to a halt, lifeless. Excellent, Su Wanli praised. This was Yusahan's first battle, and she had remained composed, skillfully seeking the opportunity for a decisive strike. Her performance exceeded his expectations. Leave the remaining 2 to me. Having effortlessly dispatched one Shuanqi, Yusahan gained a clearer understanding of her abilities. She proactively offered to confront the last 2, eager to enhance her strength through real combat and improve her chances of survival. However, she was mindful of her limits. Currently, she was confident in her ability to deal with 2 Shuanqi, but if more appeared, she would rely on her companion. Very well, Su Wanli agreed. In truth, he was already inclined to let her take action without her prompting. He needed to focus his attention on the thick fog ahead, specifically on the location from which the roar had emanated. With a thunderous roar, 2 Shuanqi charged forth. One crawled low, attacking Yusahan's lower half from the left, while the other leaped, aiming for her neck from the right. This seemed to be their coordinated strategy. One above and one below, one left and one right, effectively trapping their prey in a web of evasion. They were not as swift as the previous one. Yusahan's gaze flickered with determination. As 2 Shuanqi approached her, she swiftly responded, prioritizing the airborne Shuanqi that could not alter its trajectory. Sidestepping the assault of the crawling Shuanqi, she wielded her kitchen knife against the leaping foe. Yusahan's speed surpassed that of the Shuanqi, allowing her to strike first. With a soft thud, yet another small portion of the creature's head met the ground. She continued to sprint forward for a few paces, regaining her balance and establishing a safe distance before turning back to confront the remaining crawling Shuanqi. The advantages of her physical prowess were starkly evident. After dispatching the 2 Shuanqi, Yusahan felt no sense of pride. She was acutely aware of her limitations, although she appeared to have dealt with the Shuanqi decisively. Her lack of experience revealed numerous fatal vulnerabilities during the encounter. Should an unexpected situation arise, she would find herself flustered, losing her composure and risking entrapment and peril. Chapter 144. The abnormal. In less than 2 minutes, Yusahan had dispatched 4 Shichi. With a deft throw of her hand axe, she felled one, while her bone cleaver severed the others with precision. The entire process was remarkably fluid, devoid of superfluous movements. Her psychological fortitude and combat awareness surpassed that of many. Only one hidden creature remained. Su Wanli diverted his gaze, having instructed Yusahan to first eliminate 2 of the Shichi. This was partly to hone her skills, and partly to conduct a small experiment to ascertain whether the Shichi slain by others could absorb the medium and be analyzed for their human 4-dimensional values. Boom. A heavy object crashed to the ground. Approximately 300 meters away, the fog-laden street lay in eerie silence, interrupted only by a few startled Shichi scurrying about in a frenzy. Their sensory range during the day was limited to about 10 meters, rendering them unaware of Yusahan's lethal actions against their companions. At a certain moment, the surrounding Shichi, along with other undisturbed ones, seemed to sense something, all turning their gazes toward a single point. Boom, boom. The deep thuds of heavy objects continued to resonate, with intervals growing shorter. Accompanied by a slight tremor beneath her feet, a colossal figure, towering in height to match a 4-story building, burst forth from the mist. It was a grotesque Shichi, formed from the organs of several individuals. It bore 2 faces, one male with stubble at the front, and a female visage at the back, alongside a pair of grim faces on its shoulders and chest. Its flesh was robust and contorted, each step leaving behind a massive snow pit. Crack! A small car buried under the snow was crushed beneath its weight, compacted into a mere chunk. The abominable Shichi advanced with relentless speed towards Su Wanli and Yusahan's location, akin to stepping over a small mound of earth. The deep vibrations grew increasingly pronounced. Yusahan's heart tightened, her instinct for survival urging her to flee, yet her body felt rigid and uncontrollable, her complexion paling with anxiety. She instinctively turned to glance in the direction of the aberrant Shichi. Roar! Roar! The sounds of trampling and growling reverberated around them. 1, 2, 3. Su Wanli's heart began to race uncontrollably, reminiscent of a disquieting experience akin to a rural homestead. He lifted his gaze toward the source of the tremors. Within his line of sight, a Shichi over 10 meters tall emerged from the fog, charging directly at them. This is an aberrant Shichi. Among the information Yusahan had compiled, there was a classification regarding the Shichi. The aberrant Shichi had been designated by the refuge base as a creature even more threatening than the mutated Shichi, slightly inferior to the intelligent variant. Yet in terms of individual strength, the aberrant Shichi was undoubtedly the most formidable among all Shichi, with diverse abilities that made them exceedingly challenging to confront. Run! Yusahan shouted, disregarding the thrown hand axe as she sprinted toward the position of the bus. Her speed paled in comparison to that of the men, and she had no intention of urging him to flee alongside her. You drive, and I'll guide you. We'll follow the evacuation route. Huh? The retreat route was a vital lesson learned by Su Wanli, who had witnessed the terror of the Mouse Tide. Before every excursion, he diligently prepared to avert similar predicaments. When confronted with an insurmountable crisis, they would steer the bus along the preordained path, arriving at a secure temporary refuge. Just as he contemplated this, he noticed with alarm that the man had not followed. Where is he? Yusahan couldn't help but glance back, seeing the man standing there in a daze. A sense of urgency surged within her. Hurry up. Su Wanli gripped his hammer tightly, every hair on his body standing on end. It was that he didn't know to flee. Rather, the grotesque creature had marked him as its target. An odd sensation enveloped him, as if any sign of weakness would result in his immediate destruction, rendering him paralyzed. He watched helplessly as the ordinary creature approached. Boom. In the next instant, the distorted beast lunged forward, its sheer force sending nearby vehicles skidding across the ground. So swift. Su Wanli's pupils dilated, his heart pounding violently like a pump. This was the first time since the apocalypse that he truly felt a lethal threat. I'll handle the ordinary creature. Yusahan, unaware of the man's reluctance to flee, refused to abandon him. With determination, she brandished her bone-slicing knife and charged back, confronting the ordinary beast to create a safe environment for Su Wanli. Excellent. With the distractions of the ordinary creatures removed, Su Wanli felt his burden significantly lighten. He focused intently on the approaching grotesque beast, contemplating strategies for dealing with it. Typically, larger creatures were slower. However, this monstrous entity was nearly as fast as him, and its sensory range far exceeded his own, leaving little room for escape. Moreover, Yusahan's abilities could not possibly contend with the growing number of creatures. Time was of the essence. They could not afford to be delayed. Su Wanli took a deep breath, initially believing this would be a straightforward drill, only to find himself targeted by the grotesque beast. Presently, the ordinary creatures seemed summoned, surging toward them relentlessly, and he and Yusahan could not afford to be ensnared. A risk had to be taken. In an instant, Su Wanli made his decision. His emotions swiftly cooled, and flashes of past training and battles with other creatures raced through his mind, the images flickering faster and becoming increasingly indistinct. Boom. The immense grotesque beast charged forward, lifting its foot to crush Su Wanli beneath it. It relished the act of pulverizing its prey, devouring them mixed with snow, providing a meager sense of satiety. Most importantly, the two prey before it were particularly delectable, especially the larger one, exuding an irresistibly alluring scent that could be detected from miles away, guiding its pursuit with intermittent pauses. Soon, it would savor its irresistible meal. Roar. Crush its knee. As the grotesque Shinchiji could no longer suppress its instinctual craving for exquisite delicacies, it emitted an exuberant roar. Su Wanli's gaze fixated on the knee of the creature's other leg, his feet forcefully striking the icy surface. Like a panther, he sprang forth, evading the impending attack while simultaneously advancing towards the limb that maintained the creature's balance. His intention was not to slay the grotesque Shinchiji, for it possessed multiple heads. Shattering one might not ensure its demise, and with its towering height exceeding 10 meters, it was a formidable challenge to vanquish without firearms. Thus, Su Wanli harbored thoughts of incapacitating the creature's ability to run, enabling him to secure a safe escape for Yusahan. Here it was. The height of the grotesque Shinchiji's knee stood at approximately 2 meters, a height not insurmountable for Su Wanli. He leaped, wielding his ram's horn hammer, and aimed a powerful strike at the creature's kneecap. Chapter 145. You are what you eat, crack. The ram's horn hammer shattered the hard bone, the hammerhead embedding itself deeply into the flesh and bone, almost slipping from Su Wanli's grasp. Uncertain if his attack had been effective, Su Wanli only felt the sharp pain radiating through his arm. Gritting his teeth, he bore the agony and exerted all his strength to pull the ram's horn hammer, along with the shattered fragments of the deformed Shuanchi's kneecap, out. Roar. A deafening growl erupted. The deformed Shuanchi seemed enraged by the pain in its knee. Its massive, twisted body surged forward, its thigh resembling a grayish-white iron pillar, violently kicking towards Su Wanli's landing position. Disaster. Su Wanli was merely half a meter above the ground. This short distance offered him no opportunity to evade the impending strike. As the deformed Shuanchi's attack closed in, Su Wanli clenched his teeth, gripping the ram's horn hammer tightly in both hands, positioning it across his chest in a desperate attempt to withstand the blow. Bang! A thunderous impact resonated as the two forces collided. In that instant, Su Wanli felt as though he had been struck head-on by a speeding heavy truck, a surge of hurricane-like force erupting around him. His body was uncontrollably sent flying, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily into the thick layer of snow. Snow exploded into the air, resembling a sudden white blizzard, as Su Wanli slid backward across the snowy terrain, leaving behind a deep, elongated trail that tore through the pristine whiteness like a grotesque wound. Su Wanli. Yusahan swiftly dispatched the Shuanchi before her and rushed towards the direction. Behind her, 6 or 7 ordinary Shuanchi relentlessly pursued. Yet, she wasted no time, fleeing with urgency. Cough, cough. Just as she was nearing the man, she heard a series of coughs and let out a heavy sigh of relief. Any sign of life was reassuring. With no time to assess his injuries, she bent down to help him up and sprinted towards the bus. Let us go. With one of the deformed Shuanchi's kneecaps obliterated, its speed drastically decreased. Limping and unable to keep up with the ordinary Shuanchi, helplessly watching as Yusahan carried away the delectable prize it so desperately chased. Roar. The ear-splitting roar echoed through the heavens. The other Shuanchi, as if obeying an undeniable command, halted their pursuit of the soon-to-be-captured prey. Crack, crack. The deformed Shuanchi came to a standstill, seizing a Shuanchi that had been gnawing on its flayed cover, violently slamming it against the ground until it shattered into 4 or 5 pieces, before putting the remnants into its mouth to chew. As it devoured its kin, its gaze remained fixed on the direction Yusahan had fled. Meanwhile, its injured knee slowly began to regenerate new bone. However, the shape of the new bone appeared somewhat mismatched, resulting in a less intense sense of pressure enveloping its body. After all, it was not its original structure. There was always an element of discomfort. Growl. The oppressive sensation began to wane. The other grotesque creatures immediately turned and fled in all directions. It was not only humans who harbored a fear of these abominations, they too possessed an innate dread. These beings indiscriminately hunted and consumed, absorbing whatever they devoured. And should they fixate on any particular part of the body, survival would be nearly impossible. In a bus, Yusahan sat in the driver's seat, disabling the auxiliary driving feature, and pressed the accelerator fiercely, speeding away from the grotesque creatures. The auxiliary function, akin to an emergency avoidance system, had been activated during their routine driving to circumvent sharp objects hidden beneath the snow. However, this was now a matter of life and death. The emergency feature would only serve as an impediment. The 12-meter-long bus surged forward with the agility of a sports car, its tail lights transforming into a vibrant arc as it swiftly escaped the sensory range of the grotesque beings, concealed by the dense fog. That should suffice, Yusahan thought. In the passenger seat, Su Wanli gripped the overhead handle tightly, concerned that they might not perish at the hands of the grotesque creatures but rather succumb to a car accident. Noticing that Yusahan was too tense to heed his words, he raised his voice. "Slow down. We've already covered several kilometers. They won't be able to pursue us." The fog posed a similar hindrance to other creatures. Although the effects varied, it was implausible for something to chase them over several kilometers. Su Wanli had always believed this. Including during encounters with the grotesque beings and the rodent tide, he had regarded them as mere coincidences. Yusahan finally halted the vehicle, her body feeling as if all the bones had been extracted, leaving her slumped in her seat and eventually sliding to the floor. Disregarding her appearance as she gasped for breath, the previous moments had been overwhelmingly intense. A slight misstep could have resulted in them never returning, becoming part of the grotesque horde or a mere fragment of it. That was close. "We nearly perished," Yusahan said, clutching her pounding heart, her face reflecting a residual fear. The grotesque creature had exerted such powerful pressure from several dozen meters away that she felt a paralyzing rigidity. It was unimaginable how Su Wanli had managed to counterattack the creature and successfully sever one of its legs. Was it possible that Su Wanli possessed strength surpassing that of the grotesque being? Indeed, they had come perilously close to death. Su Wanli exhibited little fear. Rather, the gamble between life and death spurred his adrenaline, creating an illusion of a slow-motion world where the snowflakes drifted lazily. This sensation was somewhat intoxicating. Yet, Su Wanli was not reckless. He did not wish to find himself ensnared in a situation beyond his control. Had it not been for Yusahan, he would likely have returned gravely injured. With this thought, Su Wanli turned to gaze at Yusahan. The image of the girl rushing back, desperately attempting to shield him from the onslaught of the ordinary Shichi, floated in his mind. In that critical moment, had Su Wanli not delivered a decisive blow to shatter the deformed Shichi's leg, they would have been ensnared by an unrelenting tide of Shichi, with no avenue for escape. Yet, without a hint of hesitation, Yusahan charged forth, wielding a bone-cutting knife with fierce determination. This woman truly evokes a sense of compassion. Stirred by, he turned and kissed her. Yusahan's eyes widened, caught off guard by the unexpected advance. She had yet to fully recover from the perils they had just faced. However, sensing the turmoil within Su Wanli, she offered no resistance and began to reciprocate. Moments later, they released each other, embracing quietly, relishing the sense of security afforded by the dim light and confined space of the corridor. Alas, the Shichi had not yet had the chance to reach out. Su Wanli held the woman close, his gaze fixed on the ceiling of the vehicle, lamenting the missed opportunities to confront the Shichi. If he could vanquish that deformed Shichi, he might harvest a substantial amount of media, exponentially increasing the human four-dimensional numerical progress in a single stroke. Chapter 146. Domination. The two were filled with apprehension regarding their safety. After resting for a brief period, they resumed their journey, navigating the bus forward. As the engine roared, Su Wanli gripped the steering wheel firmly, controlling the speed of the vehicle while recounting their encounter with the grotesque. The strength and speed of that deformed Shinchki were approximately tenfold that of an ordinary human, nearly matching his own capabilities. In contrast, the mutated Shinchki possessed only 7 or 8 times the strength. It seemed that wherever they sought to scavenge supplies, they were either beset by a tide of rodents or confronted with deformed Shinchki. Su Wanli sighed in resignation, contemplating the towering figure of the Shinchki that loomed over 10 meters high. Their luck was decidedly poor. "Tenfold?" murmured Yusahan from the co-pilot seat, her astonishment palpable. The man had previously indicated that her capabilities were roughly 5 times that of an ordinary person. The deformed Shinchki's attributes were double hers, which explained the overwhelming sense of pressure she felt. If confronted alone, she could likely be shattered with a single kick. The evacuation base had classified the danger posed by deformed Shinchki as greater than that of mutated ones, and this was evidently not without justification. Shinchki were the creatures the two had studied most extensively, and they were the ones encountered most frequently at the evacuation base. Depending on the anatomical structure of the deformed Shinchki, their areas of expertise varied. Yet, generally speaking, they excelled in at least one domain that far surpassed that of mutated Shinchki. For instance, the deformed Shinchki they had encountered was a larger, slower variant. Had they faced a smaller, swifter deformed Shinchki, their abilities might have rendered escape improbable. Today's encounter was not entirely unfavorable. Su Wanli retrieved a small notebook and pen from the central console and handed them to Yusahan, requesting her to document the information regarding the deformed Shinchki. This notebook had been scavenged from a self-constructed building. Digital devices such as phones were rendered useless without power, while the self-constructed building housed several unused notebooks, which Su Wanli decided to utilize for recording their encounters with monsters. The first 3 pages detailed a white insect, a rodent tide, and a mutated Shinchki. Now, the information on the deformed Shinchki would be added as well. He wondered if it would eventually fill up completely. Yusahan accepted the notebook with a tone of reflection. The entries varied in length. The details on the mutated Shinchiki were quite comprehensive, covering everything from their attribute ranges to their active periods and sensing distances, all derived from Su Wanli's meticulous observations. In contrast, the information on the white insect, the rodent tide, and the deformed Shinchiki was more sparse. Nonetheless, even this limited data could prove invaluable. Old habits? She pondered. Yusahan curled her legs beneath her, recalling the details of the deformed Shinchiki while writing. It was imperative to document these observations promptly. Otherwise, certain details would be forgotten or inaccurately remembered. The deformed Shinchiki appeared to possess some ability to dominate ordinary Shinchiki, albeit with lesser efficacy than the intelligence-based Shinchiki described by the evacuation base. Just before the appearance of that deformed Shinchiki, she employed a throwing technique to slay a common Shuanchi, wounding another in the process, which startled the nearby Shuanchi. Those creatures hurried towards their location, displaying a semblance of coordination, albeit lacking discipline, resembling a chaotic scramble for food. It was only upon the arrival of the deformed Shuanchi that the previously scattered Shuanchi exhibited a more organized behavior, no longer focused solely on biting and gnawing, but rather acting as support for the deformed Shuanchi, impeding their escape while awaiting its approach. There was a discernible element of leadership. Su Wanli contemplated earnestly, nodding in agreement. A description of its appearance would be apartment. After exchanging narratives, the two synchronized their information, analyzed it, and conjectured relevant conclusions, vowing to seek further validation when opportunities arose. The deformed Shuanchi bore multiple heads, with two faces on the head at its neck, and additional faces on its left shoulder, right arm, and chest, leaving them uncertain as to its fatal weakness, whether it lay in one specific head or if all needed to be shattered. The two could not ascertain. The information remained dubious, unverified. Standing just over 10 meters tall, its bone density surpassed that of the mutated Shuanchi. Upon concluding their exchange, Yusahan meticulously reviewed her notes before putting them away. She then engaged in self-reflection. Today marked her inaugural venture into hunting Shuanchi. Her experience in dispatching the common Shuanchi had been smooth, yet the encounter with the deformed Shuanchi had disrupted their original plans and nearly thwarted their escape. It was undeniably thrilling. However, the peril had significantly fortified her character. Should she face a similar crisis in the future, she would no longer be timid. Su Wanli gazed into the hazy distance, his tone gentle. Life and death crises present profound opportunities. Those we meet henceforth will likely be individuals teetering on the brink of existence. Their temperaments irrevocably altered, not to be easily trusted. He could sense the transformation within Yusahan, who had grown more self-assured and resolute. A single word encapsulated her essence, magnificent. Indeed, Yusahan held a strong confidence in herself and had identified numerous weaknesses. Once she addressed these vulnerabilities, she would become a worthy companion to men. Shall we find a place to rest? No, let us proceed directly to Xian Village Town. In recent days, to allow Yusahan to acclimate to her changes and organize their supplies, they had remained in one location. During the day, they completed daily tasks within a 100-meter radius. While at night, they familiarized themselves with the bus's functionalities and exchanged information. However, Yusahan's performance today had greatly pleased Su Wanli. Moreover, having confronted a life-threatening crisis, her capabilities would see considerable enhancement, rendering further delay unnecessary. They would gather intelligence in Xian Village Town before deciding whether to head to a rest. While going to Xian Village Town posed no issue, they lacked a map. Yusahan felt a twinge of helplessness. Her previous confusion and fear regarding the journey to the refuge base had dissipated. Her innate strength now served as her foundation. However, deprived of connectivity and navigation, they found it exceedingly difficult to discern their direction in the vast expanse of the snow-covered world, unable to locate the correct path to the town of Xian Village. Fear not. Su Wanli, with a hint of pride, produced his phone and presented a few images from his album to the woman. I have meticulously saved detailed routes of various cities across the country on my phone. Anticipating the impending blizzard, he had preemptively downloaded hundreds of detailed maps, fearing potential power and internet outages. Although they lacked navigation and were unaware of the road conditions, the presence of these maps would guide them smoothly to their destination. Did you download the maps in advance? Yusahan inquired, receiving the phone and her eyes sparkling as she perused the photos in the album. This foresight is rather impressive. Typically, one would not think to download route maps, would they? Have you downloaded the routes for the surrounding areas? Yes, I downloaded them all together. How remarkable, Yusahan sincerely admired. The ordinary mindset would suggest that, upon losing power and internet, one could no longer access the photo album on their phone. Whether or not one had downloaded maps would seem inconsequential. Yet, this man had not only downloaded them, but had done so in an exceedingly detailed manner. His maps included intricate road plans for small villages and towns. These images, once printed, would possess a value comparable to vital resources, especially for those survivors stranded in the wilderness who would undoubtedly be willing to trade food for a detailed map. Let us find a printer to print the maps and place them in the passenger seat. At that time, I shall guide you while you handle the driving. Indeed, that is precisely what I was thinking. Chapter 147. The initial realm. Let us spend the night here. As night falls, the Shinchis become increasingly active, rendering driving perilous. The bus halts in a relatively open area, a square in the suburbs, situated several kilometers away from the grotesque Shinchis, ensuring we won't be pursued for the time being. Do you think there are many refuge bases for people like us? In the passenger seat, Yusahan's expression bears a hint of concern. He recognizes that while they can enhance their physicality, the survivors at the refuge bases may likewise evolve into formidable individuals with multiplied attributes. Such individuals pose a considerable threat. We must exercise caution around those who may feign weakness before striking. Feign weakness? Upon hearing this, Su Wanli contemplates that it might indeed be a prudent strategy. Based on the temporal parameters of the Tunton Mouse's return of dimensional values, it can be inferred that, at this juncture, he and Yusahan are the only two physical mutants. Others will require at least a year to achieve any enhancement. During this year, they will maintain a significant developmental advantage over others. Do not worry about them. It is improbable that they will acquire multiplied attributes within the next several months. Su Wanli is unaware of Gu Ruejia's situation. He is certain that ordinary individuals will only begin to gradually strengthen their physicality after a year. Yet, nothing is absolute. There are always some exceptionally gifted individuals who can absorb and transform the medium at a pace faster than the average person. However, even the most talented cannot complete such a transformation in just a month or two. It typically requires several months, or even more than half a year. Moreover, geniuses are rare, and those who survive are even more so. In these coming months, let us gather as many resources as possible. Very well, Yusahan, now less concerned about the capabilities of other survivors, smiles in agreement with the man. Then let us borrow more alcoholic beverages. As the world's first and second individuals to possess multiplied attributes, we deserve finer spirits, and perhaps we should celebrate tonight? Agreed. Su Wanli smiles indulgently. Upon hearing about the world's first and second individuals to absorb and transform the medium, a thought stirs within him. Perhaps it is time to bestow a name upon this unnamed stage. What shall we call it? He glances at the woman and casually inquires. What do you think we should call individuals like us? Pioneers? That seems inappropriate. How about new humanity? Explorers? New humanity? A term flickers through Su Wanli's mind. Initial. As in commencement, the advent of the Great Ice Age signifies either the extinction or rebirth of humanity, heralding the dawn of a new era, aptly reflecting the essence of initial. Henceforth, this unnamed stage shall be referred to as the initial realm, or perhaps the realm of beginnings. Initial realm? Yusahan contemplates the term, finding it intriguing yet somewhat awkward. It resembles a realm from a martial arts world. Who knows? Su Wanli unbuckles his seatbelt, rises, and opens the isolation door. Perhaps our world is gradually evolving into a wasteland of low martial arts, where humanity lacks supernatural abilities, and the structure of the body dictates the limits of the individual. As the temperature continues to drop, the survivors gradually absorb and transform their surroundings, acquiring substantial combat prowess, thereby placing great importance on close-quarters combat. A world with diminished martial capabilities? Yusahan had not contemplated this extensively. She unfastened her seatbelt and matched the man's pace. Before leaving the driver's cabin, she pressed the control button beside the isolation protective door. Suddenly, a layer of iron mesh descended outside the window, securing the bus's windows tightly. The doors locked firmly, and the vehicle sank slightly, preventing anyone from utilizing lockpicking techniques to stealthily board. What shall we have for dinner? With the protective measures in place, the two returned to the resting area to discuss their evening meal. You can decide, Su Wanli replied absently, still immersed in the exhilaration of naming his realm, feeling an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Unfortunately, with no other novice survivors in sight, he felt a pang of discomfort from not being able to share his joy. I must devise a way to promote the concept of this realm. Are you still pondering? Noticing the rare excitement in the man, Yusahan couldn't help but jest. So, do I now qualify as a novice master? Certainly, Su Wanli replied without hesitation. Yusahan's attributes were still evolving, but there was no doubt she was a novice survivor. Gazing at the woman's fair complexion, a vague thought flashed through Su Wanli's mind. Are you proficient in hacking? I wouldn't say proficient. Why do you ask? Once we reach a place with internet access, could you establish a special thread on the dark web for novice members to communicate? A communication thread? Yusahan paused, considering. Such a thread would only require setting the appropriate thresholds. The real challenge would be verifying identities and confirming whether the other party is indeed a novice survivor. How shall we validate each other's information? Those details can wait. Let's first establish the framework and refine the other components gradually, Su Wanli said with great enthusiasm. He believed that the communication thread Yusahan would create would become a significant organization in the future frozen world, providing him with immense support. As the thread's administrator and the namer of the realm, he would also gain considerable benefits, potentially securing a lasting legacy in the memories of others. All right. Yusahan did not grasp the man's intentions and chose not to inquire further, nodding in agreement. She then proceeded to the kitchen to handle the frozen chicken and prepare dinner. Chicken for dinner again. Sigh. Having chicken every day is becoming a bit tiresome. Su Wanli observed the frozen chicken in her hands, his appetite diminishing significantly. For the past few days, they had consumed chicken daily. In truth, it wasn't that they genuinely found chicken unappealing. The real issue was the lack of vegetables. While Southerners might not have a penchant for greens, a meal table cannot be devoid of them. This area is rural. Tomorrow we should take a stroll and see if we can find a pig pen to procure a couple of pigs. Do people still raise pigs freely? Yusahan questioned, recalling a high school classmate who attended an agricultural university and aspired to become a pig farmer with a secure position. She assumed that the pork available in the market predominantly originated from farms. Moreover, is the meat from individually raised pigs safe? Certainly. Su Wanli, being a villager, possesses a comprehensive understanding of the farming process concerning domestic pigs, and there is no doubt about their safety. Those who raise pigs do not keep them solely for personal use. They take the mature pigs to slaughterhouses for processing and sale. This trade necessitates inspection and certification. It is improbable for farmers to produce problematic pigs, considering the high costs associated with raising them. They cannot afford the repercussions of failing inspections. Let us venture out tomorrow to explore our options. Yusahan nodded in agreement. However, recalling the recent misfortunes faced by the men, she suddenly spoke up. We won't encounter any terrifying creatures again, will we? No, Su Wanli replied with a smile, shaking his head. How could they possibly continue to have such misfortunes? They have already faced 2 instances of white worms, a rat infestation, and a bizarre sea monster. It is unlikely that they will encounter any more peculiar beings. Chapter 148, Tradition. The following day, 9 o'clock in the morning. The temperature plummeted to -27 degrees, with a perceived chill of -29, accompanied by a gentle breeze and no snowfall. The weather was fair. 40 meters to the right of a self-constructed building stood 3 shinshur, while 5 were situated at the left intersection, and several more lurked within a snowbank 50 meters away. In an unknown village, 2 individuals clad in snow gear crouched low, observing the conditions of the village ahead. Their objective lay 70 meters away at a tile-roofed house, its outer walls painted a vivid red, with a short wooden door that provided a glimpse of several enclosures within. These enclosures were pens for raising pigs. The structure allowed for ventilation, and an iron hook hung on the inside of the door, alongside a pole resembling a lasso. No table? A table? Su Wanli's mouth slightly parted, exhaling puffs of vapor that danced in the wind. Some of the mist drifted to his face, crystallizing into delicate frost on one side. Pigs possess considerable strength, and during the slaughtering process, several individuals are required to restrain the pig on a table for easy bleeding. But without a table, what then? Yusahan, having grown up in the city, was entirely unfamiliar with the process of slaughtering, not to mention pigs. She had only recently learned to dispatch chickens in the self-built building with the men. Perhaps they could find a table? No worries, a long bench would suffice. Su Wanli casually remarked, his gaze fixed on the interior of the tile-roofed house. The enclosures contained cement walls, obscuring any view of whether there were living pigs inside. There are currently no mutated shinshur. Let us approach within 10 meters and then act, attempting to eliminate a few shinshur first. When dealing with ordinary shinshur, there is no need to deliberate on a tactical plan. With a numerical advantage of 1 or 2 times, they could stealthily dispatch several, and the remaining few could be handled together without any pressure. Agreed. The 2 exchanged glances before separating to the left and right. Su Wanli stealthily advanced along the left side of the street, while Yusahan sprinted along the right. He moved swiftly, slowing down when within 15 meters of the shinshur to wait for Yusahan. As she neared the 10-meter sensing range of the shinshur, they instinctively surged forward at full speed toward their target, raising their weapons to strike down the shinshur that had just begun to sense their presence. With swift precision, they dispatched 2 in an instant. Taking advantage of the surrounding shinshur's delayed reaction, Su Wanli swiftly killed 2 more, while Yusahan managed to crush 1. It was only then that the remaining shinshur let out frightened cries and began to attack. The echoes of their roars reverberated, dislodging the accumulated snow from the eaves on either side. However, the sounds failed to travel far, dissipating entirely within 10 meters due to the dense fog that surrounded them. This was a rare fairness afforded by the thick mist. It appears the Shinshur are eager to meet their fate. Observing several Shinshur charging directly at him, Su Wanli steeled himself, evading their attacks while deftly wielding his bone-cutting knife to slay one. He was unafraid of being besieged by the Shinshur. His concern lay in their erratic movements, which could attract even more. In less than half a minute, the ground was littered with the remnants of several Shinshur, their heads gruesomely severed. Yu Sahan took a few seconds longer, yet she concluded the battle safely. She pondered whether to eliminate the remaining creatures in unison. A lingering sense of satisfaction enveloped her. The overwhelming superiority she felt in this battle was akin to a delightful descent into a lower dimension. She was gradually comprehending the initial stage that the men spoke of and what it truly entailed. All right, Su Wanli readily agreed. Having intended to hunt a few more Shuanqi himself, this quaint village appeared rather isolated, with a sparse population, making it an ideal locale for hunting Shuanqi. Shall we engage in a game? What kind of game? 1 Shuanqi, 1 cup of wine. Is that for real? Indeed. I shall borrow your bone cleaver for a moment. Allow me to handle the few Shuanqi ahead. Yu Sahan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she sought out the axe-shaped bone cleaver from the man, charging energetically toward the Shuanqi. Quite capable, Su Wanli remarked with admiration, stealing a glance at the woman. He then crouched down to wipe the grime off his hammer before reaching out to touch the corpses on the ground. Ding. Directional coding completed. Analysis of human 4-dimensional value initial stage coding progress. 0, 105. The efficiency of the two was indeed more than doubled. Before Yu Sahan entered the initial stage, he could only advance 0.005 in a day, however, with her involvement. The progress in analyzing human 4-dimensional values had accelerated beyond double, significantly reducing the duration of the initial stage analysis. For in total, tonight, I shall drink 4. Yu Sahan joyously reported her achievements to the man, only to find him methodically caressing each corpse. This sight left her feeling somewhat perplexed. Was there something peculiar about his preferences? The thought of him touching various incomplete corpses by day, and then her by night sent a shiver down her spine, raising goosebumps on her skin. As someone sharing the same bed, she deemed it necessary to correct his rather unconventional interests. She approached cautiously to inquire. Do you have to touch every Shuanqi you kill? Yes. Su Wanli did not lift his gaze, his focus solely on the lifeless body before him. He had long prepared an answer for this question in his mind. To honor the deceased, to respect life. Yu Sahan was momentarily taken aback. To honor the deceased. To respect life? Did the man possess such noble sentiments? Yet, his solemn demeanor suggested he was not jesting. Strangely, she recalled the woman they traveled with, the first to mutate in the service area, and that mutation was beyond her personal will, unchangeable and unavoidable. In a certain sense, was she not also a victim? Disasters had disrupted the lives of countless ordinary individuals. Indeed, we ought to maintain a fundamental respect for life. In that moment, a flicker of guilt arose within Yu Sahan. She should not harbor prejudice against the corpses of the Shuanqi. Mutation was not a process they could control. May they rest well. Upon witnessing Yu Sahan crouch down to touch the corpses, Su Wanli's eyelids twitched. Would there be any issues with this? After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided to let things unfold naturally. Perhaps treating the act of touching the corpse as a form of tradition could more effectively conceal the existence of the Tunten mouse space. Rest in peace. The two of them each approached and caressed the body of Shinqi, as if partaking in some unconventional ritual, their expressions solemn and reflective. There were no survivors in the surrounding self-built structures, and the thick fog nearby provided an impenetrable barrier, preventing outsiders from witnessing such a bizarre scene. Otherwise, let us proceed to inspect the pigsty. Having successfully absorbed the essence of 12 Shinqi, Su Wanli stood up with great satisfaction and walked directly towards the tiled house. His daily tasks were accomplished, leaving him feeling at ease. If there are pigs in the pigsty, then their day would be utterly perfect. Chapter 149. Steady and resolute. The pig pen, a modest structure, is situated by the roadside, a mere few dozen meters away from the self-built dwelling. To the right lies a pond spanning over an acre, while to the left stretches a field of crops, with a corner piled high with snow-covered pig fodder and decaying vegetable leaves. As the two approached the wooden door, they were greeted by the distinct sounds of grunting. Their hearts lifted with joy. The noise was a clear indication that the pigs within the pen were still alive. Be cautious, Su Wanli advised, treading lightly as he navigated the splintered door. The air inside the pig pen was not particularly unpleasant, and he scanned the surrounding fences, seeking the source of the noise. However, upon reaching the innermost enclosure, he found no trace of the pigs, and his expression grew grave. The fog played tricks on their minds. After a prolonged period of seclusion, they had somewhat forgotten the fog's ability to mimic sounds. Now, hearing the grunting without sighting the pigs reminded them of the fog's disruptive nature. The imitation of pig sounds implied that someone in the village was indeed raising pigs. Su Wanli stepped back from the pig pen and gazed around the village. He then turned his attention towards the fields. Let us search the farmland. Perhaps we can locate the pigs there. Agreed, replied his companion. The absence of pigs in the pen did not necessarily suggest that other survivors had claimed them first. It was equally plausible that the pigs, driven by hunger, had leapt over the fence to forage in the fields. The two meandered along the path until they reached a corner where the view suddenly opened up, unencumbered by the self-built structures. Ahead lay a series of plastic greenhouses. The thin plastic covering of southern vegetable greenhouses could not withstand the heavy accumulation of snow, which had reached depths of over half a meter. Within their line of sight, rows of white greenhouses lay collapsed under the weight of snow, their supporting pillars either broken or leaning precariously, resulting in a disordered landscape. Yet, one greenhouse remained partially intact, within which a plump white pig was grunting and rooting through a concealed cabbage. It survived the cold? Yusahan's eyes widened in disbelief. In the midst of a blizzard with temperatures plummeting to 30 degrees below zero, a human would perish outdoors. Yet this pig had managed to endure? What a stroke of luck. Su Wanli's expression brightened. The pig appeared to weigh over 300 pounds, a fully grown specimen. At last, we can bid farewell to frozen chicken. Yusahan's mouth fell slightly open, saliva pooling as her mind raced with thoughts of culinary delights. Stewed pork belly with vermicelli, tofu soup with bok choy, braised pork, lion's head meatballs, braised pig knuckles, stir-fried pig liver, braised chicken with pig stomach. How delectable. Shall we fetch a clean knife and put an end to it? She suggested, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth, her eagerness overshadowing her concern about the pig's potential escape. For nearly half a month, their diet had been nothing but frozen chicken, devoid of vegetables. And it had grown tiresome. Absolutely not. Su Wanli firmly countered. We must not waste the pig's blood. After a long and arduous search, they finally managed to capture a live poultry. Regardless of whether it was a pig or other assorted entrails, nothing could be wasted. Otherwise, they would be left wondering when they might encounter another opportunity. They needed to find a bucket. Find a bucket? Yusahan instinctively inquired. At that moment, she had managed to rein in her emotions, no longer panicking about the prospect of slaughtering the family pig. Upon hearing the man's words, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. You can kill pigs? Not really, Su Wanli candidly replied, shaking his head. He was a worker, not a butcher. However, while he had never slaughtered a pig, he was quite adept at dispatching chickens during festivities. Su Wanli believed that killing pigs and chickens was fundamentally similar. First, the blood must be drained, followed by scalding the skin with hot water. Bloodletting was undoubtedly the first step. I'll go find a bucket then. And while you're at it, grab some salt and water. Su Wanli called out to Yusahan's retreating figure. Regardless of whether it was chicken or pig blood, a bit of salt was necessary for coagulation, though it should not be too concentrated and needed to be diluted with water. He did not understand the science behind it. It was all based on experience. A pig weighing 300 pounds would yield approximately 200 pounds of meat. If they stored 200 pounds of pork in their space for a few days, they would have a steady supply of pork in the future. Su Wanli approached the foraging pig, which was oblivious to his presence due to the thick fog. In his excitement, he raised his hand and slapped the pig's rear. Smack! The startled pig bolted forward, its plump body quivering, causing Su Wanli to swallow hard. No wonder it could withstand temperatures as low as -30 degrees, that layer of fat. With sufficient food, it could likely sleep soundly in a snowbank. The bucket arrived. From a distance, Yusahan ran over with a plastic bucket, which also contained a bag of salt. These supplies were scavenged from nearby constructions. No water, she noted. Su Wanli had overlooked the issue of frozen water, but it was not a significant problem. They would drag the pig back to the bus and slaughter it outside, conveniently heating water for scalding the skin. Agreed. The two reached a consensus instantly. Without hesitation, Su Wanli grabbed a sledgehammer and rushed towards the frantically darting pig, delivering a single blow to render it unconscious. The stunning effect of the sledgehammer was effective not only on humans, but also on other creatures. Let us go. We need to boil water and kill the pig. All right. I'll carry the front legs. Why not the hind legs? The hind legs are uncomfortable. Minutes later, in the luggage compartment of the bus, the pig was bound at its limbs, instinctively letting out cries of distress. Slaughtering a pig was a skillful and merciless task, requiring a precise thrust from the throat to the heart. Who said that? It seemed like a saying from his childhood, something his grandfather had mentioned. All right. I believe Grandpa was right. The two prepared for the task ahead, briefly discussing the method of slaughter before commencing. The noise was unbearable. The pig was exceedingly loud, bleating incessantly. Here it comes. Su Wanli, gripping a sharp fruit knife, took a deep breath and aimed for the pig's throat. plunging the blade in the direction of its heart with both steadiness and ferocity. As for the accuracy of the strike, that remained uncertain. He was unfamiliar with the precise location of the pig's heart and lacked experience in slaughtering pigs. Unlike chickens, which only required a cut to the throat for bleeding, pigs demanded a more invasive approach. With a sudden squelch, the hefty pig began to thrash violently. Su Wanli watched the blood spurt out, his face etched with sorrow. Quickly, catch the blood. I. Yu Sahan felt a surge of panic. She was overwhelmed, her body splattered with the pig's blood, the air around her heavy with the metallic scent of gore. Yet, the blood could not be wasted. Bracing herself against the discomfort, she diligently took a bucket to collect the precious liquid. Chapter 150. The initial mediator. Half an hour later, the two emerged from the luggage compartment, their bodies stained with blood. Su Wanli bore a substantial portion of pork on his shoulder, holding a smaller bucket of pig's blood in one hand. A smile gracing his face as he squeezed through the side door and entered the bus's driving cabin. The luggage compartment's entrance was too constricted for him to maneuver back inside with the hefty slab of pork. What shall we do with this meat? The bus kitchen echoed with Yu Sihan's voice, her gaze fixated on the continuously dripping pork, her mind troubled by storage concerns. There was no refrigerator aboard the vehicle, and placing it atop the bus or outside the windows risked losing it. Should we cut the meat into smaller pieces first? You head back to the luggage compartment and bring up the remaining pork. I'll handle things here. Su Wanli crafted an excuse to send the woman away. He intended to retrieve the supplies stored previously, freeing up space in the storage compartment of the Tunton to accommodate the freshly acquired pork, offal, and crops, thereby enriching their daily sustenance. Remember to clean the bloodstains in the luggage compartment. Understood. Watching her once more retreat into the luggage compartment, Su Wanli shut the isolation door, determined to prevent any external creatures from intruding. He lowered the protective bars on the windows, effectively cutting off outside visibility. Once all was secured, he mentally addressed the Tunton Mouse. Tunton Mouse, can the stored items be retrieved now? Beep. Ordinary supplies can be retrieved at any time. Retrieve them. Beep. The quantity of fully boxed food has been extracted. Stored for 11 days. The return quantity is 11-fold. In the bus kitchen area, boxes filled with food materialized out of thin air, accumulating in the aisles and on the countertops. 11 days? Su Wanli felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. This food had been stored in the Tunton Mouse's space while he was at the service area dormitory. At that time, he was in dire need of meat. So he had preserved the scant supply of pork, spare ribs, frozen chicken, along with precious canned luncheon meat and mixed fried rice meals. The return policy stipulated whole boxes returned, with a daily increase. Little did he expect that 11 days would slip by in the blink of an eye. And it had already been over half a month since the thick fog descended. Let's see what Tunton Mouse has returned in the way of canned luncheon meat. Su Wanli collected himself, eagerly tearing open a box before him to inspect its contents. He found himself struggling to recall what lay within. Frozen chicken, spare ribs, rice. All were meats and staples. The delicacies he once hesitated to consume now seemed somewhat beneath him, or rather, abundant. He organized the items methodically. Su Wanli extracted rice, canned luncheon meat, mixed fried rice meals, and other provisions from the boxes, repacking the remaining meats before transporting them to the resting. He ascended to the roof, opening the emergency escape window to move the items onto the uneven surface above. He had prepared binding straps in advance, securing the boxes of food meticulously. The cans were stowed beneath the bed in plastic storage compartments. Once he had dealt with the entire stock of meat, he stuffed hundreds of tin cans, compressed biscuits, and other essentials beneath the bed. These canned goods and compressed biscuits are essential provisions for the two of them during their future excursions. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, they need not worry about sustenance. Su Wanli diligently packed pork, pig offal, and a small bucket of pig blood into a cardboard box. However, the box proved inadequate in sturdiness, so he placed it on its side. Its capacity was insufficient to contain half a piece of pork, leaving a significant portion exposed, prompting him to use another box to cover the other end. Thus, it should not hinder the Tunton Mouse from recognizing it as a complete box. Beep. Detected 110 pounds of pork, 2.5 pounds of pig liver, and over half a pound of pig heart, due to the small portion of initial stage medium contained within the food. The return time has increased tenfold, 15 days for a one-fold return, a small portion of initial stage medium. Su Wanli was taken aback. It was the first time he learned that food could harbor such mediums. A moment of contemplation revealed the logic. If mice could mutate, so too could pigs. This pig had survived outdoors for several days, constantly inhaling the medium in the dense fog, so it was not surprising that it contained a portion of it. But why had the return time increased tenfold for food containing the medium? The Tunton Mouse clearly indicated the reason for the extended return period. The longer the duration, the greater the implied value. Did this mean that the returned pork would contain an increased amount of the medium? No, that could not be right. If this pig contained the medium, why did the Tunton mouse not indicate absorption when he touched it? According to the characteristics of absorption and transformation, the Tunton mouse should have signaled the absorption of the medium upon the pig's slaughter and disassembly. Unless, perhaps, the medium within this pig could not be absorbed. Was there a distinction in the mediums found within living organisms? Su Wanli pondered, albeit vaguely, not wishing to delve deeper. Earlier, he had nearly been misled by the mention of the initial stage medium. Upon reflection, he realized he had no knowledge of whether food containing such mediums could enhance human physiology, so why was he fixated on storing and returning it? If it bore no effect, spending considerable time on storage and return would be a futile endeavor. They currently lacked numerous supplies, such as suitable weapons, detection devices, and protective garments, each of which required quality returns. The duration for quality returns conservatively began at several days. The boxes of food obtained from 11 days of storage held little value, leading Su Wanli to understand that food was not a priority. At the very least, it should not precede weapons. If he possessed a couple more suitable weapons, his combat capability would increase significantly, enabling him to confront a greater array of crises. Thus, he decided against storing the pork for the time being. He opened the cardboard box and placed the pork and offal on the countertop. Su Wanli felt it unnecessary to continuously use the Tunton mouse's storage compartment. He would wait until he discovered high-value items or urgently required specific goods before engaging in quality or quantity returns to meet those needs. With this thought, clarity flooded his mind, and a relaxed smile graced his face. Tonight, he would prepare simple lion's head meatballs, one braised and one steamed. The luggage compartment had been tidied up, and just then, Yusahan returned to the rest area. Upon seeing the boxes lined up in the corridor, she appeared somewhat puzzled. Where did you find the cardboard box? The food that used to be on the roof of the car. Su Wanli removed the kitchen knife to portion the pork for dinner while smilingly responding to the woman's inquiry. Do you remember the emergency food I exchanged for at the service area? Emergency food? Upon hearing this, Yusahan recalled the hefty box weighing 45 kilograms. She couldn't help but remember. That box of provisions was originally meant for her and over a dozen classmates of Xiao Hao, planned as survival supplies. However, Su Wanli had outpaced them and made the exchange first. I remember. When I found this bus, there were also 2 identical boxes inside, Su Wanli casually remarked. His reasoning was riddled with inconsistencies and could not withstand scrutiny. Yet, Yusahan, with her romantic inclinations, never questioned the man's words. She nodded and began tidying up the bloodstains and cardboard in the resting area. Tonight, we will have lion's head, both braised and steamed, Su Wanli announced. I want to eat pig slaughter dish. The pig slaughter dish requires pickled vegetables. Indeed, the pickled vegetables from the south are not like those from the north. They cannot be used to make pig slaughter dish. Shall I prepare a garlic sauce with pork instead? Sure. Chapter 151. Exclusive recipe at 7:30 in the evening. Yusahan, freshly emerged from her shower, stood before the bathroom mirror, using a hairdryer to dry her hair. The bathroom lacked a water heater. They had to collect hot water in buckets for their baths, which was somewhat cumbersome. Nevertheless, having a place and the means to enjoy a hot shower made sleeping at night considerably more pleasant. As she was blow-drying her hair, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. This scent was distinct from any she had encountered before. Merely inhaling the fragrant air made her feel her pores open, stirring a profound craving within her. Tonight's dinner promised to be exceptionally delectable. The alluring fragrance urged her to hasten her hair-drying process. Yet, before long, she set the hairdryer aside, opened the bathroom door, and stepped out. Finished with your shower? Across from her, in the kitchen, Su Wanli stood at the counter, waiting for the braised lion's head meatballs to thicken. Without turning around, he spoke in response to the sound of the bathroom door. Please tidy up the table. Dinner will be served shortly. Okay, Yusahan replied, but her long legs remained stationary beside the man, her gaze fixated on the large meatballs simmering in the pot. Those meatballs, they didn't appear particularly impressive. Why was she tempted to grab one for a taste? The last time she had felt a similar craving was during a 2-day hunger at a service area. Yet ever since she started living with this man, her needs for food and warmth had been abundantly met, with meals consisting of chicken nearly every time. Her desire for food had long surpassed mere sustenance. She shouldn't have been feeling this way. It was quite puzzling. Do you have an exclusive recipe? Exclusive recipe? Su Wanli chuckled, interpreting her words as playful banter. Indeed. I assure you, you have never tasted anything like it. His culinary skills were quite average. He usually prepared simple, time-efficient home-cooked dishes. The braised lion's head was a dish he had attempted only twice. The first time was a spontaneous decision after stumbling upon a cooking tutorial in the middle of the night, coinciding with the availability of ingredients in the fridge. The second time was merely out of boredom. Both instances, while edible, did not yield a particularly delightful result. No wonder. Yusahan nodded thoughtfully, her delicate face soon brightening with anticipation as she turned to the resting area to set the table. It was evident that her expectations for dinner were exceedingly high. Su Wanli found her behavior somewhat perplexing. Was she jesting? His mention of an exclusive recipe was merely a light-hearted remark. The so-called secret lay in the absence of side ingredients like yam or lotus root. The dish was composed entirely of minced meat. Yusahan had likely never encountered such a version of braised lioness head before. Yet her demeanor suggested she might genuinely believe in his claim of having a secret recipe. How strange. Su Wanli did not dwell on it further. His thoughts were primarily focused on examining the ingredients, pondering how the pork he had was distinct from ordinary pork. Clearly, such differences were imperceptible to the naked eye. All set. Let us celebrate with a bottle of Jian Nanshan. Our harvest today was quite satisfactory. A hefty pig weighing around 300 pounds. It certainly merits a modest celebration. Celebrate. Yusahan's attention shifted from the fist-sized braised lion's head to the man, who she delicately reminded, I shall have 4 more cups. During the day, they had agreed that for every clam they hunted, an additional cup of wine would be in order. She had borrowed a cleaver from the man to slave for, thus allowing for 4 additional cups. Very well, Su Wanli smiled as he filled her glass to the brim. They raised their glasses in a toast before indulging in the evening's culinary offerings. After several days of consuming chicken, the switch to pork was undeniably more tempting. Yusahan poked at a large meatball, placing it in her bowl before taking a bite. The flavor was somewhat, how to describe it, not particularly delectable. Yet it possessed an irresistibly compelling quality, reminiscent of a legendary delicacy. The ingredients, freshly handled by the two of them, were undoubtedly pristine. Yet there lingered an inexplicably odd taste. This peculiar flavor made one crave more with every bite. How strange, Yusahan remarked as she continued to nibble on the meatball. Her words somewhat unclear. The meatball smells delightful, yet it lacks flavor, which is rather disappointing. It is quite filling. But why does it make one want to eat more? Initially, she had intended to express her dissatisfaction, but fearing it might discourage the man. She opted instead to highlight its satiating nature. Yes, it's the kind that fills you up with just one bite. However, the man might not grasp her intent, as that statement could also imply that the meatballs were substantial in meat content, making it challenging to feel full. Craving more? Su Wanli picked up one to taste. It was indeed lacking in flavor, pleasantly aromatic on the outside but subtle within. Yet, he had no inclination to eat more than usual. He simply found it better than his usual fare and was content to have a few more. Then indulge freely, alternating between the braised and steamed options. Yusahan chewed the meatball, unable to articulate her thoughts, and focused intently on her meal. By 8:30, they had polished off 2 large platters of meatballs, consuming over 10 pounds of meat, accompanied by 2 bottles of white wine and a few side dishes. Burp. Yusahan slumped in her chair, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. A large pot of braised lion's head and steamed lion's head lay mostly devoured by her. The taste of those substantial meatballs was not particularly remarkable, yet she found herself unable to stop. So full. Shall we engage in some post-meal exercise? Su Wanli, with a glint of amusement in his eye, suggested. With wine in their bellies, a stroll outside was not advisable. And the indoor space was neither too small nor too large for any outdoor activities. As for the man's notion of exercise, Yusahan felt her cheeks flush. We've just finished eating. That's precisely why it's called post-meal exercise. Noticing her lack of refusal, Su Wanli took her hand and led her toward the kitchen. Not the bed? She stammered, her face growing even redder. She had heard snippets of conversation from her roommates, which made her heart race with apprehension. Come. You handle the small half, and I will take care of the larger half. Su Wanli divided the pork, handing her half. The temperature inside the vehicle hovered around 10 degrees. The meat at this temperature cannot be stored for too long. Pork is best placed atop the car to prevent spoilage. Oh, so it's about handling the pork. Yusahan felt a surge of embarrassment. With a slightly flustered expression, she picked up a kitchen knife, bowing her head to chop the pork, attempting to distract herself. She sensed her thoughts were becoming rather unhealthy. Restraint. How large should the pork be cut? 10 pounds per portion, or 5 pounds will suffice, Su Wanli replied. Then, while the woman was busy chopping the meat, he unexpectedly leaned close to her ear, whispering teasingly. Did you just feel a chill? No. Yusahan flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her fair complexion instantly flushed, her speech turning stammering. I did not. Ha ha ha. Well, you didn't, T. What do you mean? Well, I simply did not. All right, you did not. The two of them bickered like children while preparing the pork. Outside the car window, pure white snowflakes gently descended from the sky, bathed in soft light. The snowflakes danced gracefully in the breeze, occasionally swirling and drifting before slowly landing on the glass, gradually melting into glistening droplets, leaving behind faint streaks of water that congealed into ice. Chapter 152. On the road, it was a little past 7 in the morning when Yusahan arose early, donning her comfortable pajamas and making her way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Now, the two of them had ample provisions and no longer needed to linger. Last night, they had whispered their plans to head towards Xian village town today, stopping first at a print shop in the town to print the map from her phone, while also gathering some hardware tools and daily necessities. With a metallic clink, she opened the car window, revealing a layer of frost outside. Frozen? Yusahan reached for a sharpening rod on the counter and prodded at the icy layer a few times. With a crackle, the ice shattered and tumbled down, as a gust of cold wind mingled with snowflakes howled in. The wind's sharpness was piercing, as if it sought to rend apart anything that stood in its path, carrying an unrelenting brutality and a penetrating chill that gnawed at exposed skin. The snowstorm intensified. Yusahan shivered and quickly shut the glass window. Not only was there ice on the kitchen window, but the other windows were similarly encased, including the windshield of the driver's cabin. She planned to clear the ice from the windows after breakfast to avoid any obstruction of her view, adding yet another chore to her daily routine. "Good morning," came the voice of the man, Su Wanli, who had just risen, yawning as he made his way to the restroom, unceremoniously turning on the tap without a hint of modesty. "What's for breakfast? Leftover dishes from last night, perhaps? Or should we avoid leftovers and instead grab a couple of pounds of pork from the roof to steam some pork and vermicelli?" The pork ribs on the roof were provisions returned by the Tunton population. The binding straps might not hold securely should they encounter a rodent surge again. The bus's acceleration or sharp turns could send the food flying off. It was better to consume more. Those leftovers could easily be tossed out the window. After all, environmental concerns were not a priority at the moment. "All right," Yusahan said, as she lifted the leftovers and unceremoniously discarded them outside. She then walked to the resting area, slipped on her slippers, opened the sunroof, and retrieved the 5 portions of pork before returning to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. "I'm driving now," Su Wanli called out after finishing his morning routine. He greeted her before heading to the driver's cabin, starting the bus and steering it towards Xian village town. Driving in thick fog could easily induce fatigue, so they had always taken breaks approximately every hour. It was a perfect opportunity to rest during breakfast. The broad and flat highway stretched ahead, winding into the distance. The snow on the road had accumulated past the wavy crash barriers of the central greenbelt, presenting a vast expanse of white, fluffy snow devoid of the usual clamor of vehicles and the footprints of pedestrians. Streetlights lined the center of the road, silently guiding the way forward. A black and white bus glided smoothly past. Inside the driver's cabin, Yusahan sat in the passenger seat, her hands busy enlarging the map on her phone, leaning closer to scrutinize the route. "Exit the highway at the toll booth, then turn right. Exit the highway at the toll booth, then turn right," Su Wanli murmured softly to himself from the driver's seat, driving steadily along the route. The outlines of buildings gradually emerged within half an hour, and as they entered the town, the structures lining the road became increasingly dense. It was time to find a place to rest. Su Wanli rubbed his eyes. Driving a bus in such foggy weather was undeniably taxing on both vision and concentration. They took turns at the wheel, and within 2 hours, their eyes felt dry and sore, their focus waning, a clear sign of fatigue. Driving while combating weariness was essential for safety. Meanwhile, Yusahan continued to study the map on her phone, soon locating a marketplace. "Let us stop at Tingting Town. There are a hardware store and a printing shop there." "The hardware store?" Su Wanli was preparing to utilize the storage compartments of the Tunton mouse space to stash a batch of returned weapons. The hardware store offered numerous handy tools, such as welding pliers, nail guns, and axes, which could be stored directly for quality return. He readily agreed. The bus traveled over 10 more kilometers before it gradually arrived at the Tingting Town marketplace. Su Wanli slowed down, surveying the situation ahead. The location of the hardware store on the map was vague, necessitating a search with their eyes, one by one. 120 meters to the right, hardware store. 150 meters, printing shop. Yusahan spotted the 2 target shops first. The architecture along the main road was straightforward. One shop was at the mouth of an alley, while the other was street side, making them easy to locate. "Are there any Shinki?" "Yes, a total of 15. 15? Then let us suit up and disembark." 15 posed no significant threat to the two of them. The bus came to a halt. The two donned their gear, armed themselves, and opened the door to step outside. In Su Wanli's view, Shinki had become a symbol of safety, wherever Shinki were present. It indicated the absence of terrifying creatures such as white insects or rat tides. As for the deformed Shinki, he would rather encounter them than any bizarre entities. Faced with a deformed Shinki, they still had a chance of survival. Conversely, an encounter with white insects or rat tides would likely result in injuries or even casualties. Relatively speaking, Shinki were more benign. Old rules? Su Wanli, gripping his pickaxe, squinted to pinpoint several Shinki locations. One Shinki earns a drink. Agreed. The two quickly allocated their targets and dispersed, crouching low as they stealthily approached their goal. In truth, the task of hunting Shinki was fraught with danger. The outside world was rife with uncontrollable and uncertain factors. A minor mishap could plunge them into peril. Su Wanli contemplated several times whether to adopt a different, safer approach that would not impede their progress in understanding the initial stages of humanity. Yet, after much deliberation, he ultimately decided against it, choosing instead to proceed at their current pace. After all, life in the apocalypse was inherently unpredictable, filled with events such as white insects, rat tides, and deformed Shinki. They needed to adapt to this world rather than evade it. Moreover, prolonged action can enhance their vigilance, responsiveness, and adaptability, fostering a deeper synergy among them. 7 creatures. In less than 10 minutes, Yu Sahan returned, wielding the bone-slicing knife, ready to report her achievements to the man. This time, she independently dispatched 7 ordinary Shichi. 2 were felled by thrown axes, 3 were ambushed, and 2 were defeated in combat, totaling 7. I must procure several more axes and seek out a long-handled axe, as the efficiency of the bone-slicing knife against Shichi is rather insufficient. Allow me to examine the corpses first, and later I shall visit the hardware store to see if they have a fire axe. Su Wanli, grasping a bone-laden hammer in one hand, crouched down to inspect the lifeless bodies on the ground. Little by little, their efforts would accumulate. One day, they would unravel the multidimensional values of humanity. Chapter 153. Nail Gun. I shall join you. Yu Sahan had begun to cultivate the habit of examining corpses. Her petite face bore a slight gravity as she mimicked the stances of the men, touching each one in turn. Let us visit the hardware store, she suggested eagerly. Accompanying the men in their daily ritual of honoring life, Yu Sahan excitedly darted into the hardware store. She had long desired to acquire a superior weapon. The bone-cutting knife was indeed sharp, yet its blade was too short, rendering its cutting surface rather limited. Be cautious, Su Wanli advised, hastening to keep pace with the woman as they entered the hardware store. The establishment was quite spacious, spanning over 60 square meters, with 2 levels, featuring 6 shelves and cabinets brimming with a myriad of tools. The ground floor displayed samples, while the upper level served as a warehouse. The two made their way directly to the second floor. What a treasure trove! Su Wanli exclaimed as he surveyed the unsealed boxes of brand-new tools, sockets, grinders, welding clamps, fans, wrenches, axes, reflective vests, folding saws. Before him lay a veritable arsenal, precisely what he yearned to stockpile. He promptly beckoned Yu Sahan to help with the transport. Quickly, let us carry 2 boxes each. As soon as he spoke, he hoisted 2 boxes of pristine merchandise and dashed toward the bus. He opened the side door of the luggage compartment and began loading the hardware products. The inventory of a hardware store could essentially resolve all manner of everyday issues, from plumbing repairs to light bulb replacements. Whether it was raw materials or the tools required for the task, everything could be found within the store. These items, when employed for mending furniture, were tools. When utilized for repairing humans, they became weapons. 2 boxes each? Yu Sahan queried, uncertain. The items before her varied in size and type. If they were to carry 2 boxes of each, the limited space in the luggage compartment would soon be utterly filled. Indeed, 2 boxes each. Su Wanli replied with unwavering confidence. However, they were not well acquainted with the tools available in the hardware store. The longer they lingered outside, the less secure they felt. So they decided to load the items onto the vehicle and deliberate later on what to retain or discard. Let us transport them to the bus first, and we can dispose of the unnecessary items tonight. Very well, Yu Sahan acquiesced, refraining from further discussion, and joined him in the labor. After spending over half an hour transferring the hardware store's inventory, the two hurriedly proceeded to a nearby printing shop, carrying away the printer within. They had initially intended to print maps directly. However, the town lacked electricity and internet access, rendering the printer inoperative, thus necessitating its removal. With daylight still lingering, they continued their journey towards Xian village town. Su Wanli felt a flicker of excitement. Scavenging from the hardware store and the printer had offered a reprieve for both his eyes and mind. Consequently, the bus gradually made its way towards Xian village town. Along the route, they encountered several tool shops and furniture stores, and upon discovering areas with potential resources, they disembarked to scavenge supplies while taking a moment to rest. Unbeknownst to them, the luggage compartment soon became overflowing. By 8 o'clock in the evening, the bus came to a halt by the roadside. The two individuals arrived at the luggage compartment to assess the fruits of their labor from the day. They traversed along a narrow path, passing through sparsely populated villages, encountering few monsters along the way. The most perilous moment occurred when they faced a minor uprising of mutated mirages. More than a dozen of these aberrant creatures, along with hundreds of ordinary mirages, surged towards them like a tempest of swirling snow, forcing the two to flee in every direction. Fortunately, there were no speedily adept aberrant mirages, allowing them to seek refuge within a building until the throng outside dispersed, at which point they cautiously returned. I discovered 27 stainless steel axes, 5 were fire axes, 9 were smaller axes, and the remainder were of standard size. As their daily interactions unfolded, Yusahan no longer felt the need to consciously correct her instinctive pronunciation. She found a fire axe not in a hardware store but in the midst of a fire station, where they had scavenged spoils. On that occasion, they had been cornered by several mutated mirages at the entrance, exerting considerable effort to escape. I also stumbled upon a few hammers. Su Wanli gazed at the neatly arranged hammers with a broad smile. 6 long-handled hammers, 2 hard hammers, and 4 soft hammers. Nearby, there were also 2 nail guns. He felt a sense of anticipation about what the nail guns would yield upon the return of quality. Gathering the tools into a cardboard box, they discarded those deemed unnecessary. The tools sold at the hardware store exhibited a high degree of redundancy, resulting in many identical items in their luggage compartment. Su Wanli urged the young woman to discard the superfluous tools while he concocted an excuse to venture outside, where he could store the discarded implements. The storage compartment of the Tunton Mouse did not impose limits on the quantity of items stored, so they aimed to maximize their inventory. In truth, had the luggage compartment not been overflowing, Su Wanli would have contemplated acquiring even more supplies for a single storage endeavor in the Tunton Mouse space. As the duration for quality returns was excessively lengthy, not accumulating more would be rather wasteful. Shall we retain 5 of each tool, aside from the weapons, and dispose of the rest? He suggested. All right, let's gather the less frequently used tools into a box and place the commonly used ones on the shelves for easy access. They also brought back several appropriately sized shelves, which would allow the luggage compartment to accommodate more items and facilitate organization. They set to work categorizing the tools. Duplicate items were promptly discarded, with boxes being meticulously checked and sorted. Their efforts continued until well past 10 o'clock in the evening, when they had largely completed their task. Many of these hardware tools appeared similar at first glance, yet their specifications were quite nuanced. The differences were imperceptible when not in use, only revealing themselves through trial and error, thus complicating the selection process. I ascended to the upper floor to take a shower. Well, let me tidy up a bit, I mused, observing the young woman return to the resting area, clad in her sleepwear as she entered the bathroom. Su Wanli quickly procured a cardboard box to store 2 nail guns and a welding clamp, then rushed outside to place the box alongside the discarded tools. The Tunton Mouse was prepared to store the supplies. Upon detection, 2 nail guns, 2 electric welding pliers, 3 long-handled hammers, and 6 short-handled hammers were identified. Due to the inconsistency in tool types, the host is presented with 2 return options. Option 1, collective return, 1 return in 7 days. Option 2, gradual return of tools, return duration based on specific tools stored. 7 days for a single return? Su Wanli furrowed his brow. If memory serves him right, the return duration for a sledgehammer is 5 days for 1 return. Do the inclusion of electric welding pliers and nail guns extend the duration by an additional 2 days? This 2-day extension equates to a 40% increase in time, which is quite substantial. The minimum for quality returns is tenfold. Thus, a 7-day return would necessitate 70 days for quality returns. Sighing, Su Wanli reflected on the last time when he was short of food. After storing supplies for 11 days, he no longer faced that scarcity. Now, however, he finds himself lacking weapons. But 70 days, 2.5 months. By then, he might possess superior weaponry. Is there a way to shorten this duration? Su Wanli suddenly recalled the medium. The medium can specifically analyze regular and special resources. His previous attempts focused on human 4-dimensional values and did not explore the study of ordinary materials. Tomorrow, he would experiment with 2 shinchis. As night fell, they would not drive. They would remain in place for the night. The items outside would not be lost. The pickled fish was nearly finished bathing, so he decided to return. Turning towards the luggage compartment, he caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure in the darkness. Initially, he dismissed it, as the dense fog often simulated architectural illusions. During the day, while driving the bus, he occasionally encountered obstructive constructions, and he had grown somewhat accustomed to it. However, that shadow gradually solidified, not a building, but rather a grotesque shinchis towering over 10 meters. Chapter 154, Coincidence or Not? The wind and snow raged fiercely, leaving no trace of life within hundreds of meters. The dim light from the bus's luggage compartment cast a faint glow, offering a sliver of illumination to the dark and silent world outside. This feeble radiance served as an invisible blade, cleaving through the darkness and delineating a stark boundary. Boom! A towering figure gradually emerged from the shadows, becoming clearer with each passing moment. As it took a step, the ice beneath trembled slightly, rippling outward. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, the figure hastened towards the bus. In mere breaths, it burst forth from the darkness, fully revealing itself in the soft light, a grotesque Shinshu. Towering over 10 meters. Its head bore two faces, one in front and one behind, while its muscular form bulged and twisted, tearing through its clothing and exposing most of its torso. On the bare skin, more faces with grotesque features were visible on its chest and shoulders. Several eyes fixated intently on Su Wanli outside the bus. In the next instant, it lifted its right foot to deliver a kick. The grotesque Shinshu, Su Wanli, unable to discern the full shape of the creature, dropped the metal tools in his grasp and sidestepped to evade the attack, shouting a warning towards Yu Sahan. Be careful. Boom. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the bus was struck by a tremendous force, sliding uncontrollably to the side. The screeching of wheels against the icy surface echoed as it left visible tracks, finally colliding with a building, coming to a jarring halt. Inside, chaos ensued, with various supplies strewn across the floor of the luggage compartment. Damn it! Su Wanli looked up to assess the grotesque Shinshu. Upon recognizing its form, his pupils constricted slightly. This creature, wasn't it the same one encountered a few days ago? How had it made its way to Tung Tung Town? Roar. The multi-faced Shinshu let out a triumphant howl. At last, it had followed the scent and caught up. This time, it refrained from summoning its bothersome kin, choosing instead to relish its meal alone. It had a premonition. If it devoured the prey before it, its strength would surge once more, establishing it as the mightiest among its kind. The grotesque Shinshu, the bus. Yu Sahan emerged, her damp hair clinging to her head as she wielded a fire axe. Having just finished her shower and blow-drying her hair, she felt the ground tremble slightly and ventured outside, only to hear the man's urgent warning. Almost simultaneously, the bus was struck. Sliding uncontrollably to the side, she barely managed to grab a steel pillar to steady herself and avoid being thrown off balance. Should we flee? Yu Sahan stood at the rear, forming a flanking position alongside the man. Of course, it appeared to be a strategic encirclement, but in truth, they were both ensnared by the grotesque Shinshu. Are there any ordinary Shinshus nearby? Su Wanli inquired. In the darkness, his vision extended only about 30 meters, while the woman could see 60 or 70. No. None? Su Wanli's gaze flickered. He could not comprehend why the deformed Shinshki acted alone, nor why it was able to catch up. Yet, when faced with the solitary creature, a plan began to form in his mind. You assist me. I shall take the lead, and you create distractions. Su Wanli's eyes sparkled with madness. Let us vanquish it. Ordinary Shinshki, even the mutated ones, pose little threat to him. However, his previous encounter with this particular being had sent his adrenaline soaring, leaving him exhilarated for hours on end. More importantly, the quality of the weapon required a medium for testing, and this deformed Shinshki was the perfect subject for experimentation. Very well. Yu Sahan refrained from dissuading him, adopting a defensive posture as she gazed at the deformed Shinshki, which loomed like a small mountain. Roar. The multi-faced deformed Shinshki bellowed, irritated by the audacity of the two insignificant beings daring to resist it. This provoked a sense of affront within it. With a swift motion, it raised its leg and aimed a kick at the weaker Yu Sahan. Let us see how you fare against the mountain hammer. Observing the deformed Shinshki's assault on Yu Sahan, Su Wanli rushed forward, wielding the newly acquired mountain hammer, and brought it down forcefully upon the creature's toe. Crack! The 5-kilogram hammer, augmented by his considerable strength, struck the deformed Shinshki's toe with tremendous impact. Its bone shattered instantaneously, sending flesh and blood flying. The ice beneath them fractured, sending cracks spiraling outward. Roar! The deformed Shinshki howled in pain, instinctively swatting at Su Wanli, determined to crush the one who had dared to inflict pain upon it. It sought to sever his legs first. Yu Sahan collaborated with the man. As the multi-faced deformed Shinshki focused its attack on him, she seized the opportunity, brandishing a fire axe and charging forward with the intent to replicate his previous maneuver by smashing the creature's knee to hinder its speed and create further opportunities. Do not advance. Su Wanli shouted loudly. The deformed Shinshki did not genuinely aim to attack him. It was a feint. Its true target was Yu Sahan. However, Yu Sahan had no time to adjust her position. Within her line of sight, the creature's grayish-white foot loomed ever larger. Before the attack, even the fierce wind it generated stung her face, and the snowflakes that accompanied it made it difficult to open her eyes, forcing her to raise the fire axe in defense. Boom, boom. 2 successive sounds of impact echoed. Yu Sahan was sent crashing into a decorative tree, the trunk splintering, snow cascading down. The deformed Shinshki's assault continued unabated, kicking against a building, the walls of a rural self-built structure cracking under the force, dust and debris raining down. Coughing, Yusahan scrambled to her feet. She lingered not a moment longer, dragging the fire axe as she hastily fled towards cover, creating distance. Having nearly been obliterated in a single encounter, she dared not approach too closely. I will take the lead. Su Wanli, uncertain whether the thick fog had obstructed her hearing, sprinted to her side and reiterated loudly. You are responsible for containment. Do not take unnecessary risks. Understood. Yusahan disregarded the discomfort radiating from her arm, taking refuge in a concealed location. He brandished several short-handled axes, aiming for the grotesque creature's head, chest, or the visage upon its shoulder. He persistently distracted the multi-faced beast, ensuring that he remained grounded. Su Wanli also increased the distance between them. This deformed creature possessed a significant height advantage, even wielding a long-handled hammer exceeding a meter in length. He could not strike its head. Moreover, its speed was formidable. Should he leap, he would lose agility mid-air, rendering him vulnerable to attack, potentially facing the same fate as Yusahan had recently endured. He needed to exploit the terrain to his advantage. During the day, while scavenging for supplies, he had noted several alleyways within the town. These passages were approximately 2 meters wide, capable of restraining the massive form of the aberrant creature. Furthermore, the ordinary beasts in the streets had been cleared by the two of them, alleviating concerns of a large-scale assault. There was little interference, making it an ideal venue for evasion. Tungting Town. Su Wanli resolved firmly. He shouted to Yusahan before turning and sprinting towards Tingting Town. The market alleyways. An alleyway? Yusahan immediately grasped the man's intent and followed closely, wielding her fire axe. In such confined spaces, the colossal monster could be most effectively constrained. Chapter 155, Deceiving Me? The market of Tungtung Town. Su Wanli dashed into the nameless alley, discarding the mountain hammer in his hand for a ram's horn hammer imbued with stunning effects. The half-meter-long ram's horn hammer was more suitable for the narrow confines of alleyway combat. Roar! Behind him, the multi-faced deformity of the Shinchki could no longer contain its ecstatic howls. It possessed an omnidirectional field of vision, terrifying defensive and regenerative capabilities. Its sole flaw lay in its lack of arms behind it, rendering it unable to attack the prey that hid behind. Should it consume the delectable quarry in front of it, it would sprout 2 additional arms, truly becoming an invulnerable entity. Squeak! As it ran, the prey swiftly darted into the alley. The multi-faced deformity of the Shinchki was compelled to halt at the entrance of the alley. The buildings flanking the alley were too constricted for its advantage, so it tilted its head and released a distinctive roar. Roar! This sound was a call to the surrounding ordinary Shinchki. Ordinary Shinchki were slightly taller than humans, with a similar breadth. Their movement was largely unaffected by the spatial constraints that hindered humans. The multi-faced deformity intended to summon hundreds of ordinary Shinchki to encircle Su Wanli, forcing him into an open area for a final hunt. However, despite several roars, no ordinary Shinchki arrived. Roar! The multi-faced deformity of the Shinchki possessed limited intelligence, unaware that the surrounding Shinchki had been entirely eradicated by 2 individuals, nor did it grasp the treachery of humans. It gazed hesitantly at the alley ahead, becoming increasingly agitated. The prey within held a fatal allure for it. Yet this particular prey possessed considerable strength. The last time it had bitten its knee, it had to consume several of its kind to recover. Hunting in a confined space posed risks. Huff huff. As the multi-faced deformity hesitated, a sharp axe flew forth, slicing through the air. With a 360-degree field of vision, it could easily evade the attack. However, the persistent provocations from its prey had successfully ignited its fury. Angered? Provoking the deformity of the Shinchki, Yusahan swiftly darted into the alley. This deformity exhibited a modicum of intelligence, instinctively inclined to seek fortune while avoiding peril. Yet, this slight intelligence was easily manipulated, with just a bit of provocation. It would lose its discernment, transforming into a frenzied, bloodthirsty beast akin to the ordinary Shinchki. At such moments, the danger posed by the multi-faced deformity significantly diminished. Roar! As expected, the multi-faced deformity fixated on Yusahan's direction and charged forward with a ferocious howl. Bang bang! Vehicles and illegal structures that obstructed its path were shattered. Flurries of fine snow danced in the air, while accumulated snow on the eaves of nearby buildings and icicles hanging from power lines cascaded down in a clamor. Leave the rest to me. Su Wanli wielded the ram's horn hammer and maneuvered into the alley where Yusahan was located, observing the rampaging deformity of the Shinchki in pursuit. His adrenaline surged within him. It seemed there was a chance to complete the hunt for the deformity of the Shinchki. Find a place to hide and throw the axe. Do not be greedy for glory, for I shall take care of the finishing touches. With that, he charged towards the grotesque Shinchai, wielding a hammer, in search of a flaw in his opponent. This time, Su Wanli did not adopt a conservative approach to his assault. Yusahan, disregarding the peril to her life, seized the perfect opportunity for him to slay the grotesque Shinshai, one not to be missed. Roar. The grotesque Shinshai raised its arms, attempting to swat its prey. However, its massive frame rendered the narrow alleyway insufficient. As it lifted its hand, it collided with the wall, hampering its movements and slowing its speed. At this moment, it was not merely a matter of swatting its prey. It had exposed its vulnerable spots. Unable to make defensive adjustments. With a series of rapid footsteps, Su Wanli utilized the external air conditioning unit to leap above the grotesque Shinshai. Roar. Upon sighting the hammer in Su Wanli's grasp, the many faces of the grotesque Shinshai displayed a rare hint of panic. That accursed hammer had cast a shadow over it. Yet, it had no time to defend itself. Watching helplessly as its prey approached, hammer raised high, barely managing to tilt its head to evade. Death. But how could Su Wanli allow such evasion? He swung the hammer down with full force, aiming for the creature's head. Thud. Crack. The hammer's striking surface may have been small, but its impact was formidable. The skill Su Wanli had painstakingly honed found a rare application previously. He had experimented on a youth who had insulted Yu Sihan, attempting to fracture the skull without damaging the brain tissue. That endeavor had ended in failure. Yet today, the hardness of the grotesque Shinshai's bones unexpectedly allowed Su Wanli to achieve success. Roar. Struck on the crown of its head by the hammer. The faces of the grotesque Shinshai contorted in agony, mouths agape in silent screams that sent shivers down one's spine. Unlike ordinary Shinshai, which lacked sensation, this grotesque variant, capable of rudimentary thought, possessed the ability to feel pain. Boom. The walls of the surrounding structures crumbled under the strain. The grotesque Shinshai seized nearby objects, launching a frenzied, indiscriminate assault. It stumbled backward, seemingly intent on fleeing the alley to regroup outside. Do you think you can deceive me? Su Wanli scoffed. Pass me the fire axe. He called out to Yu Sihan, who was hiding within the building. In the next instant, a red fire axe shot out from the shadows, landing a few meters away with imprecision. Su Wanli paid it no mind, believing the woman had deliberately tossed it to a safer spot, worried about injuring him. He rushed forward to collect the fire axe and pursued the grotesque Shinshai without hesitation. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. He was certain this grotesque Shinshai intended to flee. Just like the mutated variant from the dormitory on the second floor of the service area. If it could not win, it would run. Unfortunately for it, Su Wanli was no longer the inexperienced novice he once was. He was well aware of the Shinshai's little tricks. Grasping the axe firmly, he charged at the unsteady grotesque Shinshai, aiming to mercilessly strike its knees. Swish. After delivering a cut, he withdrew immediately, denying the grotesque Shinshai any chance to retaliate in its final moments. Roar. Roar. With each relentless strike, the grotesque Shinshki's numerous contorted faces gradually became still, its colossal form unable to withstand the onslaught as it slowly collapsed. It was bewildered, unable to comprehend why not a single kin was present nearby. Had there been any, its demise would have been utterly impossible. As he exhaled thick clouds of white mist, Su Wanli's hands trembled. This deformed Shinshki was exceedingly difficult to vanquish. Even after severing its legs and decapitating its head, it could still retaliate. Ultimately, he forcefully cleaved through its ribcage, reducing its heart to a mere pulp, and waited several minutes before it finally fell silent. Hurry, a multitude of Shinshki are approaching, came Yu Sihan's urgent voice. Su Wanli had no time to catch his breath. He discarded the battered fire axe and bent down to examine the corpse of the aberrant Shinshki. This body must contain the highest concentration of the medium among all the Shinshki he had hunted. He pondered how much of the medium he might obtain. Chapter 156. Tenfold. Perhaps the dense fog dispersed sound erratically, or perhaps the cacophony of the multi-faced aberrant spirits in their dying throes stirred the atmosphere. An overwhelming tide of these spirits surged toward the marketplace. Hurry. We are surrounded from all sides. Yu Sihan's voice was laced with urgency. In the night, her effective line of sight extended only 60 to 70 meters. Sensing the upheaval of numerous aberrant spirits, she promptly alerted the man. Surrounded, Su Wanli dared not delay. He bent down to caress the corpse of the multi-faced aberrant spirit, mentally summoning the Tun-Tun rat to absorb the latent essence contained within. Tun-Tun rat. Absorb the essence. Ding. A substantial quantity of decipherable aberrant spirit essence detected. Do you wish to absorb and analyze? Absorb. Ding. Absorption complete. Analyzing. Analysis complete. Obtained a segment of unnamed phase aberrant spirit essence coding. Progress of decoding the unnamed phase. 1. Do you wish to extract for directed compilation? 1. Excitement flickered in Su Wanli's eyes. The realm of the mutated aberrant spirit, the next threshold beyond the initial phase, was now within reach. This was the reason for the Tun-Tun rat's indication of the unnamed phase. The last mutated aberrant spirit he had slain had yielded only 0. 1 progress. After successfully dispatching the mutated aberrant spirit, he had achieved a mere 0.1 coding progress, whereas a single aberrant spirit had granted him an astonishing one. The essence contained within was tenfold that of the mutated spirit. Such a disparity suggested that with the hunting of 100 spirits, he could decode the entire coding for the next realm. The four-dimensional values of the next threshold in the initial phase were now but a breath away. Do not extract yet. Su Wanli stifled his inner exhilaration. The two had yet to escape peril, having absorbed the essence. He grasped his ram's horn hammer in one hand, while firmly holding onto Yu Sahan with the other, racing swiftly toward the bus. Boom, boom, boom. The aberrant spirits approached with alarming speed. The two gradually discerned the sound of hurried footsteps surrounding them. The sound of footsteps indicated that the spirits were now merely dozens of meters away. Move right onto the street, take the first intersection and turn into the alley. Continue straight until the third intersection and turn left. Yu Sahan strained to recall the map of Tingting Town. Her daytime responsibilities involved managing the routes. She had meticulously familiarized herself with the daily driving paths, scavenging points, halting times, and resource locations, preparing thoroughly the night before to handle unexpected circumstances and avoid falling into more dangerous predicaments. Now, her knowledge proved invaluable. That alley led directly to the town's outer street. Once we reach the street, we stand a chance to return to the bus. All right, I will carry you. Before Yu Sahan could protest, Su Wanli hoisted her onto his back and swiftly followed her directions. A few minutes later, the duo returned to the bus, breathless yet unscathed. They activated all defensive measures. As iron wire nets, barriers, and other apparatuses descended, securing the bus with utmost protection. The luggage compartment was closed. Driving at night was ill-advised, especially with an unpredictable uprising of aberrant spirits lurking outside. Hastily driving the bus to escape would only attract the attention of the grotesque Shinki. It would be wiser to exploit its inability to leave the dense fog, hiding within the bus and executing a clever ruse. The luggage compartment was narrow, with both of them lying flat together. Here lay an emergency escape passage, surrounded by an impenetrable barrier, far safer than remaining above. They had nearly failed to hide back in the bus. A moment of hesitation prevented me from offering assistance. Yu Sahan's voice revealed a hint of frailty. After tossing the fire axe to the man, she had remained shrouded in darkness, refraining from aiding him. It was not out of cowardice, but rather due to the loss of her weapon and the injuries to her arms, rendering her incapable of contributing. Reflecting on the man's predicament at that moment filled her with unease. The abominable Shinki moved with alarming speed and possessed terrifying strength. Facing its lethal counterattack alone posed a constant risk of severe injury or even death. A twinge of guilt blossomed within her. I should have exercised more regularly, it's not your fault. As her adrenaline waned, Su Wanli gradually felt the pain coursing through his body. He was injured. The disparity in their attributes was minimal. Confronted with the grotesque Shinki in dire straits, no amount of caution or vigilance could guarantee his safety. The skin between his thumb and forefinger had split, his waist had been struck, and multiple bruises marred his arms and shoulders. The injuries were neither trivial nor severe. What about you? As he recalled the woman's injury from the kick, he realized that, given her attributes, sustaining a direct hit from the grotesque Shinki would likely have left her in a worse state than he. Are you hurt? Su Wanli couldn't help but remember her inaccurate throw of the fire axe and her decision to remain hidden instead of throwing the hand axe. The unsettling thought turned into fear within him. If something were to happen to her, I'm fine. Sensing the man's anxious tone, Yu Sahan felt a warmth in her heart. Turning to face him, she met his gaze, pain evident in her brow, yet her lips curved into a smile. My arms might be fractured. She raised the fire axe in front of her, bracing against the Shinki's assault. This action bore the brunt of the impact on her arms, sending shooting pains through her with even the slightest exertion, pain more akin to fractures than mere bruises. Fractures? A pang of concern shot through Su Wanli. He reached out to gently caress her pallid cheek. I should have noticed sooner. It's nothing. Yu Sahan leaned her head against his palm, instinctively pressing closer into his broad embrace. By the way, is that grotesque Shinki the one we encountered earlier? Feeling the solid support, she instinctively began summarizing their situation. It was their customary task. After hunting a Shinki or encountering a new species, they would engage in discussions, exchanges, and reflections. I always felt that grotesque Shinki looked familiar. Your instinct is correct. It is indeed the same grotesque Shinki we faced last time, Su Wanli affirmed with unwavering certainty. The head of that multi-faced deformity, the Shichi, bears two faces, one at the front and one at the back, exuding a unique personality. It is unmistakable. To encounter it again after traversing dozens of kilometers is indeed unfortunate. Or perhaps not unfortunate. Su Wanli paused, pondering. If it is not misfortune, then what could it be? Could it be that the deformed Shichi had been fixated on the two of them, trailing them all along? The issue is, based on the analysis of the characteristics of the dense fog, it should be impossible for them to be tracked. To explore their traces from such a distance of several dozen kilometers? Is that feasible? It seems improbable, or is it? Could you elaborate? I can't quite articulate it, Yusahan replied, her gaze fixed on the ceiling of the luggage compartment. She was unable to explain how the deformed Shichi managed to catch up with them, but she sensed that it was not merely a chance encounter. They were several dozen kilometers away from the site of their initial meeting. Hypothetically speaking, if the deformed Shichi were also heading towards the refuge base, there were numerous routes leading to it. The path chosen by her and the man was not a direct one, involving considerable detours along the way. The likelihood of such an encounter was exceedingly slim. Does the deformed Shichi possess tracking abilities unknown to us? Su Wanli furrowed his brow in speculation. The Shichi, a new species birthed from the dense fog, is inherently adapted to such an environment, making the pursuit of prey not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Much like how a dog can detect scents from a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers. Chapter 157. 3 choices amidst the distant echoes. 2 individuals engaged in hushed conversation. From the depths of the dense fog outside, a formidable shadow emerged. Countless Xuanxi, leaping and sprinting, surged toward Tung Tung Town like a tumultuous tide of darkness, stirring up flurries of fine snow. As the shadows drew nearer, the earth trembled slightly beneath their weight. The sheer number of Xuanxi was overwhelming, stretching beyond the horizon, as if the entire world had succumbed to their presence, coalescing into a relentless wave. A few grotesque, deformed Xuanxi led the charge, resembling generals amidst the torrent, tearing through any obstacles with a chilling aura. The survivors hidden within the building instinctively held their breath. Their limited line of sight barely extended a few meters. They could neither see clearly nor dare to peek outside. The air was thick with the low, terrifying roars of the Xuanxi, enveloping the sky in a stifling gloom that evoked feelings of suffocation and despair. Suddenly, a mutated Xuanxi landed atop a bus, causing the 2 individuals in the luggage compartment to halt their breaths. Instinctively, they glanced at the roof, fixating on the movements of the Xuanxi above. With a moment's pause, the Xuanxi leaped down, swiftly joining the throng surging in the same direction. Their actions were not aimless. Within the roiling mass, a few unique Xuanxi emitted distinctive roars, conveying messages to their kin. They've moved on. In the luggage compartment, Su Wanli and Yu Sihan simultaneously exhaled, instinctively lying down in a corner, falling into a comfortable silence. The Xuanxi's swift departure assured them of the bus's safety. Due to the oppressive silence, Su Wanli mentally communicated with the Tun mouse, attempting to ascertain whether the 1 Xuanxi medium could shorten the duration of mass return in ordinary materials. The night's battle had revealed numerous, primarily the disparity in size. The mutated or deformed Xuanxi, exceeding 10 meters in length, were impervious to ordinary blades, and any attempt to leap would render them immobile targets. Lacking ranged weaponry, firearms were temporarily out of reach, but a nail gun, being a type of firearm, was a potential avenue to explore for mass return efficacy. Should that fail, they could devise a plan at the refuge base. Extracting medium for directed compilation. Ding, extraction complete. Please select compilation direction. Ordinary materials. In the darkness, Su Wanli felt a surge of anxiety. This was his first attempt, and the outcome was uncertain. Ding, directed coding complete. Ordinary materials fall under uncoded classification. The host has 3 return options available. Option 1, directly shorten return duration. The reduction factor is related to the quantity stored. The larger the quantity, the lesser the time reduction. Option 2, conduct a quality return, same duration, yielding superior returned items. The fewer the items, the better the quality. Option 3, permanently shorten return duration. Upon unlocking progress to 100, the return duration for similar items will be permanently reduced. 3 options. Su Wanli meticulously examined the distinctions among the various schemes. The first 2 were quite straightforward. The medium constitutes a unique substance that influences objects. As the number of items increases, the portion of medium allocated to each diminishes, resulting in a poorer return effect. Meanwhile, Scheme 3 is akin to the return of special materials. Upon achieving a 100% compilation progress, the duration is permanently shortened. Which option should one choose? In the long run, Scheme 3 emerges as the most advantageous choice. Once the compilation progress is completed, future storage of similar materials will yield rewards. For instance, a batch of hardware tools currently stored would typically require 70 days for quality return. However, upon completion of the compilation, even if the duration is halved, it would still result in a reduction of 35 days. Quite a bargain. Yet, given the current precarious situation, Scheme 3 cannot be selected. The 2 individuals have yet to stabilize, and the external army of mirages has not yet passed. In such a tumultuous environment, the priority is to enhance personal strength and improve survival odds. Thus, Scheme 1 is favored. Scheme 2 mirrors Scheme 3 in its aim to enhance quality. But they urgently require weapons that facilitate expedited quality returns. Detected: 2 nail guns, 3 fire axes, 3 long-handled hammers, 6 short-handled hammers. Due to the inconsistency in tool types, the host has 2 return options available. Compilation complete. Option 1. Collective return. 100% return in 6 days. Option 2. Tools returned in batches. Return duration determined by the specific tools stored. 6 days? Su Wanli frowned. This 1% of medium reduces the duration by just 1 day? Upon observing the extensive list of hardware tools detected by the Tunton mouse, he suddenly comprehended. The Tunton mouse encompassed all hardware tools on the luggage rack, including the rack itself. No wonder, lessening the quantity of items. Detected: 2 nail guns, 3 fire axes, 2 long-handled hammers, 2 short-handled hammers. Due to inconsistency in tool types, the host has 2 return options available. Compilation complete. Option 1. Collective return. 100% return in 12 hours. Option 2. Tools returned in batches. Return duration determined by the specific tools stored. 12 hours? Now that is more agreeable. Su Wanli promptly opted for option 1. A 12-hour return to 100%. A tenfold return is the minimum standard for quality return, which translates to 120 hours or 5 days. 5 days should align perfectly with their arrival at Xian Village Town. The two continued to advance, intermittently making progress toward their destination. If they persistently scavenge for supplies and hunt mirages over the coming days, they could reach Xian Village Town within 4 to 5 days. The directional analysis of ordinary materials appears to be equally potent as that of special substances. Su Wanli mused with excitement. Just the permanent reduction in return duration alone could significantly save time and facilitate the mass production of superior quality materials. Furthermore, ordinary materials encompass more than just hardware tools. Crops, clothing, food, and other categories stored in the luggage compartment are equally vital and require continuous storage and return. Alas, the medium remains insufficient. Su Wanli sighed deeply. Daily tasks must not be neglected. However, before reaching the refuge base, he intended to rest for a few days to recuperate and simultaneously organize the recent information. A harmonious balance between work and leisure. Next, we shall remain in the vehicle as we journey towards Xian Village Town. In recent days, the two had squandered considerable time hunting for the elusive Shichi and scavenging for supplies. Now, having learned that Shichi possesses unknown tracking capabilities, Su Wanli was reluctant to continue taking risks. It was fortuitous that both were injured and required recuperation. Once the Shichi forces had passed, we would return to the driver's cabin to assess our injuries and ensure that your arm's bones were not displaced. A hairline fracture is indeed a form of fracture. It necessitates immobilization and an increase in calcium-rich food intake. Very well. Yu Sahan had no objections to the arrangements made by the man. She felt rather fatigued in recent days and was finally afforded the opportunity to rest properly. Chapter 158. Deliberate. The following day dawned. Outside, tranquility. Su Wanli and Yu Sahan, enduring the pain in their arms, sought refuge in the luggage compartment, where they hastily consumed a few self-heating hot pots to quell their hunger. They refrained from opening the hatch until after 10 in the morning, when they returned to the cockpit to assess their conditions. Minor fractures without displacement? Yu Sahan gazed at the scanning display, a slight sigh of relief escaping her lips. Minor fractures did not require immobilization. With a period of rest and the avoidance of strenuous activity, they would heal naturally, provided there was no further injury. Yu Sahan turned to the man beside her. How is your injury? Somewhat more severe than yours, Su Wanli replied from the driver's seat, studying the numerous small red dots on the scan with a hint of exasperation. His tiger's mouth was fractured, the wound spanning over 2 centimeters, and his arm also bore a slight fracture, alongside numerous bruises scattered across his body. While the bruises were manageable, the injuries to his tiger's mouth and the fracture posed a bit of a complication. I'll need to take some time to recuperate. Consider it a little vacation, Yu Sahan gently suggested. She needed to recalibrate her own state of being. For the past 10 days, Su Wanli had been tirelessly gathering supplies and hunting solitary Shichi, their lives busy and fulfilling, oblivious to the subtle shifts occurring in the world. You really need to relax. Yu Sahan, perceptive and thoughtful, observed as they drove towards Xian Village, yet encountered no other survivors along the way. Initially, she found this lack of company unremarkable. However, as time passed and their journey lengthened, an eerie atmosphere began to envelop them. The fog-laden world seemed to succumb to a profound silence, interrupted only by the howling wind and the gentle whisper of falling snowflakes, instilling an indescribable fear. Their only psychological solace was the deteriorating weather outside, rendering outdoor excursions inadvisable. Thus, the absence of other survivors seemed a normal occurrence. We have ample food. Resting for a few days won't affect us, she reassured him. Then let us rest for a few days, Su Wanli replied with a smile. They outlined their itinerary for the coming days and returned to the resting area to retrieve the medical kit for treatment. This medical kit was a fortunate find from scavenging a self-built structure. Originally, they had intended to raid a pharmacy for a supply of medicines. But the pharmacies along their route had been thoroughly stripped by other survivors. The few locations still stocked with medical supplies were either overrun by large groups of Shichi or inconveniently distant, leaving them no opportunity. The limited medical supplies they had were merely from a common household kit. This might sting a bit. Bear with it. Yusahan said as she cleaned Su Wanli's tiger's mouth and prepared to suture the wound with a fine needle. The needle was intended for sewing clothes. As was the thread. After being sterilized with alcohol twice, they were to be used to stitch the wound together to facilitate healing. Don't worry, relax your body. I will be gentle, she assured him. Su Wanli found the phrase sour fish strangely familiar, but before he could ponder further, Yusahan, holding the needle and thread, was ready to begin the suturing. Hesitating, he finally spoke up. Shouldn't he need stitches, should I? The depth of your wound has reached the muscular layer. An open wound is susceptible to bacterial infection, prolonging the healing time and potentially resulting in functional impairment, leading to stiffness in the thumb and index finger joints, restricting movement. Yusahan articulated very professional terminology. This is not mere fabrication. Su Wanli's scar at the base of his thumb exceeds 2 centimeters in length. If left unsutured, it is prone to bacterial contamination, causing inflammation or muscle necrosis. Are you afraid of pain? How could a grown man possibly fear? Just as Su Wanli attempted to muster his courage, the skin at the base of his thumb was unexpectedly penetrated by a fine needle, threaded with coarse stitches, causing him to involuntarily exclaim. He suspected that Su Kaya was doing this on purpose. Why did you not inform me before suturing? The initial prick is rather painful, but it will ease shortly. The fissure at the base of his thumb was simply stitched with 2 stitches. After stitching, it was bandaged, tied with a delicate bow. The remaining bruises were also gently massaged. Here it comes. Half an hour later, Su Wanli's injuries were attended to, and he donned his clothes with a countenance full of resentment. This was undoubtedly the retribution from Su Kaya. He had been vocal about his pain, pleading for gentleness. Yet Su Kaya continued unabated, even applying more pressure. There was certainly an element of vengeance involved. Sigh. Su Wanli let out a deep sigh, lamenting his misfortune for being the first to act. Let us see what the situation outside is like. Yusahan wore a sweet smile, wrapping her arm around the man's, leaning in affectionately. Their arms bore slight fractures, necessitating caution against abrupt movements. However, gentle closeness posed no issue. One could only wonder about the scale of the Shichi from last night. The two proceeded to the audio-visual room. The bus was equipped with panoramic surveillance, allowing them to observe the surroundings. Hopefully, those Shichi were merely passing by. One could only hope. The commotion from the previous night had kept them both awake in fear. If those Shichi were to traverse Tingting Town, and the presence of Shichi outside was sparse, they would drive the bus away to avoid being caught in the maelstrom. If the numbers were overwhelming, they would remain for 2 days, bringing food and blankets to the luggage compartment to recuperate until the Shichi dispersed, before fleeing once more. This was the first time they would review the surveillance footage. Su Wanli pressed the button. A 60-inch monitor slowly descended from the center of the audio-visual room. As the screen illuminated, the two could see 8 distinct surveillance angles centered around the bus. Indeed, there were Shichi. The effective range of the surveillance was 20 meters. The monitor displayed the scene within a 20-meter radius of the bus. A total of 16 Shichi. They were densely packed, indicating a significant number of Shichi present. The panoramic surveillance had a playback function, allowing them to assess the number of Shichi from the previous night. After observing the situation around the bus, Su Wanli reviewed the footage from last night. He was curious about the magnitude of the Shichi that could cause tremors on the ground. The time should have been around 6:30 in the evening. Was this the Shichi from last night? Yusahan's eyes gradually widened, her lips slightly parted. On the monitor, a mass of shadowy figures loomed ominously. All of them Shinki. This scene reminded her of a classic film, The Lord of the Rings, which featured a similar monstrous invasion. The image had lingered in her memory ever since. Little did she anticipate that reality could surpass fiction in its surrealism. If we delay by even half a minute, we may very well be trampled to death by them. The mere sound of their presence could instill terror. Have all the survivors outside transformed into Shinki? It remains uncertain. We have provisions and blankets sufficient for 5 days. Perhaps we should remain in the luggage compartment for a few days. Upon witnessing the overwhelming advance of the Shinki army last night, neither of them harbored any desire to venture outside. Their voices lowered instinctively, fearing that any sound might provoke the surrounding Shinki and unleash a deluge of their ferocious assault. Chapter 159, The Unyielding Gold, January 6th, 4 p.m. The external temperature plummeted to -31 degrees, with a northwesterly wind at 4-6, accompanied by heavy snowfall. The Shinchi outside lingered for 2 days and finally departed howling into the distance last night. Su Wanli and Yu Sahan, exercising caution, decided to remain for an additional day. Their next course of action was to journey towards the refuge base. Following this ordeal, both were eager to reach the sanctuary of safety. They began to gather their blankets and bedding, preparing to return to the resting area, with plans to drive to Xian village town the following day. A familiar sound of whimpering echoed from outside. In the luggage compartment, Yu Sahan paused while organizing the blankets. The sound seemed to emanate from a nearby location. Perhaps it was the wind, Su Wanli suggested from the hatch above. The wind had intensified over the past 2 days, and the howling had become a constant companion during the nights. Yet, as he listened intently, he felt it was not merely the wind, prompting him to don his coat. "Are you going down?" "No, I merely wished to open the sunroof for a glance." It was still light outside. His effective line of sight surpassed that of the surveillance cameras. A brief peek would suffice to ascertain whether any creatures lurked outside. "I'll join you. My vision is sharper." With that, the two returned to the resting area, stepping onto the lower bunk to crack open the sunroof just enough to observe their surroundings quietly. The biting wind and snow stung their faces, causing them to squint. "Can you see anything?" "I can make out a little." Snuggled in the man's embrace, Yu Sahan nodded slightly, extending her hand to point towards the left. "There is no light over there, so it's difficult to discern. But it seems there are a pair of glowing green eyes." "Green eyes?" Su Wanli's thoughts raced to wild wolves. Yet, their current position was quite close to Xian village town, merely 30 kilometers away, less than a day's journey. It was improbable for wild wolves to inhabit this area. "It's coming closer." "Coming closer?" Su Wanli squinted in the direction she indicated. Through the hazy mist, only the swirling snowflakes were visible, obscuring any sign of life. Yu Sahan's expression shifted to one of intrigue. "What is it?" "It seems not to be a wolf." "Not a wolf?" "Yes." Yu Sahan nodded. Falling silent, Su Wanli's curiosity was piqued, yet she seemed reluctant to divulge more, teasing him with her restraint. Reluctantly, he continued to gaze in that direction. A dog. Before long, a trembling dog appeared in their line of sight, not one, but 4 quivering figures of a rural dog. "It's alive." Su Wanli was taken aback. Did the Shinchi not consume dog meat? That could not be right. Outside threats were not limited to Shinchi alone. The frigid temperatures, white worms, and rodent plagues posed equal peril. How had a simple rural dog managed to survive? Was it scavenging our discarded food? The dog sniffed the air, approaching the kitchen window, bending down to catch the scent of the food, gnawing at the remnants frozen into ice. They adhere to a standard of 2 meals a day. The remnants of uneaten food or kitchen waste, such as scraps and bones, are carelessly discarded outside. It is truly puzzling how they have managed to survive until now. Yu Sahan was equally taken aback. This was precisely why she refrained from divulging the truth to Su Wanli. It was simply too incredulous. Setting aside the issue of food, the presence of those creatures, known as Shinki, poses a danger that ordinary canines cannot evade. It is well known that regardless of breed, dogs instinctively bark at perilous threats, their sounds attracting the Shinki and thereby placing themselves in grave danger. Moreover, in these times of food scarcity, those hidden survivors would surely not hesitate to slaughter a living dog upon sight. Woof. As the two conversed, a rural dog seemed to catch their scent and promptly regurgitated the icy morsels it had been chewing, rushing to a spot where it could see them, baring its teeth in excitement. After enduring several days and nights of hardship, it had finally cornered these 2 insufferable intruders. If it weren't for them pilfering food from its home, how could it have possibly lost its way again? Bereft of direction, it had no choice but to follow the scent carried by the air. Each day, it subsisted on snow to quench its thirst, unearthed vegetables and wild grasses buried beneath the snow, and scavenged leftovers to stave off hunger. Initially, it struggled to catch the scent in the air. Ever since the thick fog descended, its nose felt as though it were blocked, making it difficult to discern the aromas surrounding. Only when it stumbled upon an irresistible meal did the scents in the air suddenly become clear. Otherwise, it would have perished long ago, let alone chase after a bus for over 100 kilometers. "Bring me 2 sausages," Su Wanli said, gazing at the snarling rural dog, a flicker of anticipation blossoming within him. The yellow dog with a fair face was indeed a gem worth attempting to tame. If successful, their journey would become livelier and more vibrant with life. "All right," Yu Sahan nodded enthusiastically. She had always felt that the outside world was somewhat desolate. And with a dog for companionship and a man for support, she would no longer care whether survivors existed in this world beyond. The two closed the sunroof and disembarked with the sausages. Woof. Upon their descent, the rural dog was infuriated. How dare they show their faces after stealing from it? It was indeed courting disaster. Yet, its owner forbade it from attacking. Thus, it cautiously retreated a few meters to maintain distance, refusing to bite but also unwilling to be bitten. The crucial matter was that it seemed to be at a disadvantage. This was a consideration it had not made, or perhaps one it simply could not fathom. Yusahan tossed a piece of torn sausage into the snow ahead. "Here, doggy, a sausage for you." The rural dog barked several times, but did not approach the sausage. "Let us head back to the bus," she suggested. It appeared the rural dog was not ready to accept their offering just yet. As dusk descended, it was imperative that they cease their outdoor activities. It would undoubtedly have its own means of keeping warm at night. It would not freeze to death. Yusahan felt a twinge of regret at the prospect of not being able to pet the dog. Upon returning to the bus, she prepared a sumptuous dinner, deliberately setting aside some broth to soak the rice for the dog. She placed it through the escape hatch at the bottom of the luggage compartment and set a box stuffed with old clothes outside. One might wonder if that dog could be tamed. In the resting area, the two nestled together, whispering secrets. Uncertain, Su Wanli shook his head. He was aware that some rural dogs are incredibly loyal, even if they are stolen and kept by dog traders for a month or two. They will invariably seize any opportunity to sneak back home. This was a personal experience of his own dog, a memory that lingered. Thus, Su Wanli was uncertain whether the dog outside would leave after being well fed and watered. "Let us also retire to sleep," he proposed. Choosing not to discuss the dog any further, Su Wanli embraced Yusahan. No one could resist the allure of a snug floor bed, a mattress approximately 80 centimeters wide, one side resting against a solid bed frame, the other against a seamless sofa, exuding a sense of security. "Don't move around," he cautioned. "Rest assured, I shall merely hold you, not engage in anything else." Chapter 160. The experiment. The following day, the two individuals observed their surroundings through surveillance. The farm dog was nowhere to be seen, its whereabouts unknown for the night. Outside, an unsettling silence enveloped the area. Should they linger for another couple of days? Su Wanli hesitated, his injuries not yet fully healed. The return of their weapons was merely 2 or 3 days away. This location had just been ravaged by the Xuanqi army, offering a temporary reprieve from danger. There was no pressing need for them to venture into unexplored territories. Once they acquired the newly returned weapons of superior quality, their combat and survival capabilities would significantly enhance, allowing them to depart at a later time. Perhaps they could also nurture the dog, hoping to tame it. Yusahan readily agreed, her spirits lifted. Upon waking, she eagerly peered out the window in search of the dog, yet her efforts were in vain. The dog seemed quite astute, knowing the safest and warmest places to shelter for the night. The provisions she had prepared, old clothing, cardboard, and food, remained untouched, while the leftover scraps had been thoroughly devoured. It refused to eat from the bowl? Quite vigilant, Su Wanli mused. Before the calamity, he had contemplated acquiring 2 dogs and a truck to sell goods in the mountains. Now, having unexpectedly obtained a bus, along with Yusahan's company, all that was missing was the dog. They had instant noodles for breakfast. Upon hearing this, Yusahan instantly grasped Su Wanli's intent. The farm dog must be hiding in some nook, and the strong aroma of the noodles might coax it out. "Then I'll add an extra chicken leg and wing," she proposed. "Sounds good." Su Wanli settled on the sofa, lifting the partition to observe the outside world. His curiosity piqued about where the dog might be hiding. Soon, Yusahan returned with 2 servings of noodles, each accompanied by a marinated egg, and in her hands, 2 unopened chicken legs and 4 wings. This modest amount of food would barely satiate their hunger, as both she and Su Wanli possessed hearty appetites. Their single meal could easily match the consumption of 5 or 6 ordinary adults. In the event of vigorous activity, like hunting a dozen Xuanqi or being besieged by them, they could consume even more. "Let us eat with the window open," Yusahan suggested. Pulling open the window of the resting area, she took a plastic fork, speared a portion of the steaming noodles, and instinctively blew on it. However, within moments, the warmth dissipated, leaving the noodles and broth frozen. "No more window," she declared. Frozen instant noodles could still be eaten after adding hot water to thaw them. But they had ample supplies on the bus, having scavenged countless boxes from village shops and convenience stores, primarily filled with instant noodles, spicy snacks, and peanuts. Eventually, they had amassed so much that they grew weary of carrying it all, opting instead to discard some outside and prepare a fresh batch. Suddenly, a barking sound emerged from beneath the snow. The farm dog, having caught the scent of the two, emerged from a small hole, shaking off the snow before barking at them excitedly. "Look!" Yusahan's eyes sparkled with realization. No wonder they had been unable to spot the dog. This little creature had burrowed into a snow cave for sleep, cleverly concealed by the fallen snowflakes, making it difficult to discern the situation inside. Yusahan crouched down, attempting to entice the dog with an untouched chicken leg. Woof woof. The rural dog seemed to sense something amiss, barking and retreating. It had encountered numerous survival tactics before. Yusahan's method was among the simplest, yet most lethal. There was a woman holding an unknown bone, beckoning it closer. The dog cautiously sniffed the air, discerning any malice from the woman. But as it lowered its head to inspect the bone, a man swung a cleaver at its head. It narrowly escaped death. Fortunate that the man was too weak from hunger to strike effectively. Not fooled? Shall we try cutting a pound of pork tonight? Yusahan suggested. The pig they had slaughtered was peculiar. Although the dishes made from its meat were not particularly delicious, they were irresistibly addictive, unlike normal food. All right. Su Wanli pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Previously, he had worried about the pork being tainted and had refrained from eating it after one taste, storing it in the luggage compartment. Now, with the rural dog around, woof woof, the dog sensed their unkind gaze and immediately barked loudly, cautiously retreating to a discreet corner to dig a snow den. It knew it couldn't contend with those two. Night fell. A pot of clear water simmering with fresh meat emerged. Steam billowed from the iron pot, rising like ethereal clouds, while the rich aroma of meat wafted through the air like an invisible ribbon, drifting and entwining, spreading with the wind into the distance. Whimper. In a secluded corner of a self-built building, a rural dog, quietly napping on the ground, was suddenly startled awake as if by some unseen force, sitting upright. Its nose twitched incessantly, striving to capture that tantalizing scent in the air. Woof woof woof. A low growl emanated from the dog's throat. It was this aroma. Last time, it had gnawed on snow blocks imbued with this scent, and its wounds had healed, its sense of smell becoming sharper. It ventured out. In the bus's kitchen area, Yusahan glanced through the window, witnessing the rural dog nimbly leap out, a smile gracing her features. She had known the dog could not resist the allure of this special pork. Suddenly, the dog halted abruptly a few meters from the bus, vigilantly observing the two. It sensed no malice, yet remained on guard. Many survivors had fed it without ill intent. Shall we toss out the boiled white meat? No need to package it nicely? Yusahan inquired. The snow outside had been trampled repeatedly, making it rather dirty to simply throw food out. No need, Su Wanli shook his head. If we are too kind, it may hesitate to eat. Very well then. Following the man's instructions, Yusahan discarded some scraps out of the window before promptly shutting it. She then carried a pot of chicken soup and a plate of kung pao chicken to the relaxation area, seeking to share a drink with the man. Taming a rural dog is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. It requires patience and gradual effort. Shall we have a drink? Why not? The two opened a bottle of Wuliangye. Observing the bus withstand a monstrous kick from the deformed Chuanchi without shattering its glass instilled a slight sense of reassurance, allowing them to sip their drinks with a measure of comfort. This bus was undoubtedly imported. Why is that? Because of the bulletproof glass. It held up against temperatures as low as -20 or 30 degrees without breaking, and it withstood that monstrous kick without a crack. The quality is exceptional. So, bulletproof glass never shatters? Have you ever seen a president's vehicle have its glass shatter from a mere collision? Su Wanli silently raised his glass and took a deep drink. He was uncertain whether the bus's windows were indeed bulletproof, but he knew for certain they were resistant to extreme temperatures. As he prepared to head to the refuge base, he had another plan to acquire a larger vehicle for storage, to be kept in a special compartment for the purpose of storing additional supplies. Moreover, the refuge base was sure to be stocked with ample resources. Chapter 161. The fire axe 2 days swiftly passed. At around 11 o'clock that day, Su Wanli found himself alone in the luggage compartment, sealing the hatch behind him. Has the quality return of the weapons been completed? Ding, completed. He retrieved the items. Ding, quality return of hardware tools has been retrieved 11-fold. Stainless steel round-headed claw hammer, 2 pieces curved tail handle, textured grip, anti-slip and anti-drop, weighted and thickened head, with built-in hypnotic and stunning effects. Pneumatic nailer, 2 pieces simple and quick operation, reliable and safe performance, free from the encumbrance of wires and air ducts. Suitable for on-site and high-altitude tasks, effective range of 10 centimeters, with armor-piercing capabilities. Heavy soft-handled rock hammer, 2 pieces 13-kilogram alloy hammer, highly elastic grip. Perfectly designed hammerhead for aerodynamics, capable of smashing stones as easily as cracking eggs, with explosive effects. Fire axe, 3 pieces 1 meter in length, weighing 20 kilograms. Featuring a sharp edge on one side and a flat edge on the other, equipped with basic functions such as corrosion resistance and impact protection, with cleaving and striking effects. Fireman's hatchet, 6 pieces 30 centimeters in length, weighing 1 kilogram, compact and lightweight, with excellent demolition capabilities. Long-handled hammer, 2 pieces. The pneumatic nailer? Su Wanli's eyes sparkled as he beheld the sudden appearance of a plethora of hardware tools. Eagerly, he grasped one of the nailers to test its feel. The grip was satisfactory, and its design resembled that of a firearm, somewhat intimidating. However, upon discovering its effective range was merely 10 centimeters, he was taken aback. Was the nailer truly a close combat weapon? Shouldn't a tool bearing the name nailer be classified as a ranged weapon? He recalled a film where a nailer had directly impaled a person from several meters away. Clearly, he had been misled by cinematic portrayals. 10 centimeters. Su Wanli found himself caught between laughter and tears. What purpose could this serve? Surely he couldn't hold the pneumatic nailer against someone as head and fire? Wouldn't a fire axe be more appealing? The fire axes appeared quite impressive. 3 fire axes, with black handles, yellow heads, and red bodies, complemented by silver blades. Weighing 10 kilograms, they felt comfortable in his grasp, their tactile quality quite pleasant. Aside from the fire axes, the other hardware tools were commendable, serving as a supplement to the pneumatic nailer for close combat. He decided to store them away for the time being, planning to find an excuse to showcase them to Su and Kite when they reached Shinsu town or along the way. Su Wanli carefully packed over a dozen brand new weapons into a cardboard box, placing it in an inconspicuous corner of the shelf. He clapped his hands, surveying the other hardware tools on the shelf, temporarily dismissing any thoughts of storage. The space vacated by the storage mouse would be utilized to exchange for new clothing at the refuge base. The external climate was growing increasingly harsh. While the temperature was not dropping significantly, the winds were becoming more formidable. Their equipment required an update, and the fuel in the luggage compartment was also running low. The various functions and defensive capabilities of the bus were exceptional. Its only drawback lay in its substantial fuel consumption. Or perhaps it was simply that they had procured too little gasoline. 3 full boxes of fuel, yet after traveling just over 100 kilometers, it was nearly depleted. The financial strain was palpable. Su Wanli rubbed his temples and stood up, heading back to the resting area. What as for breakfast? A pot of lean meat and bone porridge. Yusahan brought forth a steaming bowl of lean meat and bone porridge to the man, then returned to the kitchen to fetch another serving. After finishing their porridge, they tossed the bones to Little Six. Little Six was the name Yusahan had given to the rural dog to facilitate its acclimatization. Are we leaving today? Yes, I wonder if Little Six will get into the car. Yusahan took a sip of porridge, gazing at the small figure outside the window, feeling a twinge of disappointment. She suspected that, given Little Six's demeanor, it would likely refuse to board. Its spirit appeared significantly improved compared to the previous days. This suggests that the pork was safe. Otherwise, they would not have dared to consume the porridge. Su Wanli remarked with a smile. Upon their first encounter with Little Six, it had been filthy, its fur matted into icy clumps, trembling as it walked, with noticeable bloodstains and wounds on its thighs. However, after consuming the pork containing the medium for 2 to 3 consecutive days, its injuries healed at a visible pace, its frame becoming sturdier, and its bark more resonant. It seemed that the pork infused with the medium was indeed a high-value resource. Witnessing the transformation of the rural dog, they decided to start consuming pork themselves from today onwards, hoping to expedite their recovery. Little Six appeared reluctant to board the vehicle, leaving Yusahan feeling somewhat regretful. Outside, Little Six lay a few meters away, quietly awaiting its daily ration. It had developed a dependency on the pork, but had yet to fully lower its guard against the 2 humans, perhaps still haunted by memories of its previous owner. Let it be. Su Wanli quickly finished the meat porridge in the iron basin, setting it down and making his way to the driver's seat. He had no desire to force Little Six into the car, for even if it were lured aboard, it would seize any opportunity to escape once given the chance. Let nature take its course. Woof. Outside, Little Six sniffed the air, occasionally glancing at the bus, drool pooling at the corners of its mouth. Perhaps it was due to the improved diet or the shadows of hunger that lingered, but it constantly felt an insatiable hunger. Unable to resist the scraps discarded by the 2 humans. Sniff. It discerned the aroma, the scent of bones. Its teeth had been itching these past few days, and it longed to gnaw on bones to alleviate the discomfort. Crunch, crunch. It imagined the sound of crunching echoing in its ears. Raising its head, it saw the bus gradually accelerating away. Confusion clouded its gaze. Had those 2 humans left? They hadn't discarded the bones. Unbeknownst to them, 2 more days had slipped by. As they approached the refuge base, they encountered several other survivors in cars. Some were wary and kept their distance upon sensing others, while others were more familiar, shamelessly approaching for supplies. The 2 did not engage. The journey remained smooth. They would likely reach Xian village town by tonight. In the passenger seat, Yusahan set down the map and rubbed her eyes. Ever since they ceased their hunting of the mythical Shichi, their journey had been remarkably safe, devoid of bizarre and dangerous creatures. I wonder how the survivors in Xian village are faring. Probably much like those at the service station, Su Wanli remarked. Those survivors who do not enter the refuge are, in truth, no different from those in Xian village. It is merely a change of location and a different group of people playing out the same scenario. Tick-tock. A light flickered from behind. Upon noticing a vehicle incessantly signaling with its hazard lights, both of them were momentarily taken aback. The survivors outside certainly exhibit a degree of arrogance. Yet, as the oncoming vehicle came into clearer view, they immediately straightened their postures and dutifully pulled over to the side of the road. Chapter 162, The Black Highway. A uniquely designed special pickup truck glided smoothly along the road. At the front of the vehicle, a robust, curved iron shovel had been welded, functioning as a highly efficient snow plow that pushed aside the thick layers of snow, revealing the concealed black asphalt beneath. Simultaneously, abandoned vehicles obstructing the roadway were also cleared to the sides, thus creating a spacious and safe passage for the convoy behind. As the modified pickup truck continued its steady journey, the curved iron shovel at its forefront removed the accumulated snow and debris, ensuring a secure route for the vehicles following closely. Roadway requisitioned. Survivors ahead, please pull over immediately, echoed a repeated voice from above. Sue Wanley leaned closer to the window, gazing upward at a low-flying drone, which was the source of the announcement. Requisitioned? It appeared to be the evacuation troops passing through. We shall wait for them to clear the snow. Indeed, the two of them pulled over to the roadside, patiently awaiting the convoy to the refuge base to pass. As the pickup truck cleared the obstacles, two soldiers descended from the vehicle behind. Clad in full combat gear, they approached directly, rapping on the bus driver's window with urgency. Is there something you need? Sue Wanley inquired, rolling down the window while scrutinizing their equipment. Each soldier was armed with 3 firearms, a Type 97 pump-action shotgun, a Type 95 automatic rifle, and a handgun of unknown make. Their protective suits appeared heavier than standard gear, featuring transparent helmets equipped with communication devices, while their backs bulged with packs that likely contained air filtration systems or tactical supplies. Greetings. One soldier lifted his helmet visor, meeting Sue Wanley's gaze and promptly explaining. We are from the Special Rescue Team of the Yangcheng Refuge Base, temporarily requisitioning this roadway. We appreciate your cooperation. After a brief pause, he inquired further. Those who have received evacuation notifications may board designated vehicles to the refuge base, where food and clothing will be provided en route. Have you received such a evacuation notification? Sue Wanley turned to the passenger seat. The PA announcement that Yusahan received must have been the evacuation notice, right? Logically, she should be able to switch to a vehicle from the refuge base. No. Yusahan gently shook her head. Compared to the refuge base vehicles, she preferred the current bus, which offered ample food, warm beds, and robust defenses against the grotesque attacks of the Xuanqi. It provided a far greater sense of security than other vehicles. We did not receive an evacuation notification. Not at all? The soldier outside expressed confusion. The pair appeared to be in excellent spirits, driving a bus, not resembling ordinary civilians, and their striking features seemed to meet the D4 priority selection criteria. It was improbable that they had not received the notice. Then we kindly ask you to pull aside for a few minutes. Once our convoy passes, you may continue on your way. Their direction towards the refuge base likely aligned with the convoy's route. In the eyes of the soldiers, the bus before them appeared remarkably futuristic. However, such fanciful designs often look appealing yet lack practicality. They certainly could not match the sturdiness and resilience of the armored vehicles used at the refuge base. Most importantly, the armored vehicles at the refuge base were escorted by a well-equipped and experienced Special Forces team, ensuring utmost safety. The instruction to have 2 individuals accompany the convoy was merely an attempt to rescue as many survivors as possible. With a smile, Sue Wanley nodded in agreement. Soon, he observed through the rearview mirror a procession of vehicles draped in pristine white camouflage, totaling 23 in number. There were 3 armored vehicles at the front and back, 2 signal armored vehicles in the center, while the remainder consisted of vehicles transporting rescue personnel or soldiers. The convoy, cloaked in white camouflage, sped along the meticulously cleared road. Hey, brother, Sue Wanley gestured toward the swiftly passing convoy. Which evacuation point are you from? You know about the evacuation point? One soldier replied, surprised. Didn't they say no evacuation notices were received? I heard about it, Sue Wanley remarked, scratching his head sheepishly while producing 2 unopened packs of Hong Shuangxi cigarettes. I was trapped at the Milei Mountain Service area for several days. During that time, a lovely lady mentioned that there was an evacuation point at the Milei Town Service Center, and seeing you come from that direction, I thought I'd ask. We don't accept anything. The soldier declined the cigarettes, but Sue Wanley's words caused a subtle shift in his expression. Milei Town Expressway? A flicker of instinctive fear crossed the eyes of the 2 soldiers. They were not part of the evacuation team from the Milei Town Service Center, but had indeed passed through the Milei Town Service area. There, they encountered a pitch-black monster that resulted in the loss of several comrades, 2 transport armored vehicles, a pickup truck clearing roadblocks, and a significant portion of their supplies. You are quite fortunate, one soldier remarked, his expression somewhat conflicted. They possess more knowledge than the average person. among the myriad of monsters emerging from the outside world. Most were mimetic organisms. According to the experts at the refuge base, only the weak or biologically flawed creatures needed to mimic others. True apex predators, like tigers, did not require camouflage to hunt. This implied that the creatures they faced were among the weakest. Only when entities with distinct markings emerged would they pose a genuine threat. Initially, they had their doubts until they encountered the black, charcoal-like monster, experiencing firsthand the terror of humanoid creatures. In the snow-white landscape, that dark creature was conspicuous, easily visible. Yet it moved with incredible speed, akin to a specter, evading the naked eye with ease. The loss of visual tracking significantly diminished the efficacy of their firearms. Are there monsters that cannot be hit with rifles? Su Wanli and Yu Sahan exclaimed in shock. The speed of rifle bullets is no less than 500 meters per second, with high-caliber rifles capable of reaching velocities of up to 1,000 meters per second. Impossible, right? Indeed, it cannot outrun a bullet. It is the miss that affects our aim. The soldiers recounted their harrowing experiences of near-death encounters. Had they confronted the monstrous creature in a clearer area, they would have been able to reduce it to mere pulp. However, shrouded in mist, visibility dwindled to less than 10 meters, rendering their reaction time insufficient to detect the beast's presence. Consequently, many of their comrades felt their utmost to follow the convoy to the refuge base, one soldier advised before donning his helmet and mask, striding purposefully towards the vehicles ahead. Left behind, the two stood in bewilderment. Was there truly such a terrifying creature lurking in the Malaysian service area? Could it possibly be the woman who traveled alongside us? She was the first to undergo the transformation into a mirage. Uncertain. Forget about it. Let us proceed with the convoy and refrain from fixating on our mobile maps. Indeed. Chapter 163. Sian Village Town. Following the vehicles of the refuge base from a distance, the two individuals reached the outskirts of Sian Village Town unscathed. Situated adjacent to Yang City, the town had largely eradicated the monstrous threats that once plagued it. As the bus entered Sian Village, the number of survivors along the roadside began to increase steadily. At last, we've arrived, Su Wanli remarked with a hint of fatigue. The journey from the Milei mountain service area to Sian Village should have taken merely a few hours, yet they had endured several arduous days to reach their destination. Take a moment to rest. I shall attempt to connect to the internet, Yu Sahan suggested from the passenger seat, pulling out her laptop and powering it on in hopes of establishing a connection. Having been cut off from the outside world for nearly half a month, they were desperate to acquire information regarding current events beyond their immediate confines. All right, I will find a place to park, Su Wanli replied, steering the bus to a more secluded spot before retrieving his phone to try connecting as well. Since departing the service area, he had been devoid of any means to access external information. With the passage of so many days, it was likely that significant developments had transpired outside. Ding dong. Ding dong. As he powered on his device, notifications flooded the screen. Messages from the service provider appeared, each headline more alarming than the last. The Yang City Refuge Base, established following the arrival of the dense fog, had seen over 100,000 survivors seeking shelter. Those yet to arrive at the base need not panic, as rescue teams were tirelessly working to eliminate the monstrous threats and would soon provide citizens with shelter and sustenance. Recruitment announcement. Individuals with advanced certifications, regardless of nationality, including but not limited to fields such as architecture, design, and electrical engineering, are encouraged to apply at the refuge base. Experienced candidates may be exempt from certification and diploma requirements and are invited to participate in assessments. Meteorological observation report. According to satellite data, the weather is expected to clear in 2 days, followed by an exceptionally powerful cold front in 7 days. Temperatures may plummet to -50 degrees, with northern regions potentially reaching -70 degrees. Survivors are urged to stockpile sufficient warm clothing and food to withstand the impending cold front. Urgent notifications were prominently displayed on various forums. Previous spam messages had vanished entirely, and individuals could no longer post articles. Only authoritative accounts were permitted to disseminate news. Recruitment open to all nationalities? Glancing at the announcement, Su Wanli surmised that the refuge base was eager to expedite construction efforts by relaxing certain restrictions. Weather will clear in 2 days? Yu Sahan expressed concern regarding the climate. Although the prospect of sunlight was welcomed, it did not guarantee a rise in temperature. Rather, surface temperatures were likely to drop until the new wave of cold arrived, reaching its nadir. Survivors lacking adequate winter gear would likely struggle to endure the harsh conditions. A significant recruitment drive for engineers and construction. Su Wanli fell into deep contemplation. The existing structures at the refuge base were ill-equipped to withstand temperatures plummeting to several degrees below zero. The urgent recruitment of architectural talents by the refuge base suggests that the concerns extend beyond merely fending off the cold. It may also indicate a foreboding of a greater impending crisis. This disregard for the survivors' panic reflects the gravity of the situation, prompting a large-scale recruitment effort. As expected, the comments section erupted. High-level certificate holders? Do you comprehend the challenges of obtaining such advanced qualifications? How many individuals in a nation can actually possess them? While acquiring a high-level certificate is indeed arduous, this world is not devoid of talent. Setting aside those talents for the moment, I have not eaten for nearly 2 days. If anyone has food to spare, please share a bit with me. I am located at the 8th floor, room 702, in Xiaozuan, Yangcheng. And I am a professional model. My legs are worth more than my life. I possess surplus food. I am an enthusiast of survival in apocalyptic scenarios and usually enjoy stockpiling food and constructing shelters. I never anticipated the end of the world would truly arrive. To the person above, how dare you flaunt your situation? If you have the audacity, reveal your location. Let us see if I want to deal with you. Count me in. Damn it. I am both cold and hungry, and this person is just putting on an act. Expressing anger is futile. Many affluent individuals have this tendency. They have long since retreated to underground shelters with a few beautiful companions or their entire families. Indeed, let us all calm down and devise a plan. I am trapped in a commercial warehouse with 5 female classmates. Having lost 20 pounds in a month, I truly cannot endure this any longer. Brothers, please assist me. What? 5? You're still alive. A month is quite impressive. Su Wanli observed the escalating hostility in the comments. The last video of the rescue team saving trapped individuals had offered survivors a glimmer of hope, soothing their anxieties. Yet, as the cold deepened and rescue efforts delayed, coupled with the looming food scarcity, desperation began to take hold. Brother Su, take a look at this post. Beside him, Yu Sahan seemed to have discovered something, approaching Su Wanli with her notebook. What post? Su Wanli settled into the passenger seat, casually placing the sauerkraut fish on his lap, while his gaze fell upon the screen of the notebook. It was a message from a survivor. Yu Sahan's face flushed a deep crimson, and she did not resist. This seemingly unyielding arm was remarkably strong, akin to an iron hoop, yet being embraced by it. With her head resting on that broad shoulder, she felt not discomfort, but an overwhelming sense of security. A survivor. Su Wanli focused intently, carefully scrutinizing the content displayed. This was a piece of information released by a netizen on the dark web. Possessing a modicum of computer expertise, the individual had, after several sleepless nights of relentless effort, successfully breached the Department of Defense Information of the United States at 2:03:52 a.m. yesterday, uncovering some previously undisclosed information. Without further ado, let us get to the crux of the matter. Firstly, concerning the Xuanxi, they will only grow stronger with the passage of time. Certainly, such occurrences are predictable, and some have even experienced them firsthand. What instills fear is the existence of a unique type of mirage possessing a collective capable of commanding other mirages to obey orders unconditionally, whether to attack or retreat. What does this imply? It signifies that no matter where one seeks refuge, the mirages can locate everyone. Is despair warranted? Do not rush into hopelessness. The subsequent information may warrant despair, but it is not yet time. The Biological Research Department of the beautiful nation has discovered a burgeoning number of new species emerging within the dense fog. Are you familiar with the concept of new species? In an ecologically stable environment, new species exist without natural predators. They can proliferate rapidly, ascending to the apex of the food chain. Lastly, there is the issue of frigid temperatures. The effects of temperatures plunging to several degrees below zero need no further elaboration. Seize the opportunity to head to the refuge base while the weather clears in the days to come. I shall also make my way to the refuge base. Until we meet again, dear friends. This eloquent discourse conveys a multitude of significant information. Chapter 164, Initiating Conversation, the bus's co-driver's seat. Su Wanli, after perusing the content, could not help but admire the netizen who managed to infiltrate the Defense Information Department of the United States, extracting vital documents. Given such technical prowess, it was likely that this individual was not just an obscure coder before the calamity struck. Indeed, humanity is not devoid of genius. It's somewhat impressive, yet not extraordinarily so, Yu Sahan remarked with a smile. In many areas, power and internet services have been disrupted, and with the personnel of the American Information Department being insufficient, if given ample time, she could potentially exploit vulnerabilities while simultaneously honing her skills. Of course, the netizen's ability to breach the system alone in such a brief period indicates considerable talent. Are we not accompanying the military vehicles to the refuge base? Yu Sahan turned her gaze to the window, observing as survivors gradually returned to the buildings. The outside world was dimming. If they wished to avoid the attention of the Shinsher, they needed to follow the rescue teams to the refuge base, The safety of Xian Village Town was not assured, and the refuge base was the true stronghold. Nightfall approaches. Su Wanli watched the sparse silhouettes outside and shook his head. We are not lacking in food, and the bus's defenses surpass those of ordinary structures. There is no urgency to reach the refuge base. Let us first ascertain the rules of Xian Village Town and see if we might barter for some useful supplies. Initially, both believed Xian Village Town was merely a rebranded service area, with survivors enacting similar scenarios. Yet, within half an hour of arrival, their preconceived notion shifted. It appeared Xian Village Town operated under unique regulations, despite the weariness and lethargy etched upon their faces. The survivors were not despondent and still yearned for resources such as food and clothing. Let us find a place to park for the night. Xian Village Town had internet access, allowing them to gather information and observe the rules of the refuge base before deciding whether to proceed. And what of Xiao Lu? I wonder if he has followed us. The sheer number of survivors in Xian Village Town was staggering. If that pastoral dog had trailed behind, it would surely become a meal for other survivors. They lingered at the fringes, ready to hunt isolated Shunshur, accumulate resources, and await the dog for one final attempt. Shall I prepare dinner? Yusahan inquired, her concern for Xiao Lu prompting her to consider cooking some pork infused with resources to see if Xiao Lu was nearby. Typically, whenever they cooked, Xiao Lu would position himself outside the kitchen window. Let us wait a moment. Su Wanli glanced at the time. It was only 4:04. There is still time. Let us first gather some information. How shall we collect it? Yusahan opened a web scraping code, modifying the keyword filters within. Shall we download it directly from the internet? You proceed as you see fit. I will contact someone I know. An acquaintance? Indeed. Su Wanli smiled as he opened his phone contacts, locating the numbers of Huishi and Liang Yukai, sending them a message. If Huishi and the others were still alive, they would undoubtedly have reached the refuge base. The refuge base is enveloped by signal towers, ensuring that everyone has access to the internet and can establish contact. Should communication fail, it's worth a try. After sending the message, he gently set down the person in his arms and turned to gaze out the window, suggesting, shall we disembark and take a stroll? Absolutely, Yusahan replied with enthusiasm. She had long desired to find a place bustling with people, even if there was no interaction. Merely observing other survivors engaged in their activities would provide her with a sense of security, as opposed to awakening to a desolate, white world devoid of human presence. Isn't it concerning that so many individuals are gathered around our bus? Su Wanli pondered, having noticed the crowd of survivors scrutinizing the vehicle. The bus, with its strikingly futuristic design, alternating black and white hues, oversized tires, and protective window grills, was indeed conspicuous. The modifications alone must have taken considerable time, which explained the attention it attracted. Let's discuss it tomorrow, Su Wanli decided, concerned that someone might attempt to commandeer the bus, and he returned to the vehicle. Hey, buddy. A slender young man with bloodshot eyes approached as soon as they boarded. The young man exhibited a rather familiar demeanor, producing a pack of cigarettes, and offered one. Could you share how you acquired this bus? Su Wanli was somewhat taken aback by the young man's straightforwardness. It was not the mere act of conversation that surprised him, but the generosity of offering a cigarette. In the current environment, tobacco and alcohol held greater value than most food items. The young man's directness suggested either a lack of common sense or a desire to gain something from him. Are you interested in acquiring one as well? Su Wanli inquired. Not at all, the young man replied, feigning disappointment, yet he wore a smile, clearly reluctant to light up himself. I'm simply curious. Su Wanli, cigarette in hand, rested his elbow on the window and explained that the bus was acquired from a self-built structure about 10 kilometers from the service area in Malay Town. Upon its return, it was indeed sourced from a self-constructed building, a narrative he felt no need to align with Yusahan on. The young man silently noted the address of the Malay Town service area before exhaling warm breath into his palm and shuffling his feet. You guys must be newcomers to Xian Village, am I right? He asked, clearly aware of the answer. He had been stationed along the main thoroughfare of Xian Village, keenly observant of any incoming vehicles or personnel. Yet, most conversations began with trivialities. Let's exchange contact information. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me this evening. Just a heads up, some confidential inquiries will incur a fee, while others are free of charge. Rest assured, the prices are fair, and there's no deception involved. As dusk approached, the young man hesitated to linger outdoors. The weather forecast indicated sunset at 4:30, and it was already 4:09. He needed to seek shelter indoors. All right, Su Wanli said, scanning the young man's QR code to add him as a contact. The other party sent a note, then tucked the phone into his pocket, lowering his head as he walked towards the nearby self-built apartment. Zhang Juanqing? Su Wanli modified the note for the young man from earlier. Upon opening the young man's moments, he was greeted with a barrage of posts. appearing at a remarkably consistent frequency, around 9 in the morning, noon, and between 7 to 8 in the evening. Some posts bore captivating titles, while others showcased chat screenshots. The content of the screenshots was entirely comprised of successful transactions and customer endorsements. It felt oddly reminiscent. Yu Sahan glanced at the man's phone, sensing an inexplicable familiarity with Zhang Juanxing's moments, yet she couldn't quite place it. A microbusiness, Su Wanli remarked. That young man's moments are consistent with those of previous microbusiness operators. Don't ask how I can tell at a glance. It is simply a profound insight. Let's inquire further. All right. Chapter 165. A manual for the daily activities of survivors within a self-constructed building. Zhang Juanxing lowered his head to unlock the security door. These structures had been temporarily requisitioned by the refuge base to accommodate incoming survivors, of whom he was one. He chose a location not far from the base's entrance, where he could keep a vigilant watch over the main thoroughfare and engage in the trade of information, profiting from disparities in knowledge. Beep, beep. Just returned. Zhang Juanxing opened his notebook to record details about Su Wanli, a man and a woman, along with their black and white bus, which was fortified with protective wire mesh and all-metal panels. For most, this information held little significance, yet for some, it was invaluable. He contacted an associate, meticulously editing and refining the information several times to ensure it was concise and clear before sending it off. That handsome fellow seemed to be doing quite well. I wonder if he might seek me out for a trade. After dispatching the message, Zhang Juanxing set his phone down and murmured to himself. As one of the first survivors to settle in Xian village town, he was well acquainted with the myriad rules of both the town and the refuge base. He had encountered various types of survivors, from pre-apocalypse tycoons to international acquaintances, even individuals clad in training attire. Gradually, he honed his perceptive skills. The moment he spotted the bus, he was 70% certain that its occupants possessed considerable supplies. Approaching the window, spotting Su Wanli at the wheel bolstered his confidence to 80%. Upon seeing Yu Sahan, he was entirely convinced. A young, beautiful woman. The key was her flawless complexion, which alone attested to the wealth of the bus's owner. Alas, I, too, yearned for a delicate, youthful lady. Zhang Juanxing reflected on Yu Sahan's appearance, then gazed at the darkened interior, letting out a heavy sigh. It was time to prepare dinner. He opened a concealed compartment storing food, revealing only a single pack of instant noodles and a half-eaten chocolate bar. Sigh, I hope to commence business soon. He opened the instant noodles, breaking off half, placing it in a bowl, and skillfully constructed a fire pit to boil water for the noodles. As the calamity persisted, food became increasingly scarce. His business grew ever more precarious. If he did not resume trading, he would have no choice but to join other survivors in the refuge base, laboring in the grueling tasks of moving stones or construction materials, succumbing to frostbite and exhaustion. More importantly, his family awaited his return. Meanwhile, in the bus, Su Wanli and Yu Sahan were each engaged in their own tasks. Su Wanli reached out to Zhang Juanxing to inquire about matters concerning Xian village town and the refuge base, while Yu Sahan employed web-scraping techniques to filter and download valuable information, intending to analyze it together with him later that evening. Ding dong, ding dong. The incessant notifications from his phone drew Su Wanli's attention. Upon checking, he discovered that 90% of the messages originated from survivors in service areas, only now being received due to the restored network. This is a response from Zhang Juanxing. Sugu, how may I assist you? Please share the precautions regarding Xian village town and the refuge base. Su Wanli typed back, not inquiring about the price. When it comes to valuable information, the other party will proactively offer it. All right. The response came swiftly, followed by the transmission of a document. Here is a compilation of essential points. Feel free to ask me if Sugu has any questions, and if convenient, we can communicate via voice. A compilation? Su Wanli clicked on the document. Inside, there were scattered pieces of information totaling several hundred words, appearing somewhat intricate, yet this was the abridged version. The title was in bold, Survivor's Daily Activity Manual. It seemed to be a creation of the refuge base. Upon reading the contents of the manual, he noted, one must wear a filtration mask outdoors, and the duration of stay outside should not exceed 2 hours. Otherwise, the risk of mutation due to excessive inhalation of unknown substances increases. A stay outdoors of no more than 2 hours? Su Wanli was quite skeptical. He had spent several hours outside daily with Su and Kaya for nearly half a month without any issues. Doubtful, he tagged the survivor's daily activity manual, intending to discuss it later with Su and Kaya while nestled in bed after dinner, and continued reading the subsequent information. Return to the building before sunset. Dual earplugs must be worn to block out sounds from the dense fog. If encountering fog illusions, one must remain stationary until the illusion dissipates. If confronted by unknown new creatures, immediate escape is imperative. Do not hesitate. A total of 17 points. Su Wanli's expression grew increasingly grave as he scrutinized the content. The information summarized by the refuge base nearly aligned with their previous experiences, with only slight discrepancies. The first was the risk of mutation after exceeding 2 hours outdoors, which could not be dismissed, as he and Yusahan were novices, not ordinary individuals. The second was regarding sound. Multiple earplugs could not guarantee complete isolation from the sounds produced by the fog simulation, based on his personal experience. As for the other 15 points, they were undeniably accurate, especially the information concerning illusions. Had they known this initially, they would not have lost their way for several hours, nearly unable to find the building before nightfall. Quite intriguing. After finishing the survivor's activity manual, Su Wanli became even more interested in the revelations from the refuge base. Not wishing to squander time sifting through the internet, he sent a message directly to Zhang Juanqing. Provide some premium content. Premium content? Came the instant reply. This phrase, laden with implications prior to the disaster, was not merely about the implications but rather about understanding the client's needs. Different clients have different requirements. Charging fees must also ensure that customers perceive exceptional value. Suga wants to know about which aspect? People. People? In the small bedroom, Zhang Juanqing, wrapped in a blanket while sipping noodle broth, was momentarily taken aback. This time, he was genuinely perplexed, anticipating the client's inquiries about the refuge base, the resource points surrounding Xian Village Town, the trading regulations in the new regions, or information concerning the Xuanqi, dense fog, and newly discovered creature. Zhang Juanqing was entirely unprepared for the client's interest in human beings. Could it be a search for someone? With this thought, he typed out an inquiry. Brother Su, are you looking for someone? No, not at all. Upon reading the response, Zhang Juanqing fell into a contemplative silence. Doubts began to creep in regarding the potential of this client. Information about people. If it was not a search for someone, then what could it be? Buzzing. The vibration of his phone jolted Zhang Juanqing back to reality as he unlocked the screen to check the messages. If you don't know, then never mind. Let us discuss the refuge base and Xian Village Town. Food is not an issue. Upon reading these two messages, Zhang Juanqing's eyes lit up. He had known it all along. This client was undoubtedly a wealthy magnate, brimming with potential. Setting aside his instant noodle bowl, he focused intently on his reply. Chapter 166. Firearms. Xian Village Town is markedly distinct from the mile service area. The most significant difference lies in the presence of armed soldiers conducting regular patrols and the unique teams assigned to rescue missions, whose outings and returns lack any set schedule or fixed routes, thereby instilling a sense of trepidation in many ambitious individuals. This is one of the primary reasons why numerous people prefer to remain in Xian Village Town rather than seek refuge in the evacuation base. Order prevails in Xian Village Town. Thus far, no survivor has dared to challenge the authority of the evacuation base, as everyone is wary of transgressing the established rules. However, some individuals still seek to exploit the loopholes discreetly. These very gaps are the information Su Wanli yearns to uncover. Brother Su, what specific information do you wish to ascertain? Zhang Juanqing paused his responses to others, fixating on the chat interface with Su Wanli, cautiously probing for insights. He felt free to inquire about matters related to Xian Village Town, yet he refrained from mentioning the evacuation base. The circumstances surrounding the evacuation base are unique. Certain information is not meant for dissemination, while other aspects remain elusive and exceedingly complex, rendering them unsuitable for barter. As the messages were transmitted, Zhang Juanqing anxiously awaited a reply. Yet, as each second ticked by without any response, his anxiety intensified, leading his mind to wander. This was the only client in over 10 days who exhibited a willingness to trade and possessed ample supplies, directly impacting his living conditions for the upcoming period and even his future plans. He could not afford to lose this opportunity lightly. Ding. Just as Zhang Juanqing was on the verge of reaching out again, a new message popped up on the chat screen. Upon reading the message, the smile that had yet to blossom on his face abruptly froze. Firearms. The corners of Zhang Juanqing's mouth twitched involuntarily. The client's request was for firearms, ranging from heavy anti-material sniper rifles to compact handguns. Yet, if he could procure modern weaponry, why would he need to linger on the main road daily, waiting for newcomers to probe and barter? Brother Su, I regret to inform you that there are no channels for acquiring advanced firearms, Zhang Juanqing replied, deliberately leaving room for negotiation. While he could not obtain cutting-edge weaponry, he was aware that makeshift firearms, such as shotguns, were clandestinely manufactured by local power brokers within Xian Village Town, who had been able to amass substantial living supplies through their homemade weaponry. However, such matters must remain concealed. Having navigated the intricacies of Xian Village Town for over 10 days, relying on the trade of information for resources, Zhang Juanqing had only recently become familiar with the influence of these local powers. He was acutely aware of what could be disclosed and what must be kept under wraps. Su Wanli, for the moment, was not worthy of trust. The information regarding homemade firearms could not be easily shared, but there were certainly other topics to discuss. If Brother Su is interested in trading or procuring supplies, I could recommend a specific location. Where? This time, the reply came swiftly from the other end. Zhang Juanqing, having gleaned a general sense of the client's needs, blew warm breath onto his frostbitten fingers and typed rapidly. The Black Market in Xian Village Town. The Black Market is an enterprise formed by several local power brokers, lacking a fixed location or set hours. There are 3 avenues through which the Black Market operates. Firstly, there was an operation organized by a local tyrant, yielding a substantial bounty. Secondly, the personnel at the refuge base regularly emerged to barter for their respective supplies. And thirdly, affluent individuals like Su Wanli arrived, necessitating the exchange of goods and the gathering of intelligence. Such activities were tacitly permitted by the refuge base. It is said that the soldiers stationed there are the primary conduits of the black market. What wares can one find in the black market? It entirely depends on Su's desires. Zhang Juanqing's face bore a faint smile. It is indeed a favorable sign when clients exhibit interest. He opened a document and selected several appropriate phrases from hundreds of common sayings, meticulously copying and pasting them for Su Wanli. The black market is overseen by several individuals of considerable influence, and should Su bring in over 100 pounds of food or 30 pounds of meat, arrangements could be made for a private opening. Furthermore, the administrators of the black market would preemptively gather the items Su desired. In addition to this, during the operating hours of the black market, many individuals would also sell their surplus or unwanted possessions. In simpler terms, the black market in Shinsuan Town functions as a temporary trading hub. Everyone can be a customer or a merchant, exchanging necessary goods. The administrators of the black market hold an additional role. They collect a 20% transaction fee to maintain order and ensure the safety of the traders. This fee is quite steep, yet no one voices dissent. This raises a few eyebrows. Is there someone from the refuge base backing it? Su Wanli pondered. It would be implausible for the black market to operate smoothly without the refuge base's support. Indifferent to the profit motives of the black market, he listed a series of supplies and sent them to the counterpart. I can bring 50 pounds of staple food and 30 pounds of meat to the black market. The exchange list is as follows: stab-resistant clothing, crossbow bolts, sharp tools including, but not limited to tang swords, broadswords, cleavers, and two-handed swords, as well as vegetables and fruits. Red and white wines, coal, canned goods. Regardless of their immediate utility, I shall first document them on the list. Considering that some items on the list hold significant value, it is unlikely that ordinary food would suffice for a trade. After a moment's contemplation, he added, I will also bring 10 packs of cigarettes. Cigarettes are gradually becoming a form of special currency. Those who manage the black market are not in need of ordinary food. Yet cigarettes and fine spirits may not be easily scavenged or distributed. Su Wanli felt assured these supplies would undoubtedly suffice for the black market's opening. I shall convey this immediately and provide you with a response by tomorrow. The other party replied with several messages. Zhang Juanqing glanced at the content casually before setting his phone aside. The absence of any mention of fees indicated that the information regarding the black market was not difficult to ascertain, and Zhang Juanqing's connections with the black market managers would likely yield some rewards after the market's closure. This indeed resembled the workings of a refuge base. No longer preoccupied with thoughts of the black market, Su Wanli wrapped his arm around Yu Sahan's slender waist, resting his head against her neck, and with his eyes half closed, inquired, What shall we have for dinner tonight? Pork? Chicken? Upon hearing the name of a dish, Su Wanli furrowed his brows and opened his eyes. They had not consumed vegetables for over 10 days. The meals had been monotonously centered around pork and chicken, which had become somewhat tiresome. Let us cultivate vegetables, he proposed. Given the stability of the refuge base's environment, it was now feasible for them to attempt gardening. Without delving into other matters, Su Wanli had considerable experience in pot cultivation, growing common crops such as chives, scallions, and tomatoes. His favorite pastime was to plant a small pot of scallions, allowing him to easily enhance the aroma of his noodle dishes or fried eggs with a few freshly picked greens. This had almost become a habit. When shall we start planting? Yu Sahan inquired, her eyes sparkling as she paused her work to glance back at him. It was not only Su Wanli who felt a bit weary of the repetitive meals, she too found it difficult to enjoy her food. The past couple of days had featured pork infused with mediating agents, which had prevented waste. Had it been chicken or ordinary pork chops, they would have barely managed 2 bowls of rice. We shall begin tomorrow. Most of the seeds they had gathered were in packets. These seeds required seedling bags for nurturing. Cultivating the seedlings in these bags before transplanting them into pots would enhance the likelihood of healthy growth. Let's inquire with that fellow about where to find seedling bags. Chapter 167. Kindness. The pedestrians on the street bore expressions tinged with a semblance of numbness. Their eyes only sparkled with a hint of brightness upon seeing a newly arrived vehicle or unfamiliar faces. Brother, sister, could you spare some food? Approached a small boy, no older than 4 or 5. He was clad in an oversized down jacket, his limbs enveloped snugly within its ample fabric, as he stood outside the kitchen window, peering eagerly at the two inside. My sister and I haven't eaten for 2 days. She hasn't woken up this morning. Could you possibly share some food? Anything would suffice. My sister isn't picky. The boy pointed to a few meters away, where a woman carried a similarly aged little girl on her back. The woman's gaze was filled with hope as she looked toward the bus, inhaling the tantalizing aroma of meat wafting through the air. Her cracked lips instinctively licking in anticipation. They had not tasted warm food in many days. Sister? Su Wanli turned to glance at the mother and daughter nearby before lowering his gaze to the small boy, hesitating momentarily. This family of 3 had clearly been without sustenance for quite some time, their frail bodies betraying their weakness. He could discern that the boy's demeanor was somewhat timid, unlike that of a habitual beggar. Yet, he knew that once they offered food, more would come seeking their share. Reminiscent of children in impoverished nations approaching foreigners in the street, uttering nothing but money, money. Shall we take a stroll and inquire about their situation? Yu Sahan suggested softly. Let us not venture too far, just move around the vicinity. Very well, Su Wanli acquiesced. The two returned to their resting area, rummaging through a storage box beneath the bed for a few chocolate bars. Each took 4 or 5 to carry with them, ensuring they were also armed. Don't stray too far from the vehicle. If anything seems amiss, return immediately. Understood. A smile played at the corners of Yu Sahan's mouth. She relished the feeling of being cared for and looked after, reaching out to grasp the man's hand as they descended from the vehicle, one before the other. I'll chat with the little one, while you speak with their mother. As dusk settled in, the temperature outside plummeted, the biting wind seeping through the seams of their clothing. The snow blanketing the street had not been cleared by snowplows, packed tightly by passing vehicles and pedestrians alike. Stepping onto it, the ground felt so hard that it sent a jolt of pain through his numb feet. Brother, called the small boy, his cheeks reddened from the cold, as he awaited by the driver's side door. Upon noticing that Su Wanli held no steaming food in his hands, disappointment was unmistakably etched across his face. Yet, he did not relent. Could you spare us some food? I could help wash your car. Plop. Su Wanli remained silent, lighting a cigarette and casually surveying his surroundings, where numerous eyes were trained upon them. How long have you been in Shinsu in town? 5 days, the boy replied swiftly, as if he had been counting each day meticulously. Why not enter the refuge base? Su Wanli inquired once more. I heard there are job opportunities at the refuge base, and securing a position there would grant us food. Isn't that so? Indeed, the young boy replied earnestly with a nod. However, my mother insists that we must wait at the entrance for father, otherwise he would be greatly worried if he couldn't find us. At the mention of his father, a glimmer appeared in his eyes. In his world, father was akin to Ultraman, their steadfast protector, a sanctuary from the storm. When father arrives in Xian village town, he will surely bring an abundance of our favorite foods, and my sister will no longer have to suffer from hunger. Su Wanli paused in contemplation before continuing. Did your father not accompany you? My father went to confront the monsters that were tormenting my mother. The boy's voice brimmed with indignation. Those monsters are truly despicable, relentlessly pursuing us. Father instructed mother to take my sister and me away first, urging me to act like a man and look after them. Thus, I must now request food from you like a true man. Confronting monsters. Su Wanli sighed. From the boy's description, it was evident that his father had sacrificed himself to buy time for the mother and children to escape, but had not returned. Su Wanli exhaled a puff of white mist. It was understandable. Even a common monster posed challenges beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. He refrained from further inquiries and casually asked, Where have you been staying during your days in Xian village town? We're residing in a building, the boy replied without hesitation. The building referred to the structures flanking the roads, commandeered by the refuge base to provide shelter for survivors. Most opted to inhabit the lower floors, as few were willing to ascend to the higher levels. We haven't ventured inside, but I know of a place that many people enjoy visiting. What place? This time, the boy hesitated before responding. He gazed at Su Wanli, his eyes filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, his eagerness received no reply. To the north of the village. North of the village? Su Wanli extinguished his cigarette and frowned. It was several kilometers to the north, and he questioned the boy's knowledge of that area. Things are not as they once were. Given the depth of the snow outside, it is improbable for you to trek to the north and gather information. I know. The boy lowered his head. An uncle told my mother that food can be exchanged there. Su Wanli shook his head slightly, discarding the cigarette but into a nearby trash bin and waving his hand dismissively. You may leave. I have no surplus food. Brother, please just give a little. The boy implored anxiously. My sister hasn't eaten all day. She fell asleep last night and hasn't woken up since. He was oblivious to the concepts of life and death, only wishing to alleviate his sister's suffering. I'm not lying. Many uncles and aunts go to the north of the village. The words of the little boy seemed unaffected by the thick fog, his voice carried by the wind. Survivors within the nearby building instinctively leaned forward, their attention fixated on Su Wanli's actions. Unable to comprehend the words, Su Wanli grasped the boy's collar, lifting him effortlessly half a meter and sending him away. Scram. I'm sorry. A somewhat feeble voice responded. A woman, who had been conversing with Sahan, hurried over, grasping the boy by the arm, incessantly apologizing to Su Wanli as she retreated. Only upon reaching the stairway did she turn and ascend swiftly. Did the child provoke you? Sahan found herself both amused and exasperated. She harbored a certain apprehension towards children. When Su Wanli reprimanded the boy, her immediate reaction was to defend the child. Am I truly so petty? Su Wanli retorted, lightly flicking Sahan's forehead. He then gazed at the retreating figures, a smile gracing his face. A brief scolding was merely a prelude to offering them a few chocolates as a form of recompense. Within the limits of his ability, he didn't mind assisting the vulnerable in exchange for a clearer understanding of his own thoughts. He took the little hand of the girl holding the pickled fish and led her towards the car. When did you give them chocolates? Sahan inquired, her face a mask of surprise. How come I didn't see that? If you could see it, so could others. Humph. I can guess it must have been when you grabbed the little boy's collar, right? Chapter 168. Disconnection. The following morning, at 8:30. A biting cold wind howled through the air, stirring up the fine snow atop the accumulated drifts, which fell upon the few pedestrians scattered about, bringing with it a piercing chill. Leaden gray clouds hung heavily in the sky, as if shrouded in an impenetrable gloom, enveloping the town of Xian Village. A low, resonant sound echoed from the direction of the refuge base. A snowplow, its bright fog lights flashing, moved slowly along the main thoroughfare of Xian Village, clearing away the thick blanket of snow that had fallen the previous night. As the vehicle progressed with deliberate slowness, it sprayed a copious amount of de-icing agent onto the sides of the road. The distinctive sound of the snowplow seemed to possess a certain enchantment, penetrating the tightly shut windows of the buildings on either side, awakening the survivors within. Is it already 8:30? On the second floor of a self-built structure, Zhang Juanqing wearily opened his eyes, cocooned in a heavy quilt, yet still feeling the relentless chill invading his body. The bed was frigid, and the air beyond it was even more biting. Rising from bed, a task once mundane, had become an arduous challenge. While remaining under the covers might offer a temporary reprieve from the cold, it would also lead to a more severe test of survival. Not cold. Hiss. Not cold at all. Huh. Zhang Juanqing incessantly engaged in self-hypnosis within his mind. Wrapped in his thick quilt, he trembled as he climbed out of bed, quickly donning his heavy coat and winter hat before lowering his head and stepping outside. Knock, knock, knock. Outside, a series of knocks echoed. In the bus bunk, Su Wanli, who had been sleeping by the window, opened his eyes, propping himself up to view the outside through the wire mesh. Your vehicle cannot remain on the main road. Move it to another location, came the impatient voice from outside. Several nearby roads were designated for rescue operations, with snowplows dispatched by the refuge base both in the morning and afternoon to ensure clear passage. The operators of the snowplows were, in fact, hired survivors. Burdened with heavy responsibilities, they had little patience for idle chatter. Quickly moved to the parking area. Parking area? Su Wanli surveyed the snowplow outside, recalling that it had arrived in Xian Village around 3 o'clock the previous afternoon, unaware that parking was prohibited along the roadside. Zhang Juanqing had not mentioned it, and neither had the family of 3. He had assumed it was permissible to park anywhere. Yes, the voice outside softened somewhat, perhaps noticing Su Wanli's rosy complexion and deeming him less troublesome, gesturing toward the roadside. There are signs along the roadside, simply follow them. This directive had been issued by the refuge base the day prior. Parking was forbidden on the main thoroughfare, and any vehicles left unremoved by this afternoon would be towed away, treated as abandoned, and sent to a junkyard for parts recovery. Announced in the early hours of the previous night? Su Wanli realized. No wonder Zhang Juanqing had not mentioned it. He likely had been unaware as well. Turning his gaze to the walls of the buildings lining the street, he noted the new, conspicuous directional signs that had emerged overnight, guiding survivors toward the parking area. All right. We shall depart shortly. With a promise, he closed the partition. What's the matter? From her warm cocoon, Sahan poked her head out, rubbing her eyes in a daze. The man's posture created a gap in the blanket, allowing the cold air to seep in, chilling her skin and prompting her to instinctively nestle closer to him. In the early hours of the morning, the refuge base had issued a directive to clear vehicles from the roads. Oh, the two paid little heed. It was quite ordinary for the refuge base to regulate the roads. These routes were frequently traversed by rescue convoys, and an excess of survivors' vehicles would inevitably hinder traffic. Shall we have instant noodles for breakfast? Sure. They lingered under the covers for a few more minutes before rising to dress, steering the bus towards the designated parking area as indicated by roadside signs. Last night, that stray dog had not appeared. It was uncertain whether it had been captured by a survivor or simply failed to keep up. Su Wanli was reluctant to squander the pork, which held potential for sustenance, preferring to preserve it for later. Quite a number of people are living in RVs. The parking area was a spacious plaza, filled with various types of recreational vehicles. Buses like theirs were rare, with only one or two in sight. Most were smaller RVs, around 4 to 5 meters in length. Outside the vehicles, survivors were seen shoveling snow to boil water or disposing of waste. Several large trash bins lined the edge of the parking lot, periodically serviced by garbage collection vehicles. Damn, whose bus is that? It feels like our RV is from a bygone era while theirs belongs to the future. Such a profound sense of disconnection. Speaking of disconnect, who would imagine that the parking lot in Yangqing would be blanketed in snow, over a meter deep on roads untouched for days? Is this really Yangqing? Even northern cities rarely see such depths. Aren't we expecting sunshine tomorrow? We'll need to take out blankets and clothes to dry them. Otherwise, when the cold front returns, we shall have nothing to wear. I do wish to venture outside to scavenge for supplies. Survivors in the parking lot cast them complex glances upon seeing the bus. Its ample space suggested a capacity for considerable supplies, yet conversely, it required substantial fuel. However, once they safely reached Xian village town, fuel concerns would dissipate, and the bus's spaciousness would afford a more comfortable living arrangement. Are they staring at us? Su Wanli considered the bus's conspicuous appearance and pondered whether to apply a fresh coat of paint. Yet, while colors could be altered, the structure could not. The bus's design was inherently different from ordinary vehicles, and merely changing its hue would yield little practical benefit. Perhaps it was best to let things be. Ding dong. Upon parking, a notification pinged on his phone. Su Wanli engaged the handbrake, retrieved his phone, and saw a message and location sent by Zhang Juanqing. Su Ge. The black market will open tomorrow at 1:30 p.m., located at 888 Yinyang Road, on the 3rd floor of Xian Village. In this digital age, one can simply click on the location sent by the other party to access navigation. The two of them will be able to pinpoint the black market's whereabouts. After enjoying some instant noodles, we shall venture there to scout the area. Once we finish our meal, they will arm themselves and disembark from the vehicle. It would be ideal if that dog could accompany us. With no one guarding the bus, a sense of unease lingers. At this moment, Su Wanli cannot help but recall the rural dog. If all else fails, we shall see if we can procure something at the refuge base. However, the dogs at the refuge base are not reliable. Why is that? That rural dog managed to survive alone for several days, proving to be stronger than the others, while the dogs at the refuge base might not endure even a single night outdoors. Chapter 169. The shifts in global dynamics in an open-air parking lot. A petite girl, approximately 1.5 meters tall, lay sprawled on a sofa, cocooned in 2 thick quilts. She indulged in vacuum-packaged steamed cake while perusing the latest developments on her laptop. The islands of the Cherry Blossom Nation had been submerged by rising waters, rendering them utterly frozen. How splendid! With their territory encased in ice, the inhabitants of the Cherry Blossom Nation found themselves bereft of shelter. In a day or two, when the weather cleared up, tomorrow would be a rare day of good weather, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to board flights to other countries. Refugee bases in cities such as Sheep City, Hang City, Deep City, and the Tibetan regions were in dire need of personnel, perhaps attracting a few talented individuals. The arrival of new labor would surely expedite the construction projects at these bases. The girl shifted slightly, pulling the quilts tighter around her. She resumed her gaze at her phone. The Pickled Vegetable Nation had proclaimed its hope for a united front among nations to weather the storm. Such eloquence. Was it not simply a sign that the beautiful nation was too preoccupied with its own woes to extend any support to the Pickled Vegetable Nation? A united front? Ridiculous. They clearly sought to drag other nations down with them. Who, in these times, would care to engage with the Pickled Vegetable Nation? Wait. Blue Planet was on the brink of entering a new ice age, and the beautiful nation had reached out to the Dragon Nation, inviting other countries to collaboratively establish underground survival bases. An ice age. The girl sat up abruptly, her eyes wide with astonishment as she absorbed the information circulating on the dark web. This material had only just been uploaded. The informant was a compatriot residing in the beautiful nation. When the calamity first struck, this individual had hastily boarded a private jet to seek refuge in the beautiful nation. However, before he even disembarked, he received news of the airport's downfall and was forced to land at a private estate's airstrip, struggling to survive. Now, Disseminating information about the impending ice age, he hoped to garner assistance to return home. But wait, isn't an ice age supposed to be unpredictable? The girl's mind was awash with confusion. Yet, she sensed that the compatriot was not lying. She burrowed deeper into her blankets and began typing fervently to search for related information. To her surprise, the more she searched, the more alarming the revelations became. It was not just the beautiful nation seeking multifaceted and profound cooperation with the dragon. Neighboring nations, the sun never sets empire, the gentleman-s nation, curry nation, pickled vegetable nation, and cherry blossom nation, among hundreds of others, were all participating in online conferences to discuss collaborative efforts. The girl's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Perhaps it was not entirely implausible. She turned to gaze at the dim, oppressive sky outside, murmuring to herself, if any country were to endure this apocalypse, it would undoubtedly be the dragon nation. Even the technologically advanced beautiful nation lagged behind the dragon when it came to infrastructure. While the beautiful nation might create a refuge with a self-sustaining ecosystem, the capacity for survivors it could accommodate, the stability of its defenses, and the time required for construction would fall far short of expectations. Moreover, given the current environment, possessing technology may not guarantee successful construction. In such times, the significance of infrastructure becomes apparent. If cooperation is achieved, a considerable influx of survivors from other nations is inevitable. The onset of the Ice Age precludes large-scale cultivation of crops and the rearing of poultry. As the population increases without a corresponding rise in food production, securing sustenance will become increasingly arduous. With this thought in mind, the young girl swiftly switched to her messaging application, locating a contact saved as sister. She began to type furiously, urging her to find every possible means to stockpile food. Although such conversations were commonplace between them, this time felt different. Their competitors were not merely fellow compatriots. Soon, foreign individuals would join the fray. She decided to reach out to Zhang Juanqing for information. After receiving a response from her sister, she quickly sent another message to Zhang Juanqing. This was not their first collaboration. The intelligence she gathered from the dark web was primarily executed by Zhang Juanqing. The spoils from their information trade were divided at a ratio of 70 to 30, with Zhang taking the larger share. Zhang, have you informed that big shot in the black market when it will reopen? If not, hold off on telling him. We'll devour that 50 pounds of staple food and 30 pounds of meat ourselves this time. We'll split it 70 to 30. Inside the bus, Su Wanli and Yu Sahan returned after a brief exploration. They familiarized themselves with the street conditions and the distribution of survivors. To their surprise, most individuals resided in the lower levels of street-side buildings, with those living in vehicles outnumbering those in the structures by a factor of 2. The self-built buildings were bustling during the day as survivors returned with food requiring preparation, only to retreat to their vehicles at night for rest. Many deemed the vehicles to be safer than the buildings. In the event of an attack by the Shinki or other monstrosities, they could promptly drive away rather than be trapped inside and await their doom. This revelation was somewhat unexpected. Su Wanli shook the snowflakes from his clothing, hung his coat on a hook in the resting area, and then the two reclined on the sofa to begin sorting through the spoils of their outing. The location of the Yanshan refuge base under siege by the Shinki army was due north, in Fansuin town. Xian village, situated directly south, was conveniently separated from the refuge base by the Shinki. Presently, it was relatively safe. The intelligence they gathered during their reconnaissance primarily concerned the positioning of the Shinki forces. As early as the Milei mountain service area, they were informed of the relentless assault on the Yangqing refuge base by the Shinki army, and upon reaching the outskirts of the refuge, it was imperative to ascertain the Shinki's whereabouts to maintain a safe distance. The number of Shinki around Xian village was limited. If they wished to hunt the Shinki, they would need to venture quite far, to areas untouched by survivors, while also scavenging for essential supplies. Ideally, they hoped to acquire a water heater and find a skilled technician to install it in their bathroom, thus eliminating the need to boil water in buckets for evening baths, which was both time-consuming and wasteful of electricity. Yu Sahan was aware that Su Wanli was gathering intelligence, likely in preparation for the hunt of the Xuanqi. Therefore, she took the initiative to analyze the situation. Since altering a man's decision was futile, she resolved to excel in her duties. The fewer Xuanqi, the better. Su Wanli remarked. The defenses of Xiansuan town were rather feeble. Should a large-scale emergence of Xuanqi occur, it could very well resemble wolves among sheep, leaving the survivors with little chance of escape. Suddenly, a roar echoed from outside. This was a distinctive sound made by the Xuanqi when summoning others. Both of them were well acquainted with it. However, wasn't there a scarcity of Xuanqi in Xiansuan town? Why then did they hear the call? Or perhaps it was merely an auditory illusion conjured by the dense fog. Chapter 170. The Truth in Hand. At the outskirts of Xian village town, two soldiers clad in protective gear huddled by the second-floor window, surveying the external situation. Within the same room, two comrades were asleep, while several personnel sat before computers, monitoring surveillance feeds. The images on the screens were not static. The existing detection instruments were severely hampered by dense fog, rendering them incapable of providing accurate intelligence. These surveillance visuals were captured in real time by a patrol unit comprised of mechanical dogs, operating through a specialized algorithm tailored for detecting mirages. Should a mirage be detected within the effective range, an alert would be immediately relayed back to the information center, where staff would discern and identify the situation before deciding whether to notify other departments. Currently, the accuracy of alerts from the mechanical dogs stood at 66, a figure that had seen widespread application in fixed-route patrols. However, aside from mirages, the mechanical dogs remained unable to recognize other life forms, their database significantly lacking in data on various organisms. Beep, beep, beep. The mechanical dogs transmitted their alert signals. The two vigilant soldiers and their resting comrades remained motionless. They had grown accustomed to such sounds, having heard them numerous times throughout the night. Beep, 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 beep. Suddenly, a barrage of alert signals erupted from the computer. The eyes of the two guarding soldiers sharpened as they raised their weapons, peering through the scopes to scrutinize the outside. The two soldiers who had been sleeping abruptly opened their eyes, grasping their rifles and crouching to the observation point by the window, remaining alert to any movements below while awaiting feedback from the information team. Outside, bright fog lights illuminated a range of several kilometers. This area marked the operational range of the mechanical dog units, with a signal armored vehicle positioned as a relay station in the center. To the naked eye, soldiers could barely see beyond 10 meters. The first mechanical dog captured images of a small-scale mirage moving towards Sien Village town at direction A1212. The second mechanical dog recorded another small-scale mirage advancing towards Sien Village town at direction B0101, and the fourth mechanical dog detected. The information team as colleague relayed the intelligence swiftly and clearly. The expressions of the soldiers on guard grew increasingly grave. The simultaneous emergence of small-scale mirages from multiple directions indicated an organized offensive, suggesting the presence of intelligent monsters behind them. Intelligent mirages. This implied that a large-scale mirage threat loomed towards Sien Village town. The first mechanical dog was destroyed, followed by the second. One by one, the computer screens flickered into static. The information team members hastily gathered their equipment, preparing to evacuate. Their mission was complete. This information was synchronized with the refuge base, where the leadership would determine the deployment of combat units and the necessary firepower based on the intelligence provided. Meanwhile, the clerical personnel, untrained in coordinated tactical maneuvers, would retreat to the safety of the rear. They would pull back the defensive line, providing cover for their colleagues in the information team to withdraw. A squad leader issued commands, and the team members acknowledged with a reply before shouldering their weapons and proceeding to their designated firing positions. Simultaneously, vigilant soldiers stationed in other buildings swiftly advanced towards the firing points. Tanks gradually emerged from various street corners. Their cannons aimed toward the direction indicated by intelligence reports regarding the Xuanqi. Behind the tanks, armored vehicles laden with ammunition followed closely, while the seasoned Special Operations team dispersed to prepare for the impending battle. Heavy firepower unleashed a barrage, and the remaining Xuanqi that breached the defensive line were met with a formidable array of heavy machine guns, rifles, and sniper positions. Roar! The Xuanqi moved with astonishing speed. Almost as soon as the soldiers arrived at their posts, the air erupted with the Xuanqi's ferocious roars. Within mere seconds, their vision was filled with towering, grayish-white humanoid monsters. The sound was akin to the firecrackers of a Southern New Year celebration. Upon sighting the Xuanqi, the soldiers unleashed a frenzied barrage upon the targets. Those monsters, which could easily rend a person apart, were obliterated by a flurry of bullets resembling points of light. The acrid scent of gunpowder permeated the air, and before their eyes, one Xuanqi after another fell. What a thrill! Damn it! I had long anticipated giving those monsters a severe lesson in Fan Village. Aha! Is this the sensation of holding the truth in one's hands? These creatures are not as resilient as they seem. Everyone, remain vigilant. There are reports of new species invading from the military factory that have yet to be subdued. Conserve ammunition. With overwhelming firepower and the truth at their disposal, the sight ignited a fervor within the frontline soldiers. The fear they harbored towards the Xuanqi rapidly diminished as bullets rained down. The Xuanqi were by no means invincible. Attention, everyone. As ammunition continued to rain down, the captain's voice crackled through the headsets. A large number of mutated, deformed Xuanqi have appeared 225 meters ahead. Do not conserve ammunition. Fire with all your might. Quickly. We must not allow them to advance. Boom, boom, boom. Just as his words fell, the ground trembled slightly. Through layers of thick fog, they beheld the blossoming of artillery shells, and in the fleeting moments between explosions, countless Shuanchi surged forth like an unstoppable tide, including over 100 large, mutated, deformed Shuanchi. Their speed far exceeded that of ordinary Shuanchi. In the blink of an eye, some of these abominations broke through the fog and circumvented the firepower, crashing into the buildings. The soldiers within the structures were caught off guard, unable to redirect their weapons before losing real-time visuals. At night, visibility for humans and machines alike was at its lowest. The Shuanchi, being nocturnal predators, seemed to exploit this weakness, coordinating their attacks on the defense at the most opportune moment when humans were at their most fatigued. However, this time, the Shuanchi's resolve to attack was particularly unwavering, disregarding their own losses as they breached the line of fire, forcefully tearing open a gap in the defenses. A 2 firing point has fallen. The B-31 firepower point has fallen. Several strongholds have vanished, intensifying the pressure on soldiers stationed at other locations. In the direction of the refuge base, armored vehicles and tanks continuously surge forth, heading toward the front lines for support. Fortunately, the roads were cleared during the day. The nighttime streets, devoid of survivors, allow the armored vehicles and tanks to reach the defensive lines with utmost speed, providing a much-needed respite to the beleaguered front. Aren't these mirages at Fan Village Town? Within a command armored vehicle, an officer gazes at the footage relayed from the front lines, his brow furrowing in concern. The two sides had been locked in a standoff at Fan Village Town for over a fortnight. What could have prompted such a sudden shift in direction? Chapter 171. The Fall, parking area. Many individuals, upon hearing the anguished cries of Shuanchi, paid little heed. They possessed unwavering confidence in the formidable firepower of the refuge base, engrossed in their own activities, whether cocooned in their blankets, resting their eyes, or distracted by their mobile devices. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of gunfire erupted. A collective pause ensued. Such commotion was typically characteristic of Fan Village Town. Was it not? Before they could regain their composure, the distinctive roar of tank engines reached their ears. Survivors at the fringe of the parking area witnessed armored vehicles racing by and soldiers, fully armed, sprinting towards the combat zone, laden with ammunition boxes. Was it the Shuanchi army assaulting Fan Village Town? A young man from Fan Village shivered at the thought. In the next instant, he dashed to the driver's seat. Igniting the engine of his car and steering towards the refuge base, his mind fixated on a singular thought: escape to safety. Hurry, the youth shouted, urging those around him. Still in a daze, his concern was not born out of compassion. The routes leading to the refuge base were limited, and with thousands of survivors' vehicles parked in the area, any uproar could easily block the roads. Yet, he felt compelled to warn them. In his line of sight, soldiers clad in protective gear, weapons drawn, guarded the exit. Alone, he could not break through. Stay put. Several soldiers obstructed his path. At this critical moment, as the troops provided support to the front lines, the main thoroughfares could not be compromised by the vehicles of survivors, nor could congestion be permitted to delay military operations. Clear the way. The young man rolled down his window, his voice strained with urgency. Why are you stopping me from fighting the monsters? Move aside. I need to enter the refuge base. Establish a security perimeter. The soldier disregarded the youth as pleas and signaled to his comrades. The remaining soldiers unfurled their caution tape, encircling the parking area. Their message was unequivocal. Until the turmoil outside was quelled, no one could depart from the parking zone. Damn it. Are you all out of your minds? The youth seethed with frustration, exiting his vehicle to confront the soldiers before him. He aimed to seize the initiative, to enter the refuge base before others emerged and the roads became impassable. In this dire time, the refuge base was the sole sanctuary. Why do you aim your weapons at us instead of confronting the monsters? He protested. One warning. The lead soldier's expression was grave. Beside him, two soldiers raised their rifles, their gaze fixed intently upon the youth. Warning, my foot. The young man scoffed at the threat. Although he feared the creatures, he held no fear of the soldiers. Puffing out his chest, he advanced. I don't believe you dare to fire. 2 warnings. The tone grew more severe. Nearby, a comrade chambered around, disengaged the safety, and leveled the barrel at the young man's head. The youth was unmasked, unshielded, and at any moment could transform into a creature of Shuanchi. They had the right to eliminate the risk. As the youth gazed at the ominous muzzle of the firearm, a sudden clarity enveloped his mind. An instinctual realization dawned upon him. Should he take another step forward, his fate might be irrevocably altered. Disheartened, he turned back. He was resolute in his belief that once the others arrived, the soldiers would not dare to obstruct them. The law does not punish the multitude. He surmised that when the surviving crowd swelled to dozens, or even hundreds, the soldiers would inevitably yield. The potential for blockage on the road, hindering the armored vehicles and tanks of the refuge base from reaching the front line promptly, was of no concern to them. Nothing surpassed the value of life. Yet, a curious phenomenon unfolded. After several minutes of waiting, the vehicles gathering in the vicinity numbered only a mere dozen. This paled in comparison to the thousands parked in the designated area. Why were they not advancing? The youth found it hard to believe that the collective awareness of the crowd had risen to such heights. Frustrated, he slapped the steering wheel a few times before steering his vehicle toward the center of the parking area. Positioned there, even if the menacing Shinki breached the defenses, it would be challenging to pinpoint his exact location among the sea of cars. As he drove away, others followed suit, making their way toward the center. They were not foolish, nor were they particularly enlightened. The sheer number of vehicles attempting to depart had led to a gridlock. Nonetheless, many understood that the simultaneous exodus of hundreds or thousands of cars toward the refuge base would inevitably result in congestion. Furthermore, it was evident that the soldiers had received explicit orders to secure all exits of the parking lot. In such extraordinary times, the prospect of gunfire was far from improbable. Was it the new year? Su Wanli, being a southerner, was accustomed to the sounds of fireworks and firecrackers that filled the air on New Year's Eve. And in just a couple of days, it would indeed coincide with the lunar New Year's Eve. However, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he recognized that the commotion outside was not that of celebratory pyrotechnics. Wasn't Xian village town supposed to be safe? Why was there fighting beyond the walls? Uncertainty clouded his thoughts. Yu Sahan turned her gaze towards the flickering flames at the front line, her mind racing back to the events of the day. The refuge base had maintained control over the roads during daylight, possibly anticipating the night's tumult. Indeed, there was something to be said for this refuge base, Su Wanli mused, nodding in agreement. The two were not well versed in the affairs of Xian village town and Fan village town, unaware that the refuge base had no genuine foresight. The clearing and regulation of roads stemmed from the increasing number of survivors parking their vehicles along the sides, obstructing the passage of rescue vehicles. As for the defenses, the refuge base had established varying lines of fire in all four directions, with Fan village town boasting the most formidable firepower. The other three directions were comparatively weaker. Xian village town, in particular, was the least fortified, a fact attributable to its defensible nature, which, when combined with a few tanks, sufficed to withstand an assault from tens of thousands of Shinki troops. However, any force exceeding the tens of thousands would inevitably attract the attention of monitoring posts. Yet, those within the refuge base had not anticipated that the Shinki would adopt an elite strategy, dispatching hundreds of mutated and deformed Shinki as a spearhead to breach the defenses, followed by the ordinary Shinki rushing in to exploit the breach. The Shuanqi are formidable beings, especially in close combat, not to mention the mutated and deformed variants. Should we inquire with the soldiers? No. Su Wanli was startled by Yu Sahan's suggestion. This is not the time for gathering intelligence. We shall wait until the front line stabilizes. In truth, he was even more eager than Yu Sahan to ascertain the situation at the front. If given the chance to engage in battle, or rather, to participate in the cleanup operations, he would be more enthusiastic than anyone else. He pondered whether he could make a trip to the front line once the fighting ceased. The cacophony of gunfire and explosions from outside indicated that they were facing a considerable number of Shuanqi. Su Wanli contemplated the opportunity to scavenge the battlefield after the conflict, to absorb a significant amount of media through the Tuntan mouse, thereby facilitating the quality return of clothing or vehicles. This was indeed a chance for sudden wealth. He held no doubts about the modern firepower. Otherwise, the Yangqing refuge base would have long since succumbed, transforming into a dining hall and breeding ground for the Shuanqi. Perhaps he could consult Zhang Juanqing for a solution. When dealing with specialized matters, one should seek the expertise of professionals. If all else fails, he could offer a few kilograms, or even a dozen, of food as payment in exchange for a reliable and safe method to reach the front line. After all, the 8 treasure porridge and instant noodles in the vehicle have a limited shelf life. Su Wanli and Yu Sahan were not keen on consuming them daily, so trading them for information would not be a loss. Chapter 172. Rearmament in a certain building by the street, Zhang Juanqing. In a state of agitation and restlessness, frantically searched for contacts from beneath his covers. 2 hours prior, he had received distressing news from his long-term partner. Various refuge bases across the country were engaging with leaders from other nations, anticipating the arrival of a substantial influx of foreign talent, including construction engineers, specialized doctors, and botanists within the coming days of clear weather. The arrival of these individuals was poised to disrupt the existing survivors at the refuge bases. Food was the most immediate concern. The challenges faced by ordinary survivors in securing sustenance would likely intensify. This revelation had prompted his partner to entertain thoughts of monopolizing all the provisions in Su Wanli's possession. Whom should he contact first? Zhang Juanqing stared at his phone screen, uncertain of his approach. Human nature is inherently selfish. Upon learning that a large number of foreign survivors were soon to descend upon the refuge base, He felt an uncontrollable urge akin to his partner's to seize the dozens of kilograms of staple foods and meats held by Su Wanli, to ensure a wider array of options. However, this would surely offend someone. The news had already spread. Whether he informed Su Wanli first or the local kingpin of the black market, trouble would ensue. Yet, he could not relinquish the necessity of food. Perhaps he should inquire with his longtime contact, who had an aversion to cilantro, for any additional intelligence. He resolved to proceed cautiously. This individual, who despised cilantro, had met with him only sporadically, primarily for the exchange of goods, and their interactions during these transactions were minimal. They would simply part ways immediately after the exchange. Thus, after a dozen collaborations, he remained unaware of his partner's name. Suddenly, a cacophony of monstrous roars and the sounds of modern weaponry erupted outside. Zhang Juanqing, alarmed, sprang from his bed, neglecting to don his outer garments, and hurried to the window to discern the source of the commotion. The Shinchis have launched an assault on Xian village town? As an ordinary survivor, Zhang Juanqing did not ponder the reasons behind the Shinchi shift in target. His instinct was to flee, to seek refuge within the safety of the base, just as the majority would. However, the sight of armed soldiers on the street below quelled his impulse to descend. At that moment, the risk of being caught in a hail of gunfire outside was far greater. Ding dong. A notification chimed from his phone. Zhang Juanqing's complexion paled as he retreated beneath the covers, silencing the device before he dared to check who had messaged him. A message from Brother Su? Was there a way to gather supplies from the front line after the battle outside concluded? What could this possibly mean? Zhang Juanqing furrowed his brow. The front line was perilous. The Shinchis possessed an indomitable vitality, with missing limbs merely trivial injuries, lacking pain receptors and driven by an instinctual hunger for human flesh. They were exceedingly dangerous. Typically, refuge bases utilized carts to clear the battlefield directly. It was only the resource-starved survivors who entertained thoughts of scavenging at the front line, where what they sought were not supplies, but rather bullets. In the past, spent bullet casings could not be reloaded. Even if collected, they would ultimately be melted down for steel or deemed as scrap. Presently, the military factories have yet to resume operations, and the ammunition depots at the refuge bases are continuously depleting, potentially leading to a shortage of ammunition supply. Consequently, this has given rise to tasks involving the collection of bullet casings. Survivors venture to the front lines to gather spent casings, which they then submit to the recycling departments in exchange for certain supplies. According to rumors, the ammunition produced by military factories in the future may be designed for reloading. Zhang Juanqing suddenly realized a grave concern. He had not verified Su Wanli's supplies and was uncertain whether the latter possessed 50 pounds of staple food and 30 pounds of meat. Observing Su Wanli's exceptional demeanor and immaculate attire, he instinctively assumed that Su Wanli lacked for food. However, this might also present an opportunity. By citing the need to verify supplies, he could arrange a private meeting with Su Wanli and then procure the food in his possession. Zhang Juanqing understood that this was his sole chance to directly trade for the resources Su Wanli held. Without hesitation, he typed a response, "Brother Su, this matter requires a fee. You can collect half a pound of staple food at the parking area if you have time." The reply came almost instantaneously, bringing Zhang Juanqing a sense of relief. However, he recognized that he could not venture out at this moment. There's no rush regarding the food. I trust you, Brother Su. As for reaching the front lines, if all goes well, the fighting should conclude during the day. After the battle, you can gather spent casings in the relatively secure zones designated by the refuge base to exchange for supplies. 200 casings for a loaf of bread or instant noodles, and 1,000 casings for half a pound of staple food. His response was quite detailed. At this stage, the granaries at the refuge base were sufficiently stocked, lacking for nothing in terms of food. Survivors had several avenues to obtain food, one of which was collecting bullet casings at the front lines, albeit with a higher risk factor that corresponded to a greater yield of food. This statement also served as a subtle test, gauging Su Wanli's level of necessity for supplies. Collecting bullet casings? Su Wanli was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Juanqing's reply. Out of curiosity, he had previously searched for various peculiar inquiries, such as whether bullets could kill someone underwater or how many times faster cats and dogs were compared to humans. He happened to possess some knowledge regarding bullet casings. Previously, the material used for casings was brass, which had a high malleability and could be reloaded. However, the current bullets were predominantly made of steel, complicating the reloading process and introducing certain risks, thus rendering them unsuitable for reuse. The refuge base was lacking many factories and raw materials. The reply from the other party made Su Wanli acutely aware of the precarious situation confronting the refuge base. It is generally surmised that since a dense fog has enveloped the globe, various refuge bases have expended considerable human and material resources to establish an utterly secure zone, erecting temporary shelters. Now, As these refuge bases prepare to expand, the demand for necessary materials will surge dramatically. Items that are reusable or hold value will be salvaged and repurposed. However, this is of little concern to Su Wanli. His sole focus lies in scavenging the front line for corpses to amass media. How does one sign up? There is no need for registration. Simply bring along a sturdy bag and collect what you can at the front line. Is there no requirement for identity verification? Fear not, Su. Even those with a criminal record or a troubled past will not face scrutiny. Through this exchange of questions and answers, Su Wanli gradually comprehends the approach the refuge bases adopt towards survivors. He resolutely decides that at dawn tomorrow, he will head to the front line to scavenge for corpses, seizing the opportunity to gather an abundance of media before the forces of the refuge base clear away the bodies of the Shuanchi. Chapter 173. New member, are you done? The bed is ready. Yu Sahan, clad in comfortable pajamas, sat up, occasionally glancing out the window to observe the happenings outside. Noticing that the man had put down his phone, she patted the space beside her. Come, I've warmed the bed for you. It's wonderful. Su Wanli, without any pretense, changed into his pajamas and nestled into the warm blankets, instinctively wrapping his arms around the sauerkraut fish, his hand automatically seeking comfort. I plan to visit the front lines tomorrow. What's the purpose of going to the front lines? Yu Sahan's cheeks flushed slightly. She ceased her observations of the outside world, pulled down the cover, and lay down in the warmth of the bed. The two had been playing in pairs for quite some time, well aware of each other's skills and tactics. The man, always fond of conversation, tended to fidget restlessly, and once their discussion concluded, it was often the perfect moment for their duo. Suddenly, a discordant noise broke the intimate atmosphere, causing them both to pause. They were familiar with this sound. A bone breaking? A shinchi? Su Wanli straightened his clothes and opened a small gap in the cover, peering through to locate the source of the noise. Outside, a scruffy rural dog was gnawing on a bone it had scavenged from who knows where. Xiaolu. Yu Sahan's eyes lit up. She had long feared that the rural dog had been captured as food or met its demise at the hands of a shinchi or other creatures. To her surprise, Xiaolu not only survived, but had also followed them to Xian village town. Its foreleg and head bore wounds, and a piece of rope hung from its neck. The dog appeared even worse off than the last time they saw it, with a severed rope around its neck, a gash on its foreleg, and its head leaking blood. Having not seen it for 2 days, perhaps it wasn't that it had failed to follow them, but rather that it had been captured as a food reserve. Could it be that tonight's Shinchi attack on Xian village town inadvertently saved it? Su Wanli's gaze flickered, given the degree of hunger among the group. If this rural dog were caught, it would have been nearly impossible for it to escape. Yet, Xiaolu managed to evade capture and accurately find the bus, indicating it possessed some skill. I'll go see if I can bring it back. The luggage compartment had ample space, and since they were not currently cultivating crops, there would be no issue finding a spot for the rural dog. I'll accompany you. Yu Sahan hurriedly adjusted her clothes, bending down to open the storage compartment beneath the bed, retrieving 2 chicken-flavored sausages. A normal dog would not refuse such a treat. Woof. The two opened the car door and stepped out. The rural dog immediately bolted a few meters away, warily baring its teeth at them, its forepaws scratching the ground. Its body slightly crouched. These 2 humans had abandoned it. Just as it had begun to trust them, they were leaving without a word, forcing it to survive on snowballs for hydration and leaving it vulnerable to being chased and nearly beaten to death by malicious individuals. If not for a monster crashing in to fight off those villains, it might have become someone else's late-night snack. At this moment, the 2 humans sought to deceive its trust once more. Impossible. Xiaolu, here, have some ham sausage. Yu Sahan tore open the packaging of the ham sausage and extended it outward, making slurping sounds to attract the rural dog. She held Xiaolu in high regard. In her eyes, Xiaolu's ability to follow them independently indicated a special skill to evade the dense fog. This was a talent unique to Xiaolu. Furthermore, the fact that Xiaolu made a beeline for the bus suggested a reliance on it, a potential for adoption. To adopt a dog capable of navigating through fog would undoubtedly benefit their future. Otherwise, they would not squander precious food merely for the sake of keeping a pet. Yu Sahan was unaware of the spatial resources of the Tunton mouse. To her, the supplies in their vehicle were limited. And although they currently had enough to eat and drink, they needed to plan for the future and conserve their provisions as much as possible. Alas, the rural dog bared its teeth and stepped back. It was willing to trust humans, yet over the past weeks, it had been deceived numerous times. No more idle chatter. Su Wanli suddenly lunged forward, forcefully gripping the rural dog's neck and pinning it to the ground. Then, he slapped the dog across the mouth. Dare to bare your teeth? Woot woof. Smack. Shall I hear another bark? Woot woof woof. Smack. A few minutes later, the rural dog tucked its tail between its legs, no longer daring to show its teeth, obediently gnawing on the sausage on the ground. Its instincts were correct. It stood no chance of resistance. Let us tend to its wounds first, and tonight it can sleep in the luggage compartment. Huh. Oh. Sahan, somewhat bewildered, followed the man back to the bus. She observed the man firmly holding the rural dog and felt something was off. Was this truly how one trained a dog? Yet, she was too excited to ponder, eagerly suggesting, I could make it a little nest, using cardboard and some old clothes. All right, Su Wanli replied with a smile. As he opened the driver's door and climbed onto the bus, he hesitated slightly upon seeing the driver's seat. Surely, there wasn't a rule stating only humans could drive? Never mind, he decided to postpone that thought for a few days. Noticing the mixture of snowmelt and oil stains on the dog's fur, he dismissed the idea of allowing it into the driver's seat. Had he not been worried about the dog running away at night or being stolen by others, he would have preferred not to clear space in the luggage compartment. I'll take it to the luggage compartment. You fetch the iodine and bandages. The two made their way to the luggage compartment. Once again, it was Sahan who tended to the rural dog's wounds. With experience in wound care, coupled with her impressive stats, and Su Wanli holding the dog down, she was untroubled by the possibility of causing it pain or being bitten. To their surprise, the rural dog was remarkably obedient, as if it understood that Sahan was tending to its injuries, despite the pain causing it to tremble. It did not whimper or exhibit any signs of distress. What a good boy, Sahan grew fonder of the rural dog. However, while affection is one thing, it is imperative to offer caution when necessary. Is it truly acceptable to bring it along like this? The cargo hold contains certain crops, and she is concerned that the farm dog might pilfer them, thereby squandering food. More importantly, neither of them is aware if the farm dog carries any parasitic organisms. It's nothing to worry about. Su Wanli shook his head, offering no further explanation. Once they return to the resting area, he plans to concoct an excuse to scan the cockpit, as there is no need to overly fret about parasitic threats. Come on. It seems we have yet to attempt a double row in the cockpit. After tending to the farm dog's wounds, he procured a cardboard box to serve as a makeshift dog bed. Suddenly, Su Wanli swept Sahan off her feet, heading towards the cockpit. No, it's not a problem. Rest assured, we shall merely engage in some auxiliary play. Chapter 174. A surprise at 7:30 the next morning. Su Wanli and Sahan rose early, completed their morning routines, and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast while observing the outside world. The bus was parked along the street, allowing them to easily witness the happenings outside. The battle from the previous night seemed to have continued until after 3 in the morning, Sahan remarked. Upon arriving at the driver's cabin the night before, they had spent a few moments in close proximity before scanning their bodies for parasites and then retreated to the resting area to sleep. Initially, she had no intention of sleeping, but the comfort of being held by the man provided a profound sense of safety, and she soon drifted off. Consequently, she was not fully aware of the external conflict. Now, gazing at the armored vehicles transporting the wounded or the deceased along the street, her expression turned complex. Sigh. The armored vehicles contained few injured soldiers, almost all were lifeless bodies. After grasping the approximate capabilities of the Chinky, Sahan surmised that ordinary individuals could not possibly contend with it, particularly in close quarters, where the typical survivor had no chance of survival. Even those soldiers, well-trained and battle-hardened, were not exceptions. Su Wanli sighed, uncertain of the casualties among the survivors of Shinsuan Town and the refuge base. While the fate of ordinary survivors remained unclear, the losses among the soldiers were quite severe. Having spent a sleepless night, Su Wanli had a rough idea of the ferocity of the combat between the refuge base and the Chinky army. From a distance, the soldiers maintained an absolute advantage in firepower. However, in close combat, the Chinky operated as machines of death. The previous night, the front lines had extended to the edge of the parking area, where 2 grotesque Chinky charged the armored vehicles, effortlessly sending soldiers in protective gear flying several meters while enduring the onslaught of gunfire and slaughtering the surrounding survivors and soldiers. In less than half a minute, the street was littered with 2 or 3 dozen corpses. The parking area, situated over 10 kilometers away, had also been affected, not to mention the front lines. After breakfast, let us feed Xiao Lu and then head to the front lines, Su Wanli said, shifting his gaze. He resolved to bring Sahan along to the front lines. Given the ever-changing circumstances at the front, should they encounter unforeseen events, they could escape together. It was also an opportune moment to test the new weapons they had brought back the previous day. After familiarizing himself with the routes for the last 2 days, Su Wanli had found a way to procure a batch of new weaponry. These weapons had remained unopened in the luggage compartment. When they ventured out later, he would have a valid reason to retrieve the weapons returned from the Tunton Mouse. All right. Sahan did not inquire about the reason for going to the front lines. Her demeanor calm as she opened the rice cooker and handed a warm sweet potato to the man. Eat it while it's hot. Breakfast consisted of steamed sweet potatoes and boiled eggs. After hastily consuming their meal, they took some sweet potato peels and tips to the luggage compartment to feed the rural dog. This is one of the benefits of having a dog. Anything they did not eat, or leftovers, could be given to the rural dog. They intended to bring it along to see if the driver's seat could scan it. As Su Wanli observed the countryside dog rapidly finish its breakfast, he instructed Yusahan to bring the dog into the driver's cabin. Attempting to ascertain whether the scanner in the driver's seat could scan animals. Would it suffice to place it in the seat? Yusahan hesitated, holding the trembling countryside dog, contemplating whether to set it on the seat. While she cherished Xiaolu, the dog was rather dirty, and if placed in the passenger seat, it would likely require a thorough cleaning later on. Perhaps a piece of cardboard could serve as a barrier? No, better a plastic bag. Concerned that cardboard might interfere with the scanning results, Su Wanli procured a transparent plastic bag and deftly grasped the dog by the scruff of its neck, placing it onto the driver's seat. Their gazes instinctively turned towards the display area. The scanning process commenced. Gradually, the display area revealed a holographic simulation. Uniquely, this time the holographic model was not of a human, but of the countryside dog, and the scanning proceeded at an accelerated pace. Within seconds, the holographic model transitioned from a line graph to a color representation, revealing various data metrics of the countryside dog. Individual information: breed, juvenile countryside dog, temperature, 39 degrees, weight, 22 kilograms. Unmatured? Su Wanli's eyes brightened instantly. A juvenile dog typically refers to one under a year old, less than a year. They had a genuine opportunity to have Xiaolu recognize them as its owners anew, or perhaps Xiaolu had already acknowledged both of them as its guardians. With no health issues and being a young pup, a smile graced Su Wanli's face as he reached out to ruffle the dog's fur. From now on, you shall be called Xiaolu. Do you understand? Woof. Xiaolu. Whimper, whimper. The man and dog communicated in their own way. Yusahan's eyes sparkled with delight, her worries dissipating entirely. Simultaneously, a sense of urgency regarding food collection emerged. An additional mouth to feed at home meant an increase in daily food consumption. They would need to gather more provisions. However, dogs possess a keen sense of smell. And Xiaolu, in particular, had a unique ability to navigate through thick fog, which could serve as a significant advantage and a hidden trump card for the two of them in the future. Xiaolu, you'll guard the house during the day. Woof. Woof, woof. The countryside dog wagged its tail, circling around their feet. It understood the concept of guarding. This was indeed its forte. Returning to the cargo compartment, they selected their weapons before heading out. Outside, dawn was breaking. Su Wanli felt an eager anticipation to visit the front lines. This fire axe is for you. Oh. Yusahan took the fire axe from his hand, examining it closely. She perceived that this axe was rather extraordinary. It weighed over 20 kilograms. This weight felt just right for her, and it had a magnificent balance, the blade giving an impression that it could cleave through anything. This fire axe is excellent. Indeed. A smile danced in Su Wanli's eyes as he retrieved several compact fire axes from a cardboard box in the corner of the shelf, presenting them to Yusahan. Try them out. How adorable. Yusahan's gaze was immediately drawn to the 30-centimeter-long firefighting axe. The distinction between a firefighting axe and a fireman's axe is quite significant. The former is compact and sharp, while the latter is heavier and designed for different applications. What about yours? Noticing Yusahan's curiosity about her new weapon, Su Wanli pondered for a moment before producing a long-handled hammer. A sturdy one. I am unaccustomed to using a soft-handled rock hammer. This will do. This. Yusahan inspected it closely but could not discern any notable differences. Why not take the firefighting axe instead? Do not underestimate my long-handled hammer. Su Wanli chuckled as he lifted the unremarkable long-handled hammer. Unfortunately, the luggage compartment is not convenient for demonstration. Otherwise, he would surely have shown Yusahan the might of the long-handled hammer. Let us proceed to the front lines and take a look. Chapter 175, Non-commissioned members' armored vehicles traversed the streets towards the refuge base. Flanking the road, every few meters stood a trio of soldiers, weapons in hand, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The dawn did not equate to safety. The surrounding edifices might conceal intelligent entities known as shunsher. Halt. A soldier stationed at the exit of the parking area raised his hand, signaling Su Wanli and his companion to stop as they approached. The frontline battle has not yet concluded. Please return to your quarters and await further instructions. We haven't eaten for 2 days, Su Wanli lamented, producing a somewhat soiled snakeskin bag. Following Zhang Juanqing's method, he conveyed their plight and intentions. Could you allow us to venture outside to collect shell casings in exchange for food? Are you certain? The soldier regarded them with astonishment. Their demeanor seemed more robust than his own. How could they have gone without sustenance for 2 days? Yet, in such dire circumstances, Their desire to step outside likely stemmed from an unavoidable need. He felt compelled to inform them of the risks, though he lacked the authority to forcibly detain them. The Shinshur outside have not been entirely eradicated. Once you leave the parking area, danger may confront you at any moment. Are you sure about this? Yes. We've made up our minds, Su Wanli affirmed with determination. The Shinshur corpses on the street were being processed, and he was unwilling to squander any more time. Very well. The soldier conceded, stepping aside. They held no concern about survivors disrupting order or inciting chaos. If they struggled against the Shinshur, how could they possibly contend with their own kind? Best of luck. Thank you, Su Wanli replied, as he and Yu Sahan crossed the perimeter, hastening towards a transport vehicle laden with Shinshur corpses. Allow us to assist, Su Wanli volunteered. Certainly. The two soldiers tasked with transporting the Shinshur remains were not taken aback. Aside from gathering shell casings, handling corpses also yielded rewards, and given the heightened danger, the gains were more substantial. Those survivors, ravaged by hunger and fear, were often unafraid of death upon arriving at the refuge base, frequently opting to aid in the transportation of corpses to quickly acquire food and satiate their hunger. Your weapons are quite intriguing, one soldier remarked, lifting his helmet to reveal a pack of white-wrapped cigarettes emblazoned with the words special supply. Have you heard about the non-commissioned member? Non-commissioned member? Su Wanli, currently absorbing the Shinshur medium, felt a surge of elation. There were dozens of Shinshur corpses on the street. How many must lie on the front line? If he could examine them all, he might just unlock the initial coding of humanity. In good spirits. He found himself more loquacious than usual. Which non-commissioned member? Isn't it obvious? Seeing as you bear fire axes and long-handled hammers, I assumed you were aware. The soldier lit the cigarette and took a drag. A few days ago, there was a non-commissioned member who favored peculiar weapons. Rumor has it he accidentally struck a survivor's thigh. Be cautious not to injure yourselves. Who says it was an accident? One of the rookie soldiers countered, puffing on his cigarette. Under normal circumstances, soldiers are prohibited from smoking. However, given the dire situation, they seek to alleviate their inner turmoil, unable to resort to alcohol. They turn to smoking as a means of distraction. Cough, cough. It appears that one soldier is not well versed in the act of smoking, as he coughs several times from the harsh smoke. Yet, he does not extinguish the cigarette in his hand, allowing it to be snuffed out by the biting cold wind. I happened to pass by that day and witnessed the unfolding events. While on patrol, I encountered someone harassing a female survivor. Such incidents are rather commonplace. The soldier's primary duty is to maintain the defensive line, and they generally disregard minor disputes among survivors, opting instead to issue verbal reprimands. Only when physical altercations arise do they intervene. That individual was verbally taunting the auxiliary member, which ignited my fury, compelling me to step in. But guess what happened? The soldier paused, took a drag from his cigarette, and surveyed the three onlookers with curiosity. The auxiliary member, in a moment of misfortune, accidentally struck that man in the thigh with a soft-handled pickaxe. TSK, his face drained of color as he collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Is this not an act of deliberate harm? Su Wanli turned to the soldier who had spoken and inquired whether the auxiliary member faced any consequences. His curiosity about the rules of the refuge base was palpable. No, the soldier replied, shaking his head, his tone slightly enigmatic. It is said that this auxiliary member is rather extraordinary, and her presence is highly regarded by the higher-ups. Currently, she is under observation. If the results align with their expectations, she will likely be incorporated into our ranks. We in this ordinary team do not require such scrutiny to join. The other two soldiers jested. At this stage, every department is in dire need of personnel. Those frequently operating on the front lines are facing the most significant shortages, leading to the disheartening realization that a jovial comrade may vanish within minutes, only to be replaced by a stranger. The pressure is immense. This is also the primary reason behind the refuge base's decision to allow tobacco exchanges. What are you thinking? The soldier expressed some discontent as he pulled out a ration of compressed biscuits, tearing it open for a bite. It is not our typical team that is being enlisted. It is a newly formed special squad, not responsible for frontline combat, but specifically tasked with urban warfare. Urban warfare? Several soldiers exclaimed in astonishment before succumbing to laughter. Are you saying the refuge base intends to establish a special squad dedicated to urban combat? Little one, if you weren't here last night, you might not grasp how terrifying those creatures truly are. Indeed, another chimed in. Had you arrived a night earlier, stay a couple more days, and you will understand just how ludicrous your hearsay is. The seasoned veterans shook their heads in amused disbelief. How swift is the speed of the Shinshis? Through their own harrowing experiences, they illustrated it as a blink of an eye, before one could even aim their weapon. A nearby comrade had already been torn apart or attacked. Those are not creatures that humanity can confront directly. Close quarters urban warfare? Heh. The newly arrived soldier's face flushed with embarrassment. He confessed that he had spoken without thinking when relaying the news. Nevertheless, he was still willing to trust the bearer of the message. With a stubborn tilt of his neck, he declared, "Those creatures are formidable. But can we not surpass them as humans?" His words elicited hearty laughter from the other soldiers. It seemed they had discovered a novel way to relieve their stress. Teasing the naive yet hopeful recruit brought them unexpected joy. How could we possibly contend with monsters? Surely, we cannot transform into superheroes. They jested. Superheroes are an impractical notion. Rather, we should cultivate our inner strength and tread softly upon the snow. This notion was indeed appealing. Ha ha ha. Chapter 176. The sect Su Wanli and Yu Sahan donned the anti-stab gloves provided by the soldiers and silently began the grim task of transporting the corpses. Their responsibility lay in handling the remains of the Shinki, a task fraught with the peril of being pierced by broken bones. These gloves served as a form of assurance. One individual collected the larger remnants, while the other swept up a gruesome mix of snow and flesh, loading everything into the compartment of a rear-loading compactor truck. All these body fragments would be transported to a designated site for uniform processing. Half a corpse? Su Wanli was not particularly adept at conversation. Noticing the soldiers engaging in lively chatter, he found solace in their camaraderie and focused intently on the significant matter of collecting the media. The Tunton rat absorbed the media. Beep. Detecting a substantial amount of analyzable Shinki media, would you like to absorb and analyze? Evaluate. A promising start indeed. Su Wanli's eyes gleamed with clarity. This was a distortion of the Shinki, hence the notification. He lowered his gaze to the remains before him, unable to discern any specific shape, as they had been shredded by machine gun fire into disarray. Absorb. Beep. Absorption complete. Analyzing. Analysis complete. Acquired a segment of unnamed phase Shinki media coding. Analysis progress of unnamed phase coding at 0.021. Would you like to extract for targeted compilation? 0.021. Su Wanli was not taken aback. The media contained within the Shinki was akin to the blood within humans, the absence of a body part equated to a deficiency in media. This small fragment, whether it was a portion of a leg or an arm, yielding 0.021 was quite commendable. He decided against extraction for the moment. Su Wanli's spirit soared, brighter than the sun that was beginning to break through the clouds. He casually picked up the absorbed body fragment and tossed it into the back of the garbage truck, then bent down to feel for another piece. Urban combat? Hearing the soldiers' casual banter, Yu Sahan felt a flicker of confusion. Could it be that the refuge base was confident in combating the Shinki in close quarters? As a novice, her perspective was broader than that of an ordinary soldier. The refuge base could not engage in futile endeavors. If the rumors held any truth, it suggested that there were also novice members within the refuge base. The man's mention of a novice members forum might indeed necessitate an expedited construction process to attract other surviving novices, collaborating to explore the next realm. Just idle chatter. One soldier chuckled, offering an explanation. Idle chatter? Yu Sahan turned to glance at the new soldier. Noticing the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes and his inability to provide substantial evidence, she began to grasp the situation. She responded with a smile. I thought perhaps the refuge base possessed some advanced technology. ISNT had often spoken of online, regarding automation and external machinery. That part is indeed true. The soldier's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Automation and external machinery are real, though they have yet to meet everyone's expectations, nonetheless. They can offer us significant advantages in certain aspects. For instance, I cannot disclose that at this time, the soldier replied, shaking his head. Regarding the integration of intelligence and external machinery, while some survivors may possess knowledge and predictions prior to a disaster, casually discussing them poses no significant issue. The application of such technologies within the refuge base constitutes confidential matters that must not be disclosed. Among the multitude of survivors, there are invariably individuals with antisocial tendencies. Should these individuals become aware of the clandestine operations underway at the refuge base, they may resort to any means necessary to obstruct or sabotage these efforts. Risks cannot be taken. The topic must be swiftly changed. Yu Sahan refrained from probing further. She believed it imperative to expedite matters concerning the initial domain forum and perhaps seek a companion. Engaging solo posed challenges due to her limited abilities and experience, necessitating time for accumulation and maturation. Do you remember the individual who disseminated the information? Which one? The one who cautioned everyone to reach the refuge base while the weather was fair or to gather supplies. I recall. What about it? Su Wanli responded, suddenly enlightened. That individual had infiltrated the information department of the beautiful nation, revealing plans pertaining to it, which left a lasting impression on him. Yet, he was puzzled as to why Yu Sahan brought it up. What is the matter? Nothing. I wish to consult her about certain matters. Yu Sahan elaborated on the affairs surrounding the initial domain members forum. Seeking someone? Upon hearing this, Su Wanli lapsed into silence. The earlier the forum is established, the better, otherwise. As the number of initial domain survivors increases, the authority of its administrators may be called into question, complicating management. All right. After a moment of contemplation, he acquiesced. However, the issue of forum permissions must not be entrusted to others or divided. You must ensure absolute control over the forum. I understand. As the two conversed softly, they assisted in the transportation of corpses alongside a compact garbage truck. Su Wanli was unfamiliar with the establishment of forums on the dark web. Such tasks, requiring specialized knowledge, were best left to professionals like Yu Sahan. He would focus on the general direction, gathering the rat, absorbing the medium. Ding. A large quantity of parsable Shinshiki media has been detected. Do you wish to absorb and analyze it? The voice of the gathering rat was delightfully uplifting. The yield from the past half hour surpassed their gains from vanquishing the multi-faced, deformed Shinshiki. Primarily, the Shinshiki that managed to infiltrate Xian village town were mostly mutated, with occasional deformed specimens. Abundant harvest. Captain, a new recruit, carrying a survivor's corpse, called out to the captain and gestured towards Su Wanli and Yu Sahan. Are they searching each body? It seems so, though I'm not entirely certain. The captain replied, hesitating. The two parties were separated by 5 or 6 meters, shrouded in thick fog, rendering visibility poor. It was unclear whether they were merely transporting Shinshiki corpses or inspecting them. It appears so, but surely. Normal individuals wouldn't be touching corpses? This uncertainty plagued him. Su Wanli and Yu Sahan did not seem deranged. It was curious why they would engage in such behavior. The corpses of the Shinshiki, unlike those of the survivors, might hold valuable items. I sense they are partaking in some form of ritual. A ritual? The remaining soldiers were momentarily taken aback. With this notion in mind, observing the actions and expressions of the two individuals only intensified their resemblance to something sinister. Were they members of an apocalyptic cult? The captain's countenance darkened at once. Since the calamity, numerous factions had emerged among the survivors. With the malevolent sect being one of them, these cults were devoid of humanity. Some individuals even worshipped the SHNQ, luring unsuspecting survivors into its realm. If the two were indeed of the wicked faction, they would possess the authority to execute them on the spot. Yet, the fact that these two could engage in normal conversation suggested they were unlikely to belong to such a sect. Those individuals were incapable of heeding reason. They appeared quite solemn. Could it be that they were merely honoring the deceased, similar to certain Western cults? The thought of paying respect to the fallen comrades weighed heavily on their hearts, their expression somber. However, there was little room for deep sorrow, for they were acutely aware of the fate that awaited them. Chapter 177. Awakening. As they traversed the road ahead, midway, a rear-loading compact garbage truck, filled to the brim with remnants of corpses, was exchanged for an empty truck to continue the gruesome task. In the span of approximately 1 kilometer, 3 vehicles were utilized. Is this the might of modern weaponry? Su Wanli stood before a relatively intact Shuanchi corpse. The body bore several bullet holes the size of peanuts on its chest, while the back was a grotesque tableau of flesh and blood, featuring multiple gaping blast wounds the size of bowls. They needed to find an opportunity to acquire a few firearms. Su Wanli's expression turned grave. Although he and Yu Sahan possessed physical attributes significantly superior to the average person, facing an ordinary individual wielding a firearm still posed a tremendous risk of injury or even death. Such a scenario was unavoidable. If they could not overcome, they might as well join in. They could procure a couple of guns themselves, couldn't they? Last night's street battle had claimed many soldiers, leaving behind a plethora of discarded weapons on the ground. With his storage space, Su Wanli could hoard a firearm and return in greater numbers. Pickled fish. He called out to Yu Sahan, exchanging a knowing glance. Yu Sahan, in perfect sync, directed her gaze toward the corpse on the ground, instantly comprehending the man's intent. However, their actions were under the watchful eyes of the soldiers. Not just one, but the cameras mounted on their helmets were transmitting live footage, monitored by relevant personnel. First, they would transport the bodies, then see if they could discover anything else. Yu Sahan responded subtly, possessing an effective line of sight exceeding 200 meters, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the weapons. A soldier clad in protective gear passed by, and their operations were restricted to a maximum of 2 hours. The soldier who had been smoking earlier had already donned his mask. You have been transporting for half an hour. You may continue for another 30 minutes at most. Understood? The evacuation base had explicit regulations stating that survivors could not remain outside for more than 2 hours a day. And since Su Wanli and Yu Sahan were engaged in the physically demanding task of moving corpses, their breathing had intensified, inhaling more contaminants than usual. For the sake of everyone's safety, their maximum working duration was capped at 1 hour. beyond which they would be forcibly expelled. Understood, Su Wanli replied, somewhat resigned, hastening his pace to search the corpses. In the driver's seat of the garbage truck, the driver, bored, was smoking while observing the two busy figures outside. Initially, he was captivated by Yu Sahan's beauty. In the wake of the disaster that had unfolded over the past few weeks, many women appeared haggard, their faces dry, lips cracked, and hair a dull yellow, their pre-disaster allure rendered nearly unrecognizable. Yet, Yu Sahan remained beautiful. The driver flicked the ash from his cigarette into a bottle filled with snow, containing dark brown ice cubes and cigarette butts. As he continued to admire. The two outside quickened their pace, prompting the driver to accelerate his own. Truly resilient against the cold. The temperature outside plummeted to over 20 degrees below zero. The anti-puncture gloves worn by the two individuals offered only mediocre cold resistance, or perhaps none at all. They were merely high-quality rubber gloves. Effective against slipping and punctures, but inadequate for warmth. Yet, these two seemed impervious to the cold, diligently engaged in their tasks. Observing them, the driver's expression gradually. How could these two be growing increasingly vigorous? Aren't they fatigued? The driving speed escalated from a few kilometers per hour to 10, then to a dozen kilometers per hour. Wait, is that person out of their mind? How dare they drive at such a speed? Good heavens! The other drivers, witnessing the garbage truck vanish into the fog, suddenly wore grim expressions. They were the fortunate few selected from the survivors. Driving a garbage truck may seem undignified, but in the current climate, a job that provided a stable food source, safety, and relative freedom was a treasure everyone fervently coveted. Thus, they cherished their current employment. Seeing a colleague exceed the maximum speed limit set by the refuge, they felt a mix of astonishment and confusion. Surely, he must be mutating, remarked a middle-aged woman. In the cab, they were not required to wear protective gear. Under normal circumstances, mutations would not occur. Yet, amidst the whirlpool of disaster, who could guarantee against unforeseen events? Let us notify the soldiers to intercept. A runaway garbage truck could spell disaster. If the soldiers issue warnings and there is still no sign of stopping, they would resort to drastic measures, including but not limited to gunfire and detonation. Slow down. Up ahead, Yu Sahan reached out to grasp Su Wanli's arm. Their pace in clearing the debris was alarmingly swift, starkly contrasting with the others, as though they possessed an unnatural strength and endurance. The garbage truck was lagging behind. Su Wanli halted, glancing back. Upon seeing the garbage truck intercepted by the soldiers, a jolt of alarm coursed through him. Truly desperate. It was a rare opportunity to encounter such wealth strewn about, and his mind was consumed with thoughts of collecting more and more. Akin to a beggar stumbling upon a mountain of gold, utterly oblivious to the peril his actions could invoke. Huffing and puffing, Su Wanli feigned exhaustion. Staggering to the street side and collapsing onto the steps to rest. Let us take a breather, later. We'll navigate through the alley to the other streets and continue transporting the corpses of the Xuanqi. Agreed. Yu Sahan cooperatively approached him. To enhance their performance, she intentionally sprinkled some snow on her clothes, cheeks, and hair, allowing a few ice crystals to cling to her eyelashes and upper lip. Thus, their appearance would closely resemble that of the surrounding survivors. First, let us return to the vehicle. I'll apply some makeup for you. You can do makeup? Su Wanli asked, somewhat astonished. In his recollection, Yu Sahan lacked even basic cosmetics. Her suitcase contained only body lotion and facial cleanser. He had not seen any of the myriad bottles and jars that other women typically possessed. When did you learn to apply makeup? It doesn't require much skill. Yu Sahan grasped the man's arm and leaned closer to his ear to explain. Let us dirty our faces and clothes a bit, so we won't be easily recognized. The evacuation base had explicit regulations regarding the specific times survivors were permitted to venture outside. The soldiers had allowed them to assist in the transportation of the bodies from Shichi, likely due to some means of identifying individuals. All right, Su Wanli nodded. Rising to his feet and walking alongside Yu Sahan towards the bus. As they passed a halted garbage truck, he weakly raised his hand in greeting to the driver. Upon witnessing this, the driver, who was in the midst of explaining the situation to the soldiers, couldn't help but feel exasperated. He chose to disregard Su Wanli and continued to plead with the soldiers, unwilling and unable to jeopardize his job. Chapter 178, Sunshine at 10 o'clock in the morning. The sun emerged from the thick layers of clouds, casting warm rays that bathed the pristine world of ice and snow in a golden hue. The gentle light enveloped the landscape like a golden veil, silently draping the entire snow-covered realm in a dazzling garment of brilliance. The crystalline ice sparkled under the sunlight, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors. The once biting cold wind seemed to be soothed by the warmth of the sun. Ah, the sun is finally out. Haha. The weather is truly delightful. Quickly, bring out the wet clothes and blankets to dry. Oh, at last, the sun shines. In the parking area of Xian village town, numerous awakened survivors stepped out of their vehicles, moving towards the sunlit areas with outstretched arms to embrace the warmth. It was not unusual for the southern regions to have days devoid of sunlight for over 10 days, as it had happened in previous years during rainy spells. However, the stark difference lay in the shift of outside temperatures. This might very well be the last opportunity to bask in the sun for an extended period, as the refuge base predicted that the next cold wave would arrive, with an uncertain duration expected to last no less than 2 months. During this interval, no new ordinary survivors would arrive at the refuge base, and those who had not received information to head there would likely perish from the cold. There were quite a few people around. Yu Sahan surveyed the survivors nearby, noting that most wore ashen faces, their hands and faces marked by evident frostbite. They had survived in their vehicles, with a modicum of food supplies, yet they could not escape the cruel fate of frostbite. This was merely the first wave of the cold front. When the second wave arrived, ordinary survivors might no longer find refuge in their RVs or cars and would have to relocate to the communal dormitories provided by the shelter. It was uncertain how many would be willing to remain over the next few days. Probably not many. Su Wanli's field of vision did not match Yu Sahan's. He glanced around, observing the survivors' mental state, deducing that most were scraping by with meager resources. Yet, when the cold front struck, they would not be able to sustain themselves any longer. A few individuals, however, appeared to be in relatively good spirits. Look, that child's face looks quite well. Child. Yu Sahan followed the man's gesture and, upon spotting a modified bus RV, could not help but stifle a laugh. That is not a child. She simply has a smaller stature. Not a child? Su Wanli scrutinized her for a moment. Indeed, the girl was clad in an oversized military coat, the hem nearly reaching her ankles. At first glance, she resembled a child donning an adult's attire, but upon closer inspection, it was evident that her face bore no signs of youth. Indeed, Su Wanli chuckled softly. The girl, residing in the bus, sat by the window, squinting in the sunlight, cradling a cup of warm beverage, her expression one of lazy contentment. In the midst of the many survivors, her demeanor stood out distinctly. Her life seemed rather pleasant. The two individuals retracted their gazes and, laughing and chatting, hurried towards the vehicle. Yu Sahan noticed the petite girl sipping a hot beverage, awakening within her a yearning to brew coffee on the bus. She reclined on the sofa, lifted the window shade, and allowed the sunlight to pour in, warming her body. However, today held pressing matters, prompting her to suppress her inner desires. Let us go back and apply our makeup. You can rest in the car if you prefer. From his observations that morning, Su Wanli had already discerned the overt deployment of firepower in Xiansuan town, which was nearly fortified every 10 steps, thus ensuring security. Coupled with the covert positions, the likelihood of encountering unexpected dangers appeared minimal. It was evident that the refuge had some experience dealing with the Shichi. It's fine, Yu Sahan said nonchalantly, shaking her head. Su Wanli chose not to elaborate further. He too desired relaxation, to embrace the woman and bask in the sunlight on the sofa, a simple yet blissful pleasure in winter. But for now, their primary focus remained on gathering resources. Nearby, in a modified bus, Bai Chia took a leisurely sip of her coffee, relishing the long-awaited sunlight. Instant coffee was far inferior to freshly brewed. She set her cup down and glanced at her phone to check the time. Feeling it was nearly time, she retreated to her tightly drawn bedroom, changed into lighter snow gear, and donned an air-filtering mask resembling a gas mask. After a thorough inspection in front of the full-length mirror to ensure nothing was amiss, she stepped outside. Over the next few days, she aimed to procure as many supplies as possible. Furthermore, her sister was en route to the Yangqing refuge, and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would arrive by 2 o'clock that afternoon. She intended to meet Xiao Zhang first to finalize the transaction details before waiting for the convoy at the entrance. Bai Chiha was a planner at heart. Each outing mandated a meticulously crafted itinerary. For instance, if she were to visit a shopping mall, she would list the items to purchase, head straight to her destination upon arrival, and leave without wasting a moment. To her, wandering and idle chatter were trifles better suited to those who lacked purpose. The time of calamity had, paradoxically, become her most tranquil period. On the street, beneath an overhanging eave, Zhang Juanqing stomped his feet with a hiss of frustration. Hearing the noise, he turned to see Bai Chiha, who stood at a height of 1.50 m, and couldn't help but grumble, "Sister, could you possibly arrive a bit earlier next time? I'm freezing." Our agreed time was 10:10. Bai Chiha glanced at her watch. It was neither early nor late, precisely 10:10. All right. No, forget it. Zhang Juanqing sighed in resignation. Influenced by his ex-girlfriend's teachings, he had grown accustomed to arriving more than half an hour early to their meetings. Yet Bai Chiha, it seemed, was not at fault. He promptly got to the point. "Sister, what is this big secret you mentioned? After finishing his question, he added seriously, I must emphasize that unless it's exceptionally important news, we ought not to alter the terms of our transaction. Otherwise, we risk offending too many people and jeopardizing our situation. Rest assured, she replied. Zhang Juanxing, who was older than Bai Qiha, affectionately referred to her as sister, much to her delight. In fact, she welcomed the endearment. As they walked, they made their way towards a location with fewer survivors, guarded by soldiers. The Great Ice Age? Zhang Juanxing exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. He did not fully comprehend the significance of the Great Ice Age. He only knew it sounded formidable. After finalizing their plans, they parted ways. I need to visit the entrance. Sister He, would you like me to accompany you? No, it's unnecessary. Oh. Zhang Juanxing observed Bai Qiya's penguin-like silhouette, finding it somewhat amusing, especially with the thick snow surrounding them, evoking a polar environment. However, the thought of the impending Great Ice Age extinguished his amusement. Sigh, perhaps I should venture into the unexplored area today to forage for some food. Chapter 179. Astonishing gains in a bus adorned with a blend of black and white. Su Wanli reclined on his bunk, allowing Yu Sahan to apply an unflattering layer of makeup upon his visage. He inquired of Tunton Mouse regarding the discoveries of the morning. After an hour of diligent labor, they had transported over 200 corpses of Xuanqi. Concerned that their swift actions might attract the attention of nearby soldiers, they deliberately slowed their pace. Otherwise, he could have thoroughly examined every body strewn across the street. Among the 200 Xuanqi corpses, most were mutated, a few were deformed, and some were ordinary Xuanqi. The mediums extracted were likely substantial. Tunton Mouse examined the progress of the decoded initial realm coding for Xuanqi. The decoding progress for the initial realm stage of Xuanqi stands at 0. 21. Shall we extract for directed compilation? No, Su Wanli silently affirmed. He was not surprised by the encoding progress of the initial realm stage. On the streets, the number of ordinary Xuanqi was scant, leading to a minimal extraction of mediums. Furthermore, the mediums contained within ordinary Xuanqi were already a fraction, 10 to several dozen times less, than those found in mutated or deformed Xuanqi, making collection arduous. The true significance of the morning's harvest lay in the next phase of the initial realm encoding. Tunton Mouse then checked the progress of the unnamed decoded Xuanqi coding. The decoding progress for the initial realm stage of Xuanqi is at 24. 21. Shall we extract for directed compilation? No. Su Wanli's eyes brightened. A single mutated Xuanqi contributed 0. 1 to the encoding progress, while a deformed Xuanqi could yield 1. Given that the 200 Xuanqi corpses were all incomplete, not all mediums could be absorbed, so achieving a 24. 21 encoding progress was an unexpected delight. Based on the morning's pace, with a harvest of approximately 24 encoding progress per hour, they could potentially reach full capacity within a day. Such a wealth of mediums would facilitate numerous quality returns. Even when translated into the four-dimensional values of humanity, there was hope to unlock everything within 2 to 3 months. The quantity of mediums consumed for directed compilation of human four-dimensional values was tenfold. Thus, the 24. 21 encoding progress translated into a mere 2. 421 advancement towards the next realm of human initiation. At a daily gain of approximately 2. 5, completion could be achieved in 40 days. This was a remarkable reduction from the initial estimate of several years. Su Wanli marveled at the outcome. Indeed, where people congregated, survivors would draw forth the monsters. With the refuge base fortified by an array of modern firearms, maintaining the defensive line posed no challenge. And he could exploit various pretexts to engage with the corpses of these creatures. It was a multifaceted advantage. Is the makeup complete? Yes. Yu Sahan stood upright, scrutinizing the man before her. In that moment, Su Wanli appeared somewhat gaunt. His cheeks were slightly sunken, brows disheveled, lips pallid, and his hair dry and yellowed, imparting an impression of indulgence. Excellent. This was precisely the effect Yu Sahan had intended to achieve. Her most alluring attribute lies in her fiery, sensual physique, further enhanced by her status as a fledgling survivor. With significant improvements in skin texture, complexion, appearance, and temperament, she exudes an irresistible aura of hormones that captivates men. Su Wanli, as her boyfriend, naturally finds himself weakened. Come, let us approach those soldiers. They surely would not recognize us. Wait a moment. Su Wanli grasped the woman's arm, applying a gentle pull that effortlessly drew Yu Sahan onto his lap. In that instant, their proximity intensified, and they could feel each other's warm breath. Su Wanli embraced her slender waist, devoid of ripples. This afternoon, do keep an eye out for any scattered firearms in the corners. Firearms? Yu Sahan felt a slight jolt of alarm, a hint of panic flickering across her face. As a native of Longhua, she instinctively harbored a deep-seated aversion to firearms. Moreover, they were newcomers in this unfamiliar territory. In Xian village, they had no acquaintances. In such a strange place, the concealment of weapons posed considerable difficulty and could easily attract the attention of nearby survivors or soldiers, leading to potential trouble. Even the Shiqi, with its physical attributes far surpassing that of humans, could not withstand the power of bullets. As for their own flesh and blood, I'll keep an eye out. Without much hesitation, Yu Sahan acquiesced. In addition to her steadfast belief in Su Wanli, she harbored a small ambition. Her accuracy with the hand axe was insufficient, even with enhanced daily training. Hitting a target 200 meters away with certainty was unachievable. However, possessing firearms would alter the situation entirely. Practicing marksmanship should prove easier than honing her throwing skills with the hand axe. She would no longer need to throw the axe like a primitive. Did their vision seem to sharpen? Upon disembarking, they noticed that the world had become clearer. The thick fog had not dissipated. Rather, the light had brightened, enhancing visibility. I can now. Su Wanli estimated the distance. They could see objects about 200 meters away, double what they could previously discern. And you? I can see approximately 400 meters. Yu Sahan replied. Her original effective range was just over 200 meters, now also nearly doubled. The number of survivors on the street had increased. With an expansive view, the range of visibility extended even further. On the streets, survivors were easily spotted. Some busily hung out clothes. Others cautiously participated in the grim task of transporting bodies, while yet others wielded various melee weapons, banding together to forage for food, clothing, and other resources. These were the last 2 clear days before an extended period of extreme blizzards. Everyone sought to take advantage of the improved visibility to gather as many supplies for warmth and sustenance as possible. Should we venture out to scavenge for supplies? Yu Sahan inquired. While the bus held ample provisions sufficient for them to eat for several months, the future weather remained unpredictable. Should the bitter cold persist for 3 years or more, they would need to tighten their belts, even braving blizzards to gather resources, rather than resisting the current. It would be prudent to seize the opportunity presented by favorable weather to gather provisions for future stockpiling. In the vibrant city of Yangcheng, there are numerous grand shopping malls. We could charter a bus and indiscriminately scavenge one to find solace in our refuge. However, Su Wanli hesitated. He was inclined towards the pursuit of gathering media. Yet, from Yu Sahan's perspective, venturing out to collect supplies was indeed the more sensible choice, rather than engaging in the seemingly futile task of transporting corpses. They were not lacking in the meager compensation that accompanied such labor. Perhaps they could revisit the conversation tonight, leaving the matter open-ended. While it was crucial to hasten the progress towards unlocking the next realm, one must not overlook the sentiments surrounding the sourfish dish, nor betray the unwavering trust bestowed by the other party. If all else fails, they could simply drive outside to spend the night, amassing supplies, and return by day to continue their media absorption. Chapter 180. Is it not possible anymore? On the street, a garbage truck rolled slowly by. Su Wanli and Yu Sahan had altered their appearances and confidently approached the soldiers, offering to assist in transporting the bodies of the monsters in exchange for food. Hello. We would like to participate in the task of moving the monster corpses for sustenance. Beep, beep, beep. Before the soldier could respond, a notification emitted from his helmet display. The 2 individuals had already engaged in the labor of moving earlier that morning for an hour, and they were not permitted to remain outdoors any longer. Snap! Almost simultaneously, several soldiers raised their weapons, aiming them at the pair. You 2 participated in the moving task for an hour this morning, and there is a potential for mutation at any moment. Return indoors immediately. Should you resist or make any sudden movements, we are authorized to execute you. Su Wanli and Yu Sahan exchanged puzzled glances. How did they know about their morning labor? They had disguised themselves and changed their attire, fearing encounters with soldiers who might recognize them, even going as far as to move to a nearby street. Yet, these soldiers seemed to possess a method for recording the identities of the workers, enabling them to discern the true identities of those in disguise. Everyone, please remain calm. We will return at once. Yu Sahan raised her hands in a gesture of goodwill, indicating her willingness to comply. Noticing the soldiers slightly lowering their weapons, she took Su Wanli's hand and began moving toward the parking area, with 2 soldiers jogging closely behind to escort them. Their helmets were likely equipped with undisclosed military display systems. It was reported that the most advanced helmet displays possess a system capable of projecting synthesized images of environmental parameters, task progress, safety indices, and personal status onto the helmet's visor, allowing users to comprehend their circumstances in real time. This was why nearly all soldiers acted in unison without verbal communication. Data sharing. You may walk around the parking area, but for no longer than half an hour. And you are prohibited from engaging in any physical labor, one soldier reminded them as he departed the entrance to the parking area. Other soldiers were stationed here, negating the need for constant supervision. If Su Wanli and Yu Sahan insisted on venturing out and lingering for an extended period, they would be subjected to compulsory detention, or even executed on the spot. However, unless absolutely necessary, they were reluctant to carry out such severe measures. Please do not cause trouble for everyone. Understood. Yu Sahan nodded apologetically, then led Su Wanli toward the bus. The parking area was under surveillance. Unless the bus departed from Xian village town, they could only remain inside during the day. What shall we do this afternoon? We are not allowed to loiter, Su Wanli feigned anger. Glaring at Yu Sahan before quickening his pace toward the bus, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction at the inability to continue gathering resources. However, upon reflection, the gains from just 1 hour of work were equivalent to the fruits of labor over several days, thus quelling any discontent. Let us venture outside to collect supplies during the day. In the bus resting area, the two opened the window coverings and settled in a sunlit spot to bask in the warmth. The air inside the bus was still, and the sunlight gradually enveloped them, bringing a cozy comfort. It was delightful. Winter in the sunroom, basking in the sun, is undeniably a delightful experience. Yu Sahan brought 2 bottles of coffee, twisting open one for the man and sipping from her own. Earlier today, she had seen a little girl in the neighboring camper van enjoying a cup of coffee, which inspired her to indulge in a bottle while soaking up the sun and unwinding. Indeed, it felt splendid, bathed in sunlight, playfully stroking the dog, and occasionally sipping a drink. This life is certainly more bearable than the one before the calamity. What time shall we set off? After dozing for a while, Yu Sahan lazily inquired, fearing that if she did not ask soon, she might drift off to sleep again. Let us check what time the black market closes. With the rare sunlight gracing them, Su Wanli was in no rush to depart. He took out his phone to contact Zhang Juanqing, seeking information about nearby shopping centers or villa areas before the black market opened, hoping to gather some intelligence for their afternoon endeavors. Ding dong. A swift reply came from the other end. He opened the message to find a single line. Is someone trying to monopolize my 100 pounds of staple food and 30 pounds of meat? Who could it be? The message did not reveal the identity, but Su Wanli was certain it wasn't Zhang Juanqing. Curiosity piqued. He pondered what news could be worth such a substantial amount of provisions. Let us meet this person and assess the situation. Be cautious of potential deceit. In this unpredictable environment, it was not uncommon for dubious survivors to emerge, harboring ulterior motives upon learning that Su Wanli possessed a significant food supply. The experience at the Milei Mountain Service area had left an indelible mark on Yu Sahan, fostering her growth. It's fine. I'm here, Su Wanli reassured, patting the head of the pastoral dog as he stood up, taking with him a brand new and used long-handled hammer as he descended. They were not engaged in labor-intensive work, allowing them to linger outdoors for a while. Are you Sugu? A bright voice at another entrance of the parking area caught their attention. Su Wanli turned to see a petite girl, appearing quite youthful, her face brimming with collagen. And you are? I am Xiao Zhang, the partner of Zhang Juanqing. All his information comes from me. Bai Chiha stepped forward a couple of paces but halted, realizing she needed to look up to meet their gaze. Where's your food? Su Wanli casually placed the 100 pounds of aged rice in front of her, allowing her to inspect the burlap sack. He also set down 30 pounds of meat and 2 packs of cigarettes nearby, showing no concern for any potential ambush. It's all rice. Bai Chia's face lit up with joy. While she lacked extensive trading experience, the 100 pounds of food was crucial for the survival of her and her sister, leaving no room for negligence. She crouched down to carefully examine the contents of the burlap sack, testing the texture and listening for sounds. I can't confirm it. You may cut it open to check. I have another sack, Yu Sahan cheerfully suggested. She recognized the little girl. I just witnessed that little girl sipping a hot beverage. No, it's unnecessary. Bai Chihi has ultimately experienced too little and possesses a somewhat thin skin. If it were Zhang Juanqing, he wouldn't even need a reminder. He would have conducted a random inspection on the spot. I will not allow you to suffer losses. If, upon receiving the information, you deem it unworthy, you may retract a portion. With that, she immediately added, but I must take 30%. That is my bottom line. In the past, there have been those who, after hearing the news, declared it unworthy and subsequently failed to pay their dues. However, they had no recourse but to black each other out and cease all transactions. Very well. Su Wanli nodded. He was indeed curious about what information the other party possessed, valued at 100 jin of staple food and 30 jin of meat. Chapter 181. News of the Great Ice Age. The news of the Great Ice Age left Yu Sahan in a state of shock. Had the man hinted at this before? Instinctively, she turned her head to glance at Su Wanli, whose expression was calm, further deepening her suspicion that he knew more than he let on. Bai Chi he scrutinized the two individuals, noting their contrasting reactions to the news. How could their responses to the Great Ice Age be so drastically different? Su Wanli's initial reaction to the news was one of indifference, deeming it not worth 100 jin of staple food. Yet, Upon witnessing Yu Sahan's astonished expression and Bai Qihe's puzzled gaze, he suddenly realized that his own response was rather unusual. This was equivalent to 30 jin of meat. He decided to relinquish the remaining meat to the others. We are preparing to gather supplies in the vicinity. Are there any recommended shopping centers? Su Wanli casually inquired, merely attempting to divert the topic. Not believing that the young girl before him could possess knowledge of the untouched shopping centers. Such information was a strategic resource, inaccessible to ordinary survivors. Shopping centers? Upon hearing this, Bai Qihe resolutely shook her head. I'm not aware of any. Then let us depart. Su Wanli was halfway through his farewell when Bai Qihe, with great determination, raised her chin to meet Su Wanli's gaze. Standing at barely 1.5 meters tall, she had to tilt her head back to look into his eyes from a distance of over half a meter. She felt as if her neck issues were being miraculously cured. Do you have a specific type of supplies in mind? Food, clothing, beverages, cigarettes? Bai Qihe asked directly, keen to provide a comprehensive recommendation. These two were significant clients. Their willingness to trade 100 jin of staple food for mere news of the Great Ice Age was far more generous than the other survivors who clung to their meager resources. Pleading for pity. In these dire times, who was not struggling? Who did not find it arduous to gather food? Why should one believe that lamenting would somehow reduce the agreed-upon share? Bai Qihe adhered to a principle of 3 days without business, 3 days of feasting upon opening. She did not entertain bargaining. If a client refused to acknowledge the information after it was disclosed, she would block them. With her skills, few survivors in Xian village or even in the entire refuge base could rival her. This was her confidence. Information always held a time-sensitive quality, and the earlier one learned, the more advantageous it was. As for the news of the Great Ice Age, the survivors at the refuge base were largely unaware of how long the calamity might last. Most did not grasp that it could endure for millions or even billions of years, nor did they comprehend that in the coming years, Blue Water Star would transform into a frozen planet. They languished in the refuge base, hoping desperately for the fog to lift, the climate to improve. In order to be restored to normalcy, is there no comprehensive location? Yu Sahan inquired. Focusing on a singular type of supply feels rather limiting. She and the man sought not a specific category of goods, but rather a diverse array of resources such as food, clothing, weapons, and ammunition. Collecting as much usable material as possible to prepare for the impending cold wave. In this comprehensive endeavor, Bai Qihe furrowed her brow, recalling locations that met their requirements for supplies. Having just procured 100 pounds of staple food, she felt a significant trust in the two companions. After deducting Zhang Juanxing's 30%, she would still possess 70 pounds, supplemented by the remaining scattered food in the bus and RV. Sufficient for her and her soon-to-arrive sister to endure for a month or two. With provisions in hand, her heart remained steady. Large shopping malls were classified as Tier 3 supply points, and those near the refuge base had largely been depleted by the soldiers stationed there. The hierarchy of resource levels comprised 4 tiers, Level 1 being the highest and level for the lowest. Currently, only a scant few Level 1 supply points existed, such as production lines in military factories and pharmaceutical manufacturing facilities, critical to the operation of the refuge base. In contrast, large shopping malls were designated as Tier 3 supply points. When soldiers embarked on relatively simple tasks, they often seized the opportunity to raid these malls. Or certain squads would engage in exercises to test new equipment and tactics, making the assault on a mall their training objective while simultaneously extracting resources from its warehouses. Soldiers attacking large shopping malls. Yu Sahan exchanged surprised and disappointed glances with Su Wanli. They had initially contemplated acquiring a large shopping mall, as its merchandise encompassed daily necessities, furniture and appliances, and securing just a fraction of the supplies would alleviate their concerns regarding the bus's inventory. If large malls were off the table, what about medium or small ones? Unfortunately, these safer establishments had also been systematically emptied by others. Medium and small shopping malls had become targets for ordinary survivors, primarily those lingering in the outskirts of bases like Xian Village Town, whose main food source derived from scavenging convenience stores and small shops surrounding the larger malls. After soldiers raided a large mall, the surrounding area usually experienced a vacuum period devoid of monsters, creating a safe window for survivors to swarm in and compete for resources. Places like community convenience stores and school shops remained relatively untouched. However, Bai Qihe remarked, these are not locations I would recommend. I am not in the business of one-time transactions. I would not send clients to perilous areas. The community and school environments were rife with monsters and posed too great a risk. There were, however, 2 locations that were relatively safe. She paused momentarily, easing the tension in her neck. Maintaining her chin up was exhausting. One location was worth 5 to 10 kilograms of staple food, while the other held a value of 15 kilograms. Which would you prefer to choose? Su Wanli and Yu Sahan exchanged a knowing glance, each harboring distinct thoughts. Su Wanli believed that Bai Qi's knowledge of the Great Ice Age indicated she possessed some capability. Establishing rapport with around 10 kilograms of staple food would not be a loss. During the few days spent constructing their own building, they emptied the rice jars of dozens of households, amassing a substantial quantity of rice, amounting to 1 or 2,000 kilograms. They were certainly not lacking in staple food. Yu Sahan harbored reservations regarding the news of the Great Ice Age, placing greater emphasis on Bai Qi's hacking skills. The establishment of the initial realm forum necessitated the recruitment of talent. All right, they both echoed in unison. Their fervent agreement led Bai Qi to experience a fleeting illusion that the pricing was excessively low. However, she remained steadfast in her commitments. In business, credibility is paramount. Which one do you wish to exchange? Two. Bai Qi's mouth parted slightly in astonishment. The offer was indeed quite low. These two individuals were undoubtedly the most lucrative clients she had ever encountered. It's not that I do not trust you. She composed herself, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned veteran, ready to play the sympathy card and request a partial deposit. Yet, before she could utter a word, Su Wanli spoke up. Our provisions are insufficient. Let us return together to gather more. Bai Qi suddenly became alert. Did this fellow mean to return together? Was he aware of her residence? We also reside in the bus, just diagonally across from you. Diagonally across? Bai Qi remained skeptical. She resolved to change locations once the transaction was concluded. In fact, given the recent large-scale attacks by the Shinshur on Xian village town, the parking area was no longer safe, and it was indeed time to relocate to a more secure vicinity.